I was originally a poor boy, unable to afford more than 2 dishes for a meal. My girlfriend also left me for a rich second-generation student on campus, which I couldn't accept, causing me to collapse and vomit blood at school. At this moment of despair, I unexpectedly bound to the system of the Almighty, giving me 100 billion yuan. The rule is that every time I spend 1 billion, I will receive a point of the Almighty, which can be used to improve my physique and skills. As the saying goes, heaven does not destroy me, the earth dog. Since I have obtained this incredible system, my life trajectory has changed. Lin Dong. Let's break up. By the playground of Jiangnan University. In a hidden grove. Jiang Shan said to her boyfriend. Lin Dong. Sam. Why? What have I done wrong? Why are you so desperate? Lin Dong asked with some excitement. He and Jiang Shan were high school classmates. And the two were lovers during their senior year. Although Lin Dong's family condition is not very good. But his good looks, good study, is a standard warm man. In the high school, that youthful stage naturally is the object of female classmates' adoration. Jiang Shan wasn't bad either. She was the class flower of the class. Her studies were a little worse than Lin Dong's. But she was also definitely at the top. The two were criticized by their teachers when they first got together. And it was their repeated promises that they would never miss out on their studies. And that they would break up as soon as their grades dropped. That made the teachers turn a blind eye to their affair. The fact is also true as they said. The two people both entered the National Key University. Jiangnan University. I do not know how many people envy. But Lin Dong how did not expect. Just entered the university less than a year. Jiang Shan began to him if not. And now it is even directly want to break up with him. In fact, at the beginning of this semester, he noticed a change in Jiang Shan. Every time they were together, Jiang Shan was absent-minded. But also many times refused to go out with him for various reasons. One Saturday he even saw Jiang Shan get into the car of a playboy in their class. But he kept reassuring himself that maybe the other guy was simply a class reunion. But today Jiang Shan proposed to break up, completely shattering Lin Dong's fantasy. Lin Dong, let's get together and leave each other with a good memory. Okay? Shannon, tell me, is it because of Jun Huang? So what if it is? Shan, Huang Junlang is a notorious playboy in school. He got a female classmate pregnant last semester. Don't you know that? Toshiro explained to me that it was all an accidental mistake after we all got drunk together. And that the girl initiated it. And he made it up to the girl afterward. Sam, don't believe him. He's lying to you. He's dating a lot of girls at the same time. All right. Lin Dong, I'm here to inform you today. Please don't pester me anymore. Goodbye. Jiang Shan was about to turn around and leave after saying that. However, he was caught by Lin Dong. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang really isn't a good person. Don't be fooled by him. Did he force you? It must be. I'll go find him. Jiang Shan said as she shook off Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong, do not deceive yourself. Junlang did not force me. It is my voluntary. I do not want to be with you. After graduation and have to work hard to earn money. To buy a house and a car, but also alone. To be a lifelong house slaves. I want to eat well. Wear good. Use good. Do you understand? See this bag on me? Donkey brand latest model. To more than 10,000. With you in this life cannot have. Junlang can give me, you can never give. But Huang Junlang, he's just playing with you. He won't marry you. There are several people who have been abandoned by him. Lin Dong was still making a last-ditch effort. Yo. Lin Dong student. It's not right to say bad things behind someone's back. A voice reached the ears of both of them. Only to see Huang Junlang walk over, dressed in a designer label, and reach out to put his arm around Jiang Shan's waist. Junlang, you're here. Jiang Shan leaned on Huang Junlang with a bird-like demeanor. Lin Dong's heart was dripping even more blood when he saw the way Huang Junlang wrapped his arms around Jiang Shan's waist as soon as he arrived. While Jiang Shan relied on Huang Junlang, he knew that saying anything else would just be futile. Once a woman changes her heart, it's hard to turn back. He didn't want to look at the two of you snuggling up to each other, and said to Jiang Shan, Jiang Shan, sooner or later you will regret your decision today. And then it's time to get out of here. Wait. Huang Junlang called out to Lin Dong. Turning her head to Jiang Shan, she said, Shan, you go first. I'll have a word with Lin Dong and come find you. Junlang, let's go together. Lin Dong and I have completely separated. What else is there to say? Don't worry. It's just a couple of words. It won't affect our relationship. All right then. Come quickly. I'll wait for you at the school entrance. Jiang Shan finished glancing at the two before leaving. Say what's up. If you want to see me in a sorry state because of my lost love, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. There are plenty of women in the world. Lin Dong, won't hang on to a single tree. Although Lin Dong's heart was dripping blood, his mouth was still stubborn. He could act heartbroken and without dignity in front of Jiang Shan, but he could never show it in front of Huang Junlang. Lin Dong, I just want to tell you something. After finishing his speech, Huang Junlang took 2 steps forward and said quietly in Lin Dong's ear, Jiang Shan has a great body. I didn't realize that you've been together for so long that you're still. Well, I should go. Shan is still waiting for me. I also have a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Do you know the Golden Leaf Hotel? 8-star hotel. You can't afford to eat a meal in it for the rest of your life. Huang Junlang finished his speech and turned to leave, letting out an unimpeded laugh as he walked. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong's mind was dazzled after hearing Huang Junlang's words. He and Jiang Shan have been together for 4 years. The whole 4 years they are only to the extent of holding hands and kissing. Every time Lin Dong wants to cross the boundaries are stopped by Jiang Shan, said to wait until the time of marriage to give him the best things. But how could he not expect that Jiang Shan had only been with Huang Junlang for a few days before? At this time, Lin Dong only felt the qi and blood in his head surging. His eyes became blood red and he could no longer control it. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth before he fainted on the ground. When Lin Dong woke up again, he was already in the school infirmary. Lin Dong, who was about to climb up, suddenly had a voice ringing in his head. Ding! Super Divine Hero System binding in progress. 10%. 30%. 50%. 80%. 100%. Divine Hero System binding complete. Immediately after that, a panel that only he could see appeared before Lin Dong's eyes. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, $100,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000,000. Physical fitness, 15, weak. Spirit, 28, common. Skills, can be added freely. Need to consume Godhawk points. Divine Hao points, 0. Before Lin Dong could see it, the voice in his head sounded again. Welcome host Lin Dong to use the Super God Hero System. This system is a 1-to-1 individually bound system. Non-transferable. Once the host dies, then the system disappears. The host's balance has been tied to the major banks in the world where he lives. And he can pay directly by fingerprint, face swipe or scanning his pupils. System play, host Lin Dong will gain a Divine Magnificence point after spending every $1 billion amount. Divine Magnificence points can be used to improve physique, enhance enlightenment, add skills as well as upgrade skill levels. Rule: this system has only one rule. The host is never allowed to haggle no matter what he buys. The loser who haggles doesn't deserve to have this system. Lin Dong was still pondering the authenticity of this so-called super godly system when the door to the infirmary he was in was opened. A gorgeous young woman in her 30s wearing a white medical uniform walked in. This is the doctor of the school infirmary. Named Chen Xian. 32 years old. Married for several years. No children yet. Her husband is the boss of a small company. But I heard that she and her husband are not on good terms and are recently going through a divorce. Rumor in the school is that her husband asked her to accompany him in order to be able to cooperate with a big company. Drugged the wine and wanted her to accompany the boss of the other company for one night. As a result, she found out early and ran back to school while she was in the bathroom. Then she has been living at the school without ever going back. And is recently looking for a lawyer to file a lawsuit to divorce her husband. This student. You can leave when you wake up. Remember to eat more things to replenish blood and nourish qi when you go back. Your body is very poor. It won't work if you go on like this. Look away from everything. Don't move your qi and blood. Chen Xian said to Lin Dong when he looked at him as he opened his eyes and lay on the bed. Thank you, Dr. Chen. I know. Lin Dong got up and wobbled out of the infirmary. He was still a little dizzy. Alas! Are all students nowadays so infatuated? Chen Xian sighed. Then she thought of her husband. When she and her husband were so in love in college. However, last month he even quietly drugged himself for the sake of the company's development and did something like that. If he hadn't found out early, the consequences would have been unimaginable. And she couldn't figure out why he would do such a thing until now. Walking in the school, many students around him were pointing at Lin Dong when they saw him because he was now famous. Jiangnan University every day split up a lot of couples. But breakup directly split to vomit blood coma. Or the first time in the history of the school. Coupled with Huang Junlang deliberately propaganda. Just half a daytime. Lin Dong is famous in Jiangnan University. However, the current Lin Dong did not have the heart to care about this. Out of the school gate, Lin Dong felt a little thirsty and came to the self-service water purchase machine next to the school. Ready to buy a bottle of mineral water. When it was time to pay, Lin Dong instinctively wanted to pay with the balance in his cell phone. But suddenly thinking of the super divine hero system that he had just bound, Lin Dong decided to try the real thing. So choose fingerprint payment. Ding! The Super Divine Hero system successfully paid $3. The self-service water dispenser delivers a bottle of mineral water. Really? Lin Dong mumbled as he held the mineral water in his hand. Then Lin Dong saw the message on the page. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 9999999999999999997. Physical fitness, 15, weak. Spirit, 28, common. Skills, can be added freely, need to consume the god's hero points. Divine how points, 0. Ha ha ha. Lin Dong suddenly laughed loudly. The super divine hero system is actually real. So he's richer than everyone in the world from now on. The richest man in the world is nothing. The Forbes list counts for shit. All of you together don't have a fraction of what I have. From now on, I, Lin Dong, will live differently. The first 20 years have been too stifling. The next few decades, I want to live a wonderful life. Live at ease. Live in style. All those who look down on me will be slapped back hard. After calming down, Lin Dong arrived at an 8-star hotel near the school. The Golden Leaf Hotel. And prepared to eat first. He was already so hungry that he was walking a little bit drifting. This is the highest class hotel and the most expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. Once when Lin Dong and Jiang Shan passed by together, Jiang Shan said that she dreamed of having a meal inside. Sir, may I ask what you need? Lin Dong had just entered the door to be greeted by a tall, White-skinned waitress. Eat. Lin Dong replied. May I ask how many you are? The waiter asked politely. Just me. This way then, sir. The waiter made a gesture of invitation. Lin Dong originally thought that the waiter would directly take him to dinner. But he did not expect the waiter to bring him to the front desk. Sir, do you have a membership card? A waitress standing at the front desk asked. There are several more next to them. And these attendants are simply comparable to flight attendants. All of them are almost 1.7 meters or more. With white skin and long legs. No. Lin Dong returned. Sir, I'm sorry. The food here is all premium food. All imported from abroad. And if we don't use it all up on the same day, we'll just throw it away to ensure the absolute freshness of the food. So in terms of price it will be a lot higher than outside. And if you don't have a membership card, you need to pay a certain amount of deposit for the meal. How do I get a membership card? Sir, our hotel's membership card. Charging 1 million is an ordinary member. Charging 2 million is a senior member. And charging 5 million is a VIP. Then get me one too. Sir, how much do you want to top up? Charge 100 million up front? First. Mister. How much did you say? I didn't hear you clearly just now. The receptionist asked with a bit of a stutter. I said charge me 100 million first. Are you sure? Sir? Okay. Sir? Please wait. Our manager will be right with you. Then this waitress took out her walkie-talkie and shouted. Is Manager Zhao there? Please come to the lobby. She mostly thought that Lin Dong was here to cause trouble. Because no matter how she looked at it, Lin Dong did not look like someone who could take out $100 million to recharge his membership card. Which was why she directly called the manager over. Copy that. A crisp voice came over the intercom. Shortly afterward, a beautiful woman in her 20s wearing a black professional sheath dress walked over. This beautiful woman was clearly a level above the other waitresses in every way. No less a manager. Yes? This beautiful manager asked as she walked up to the front desk. The waiter had just whispered quietly in the manager's ear. This gentleman. Is it you who wants to recharge your membership card with $100 million? The beautiful manager asked to Lin Dong. Yes. Lin Dong replied. Are you sure you're charging $100 million? Yes. Sir? Then may I ask which bank you are paying with? The beautiful manager asked as she started to operate the computer at the front desk with her hand. Both. What about payment? Fingerprints. Okay. Sir? Please check that the number is correct. Then tap OK and put your finger on it. The beautiful manager turned the computer to Lin Dong and showed him the amount number. Lin Dong looked at it. And it was indeed $100 million. Then tapped his finger to make sure. Then put his finger on the place where he swiped his fingerprint. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice rang out from the front desk. Transfer successful. The transfer amount of $100 million was successfully received. This instant, the 6 or 7 tall waitresses at the front desk, everyone including that manager, all sucked in a breath of cool air. The eyes that looked at Lin Dong directly changed from the disdain that he had just shown to one that was full of adoration. It was as if he hated to eat Lin Dong. Zhao Xian in this 8-star hotel is a lobby manager to do more than 3 years. Rich people have seen a lot. Worth billions of tens of billions of dollars have also seen a lot of. After all, can enter and exit here are a small price of people. Although the membership card here is refundable. There are many large groups perennial here to receive customers to recharge tens of millions of dollars. But the direct recharge of 100 million is definitely the first time to see. This kind of person is definitely worth more than 10 billion. Otherwise do not dare to play so. Although Forbes is worth tens or hundreds of billions of dollars are the top-ranked celebrities. But Zhao Xian, close to the circle after, realized that there are too many invisible tycoons in the world. Forbes may not even have 1% of them. Most tycoons were very low-key. And the one in front of him was clearly one of the hidden tycoons. And definitely top of the line. So young. Definitely a super rich kid from an invisible family. In fact, when she just came to see Lin Dong, Zhao Xian was looking down on him. The total dress-up on her body was estimated to add up to less than 200. And such people were all over the streets. Upon hearing the receptionist say that Lin Dong wanted to recharge his membership card with $100 million, Zhao Xian directly decided in her heart that Lin Dong was definitely here to tease them. But in the way of professional cultivation, she still carefully inquired about Lin Dong and opened the payment to him. She also wanted to pay the payment failure to see how Lin Dong down are ready to directly call the security guards. I did not expect that the payment was successful. This is really not a person's face. Zhao Xian, who had already been in contact with the upper class, was yearning for that level and dreamed of stepping into that circle. Although many tycoons had given her hints, Zhao Xian was actually not too keen on those fat-headed tycoons. Most of the other party just wanted to get her body. And according to her understanding, those who had given her hints, none of them were really rich. They were all half-assed pseudo-tycoons. What she hoped for was to gain the favor of those true nobles, who were basically very low-key. And this young man in front of her was clearly the king of them. Spending $100 million to recharge his meal card without blinking an eye. This man fits her criteria. Young, rich, low profile. She decides that she must lean on this tree. This is her best chance to change her destiny. She must not miss it. She has absolute confidence in her own conditions. And the front desk clerk who had just called the manager over the intercom was now gutted. If she handled it directly for Lin Dong, then the business volume would be hers. But after calling the manager here, she would only be able to have some soup. Zhao Xian turned back to Lin Dong and said, "Sir, please show your ID card and I will apply for your membership card." Lin Dong handed Zhao Xian his ID card. He had actually seen the other man's perfidy. What kind of membership card is it if you don't even ask for your ID card? The fact that he only asked for ID after the transfer was successful is obviously because he didn't believe he was really going to top up $100 million. However, Lin Dong did not care. He had received a lot of blank stares in these 20 years. And the other party was still polite. If he were in other places, he would probably have been thrown out by the security guards. I'm a student from the nearby Jiangnan University. From today onwards, I'll eat here 3 times a day. Prepare the best ingredients for me according to the standard of breakfast, lunch and dinner. If I have something to do and don't come, then I'll just pour it out. And still continue to prepare the next meal. Lin Dong's words had just finished. The people present were again shocked. If the best ingredients were used for 3 meals a day here, even a person's share of daily meals was estimated to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. If you don't show up, you just dump it? This is too trenchant. This is no longer a word that can be described by the word tycoon. This is simply a godly tycoon. And the other party is still a student of Jiangnan University. So young and so luxurious. This is the legendary top high-flying handsome. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with stars in their eyes. They all wanted to lean on the big tree of Lin Dong. Even if they sacrificed a little, it was completely fine. They didn't have the luxury of being able to marry such a top gentry. But as long as they could get a little bit involved with each other, it would be a great benefit. At this time, with just a hint from Lin Dong, these people would probably line up to get into his bed. Yes, Mr. Lin, we'll do as you ask. After running the membership card, Lin Dong was brought into a luxurious private room. Mr. Lin, This is the best private room in our hotel. You will be served later. This is my business card. In the future you can call me first if you need anything. I will provide you with the highest level of service. Zhao Xian finished handing Lin Dong one of her own personal business cards, which was not matched by the hotel, but privately printed by herself, and were issued to people who met her criteria. Lin Dong accepted Zhao Xian's business card. When she got the business card, Zhao Xian intentionally or unintentionally scratched the back of Lin Dong's hand with her white and slender hand, causing a tingling sensation to come over Lin Dong. What a dainty hand! This woman is too good at teasing people. What a demonic spirit! Lin Dong thought in his heart. It wasn't long before a table full of food was served. What lobster? Abalone? King crab? Shark's fin? Bird's nest? Japanese tomahawk steak? French foie gras? Spanish ham? Caviar? These world-class top ingredients are everything. Every dish looks great and looking at it makes you hungry. And a bottle of 83 Lafite. This large table of food was estimated to be over $1 million. Lin Dong simply could not eat so much. But he did not care. Now he's really poor and only has money left. If he can't eat it, he'll dump it. We have money. Lin Dong took a taste of each. It's worthy of being an 8-star hotel, with all the colors and flavors. Mr. Lin, how's the taste? Still satisfied? Zhao Xian asked as she leaned behind Lin Dong and bowed to him. Due to the close proximity, Lin Dong could feel Zhao Xian's hot breath hitting the back of her neck comfortably. Not bad, not bad. It's worthy of being a big hotel. I'm satisfied with all the colors and flavors. It's good that Mr. Lin is satisfied. Then please enjoy your meal and call me if there's anything you need. I'll leave you to your meal. Zhao Xian was ready to leave when she felt it was almost time. Ms. Zhao. You see, so many dishes I can't eat alone. And so good ingredients without a beautiful woman as a companion, how to feel shortcomings. Can you please accompany me to dine together? Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong really think Zhao Xian is very good. Whether it is the body, face is top, and where more can show her advantage. The body scent is also can stir up male hormones. Often inadvertently a movement is able to provoke his heart itch. And such a beautiful woman dinner is absolutely enjoyable. This, Mr. Lin, this is not appropriate. And I'm on work time now. Zhao Xian said with some hesitation. She actually wanted to accompany Lin Dong to eat together. This kind of opportunity to enhance the relationship was more than she could ask for. And don't look at the fact that she was the lobby manager here. She had never eaten many of the top ingredients on this table. But she understands that a woman must have some reserve. And that the best seduction is if it is hidden. If it is not, the temptation of a woman stripped naked is never as great as the temptation of wearing a semi-transparent dress. What working hours! It was a complete excuse. Accompanying a VIP of this caliber to dine. Even if the boss knew about it, he would only praise her. Moreover, she did not reject it, but only said that it was inappropriate. And this kind of answer stirred up Lin Dong's good nature even more. Sure enough, Lin Dong opened his mouth. What's inappropriate? If your boss finds you in trouble, just tell me. I'll go find him. If not, just buy the hotel and I'll make you the boss. Lin Dong said boldly. Then the little lady will do as she pleases. Zhao Xian is no longer reserved. Directly sat down and began to open the wine to Lin Dong. If you make excuses again, it is estimated that the other party will be angry. This fire must be grasped. As for Lin Dong's comment just now about buying the hotel and making her the boss, she laughed it off. Kidding aside, this hotel was definitely not less than $15 billion if she wanted to buy it. And although she thought highly of Lin Dong, She did not think that Lin Dong had such strength. Of course. She only felt that Lin Dong did not have this strength. It did not mean that the family behind Lin Dong did not have this strength. Now many people are worth billions and billions or even hundreds of billions. But most of them are stocks and such virtual items. And few people can really come up with tens of billions of cash. Which are the real aristocrats. If Lin Dong really bought this Golden Leaf Hotel for her to be the boss, she would absolutely die to follow Lin Dong and would be willing to die for him. Lin Dong is not aware of Zhao Xin's thoughts at the moment. Otherwise it would really buy directly. How big a matter? Not to mention 15 billion. Is 30 billion we also buy? The two of them finished the big meal right in the middle of talking and laughing. Lin Dong finished his meal and walked out of the 8-star hotel. Looking behind him at the entrance of the hotel, Zhao Xian with a few waiters bowing to see him off. Lin Dong felt that the world had suddenly become so beautiful. What is Jiang Shan? If I wanted to, I could form a harem of 3,000 beauties. What's next? Buy a house. Of course. School dormitory. Lin Dong has long not wanted to live. 4 people a dormitory. Now only 2 people live. The other 2 have made a girlfriend outside to rent a room to go. And this remaining one I hear is also hitting it off with his girlfriend and plans to move out. Lin Dong had also thought about renting a room outside to live with Jiang Shan. But Jiang Shan was dead set against it. When he thought that Jiang Shan had slept with Huang Junlang only a few days ago, Lin Dong's heart twinged. Grass. I should have known that I should have used force in the first place. But now it's good. It's cheap for that brat Huang Junlang. Lin Dong cursed in his heart. At this time, Lin Dong's shabby second-hand cell phone rang. Lin Dong picked it up and looked at the caller. It was his roommate Lu Peng calling. Although he's now moved out to live with his girlfriend without shame. After all, they used to live together for over a year and were still on good terms. And the school's accommodation fee is tied to the tuition fee. Even if you don't live in the school, the accommodation fee is still paid. So there is no one else to live in. And they occasionally return to the dormitory. And a few of them jack a few games. Lin Dong picked up the phone. Dongzi. Where are you? The 3 of us are now in the infirmary. Dr. Shen said that you have left. We have heard about you. Don't do anything stupid. Think about it. The old doesn't go away and the new doesn't come. When you are in a better mood, let's have a fellowship and help you find a better one. Lu Peng's somewhat anxious voice came from the phone. Lin Dong was still somewhat comforted when he heard it and said, Da Peng. Where are you thinking? How could I possibly do something stupid? Don't worry about me. I will be back soon. It's really okay? It's really okay. So tell me. Where are you now? A couple of us came looking for you. Don't. I'm already home. Don't worry. I'll be back in 2 or 3 days for sure. Really? Of course it's true. It's good to go back and relax and think more about you and your family that loves you and us brothers. Well, I'm not that stupid. Don't worry about it. Hang up. Jiangnan International Mansion. The houses here are the most expensive in Gangnam Province. Average price starts at $200,000. And of course the location is the best. The entire Jiangnan International Mansion is enclosed by the riverfront, with only one exit and surrounded by the river on 3 sides. The scenery is beyond words. There are only 6 houses here, each with 38 floors. And the smallest units are over 200 square feet. And the largest is over 1,000 square feet. This is where the real rich and famous gather. The parking lot is littered with luxury cars. And cars under $1 million are embarrassed to drive in. Lin Dong came to the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. Entering the lobby of the sales office, it appeared to be somewhat empty, with only 5 or 6 sales ladies sitting in 2s and 3s chatting together. And after seeing Lin Dong come in, Surprisingly, none of them were willing to come. Jiangnan International Mansion has been opened for 3 years. But the house has not been sold out. It is too expensive. Moving a set of small units are tens of millions of dollars. Not anyone can afford to buy. Just opened when the buyers and lookers are still quite a lot of people. 2 years down to be able to afford to buy. Cannot afford to buy or cannot afford to buy. So those staff members at the sales office that just opened have basically left. And many of the ladies selling the property are leaving with millions. After all, a set of houses tens of millions of hundreds of millions of dollars. The light commission can earn a pot full of money. That time commission is only 0.02%. Now recruited commission have risen to 100%. But it is difficult to sell 2 sets a year down. A lot of people hang out here for the bailout. After seeing Lin Dong come in, one look at Lin Dong's dress showed that he was not a home buyer. So everyone continued to talk to each other and did not pay attention to Lin Dong at all. Lin Dong was also a little embarrassed at this time. The people who were chatting obviously did not want to take care of him. And there was not even a person at the front desk. So he did not know who to ask if he wanted to ask. However, after Lin Dong stood for 2 to 3 minutes, a young woman of about 26 or 27 years old walked out from the sales office's restroom. Cui Jia is just last month into the Jiangnan International Mansion to sell the house. Or her uncle entrusted someone to spend $10,000 to send gifts to come in. She was from a small place and had thought that entering such a high-class place to sell her house would surely earn her a lot of money. But she didn't realize that after coming for more than a month, she hadn't even received a single customer. More than a month to come to see a total of housepeople 2 hands can be counted over. A door these old employees will rush to receive. There is no opportunity for her. And she came to more than a month. The entire Jiangnan International Mansion did not sell a suite. Just after coming out of the restroom today, she saw a young man about his age standing in the lobby. And the older employees didn't seem to be there to greet him. So she walked over to him. "Sir, may I ask if you are here to see the house?" Cui Jia asked as she walked up to Lin Dong. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. Cui Jia's heart rejoiced that she finally had the opportunity to show her guests the house. "And what type of home are you looking at?" "Sir, what are some of the house types you have here?" Cui Jia then crackled and introduced a whole lot to Lin Dong. There weren't really many remaining rooms here. So there weren't many choices supplied to Lin Dong. In the end, Lin Dong chose a 500 square foot large flat on the 22nd floor of the 3rd building. Trisha picked up the keys at the front desk and the 2 of them went to look at the house. No sooner had the 2 men left than the halls erupted in discussion. "Just him? And he's still coming to see the house? Look at what he's wearing. He's a loser. Does he know what this place is? That's right. 1 square meter is enough for him to struggle for the rest of his life. Only a novice like Triga would take him to see it. Isn't it a waste of time? He's probably from the countryside and doesn't know the prices here. And when he does, he'll still be scared shitless. Ha ha. Yeah. Let's see him laugh when he picks." 2 hours later, Lin Dong and Cui Jia returned to the sales hall. The 2 of them sat on chairs at the edge of the hall and Cui Jia made a cup of tea for Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, are you still satisfied with what you see?" Cui Jia asked as she sat across from Lin Dong. "Not particularly happy with it. The location of Building 3 is not particularly good. Are there any rooms left in Building 1? Lin Dong thinks that the location of the first building is the best. Since we want to buy it, we are not poor. We definitely want to buy the best. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. I'll make an inquiry for you." Cui Jia picked up the tablet in her hand and began to inquire for Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, Building 1 has only 1 remaining room because of its better location. This remaining room is on the topmost floor. It is a set of large duplex large flat, occupying the 37th and 38th floors of Building 1. It is the king of Building 1, with a total area of 1,300 square feet. and it is a bit on the pricey side. So I still don't recommend that you choose this place. Oh? Can we go take a look? Lin Dong did not even ask about the price and directly wanted to see the house. It's okay. But that's fine. Go check it out first. Lin Dong interrupted. Cui Jia thought about it but returned. Okay. Mr. Lin, wait a moment. I'll get the key. When Cui Jia came back with the keys, and the two were about to go to see the room, an old employee in her 30s, who was not far away and had a great deal of charm, spoke up. Jia, you guys are going to see the king of building 1? She was close enough to just hear the two talking. Yes. Sister Lu. Xiao Jia. Not Sister Lu, said you. The house here is not just anyone can look at it. Not to mention the king of the first floor. The inside is designed by foreign masters. In case of damage, who can afford to pay for it? Sister Lu. I'll be careful. Xiao Jia. You just came here. You don't understand the depths of this business. You must have good eyesight to be in our line of work. Look at him. Does he look like someone who can afford to buy a room here? This Sister Lu unapologetically pointed at Lin Dong and said. Sister Lu. I believe Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. Alas. Since you don't listen to Sister Lu when she speaks, then let it be. But when you come out, make sure to wipe the floor clean and not leave a single footprint. Okay? Got it. Sister Lu. After Cui Jia finished speaking, she led Lin Dong straight to the king of the building on the top floor of building 1. As soon as he entered the door, Lin Dong was shocked. Worthy of being the king of the building, the decoration was luxurious to the extreme. Lin Dong walked to the 3-meter high, more than 10-meter long floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the scenery in front of him, he actually had a feeling of being on top of the world and having a view of the mountains. Mr. Lin. Here is the king of the first floor. This floor-to-ceiling window in front of you. The glass is imported from abroad, bulletproof glass. Thickness of 10 centimeters. General missiles cannot be blown up. And the transparency is extremely high. Does not affect the sunlight in the slightest. The value of this window alone is more than 10 million. And this beautiful chandelier above your head. This is imported from France. You can switch the more than 10 colors. This is the kitchen. This is the bedroom. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the restroom. This is the parlor. This is the rec room. Then the two came to the 28th floor. There's an indoor swimming pool where you can change the water regularly every morning. And the water that's changed is purified, sterile and ready to drink. After Cui Jia finished speaking, she even cupped some water in her hand and brought it to her mouth to take a sip. The purpose of doing so was to make Lin Dong feel that the water was clean. Another hour or so passed with this tossing and turning of the two. When she went out after looking at the rooms, Cui Jia said to Lin Dong, Mr. Lin, you go back to the sales office first and take a rest. I will come right after I finish scrubbing the floor. Then Trisha took a towel and prepared to wipe the floor. No need to rub it in. I'll take the house. Cui Jia's hands shivered when she heard Lin Dong's words. Mr. Lin. Lin. What did you just say? I said no need to rub it in. I'll take the house. Really? Of course. Lin Dong replied affirmatively. Thank you. Mr. Lin. Then we'll go do the formalities right now? Cui Jia asked excitedly. Good. The two went back to the sales office. All the way there Trisha felt a little surreal. It was surprising that Lin Dong really wanted to buy this house. Just now she calculated. The total price of this house is $398 million. The commission she can get is $3,988,000. She grew up so big. She has never seen so much money. This money she can buy 10 sets of houses in her family's small county. In fact, this is also Chuijia, such as a small place to come and is new to the industry will be convinced of Lin Dong's words. If anyone else would not believe that Lin Dong will buy this house. Looks like a loser like the existence of 400 million to buy a house? They don't believe it. And of course they won't bring Lin Dong to see it. Back at the sales office, Trisha was busy preparing the contract and calling the manager, who arrived again with the finances. By the time all the handovers were completed, it was already evening. But the employees at the sales office were the ones who hadn't left. And it was hard for them to believe that Chuijia had really sold the king of the first building. Until after the payment of money they had to accept this fact. At the same time the heart is dripping blood. 4 million, this is 4 million. Just Lin Dong stood in the hall for a few minutes, no one went up to receive. This time who if you go? This 4 million is who? That called sister lose even more hate to give themselves 2 slaps. 4 million, Last year she in order to sell a set of 800,000 worth of houses. Hard to accompany a big belly of the tycoon for a month before signing the contract. It took a whole disgusting month to earn $800,000. And just now Chuijia earned $4 million in just half a day. Simply making her spit out blood. Lin Dong went out of the Jiangnan International Mansion. Called Zhao Xian again. Had dinner at the hotel. And then spent more than $10,000 to buy a new cell phone. And his original second-hand cell phone was directly thrown into the garbage can by him. Returning to the top floor of building 1 of the Jiangnan International Mansion. This was already Lin Dong's home. And it was estimated that he would have to live here for a long time in the future. He called his university tutor to ask for a few days of sick leave. And the matter of Lin Dong vomiting blood and going into shock in school had spread. So his tutor naturally knew about it. So he did not make things difficult for Lin Dong. Lin Dong didn't want to go to school for the past 2 days either. And there would definitely be a lot of people laughing at him when he returned to school. When I go to buy a luxury car tomorrow, I will drive straight back to school and see who dares to laugh at me. Yu Jiangshan for a 10,000 yuan beg to give up our 3 years of affection. When I drove hundreds of millions of cars back to school. To see if you after the regret. Grass. Lying on the imported leather sofa. Lin Dong felt that the rich man's day was too comfortable. Lin Dong looked at the panel in front of him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, $999999501986412. Physical fitness, 15, weak, plus. Spirit, 28, normal, plus. Skills, can be added freely. Need to consume divine hero points plus. Shenandoah points, 4. Physique. Spirit. And skills all had an extra plus sign after them. And there were already 4 godly points. Without hesitation, Lin Dong added all 4 divine hero points to his physique. It went from 15 to 19 on the physique column. In an instant, Lin Dong felt his body warming up. And the weakness and powerlessness that was originally caused by malnutrition over the years. Surprisingly, he clearly felt that he was starting to get better. I feel stronger all over. And when I look at my body, I see that I've actually gotten stronger. It actually works like that? If you spend dozens of divine magnificence points on physique, wouldn't it be even better than the Olympic champion? Lyndon felt that life was brilliant. Taking out his cell phone, he opened WeChat and had 2 friends added. One is Zhao Xian. One is Trisha. Lyndon agreed to both. Not long after, Zhao Xian sent a message. Brother Lyndon. Asleep? Not yet. Something wrong with Sister Xian? Can I text you if I'm not doing anything? How can? Not. Sister Xian sent a message looking for me. I couldn't be happier. Brother Lindong has such a sweet mouth. I'm off this Sunday. Is Brother Lindong free? I want to ask Brother Lindong to go swimming together. After Lin Dong read the message, the image of Zhao Xian wearing a bikini appeared in his mind. And his body tingled. Grass. This is naked seduction. How do you resist the temptation of this white-skinned, long-legged sister? In the end, Lin Dong realized that it was impossible to resist. So it was returned with a message. Free, free, free. Sister Xian has an appointment. How could she not be free? Then we have a deal. I'll see you on Sunday. Okay. Sister Xian. Good night, Brother Linden. Good night. Sister Xian. Lin Dong was surprisingly somewhat looking forward to Sunday coming soon. Played WeChat for a while again. Feeling not much fun. His circle was originally small. WeChat friends are basically some of the relationship over the classmates. Junior high school. High school. College. A few classmates group is quite lively. But Lin Dong seldom bubble in the group. And then there are some of the relatives of the family. There were just a few roommates who sent messages of concern. Lin Dong's parents left in an accident when he was less than 10 years old. And he stayed with his second uncle until high school. In the beginning, in order to fight for his custody. 2 uncles and an uncle that is to grab a lot. That period of time his 2 uncles and 2 aunts to him so good. Lin Dong also thought that even if his parents are not in the past, follow his 2 uncles also have a good life. So finally chose his 2 uncles. As a result, after the custody arrived, Lin Dong's life was difficult. No less beaten and scolded. And even ate the leftovers of other people's food. Resulting in his body has always been malnourished. He realized after he got it that it wasn't his custody they were fighting over in the first place, but his parents' nearly $2 million in compensation. From the age of 16 in high school. But also did not give a penny to Lin Dong. If not his sister-in-law and great-aunt to help. It is estimated that have dropped out of school. Originally. The original agreement that nearly $2 million of compensation to Lin Dong 18 years old to be handed over to him. But up to now he did not see a dime. His sister-in-law, great-aunt and uncle have been looking for his second uncle and aunt for this matter. But what can be done? The money is in other people's hands. And the second aunt directly said that the money in these years all spent on Lin Dong. Lin Dong silently estimated. In the second uncle's family all these years probably did not spend more than $5,000 on him. Basically some necessary tuition fees for junior high school and 1 or 2 sets of floor clothes every year. Thinking about this, Lin Dong felt that this life was a real fucking haystack. Leaving the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened the Jitterbug app. When he's not doing anything, Lin Dong likes to brush his jitterbugs. Seeing that the anchor he was following, Shui Wei Air, was broadcasting live, Lin Dong clicked in. This Shui Wei Air is an anchor that Lin Dong has been following on Jitterbug for a long time. And has been following her for more than a year since she first started broadcasting. Lin Dong counted as one of her first fans. Starting with a few followers until now she had 50,000 followers. The live stream also went from a few people, a dozen people, all the way up to 200 or 300 people now. However, Lin Dong had never swiped a gift for her. He just liked to listen to her voice and her songs. In fact, with Shui Wei Air's conditions can do better. But she plays live only sound. Not to show her face. Such a live broadcast in the Jitterbug is difficult to catch the big brother. After all, how many people are specialized in listening to the song? Most of them come to see the girls. So despite having a great voice and singing well, she's still just a small, unimpressive anchor. During this period of time, because of Jiang Shan's matter, Lin Dong had not entered Shui Wei Air's live room for nearly a month. As soon as he entered the live broadcast room, Lin Dong heard his familiar voice singing a song called Infatuation is Absolute. To give you the kind of heartbreak you'll never understand. And why should I force myself to fall in love with everything about you? You pushed back hard again. My defenses. and closed the door tightly to count my tears in silence. When Lin Dong heard this song, his eyes instantly became moist. Humble love is always fruitless. After the song, the live streaming gifts started flying again. But they were all small gifts. A few dollars. A dozen dollars. Nothing in the hundreds. Still, Chevalier thanked them by name. She was supposed to be a small anchor. And it would be nice to have someone swipe a gift. Thank you for the gift from Brother Xinu. Thank you for the gift from Brother Alpine. Thank you for the gift from Sister Xin. Lin Dong felt that he was not poor now and should swipe some gifts for his favorite anchors. So using his system balance to charge money into Douyin, Lin Dong directly charged $10 million. Then it was time to start swiping gifts for Cheryl. Go straight for the most expensive gift. The World Star. Cheryl is thanking her brothers and sisters who swiped gifts on the air. She can also collect a few hundred gifts for a few hours of live broadcasting every day. And she is actually satisfied with her own share of 1 or 200. 2 or 300. It's not that she doesn't want to show her face. It's just that it's inconvenient to be in her dorm room at school. There are 3 other roommates here who live with her. They dress casually in their dorm rooms. And she's a music student. She doesn't want people to like her face before she swipes a gift. But rather, she wants people to like her singing and swiping a gift. There were also private messages from bigwigs who wanted to meet her and then give her a hit on the list. But she refused. She felt like making a good deal that way. And even though she was short of money, she just didn't want to do it. Suddenly, Shui Wei felt a flash of light in the live broadcast. Is this a special effect of the World Star? She'd never received a World Star in over a year of live streaming. But she'd seen others swipe them in other streams. A World Star cost 2,000. Usually she only got this much in a week of live broadcasting. And today someone actually swiped a World Star for her? Before Chevalier could see who swiped the World Star, a second glow then flashed. Third. Fourth. The special effects glow of the World Star began to stretch across Shui Wei's livestream. One small match for anchor Cheryl World Star X10. One small match for the anchor Cheryl World Star X11. One small match for anchor Cheryl World Star X66. A continuous delivery of 66 or more World Stars like this would not only explode the screen in the anchor's live room, but it would also be publicized throughout the Shake Audio channel. All of a sudden, numerous live broadcasts saw a tycoon appear in Shui Wei's live broadcast. Holy shit! A famous and unheralded live broadcast room surprised a tycoon. We'll go and watch. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll go too. The Shui Wei live broadcast room was flooded with numerous onlookers at once. And the number of people soared from over 200 to over 1,000. And the number was still increasing. Thanks to a little brother in a little match for the World Star. Thanks. Wahahaha. Cher loves you. Shui Wei was already a bit excited and didn't know what to say. Yet the special effects continue to have no tendency to stop. A small match for the anchor Cheryl World Star X666. One small match for the live Charwell World Star X999. A small match for anchor World Star X1314. In the end, the World Stars sent out by Lin Dong stopped at the number 1314. Really, because he was a bit tired. And Shui Wei's live broadcast room directly exploded. The number of people rose to 100. 000 people. Crap. Tinder Biggie Bull. Tinder Biggie Mighty. Is the match big man still short of heels? For her part, Chevalier's entire body was a bit confused. What is the concept of 314 World Stars? That's over $2,600,000 when converted to money. She'll get $1,300,000 even if she splits it in half. She looked at the person who swiped the gift. Called a small match. Followed her a long time ago. But never swiped a gift. Did not expect to swipe so many at once today. Chevalier sent a direct private message. Thank you little brother for the gift. Can you add a WeChat? When Lindong saw Shui Weier's private message, he sent his micro signal over. Within moments, the other man added him. Little brother. Thank you for the gift. It's okay. I've been listening to you sing for so long. I've never swiped a gift. I'm quite embarrassed. I'll make up for it all today. Thank you for your support. I'll sing it to my little brother alone sometime. My name is Li Shuiwei. What's my little brother's name? My name is Lindong. The two of them chatted some more irrelevant words. And Li Shuiwei thanked Lindong in 2 out of 3 sentences. Lindong came to the 3-meter-high floor-to-ceiling window and looked out of the window at the night view of the river, which was bustling, charming and beautiful. Took a few night shots with my new cell phone and posted them to my friends. Side note, the night view of the Rinku River is still stunning. Lindong actually seldom sent out friend circles. But today he was in a good mood, so he couldn't help it. After posting his friend circle, Lindong felt a little tired. So he laid down on his bedroom's 4-meter-wide luxurious king-sized bed and slept. Linden is sleeping. But some people on Jitterbug can't sleep. Especially the big anchors. Don't look at these big anchors. List 1, List 2, List 3 are brushing millions. But that's all the guild brush. They can't get a dime. Really can share the money or go to the back of those leaks. Just a small anchor's live room, surprisingly someone directly brush more than 2,600,000. And like this small anchor is not going to have guilds like this force. So it is really a big brother brush. Why is there such a thick leak that didn't make it to the bowl? Some of them were already researching Cheryl's livestream to see if they could pull the big man over. Li Shuiwei lay on the bed in the dormitory as usual, unable to sleep. Tonight all 3 of the roommates in the dorms went off to bond with the other boys' dorms. She made the excuse that she wasn't feeling well and didn't go. In reality she rarely attended such events. After all, her family couldn't compare to the other 3. Her family had basically dumped their family's money in order for her to go to the conservatory. And sometimes she would only go once if she couldn't put it off any longer. She was now genuinely glad she hadn't gone, or she would have missed this Tinder bigot's bounty. A one-time reward of $2.5 million. Even those big anchors rarely encountered such a situation, let alone a small anchor like her. Just before she went off the air, there was already a guild contacting her, saying that they wanted to package her and then give her a hit. Contacting 2 somewhat famous anchors to link up and stimulate this match Big Brother. And with the Big Brother's boozy nature, maybe a one-time reward of tens of millions is possible. The temperament of these Big Brothers. The guild is touching everything. What do Big Brothers care about the most? Of course it's face. Absolutely can't lose face in front of their favorite anchor. As long as they seize this point, they can make these Big Brothers keep brushing gifts. Of course the purpose of the guild's list is to cut leaks. She can't get any money, and will even ask for a share of the leaks. But Li Shuiwei refused. She didn't want to pit Lindong's money in such a human way. And in the end, she was threatened by the other party, saying that she would not be able to mix in the anchor world. Li Shuiwei also did not know if she would regret doing this, let alone if Lindong was just on a whim. There was also the share of more than $1 million. And she had to think about how to use it wisely to improve her family's conditions. So she was destined to lose sleep tonight. And at this time, Lindong's WeChat friend circle was even more lively. The comments on the Linjiang night scene that Lindong had posted had already reached hundreds of comments. It's really because he took this shot from such a great angle that basically at a glance, he could tell that it was taken in a house above the 30th floor of the Jiangnan International Mansion. Jiangnan International Mansion, what place? The most expensive property in the entire Jiangnan province. A square meter of 200,000 to start. Any set of small homes are 50 million bottom. Linden actually posted pictures taken here. Comment 1, Linden. Where did you steal that picture? It's a nice angle. Comment 2, Donzi. Are you working part-time as a bellhop here? Can you introduce me here? Maybe I can make friends with the landlords here. Comment 3, Donzi. Have you been adopted by a rich woman here? Is there still a way out? Dude doesn't want to make an effort. The comments said everything. But just no one said if it was Lyndon who bought a house here. The next day when Lin Dong woke up it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Getting up and washing up. Then walking to the window and looking at the scenery of the neighboring river. Lin Dong still felt like he was dreaming. What are you doing today? Right. Going car shopping. Then it suddenly occurred to Lin Dong that I damn well don't know how to drive yet. What to do? Should we get a driver? Getting a chauffeur is not as good as driving yourself. And I need a chauffeur to buy a fucking sports car? Isn't that bullshit? Signing up for lessons now will take at least a month or so. Lin Dong felt that he simply could not wait for more than a month. Then Lin Dong thought as if there was a skill bar in the system where skills could be added freely. So Lin Dong opened the panel. There's another God's whole point. And last night I charged $10 million on Douyin. Which adds up to more than $500 million. So another God's whole point has gone up. Lyndon tapped the plus sign behind the skill point and then entered automobile driving. Immediately after that the system starts to load. A few seconds passed. Lin Dong felt that there was suddenly a lot more knowledge in his head. All of which was about automobile driving. Which is the brake? Which is the throttle? Which is the clutch? How to get started? How to put it in gear? How to turn? How to back up? It feels like you've driven it yourself. And it's clear as day. Lin Dong was excited. This system is amazing too. Now can't wait to have a car in front of him to try his hand at. Out of the international house. Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel again. Just as he reached the door, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. Mr. Lin. Breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong felt that this Zhao Xian was really okay and very measured. Last night on WeChat also brother called so intimate. Today come as Mr. Lin. This kind of public and private attitude was something that Lin Dong felt was very good. After finishing breakfast and walking out of the hotel, Zhao Xian purposely approached Lin Dong and whispered in his ear. Brother Lin Dong, don't forget our agreement. That exhalation of breath blowing in Lin Dong's ears really made his heart itch and he cursed in his heart. Demon! Lin Dong spent several $100,000 to change his outfit again. As the saying goes, a man depends on his clothes and a Buddha depends on his gold. Lin Dong did feel a bit refreshed after replacing his ground goods with a name brand. Plus he had added 4 divine magnificence points to his physique last night. The whole person looks much more refreshed. A far cry from yesterday. Live and let live a rich second-generation look. He wouldn't have been left hanging in the lobby for a few minutes yesterday if he'd worn this to buy a house. After changing his line, Lin Dong arrived at a Mercedes-Benz specialty store. After looking at a $3 million Mercedes Big G, you just pay and drive away. Because of the change in line, he didn't encounter any salesman looking down on him and then getting swiped in the face by him. Driving the newly purchased Mercedes-Benz Big G, Lin Dong did not feel rusty at all. And immediately felt that the system was really bullish. Now there's another problem though. The car can be driven. But the driver's license isn't there yet. How do you get a driver's license? No one he knew seemed to have that kind of ability. Zhao Xian? Lin Dong felt that Zhao Xian should be able to do it. After all, she was a lobby manager in an 8-star hotel. And all the people she knew should be relatively powerful. So he drove the car directly to the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hotel. And then he called Zhao Xian. Brother Lin Dong. You miss your sister so soon? Zhao Xian's magnetic voice came from the phone. Sister Xian. I want to ask you for a favor. Lin Dong directly opened the door and said. If there's anything you need from Sister Xian, just say it. And Sister Xian will never excuse herself if she can do it. Then can Sister Xian come out for an interview? I'm right in front of the hotel. On the left on a newly purchased Mercedes-Benz Big G that hasn't been licensed yet. Okay. Brother, wait for me. I'll be right out. Zhao Xian appeared outside Lin Dong's car in less than 5 minutes after hanging up the phone. Zhao Xian asked when she got on the passenger side. What favor does brother want his sister to do? I want to get a driver's license. Does Sister Xian have any contacts? Money is not a problem. Lin Dong said directly. Driver's license? Zhao Xian was a little puzzled in her heart. How could a super rich second generation like Lin Dong still not have a driver's license at this age? However, since the other party did not say, she would not ask. This shouldn't be too hard. When do you want it? Zhao Xian asked. The sooner the better. Then give me your ID and I'll take a picture. Yes. Lin Dong took out his ID card and handed it to Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian took it and then took a picture with her cell phone and sent it to someone else. Then dialed a phone number. Hello? Sis. I sent you a photo ID. Ask my brother-in-law to get me a driver's license. The sooner the better. Okay. I know. Thanks, sis. And thank your brother-in-law for me too. Zhao Xian hung up the phone and said to Lin Dong. I can get it in the afternoon at the earliest. Well. Thank you, Sister Xian. How much do you need? I'll transfer it to you. What, money or not? Since you call me Sister Xian, then don't be so polite with me. Alright then. Is Sister Xian free? Accompany me to a place. Lin Dong was no longer polite. When your brother meets, you have to become available even if you're not. Then Sister Xian, sit tight and let's go. Lin Dong started his car and left the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong brought Zhao Xian to a Porsche 4 store. As soon as the two entered, a pretty saleswoman greeted them. She watched as the two came down from a newly purchased Bentley Big G. Moreover, the clothes Lin Dong was wearing appeared to be a rich second generation. So very enthusiastically, he asked, Sir? Ma'am? May I ask if you're looking at a car? Right. Lin Dong replied. And what model would you like to see? Please? Is there a Porsche 911 in stock? Yes. Then show us. This way. Sir. The beautiful saleswoman led the two to the Porsche 911. Right now we have two other cars in stock. One red and one black. Which one would you like to see, please, sir? Lin Dong casually swept a glance and said, I want this red one. Invoice me directly. Ha! The beautiful saleswoman was a bit baffled. Buying it directly before even looking at it? Simply trenchant. Won't you look at it? Sir? Didn't you look at it? It's this red one. It's quite nice. The beautiful sales in here for so long. The first time to see this kind of car, buyers. Just take a look at the exterior. Do not even look at the interior, directly invoice. Then sir, please follow me. Then he brought the two to the front desk and began to introduce the car's performance to Lin Dong. Sir, this red Porsche 911 is the latest top-of-the-line sports car with a 6-cylinder, horizontally opposed, twin-turbocharged engine. Before he could finish his introduction, he was interrupted by Lin Dong. All right. No need for an introduction. Just directly report how much it costs. May I ask what options you need? Go straight for the best. Then please wait a moment while I do the math. 2 minutes later. Sir, the total is 3,280,000. After paying the money, the two sat on a couch in the lobby and waited for the staff to do the paperwork. Zhao Xian thought that when Lin Dong came to buy a car, he should have asked her to help drive it. After all, It was impossible for a person to drive 2 cars back. Although she did not know why Lin Dong chose the red one. But she still suggested it. Brother Lin Dong. It doesn't seem like it's suitable for you to drive if you picked the red one. Why don't you want that black one? I think that one is more suitable for you to drive. It's not like it's for me. It's for you. I think that Sister Xian. You driving the red one is more in line with your temperament. Lin Dong smiled back. Buy it for me? Brother Lin Dong. You are not joking? Zhao Xian asked with some shock. Do I look like I'm joking? This is for you. Sister Xian. No, no, no. This is too expensive. I can't have it. Zhao Xian hastily refused. Sister Xian. Since you call me your brother, don't be so polite with me. You also know that this amount of money is nothing to me. It's just the money for 2 meals. If you refuse, then can we still have fun in the future? Well, then thank you, brother Lin Dong. Zhao Xianheart is also happy. She is still driving a more than 100,000 yuan of mobility scooter. Her annual salary is only 5 or 600,000 like. Every month rent, clothes, cosmetics will account for half of her salary. There is still a brother who just graduated from the university without a job at home. The rest of her money basically all sent home. So don't look at her. She looks glamorous. But she actually has no savings at all and can't afford a luxury car like this. And a red Porsche 911. A model that any woman would love. Beauty sales just walked behind them. Heard their conversation. Looked at Zhao Xian's gaze. It was called an envy and jealousy hate. She also want to have such a trenchant brother. Casually give out more than $3 million of luxury cars. Without blinking an eye. Sir, please provide your identity. Or ID number. And we'll get you insured and registered. Sister Xian. Use yours. Lin Dong said as he looked at Zhao Xian. Brother Lin Dong. This isn't too good. Although Lin Dong said that this car was bought for her, Zhao Xian thought that it was just for her to drive. But I did not expect that now the registration is directly on her head. In that case, this car would really belong to her in the future. And at this moment, Zhao Xian was completely and somewhat dazed by this sudden egg. Didn't I just say it was for you? Did you think I was joking? That is fine. Brother Lin Dong. Thank you so much. Zhao Xian still handed the ID card to the beautiful saleswoman. After about 10 minutes or so, the beautiful saleswoman came back over. Sir, the paperwork is done. Here are the keys as well as the information. You can take the car now. Sister Xian. Take it. Go away. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he got up and left. Zhao Xian took the information and keys and went to drive. The 2 cars were traveling down the road one behind the other. Shortly after driving out, Lin Dong, who was walking in front, received a call from Zhao Xian. Brother Lin Dong. Where are we going now? Dinner at a hotel. If now? I'm not really hungry yet. Though. I'm not hungry either. Zhao Xian said. Then go sit at my house? Lin Dong asked. Yeah. The 2 of them arrived at the Jiangnan International Mansion together. And after parking their cars, they walked together towards the first building. Jiangnan International Mansion's big name. Zhao Xian is naturally also heard. And from her workplace and so close. Every time she passes by here, she looks at the eyes of this place is also full of envy. Dreaming of owning a house here. It's a bit of a distant dream. But it's nice to come in and check it out. Entering the elevator of Building 1. The 2 of them came directly to the 27th floor. Even though Zhao Xian had already prepared herself mentally when she came in, She was still a bit stunned by the extravagance in front of her. This beautiful chandelier overhead. This whole wall of floor-to-ceiling windows in the hall. Facing the river. This sofa. This TV. This mural. Each and every one of them is extremely luxurious. Living in such a luxurious house every day. Zhao Xian felt willing to live 10 years less. Sit. Lin Dong made Zhao Xian sit down and poured her another cup of water. Brother Lin Dong. This house of yours is really beautiful. The night view of Linjiang from here must be very beautiful. Zhao Xian asked as she pointed at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. It's okay. You can come by any time if you want. Really? Zhao Xian asked with some uncertainty. Of course. By the way. Where are you from? Sister Xian? I'm from Yunchang. And I've been working in Jiangchang for 3 or 4 years. So you bought a house here in River City? Nope. The housing prices in Jiangchang are so high. I don't know when I can afford it. Zhao Xian sighed. With Sister Xian's salary, there shouldn't be any pressure to mortgage a house in Jiangchang. Lin Dong asked with some doubts. In fact, I don't have a high salary. And my parents and younger brother need to be burdened. I rent my own house. Buying clothes and cosmetics are not small expenses. I can't save any money at all. Zhao Xian said with a somewhat despondent voice. Then why don't you move in with me? I can't live in such a big house. So you can still save a little on rent. Lin Dong did not know why he said so. According to reason, he and Zhao Xian had only known each other for 2 days. So inviting someone over to live with them must be a bit abrupt. But he just said it. And there was still some hidden anticipation in his heart. In fact, Lin Dong did not know that he used to be very humble with Zhang Shan and basically listened to Zhang Shan. He rarely had a say. But it was different with Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, no matter what she said or did, was all about him. And she had to ask for his opinion on everything she did. Men. Who doesn't have some machismo? Who doesn't want a woman to be their main focus? So Zhao Xian's way of doing things and talking instinctively let Lin Dong very comfortable. Subconsciously like and Zhao Xian together. Is this good? Zhao Xian asked with some hesitation. Although she said this on her lips, she was excited in her heart. As long as she moved over, she would be considered to have hitched a ride on the big tree of Lin Dong. As for whether Lin Dong would do something out of the ordinary to her, she did not care at all and would even intentionally tempt Lin Dong. Women. Anyone can go through that day. Zhao Xian from childhood is a very thoughtful person. From high school to the university has been the school's school flower. Chasing her a lot of people, including a number of school grass-level characters and some rich and powerful rich second generation. But all were rejected by her. That is to say, Zhao Xian has not been in love until now. She knows what she wants. If she only wants to find a mediocre man to spend her life in the future, she can fall in love and talk about 10 or 8 of them without any problem. But she didn't want to be like this. She wanted to realize her own value. She wanted to change her own destiny. Change her family's destiny. For those who could realize the value of her life in the future. The difference between what others had used and what was original was completely the difference between heaven and earth. So she had not fallen in love. Waiting for this day, Lin Dong was the goal to realize the value of her life. As long as she climbed the tree of Lin Dong, she did not need to climb to the top of the tree. But only to the first section of the branches was enough. She had also never thought of marrying a super-rich second generation like Lin Dong. The family of such a person would find him a door-to-door marriage. She had put herself in the right place. And since she had decided to go down this path, she had never thought of getting married in her life. So when Lin Dong invited her to come over and live with him, she felt that the happiness had come too suddenly, somewhat making her unable to react. What's wrong with that? I can't live in such a big house anyway. It's good to have someone to talk to. Of course. If you have a boyfriend, just pretend I didn't say anything, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Lin Dong Dao. No, no. Where do I have any boyfriend? In fact, I am not afraid of Lin Dong brother's joke. I have never been in love since I grew up. I just think that this will not disturb you? Zhao Xian hurriedly said, fearing that Lin Dong would misunderstand. Never been in love? Impossible. Lin Dong thought in his heart, but said with his mouth, don't bother. I'm a person who likes to have a good time. Living alone in such a big house seems a bit empty. If you don't come, I'll get two from school to come over and join in the fun. Since brother Lin Dong said so, I'll thank you. Then I'll move over tomorrow? It's a deal. Do you need my help? No, no, no. I can do it myself. And besides, I don't have much. Alright then. You can now take a tour. And by the way, see which room you want to stay in. Choose whatever you want on this floor. I'll stay on the upper floor. Of course. It's fine if you want to stay up there. Sister Xian. But remember to keep the door closed at night. Lin Dong said somewhat flirtatiously. Brother Lin Dong. I live down here, also left the door open for you. You can come in any time. Zhao Xian said with a slightly charming voice. Goblin, ah goblin. Lin Dong said in his heart. Sister Xian. Didn't you want to ask me out for a swim? Anytime in the future. There's a pool right here upstairs. Great. Why don't we go now? Zhao Xian seduced. Ahem. Or forget it. Some other time. Lin Dong felt that his speech was not Zhao Xian's opponent at all. And Zhao Xian's half-lying posture now. That charming attitude. This woman was simply born charming. Lin Dong felt that if he said it again, his own little brother was going to raise his head. Zhao Xian stood up, walked over to Lin Dong, bent down and blew a breath in his ear and said, Then brother Lin Dong can ask me out anytime. Oh. I've already bought my swimsuit and I haven't had anyone to admire it yet. Lin Dong was so aroused by Zhao Xian that he really wanted to press this demon to the ground. But he still restrained himself and stood up, saying, Sister Xian, feel free to take a look. That. I'll go upstairs to get something. Later we'll go back to the hotel. Lin Dong red-faced and found an excuse to go upstairs. He really couldn't take it anymore. He now felt that inviting Zhao Xian over to live with him was a complete mistake. If he was teased like this every day, who could stand it? This is not to kill him? Zhao Xian stayed where she was and laughed daintily as she thought Lin Dong was too cute. Moreover, she could be sure that Lin Dong was mostly a chick. A super rich second generation like Lin Dong was actually a chick? Who would dare to believe that? Does Lin Dong have problems in that area? It can't be. If that's the case, then what's my advantage? How can I climb up this tree? It won't. It won't. Zhao Xian could only comfort herself silently in her heart. If Lin Dong knew what Zhao Xian was thinking right now, he would probably directly put her on the spot. Actually suspecting that I have problems in that area? Simply too insulting. Brother, let you see what is called one night 9 times lang. Go up to the top floor. Come to the bedroom. Linden threw her on the big luxurious bed. He had come up here to avoid Zhao Xian. This woman was too good at teasing people. Lin Dong could not stand it a bit. But he did not resent it at all. Take out your cell phone and open WeChat. I found out that the ones I posted yesterday of the night view of the Linjiang River had more than 100 comments. Lin Dong read a few of them. And they were basically all sarcastic. Just replied to a couple of the better connected ones. But didn't say they bought a house here. No one would believe me if they did. Returning to the chat interface, Lin Dong saw that several people had sent messages to him. Trisha sends good morning. There was another one sent by his cousin. This was his sister-in-law's eldest daughter. called Wang Li, 2 years younger than him, attending her freshman year in another city. They were very close. All 3 years of high school. The first 2 years at his sister-in-law's house. And only his senior year at his great-aunt's house. Because the pressure of senior high school is relatively high. And his sister-in-law has a naughty little son. Will affect his study. So he moved to live in his great-aunt's house. His great-aunt only has a daughter. 2 years older than Lin Dong. Has now graduated and worked. Wang Li, brother Lin Dong. Where did you take the picture? It's so beautiful. Lin Dong sent one back. Lin Dong, this Jiangcheng shot. If you think you like it. When you come over to Jiangcheng to play on vacation. Brother will take you to see it. Soon the other party replied. Really? Don't lie to me. Lin Dong, it's absolutely true. When has your brother Lin Dong ever lied to you? Wang Li, well then. It's a deal. I'll come over and look for you as soon as I'm on vacation. Linden, okay. Wang Li, brother Lin Dong. I'm now working as an anchor in Whale Live at Night. Remember to come and support me when you're not doing anything. Lin Dong, little girl. You still know how to broadcast live? Wang Li, brother Lin Dong. You're too low. The 4 of us in the dormitory are all playing live streaming. Not only is it fun, but we can also earn some living expenses. Lin Dong, then I'll come over tonight to check it out and add to your popularity. Wang Li, by the way. Brother Lin Dong. Are you still working part-time? I earned more than 3,000 last month from live streaming. My mom gave me another 15,000. I'll transfer 2,000 to you later. Take Sister Jiang Shan to eat something delicious. Lin Dong was a little touched by what he saw. Although they rarely saw each other after moving away from his sister-in-law's house in their second year of high school, the feelings were still there. Lin Dong, no need. Buy yourself more nice clothes to wear. When you come to Jiangcheng on vacation, brother will give you a surprise. Wang Li, what surprise? Linden, confidential. Wang Li, nasty. Brother Lin Dong. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to class. Bye. Linden, bye. Not long after, Lin Dong saw Wang Li transfer 2,000 from WeChat. Lin Dong thought about it for a moment, but still took it. I'll give you 1,000 times 10,000 times more gifts when I swipe you tonight. Lin Dong felt that it was about time and went downstairs, throwing Zhao Xian a key. If we can't take it anymore, we can't live here anymore. Can we? We'll buy another house. We don't have much, but we have a lot of money. In his mind, the two people have not established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship is not to mess around. We have to be a responsible man. Then the two were ready to go back to the Golden Leaf Hotel together. At this time, 33rd floor of the top floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Inside the chairman's office, Lu Xian, the general manager of Golden Leaf Hotel, was standing opposite a man in his 30s. The man sat in the seat belonging to the chairman of the board, half reclining, with both feet raised directly against the desk. This man was Yi Hong, the chairman of Golden Leaf Hotel and the largest shareholder of Golden Leaf Hotel. Lu Xian. Is there anything going on in the hotel recently? Yi Hong asked. He came to Jiangnan province on business and stopped by to take a look. This time it was an accident. Normally, he would only come once or twice a year. Yi Dong. Everything is going well with the hotel. The business volume is steadily increasing, compared to the same period last year by about 20%. Lu Xian replied. Not bad. Lu Xian. You did a good job. The end of the year bonus doubled. The hotel staff bonus increased by 50%. Thank you, Director Yi. Lu Xian bowed and said respectfully. Well, nothing else to report, so you go about your business. I'm just stopping by to take a look. I'll leave later. Yi Hong said casually. Lu Xian thought in his heart and said, Yi Dong, there is a thing to report to you. Yesterday there was a guest in the hotel to do a membership card. Directly charged 100 million. Oh? In your personal name or in the name of the company? Yi Hong came to be interested. On a personal basis. And he ate $1.5 million in one meal yesterday. And said he'd have the hotel prepare his meals for one person every day. All of them top of the line. And if he couldn't make it, he'd pour it out. Why do I sound like a thug? How old are you? The information shows 21 years old. Seems to be a student of Jiangnan University. 21? A student? Charging $100 million for dinner? Have you seen this guy? Yi Dong. I haven't seen it. He has been received by Zhao Xian, the lobby manager, yesterday. Then call Zhao Xian to me. Yes. Yi Dong. Lu Xian directly shouted over the intercom. Is Manager Zhao there? Please answer if you receive it. Not long after, a voice on the intercom replied. Mr. Lu. Manager Zhao went out in the morning and hasn't returned yet. Lu Xian quietly glanced at Yi Hong and said into the walkie-talkie. Do either of you know what she went for? I don't know. Didn't tell us. Lu Xian stopped talking and looked at Yi Hong and said. Yi Dong. I'll call her right now. Yi Hong said expressionlessly. No need. We'll just wait here and see when she comes back. Lu Xian. Not being in the hotel during working hours and going out at will without greeting. How do you manage that? I'm sorry. Yi Dong. It's my dereliction of duty. I'll definitely strengthen my management and completely reorganize the hotel. Lu Xian replied carefully. At this moment, his heart is also some anger. This Zhao Xian, what is going on? Usually the work is quite outstanding. How in this critical moment dropped the chain, causing him to be criticized? Neither of them said anything. Yi Hong was playing with his cell phone with his head down, while Lu Xian stood. He didn't dare to move. He could only hope that Zhao Xian would come back soon. The two returned to the hotel. Lin Dong directly went to the private room where he was eating. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, went straight to General Manager Lu Xian's office. And when she was just at the front desk, someone had already told her that General Manager Lu was looking for her. After realizing that the General Manager of the office was not there, Zhao Xian took out her walkie-talkie and shouted. Mr. Lu. Hello? I am Zhao Xian. I am in front of your office door at the moment. May I ask where you are? Lu Xian and the chairman of the ramming station feet are a little numb. Finally the intercom came Zhao Xian's voice. So he returned. Zhao Xian. Come to the chairman's office. Zhao Xian was shocked when she heard Lu Xian asking her to go to the chairman's office. And the tone of Mr. Zhao's speech sounded a bit off. Let her go to the chairman's office must be the chairman of the board of directors to come. This chairman of the board of directors Yi is a mysterious figure. She came to work in the hotel for more than 3 years. That is, every year in the annual meeting can see a side. This time it is surprising that suddenly want to see her. And then it happens to be that she is still not in the hotel at work time. If this matter is not handled well, she may even lose her job. Lin Dong has not yet grasped the situation there. And this will be troublesome if she loses her job. Zhao Xian hurried toward the chairman's office. A few minutes later, came to the door of the chairman's office. Knock. Knock. Zhao Xian knocked twice on the office door. Come in. Came a deep voice from inside. Zhao Xian pushed the door in and saw General Manager Lu Xian standing. Opposite him sat Chairman Yi Hong. Yi Dong. Mr. Lu. Hello. I'm Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian closed the door and walked over and said shakily. Yi Hong saw Zhao Xian came in after the self-introduction. Carefully observed Zhao Xian. Very beautiful. The body is also very good. The work clothes worn on the body can show the charm of professional women. I did not think that the hotel has such a good woman. Do lobby manager seems to be a little talented. Manager Zhao. Leaving your post privately during working hours without even saying hello. How did you get into this lobby manager position? Yi Hong inquired somewhat sternly. Zhao Xian heard Yi Hong chastise him as soon as he arrived. Her heart was even more nervous. The aura emanating from these superiors made her a little overwhelmed. But she still explained. I'm sorry. Yi Dong. I left the hotel privately this time to accompany a client. Accompanying customers? When did our hotel need a lobby manager to accompany customers? Is it because of the hotel's needs or because you personally want to climb up these people? Yi Hong said with sharp language. He knew very well these women who wanted to fly up the branch and become a phoenix. And would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. And apparently he felt that Zhao Xian was also this kind of person. Originally just saw Zhao Xian's moment. His impression of Zhao Xian is quite good. But heard her say to go to accompany the customer. He thought Zhao Xian is the kind of woman. Because they often play like this. Accompanied by the customer. Accompanied by eating, accompanied by drinking, accompanied by sleeping are called accompanied. Yi Dong. You can punish me and fire me, but please don't insult me. Today it was because Mr. Lin wanted to buy a car and he drove a car to it, so he asked me to help him to go and get the car back. And Mr. Lin is our hotel's VIP, so that's why I went. Zhao Xian said with some anger. Zhao Xian was a little aggravated. Yi Hong completely viewed her as a whore that she could fuck if she had money. This was unacceptable to her. At least her body was still clean now. She was already 27 this year. And in this society full of temptation. It wasn't easy for a woman as beautiful as her to resist the temptation to stick it out this far. Who is Mr. Lin? Yi Hong asked. It should be the VIP who recharged 100 million yesterday. This time it was Lu Xian who replied. Where is he now? Mr. Lin is currently dining in private room number 3. This time it was Zhao Xian who returned. Come on. Let's go together to meet this VIP for a while and see if what you said is true. Manager Zhao. Yi Hong finished speaking and got up to walk out of the office. Lu Xian and Zhao Xian hurriedly followed behind. Lin Dong was eating the world's finest food in a private room. It's great to have money. All this food, which he had never dreamed of before, was now half eaten and half poured by him. He was in the middle of eating when the door to the booth was pushed open. Lin Dong thought it was Zhao Xian who had come and said, Sister Xian, you come and have some too. Then he turned his head but saw a man in his 30s walking in. Zhao Xian walking at its end. Zhao Xian in front of another man in his 40s or 50s. In addition to Zhao Xian, the other two he did not recognize. However, seeing that Zhao Xian's face was a little ugly and her eyes were slightly red, Lin Dong had a number in his heart. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the owner here. Yi Hong. May I ask if Mr. Lin is still satisfied with the ingredients and service here? If there are any needs, just ask and we will definitely satisfy Mr. Lin. Yi Hong came to Lin Dong and said politely. He was quite interested in Lin Dong. Being able to take out $100 million to eat and drink. And being so young. He must be a rich second generation. There was no harm in getting to know him and making a friend. He was a businessman. More friends, more ways. The Golden Leaf Hotel was only one of his industries. He also operated many other businesses at the same time. And in the future, he might be able to cooperate with Lin Dong. Or the family behind Lin Dong. Hello, Boss Yi. I'm still quite satisfied with this place. As long as you're satisfied. I heard that, Mr. Lin is still a senior student at Jiangnan University? Really young and promising. Yi Hong said with some compliments. Yes. But young and talented even. I still know myself how many pounds I am. Mr. Lin is modest. Jiangnan University is one of the top 5 universities in the country. Those who can enter and study in it will all be elites in various industries in the future. This is my business card. If Mr. Lin needs me in any way, you can give me a call. Yi Hong handed a golden business card to Lin Dong. Boss Yi. I want to ask you something. Lin Dong said as he took the business card. Mr. Lin, please. Are you selling this hotel? Huh? Yi Hong was a bit confused by the question. It wasn't just Yi Hong. Lu Xian and Zhao Xin behind him were also dumbfounded. Mr. Lin is joking. Yi Hong said with a smile. Do I look like I'm joking? If you sell this hotel, I will buy it. What's a joke about it? Lin Dong said in a serious manner. Does Mr. Lin know that this hotel cost over $10 billion just to build in the first place? Not counting the land. Mr. Lin is sure you want to buy it? Sure. Name a price if you're selling. Or forget it if you're not. Yi Hong stared at Lin Dong for a while. He felt a bit unable to see through this kid who was more than 10 years younger than him. Charging $100 million to eat, drink and have fun was just a matter of course. And now he was directly asking him if the hotel was for sale? There are quite a few people who can take out a few $100 million in cash. But there are not many people who can take out tens of billions in cash. And even if the family behind Lin Dong had hundreds of billions in assets, they would not let him play like this. Could it be the heirs of those hidden great families? Only these people, I'm afraid, would dare to play like this. Yi Hong thought secretly in his heart. It's not impossible if Mr. Lin really wants to buy it. But I'll need to discuss it with a few other directors. After all, I don't own this hotel alone. But I'll remind Mr. Lin first. We want cash. Then you ask. Answer me as soon as you finish asking. Lin Dong said with an indifferent face. All right then. Mr. Lin, please dine first. I'll give you an answer later. Yi Hong turned around and left the private room after saying that. Lu Xian followed suit. Zhao Xian was about to leave as well, but was called back by Lin Dong. Sister Xian. Wait a moment. I have something to say to you. Zhao Xian thought about it and decided to stay. The job could be not wanted, but the big tree of Lin Dong must be hugged. Just now when Lin Dong said that he wanted to buy this hotel, she was really shocked for a moment. This was tens of billions of dollars and it was still cash. If Lin Dong really bought it, judging by their relationship over the past 2 days, he would definitely not dismiss her. And there might even be a chance for a promotion. She was now really hoping that her boss would sell the hotel to Lin Dong. And that Lin Dong really had the strength to buy it. She had already hung up on her boss. And it was hard to say whether she would be able to keep her job if she didn't change her boss. Yi Hong returned to the office, took out his cell phone and opened WeChat, sending a message in a small group of only 4 people. Brothers, someone wants to buy our Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangcheng. Is it for sale? Soon a man named Chen Dongsheng responded. Chen Dongsheng, who is it? So luxurious. Yi Hong, a college student named Lin Dong, is attending college in Jiangcheng. Liang Jia, college students? Old Yi. You're not being fooled. A college student can come up with tens of billions of dollars to buy our hotel? Chen Dongsheng, I feel the same way. Yi Hong, do I look like someone who can be fooled so easily? Li Bin, like. Yi Hong, I'm not joking with you guys. Seriously. Are you selling or not? Others are still waiting for me to write back. Chen Dongsheng, it depends on you. You are the biggest shareholder. Yi Hong, your shares add up to more than me. If I'm going to say sell and unite and say no, then I have no recourse. Liang Jia, he really wants to buy it? What's this guy's origin? Are you sure he has the strength? Yi Hon shouldn't be wrong. Only yesterday he filled up $100 million membership card in the hotel to eat and drink. Liang Jia, in that case it shouldn't be for fun. What do you guys think he is? So young to come up with so much cash. Chen Dongxing, it's possible that it's the heirs of those hidden families. Li Bin. Tell me. Haven't you come into contact with those heirs? Li Bin, if he can really come up with tens of billions of cash to eat the Golden Leaf Hotel, basically can be sure that it is those people. They are all put out first to suffer and exercise. And after the time is up, they will take over a part of the family's industry. Yi Hon, how about an investigation? Li Bin, never. If you're found out, you'll die without even knowing how. Yi Hon, is it that powerful? What kind of society is it now? Aren't you making a bit of a fuss? Li Bin, there are some things that you haven't touched. You don't know the depths of it. And their energy is a little scary. I'll bring you guys to see it when I have the chance. Liang Jia, I've long wanted to see how awesome these so-called hidden people really are. Li Dongsheng, me too. Yi Hon, okay. Is the Golden Leaf Hotel still for sale? Li Bin, what's he offering? Yi Hon, he asked me to make an offer. Li Bin, what about you too? It doesn't matter to me. You guys just decide. And there's no shortage of money. If the deal really works out, I'd like to get to know this person. Liang Jia, I think 18 billion words can be sold. When the hotel all get well is also about 12 billion. These years also back a few billion. Sell at 18 billion. But also almost double the profit. It happens to be on my side. There is a good project. We can put the money into this. Yi Hon, what project? Liang Jia, it has not yet been implemented. After the implementation of the time we find a time to get together. Face to face. Chen Dongsheng, I think it's fine. Lao Yi. You directly report 20 billion to him. If he haggles, keep it to 18 billion. Any lower and say it's not for sale. Yi Hon, that's good. I'll directly offer 20 billion to see what he says. Go first. I'll give you a reply later. After discussing the matter, Yi Hon was ready to go downstairs to give Lin Dong a quote. Golden Leaf Hotel. Number 3 private room. Zhao Xian stayed behind and asked Lin Dong. Brother Lin Dong. Do you really want to buy the hotel? I am going to buy it. But I am afraid that your boss will not sell it. What is your boss's origin? Lin Dong asked. I'm not sure. Yi Dong seldom comes to the hotel. In previous years it was the time of the annual meeting that he would show up. I heard that he has a lot of other companies. And the Golden Leaf Hotel is just one of his. So mysterious? That's probably a bit difficult. He shouldn't be that bad. Lin Dong said. That much? 20 to 30 billion dollars and that's all you're talking about? Is this the circle of the super rich? It's horrible. Zhao Xian was about to be numb. She had been working in this highest class hotel in Jiangnan for 3 or 4 years. And with her own advantages. She had met a lot of customers and made a lot of friends. And several of them were worth billions of dollars and tens of billions of dollars. And she felt that she was about to get close to this circle. As a result, Lin Dong gave him a lesson in these 2 days. It turned out that she was exposed to only the tip of the iceberg and the tip of the iceberg. In front of these real super rich people. Maybe an interest. Or a whim. Tens of billions of dollars will be spent. Those so-called billionaires she knows who are worth billions of dollars. In front of Lin Dong and Yi Dong and these people. It is estimated that they cannot even be counted as little brothers. And the money that other people spend with a casual remark is several times your entire worth. How do you compare? It's not even in the same league. When Zhao Xian thought of this, the look she gave Lin Dong was even more springy. This is the ideal man in her heart. Although young, but impeccable temperament. Casually eat a meal to talk about tens of billions of dollars of business. Quite some ancient monarchs pointing out the flavor of the mountains. If Lin Dong were to know Zhao Xian's thoughts, he would probably laugh his big teeth off. An impeccable temperament? And the king points the way? I just got dumped by my girlfriend 2 days ago for a $10,000 bag. And I'm a poor loser with $1,000 left. In this materialistic society, as long as a normal person suddenly has such inexhaustible wealth, he is expected to have a good temperament. And I am afraid that he is even more playful than I am. Zhao Xian looked at Lin Dong, who was eating for a while, withdrew her own eyes full of spring love and said, "Not necessarily. But all commodities have a price. If Lin Dong's younger brother offers a high price, Yi Dong will definitely sell. Yi Dong is a shrewd businessman. Being able to maximize profits is what he is about." Hearing Sister Xian analyze it like this, that's really possible. Come. Sister Xian, don't stand. Sit down and eat some. If this hotel is bought, let you manage it, Lin Dong said casually while eating. Zhao Xian heard Lin Dong's words. Her brain buzzed and shook, and she nearly fainted. What did Lin Dong just say? Buy this hotel and let her manage it? Make her the general manager? Don't look at her now as the lobby manager. And with the general manager is just a word difference. But the status and treatment is not a level at all. A difference of several grades. General Manager Lu Xian, but in addition to Yi Dong and a few directors, in addition to the largest official. Yi Dong is not here. He is the emperor of the land. The annual salary plus bonuses is in the 10 million upwards. She is only how much money a year? Now Lin Dong was actually saying that he would buy the hotel and make her the general manager? Wouldn't that be a step up? Brother Lin Dong is joking with me. Right. Zhao Xian said with some giddiness. What's the joke? How come everyone thinks I'm talking in jest? Didn't I say, if your boss gives you a hard time, I'll buy the hotel and make you the boss? And looking at your red eyes when you just walked in the door, you must have been caught by your boss going out with me in the morning. When Zhao Xian heard this, her eyes instantly reddened again, and her tears began to flow uncontrollably. But this time it was different from just now. Just now it was aggrieved. Now it was touched and happy. Brother Lin Dong, we've only known each other for 2 days. Why are you treating me so well? Giving me a car. Letting me live in such a luxurious house for free. And now even buying the hotel to promote me. Zhao Xian said with a slightly choked voice. Lin Dong turned his head as he heard Zhao Xian's voice was not right. Sister Xian, why are you crying? Just as Lin Dong was about to say something, the door of the private room was pushed open. Zhao Xian hastily adjusted her state and stood to the side. Yi Hong walked in, Lu Xian still following him. Just now, Lu Xian had followed Yi Hong to the door of the chairman's office. And now he was following him down. There is no way. Now is the moment to decide his fate. The hotel may be about to change the boss. The boss changed, he can still sit in the position of general manager? With Zhao Xian and this Lin Dong's relationship, it is estimated to be difficult enough. He is now in the position of the annual salary of 6 million. Plus bonuses of 10 million or so. And Yi Dong long years are not in the hotel. Here is his world. Covertly fishing for a little oil and water. And a few million. Such a good job nowhere to find. These years he used the power in his hands, not less subterfuge those who want to climb up the waitress. And even gave Zhao Xian several times hints. But were Zhao Xian ignored? If not, Zhao Xian work ability is really strong. As early as to get rid of her. At this point he could only pray that this deal wouldn't go through. Or else the good times would really be over. Lu Xian, you and manager Zhao go out for a while. I'll talk to Mr. Lin about something. Yi Hong said to Lu Xian, who followed him in after entering. Yes. Yi Dong. Yes. Yi Dong. Lu Xian and Zhao Xian replied at the same time. Then he left the booth. Mr. Lin. Do you really want to buy this hotel? Yi Hong asked after sitting down. Of course. Boss Yi. As long as you want to sell. I want to buy. Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin. I've just discussed this with a few shareholders. If you really want to buy this hotel, let's give this price. What do you think? Yi Hong said and made a scissors gesture with his hand. 20 billion? Yes. Mr. Lin. You also know that this hotel is located in the most prosperous section of Jiangchang, which is also the most prosperous section of Jiangnan. The decoration is also according to the highest standards. And the profits are gradually increasing every year. So it's definitely not a loss to buy it at this price. Okay. $20 billion then. But I don't know much about this aspect of the handover. So you can contact Zhao Xian directly. She will be the general manager here from now on. Lin Dong said indifferently. It's only 20 billion. It's a big deal. In fact, he'd spent $200 before without so much as a whimper. Painful. Since Mr. Lin agrees, it's settled. But the handover procedure is a bit tedious. It might take a week or so. And according to the rules, Mr. Lin needs to pay a 10% deposit. And if the deal fails because of your side, Mr. Lin, we won't refund the deposit. Yes. Yi Hong took out his cell phone and made a call. Soon a voice came on the phone. Hello? Yi Dong? I'm Zhou Wenhua. What are your instructions? The person who answered the phone was Wenhua Zhou, the finance director of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Director Zhou. Come to the third private room. Yi Hong said into the phone. Okay. Yi Dong, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Zhou Wenhua said back. 10 minutes later. There was a knock at the door. Come in. Lu Xian, you guys also come in together. Yi Hong said. The door to the private room opened in Zhou Wenhua. Lu Xian and Zhao Xian entered the private room together. Let's announce one thing first. Mr. Lin and I have reached an intention. Golden Leaf Hotel will be transferred to Mr. Lin for $20 billion. Director Zhou is ready to receive the deposit and open a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week. Yi Hong said as he looked at the three people. The three men, on the other hand, had different expressions when they heard the news. Zhou Wenhua face indifferent. He is an old man beside Yi Hong. Not only as the financial director of the Golden Leaf Hotel, but also has a position in other places. The Golden Leaf Hotel sold instead to ease his burden. Lu Xian, on the other hand, has a dead look on his face. He is the senior professional manager Yi Hong hired from the headhunter company. Although it is easy to find other jobs after losing the job here, but it is difficult to find such a good one. There was no one happier than Zhao Xian, who was now flushed red with excitement. And it was a sight to behold. Zhou Wenhua provided Lin Dong with an account number. And Lin Dong directly transferred a 10% deposit of $2 billion into it in exchange for a receipt opened by Zhou Wenhua. After completing the transfer of the deposit, basically there was no more suspense in this deal. And Yi Hong's eyes were looking at Lin Dong a little differently. According to Li Bin said, this kid can take out so much cash to buy the hotel. Must be those hidden family children. This part of the people Yi Hong understand not much. They are a little mysterious. And the energy is a little scary. Less than a certain level simply cannot be contacted. It is said that these people can be more than just rich, so simple. At this time Lin Dong said, Boss Yi, I am still a student. I don't have so much time to handle the handover. You can directly find Sister Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here in the future. Director Zhou. Just do what Mr. Lin said. Yi Hong said to Zhou Wenhua. Yes. Yi Dong. Then Yi Hong said to Lin Dong. Mr. Lin. The deal has been reached. Then we are also considered friends. Calling boss Yi is too formal. My name is Yi Hong. I'm a few years older than you. So I'll take advantage of you. How about calling me Brother Yi? Since Brother Yi said so. Then you shouldn't address me as Mr. Lin. Call me Elder Brother Lin. Ha ha. Good. Lin old brother is really a pain in the ass. In the future if you arrive in Lake City, be sure to contact Brother Yi me. Or let me do a little landlord friendship. Brother Yi, don't worry. I will definitely look for you when I arrive in Lake City. Lin Dong said. When he thought of his sister-in-law's cousin Wan Li, wasn't she attending college in Lake City? In the future, there might really be something he needs to help. Then Brother Yi won't bother you. I have to rush back to Huqing in the afternoon. Old Brother Lin. Remember, when you arrive in Huqing, be sure to look for me. Brother Yi. I'm also considered to have 3 thin faces in Huqing. Definitely. Yi Hong left, followed by Zhou Wenhua as well as Lu Xian. Zhao Xian, on the other hand, stayed behind, knowing that in the future she would have to serve the young, unlikable boss in front of her. Sister Xian, I will leave this hotel to you in the future. Lin Dong said to Zhao Xian, who stayed behind. Don't worry, Lin Dong. I will definitely not fail your expectations and manage the hotel well. The office of the chairman of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Yi Hong and Lu Xian are inside. Lu Xian. The hotel is about to change its owner. If you want to continue to stay and work, I can talk to old brother Lin. Even if you can't be the general manager, it's still possible to be a department manager. Lu Xian heard Yi Hong actually want to let him stay as department manager. He cannot afford to lose this person. And then again, the department manager and general manager status is a huge difference, not to mention. The treatment is the difference between heaven and earth. And hasten to say, Yi Dong, I don't want to work here when you leave. I want to follow you. Lu Xian, I don't have a suitable position for you here for the time being. So why don't I send you your annual salary for this year? And you can find another job. How? Yi Dong, the contract we signed can still be several years away. You can't leave me behind like this. Lu Xian said with some urgency. Lu Xian, I've said my words to this point. Why don't you understand? Do you want me to make it clear? You think I'm not clear about what you've done in the past few years? Just you haven't touched my bottom line. So I turn a blind eye. Really, if you hold on to it. On the things you have committed to say big, but also enough for you to be sentenced to a decade or 8 years. Lu Xian heard Yi Hong said so. Scared cold sweat. These years he thought he did something a little hidden. And against such a billions of dollars of annual water flow of the hotel. Simply inconspicuous. I did not think that actually known by the boss. Lu Xian wiped the cold sweat on his head and said. Yi Dong. I know. I'll pack up and leave right away. You've kind of worked for me for a few years. Go find Director Zhou and collect your annual salary for this year before you leave. Thank you, Yi Dong. Lu Xian finished and left the room. Lin Dong left the hotel and prepared to buy a sports car. But after turning around a few times, he realized that there wasn't a single one he liked. They were all mass-produced cars. And the slightly more expensive ones weren't in stock and needed to be reserved. After buying a laptop and some changes of designer clothes, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Laying on the leather couch, he checked his system and had 20 more godly points. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999997892598996. Physical fitness, 19, weak, plus. Spirit, 28, normal, plus. Skills, automobile driving skills, introductory, plus. Shenandoah points, 20. Physique is up to 19 points. But it's still weak. The spirit remains at 28 points. An additional entry-level automobile driving skill has been added to the skill bar. Lin Dong added another 11 divine magnificence points to his body. The physique went up to 30 points at once. And had gone from weak to normal. Persistent body heat. A full minutes later the lower slowly waned. Lin Dong added another 6 divine magnificence points to spirit. And spirit became 34 points from the original 28 points. It instantly felt cool in the head. Seems to have really gotten smart. All 3 remaining points are added to automobile driving skills. After doing this, Lin Dong felt some sweat on his body and came to the 28th floor. Jumping directly into the crystal clear pool after taking off his clothes. What a blast! Lin Dong swam a few round trips in the pool and sighed as he lay on his back by the side of the pool. Climbing up to the side of the pool, Lin Dong saw a huge mirror. And when he approached it, a person was printed inside. This is me? Lin Dong was a bit in disbelief. It was really that although the character in this mirror still had his face, his body could be said to be a completely different person. Although the previous Lin Dong was handsome, his body was thin and weak and could not support his height of close to 1 meter 8. But the person in the mirror has got a body line where there is still a sense of thinness. This is full of strength. After freezing for a while, Lin Dong came back to his senses and said, "This system is truly invincible." After changing into a newly purchased designer outfit, Lin Dong came back to this huge mirror, in which the Lin Dong that was reflected in it was completely a top-notch high-flying handsome man with good looks, a well-proportioned body, and a mind at home. With that look, it's more than enough to be a gigolo, Lin Dong said in a very pretentious manner. All male friends, please keep an eye on your girlfriends, sisters, and sister-in-laws because brother is going out. Ha ha. Evening. Lin Dong walked into the Golden Leaf Hotel with a high and handsome stride. Hello Lin Dong. Hello Lin Dong. The 4 beautiful welcome guests at the entrance greeted Lin Dong with eyes full of adoration. Now the hotel basically spread the word that Lin Dong is going to be the owner of the hotel. Zhao Xian has already started to take over the affairs of the general manager. And the former general manager Lu Xian has already rolled away. After Lin Dong walked into the hall, the 4 welcoming sisters began to talk. Lin Dong is so young and handsome. Yeah. Handsome and rich. It's simply a dream lover for me and others. You slutty hoof. Lin Dong doesn't look at you. How do you know? Just in case Lin Dong likes me just like that. Che. Lin Dong likes the likes of manager Zhao. Don't you know that you'll get tired of always eating the same dishes? If one day Lin Dong wants a change of flavor, our sister's chance will come. Lin Dong did not hear the murmurs behind him. And after arriving at the hall, Zhao Xian greeted him. Sister Xian. Why are you still here? Didn't they make you the general manager? Didn't go to handover? Lin Dong asked with some doubts. Lin Dong. I've taken over the general manager's affairs. I've come all the way here to greet you. Here's your driver's license. Zhao Xian handed Lin Dong a small book. Thanks. Sister Xian. You go about your business. I'll leave after I finish eating. By the way, ask your sister and your brother-in-law when they're free. I'd like to treat them to a meal to thank them. Okay. I'll ask them then. I'm really busy right now. And I don't know a lot of things very well. So I won't accompany you. Dong Lin. Zhao Xian called a receptionist to lead Lin Dong to dinner and left herself. Lin Dong. Please. The little sister at the front desk respectfully said to him. I can find it. You don't have to go. Lin Dong. We've already changed the private room for you today, or let me take you there. The little sister at the front desk said. Change the booth? Why change? Lin Dong asked. Dong Lin? You were the hotel's VIP yesterday. So you used private room number 3. But today you're the hotel's chairman now. And the chairman's special private room is number 1. The little sister at the front desk explained. Alright then. Lead the way in front. Lin Dong also no longer dwelled on it. After dinner, Lin Dong made a few more rounds in Jiangcheng. Although it was almost dark, Jiangcheng is a city that never sleeps. And many stores don't close until 12 o'clock at night. But Lin Dong still didn't find his favorite sports car. And only learned about it after inquiring. Limited edition sports cars are basically gone as soon as they are released. They don't trickle down to Ford's stores at all. And are only available at some of the top dealerships for a lot more than the release price. Lin Dong thought about it. It seemed that the only person he knew who had a way in was Yi Hong, the former owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel. So he made a call to Yi Hong. Soon the call was answered. Elder brother Lin. You came to Huqing so soon? Yi Hong's voice rang out over the phone. Brother Yi. I'm still in Jiangcheng. But I have something I want to ask you to do me a favor. I want to buy a global limited edition sports car. Do you have any contacts? Lin Dong asked. Elder brother Lin also likes to collect limited edition sports cars? Yi? What man doesn't like cars? Ha ha. Also right. Lin old brother. You are asking the right person. I happen to open a car dealership with a friend, specializing in selling some used cars. Yi Hong did partner with friends to open a car dealership. But his car dealership sells some of the top models. Below 10 million simply do not see. That dares to be good. Ye help me to see some suitable for me to use. Lin old brother. I have here a Bugatti Flying Dragon limited edition supercar released 3 years ago. Only 8 units in the world. At that time the release price was $16 million. But because it is a limited edition, the price is a little bit upward. At about $80 million. What do you think? Yes. Ye have any pictures? Send me too. I'll take a look. Okay. I'll send it to you later. I think this car is quite suitable for you. If you want to drive this car into Jiangnan University, it's definitely pushy. Ha ha. Still you understands me. So I'll just transfer the money directly to you. Is elder brother Lin coming to Lake City to drive, or should I ship it over for you? I'll come over and drive it on May 1st. It just so happens that I have some business in Lake City on May 1st. Lin Dong said. He is ready to go to see his cousin Wang on May 1st. And in the meantime, he will give her a higher grade of life. Some things are not good to explain on the phone. Lin Dong directly transferred $80 million to Yi Hong. Now money was completely just a number to him. After the sports car was in place, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Open the newly bought laptop. Download the Whale Live. Register account a small match. Lin Dong has not seen the Whale Live before. Mainly because there is no money to buy a computer. Whale Live is the largest live streaming platform on the computer side. And Douyin is the largest live streaming platform on the mobile side. With the two basically occupying 80% of their respective territories. Entering his cousin Wang Li's live room number, Lin Dong saw that the time was already almost 11 o'clock. And this little ninny was getting high on live broadcasting. Entering the live broadcast room, Wang Li is thanking the people who send gifts in the live broadcast room. But these people are sending very little. Just $10 or $8. Lin Dong looked at the list of the first. Just more than 10. 000. The list of the second directly dropped to a few hundred. Lin Dong felt that when the 1st of May it is necessary to remind this little ninny Your brother is now a billionaire. You this thanks is not too cheap. If others know. Your brother I face where to put. Charging $10 million into his account. Lin Dong was ready to brush a gift for Wang Li. He originally wanted to brush tens of millions of dollars. But after thinking about it, he decided not to do so. For fear of scaring this little ninny. Or wait for the 1st of May to go to Lake City and then leave a little bit of family money for this little ninny. Or let her give her sister-in-law a precautionary shot. So as not to suspect that I did something illegal at that time. Thanks for the gift from Wang. Thanks for the gift from Little Star. Thanks for the supercar from Sifu. Thanks. Lin Dong watched for a while and found that a called Shifu had swiped a supercar for Wang Li. Supercars cost 200 apiece. And this called Shifu was the top of the list. Linden sent a pop-up. Little sister. Call out brother to listen. I'll give you the list for a second. Lake City. Dormitory at the University of Cloud Lake. Wang Li is live streaming to thank the people who swiped gifts. A pop-up caught her attention. Then there was no hesitation in calling it out. A little match, little brother. Is it true that you said you're going to give me a second top one? Of course. Lin Dong continued to brush off. Then I'll thank little brother match in advance. At this time. List 1. Who was called Shifu? Swiped a line out. Dude. Who are you? Want to rob me of the first place on the list? Have to see if you have the strength. Lin Dong didn't bother returning. Go straight for the most expensive super rocket. Take off. A small match for the live Doughboy Super Rocket X1. Linden brushed it off. Follow? Brother Shifu. Give the Anchor Xiaoduanzi a Super Rocket X1. A small match for Anchor Dumpling Super Rocket X2. A small match for the Anchor. Doughboy Super Rocket X3. A small match for the Anchor. Dumpling Super Rocket X66. Super Rocket 2001. 66 already have more than 100. 000. Called the master of the list. 1 followed, more than 10 did not dare to follow. The popularity of the live room began to skyrocket. As Brush 66 Ultra Fire was advertised channel-wide. Pop-ups also began to fill the screen. Crap. Big brother. Why does this one little match feel a little familiar to me? My Nima. This is a super big brother on Douyin. He swiped $6 million in gifts for the Anchor in 1 hour last night. Isn't that true? It's definitely him. I didn't expect to run here. A big brother is a big brother. Once he strikes. It's Super Fire 66. So awesome? Why haven't I heard of it before? The ones that just rose to prominence are brushing up on some of the smaller livestreams. So that's it. Lake City. Women's dormitory at the University of Cloud Lake. Wow. Lily? Who is this? So posh? It's not another one of those seniors with a crush on you. Is it? That's right. Then Joe Sudong generous much. That Joe Sudong also said like you. We put your live room number to him. But also to you brush more than 10. 000 yuan. Just followed more than 10 Superfire on did not follow. This is called a small match of the senior quite generous Wang Li was also confused at this time. This called a small match she did not know at all. The result is that the other party came in and directly brushed more than 100. 000 gifts. She also just opened a live broadcast not long ago. The support are alumni in the school. Most of them are her classmates. Joe Sudong is her senior. That is, the top one of her live broadcast is 1 age higher than her, is pursuing her. Sisters, do you think I should friend him? Wang Li asked. Hosts usually add some Tycoon's friends. Just to keep Tycoon. So that Tycoon keep brushing gifts to themselves. It is said that some anchors will even take the initiative to meet in order to keep the Tycoon. Ran make some sacrifices. Lily. Don't mind him for now. It's only a brush of more than $100,000. Our Lily is not that cheap. If he wants to chase you, he will definitely be exposed at school. Lin Dong brushed more than $100,000 on the stop. Not to shed money. Even if he gave him this cousin brush billions of tens of billions of dollars, he did not bring the blink of an eye. But brushing more afraid of scaring this little girl. Better to take a trip to Lake City on May 1st and talk about it. Lin Dong gift brushed also did not indicate the identity of the live room exited. In the whale live casually wandering. See which anchor is their favorite type. Go in is a wave of 66 superfire. An hour stroll down has been swiped more than 10 times. More than $1 million just sent out. Continuously on the news more than 10 times. Lin Dong a small match. This LD is considered to be a small fire on the whale live. A lot of small anchors are looking forward to this big brother can enter their own live room. As long as it comes in directly is a wave of 66 superfire. But also can drive traffic. After wandering around for more than an hour. Just as Lin Dong was about to go downstairs. He realized that there were the words area in the upper right corner of the computer. Lin Dong clicked. And the computer interface jumped around for a moment. Display locating. Please wait. In less than 10 seconds. A new batch of live rooms appeared. And these live rooms should all be relatively close to Lin Dong. And many of them could possibly still be in Jiangcheng. Lin Dong shows a popularity is relatively high. Click in. Enter the live broadcast. Lin Dong found that this anchor is actually Jiangnan University's one of the three major school flowers, Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun is a popular figure in Jiangnan University. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also multi-talented. And at the freshman party, her sexy and enchanting dance directly conquered more than 80% of the school's male creatures. Going forward, it was even more of a topic of conversation. Reportedly having flings with several of the school's high rollers. But again, no one was able to catch up. And Huang Junlang was one of them. In order to compete for favor, these high flyers send imported food from abroad. Brand name clothes, brand name bags, and even a super rich second generation man sent hundreds of thousands of dollars of BMW sports cars. This Nima is the master. Wandering between the many rich and famous people. Not letting anyone get it easily. More can provoke this rich and famous people's sense of climbing as well as the desire to conquer. Multi-talented and super beautiful. In Jiangnan University by so many people sought after. The popularity of the live broadcast room is naturally not bad. There are already several thousand people watching. Lin Dong's appearance naturally caused quite a stir in the live broadcast room. After all, he had just swiped more than $1 million. Advertised more than 10 times. And his account level had already reached more than 100 levels. Well, live can be upgraded as long as you send gifts. Send 10. 000 ascending 1 level. And there is no upper limit. The higher the level of the appearance of the more dazzling way. Lin Dong had just swiped 1,720,000. Or 172 levels. Which was already the highest level in this live broadcast room. And was ranked first as soon as he entered the live broadcast room. With the second being only 120 or so levels. Welcome a little match brother to the air. Lin Dong just came in and heard Han Shiyun's voice ringing. Lazy nonsense. Directly a wave of 66 superfire go up. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X1. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X66. Thanks to a little match brother for the superfire. Wahahaha. Does brother match want to hear a song or see a dance? Han Shiyun said. Trying to keep the big man. Crap. The Tinder big guy is here. Match Big Brother Bull. Regardless of the live feed. If you click in. 66 Ultrafire Standard matches to go. Worship Match Big Brother. I've been chasing you for half a day and I finally see you. Is Mr. Chai still short of bag carrying boys? Countless pop-ups appeared on the screen. At this time, another big brother came in the live broadcast room. And his level was even higher than Lin Dong's, reaching 298 levels, instantly squeezing Lin Dong into the second position. This big brother named Lang Lang came in and sent a pop-up directly. And because of his high rank, he sent a pop-up with a golden font that easily attracted everyone's attention. Cheyenne, are you really going to go out with me tonight when I second the list? Yes. Toshiro, you get the list 1 second down tonight and I'll go on a date with you tomorrow. Han Shuryun returned with a soft and melodious voice. The crowd of onlookers instantly exploded. Holy shit! Who is this? The goddess is getting picked up? This is our school's high roller, Huang Junlang. His family is rich. It looks like Huang Junlang has put his blood on the line to take down Han Shuryun tonight. Tomorrow there will be big news. I've thought of the name. It's called High Fortune Handsome Huang Junlang angrily smashing millions to take schoolgirl Han Shuryun. This is a good one. It's definitely going to top the campus headlines. Lin Dong had been preparing to leave. This look. Nima. How dare Huang Junlang come here to chase Han Shuryun when he has Jiang Shan and wants to date Han Shuryun in second list 1. Think beautiful. Shit. Must spoil your damned good deed. Charge you some interest tonight. Then slowly collect the cost later. Huang Junlang is also ready to completely take down Han Shuryun tonight. After chasing her for so long and spending a lot of money, he just didn't succeed. But he wasn't rejected either. And every time, it made him itchy. Han Shuryun is indeed a woman who can cause an overproduction of testosterone. His parents are doing business. In this Jiangcheng is also considered to be a little famous. Worth more than $1 billion. So usually spend a lot of money. In the school is also famous for high wealth handsome. Go to college these 3 years. As long as it is a woman he looks at, he will directly take the money to smash. There is no miss. Not only that, he also played a lot of female anchor. But Han Shuryun here actually failed. A few months before and after spending hundreds of thousands of dollars without even touching a small hand. And of course, a few other suitors as well. However, this was more able to stir up the desire to conquer in Huang Junlang's heart. No matter how much money he spent today, he must take down Han Shuryun, which would not only satisfy his desires, but also slap the face of several other suitors. As for Jiang Shan, it's all been that. Almost tired of playing. And if Jiang Shan doesn't care, she can still be fine with playing for a few more days. If you want to compete with Han Shuryun for favor, get out while you can. Han Shuryun had been in a bad mood for a while. And although her family was average, her parents had done their best to cultivate her because she had grown up cute. Plus, she was very talented in singing and dancing. And from the beginning of middle school to high school, she was basically the one in the limelight at school. Even when he arrived in Jiangcheng for college, he was no exception and soon became the object of everyone's pursuit. She has been wandering between a few rich and handsome. Let them in order to compete for their own and send a variety of gifts. And even some people directly send hundreds of thousands of BMW sports car. But the car she did not dare to want can only receive some clothes bags and other gifts. She sold all these gifts at a low price and got a lot of money for them. Later on, she even thought of using live streaming to get those people to swipe gifts for her. In just a few months' time, she had gotten more than $1 million in gift share, which made her overjoyed. It was much faster money than selling gifts at low prices. But lately she'd noticed that they were starting to get less attached to her. And 2 or 3 had moved on to her people. What's more is that one of her 2 main protectors, Huang Junlang, even went to pick up other people as well. It was said that in the past few days, she brought that Jiang Shan in and out of the Golden Leaf Hotel every day, which gave her a strong sense of crisis. She knew that this relationship was about to become untenable. After all, no one was stupid enough to invest so much in her without even a substantial benefit. So she might as well go pick up someone else. So she made a decision tonight, imploring those chasing her to go on a date with whomever could sit at the top of her list tonight. Right now, one of the two guardians, Huang Junlang, has already come, and there is still one Zhang Yong. As long as the two of them are there, they will definitely make a lot of money tonight. After hearing Han Shiyun's answer, Huang Junlang began to prepare for second list one. Looked at the total amount of gifts swiped by the first one on the list. 78 million. Swiped by that kid Zhang Yong. He had swiped nearly 400,000 at the second position on the list, which meant that he could take the first place on the list if he swiped another 400,000. Of course, that's if Zhang Yong doesn't show up. He had also swiped more than $2 million in gifts over the past 2 years. But he had screwed several small anchors by swiping those $2 million. Speak of the devil. Zhang Yong's LD Bravely Goes to the End of the World also entered the live broadcast room at this time. The big 380 leveled number came in and squeezed Jun Huang down. Sure. I'm coming. Zhang Yong directly popped up. Welcome Yong. Thank you Yong for your support. Sissy. I'm well prepared to ask you out tonight. Yong. Then sure Yun will wait for you. Toshiro Huang's pop-up interjected. Elder Zhang. I'm still here. Don't put words in my mouth. It's not good to hit your face when the time comes. Huang Dexian. I didn't even put your ass in my eyes. Let's just see the real thing in our hands. Although the two said so on the mouth, but in fact at this time the two hearts are a little drumming. The two family background is similar, and are not fools. If they continue to fight like this, they would definitely lose both. But there was no way around it. As soon as they thought of Han Shiyun's soft and boneless body and seductive voice, the two of them felt like they were pumped up with chicken blood. Not much bullshit. Select Super Rocket Takeoff. Lang Lang. A super rocket for anchor Han Xiao. Brave Through the Sky. Super rocket for anchor Han Xiao X1. Lang Lang. A super rocket X66 for anchor Han Xiao. Brave Through the Sky. To anchor Han Xiao. A super rocket X66. Half an hour later. Lang Lang. For anchor Han Xiao super rocket X1314. Brave Through the Sky. To anchor Han Xiao. A super rocket X1314. The live feed is going crazy. The number of people has exceeded 100,000. Countless pop-ups of Big Brother bulls appeared on the screen. Han Shiyun was also going crazy. But she was happy and going crazy. She didn't expect the two to be so generous. One person had swiped more than $2 million in gifts. With this wave, her gift share is estimated to be over 3 million. Which is unimaginable. At this time, Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong also started to come to their senses. If the two of them kept brushing like this, it would be fine if they ended up taking down Han Shiyun. But if they couldn't, they would probably die of anger. This is not like an auction. Although it is also the highest bidder. But you can't get back the gifts you swiped out. So Huang Junlang called Zhang Yong. The phone was picked up. And Huang Junlang said directly without any nonsense. Elder Zhang. I'm prepared to take Han Shiyun for $5 million. If you go over that, then I'll quit, and how about you refund me the gift I just swiped? Zhang Yong on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment and said, Huang Dexian. You now transfer 3 million to me. I will not fight with you for Han Shiyun. If you think it is not possible, let's continue to die. Huang Junlang thought for a moment and said, Good. I'll transfer $3 million to you. And you're not even allowed to touch Han Shiyun in the future. Deal. Zhang Yong's voice came from the phone. Huang Junlang directly transferred $3 million to Zhang Yong. People at their level. although a little bit of an asshole. But the words are still counted. Huang Junlang counted. He wants to climb up the list of the first, still have to brush nearly 400,000. A total add up. Has spent more than 6 million on Han Shuyun. Even though his family was worth billions of dollars. He felt a little heartbroken after spending more than $6 million at once. But as long as he took Han Shuyun, everything was worth it. The reason why she was willing to spend so much money on Han Shuyun was because Han Shuyun had once said that she had never had a boyfriend yet. Have not had a boyfriend, that means that the first blood is still there. This kind of extreme woman's first blood is more able to stimulate the man's hormones. More than Jiang Shan and so on, can be more than one level higher. Straight from the booth. After Zhang Yong received $3 million from Huang Junlang, he directly exited to the live broadcast room. And the rocket stayed on 1314. The onlookers in the live room were confused for a moment. How is it that just a moment ago you were fighting to the death? And then all of a sudden the guy just straight up quits. Huang Junlang directly swiped another 200 rockets, just surpassing Zhang Yong in the number 1 spot on the list. Sure Yun. I'm already ranked number 1. Elder Zhang has already conceded defeat and left. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow night. The live feeds were again in disarray. Crap. A date night. The devil knows what he'll do. It's over. It's over. My heart is breaking. Don't. My goddess. Don't go. It's impossible not to go. The big man is spending money. And it looks like another goddess is going to fall tonight. In an instant. The live feed said everything. This was the effect that Huang Junlang wanted. He was declaring his sovereignty. Han Shuyun was at her wits' end now. She didn't understand why Zhang Yong suddenly left straight away. She had understood the background of these two men, and they were both pretty much the same. Originally, her original plan had been to let the two argue and end up with their gifts lined up in the same place. And then accompany them both on a date. The three of them were dating together, they definitely wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary to themselves. But now Zhang Yong's sudden withdrawal had disrupted her plans. Even though he received a gift of over $5 million, accompanying Jun Lo Huang on a date alone would definitely be a problem. Thinking of this, Han Shuyun silently sighed in her heart. The originally flawless plan was disrupted. She can only admit it. Good thing there are still more than 2 million gift share to comfort her. Toshiro. I'll wait for your call tomorrow. Han Shuyun's voice rang out on the air. The live feed blew up again. It's over. It's over. My goddess. The heart aches so much it can't breathe. Another goddess is leaving us. Toshiro Huang's huge golden pop-up appeared on the screen again. Ha ha. Well. Sure Yun. I'll make sure you have a great night tomorrow. However, at this time, Huang Junlang was thinking in his heart. After spending more than $6 million, I will make sure that you cannot get out of bed for 3 days. Feeling that the time was almost right, Lin Dong swiped a pop-up, which was also conspicuous since he was also a big number with over 100 levels. I heard that you can get a date with the anchor when you second the top one? Lin Dong said. Tinder biggie. Save our goddess. That's right. Tinder biggie. Save the goddess from the devil. Save my ass. Match Big Brother secured the top one. And the goddess is Match Big Brothers. Then I'd like Tinder Big Brother to take the list down for a second too. Regular pop-ups blowing up all over the place. I just want to ask Anchor. Is it possible to ask you out after a second of being ranked one? Lin Dong continued to ask. Yes. Han Shuyun returned. Yes. Lin Dong stopped talking and directly rocketed off. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X1. 10 minutes later. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X666. Half an hour later. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X1314. 1 hour later. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X 2520. 2 hours later. A small match for Anchor Han Tiny Super Rocket X 5200. Onlookers and eaters are confused. Toshiro Huang is confused. Han Shiyun is also confused. The popularity of the live broadcast room had risen to 300,000 plus. What's the concept of 200 super rockets? That's over $10 million. The biggest one-off swipe since the inception of Whale Live has emerged. Mr. Chai is awesome. Mr. Chai is mighty. Mr. Chai is domineering. Mr. Chai, you are my idol. Mr. Chai, I want to give you a monkey. Countless such pop-ups appeared on the screen. Huang Junlang at this time is like eating a fly is difficult. More than $6 million just hit the water. Hair did not get. He was killing people now. Taking out his phone. He called Jiang Shan. He needed to vent now. Phone call connected. Hello? Jun Lang. What's up? Calling me at this late hour. Jiang Shan's voice came from the phone. Shan. Come out right now. I'll be waiting for you in front of the school. Huang Junlang said into the phone. Toshiro. It's after 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. Can we talk about what's going on tomorrow? I told you to come out to me now. Huang Junlang said through gritted teeth. But. There's no buts. You get out of there right now. Right now. And if you don't come out tonight, you know the consequences. Huang Junlang snapped and hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Shan had just been woken up by Huang Junlang's phone call and had just said a couple of words when she picked up the phone. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Shan still slowly got up because she was afraid of waking up her roommate. So she slowly fumbled to get dressed. When she was with Lin Dong in the past, this would never have happened. Lin Dong really loved her to the bone and would do everything for her. As long as she said she was hungry. No matter what time of the day it was. Lin Dong would directly send the food downstairs to her dormitory before calling her. And Lin Dong had never spoken to her in this tone of voice before. And Linden respected her. After 4 years together, he never crossed the line just because he said he wasn't ready. But after being with Huang Junlang, apart from treating her quite well in the beginning and sending her this and that, Huang Junlang started to show his true colors after getting her. Last month even came forcefully when she came that way and didn't care about her body at all. It was now 2:30 in the middle of the night and I had to force myself to get up and go see him. So I must be spermatic again. Thinking about this, Jiang Shan's tears began to flow uncontrollably. Blame it on being stupid, naive, and vain. Jiang Shan's roommate and best friend Zhu Yan woke up when she heard the noise and saw some rattling on Jiang Shan's bed. Shan, what are you doing? Zhu Yan asked, rubbing her eyes. It's nothing. Yen, go to sleep. I'm a little hungry. Jun Lang is waiting for me at the school entrance to take me to eat. Jiang Shan said back. Zhu Yan heard that Jiang Shan's tone was a bit wrong. Because there were only 2 of them in the dormitory. So she directly got up and turned on the light. And saw Jiang Shan sobbing on the bed while putting on her clothes. Zhu Yan hurriedly walked over and hugged Jiang Shan. Shan, what's wrong with you? Did Huang Junlang bully you again? No. What no? I think it must be. Shan, I told you a long time ago that Huang Junlang is not a good person and told you to stay away from him. You didn't listen and now it's okay. Yen, I'm fine. Still trying to lie to me. I've caught you secretly crying several times in the night. Shan, I really can't figure out why you chose Huang Junlang when Lin Dong loves you so much? Just because he's rich? Yen, Stop it. Shan. Leave Huang Junlang. Chase Lin Dong back. Lin Dong is the one who really loves you. And the one who can really give you happiness. Huang Junlang is just playing around. He's had at least 10 girlfriends in the past few years. All of which he threw away after a few days of fun. Yen. There's no going back. Nothing is going back. Zhang Shan could no longer control herself and cried out in Zhu Yan's arms. A few minutes later, Zhang Shan had cried enough and broke away from Zhu Yan's embrace and began to continue dressing. Zhu Yan stopped Zhang Shan from continuing to dress and said, Shan. It's so late. Don't go out. Let's talk about anything tomorrow. Yen. I can't. Jun Lang is still waiting for me in front of the school. If I don't go out, he won't want me. Just don't. What's the big deal? But I'm already pregnant with Jun Lang's child. If he doesn't want me anymore, what should I do? Zhang Shan cried. Shannon. You. Ugh. Zhu Yan didn't know what to say at this time, and could only turn it into a sigh. But she withdrew her hand that was preventing Zhang Shan from getting dressed. After Zhang Shan got dressed, she hurried towards the school entrance. Han Shiyun was now flushed with excitement. Thank you, Mr. Chai, for the 200 super rockets. Mr. Chai. I love you. Wahahaha. Then he directly sent a friend request to Lin Dong. After the two added their friends, Han Shiyun sent a message. Mr. Chai. Add a WeChat. Here's my phone number. I'll wait for your notice tomorrow. The two successfully added WeChat. The next day Lin Dong slept straight through until noon. After washing up, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Hello Lin Dong. Hello Lin Dong. Greetings abound all the way into the hotel. After having lunch, Lin Dong directly went into the chairman's office to rest. It wasn't long before there was a knock on the door. Knock. Come in. Zhao Xian pushed the door in. Lin Dong. The handover of the hotel has already begun. When do you think you'll have time? Sister Xian. I said I'm not asking about the handover. Just make the call. And let me know when you need to make a payment. Okay. Then I won't disturb Lin Dong's rest. By the way, I'll move in tonight. Leave the door open for you at night. Zhao Xian left the office without waiting for Lin Dong's response. This nifty. Teased again. Lin Dong sat in his chair and flipped through his cell phone. Open WeChat. Lu Peng sent a message. Tonko. When are you going back to school? Tomorrow. Lin Dong returned. Dongzi. I'll tell you something. You must hold back. Say. That bastard Huang Junlang posted a picture of you vomiting blood and passing out on the campus website with some of your deeds. You're famous now. Shit. Send it to me. Not long after, Lin Dong received a picture from Lu Peng. Sure enough, it was a picture of himself passed out in the grove at the time. This asshole. Last night was just a little bit of interest collected. Let's see how I will play you to death in the future. Lin Dong cursed in his heart. Lin Dong played with his cell phone for a while longer. Then sent a message to Han Shiyun. Meet me at the Golden Leaf Hotel at 6 o'clock in the evening. Just announce your name directly when you come. Yes. Mr. Chai. I'm looking forward to meeting you. Han Shiyun returned. Han Shiyun was currently in class. But she had been keeping a constant eye on her cell phone since the morning, fearing that she would miss a call or message from Lin Dong. The big brother. Compared to a half-assed philandering rich second generation like Huang Junlang Zhengyong, Han Shiyun preferred to deal with a big shot like Lin Dong. She was also really looking forward to meeting the big man who had casually swiped over $10 million. So after seeing Lin Dong's message, she immediately replied back. Although there was some worry in his heart. What if he met a fat-headed pervert? But there was also some hidden expectation that Lin Dong was a really powerful and rich man. Golden Leaf Hotel Han Shur-yoon is aware of. Because of the proximity of the school. And is the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province. In Jiangnan University is renowned. I heard that casually eat a meal are tens of thousands of start. She hadn't eaten here yet. But of course she was sure many rich kids would invite her if she wanted to. The afternoon passed quickly. At 5:30, Han Shur-yoon arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel wearing a pair of tight jeans and a close-fitting shirt. It had to be said that Han Shur-yoon did have the capital to be proud. No wonder so many rich second-generation people surrounded her and were played by her. Because of dancing since childhood. All the places that should develop have developed. Completely an angelic face. The devil's body. Entering the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel. A waiter greeted him. May I ask the young lady if you are staying or eating? Hello? My name is Han Shur-yoon. Someone asked me to come over. Han Shur-yoon politely replied back. Hello MS. Han. Please follow me. The waitress led Han Shur-yoon toward the first private room. She received a message in the afternoon that Lin Dong would like to invite MS. Han Shur-yoon to dinner. And let her bring her directly to the first private room when she arrived. Upon entering the booth, there was no one there. Han Shur-yoon found a random seat and sat down. Still a little nervous in her heart. Moments later, the door opened. Han Shur-yoon shuddered and looked up in the direction of the door. Only to see the door to the booth open and a young figure walk in. Seeing the person who came in, Han Shur-yoon vaguely felt some familiarity. Are you Lin Dong? Han Shur-yoon asked with some uncertainty as she stood up. Hello? Classmate Han Shur-yoon. I'm Lin Dong. I didn't expect MS. Han to recognize me. Looks like I'm really famous in school. Lin Dong replied with a bitter smile. Are you really Lin Dong? Han Shur-yoon asked once more. As in fake. You're the one little match that swiped over 10 million gifts for me last night? What? Doesn't it look like it? How is this possible? If you were Lin Dong, how could? Han Shur-yoon was a little too shocked to speak at this point. Lin Dong had indeed become famous in Jiangnan University in the past 2 days. But it was not a good name. WeChat circles, campus networks are circulating his deeds. Talked about for 4 years of girlfriend by someone else tapped. Cannot stand the blow. Directly vomit blood coma. Even attached to the picture. If this person in front of him was Lin Dong, how could he be tapped? It's more like he's digging up someone else's wall. Who would break up with a big shot like this? You're out of your mind. Mr. Han. Alas. It's hard to explain. Sit down first. Let's eat and talk. Han Shur-yoon sat down. But her eyes kept staring at Lin Dong. How could she not believe that this person was the Lin Dong that had been rumored in the school for the past 2 days? Soon the door to the private room opened again and the food began to be served. And in less than 2 minutes a table full of large meals was served. Lin Dong. The dishes have been served. Take your time to enjoy them. You can call me if there's anything. The newly appointed lobby manager left the private room after saying that. Lin Dong? Or is it Lin Dong? It's impossible for a waiter to directly call a guest by name. So, it should be Lin Dong? Just why call him Lin Dong? Han Shur-yoon had many questions in her mind. Han. Let's eat first. You should be hungry as well. Lin Dong said. Then poured her a little red wine. Han Shur-yoon looked at the large table full of large meals. Many of which she had only seen on TV. Not expecting them to appear in front of her now. She picked a dish and tasted a bit. It was really too good to be an 8-star hotel. The two were almost done eating. Han Sure-yoon was really a bit unable to hold back as she asked. Student Lin Dong. Is the person rumored to be in the school in the past 2 days really you? It is indeed me. Lin Dong returned. How is this possible? There is nothing impossible. Han student. In fact, I used to believe that love should not be mixed with anything. So I have never exposed my identity. But the result you have also seen. So it is. Han Sure-yoon finally understood. So he had been pretending to be poor. I said. Who in their right mind would break up with such a bigot? Actually, I just wanted to discuss Jun Hwang last night because he's the one who stole my girlfriend. Just wanting to nauseate someone and directly dropping over $10 million. This Lin Dong's true identity is a bit scary. Your girlfriend is Jiang Shan? Yes. There is no need to be sad. Mr. Lin Dong. Give up a tree and there is a whole forest waiting for you. Han Sure-yoon comforted. It's okay. There's nothing to be sad about. After I was dumped I figured it out. Why not take advantage of such a condition? Don't you think so? Han. Mr. Lin Dong is right. But please Han students to today's things confidential. I'm a low-key habit. As a return. In the future Han students to eat here all free how? Free? By the way. I forgot to mention that I'm the owner of this Golden Leaf Hotel. Han Sure-yoon. Han Sure-yoon had been in a state of confusion since she came out of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Who would dare to believe that the loser Lin Dong, who was rumored to be a hidden superstar at school these days, or the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel? How much is the Gold Leaf Hotel worth? 10 billion? Or 20 billion? And the Golden Leaf Hotel seemed to be worthless in front of Lin Dong. So how much money did Lin Dong have? $100 billion? Or 200 billion? What's even more ridiculous is that such a bigot was dumped by Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan she knew. The two were both members of the school's dance club. Although they were not very familiar. But they did know each other. If Jiang Shan knows Lin Dong's background, it is estimated that his intestines are going to regret. This is really picking up a sesame seed. Lost a big airplane. Since Lin Dong wanted her to keep it a secret and still wanted to continue to keep a low profile, she would just keep it a secret. It just so happened that there was no one to compete with herself for Lin Dong. And she had already decided that she would lean on Lin Dong. The live broadcast is estimated to be unable to do. As long as one is on the air. Will certainly be scolded. The live room said anything. In most people's minds, they were afraid that they were already Lin Dong's people. But in reality, nothing had happened to them except for dinner. Han Sure-yoon didn't want to go and be insulted by others. And anyway, she already had more than $7 million in gift share. So she could get a bigger house for her family. As long as you rely on Lin Dong. Are you afraid of running out of money in the future? Lin Dong drove around Jiangchang after dinner and bought some ordinary clothes. He was ready to go back to school tomorrow. It was better to keep a low profile. Back to the international house. Zhao Xian had already moved in and was packing up the house. Lin Dong did not bother her and went straight up the stairs. Day 2. Lin Dong got up early. Wash up and go downstairs. After going downstairs, he found Zhao Xian already packed up and ready to go to work. Good morning, Sister Xian. Lin Dong. Why did you get up so early today? Sister Xian. I'm still a student. It's been 3 days since I went to class and I'm ready to go back to school today. Then let's go together. A red and a black car exited the International Mansion and arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to school. He didn't drive to the school in his Big Ben. For one thing, the Golden Leaf Hotel was close to the school. It was only about a 10-minute walk. The second is that the Big Ben is a little bit not enough to force. The school is a lot of rich second generation. $3 or $4 million of the car is also a lot of. He has seen the Big Ben, there are 2 or 3. There are also some better than the Big Ben luxury car. Lin Dong is ready to wait until May 1st to drive the limited edition Bugatti back to the school. First lay low for a few days. He wants to be completely crushed. Entering the school. There were a lot of students coming and going. As the Lin Dong incident had fermented over 3 days. And now was the time period when the heat was at its peak. So most of the students would be very curious when they saw Lin Dong. The female students were better. They would purse their lips when they saw Lin Dong and wait until they walked away before whispering about it. The male students were not so nice and started talking directly next to Lin Dong. Ha! Isn't that Lin Dong? It seems so. I heard that he vomited a lot of blood in the grove 3 days ago. I thought I'd have to stay in the hospital for 10 days and a half months. But I didn't expect to be back so soon. In such good health. I don't think there was much vomiting. I don't see much blood on the floor in the pictures either. Don't you know? This kind of anger hurts your body. It's possible to just hiccup. So serious? Then this Lin Dong has a great life. Lin Dong continued to walk towards his classroom as if he had not heard it at all. He had no choice. He couldn't just go up and fuck them. Besides, isn't it looking for death to go up and fuck 3 other people by himself? Just a few more days. When I get my limited edition Bugatti back, I'm going to blind you kids. Enter your classroom. The classroom was already mostly filled with students. Seeing Lin Dong come in, they all looked up and surveyed Lin Dong with curious eyes. When Lin Dong returned to his position, Lu Peng and several others walked over. They lived together for more than a year when they first entered the school. But they called themselves the 4 big sluts of Jiangda University. And their relationship was still good. Tuko. Are you alright? Lu Peng spoke up. I'm fine. What are you two doing? Making it seem like I'm seeking death. Lin Dong returned. It's good that you're fine. We're afraid that you'll be devastated and weaken the prestige of our 4 bastards. This time, the one who spoke was Fan Biao. One of the 4 bastards. It's just a woman. It's hard to find a 3-legged toad in this day and age. But 2-legged women are all over the streets. This is another 4-bitch show, Manhwa. Alright. You guys don't need to worry about me. Do you guys see that I look like someone who has something wrong with me in my current appearance? Lin Dong said. Okay. It's good that it's okay. Tomorrow night we'll have a fellowship. I've contacted all of them. I'll notify you tomorrow afternoon of the location. It's been a long time since a few of us have gotten together. Lu Peng said. Let's just get together as brothers. What kind of fellowship is this? Lin Dong asked. Lu Peng came to Lin Dong's ear at this time and whispered. Don't worry. The object of our friendship this time is not from our school, but from Jiangnan Media University, where the art students are all very beautiful. More than 1 level higher than the girls in our school. How do you know the students of Media University? Lin Dong asked. Brother has a new girlfriend. It's from Media University. How is it? Lu Peng said proudly. Changed again? You're changing it too fast. It's because of philandering rich kids like you that loser lickspittles like me have nothing. Hey. Don't compare me with that Huang Junlang kid. We play with our feelings. His dam is just smashing money. You see who wants to die after breaking up with me? We are all good together and goodbye. And I never mess with a married woman. Lu Peng retorted. It all looks pretty much the same to me. Lin Dong returned. And seeing that Lu Peng was ready to retort again, he continued. Well, I'm just saying for fun. Tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll be there. Thanks, brother. That's more like it. Several people returned to their seats. The morning's classes just went by in a flash. Nearly at lunch break, the homeroom teacher walked in and said, "May Day is coming soon. This year's May Day Gala. As in previous years, each class must prepare a program. Do you have any who have taken the initiative to sign up?" The homeroom teacher looked around the week, but no one had signed up. If not, it would be better to have Suing Shui perform a piano solo. But last year it was Ying Shui's piano solo. So if we do it again this year, it doesn't seem to be anything new. Why don't one of you team up with Ying Shui? One sings and the other accompanies on the piano. Is there anyone who thinks they can sing okay? As soon as the class teacher's words fell, someone immediately stood up and signed up. And the one who spoke was class president Ding Wei. "I'll do it, teacher. I should take the lead as the class president." Everyone in the class scoffed at that comment. "Nima. Just now when the teacher let the registration you do not take the lead. Now with Suing Shui you want to take the lead. Fools can see that there is a problem." Suing Shui is one of the three major goddesses of the school. The famous high and cold goddess. The people chasing her can surround the school playground row 3 laps. But she's not yet the same as Han Shiyun. Who's the one who takes things from whoever gives them to her and then turns around and sells them at a low price? And Suing Shui's no matter who sends her a gift, she doesn't even look at it and just throws it in the trash. After Ding Wei was the first to sign up, several more boys signed up wanting to work with Suing Shui. But in the end, the homeroom teacher clapped or chose Ding Wei. There is no way. Others are the class president. In the teacher's heart must still have a certain status. Ying Shui. Ding Wei. There are still a few days left. You guys rehearse and rehearse more? I don't expect you to get any rankings. But you can't lose face. The homeroom teacher left the classroom after saying that. The homeroom teacher had just left when a man appeared at the classroom door. "May I ask if Mr. Lin Dong is here?" At the sound of the voice, everyone in the class looked to the door. Holy shit! Isn't this Han Shiyun? One of the 3 great goddesses? Who did Han Shiyun just say she was looking for? Looking for Linden? No. MS. Han Shiyun. May I ask who you're looking for? A classmate asked. I'm looking for Lindong. Han Shiyun replied. Crap. Really looking for Lindong? Everyone looked at Lindong with a look of incredulity. Lindong was being watched by dozens of pairs of eyes. There was nothing for it but to get up and walk out. As he walked to the door, he said to Han Shiyun, "Let's go." And then he went ahead himself. Han Shiyun, on the other hand, obediently followed behind Lindong. Once Lindong and Han Shiyun left, the classroom exploded. Crap. It's only been 3 days since we've seen each other. And Lindong has gotten his hands on Han Shiyun, one of the school's 3 major goddesses? Didn't you see that? Goddess Han was obediently following Lindong just now, in a manner that Lindong was the main focus. Come on. You pinch me and tell me it's not true. Gently. Gently. It hurts so much. It's over. It's over. It's not a dream. Wait. What was Lindong's ex-girlfriend's name again? A classmate asked. I think it's called Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan was pried away by Huang Junlang. Right? And Huang Junlang is one of Han Shiyun's 2 main protectors. This Lindong is bullish. This hand is beautifully played. If you steal my woman, I'll pick up your goddess. This counterattack came so violently. This time it is Huang Junlang's turn to spit blood. The 3 of the 4 bastards also looked at each other and said, Old 3 is awesome. Suing Shui also revealed a curious gaze at this time. Han Shiyun, as one of the school's 3 major goddesses, spends her days traveling between several rich kids and has never been alone with anyone, just for fear of other people's misunderstanding. And now he came to find Lindong alone? That means the person she ultimately chose was Lindong? What did Lindong have that made him worthy of Han Shuyun's love? Suing Shue couldn't figure it out. This Lindong doesn't seem to be as simple as it appears. There is some mystery. At this time, Suing Shue had developed a strong curiosity towards Lindong. But she did not know that curiosity was exactly the beginning of the fall. Lindong led Han Shuyun to the playground behind the school. Since it was lunch break, the playground was sparsely populated, with only a few couples hanging out. Speaking. Student Han Shuyun. What is it that you are looking for me for? Lindong asked. Can I find you if there's nothing to do? Classmate Lindong. Han Shuyun asked back. Then you could have texted or called me too. Why did you have to come straight to the classroom to find out? Student Lindong. I am helping you now. Don't treat your good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs. Oh? Help me? Help me with what? Lindong asked. Han Shuyun said thoughtfully. Think about it. Student Lindong. Because of the scandalous incident 2 days ago. As soon as you show up now, there will immediately be people saying, look, that's Lindong, whose girlfriend was broken into 2 days ago. And he himself was so angry that he vomited blood and went into a coma. But now after I've come to see you, when you show up, the talk isn't about you being pissed off and spitting up blood and passing out. It's about whether or not the two of us are really together. Which of these two voices talking about you do you think is better? When Lindong thought about it, it was true. Then I have to thank you. MS. Han Shuyun. Thanks are not necessary. I haven't thanked you for swiping so many gifts for me, preventing me from dating Jun Huang, and treating me to free meals every day. But MS. Han Shuyun. Aren't you afraid of spoiling your reputation like this? It's okay. Who made me owe you? Han Shuyun said indifferently. Lindong and Han Shuyun continued to walk around the playground, chatting about some irrelevant topics. But the matter of Han Shuyun coming to the class to look for Lindong and being immediately taken away by Lindong was getting more and more intense. The school is that big and involves one of the three goddesses. That's not a very fast spread. Of course. This is not without the credit of the other three big bitch. Now communication is so convenient. As long as the WeChat group, everyone will know. One of the fastest and most widely circulated versions is that 3 days ago Huang Lang pried away Lindong's girlfriend Jiang Shan, and was so angry that Lindong vomited blood and went into a coma. 3 days later, Lindong had gotten his hands on Han Shuyun, the goddess that Huang Junlang had been chasing for months. Huang Junlang's face was slapped. There were a lot of people who didn't believe it. Han Shuyun has been chased by so many rich and handsome men, but she hasn't seen anyone with them. So what makes Lindong a loser? Able to pick up Han Shuyun? However, upon seeing Lindong and Han Shuyun walking out of the playground together outside the school, everyone had to accept this reality. Lindong had originally thought of strolling around the playground with Han Shuyun before leaving separately. But suddenly remembering that it was the lunch break's mealtime, he naturally invited Han Shuyun to go eat with him. Of course Han Shuyun wouldn't refuse. So the two of them walked out of the school gates together. This scene, however, was seen by many people, including Jun Huang and Jiang Shan. As Huang Junlang watched Lindong and Han Shuyun walk out of the school gates together, he almost went straight to charge up in a rage. But in the end, he suppressed it. He knew rushing up would only embarrass him more. The thought that the goddess Han Shuyun, whom he had spent $6 to $7 million without being able to take, was now so easily picked up by this loser Lindong. Huang Junlang's mood at the moment was predictable, even comparable to Lindong's mood when he was broken up 3 days ago. Huang Junlang shook his hand and went straight back to the dormitory, not even in the mood to eat, leaving Jiang Shan alone to stand in place, somewhat miserable. Zhang Shan was saddened to see Lin Dong and Han Shiyun leaving the school together with a smile on their faces. Originally, the position beside Lin Dong had always been hers. But she had pushed Lin Dong towards someone else. There were some things that one really had to lose before one would know how to cherish them. She had always needed to be careful with Huang Junleng for fear of upsetting him. Whereas with Lin Dong, it had always been Lin Dong who was careful around her. Her status had dropped from princess to maid in one fell swoop, making her realize how much Lin Dong had given in the 4 years he had been with her. Yan Yan was right. Perhaps she would never find another person in her life who loved her as much as Lin Dong did. But nothing can go back. It was his own hand that buried his happiness. Zhang Shan turned away with tears in her eyes. The two ate and then took a lunch break at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Of course, Lin Dong was resting in the chairman's office, while Han Shiyun had opened a presidential suite. But with Lin Dong, the chairman of the board of directors, it was natural that he did not need to spend any money. It was only during the afternoon classes that the two went back to school together. And the fact that it was 2 or 3 hours to go out to dinner was more than enough to get everyone's mind going. The afternoon passed quickly. Lin Dong walked through the campus. Indeed, as Han Shiyun had analyzed, the way everyone looked at him now had changed from original contempt to current envy and jealousy. Lin Dong walked back to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Upon entering the front door, the 4 tall welcoming guests still bowed and shouted as before. Good day, Lin Dong. Walking into the lobby, the newly appointed lobby manager also hurriedly walked over and bowed. Hello Lin Dong. Don't be so courteous in the future. We are all on our own. You go about your business. I'll just go up myself, Lin Dong said to the new lobby manager. Yes, Lin Dong. Lin Dong walked into the elevator and disappeared into the lobby. However, Lin Dong did not notice. There was a beautiful woman sitting in a seat in the lobby reserved for guests who had been watching him. Sun Si had been sitting in the place in the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel reserved for guests to rest for more than an hour. She is a junior in the acting department of JNCCU. Acting students, like them, usually start using their resources once they enter their junior year and try to get some roles in some movies. In this way, she is laying the foundation for her acting career after graduation. One by one, her classmates around her started to act in some movies. 2 of them even played the second female role directly, and had already made a small name for themselves. But she didn't get a single role this junior year. And it wasn't because she wasn't pretty enough. Quite the contrary. Her looks and body are top-notch even in a place like the acting department of Media University. The reason why she didn't get the role was because she had her own bottom line and wasn't willing to please those so-called directors and investors for a role. Of course, the more important thing was that she didn't lack money to spend. Her parents at home had always been in business. And although it wasn't very big, they had tens of millions of dollars in assets. So she grew up with no shortage of money. So naturally she wouldn't sell her dignity for a role. Unlike those students from poor families who sell not only their dignity but even their flesh in order to get a chance. In fact, when she had just entered her junior year, a director had taken a liking to her and was ready to give her a role as the 3rd female. But she was required to accompany the investor for a meal. Involved? She didn't think much of it. It was just a meal. At the dinner table, the director and the investor were all giving her a toast. But they were all pushed away by her. And I didn't expect to eat that the so-called investor's hand actually touched her thigh. The end result was that she poured a glass of water in the investor's face, infuriating the director so much that he threatened to block her. Since then, very few directors have said they want her for a movie. It was not until today that she received a call from a famous director who said he could give her a role as a second female in a movie with hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. But he wanted her to meet to discuss it in detail. She thought about it and decided to meet first. However, after arriving at the Golden Leaf Hotel, they never received another call from the other party. So they had to sit in the lobby lounge area and wait. Lin Dong's arrival was what caught Sun Si's attention. Because as soon as Lin Dong entered, the four welcome guests bowed to him. Although the distance was a bit far and Sun Si did not hear what they said, she could see that the four had a respectful face. The hotel lobby manager jogged over to take a bow afterward. Sun Si had been sitting in the rest area for more than an hour, and there had been at least 20 to 30 waves of guests coming in and out of the hotel. But there was no one who would let these waiters bow. Therefore, Sun Si was almost certain that Lin Dong either had an amazing background or was simply the young proprietor of this place or a descendant of the shareholders of this place. But that didn't really concern her. She just felt a little curious, and had to keep waiting for the call. About half an hour later, Sun Si's phone finally rang. "Hello? Director Xiang. Where are you? I've arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel." Sun Si picked up the phone and asked, "Ms. Sun. I'm sorry to keep you waiting for so long, but you can come straight to 15 to -1 now. I'll wait for you here." Director Xiang's voice came from the phone. "Director Xiang. If there's anything, can't we talk outside? Ms. Sun. You have to know that what we're talking about is a business secret. If it's leaked, what if the investor doesn't invest at that time? Director Xiang. I think it's better for us to talk outside. It's just as well to find a private room. No one will know. Ms. Sun. You have to know. This is a movie with hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. The female number 2 is an important character. There are many people who have their eyes on this role. I've gone through a lot of trouble to get it over here. So you have to take advantage of it. If you don't come, I can contact someone else. Then you go and contact the others. Goodbye." Sun Si said and directly hung up the phone. Are you kidding? She's not a newbie who doesn't know anything. It's almost dark. If she goes in, can she still come out in one piece? After Sun Si hung up the phone, she picked up her bag and left the hotel directly. Then took a taxi back to school. Ask her to sacrifice her body for some second female role. Dream on. 15th floor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Room 1. This is the highest specification presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. The price for a one-night stay is 66,666. Inside the room at this time, in addition to Chen Xiang, who was in his 30s, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s and a woman in her 20s, dressed as a secretary. Chen Xiang was also furious with a burst of green and red in his face after Sun Si hung up the phone. Director Xiang. With your reputation in the industry, how dare anyone refuse you? I'm afraid he doesn't want to be in the show business. The short and fat middle-aged man full of richness said. Mr. You? This girl is still a fledgling. She doesn't understand the rules of our business. And I guess her family has a little bit of money. So she hasn't yet made up her mind to step into this business. Chen Xiang said. Oh? Still a chick? That's a good feeling. I like this. Can you take it for me? I'll add another $20 million to the investment. Yu Chenghai said. Mr. You? It's a bit difficult. Just now you also heard. This girl is simply oil and salt. Chen Xiang was worried. Then just let her be the leading lady. See if she can stand the temptation. But the female number 1 has already been given to Yao Shui. If we change it temporarily, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction from the other party. There's no contract yet. So you can change at any time. What can she do if she's dissatisfied? Yu Chenghai said with a careless face. Then I'll try my best. Not to the best of my ability, but for sure. Chen Xiang's heart at this time was already 10,000 grass mud horses galloping. These evil capitalists are again pointing fingers for the sake of pointing their own interests. Let a junior who hasn't graduated and hasn't even been in a play be the #1 female in a movie with over $100 million invested in it. Also letting a first-tier top actress to be the second female. This nymphette would not be spewed out by Yao Shui's fans if the news was released. If this actress had better acting skills online, she would basically be a hit. If the acting wasn't online, the drama would have been ruined. When the time comes, the investor can't recover the cost, and the outside world is full of curses. It's still not him who takes the blame. Although in his heart he cursed this Yu Chunghai to death, his face still had to show a pandering smile and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Yu. I will definitely find a way to accomplish it. There's no way around it. Money is money in this day and age." Although he was a minor celebrity in the industry, he wasn't at the point where he could ignore the capitalists. That's the kind of appeal that only a top big director has. A director at that level who just puts out the word that he wants to make a movie. Countless first-tier actors and actresses, even divas, will flock to the show. Countless capitalists come to your door with money in their arms begging you to spend his money. Because whoever a director of this caliber chooses to use means whoever can make more money. Not only will you make money, but the company's stock will go all the way to the red. That's how a capitalist is. He'll go easy on whoever creates a profit for him. Chen Xiang is also working towards this. He dreamed of becoming a director of this caliber. The next day at noon, Lu Peng told Lin Dong that the evening fellowship would take place at the Golden Leaf Hotel and told him to go early and not to be late. Lin Dong sent another message to Zhao Xian, telling her to tell the people below to treat themselves as ordinary guests when they entered the hotel. He didn't want to make a scene just yet. After finishing his classes in the afternoon, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel early and sat in the chairman's office waiting. The other 3 bitches had to go shower and change. Sun Si came back to the Golden Leaf Hotel. But this time it wasn't to meet some director. It was a treat from her roommate Zhang Min's new boyfriend. The 4 of them stood at the entrance of the Golden Leaf Hotel, waiting for Lu Peng and the others to arrive. "Min, is your boyfriend really going to treat us here? We were just joking yesterday. Should we change the place?" Roommate Chen-lan asked. They heard yesterday that Zhang Min's new boyfriend was going to treat them to dinner and told them to pick any place they wanted. So they casually said the Golden Leaf Hotel. "I didn't realize that the other party was really prepared to invite here." Lan, it's fine. Trust my vision. If you can't even afford a meal, how do you deserve to be my Zhang Min's boyfriend? Min, looks like your boyfriend can. He must be a rich second generation. I envy you. Ask your boyfriend if he has any second generation rich friends who are still single. Introduce one to us. At this time another roommate Zhang Yun said. Although he is treating you guys to dinner this time, he will also bring a few roommates over. So you can see if there is anyone you like then. And I'll help you set up a match. Zhang Min replied. So are any of his roommates rich like him? Don't all be some poor loser. I'm not so sure about that. Yun. Don't think about finding a rich second generation all day long. It's not bad to find a potential stock. Sun Si interjected. See? We're not like you. Your family is so rich. If you really can't do it, you'll have to go back and inherit your family's billions of dollars. Can we be compared to you? You have to know that the best ending for people in our category is to find a loving rich second generation to marry. If you really want to be a star, you don't know how much hard work you'll have to put in. In the end it might still be nothing. And don't be so pessimistic. It's not that I'm pessimistic. But for us students with no background, which time do we want roles that we can't get by accompanying food and drinks or even sleeping with them? In the end the sacrifice doesn't necessarily make us popular. That's why I don't want to be a star either. I just want to find a rich second generation to live a peaceful life. Sun Si was also powerless to refute it this time because it was now what Zheng Yun said. She's probably no better than they would be if she didn't have her parents at home to support her. A few people didn't chat for long before Lu Peng arrived in his car with the other two bitches. Lu Peng drove a BMW X7 car. They're all here already. It's the four in front. See? Lu Peng said. Holy shit. It can be. Obviously more than a notch above our school. That is worthy of the acting department. The future is to be a big star. A dormitory 4 people randomly placed in our class. Also Suing Shue can be steadily suppressed. Especially the tallest one. Not much worse than Suing Shui. Absolute goddess level. Do. Lu Peng went to the parking lot in front of the Golden Leaf Hotel and honked twice. My boyfriend is here. Come on. Let's go over there. Zhang Min saw Lu Peng's car with a few roommates walking towards where Lu Peng had parked. Lu Peng's 3 men got off the bus and the two sides met. After a brief introduction, the group of 7 walked into the Golden Leaf Hotel. Then he was taken by the waiter to the reserved private room. After sitting down, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. Phone call connected. Dongzi. Where are you? We're in the 46th private room. Hurry up and come over. You're the only one missing. Lu Peng said. Good. I'll come over right away. Lin Dong said over the phone. Sorry. I still have a roommate who will be here soon. You guys order food Feel free to order whatever you want. Lu Peng said to a few more girls. Lin Dong went downstairs after receiving the call. Midway to Zhao Xian made a phone call. Let her later in the name of the hotel activities. To 46 rooms free of charge. Soon. Lin Dong arrived at the 46th private room. Sorry. There was a bit of a delay. Lin Dong said somewhat apologetically. After Lin Dong sat down, the dishes began to come up one after another and everyone began to move their chopsticks. Other than Lu Peng and Lin Dong who had eaten here before. The remaining 6 people present were all dining here for the first time. Naturally, I can't say enough about the food here. What everyone ordered was still average food. Unlike Lin Dong who ate the top of the line at every meal. When Sun Si saw Lin Dong, she felt that there was something familiar about this person. Suddenly it occurred to me. Wasn't this the same man who had entered the Golden Leaf Hotel yesterday and had been greeted by the waiter with a bow? It's quite a coincidence that only yesterday I didn't think I'd cross paths with such a character. And today I'm sitting down to dinner. Although she was curious about Lin Dong's identity, she did not have the heart to ask. After all, she was not very familiar with him either. After dinner, Lu Peng proposed to go upstairs and sing. And the vote was unanimous. The Golden Leaf Hotel, as an 8-star hotel, naturally has everything to eat, drink and play. However, when they were checking out they were actually told that the hotel was having an event and their table happened to be lucky enough to be drawn for a free bill. And all their purchases today will be free. Everyone is overjoyed. After all, this is tens of thousands of dollars. And then go to sing if you have to run 100,000. He also said that this time does not count. So that Lu Peng will be invited again in the future. Lu Peng naturally agreed readily. Lin Dong, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. Sun Si felt that there must be a problem here. No hotel is engaged in activities is directly free of charge. At most a discount. Especially this kind of high-class hotel. How can you casually give you $100,000 free? Dream on. But this further solidified her suspicions. Lin Dong was definitely a high-level figure in this hotel. But since Lin Dong did not intend to reveal it, there was no need for her to break it down. The group was led by the waiter to the KTV area. Entering the KTV room, everyone started to let loose. Because the light in the private room was relatively dark, coupled with a bit of wine. Lu Peng and Zhang Min The couple directly hid in the corner. You Thick and I Thick began to nibble. This wave of dog food caught everyone present a little off guard. However, everyone did not care and began to play their own games. The three beauties were singing, while the two bitches other than Lin Dong were playing with their cell phones. Lin Dong felt a little bored sitting on the sofa, wanting to leave but feeling that this was not good. You can only enjoy the singing of a few beautiful women. I have to say that even though they are studying acting, their singing is not bad at all. Time passes slowly. While a couple of beauties took a break from singing, Lu Peng picked up the microphone and said, "Thank you to the three beauties for your appreciation today." Then pointed to Lin Dong and continued, "This is my brother Lin Dong. He is still single. You several beauties who do not have a boyfriend. You can exchange contact information to understand each other. Maybe again can be put together a pair. Not to mention this brother of mine on the feelings of the absolute monogamy." When Lin Dong heard this, he was also crying and laughing in his heart. Is this nuisance complimenting me? Or is it an insult to me? One is indeed quite dedicated. So dedicated that one gets so angry that one vomits blood and passes out directly after being broken up with. Those who don't know may think it's a compliment to him, but those who do will definitely take it as a laugh. This rock is probably really a bit drunk. Lu Peng finished his speech and waited for the reaction of the several beauties. He had learned from Zhang Min that these three beauties did not have boyfriends yet. That's why he made this whole thing up. The highest that Sun Si Lin Dong should not have a chance. This level of goddesses, not to mention Lin Dong. That is, he is a veteran of the bush, also have to return in defeat. But the other two Linden still had a chance. Moreover, recently Lin Dong seemed to have changed a bit. His body felt stronger and his temperament had changed. He was no longer the coy one when he was with Jiang Shan, and had become more confident. All in all, it's quite a seller at first glance. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan had no reaction at all after hearing Lu Peng's words. The two of them were able to see that there were 4 people in this one dormitory. And other than Lu Peng, who was a rich second generation, the others were all losers. It was obvious from the fact that they came together in Lu Peng's car. Which rich kid would take someone else's car? Saving gas money along the way? Don't be funny. What does a real rich kid care about that? Although Lin Dong was later, he didn't look like a rich man by looking at the ground goods he was wearing. Although Lin Dong looked quite handsome and stylish. But handsome can be a meal? Besides, they are from the acting department of Jiangnan Media University. What kind of handsome guys have they not seen before? Lin Dong is just a medium level when he is thrown into their school. They don't want to waste their youth on people like that. The two of them weren't reacting, but someone else was. Sun Si was curious about Lin Dong. It's obviously a big one. And yet, you have to pretend to be a little loser. And it was hidden pretty deep. Even a few of his roommates didn't notice. Sun Si wanted to remind her 2 roommates that the rich second generation you aspire to is right in front of your eyes. And not even generally rich. And you treat it as if you don't see it? Once there was a mountain of gold in front of you, but you treated it like dirt. She wondered what the expressions of these 2 roommates would be if they knew Lin Dong's identity. Chagrin? Remorse? For people like them, whose ultimate goal is to be rich, they can probably piss themselves off. All right. If you don't, I will. So Sun Si stood up and walked over to Lin Dong and extended her right hand and said, "Lin Dong student, how are you? My name is Sun Si, a junior student of the acting department of Jiangnan Media University. I'm very happy to meet you. I hope we can be friends and get to know each other." The scene instantly quieted down at those words. Lu Peng could barely even hold the microphone in his hand. A goddess like Sun Si would actually be interested in Lin Dong? Who believes it? The 3 bitches thought at the same time again. Yesterday noon the goddess Han Shiyun also came to see Lin Dong. This Lin Dong had some kind of magic power to specifically attract goddesses. Right? One is a coincidence. And this second one? Will there be a third and fourth? This is the beginning of the end after being dumped? Lin Dong was also a bit stunned at this moment. He felt that ever since he had the system, his peach blossom luck had flooded a bit. The first was Zhao Xian. Then Han Shihyun. And now it's Sun Si. And they're all goddesses. Which one should I choose? It's the little kids that make the choices. I want it all. Lin Dong, who quickly came back to his senses, stood up and said, "Hello, Mr. Sun. It's nice to meet you too." The two shook hands briefly and then exchanged phone numbers and WeChat. Being this time, the door to the booth was opened. Several people thought it was a waiter. But first in was a short, fat, middle-aged man. Following behind was none other than Chen Xiang, the director who had an appointment with Sun Si yesterday. Chen Xiang and Yu Changhai were accompanying the other two investors tonight. But on the way, they saw Sun Si and a few of her classmates here as well. Yu Changhai let his secretary follow him up to see which private room they went into, and rushed here after arranging the two investors properly. After entering the private room, Chen Xiang introduced himself. "Hello, several students." Then the short, fat, middle-aged man next to him was introduced. "This is Mr. Yu from Xin Yuan Entertainment. We mainly came here this time because we want to get to know you all. You should be students of Jiangnan Media University. Right? General Manager Yu and I came to Jiangcheng this time. We came to your university to select roles for a movie with hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. Don't mind if we have a drink together." Chen Xiang just finished. Yu Changhai then couldn't wait to walk to Sun Si and said, "You are fellow student Sun Si. Right? I'm Yu Changhai from Xin Yuan Entertainment. Nice to meet you. I think you're very temperamental and very suitable to star as the female lead in a movie our company is investing in." Yu Changhai looked at Sun Si in front of him, his eyes glowing. Too pretty and too graceful. And actually a head taller than him. He had to tilt his head slightly to talk in front of her. He likes women who are taller than him. So what if they are tall? It's still not to be crushed by his obese body. It fueled his desire to conquer even more. To take this woman no matter what. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. I'm not interested in starring in your movie," Sun Si said calmly. Sun Si looked at the sudden appearance of Chen Xiang and Yu Changhai and understood in her heart. I think yesterday Chen Xiang about himself should be accompanied by this Yu Changhai Yu general manager in front of him. Looking at Yu Changhai's short and fat body, Sun Si was a burst of nausea. Wanting to accompany this kind of person. It would be better to kill me directly. What's a female number one or not? She doesn't care at all. Mr. Sun. You may not be clear about it. Our movie is invested in hundreds of millions of dollars. An additional investment may be made at any time in the later stages. And we have also hired popular actress Yao Shui as the female number two. If you can take on this movie, you can definitely become famous overnight. Yu Changhai continued to seduce. When he said this, Sun Si didn't feel much. But Zheng Yun and Chen Lan and Zhang Min beside her were incredibly moved. As the female lead? Aided by Yao Shui? This can definitely burst into flames. Now that you've chosen acting, who doesn't want to be famous? Who doesn't want to be a star? Just suffer from the lack of opportunity. I'm sorry, Mr. Yu. I'm really not interested. Sun Si remained unmoved. Mr. Yu. Mr. Yu. I'm interested. Mr. Yu. I'm also interested. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan hurriedly came up and said. And Jiang Min because of his boyfriend Lu Peng, and the reason did not dare to get up. It is not easy to find a rich second-generation boyfriend. Don't get a chicken and egg at that time. Yu Chunhai is not much interested in Zhang Yun and Chen Lan. He does not know how many women of this color he has played with. Yu Chunhai gave Chen Xiang a wink and told him to come up and persuade him. However, Sun Si didn't give them a chance and directly said to Jiang Min, Min, I still have something to do. So I'll leave first. You guys have fun. Then he turned to Lin Dong and said, Student Lin Dong, can you give me a ride? Oh. Good. Lin Dong said hurriedly. He had wanted to leave for a long time and had just the right excuse. After saying hello, the two left together. Lin Dong and Sun Si left. Yu Chunhai, who remained in the private room, had a somewhat ugly face. Since becoming the general manager of Xin Yuan Entertainment, he hadn't encountered a woman who gave so little face for a long time. For this kind of woman who doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry and is greasy, Yu Chunhai doesn't have any good solutions. Zhang Yun and Chen Lan embraced Yu Chunhai left and right and sat down. Then started toasting. They really wanted the role. In addition to Lu Peng, the other two began to ingratiate themselves with Chen Xiang, who after all is also considered a little-known director, and is already considered very important to Fan Biao and the others. The gang just drank their drinks with their own minds. Lin Dong and Sun Si rode the elevator downstairs. In the elevator, Sun Si suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Lin Dong, this hotel is owned by your family? Huh? Lin Dong did not react for a moment. There's no need to find excuses to hide it. I know you must have a deep relationship with this hotel. Sun Si added. I'm not hiding anything and I don't know what you're talking about. Lin Dong said. Lin Dong, it's impossible for a hotel to get a free bill for an event. And a free bill is 100,000 or so. You've gone a bit overboard. A discount is more like it. What does it matter to me if this hotel is free or not? Lin Dong, it's fine if you don't admit it. But you should know that a woman's sixth sense is usually very accurate. The free bill was definitely something you ordered the hotel to do. And the one who can do that must be an important person in the hotel. So when Min Min and the girls come back, we'll analyze it together and find out who has so much power. Lin Dong felt that this woman was a bit powerful. IQ is a little too high. Free a single can analyze who did it. Do not go as a detective, some pity. He didn't realize that Sun Si was only able to determine this by seeing the waiter groveling to him when he entered the hotel yesterday. Alright. Student's son. You win. The freebie was indeed my doing. Seeing that he could not hide anymore, Lin Dong could only admit it. So what's your connection to this hotel? Seeing that Lin Dong had admitted it, Sun Si asked with some curiosity. Like you said, I own this hotel. Young proprietor? Sort of. Not bad. Student Lin Dong. I didn't realize that you're still a super rich second generation. Mr. Son. You're not so bad. Directors and investors came to you to play the female lead and you turned them down. It's a little less than a super rich kid like you. The two walked out of the hotel chatting like this. Son. Why don't I take you back? Lin Dong asked as he stood in front of the hotel. Sure. Do you still want me to take a taxi by myself? Sun Si looked like she was taking it for granted. Having to. Lin Dong shrugged his shoulders and went to drive his Big Ben over before sending Sun Si back to Jiangnan Media University. After sending Sun Si off, Lin Dong returned to the international mansion. Zhao Xian is already asleep. Lin Dong estimated that Zhao Xian must have been tired enough in the past few days. And the work of handing over the hotel should be quite tedious. Get out of the shower and lie down on the bed. Lin Dong opened his laptop. Tap on Whale Live. Han Hyun is not on the air. Cousin Wang Li isn't on the air either. Lyndon was just wandering around. But his rank is really a bit scary. Over 1100 levels. 1000 levels or more is a king. Lindong randomly clicked on a live game. Go to the live feed. A 5-clawed golden dragon hovered over the computer screen. And then 4 big golden letters popped up: the king has arrived. The way this came out. It's just hanging. The live feed instantly exploded. Crap. The legendary Mr. Chai has shown up. Welcome, Mr. Chai. Welcome to Mr. Chai. The anchor is playing Crisis. It's a cute girl named Jasmine. After seeing Lindong's 1000-leveled king's number come in. Find a corner a cat. Then he stood up. Pinched his hands on his orchid fingers. Crouched his feet slightly. And whispered. Welcome, Mr. Chai, to my live studio. My little sister is here to greet you. It's a superstar. It has to be served. The anchor cute girl's behavior made Lindong feel a little funny. It's true that money talks. Lindong directly swiped a pop-up. Jasmine. Play the game properly. And I'll give you 666 ultra fire swipes to celebrate when you eat the chicken. Jasmine was pleasantly surprised when she saw Lindong's pop-up. If she succeeded in eating chicken in this round, it would be worth more than 100 or 1,000 rounds normally. Hurrying to sit in his seat, he began to continue the game, saying as he played, "Thank you, Mr. Chai, for your support. I will definitely try my best to eat chicken." The pop-ups of the onlookers and eaters swiped again. Mr. Chai is awesome. Mr. Chai is mighty. Mr. Chai is Mr. Chai. And he really did make an extraordinary move. Jasmine carefully maneuvered her game character. She was usually skilled enough to play 10 games and could usually eat chicken for 8. But it is afraid of overturning. This overturning. More than $1 million of gifts will be lost. So the mood is also unusually nervous. All the way through. To the time when there are still 3 people left. Jasmine breathed a sigh of relief. This hand to eat chicken should be relatively stable. But suddenly, a grenade flew at her and Jasmine jumped to the side. But it was too late. With a loud boom, Jasmine was blown up. In this instant, Jasmine was murderous. Seeing that the gift of over $1 million that was about to arrive just flew away, Jasmine froze in front of her computer for a long time. There was also a sigh of regret on the air. Lindong felt that the anchor's skills were okay, and his own hands were itching to swipe a pop-up. Little Jasmine. How about playing a hand with your brother? Jasmine finally came back to her senses when she saw Lindong's pop-up and hurriedly replied. Yes. Good. Where is Mr. Chai? I'll come find you. Lindong entered the game. And then the two of them teamed up to start a new round. The two landed in a valley and began picking up equipment and arming themselves. Jasmine had always surrounded Lindong and offered any good equipment to him. Lindong did not refuse. To be honest, Lindong's skills were a bit of a dish. After all, he had played less in the past. But the two were lucky that there didn't seem to be any great opponents in this round. In the end, Jasmine took Lyndon to the top of the chicken successfully. This was also the first time that Lindong had eaten chicken. Although Lindong's skills were very rookie, it was strange that no one in the live broadcast room scolded him. And they all said that he was playing well. Who dares to scold this kind of big brother? Those who can brush tens of millions of dollars in the live broadcast. Can they be worse in reality? If you make a big brother angry, you'll be found even if you dig 3 feet into the ground. Lyndon was in a good mood. Direct hyperfire takeoff. One small match for Anchor Jasmine Super Rocket X1. A small match for Anchor Jasmine Super Rocket X666. When everyone thought it was over, A small match for Anchor Jasmine Super Rocket X888. A small match for Anchor Jasmine Super Rocket X1314. Eventually, the Superfire stopped at a count of 1,314. It's worth over $2 million. Whale Live's most expensive escort is also out. Accompanying the game of Crisis. One game of chicken. $2,600,000 in gifts. Jasmine friend Lin Dong and told Lin Dong to look for her if he wanted to play games in the future. Because of the immediate release of May Day. So no rest this weekend. The May Day Gala is also held the day before the vacation. During this period of time, Lin Dong continued to eat and go to school as normal. And as time passed, the heat of Lin Dong's incident slowly waned. But he was also considered a celebrity in the school. The handover of the Golden Leaf Hotel had also been completed, with Lin Dong officially becoming the owner of the Golden Leaf Hotel, and had managed to spend another $18 billion, gaining 180 Divine Greatness points. After spending 40 Divine Magnificence points to add both physique and spirit to 50 points respectively, Lin Dong did not increase them any further. He felt that the difference between 45 and 50 points was not that great. When you reach 50 points, your physical and mental strength crosses over into the stronger category. The remaining 140 points, Lin Dong did not use anymore, staying in case he needed any skills. He could add them at any time. The day before the May Day vacation, Lin Dong no longer had classes in the afternoon. So he rested in the dormitory and prepared to attend the school's May Day Cultural Gala in the evening. Jiangnan Media University has been on vacation. Close to home have begun to leave school one after another. Sun Si was packing up her things in the dormitory and preparing to go home. Suddenly the phone rings. Sun Si picked up the phone to see that it was her mom calling and hurriedly connected. But after picking up the phone, Sun Si's entire body was confused. Her mom told her not to come home for a while, and then gave her $100,000 to save for a little while. Sun Si instinctively felt that something seemed to be wrong at home. And it was only after she repeatedly pressed her that her mother told her in tears. The family's business had failed and owed a lot of money. And now the house was under surveillance by the debtors. And as soon as she went back, she would surely be blocked by those debtors. And they could only temporarily hide in their grandparents' house now. Her father has not eaten nor drank for 2 days now. The whole person has lost a big circle, and cannot be persuaded. In Sun Si's heart, her father was the sky. But now that the sky had collapsed, she couldn't figure out why her family had gone bankrupt all of a sudden after so many years of doing business. She had to hurry back and get things straightened out. If she didn't go back now, she was afraid that she would never see her parents again. After simply packing up a little something, Sun Si rushed towards home. Her family is in Yangchang, not far from Jiangchang, more than half an hour by train, and even by car, just 2 or 3 hours. By the time she got to her grandparents' house, it was almost evening. Knock, knock. Sun Si calmed down a bit and started knocking on the door. No one is answering. Knock, knock. Sun Si knocked again. Still no answer. Could. It's not possible. It's not possible. Sun Si's heart trembled. Quickly, he took out his phone and dialed his mom's number. Phone call connected. Mom. I'm already back. Just outside the door of Grandma's house. Open the door. Sun Si said with some anxiety. Si? You're back? Didn't I tell you not to come back? Sun Si heard her mother's voice coming from the phone. Her heart was finally relieved. Although her voice was a little tired. But at least she was still alive. Soon. The door finally opened. The moment I saw my mom, Sun Si couldn't help but hug her mom and cry out anymore. Mother and daughter went inside after crying for a while. Seeing no one in the house, Sun Si asked, Mom, what's going on? Where's Dad? Where are grandparents? Where's little sister? Your grandparents and little sister have been picked up by your uncle. Your father has locked himself in his room and refuses to come out. CE. Go and persuade your father. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If he continues like this, his body will collapse. Sun Si entered the room after seeing the man sitting in the room smoking a cigarette. She was completely unable to connect the man, whose hair had gone mostly gray, with her father. Once he was house-spirited. From the countryside out. In the city to make a world. In the whole family is the most productive. No matter who talked about him or thumbs up. But the man in front of him, the whole man looked dead. A man in his 40s looked like he was 60. Dad! Sun Si shouted with tears in her eyes. The man didn't respond to her and continued to smoke. One after the other. Mom! What the hell is going on? Why did Dad turn out like this? Sun Si turned her head to her mom. Alas! Your father was cheated. That partner rolled away all the company's money out of the country. And your father is the company's legal person. All the loans and debit notes are signed your father's name. In addition to the bank, in addition to a number of loan sharks. Your father, because he could not stand the blow overnight, his hair was white for most of the time. Sitting here for 2 days already. Why? Why is it like this? How could a good home suddenly become like this? Sun Si sat paralyzed on the ground, unable to stop her tears. When she left the house a few months ago, it was peaceful and cozy. And her dad was still the man who stood tall in her heart. Her mother is still the same middle-aged woman who likes to nag them in front of their sisters. What a lucky family. Why would it suddenly become a dying family? Chen Suelian squatted down and hugged her own daughter. Her eyes were astringent. But no tears flowed down. Because she had already shed too much in the past few days. She didn't blame her husband. She knew he had endured more. She blamed it on the fact that these crooks were too good at disguising themselves. Too intentional. See? This hurdle Mom and Dad can't cross. If Mom and Dad are no longer around, you must take care of your sister. You're already an adult. It's time to take the responsibility of taking care of your sister. Got it? Chen Suelian hugged Sun Si and said. Hearing her mother's words, Sun Si's heart trembled and she hurriedly said, Mom, you guys mustn't do anything stupid. Okay? Please. Chen Suelian continued as if she hadn't heard her daughter's plea. But don't worry too much. Your father and I have saved a little money for you at your uncle's place. It's not much, but it's enough to clothe and feed you. Mom, you mustn't do anything stupid. There must be another way. There must be another way. Chen Suelian continued. But you need to move to a place where they can't find you. Because many of these debtors are loan sharks. And Mom is afraid that they will threaten your sister's safety. Mom, isn't it settled when you pay the money back? It suddenly occurred to Sun Si that Lin Dong was the young proprietor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. His family must be very rich. As long as he was willing to lend money to help himself, then he could definitely solve the crisis at home. I'll pay him back later. And if I can't, I'll be his lover and his second wife. At this time Sun Si, not to mention a handsome young man like Lin Dong, even if it is a short, fat and ugly man like Yu Chunghai, as long as it can help her family solve the crisis of her family's destruction, she will absolutely not hesitate to follow him. Because nothing is more important in her mind than her loved ones at home. Silly girl. Paying back the money is a solution to the problem. But we can't pay back this money. Mom and Dad have already thought of a lot of ways to do it. Everything that can be sold has been sold. And everything that can be borrowed has been borrowed. And in the end it's just a drop in the bucket. JNU. Tens of thousands of students were already sitting neatly in the playground. The May Day Gala will begin soon. First, there was a speech from the school leader. Then the students began to perform their programs. Singers, dancers, skits, comedians, and magicians began to present themselves on stage. However, at this time, Lin Dong was not sitting down to watch the program. Instead, he was called back to the classroom by the homeroom teacher. And of course he wasn't the only one. Everyone in the class was called back. Everyone was a bit baffled. The homeroom teacher spoke at this time. There are special circumstances today. Because Ying Shui is a little unwell. So she can't go on stage. Whoever of you knows how to play the piano, go up and take over. You don't need to play as well as you can. Just cope with it. Everyone's eyes went to Su Yingshui. Sure enough, Su Yingshui's originally flushed face turned a little white. The homeroom teacher waited for a while before anyone signed up and continued. Whoever takes this assignment next, I'll give the green light all the way from now on. No matter if it's a leave of absence or whatever. When this was said, many people were a bit impressed. But playing the piano is a delicate job. Not just anyone who learns for a few days dares to perform on stage. Lin Dong was also a bit impressed and wanted to take this matter on, so that it would be easier for him to take a vacation in the future. So he added piano to the skill bar with God's Magnificence points. And directly added another 10 God's Magnificence points. And the piano skill directly changed from introductory to proficient. Soon, Lin Dong felt a large amount of knowledge pouring into his mind. After having a bottom in his heart, Lin Dong stood up and said, "Teacher, I'll give it a try." All the students looked at Lin Dong with disbelief on their faces. Including the other 3 bitches as well as Su Yingshui and the class teacher as well. Lindo plays the piano? Don't be funny. He's been in college for a few years now, and when he's on vacation he's either working a part-time job or on his way to a part-time job. So how does he have time to learn the piano? Would you? The homeroom teacher asked hesitantly. Yes. I learned that when I was working part-time. Can you play a full song? The homeroom teacher asked again. Yes. Alright then. Since there's no one else signed up, go ahead and give it a try. And remember, no credit, no blame. At this time, Ding Wei stood up and said with a pained expression, "Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. Let Lin Dong go up alone." He was not going to go up with Lin Dong to disgrace himself to his death. He did not believe that a loser like Lin Dong could play the piano. Wouldn't it be nice to take yourself out before it's too late and sit down on the stage to watch Lin Dong's jokes? The students in the class all wanted to laugh a little as they watched Ding Wei feign a face of pain. The homeroom teacher naturally saw it as well, but didn't break him down and asked Lin Dong instead. "Lin Dong, can you do it alone?" "Okay," Lin Dong replied. He couldn't wait for Ding Wei not to go with him. What was the point of working with a man? However, he also felt that playing the piano alone was a bit monotonous, and spent another 30 divine mastery points to raise the 3 skills of lyrics, songwriting, and singing directly to proficiency. That's everything now. With things settled, everyone came out to the playground to watch the program. Linden, meanwhile, is backstage waiting for his turn in the ring. Goat City. Sun sees grandmother's house. Dad. Mom. I have a classmate who is the young proprietor of the Golden Leaf Hotel. You know about the Golden Leaf Hotel, right? 8-star hotel. Also the highest and most luxurious hotel in Jiangnan province. It's worth a lot of money. As long as he's willing to help us, our family can get through this difficult time. Sun Si tried to think of a way to stabilize her parents. As long as there was hope, they definitely wouldn't give up. After hearing his daughter's words, Sun Weiqing finally turned his head to look at Sun Si's mother and daughter. And his eyes were no longer deadpan. As a native of Jiangnan province and once a big boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars, He naturally knew the great name of the Golden Leaf Hotel and had once received an important client there. The market value of that hotel could reach at least $15 billion. And if it was really like what his daughter said, it might really help him get through this. As long as the money owed to loan sharks and banks is paid off and the company is unblocked, you can definitely make a comeback with your own abilities. How would he want to give up this one happy family if it were possible? Really? Sun Weicheng asked in an almost hoarse voice. It was the first thing he had said in 2 days. Really? Really? Sun Si said happily as she wiped away her tears when she saw her father finally speak. Chen Suilian was relieved to see her husband finally speak. But even if he has the ability, why would he help us? You and him are only classmates. Our family has a funding gap of nearly $100 million. Can you really borrow it? Sun Weicheng asked. 100 million? Sun Si was even more shocked in her heart when she heard this number. She had originally thought that her family might just owe a few $1,000,000. And with Lin Dong's status as a super-rich second generation, he should not care about this amount of money. But I didn't expect to owe $100 million. $100 million. Even though Lin Dong was a super-rich second generation, could he really take out that much cash? Maybe his family could take it out. But he was just a student. And there was no way his family would let him use so much money to lend to someone he'd only known for a few days. What do I do? What do I do? No. It was hard to get some hope in my parents. I couldn't let them see it. Dad. Lin Dong will lend it to me. Because he is my boyfriend. I've been with him for half a year already. It's just that I was afraid that you guys would say I'm still young. So I didn't dare to tell you. Sun Weicheng and Chen Suilian froze. The last bit of doubt in his mind disappeared. It didn't surprise them at all that their daughter had found such a wonderful boyfriend. They have absolute confidence in their daughters. Just one more doubt appeared in Sun Weicheng's mind. Could the daughter just be trying to comfort herself? And make up a lie? Quite possibly. So Sun Weicheng said. Then call him now and see if you can borrow it. Sun Si's heart tightened and she said. Dad. Let's call tomorrow. You should eat something first. And I'm hungry too. As a businessman who had worked in the mall for many years, how could Sun Weicheng not see the subtle changes in his daughter? As expected. Sun Weicheng sighed in his heart. This is just a reprieve for my daughter. Chen Shuilian spoke at this time. CE. Just call. If we can borrow the money. Your father can also make preparations. If we can't, we still need to get your sisters settled. Otherwise your father and I won't die in peace. Sun Si had no choice but to take out her phone and find Lin Dong's number and dialed it. Despite the despair in his heart, he hoped that there would be a miracle. JNU. Lyndon is still backstage waiting to go on. The phone suddenly rang. Take out the phone and look at it. It's Sun Si. What does this chick want with herself? Although there was doubt in his mind, Lin Dong nevertheless answered the phone. Hello? Mr. Sun. What can I do for you? On the other end of the phone. When Sun Weicheng heard Lin Dong call his daughter's son classmate, his last bit of hope was dashed. No man calls his girlfriend that. Sun Si, however, didn't care about these details. Lin Dong, are you free right now? I want to talk to you about something. Lin Dong looked at his program. There were still several groups in front of him. So he walked to a quieter place. Say what you have to say. Lin Dong, I want to borrow some money from you. Lin Dong froze. Borrowing money? Isn't this girl's family rich? How can you borrow money from yourself? How much to borrow? Lin Dong asked. Borrow a billion. How much to borrow? Lin Dong thought he had misheard and asked again. Borrow $100 million. What are you borrowing so much money for? Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong? My family failed in business and owes a lot of loan sharks. If we don't pay them back, our family will be finished. Please help me. Okay? I will definitely pay you back slowly. Sun Si's choked voice came from the phone. Loan sharks? This stuff is the stuff that kills people. The image of this chick rejecting the subterfuge of that what's his name Mr. You came to Lin Dong's mind. If he refused now, it wouldn't be long before this girl should become the plaything of those people for money. Come on. Think of it as rescuing a teenage girl who's about to lose her way. Is $100 million enough? Lin Dong asked. Is $100 million enough? This was definitely one of the most moving words Sun Si had ever heard in her life. As it pulled her family back from the abyss she was about to fall into. Sun Weicheng and Chen Suilian both looked at each other with wide eyes as well. Faces full of astonishment. This boyfriend of my daughter's is a bit unpredictable. $100 million seems to be completely out of the question for him. It's $100 million. Even at the height of their family, they couldn't get $100 million. But the other side just takes it as it comes. Such a character was actually their daughter's boyfriend? They were all happy for their daughters. And to be able to come up with $100 million to help your daughter. You definitely genuinely like your daughter. Enough. That's enough. Thank you. Lin Dong. Sun Si wanted to cry out at this time. From the afternoon until now, she had been tightening her spirit. Finally she could relax. So she wanted to vent. Then send me the card number and I'll transfer it to you later. Lin Dong's voice came from the phone. Good. Thank you really. Lin Dong. Hanging up the phone, Sun Si sent her card number to Lin Dong. Then realized her parents were staring at her. Dad. Mom. What's wrong with you guys? CE. Is this Lin Dong really your boyfriend? Yeah. Otherwise he wouldn't just lend out $100 million even if he was rich. That's right too. So when are you going to bring him home and we'll thank him properly? Wait until he's free. He's usually busy. Then when he has time, you must bring him back for us to see. All right. All right. Mom. You go and make dinner. I've been hungry already for a long time. A mechanical voice rang out from Sun Si's cell phone at this time. Your account with tail number XXXX has received a transfer of $100 million. All three froze at the same time. And all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Although Lin Dong promised to borrow. But as long as the money doesn't arrive, the stone in your heart won't drop. Now that the money has arrived, the family's crisis is over. Chen Suilian happily went to cook. Sun Weicheng also walked out of the room where he stayed for 2 days. Drank some milk and went to take a shower. Sun Si sat on the sofa in the living room. Thinking back on everything that happened on this day. She shuddered to think. Without Lin Dong's help. What an ending for her family. Her parents might as well carry all this on their backs and leave the world. And himself and his sister will go to a place where they have no family and live alone. It was Lin Dong who had saved her parents. The sisters. And even more so, the family that was about to be broken. So she had decided in her mind. From today onwards, she only belonged to Lin Dong alone in her entire life. She would appear whenever Lin Dong needed her. When Lin Dong did not need her, she disappeared. Whether a lover or a maid. It doesn't matter if you're a cow or a horse. She's all set with Lin Dong. JNU. Lyndon is still waiting to get on the field right now. He's next. If he knew what Sun Si was thinking right now, he would definitely be baffled. How can you lend out $100 million and still get reneged on? At this time, the loud voice of the host on stage rang out. Since the next performer, Suing Xue, is a bit under the weather, We have student Lin Dong performing a piano solo for us next. The host just finished. There was a cacophony on stage. Crap. How did it change to Lin Dong? Where is my goddess? Surprisingly, she's changed? Lin Dong can play the piano? Playing cotton is more like it. Hey! Lin Dong. Show us how you vomited blood that day. I'll learn. My girlfriend is about to break up with me too. Ha ha ha. Right. Let Lin Dong perform spitting blood. Ha ha ha. The scene is starting to get a little chaotic. After Lin Dong went on stage, he heard the laughter of the students on stage. He ignored them. Walking directly to the piano, he picked up the microphone and said, "Teachers, students, good evening. I'm Lin Dong. And tonight I'm bringing you an original song of mine called Boys. I hope you'll like it." Sitting down in front of the piano and placing his hands on the keys, Lyndon calmed down for a moment as his mind drifted to how he should play. It's like you've practiced it a million times. Fingers began to fly across the keys. The notes from the piano slowly drifted into the ears of everyone present. I'll be damned. That's pretty good. It's kind of like that. This Lin Dong actually really knows how to play the piano? The hiding is quite deep. Lin Dong's voice then rang in everyone's ears. Was. Accident. He's in love with her. In times that will not hesitate. Thought. Understood. So love hurts. One hand is tightly placed. The obsession of the heart and the future. Can't forget. Your love. But the ending is hard to change. I didn't get you. To stay. Much less want him. Can give you a future to look forward to. Childish boys. Wow. The first half of the song is sung. The entire sight of tens of thousands of people. Ravenous. Soon the second verse rang out again. Yours. Care. Always carry it with me. Open it again where no one is. Wanted to ask. You now. Whether or not sorrow is absent. Like the sea lying in the sun. Like colors painted with care. To make you smile and be brave. Can't forget. Your love. But the ending is hard to change. I didn't get to keep you. Much less like him. Can give you a future to look forward to. Childish boys. Wow. Thinking of you. Right now. Thinking of you. Whenever I wander again. All regrettable. Neither is the future. All love. It's all inevitable in the end. There is no escape from harm. No need to start over. Wow. La. Now me. Just hope for pain. It's more painful to come. Not able to start over anyway. Wow. P.S. Everyone think of this book as a parallel world. The song is Boys by the voice winner Liang Bo. If you're interested. The song is finished. But the scene remains silent. Shocked? Indeed. Everyone did not expect Lin Dong to sing such a heartfelt song. The lyrics, songwriting, singing and playing the piano are so insightful. Many of those who have experienced it have had their eyes moistened. Zhang Shan is leaning into the arms of her best friend Zhu Yan in tears. The songs Lyndon writes are what they used to be. The he and she in the lyrics refers to Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yan looked at her bosom friend in her arms and sighed in her heart. Such a good and dedicated man. To break up with him for a scumbag? She was not destined to have him. Suing Shui sat frozen on the stage and looked at Lin Dong on the stage. The man she had been a classmate with for 3 years. She didn't seem to know at all. Piano skills, singing skills, and songwriting skills are all absolutely top-notch. The most important thing is to make such insightful lyrics in the context of your own experiences. Great men are like fireflies in the night. Always so compelling. Suing Shui wondered if Lin Dong had been irritated after being dumped before he started to show his hidden other side. How many more secrets does he have? Suing Shui was getting curious. Han Shiyun, on the other hand, was a bit depressed. She was not surprised that Lin Dong was so good. You're kidding. Wouldn't a big shot like that have some substance? But didn't Lin Dong say he wanted to keep a low profile? Is that what he calls laying low? Now it's better. There's definitely a lot more competition. Other people Han Shiyun did not put much in her eyes. But Suing Shui, who was in the same class as Lin Dong, Han Shiyun had some sense of crisis. No. While everyone was still half aware of Lin Dong, he had to speed up and take Lin Dong down himself. Otherwise you'll miss the village and you won't be able to find the store. The several music teachers in the school were looking at Lin Dong as if he was looking at a rare treasure. It's amazing that such a musically gifted student went unnoticed by them. I don't know who rang the first applause. Then one after another. In a flash, tens of thousands of people rang out in thunderous applause. Lin Dong stood up and bowed to the stage before leaving the stage. Tonight, he was destined to be the man who shone the brightest. Lake City. It's a city by the sea. It's a bit more developed in every way than the inland city of Jiangcheng. Lin Dong was currently sitting on the airplane from Jiangcheng to Hucheng with his eyes closed. Behind him, a pretty-faced, tall flight attendant was rubbing his shoulders. He sat in the super-luxury first-class cabin. Not only is a single-person single room, all kinds of top food supply. Moreover, there is a beautiful stewardess one-on-one service. The service is good and the price is a bit outrageous. 50 times that of economy class. Not something the average person can afford. Mr. Lin, do you need food or water? Lan Xin asked as she massaged Lin Dong's shoulders. She had already pressed Lin Dong for almost an hour. And her hands were aching. But Lin Dong did not shout at her to stop. And she did not dare to stop. So she could only ask Lin Dong if he would eat anything. Lansing is a flight attendant in the airline's top deluxe first class. And they are different from both business and economy class flight attendants. Because they work one-on-one individually with first-class guests. The work is easy. Not to mention the pay is much higher than the other two cabins. The job demands a lot from them in all aspects. After all, those who can afford to fly in the top luxury first class are absolute tycoons. She had just been in charge of this cabin for less than a month when the last sister in charge of this cabin fell in love with a rich man and resigned to live the life of a rich wife. This job of theirs is actually very mobile. Because it may be that one day any of the sisters will follow the rich man. So there are a lot of backups. And they look forward every day to being able to work on an airplane soon. As soon as they enter the training course, they sign an employment contract for a very long period of time. And if they quit, they will lose a lot of money. Which is the cost of the company to train them. Even so, there are still a lot of sisters who leave every year. And they go out and have good times and bad times. Lan Xin didn't think about being able to fall for any rich man. She just wanted to cherish this job. Mr. Lin? Lan Xin called out again when she saw that Lin Dong did not respond. Lin Dong was sleeping happily at this time. Mr. Lin? Lan Xin continued to call. Lin Dong still did not respond. Lan Xin finally sighed in relief after realizing that Lin Dong was asleep and stopped the massage before gently closing the hatch and going out. Half an hour later. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Lan Xion's voice sounded in Lin Dong's ears again. Only then did Lin Dong slowly and leisurely wake up. Mr. Lin? The plane has arrived in Lake City. Ah. So soon? Lin Dong asked with a yawn. Mr. Lin? You've been asleep for over an hour. Thank you. Ms. Lan. Lin Dong said. You're welcome. Mr. Lin. This is all what we should do. Lin Dong got up and moved around for a bit before getting straight off the plane, bringing nothing with him in terms of luggage other than a cell phone. Walking out of the airport, Lin Dong stood on the side of the road in front of the airport. He had already called Yi Hong before he boarded the plane. Yi Hong said he was coming to pick him up, but I don't know why he hasn't arrived yet. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Mr. Lin. Lin Dong turned his head to look. It turned out to be the stewardess Lan Xin who had massaged his shoulders on the airplane. At this time, Lan Xin was wearing a stewardess uniform and pulling a small box in her hand. Ms. Lan. Hello? Lin Dong returned. Is Mr. Lin waiting for a friend? Lan Xin asked. I'm going to get a cab. Lin Dong was indeed prepared to take a taxi and go directly to Yi Hong's company. Take a cab? Lan Xin was a bit puzzled. Someone who could afford to sit in the top luxury first class actually wanted to take a cab? As it happens, I'm also about to take a cab back to the hotel. Where is Mr. Lin going? Shall we join together? Lan Xin said. Lin Dong was about to rebuff when another voice rang out. Lansing? Is this your boyfriend? Only to see a stewardess a few years older than Lan Xin pulling a suitcase over. Don't get me wrong. Sisterly. This is Mr. Lin, who just happened to sit in the cabin I was in charge of on the plane. Lan Xin explained. Lan Xin. You must keep your eyes peeled when looking for a man. Some people just like to fly first class and pretend to be big spenders to trick you newcomers. Our crew has already had several sisters who have been tricked. And in the end, they are empty-handed. Sisterly. It's really not what you think. I know. Young people like you, looking for a boyfriend to find a handsome one. When you're older you'll know that handsome can't be a meal. You must find a practical one. One that's good to you. One that's rich. Trust me. Sisterly won't lie to you. Lin Dong glanced at this heavily made-up Sisterly. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Or is she going through menopause? I'm waiting here for a fucking car. What did I do to you? Was about to dislike a few things back. Doe. A Range Rover pulled up in front of the three. My boyfriend came to pick me up. Lan Xin. Do you want me to give you guys a ride? Sisterly said with some pretense. At that moment the car door opened and a man got out. When Lin Dong saw this Sisterly's boyfriend, he instantly lost the desire to dislike her. This nasty 1.6 height. 180 weight. With that, what entertainment companies you always have a match. But also horseballed. Estimated to be 40 or 50 years old. Right? No wonder he disliked Lan Xin as soon as he came here. This Nima is definitely envious and jealous. No need. Sisterly. We can just take a taxi ourselves. Lan Xin said. Aren't you flying first class? Why do you still need to take a taxi? Lan Xin. Don't blame Sisterly for not reminding you if you're cheated. That's when a roar went up, and accompanied by many gasps of amazement. Look! That's a beautiful car. Crap! What a stylish supercar. I've dreamed of owning one. Immediately after that, two cool supercars pulled up behind the Land Rover. The car door opened and Yi Hong got out of the car and walked directly towards Lin Dong. Elder brother Lin. Sorry. Something delayed me a bit. Here are your car keys. Yi Hong finished throwing a key to Lin Dong. Lin Dong hugged Yi Hong after receiving the key. Brother Yi is not saying anything. For Brother Yi to take time out of his busy schedule to come and pick me up. Little brother is really sorry. Okay. Let's not be polite here. Let's take a look at your car. This car has been driven less than 300 kilometers in 3 years. It is absolutely no different from a new car. Yi Hong put his arm around Lin Dong's shoulder and said. Lin Dong walked to his Bugatti Flying Dragon. Reached out and touched the body. It felt so good. It was more comfortable than touching a woman. It's so cool. It's so stylish. This car drove back to school absolutely blinded countless pairs of dog eyes. Yeah. This is a great car. I like it so much. If you like it, go. Get in the car. Brother Yi will take you to a place to pick you up. Then I'll listen to Brother Ye's arrangements today. Little brother. At this time, the person who came down from the equally cool sports car behind him walked to Yi Hong and handed him a car key. Yi Dong. Your car keys. Little Li Zi. Take a taxi back to the company yourself. Yi Hong said. Yes. Yi Dong. Lin Dong stood next to the Bugatti Flying Dragon and prepared to get into the car. Suddenly, he saw that Lansing was still standing on the side of the road in shock. Where are you going? MS. Blue? I'll give you a ride? Lin Dong said to Lan Xin. Mr. Lin. Don't bother. I'll just take a cab. Lan Xin replied. Get in. Lin Dong said and entered the cab of the Bugatti Flying Dragon. Lan Xin hesitated for a moment, but still walked up and got into Lin Dong's co-pilot. Lin Dong got on the car and called Yi Hong in the car behind him, saying that he wanted to send someone first. As it turned out, it happened to be on the way. So Yi Hong led Lin Dong in front. Two super cool sports cars disappeared into the airport with a roar. Sister Li looked at the faraway supercar. Her face was a bit ugly. Mainly because she had just been hit in the face so quickly that she had not reacted. Looking at the rich boyfriend in front of her, who she was so proud of, Sister Li suddenly felt unscented. Not far away, several flight attendants also saw the scene that just happened. Did you guys see that? Lansing got into that supercar. Which one of you took a picture? Do a quick search for what kind of car that is. Haven't seen it before. Filmed and tapped. Searching. Oh my god. This is the latest limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon. Only 8 units released worldwide. With a release price of $60 million. What? $60 million? That's too much. There are even more exaggerated ones. $60 million was the issue price 3 years ago. And now it has been speculated to $80 million. My god. Lan Xin has only been here for a month. How did she meet such a young, handsome, and rich tycoon? How come I can't meet one? Lin Dong sent Lan Xin to the hotel where she was staying and then followed Yi Hong to the Lake Center Clubhouse. The heart of the Lake Clubhouse is the most exclusive clubhouse in Lake City. Built in the center of a man-made lake. In addition to the beautiful scenery, there are golf courses, racetracks, and all these games for the rich and famous. Yi Hong brought Lin Dong to the golf course. There were 7 or 8 men and women gossiping together in the lounge area. All around 20 or 30 years old. Outside, another man and woman were playing golf. The man holding the woman from behind, his hands in hers, seemingly teaching her. Let me introduce you all. This is my brother, Lin Dong, who is currently attending university in Zhengcheng. Yi Hong introduced to the few people in the rest area. Immediately afterward, he turned to Lin Dong and said, Elder brother Lin. These are all members of our SCC. The few people present looked at Lin Dong and did not take him seriously. After all, Lin Dong was too young. Old Yi. You called us over today just to recognize this Lin Dong? One of the lightweights, who was about 24 or 25 years old, asked. His name was Wang Chang, and he was an intermediate member of SCC like Yi Hong. Within SCC, there is still a gap in membership levels. Because the higher the membership level, the more powerful you are side by side. That's why generally low-level members don't dare to talk back to high-level members. However, he and Yi Hong were both at the same level. So naturally there was nothing to be polite about. And he said whatever came to mind. For another, Yi Hong is an eight-sided businessman with an easygoing personality. Wang Chang. I called you all here today mainly as a witness. I will exercise my privilege as an intermediate member and invite Lin Dong to join our SCC. The few people sitting there were a little surprised to hear Yi Hong's words and looked squarely at Lin Dong for a few moments. It was not easy to allow Yi Hong to directly exercise the privileges of an intermediate member. You should know that an intermediate member can only invite one person to join. This quota is precious. Even some people directly bid tens of millions of dollars to buy a quota cannot be bought. Yi Hong actually gave the only spot to this young kid in front of him? What's this kid's story? That's when a man in his 30s said. Since old Yi is directly exercising the privileges of an intermediate member, then brother Lin Dong will be a member of our SCC from now on. Come on. Brother Lin Dong, add me. Send me your ID number for a moment. I'll report it to the head office. And 3 days later the member badge belonging to you will come down. And I'll also send you a copy of our SCC's profile. After saying that, he took his cell phone out and asked Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong was a bit confused. He was completely confused as to what SCC meant. And what could he do by joining in? But since it was Yi Hong who told him to join, so he did. After the two of them friended each other for a bit, Lin Dong sent his ID number to the other party and then also received a document. Lin Dong opened it and took a closer look. Turns out SCC is just short for it. The full name is Magic City Supercar Club. Headquartered in Magic City. There are branches in many first-tier cities. Lin Dong looked at the cities. Zhangchang was also among them. But they all seemed to be from the south. And none from the north. When SCC was first established, it was just convenient for some car enthusiasts to race and party. It has slowly grown to be a very tightly knit organization. This is a top circle of high society. Not only can we get together to eat, drink, race, horse race, and play golf, but we can also sit together to talk about business and promote each other to achieve a win-win situation of resource sharing. Many thugs and tycoons squeeze their heads to get into this circle and get acquainted with these elite talents. But there is no doorway, which is not something you can get into just by having money. The conditions for joining are also very demanding. And 3 conditions must be met. First, owning a multi-million-dollar sports car. This shouldn't be too hard. Second, the individual has more than $1 billion in assets, or the family behind him has more than $10 billion in assets. This one isn't too hard. Third, there must be a member referral at the intermediate level or higher. This one is the hardest. And if someone wants to release a spot, it will absolutely drive the riffraff crazy. Of course, this quota is not tradable on the surface. But privately, it is not known. There are 4 levels of membership in SCC. Regular, intermediate, premium and core members. Regular members do not have the right to recommend. There is a referral slot for intermediate members. There are 3 referral slots for senior members. Core membership is unlimited. Those who are able to enter the SCC as core members are all superb in the management of the SCC. To upgrade your membership level, you need to contribute to SCC to be able to do so. The SCC also holds a lot of racing events and various parties every year to promote cohesion. Lin Dong felt that Yi Hong was quite on the ball after reading it and could make a good friendship. This kind of circle, if not Yi Hong, brought him to the words. He simply do not know there is such a place. Have more money, also have no place to make. However, Lin Dong was unaware that the reason why Yi Hong had expended the only spot to bring him in was because Li Bin had said that if Lin Dong could take out $20 billion to purchase the Golden Leaf Hotel, then he was definitely a direct descendant of those hidden families. Hidden family of people Yi Hong has not seen. Or seen but do not know. That gang is very mysterious. Are hidden behind the scenes. To be able to befriend such a person, Yi Hong naturally would not be stingy. Brother Lin. You are also required to show a proof of assets. Proof of assets is not necessary. I just sold the Golden Leaf Hotel in Jiangcheng to elder brother Lin a few days ago. And elder brother Lin owns 100% of the equity. Yi Hong said. A few people in the room were a little surprised to hear that. The 8-star Golden Leaf Hotel was still relatively famous. And it would take at least around $20 billion to be able to buy it. To be able to afford to spend $20 billion on a hotel, the assets should be at least $50 billion or more. It seems that the family behind this Lin Dong is not weak. Elder brother Lin's family is in the hotel business? Wang Chang asked. He felt that Lin Dong's family bought the Golden Leaf Hotel. Must be doing business in this aspect of the hotel. And bought it only for the purpose of achieving monopoly in Jiangcheng. Otherwise, who would spend $20 billion to buy a hotel? He no longer despised Lin Dong at this time. And even had the intention of befriending him. No. It's just that I thought the meals there were more appetizing and it's closer to where I go to school. So I bought it. Lin Dong said back. This. Nima. Everyone present except Yi Hong looked at Lin Dong with shocked gazes. Spending $20 billion on an 8-star hotel just because the food is to your liking? That's $20 billion. Not $2 million. These people sitting here were all old members of the SCC. And although most of them were just ordinary members, this was not comparable to those thugs out there. But to spend $20 billion just to satisfy one's appetite. They had never really seen such a game. He. Brother Lin really knows how to joke. Wang Chang said with a smile. Lin Dong, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and did not explain further. No one believes me when I tell you the truth. Soon, Lin Dong's formalities for joining the SCC were then completed. And he was already an ordinary member of the SCC. In fact, any internal recommendation to join SCC is basically just a walk in the park. As no one would waste a slot to recommend someone who doesn't fulfill the requirements. It takes 3 days for SCC's members-only badges to arrive here from HQ. Lin Dong felt that the level of ordinary member was a bit low. But then again, the profile only said that he needed to contribute to SCC in order to upgrade. As for what the contribution is, it doesn't say. So Lin Dong asked, Brother Yi, what contribution do I have to make to the SCC before I can be promoted to an intermediate member? What? Elder brother Lin just joined and wants to upgrade? Just asking. And it doesn't say anything on the profile about what to do to be considered contributing to the SCC. Actually, the normal promotion to intermediate is still a good promotion. Every time there is an event, you try to do what you can. And after a few years of simmering, you can be promoted to intermediate. Is there any other way? The easiest, quickest way is for you to just donate $1 billion and you'll be automatically upgraded to an intermediate member. You can upgrade by donating $1 billion? Lin Dong's heart rejoiced. He was worried that he had no place to spend his money. And there were only 100 divine greatness points left. This Shenandoah point is really powerful. Save more for a rainy day. What about if I want to move up to premium membership? Is it okay to donate money? How much do I need to donate? Elder brother Lin. You're really planning to donate? It's not really necessary. A high membership level just means a little more privileges. It's not worth it to spend that much money. I think it's quite worth it. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Lin Dong said in a very pretentious manner. When the crowd heard this, it was a nice, nasty, overbearing thing to say. Elder brother Lin. It only takes $1 billion to raise an ordinary to an intermediate level. But an intermediate to an advanced level is going to be 10 times as much, requiring $10 billion. Are you still going to donate? Donate. Really donate? True donation. In the end, Lin Dong really spent $11 billion to become a premium member of the SCC. At this moment, not to mention the other few members, even Yi Hong felt that Lin Dong was not having a brain wart. Even if you're an heir to a hidden family, that's $11 billion. Not many public companies are worth that much. Not more than half of the people on the scene can take out $10 billion. And even if they can take it out, they are about to empty their family's bottom. Yi Hong was considered the richest here. And $11 billion was almost 1/5 of his assets. But his money is either an investment project or a fixed asset. Really, if he takes out $10 billion now, it is estimated to be enough. How many other people in this world are still running around on a couple $1,000 paychecks? $11 billion to keep for himself to spend. Doesn't he smell good? Incomprehensible. Everyone thought that Lin Dong was crazy. Only Lin Dong was secretly happy as he looked at his newly increased 110 divine greatness points. The group was trying to figure out how to approach Lin Dong and get on good terms with him. Not far away, a man's exasperated voice came from the golf practice area. Pop. Bitch. I'm gonna give you face. Aren't I? Immediately afterward came the voice of a woman suppressing a sob. Several people rushed to yank the man back. The man who was yanked back was still cursing as he walked away. Believe it or not, I'll fucking make you lose your reputation tomorrow. The woman followed suit. Lin Dong felt that the woman looked somewhat familiar. Isn't this the big star Yao Shui? A few days ago, I also heard that what's his name? Mr. You say that he wanted to hire Yao Shui to play the second female role in a drama, so that Sun Si could be the first female role. But it turned out that Sun Si refused to do so. I didn't expect to meet the big star so soon. But now the big star isn't as glamorous as she's seen on TV. Only the left half of her face was a little red and swollen. She should have just been beaten. Even Lin Dong heard the sound here. Lin Dong used to be quite fond of Yao Shui, acting in many TV dramas and movies, and was known as a geek killer at the time. Looking at the goddess that was once in his heart in front of him, Lin Dong was somewhat willful. Sure enough, these goddesses who are glamorous in the eyes of losers are just a tool to please themselves in the eyes of those big shots. Being taken advantage of, slapped in the face, and having to follow through with your ass. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Dong was now a big shot in the eyes of others. Yao Shui gently covered her somewhat red and swollen face with her left hand and sobbed softly. She was aggrieved that the man had just touched her feet and chest, and she had been slapped by him when she had only stopped him. But she didn't dare to leave because the agent told her that if she made these lords angry, her future would be over. Not only is she finished, but so is the company behind her. So all she could do was stay here and see if she could take the edge off. Yen Yong, will you stop? Yi Hong said with a frown. Old Yi, you don't care about this matter. Isn't it just touching a few times? Also give me to pretend innocence. I tell you. Yao Shui, you do not give me to clean up tonight. Wait. I want you to lose your reputation tomorrow. I'm sorry. Mr. Yen. Yao Shui whispered. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for nothing. Just wash up and wait for me tonight. You hear me? I'm sorry. Mr. Yen. I'm asking you if you heard me or not. Mr. Yen. You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Yen Yong finished and stood up again, directly slapping Yao Shui over. Yao Shui was scared silly, standing and not moving. However, this last slap did not hit Yao Shui's face. It turns out that Lin Dong, who was standing next to him, really couldn't stand to watch. After all, it was his former goddess, and he still couldn't do it by watching him get beaten in front of him. So he blocked in front of Yao Shui and caught Yen Yong's slap with his hand. Yen Yong was also stunned. not expecting that someone would dare to stop him. Kid. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Are you tired of living? Yen Young. Right? You're a man. Aren't you? Seeing that the two were about to dry up, Yi Hong hurriedly blocked between the two and said, Yen Young. Lin old brother. They are all family members. Don't be impulsive. Who the hell is family with him? Do I know him lol? Yen Young said with some disdain. At this time someone quietly whispered a few words in Yen Yong's ear. Yen Yong's face, which had just been ugly, slowly piled on a smile. So it's elder brother Lin. Disrespect. Disrespect. We're all family members. We're all family members. Since elder brother Lin has his eye on this chick, I'll let you have it. Yen Young said generously. Someone had just told him that this Lin Dong in front of him had actually directly spent $11 billion to hard upgrade an ordinary member to a premium member. He's only an intermediate member. And a premium member is one level above him. And directly spend $11 billion to raise the level of members. SCC was founded so many years. Has not appeared. Spend $1 billion to rise to the intermediate level is 2 times. Daring to directly spend so much money to upgrade members. How thick must that family be? This level of wealth was no longer comparable to that of a thug. It was definitely a powerful family. And he really couldn't afford to mess with it. Seeing that Yen Yong had softened, Lin Dong did not chase after him. Everyone then sat down together and started chatting with you and me. But basically, they were all here to find Lin Dong and try to get on good terms with him. Yao Shui, on the other hand, had been standing behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong spent the entire day at the Lake Center clubhouse, chatting with everyone until the evening when he parted ways with the others. After exiting the Lake Center clubhouse, Lin Dong drove his limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon, carrying his former goddess Yao Shui, and together they headed towards the Hylaton Hotel. Yao Shui was staying at the Hylaton Hotel, and Lin Dong was prepared to send Yao Shui back to the hotel before going to find his cousin Wang Li. Car. Mr. Lin. Thank you. Yao Shui said gratefully. If it wasn't for Lin Dong today, she would have been finished. Either commit to Yen Yong or wait for tomorrow to be ruined. She didn't doubt for a second that Yen Yong had the strength. Even her boss is afraid of this guy. Slightly inclining her head to look at Lin Dong's side face, Yao Shui was a bit obsessed. Whether it's the face, body or character, they all belong to the superb level. Not to mention the background that makes even Yen Yong afraid. This kind of man is like a star in the night sky. Wherever you go to see is beyond dazzling. And I wonder what kind of woman it takes to be worthy of such a wonderful man. Maybe it could only be a woman on his level. Yao Shui could only hide this infatuation in her heart. It's fine. Just a show of hands. Miss Yao. I actually quite like the movie you acted in. Lin Dong said. Really? Mr. Lin. You really like my movie? Yao Shui said in surprise. She did not expect a big shot like Lin Dong to actually pay attention to her. It really flattered her a bit. Lin Dong froze. Is there a need to be so surprised? You're the new geek killer. One of the 4 little flower girls. Is it weird that I like watching your movies? There are a lot of people at school who like you. Not only do I love your movies, but I have 2 of your swimsuit posters in my dorm room. But that can't be told. Quite like it indeed. So which of my movies did Mr. Lin like? Yao Shui asked. I like. The phone rang when Lin Dong was in the middle of his sentence. Lin Dong pulled over to the side of the road and took out his phone to look at it. It was his cousin Wang Li calling. Answering the phone, Lin Dong said, Hey. Little sister Wang. I've arrived in Hucheng. I'll come over to you right away. Brother. I'm at Infinity KTV. Come save me. I seem to have been drugged. My head is so dizzy. Wang Li's weak voice came from the phone. Lin Dong was startled and sensed the seriousness of the matter. Just send me the location. I'll be right over. Hold on. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he turned his head to Yao Shui and said, "Ms. Yao. I am sorry. I have a temporary emergency. Look at you." Yao Shui could see that Lin Dong was a bit anxious and said, "Mr. Lin, if you have something to do, go ahead. The place where I live is just ahead. I will just walk back. Thank you. Ms. Yao. I'll buy you dinner next time." Lin Dong sped out a dozen meters with a kick of the gas after Yao Shui got out of the car. Still afraid that his skills were not enough, he added another 10 divine magnificence points to his driving skills, directly raising his driving skills to proficient. Yao Shui stood still and watched Lin Dong go away, somewhat disappointed. He muttered, "Contact information does not even leave one," and said to invite to dinner. Really insincere. But thinking that his crisis was finally over, his mood instantly improved again. Taking his sunglasses and hat out of his bag, he put them on and headed for the Hillerton Hotel. Infinity KTV. Ground level private room. Wang Li is locking herself in the toilet to call Lin Dong. Today originally and a few sisters to KTV to relax. Did not expect to meet with the same school a few brothers? We ended up in a private room to play. Then halfway through, a few more disorganized people came in, as if they knew a few of the senior brothers well. That turned what had been a party of a few people into a dozen or so. And most of them she didn't recognize. A few sisters discussed leaving, but were stopped several times. They were after all just a few weak women. The other 7 or 8 men. The other party would not let them leave. So they could not leave. And finally agreed to leave after they begged them to do so. But they had to be made to drink a glass of wine each before they could do so. And they really couldn't help it. They just wanted to get out of there as quickly as they could after drinking. I did not expect Wang Li drank. Began to some dizziness. And the body began to be weak. Smart, she knew she was drugged. Took the opportunity to come to the toilet. Thinking about it, she could only call Lin Dong because he had told her that he would come to Lake City today. Now she could only hope that Lin Dong would arrive soon. Otherwise the consequences would really be unimaginable. Lin Dong was on his way to Infinity in his car. But because it was downtown, he couldn't drive fast enough. He looked at the distance and estimated that it would take 20 minutes if he arrived at this speed. And he didn't know if his cousin Wang Li could last that long. So a call was made to Yi Hong. "Hello? Elder brother Lin. What's the matter?" Yi Hong's voice came from the phone. "Brother Yi. Do you know the owner of Infinity? Can you get in touch?" Lin Dong said anxiously. "Infinity? Recognize that Wang Chang kid is the owner of Infinity. You're looking for him." Before Yi Hong could finish, Lin Dong hung up the phone. Now he did not have that much time to explain. After hanging up the phone he called Wang Chang again. "Brother Lin? Brother Wang. Listen to me first. I have a cousin who is now in Infinity's ground-level private room. She's been drugged. I'm on my way there right now, but it's going to take 20 minutes. I don't know if she'll be able to hold out for that long. So tell the person in charge of Infinity to go and take care of her for me first." By the time Lin Dong finished speaking, Wang Chang knew that things were a bit serious. "Brother Lin, don't worry. I'll definitely do this properly for you. And I definitely won't let your cousin suffer a bit of harm." After Wang Chang hung up Lin Dong's phone, he directly called the manager of Infinity. After the manager answered the phone, he took more than 20 security guards and headed for the floor-sized private room. On Lin Dong's side, Not long after he had just finished talking to Wang Chang on the phone, Wang Li's call came again. Brother? Where have you been? Hurry up. They are knocking on the door outside. Wang Li asked with a crying voice. Little sister. Don't be afraid. Someone will come to save you soon. Hold on for 5 more minutes. No. 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes and someone will come to save you. Brother? I'm scared. You hurry up. Boo. Before Wang Li could finish her words, the toilet door was forced open. What's taking so long? Your sisters are waiting for you. A strange man's voice rang out. Ah. I don't know you. You go away. The phone went silent for a moment. Grr. Lin Dong cursed. Now he was also furious. Wang Li. He really treats her as his own sister. After living in her house for 2 years, the family treated him well and didn't treat him like an outsider at all. Even with a younger cousin, his sister-in-law and brother-in-law continue to treat him like their own son. If something really happened to this Wang Li in front of him, how could he explain to his sister-in-law and uncle? How do you account for yourself? But there was nothing he could do about it now. One can only hope that Wang Chang does what he says he will do. After hearing his sister Wang Li's screams on the phone, Lin Dong could not care less. Even if there were a lot of cars on the road, he was just on overtaking mode. Car after car was left behind him, and several times he almost collided. But he avoided them with his proficient level of driving skills. Infinity KTV. Ground level private room. Su Wanli is knocking outside the toilet door. Wang Li, who had just gone in, hadn't come out yet. And the drug should have kicked in. So he was ready to forcefully break the door. The thought that a superb student girl like Wang Li would soon belong to him made Su Wanli excited. Didn't you put so much effort into setting this up today just for the last minute? I knocked several times but couldn't see the door open. Su Wanli didn't want to wait, and directly kicked the door open. Seeing that Wang Li was on the phone, Su Wanli took a few steps up and directly snatched the phone and hung it up. Then yanked Wang Li's hand and dragged her out, dragging Wang Li out of the restroom. He saw that everyone was going up and down on their respective targets. Su Wanli couldn't hold back any longer and directly hugged Wang Li from behind her. Wang Li was weak and unable to resist because she was drugged. Even if she wasn't drugged, how could she be a match for a grown man? She's desperate. Being pulled into the booth. Seeing several of her sisters being taken advantage of by men. Some even had their hands inside their clothes. Although several people's heads were clear, their bodies couldn't exert any strength, so they could only be slaughtered. Wang Li was already able to predict the fate of her own few next. The man who had pulled her out was already holding her from behind, and she fought back desperately. But it was no use at all. Being this time, the door to the ground-size private room was violently opened from outside the row. Immediately afterward, more than 20 security guards with electric batons came in from outside. Don't move. If anyone dares to move, I'll blow your head off. Infinity's manager, Li Hu, walked in through the door. Everyone in the booth was shocked and no one dared to move. Who is MS? Wang Li? Li Hu asked. I am. Wang Li hurriedly broke away from Su Wanli's embrace and tried to run to Li Hu's side. She felt that this person should be the one that Lin Dong said had come to save her. But after 2 steps his feet gave out and he sat down on the floor in a flash. Why don't you help, mess? Wang to the sofa. Li Hu said to those security guards around him. The 2 security guards closest to Wang Li rushed up to help Wang Li up. Li Hu walked up to Su Wanli and said, Your kid is quite bold. Dare to play this kind of routine in my territory? And also play on the big boss's friend. What do you think should be done about this? Su Wanli's frightened legs bent and directly knelt in front of Li Hu, slapping himself while saying, Master Tiger. I was wrong. Please spare me. We had dinner together. My dad is Su Zhongtian. He was really intimidated. Although Li Hu was only the manager of Infinity, he was known as a ruthless man on the road. Now it's even leaning on the people behind Infinity. The identity of Infinity's big boss is said to be very mysterious. And his dad was just a small business owner. A far cry from the other guy. Wang Li is actually a friend of the big boss of Infinity? Those two boys just got themselves killed. Su Wanli feels that from today onwards, his good days will come to an end. Not only can he not escape this disaster, but also involve his father. Li Hu looked at Su Wanli, who was kneeling in front of him and kept slapping himself. If it were some years ago, he wouldn't even bother to say anything and just do it. But he's also learned a lot since he's been with his boss. Sometimes violence doesn't cut it. And as a higher power, solving problems with violence is completely the lowest form of behavior. He now preferred to use his identity, his background, and his strength to suppress the other party. Just like kneeling in front of this person in front of him, who directly kowtowed and apologized as soon as he heard his name. You guys come over here too, Li Hu said to a few others. A few people tremblingly walked over and knelt in a row with Su Wanli. Then began to slap themselves as well. Even Su Wanli didn't dare to call this Tiger Master's bluff, let alone them. A few minutes later, the faces of the several people kneeling on the ground had been slapped and swollen. And there was still blood flowing out of the corners of their mouths. But they didn't dare to stop. If this Tiger Master were to do it himself, it wouldn't be as simple as a slap in the face. Okay. First things first, Li Hu said. Thank you, Master Tiger. Thank you, Master Tiger. Several people were relieved. Lin Dong arrived at this time. As soon as he came in, he saw 20 to 30 security guards standing in the booth with electric batons in their hands, and a few others kneeling in the center. Their faces a little puffy and bleeding from the corners of their mouths. While his little sister was sitting on the sofa. Little sister. Brother. Wang Li wanted to cry a little again after seeing Lin Dong arrive. Lin Dong hurriedly went over to hold Wang Li in his arms. It's okay. It's all right. Lin Dong comforted. You are Mr. Lin. Right. Li Hu also saw Lin Dong. Hello. I'm Lin Dong. Thank you for saving my sister. Mr. Lin doesn't have to be polite. I should apologize to Mr. Lin for something like this occurring in my territory. Li Hu said politely. This was the person that the big boss had ordered to serve well. So he naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Mr. Lin. What about these guys? Li Hu asked. The few people on the ground didn't dare to take a breath. From the conversation they had just had, they could naturally sense that Lin Dong's identity was not simple. Lin Dong should only be the friend of the big boss of Infinity. Lin Dong glanced at the several people kneeling on the ground. If something really happened to Wang Li, he might not be able to control himself and directly rush up to waste these people. But now that Wang Li was fine, he calmed down. Little sister. What do you want to do with them? Lin Dong asked to Wang Li. Brother. I just want to get out of here quickly, Wang Li said somewhat weakly. Then let Wang Chang see to it, Lin Dong said as he helped Wang Li up and prepared to leave. Brother. Those are my roommates. We came together. Can we go? Lin Dong said to Wang Li's roommate. Yes. The three returned together. Come along then. Lin Dong held Wang Li in front of him. Wang Li finished while the three roommates followed. After Lin Dong left, Li Hu took out his cell phone and made a call. Things taken care of? Wang Chang asked. It's taken care of. Mr. Lin has left and his sister is fine, Li Hu replied. Well done. But, Mr. Lin asked you to deal with these guys when he left. What's coming? I think it's the second generation of a couple of small business owners. Send them in and then take their home at your own discretion. Yes. Boss. Lin Dong took Wang Li as well as her 3 roommates out of the KTV before realizing there's only room for 2 in this sports car. There's 3 more. What do we do? In the end, Lin Dong had to bring a few people to a nearby hotel, originally prepared to open a room for each of them. But the result was that they were afraid and insisted on living together. And finally Lin Dong opened 2 suites. One for himself and one for the other 4. After arranging for several people, Lin Dong went back to his room and took a shower. Lying in bed, thinking about what had just happened, I was a little disturbed even now. Luckily my sister is fine. Or I would really have to feel guilty for the rest of my life. If I hadn't joined SCC today and gotten to know Wang Chang, I guess things would have been a little difficult. So he's figured it out too. You have more money than you can spend anyway and you need godly points. So spend more money to make some friends. Many friends make a difference. And there may be times when you need each other's help. Like today. After Lin Dong figured it out, he called Wang Chang. Brother Lin. Is your cousin alright? Wang Chang asked over the phone. There's nothing wrong with her. Thanks to Brother Wang for today. If there's anything you need from me in the future, just ask. Brother Lin is polite. I'm also responsible for what happened today. After all, it's my place. Letting your sister suffer. This can have nothing to do with Brother Wang. It's all because her vigilance is too low. By the way, Brother Wang, in the future, if there are any projects that need money you can look for me. I'll invest in them. And I promise not to participate in the management. Only to be a shareholder. Wang Chang's heart rejoiced when he heard Lin Dong say this. This was the purpose of him befriending Lin Dong. Since Lin Dong dared to directly donate $11 billion to the SEC to raise the membership level, his wealth could be imagined. This is no longer an ordinary mansion. This is definitely the strength that only the top mansions and those big consortia have. Befriending such a person naturally has all the advantages and none of the disadvantages. Since Brother Lin thinks so highly of me, then I really do have a project on my hands. How about this? Tomorrow night the Lake Heart Club will be hosting a charity dinner. Let's meet up and talk. How about it? Okay. See you tomorrow. Wang Chang hung up the phone, humming a little song in his mouth, in an extraordinarily good mood. A certain second-tier actress who was massaging him behind him asked, "What made young Wang so happy? Should you be happy to have met a fortune teller?" The actress sniffed. This Wang Xiao is the god of fortune to them. What kind of person can be Mr. Wang's god of fortune? She's not in a position to access this level. Lin Dong called Yi Hong after calling Wang Chang. Again. He was told to call him if he needed to invest. Yi Hong also invited him to the charity dinner tomorrow. Inside the other suite, the 4 little girls' bodies had slowly recovered after their baths. Although the experience had just been still a bit frightening for a few people, they were still heartless little girls after all. A few people lay in bed and started gossiping again. Lily, was that guy who just saved us really your cousin? Right. How's that? My cousin's okay. Isn't he? It's more than okay. It's like a male god. Didn't you say your cousin was poor? His parents have been gone since he was a child. And his uncle treated him badly. And he lived in your house for 2 years. That's what you said. Yeah. It would have been. But didn't you see it just now? The general manager of Infinity was all polite to him, calling him Mr. Lin. What kind of place is Infinity? Didn't you see those scumbags all kneeling in front of the manager and slapping themselves? Your cousin must be hiding a lot of things from you. I don't know what's going on. I'll ask him tomorrow. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? There is. It's called Jiang Shan. They've been together since high school. What? Do you have a crush on my brother? Want to be my sister-in-law? Fuck you. The next morning, a couple of Wang Li's roommates took a cab back to school. Brother, I have something to ask you, Wang Li asked after seeing a few roommates leave. I know there are a lot of questions right now. Come on. I'll take you somewhere quieter to talk it over. Lin Dong brought Wang Li back inside the parking lot in front of Infinity. Get in the car. Lin Dong took out his car keys to unlock the Bugatti Flying Dragon's door and said to Wang Li. Wang Li looked at the cool sports car in front of her. And her brain was a bit turned around for a while. Brother? Is this your car? Wang Li asked with some stuttering. It's mine. Get in the car first. Lin Dong finished speaking and got into the cab first. Oh. Good. Good. Wang Li got into the car in a daze. Lin Dong brought Wang Li to the beach. Along the way, this car had almost a 100% turnaround rate. Too many people are saluting them. Driving down the road. The average car was more than 10 meters away from him. Even at red lights. It looks like a master who can't be messed with. The two found a quieter spot on the beach and leaned against the railing as the ocean breeze blew past them. Little sister Wang. I know you have a lot of questions. Ask whatever you want to ask. Lin Dong said as he looked at the sea in the distance. Brother? Is that car yours? Wang Li asked. Yeah. I just bought it yesterday. Right here in Lake City. And I came over here. 1. To see you. And 2. To buy this car. How much is the car? $80 million. How much more? $80 million. Where did you get all that money? Robbed a bank? If I robbed a bank, would I still be here chatting with you? Besides, which bank can you rob to get $80 million? Then where did you get the money? I earned it. How did you earn it? This can't be explained to you in a sentence or two. Anyway, your brother, I didn't do anything illegal. Just know that your brother, I'm a real tycoon now. Does my mom know? I don't know. And who all knows about it? You're the only one who knows so far. Really? And how much are you going to pay me in hush money? As much as you want. No sincerity at all. The two talked a lot together. Although they hadn't seen each other for a long time, the two didn't feel strange at all. This day Lin Dong took Wang Li to stroll around the major shopping malls in Lake City and bought a lot of expensive clothes and cosmetics and other things. Wang Li wasn't polite either. This is his brother. When you have money, you naturally spend it for her. Your sister. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Dong brought Wang Li to the Lake Center clubhouse in a Bugatti Flying Dragon. When a car like the Bugatti Flying Dragon enters the clubhouse, naturally no one dares to stop it. That parked the car. Got out and had to take a yacht ride to get to the party in the center of the lake. When we arrived at the lake, several yachts were parked at the edge waiting to be picked up. The two casually boarded one. And the man piloting the cruise ship drove the yacht directly toward the center of the lake. Lin Dong leaned against the edge of the yacht and looked at the crystal clear lake below in his heart. These rich people really know how to enjoy themselves. Brother? What did you bring me here for? Wang Li's voice sounded behind her. I'll take you to a party and meet 2 people you can go to for anything you need to fix when I'm not in Lake City from now on. And one of them is the owner of Infinity. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the center of the lake. After disembarking the yacht, he was led up to the 2nd floor of the building by an attendant. Please. The attendant opened the door to the 2nd floor lobby and held out his hand to the 2 men. Lin Dong and Wang Li entered the 2nd floor hall. It instantly felt like entering another world. The entire hall was at least 5,000 square feet. luxuriously decorated and brilliantly lighted. Hundreds of people were inside, gathering in twos and threes to chat. More than a dozen pretty-faced, tall waitresses carried drinks and food back and forth through the hall. Wang Li was a little nervous as she came to this kind of place for the first time and gently pulled Lin Dong's clothes. "Don't be afraid. Relax and take whatever you want to eat yourself." Lin Dong patted Wang Li and comforted her. He hadn't actually seen this kind of scene before and had been a bit nervous. "But when I think about it, I'm the richest man in the world, so I shouldn't be the one to be nervous." The two walked down the hall together. Lyndon passed a waiter with a glass of wine in his hand. Tasted it and it wasn't bad. Wang Li was much more restrained. "Brother Lin, you're here." Wang Chang walked over with a glass of wine in his hand. "Brother Wang, I've kept you waiting. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Wang Li, attending university in Hucheng. Please take care of Brother Wang in the future." Brother Lin is not saying anything. "Isn't your cousin my cousin? If your cousin needs anything in the future, just feel free to contact me. In this lake city, I, Wang Chang, still have 3 thin faces." Wang Chang finished handing Wang Li a gold-plated business card. "Thank you, Brother Chang." Wang Li whispered. "Cousin, you are free to go ahead and take whatever you want to eat as if you were in your own home. I'm going to go talk to your brother about something." "Two brothers? Go about your business." Wang Chang led Lin Dong to a private room on the 3rd floor. When Lin Dong and the others entered, there were already 2 people sitting in the private room. A man and a woman. The man was probably in his 40s and looked somewhat gentle. The woman must have been in her 30s, wearing light makeup and some of the charm of a mature woman. "Brother Lin, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Xiao Jie Xiao. And this is Mr. Tang Ling Tang. This is my brother, Lin Dong. And the 4th shareholder I pulled in." Wang Chang gave both sides a brief introduction. Lin Dong sat down after shaking hands with the 2 men respectively. That's when Wang Chang started to introduce this project. Simply put, Wang Chang has a way to get a diamond mine in the African country. He personally went to the scene to see. The quality is very good. The total investment is about 15 billion to 20 billion between. Wang Chang is ready to pay out $5 billion to account for 40%. The other 60% of the total $10 billion to put out. Because he also has to go through all the formalities as well as make connections between various parties. He has to take up a few more points. In other words, Lin Dong's 3 men offered $10 billion for 60% of the shares. Xiao Jie and Tang Hong both contributed only $2.5 billion. With one person taking up 15% of the shares. There's still 30% of the shares left combined for $5 billion. Brother Lin, if you think you can't eat it, we'll pull in another shareholder. I've personally inspected this mine. It's definitely a new discovery. Wang Chang said to Lin Dong. Can't eat? Lin Dong was thinking it was too little. It's only $5 billion. Okay. I'll offer $5 billion for 30% of the shares. Well then. It's decided. I'll pass you the information later. Come on. Let's do one first. Wang Li started to wander around the hall after Lin Dong left and slowly relaxed. Basically no one came to take care of her and she was happy to relax. Turning to the place where food was served. Wang Li couldn't move a step. Every dessert here looks so delicious. This is so sweet. This is so crunchy. This smells so good. This is so soft. Wang Li went from one to the other to try the food. As long as she liked it, she put it on her plate. Ha! Wang Li spotted a man and rushed over to him. You're Yao Shui? Yao Shui was chatting with a senior in the movie industry when a voice interrupted her. Yao Shui looked over and it was a young girl in her 20s. Hello? I'm Yao Shui. Wow! You're really Yao Shui. I love your movies so much. Can I take a picture with you? Several sisters in our dormitory love you. Wang Li said in surprise. Thank you for your support. I will definitely make more good movies. Yao Shui left after the two took a picture. Wang Li sent a circle of friends with the picture in her hand. And with the text, guess who this is? Then put away the phone and start looking for a new target again. Ha! Isn't that popular actor Wang Kaixian? Ha! Isn't that diva Ling Qingqiu? A man with a snack in one hand and a cell phone in the other suddenly appeared in the hall specifically looking for pictures with those stars. Basically, every celebrity took a picture with her. Because all the people who could get in here today were some of the biggest names in Lake City. Although this young girl looked a bit silly and sweet. Who could guarantee that she wasn't brought in by one of the bigwigs? Wang Li went around looking for celebrities to take pictures with. Excited. There are already 7 or 8 photos in the cell phone. All of them are just red stars. You'll be the envy of your classmates if you take it back to school. Wang Li? While Wang Li was looking down and flipping through her cell phone, a voice rang out. Wang Li looked up to see a heavily made-up young woman holding the arm of a big-bellied old man. Wang Minjun? Wang Li asked. The person in front of her looked a lot like Wang Minjun from their class. But because the makeup was a bit thick, she wasn't quite sure. It's really you. How did you blend in? This is the highest level party in Lake City. I know. You must be here to work part-time as a waitress. Right? Wang Minjun said somewhat sarcastically. Not at all. I came with my brother. Wang Li said back. Your brother? Your brother is the security guard here? He doesn't want to do his job. Does he? How dare he bring in just anyone? Wang Minjun. You're not allowed to say anything bad about my brother. Wang Li said angrily. Min. Why don't you introduce this beauty? The old man beside Wang Minjun opened his mouth and asked. This is Wang Li from our class. Wang Minjun reluctantly introduced. How could she not see the meaning of the man beside her? Hello, fellow student Wang Li. The old man stretched out his hand wanting to shake Wang Li's hand. Wang Minjun. This is your father? Minjun Wang. Old man. One sentence managed to ignite the anger of both men. Wang Li. If you talk any more nonsense, I will tear your mouth. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun said furiously. The old man also spoke. Fellow student Wang Li. If you apologize to me now, give me your contact information. And promise that you'll come out when I ask you out. I'll let you off the hook today. Or else not only will you be expelled, but you won't even be able to keep your brother's job. Apparently he had taken what Wang Minjun had just said seriously and really thought that Wang Li's brother was the security here. Boyfriend? Wang Li froze. It's over. Wrong thing to say. The main reason was that this Wang Minjun had always acted like a rich girl at school. Usually it's designer bags, designer clothes, and limousine transportation. Who would have thought she'd get a boyfriend like that? It's disgusting. But wrong is wrong. Who told you to talk bad about my brother? I'm not going to apologize. Oof. Wang Li was ready to turn around and leave after saying that. I didn't want to be pulled by Wang Minjun's hand. Wang Minjun started shouting after pulling Wang Li. Where are the organizers? Where is the organizer? This person sneaked in to eat and drink. And went around looking for celebrities to take pictures with. And even took them out to show off. No one cared? I'm not. Don't you pull me. Wang Li is desperately trying to break free. The argument between the two men also drew some attention. Slowly the crowd of onlookers grew. After all, it wasn't often that people dared to cause trouble in a place like this. And everyone found it refreshing. That's when the organizer's staff came over. What's going on? The staff member asked. Wang Lijun pointed at Wang Li and said. It's just her. Sneaking in to mix food and drink. And going around looking for celebrities to take pictures with. This young lady, please show your invitation. The staff said to Wang Li. Because today the organizers have chartered the Lake Center Club to hold this charity dinner. Basically the bosses with some strength in Lake City will receive invitations. And the invitation should have been presented when entering the clubhouse. But because Lin Dong drove a really awesome car, no one dared to stop him. I don't have an invitation. Wang Li was so anxious that she was on the verge of crying. So many people were watching. Look. I told you she came in to mingle. You organizers too. Anyone can sneak in. Wang Ninjun said with incomparable arrogance. Security! Security! The staff shouted. Soon. A couple of security guards came over. Get this young lady out of here. The staff said to the security guard. A couple of security guards were about to come forward. Wait. Wait. Two voices sounded at the same time. One is Devo Ling Qingqiu. One is Yao Shui. One of the newly promoted 4 little flower girls. She was brought in by me. My temporary assistant. Lung Qingqiu said. Yeah. I can prove it too. Yao Shui also said obediently. Lung Qingqiu did quite like Wang Li. A lively and cute little girl. And seeing that she was isolated and somewhat pitiful there, he was moved with compassion to help the girl. It's just a show of hands for her anyway. While Yao Shui saw Wang Li's encounter is associated with yesterday's own encounter. Yesterday I met a noble person to help escape a disaster. So also want to help Wang Li. With 2 big stars to prove it for Wang Li. The security guards didn't dare to make a move. At this time, the man standing next to Wang Ninjun spoke. Gentlemen, don't take everything upon yourself. There are consequences for some things you do. Zheng Shucheng naturally recognizes these 2 big stars. But he was a big boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Although there were a whole lot more powerful than him in this hall. But it certainly won't include these 2. A star? A star in the eyes of those ordinary people. It's nothing but theater in front of big bosses like them. Wang Minjun also interjected at this time. You guys are talking nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate. She is still a college student. How can she be your assistant? Also, she just clearly said that his brother brought him here. His brother must be the security guard here. Miss, may I ask what your brother's name is? The staff asked. My brother's name is Lindong. Wang Li whispered with some aggravation. Lindong? Is there anyone named Lindong amongst you? The staff member asked to the several security guards. Several security guards looked at each other and said. No. Yao Shui's heart shook when she heard Wang Li say that his brother's name was Lindong. Could it be that Lindong who saved me yesterday? Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, Wang Li spoke again. My brother was just taken away by a brother named Wang Chang. Said he went to talk business. Seems to have gone up to the 3rd floor. Wang Chang? All the onlookers present were shocked in their hearts. It seems that the only person named Wang Chang in Lake City is the Wang family's youngest. Right? This is the top level of Lake City. Her brother can talk business with Wang Chang. How bad can it be? The staff and Zhang Shucheng also panicked a bit. Mr. Wang is not someone they can afford to mess with. In Lake City, Wang Daoxiao is famous. If he thinks you're a friend, he'll treat you with absolute sincerity. If he thinks you're an enemy, he'll definitely try to cut you down. Lake City is full of small business owners and businesses that he has screwed over in one way or another. Hence the saying that circulates in Lake City circles. Even if he couldn't be Wang Chang's friend, then he definitely couldn't be his enemy. Zheng Shucheng thought of this. A cold sweat began to break out all over his body. His several $100 million is not even a crumb in the eyes of Wang Daoxiao. and can bankrupt him in minutes. It was exactly at this time that Lin Dong and Wang Chang came downstairs after they finished talking about cooperation. Lin Dong swept his eyes and did not see Wang Li. Only that there were many people gathered in the middle of the hall. Lin Dong hurriedly walked over and parted the crowd. Then he saw that his cousin Wang Li was being pulled by the arm by a young woman with heavy makeup. And Wang Li seemed to be a little aggravated, trying to break free but couldn't. Her eyes were already a little moist. "Little sister!" Lin Dong shouted. "Brother!" When Wang Minjun heard Wang Li call out to her brother, she instinctively let go of her hand. And Wang Li broke free and ran to Lin Dong and hugged him. "All right. It's fine." Lin Dong comforted. "What's going on?" At this time Wang Chang also walked in and asked. "Done." The moment he saw Wang Chang, Zhang Shuqing's brain was so dizzy that he almost couldn't stand and fell to the ground. The staff member also wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and whispered in front of Wang Chang about what had just happened. "Who is he?" Wang Chang asked, pointing at Zhang Shuqing after hearing this. "Mr. Wang. His name is Zhang Shuqing. He's the owner of Shangyun Real Estate." Someone from the nearby onlookers spoke up. "Boss Zhang, is it? You're limited to 3 days to roll up and get out of Lake City completely. Or I'll do it myself after 3 days." "Mr. Wang. I was wrong. Please let me go. It's all because of this woman. She victimized me." After Zhang Shuqing finished speaking, he slapped Wang Minjun in the face. And Wang Minjun was directly slapped to the ground. She was already dumbfounded by the slap. Zhang Shuqing, on the other hand, hastened to kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Asking him to get out of Lake City completely within 3 days was worse than taking his life. He is a few hundred million worth. Not a few hundred million in cash. If you really have a few hundred million in cash, then roll on the roll. This money to get wherever you can mix the wind in water. But his several hundred million is a fixed asset. And if he has to dispose of it in 3 days, he doesn't know how much it will drop. Besides, with Mr. Wang giving the word here tonight, it's hard to say if anyone dares to buy it. And I've already invested a lot of money in a project I've been working on lately. So if I leave now, I'm going to lose money. At the end of the day, he might go from being a big boss worth hundreds of millions of dollars to a broke man with nothing and a lot of debt. And he still has a couple of lovers and 2 illegitimate children waiting for him to support them. I don't want to say my words a second time, Wang Chang said expressionlessly. Zhang Shuqing was already as good as dead. But a voice rang in the ears of the crowd. "Wang Chang, is your kid bullying here again?" Yi Hong walked in. "Mr. Yi, save me. We used to work together. I'm Zhang Shuqing from Shangyun Real Estate." Zhang Shuqing looked like he was grasping at straws. If there was anyone else in Lake City who could save him, Yi Hong was definitely one of them. As the second youngest member of the Yi family, he was only supposed to be the second in line of succession. But hard to be his turn the situation. And the big brother fight is not similar. The elders of the family are also some cannot decide in the end to choose who inherits the Yi family. In the end, they were simply given a sum of money by each one of them, left free to develop outside for 10 years. And whoever was better at the end of the 10 years would be chosen as the heir. Now that 5 years had passed, Yi Hong was said to have firmly grasped the advantage. "Old Yi, I didn't bully anyone. It's him who bullied brother Lin's cousin. What do you say?" Wang Chang pointed at Lin Dong and said. Yi Hong really saw Lin Dong holding a young woman. "Oh? Bullying old brother Lin's cousin? You've got some guts." Yi Hong asked to Zhang Shuqing. "Ha?" Zhang Shuqing was still a bit baffled. "Wang Chang, how did you handle it?" "I'll tell him to get out of Lake City in 3 days." 3 days? That's too long. I think 1 day should be enough. Just as Yi Hong finished speaking, Zhang Shucheng directly fainted. There's no turning back with the two big men in Lake City targeting him. All of a sudden the brain is full of blood and you're dizzy. Throw him out. Call him an ambulance. If he doesn't wake up, forget it. If he does wake up, tell him what he said tonight still stands. Wang Chang said to the staff. Yes. Mr. Wang. A few security guards then carried Zhang Shucheng out. And Wang Mingjun was also invited out. With the matter settled, everyone looked at Lin Dong with some curiosity. Befriending two of Lake City's bigwigs is a bit intimidating in terms of status. Yao Shue's heart rejoiced when she saw Lin Dong, having thought that her status might not be able to see Lin Dong in this lifetime. I didn't expect to see her again today after just being separated yesterday. In fact, she was expecting something when she first arrived. Today, while everyone is here, let me say this. Lin Dong is my brother. His cousin is my cousin. In the future, in Lake City, whoever dares to bully her, don't blame me, Wang Chang, for being unsympathetic. Wang Chang said loudly to the onlookers. And me, Yi Hong added. Thanks. Two brothers, Lin Dong said. Yi Hong, needless to say, was already over 30. And Wang Chang was at least 26 or 27. So Lin Dong felt that calling them his brother was not a disadvantage. You're welcome, elder brother Lin. Okay, everyone disperse. The crowd gradually dispersed. Yao Shui walked up to Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. MS. Yao. Hello. Wang Li also slowed down at this time and looked at Lin Dong and then Yao Shui and asked, Brother? You know Sister Yao Shui? Aha! Recognize. Sister Yao Shui. Thank you for helping me just now. And Sister Qingqiu. Leng Qingqiu was ready to leave. But when she heard Wang Li call herself, she walked over again. You're welcome, little sister. Thank you both. Lin Dong thanked as well. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. The two stars replied at the same time. River City. Jiangnan International Mansion. Zhao Xian entered the gate in her Porsche 911. She didn't realize a cab was following behind her. In the cab sat two young people. A man and a woman. In addition to the driver. Master. What is this place? The young man asked. Young man. This is the rich area of Zhangchang. I can't get in. I can only go here. 50 in total. The driver said back. That expensive? The young man asked. Boy. I've been waiting for over half an hour. Don't you want money for your time? All right then. Thank you, master. The two paid and got out of the car. Come to the front door of the Jiangnan International Mansion. Just as he was about to get closer to take a look, he was stopped by the security guard. Hey! What are you two doing? Get lost. This is no place for you. Brother? I'd like to ask who owns the red bow tie that just went in? The young man asked. Whose? Of course it's the owner's. Is it yours? Get the hell out of here. Big brother, the prices here are quite expensive. Right? Kid. You're from a remote mountainous area. Right? Let me tell you. The house price here starts at 200,000 per square meter. And a set of house is $50 million at the bottom. Do you think it's expensive? Ah. So expensive? Is it possible to be renting this then? You're sick in the head. You spent $50 million to buy a house and rent it to someone else? Besides, anyone who can afford the rent here would be worse off with that kind of rent? Get lost. Good. Good. I'll leave now. Thanks, big brother. The young man left with the young woman. The two found a cheap hotel to stay in. Upon entering the room, the woman spoke. Zhao Yang. Can't we go directly to your sister? The young man was Zhao Xian's brother, Zhao Yang. And the woman was called Feng Miao, his girlfriend. However, the two were opposed by Feng Miao's family because Feng Miao's family is from the town while Zhao Yang's family is from the countryside. The two then sneak out to join Zhao Yang's sister Zhao Xian. As a result, when he arrived, Zhao Yang realized that his sister Zhao Xian had told lies to the family. Zhao Xian says it's hard to earn money in the city, and that it's hard to rent an apartment and make ends meet. What Zhao Yang saw after he came was his sister Zhao Xian driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. Don't wait until my parents get here. I've been afraid of my sister since I was a kid. Only my parents can eat her. I'll call my mom first. Zhao Yang took out his cell phone and started calling. Brat! Where did you run off to? Don't get your ass back here yet. A middle-aged woman's angry roar came from the phone. Mom! I'm already in Jiangcheng. I'm not going back. The young man said. You brat! You've abducted someone else's daughter. And they're coming to the door. Don't hurry back yet. Mom! Listen to me. I've found my sister. She's rich now. Driving a multi-million-dollar sports car and living in a tens of millions of dollars mansion. Hurry over and take a look. You kids are crazy about money. Aren't you? Mom! It's true. I'm not lying. I was at my sister's work yesterday and I saw her leave from work in a multi-million-dollar red sports car. And then what? The caller asked. Then I didn't catch up. Today I took a cab and waited at the entrance. As a result, I saw my sister enter a neighborhood. I asked the security guards. The price of housing there starts at 200,000 per square meter. You can buy a set there in our area. And each set of house is at least $50 million at the bottom. You kid really didn't lie to me? It couldn't be that you recognized the wrong person. Could it? What am I lying to you for? Don't I know my sister? Good. Then your father and I will rush over first thing in the morning. This dead girl. She only sends $20,000 back every month. But she herself is driving a luxury car and living in a mansion in the big city. Meow meow. You also call your parents to tell them to come along tomorrow. Zhao Yang said to Feng Miao after calling his mom. Let them come for what? Take me back. Huh? They didn't approve of us being together in the first place. You silly ah. Your parents don't agree with us being together because your family is from the town and ours is from the countryside. Not as rich as yours. But when they come and see how rich my sister is now, they definitely won't object. And then we'll be able to be together in the open. Feng Miao thought about it and felt that Zhao Yang was right. So a call was made to her parents. Her mom gave them both a straight-up scolding. But they'll be here tomorrow for sure. Zhao Yang lay on the bed and hugged Feng Miao and said, Meow meow. We won't go back in the future. We'll stay in Jiangcheng and let my sister buy me a luxury car and a mansion. When the time comes, we'll drive around every day in a luxury car. But will your sister buy it for you? Feng Miao was a bit unconvinced. If I call her, she definitely won't. But if my parents call her, she definitely will. Can't you see that I always just call my parents over? Don't worry. My parents are bent towards me. Everything good was mine growing up. I'm the only child in our family. In both their eyes, my sister is there for me. I want the kind of car your sister drives too. It's so nice. I've been dreaming about it. Good. I'll buy you one then. One for each of us. The two of them drifted off to sleep as they fantasized about the wonderful life ahead of them. Lake City. Lakewood Clubhouse. The charity auction for the evening has now begun. Everyone present was seated in the lobby on the first floor. The host on the stage is Rao Xiaoqing, the leading actress of the Fuxi provincial station. Good evening, distinguished guests. Welcome to the third annual charity auction hosted by Lake City. It was a day of gathering love, feeling care, warmth and harmony. It is also a day to show people from all walks of life fraternity and dedication. After the host reads his lines, the video starts playing on the big screen. The video is about some remote mountainous areas where it is very difficult for students to go to school. And some of them need to walk 2 to 3 hours up the mountain to get to school. 5 or 6 hours a day would be spent just on the way to and from school. And the school is in very poor condition, with tables, chairs, and benches donated by students' families, and very worn out. Many of the students' parents at home have gone out to work to make ends meet, leaving their elderly parents and young children at home. At a very young age, children start to become the responsibility of the family. And they are good at laundry and cooking. They are eager to learn and to get out of the mountains to see the outside world. The video plays out. Rao added, "All the proceeds from our auction tonight will be donated to the children in the video so they can have new schools, new tables, chairs and benches, new school bags and clothes." Next, we auction the first love item. The first auction item is a song. A new song by Diva Lungqingqiu. The starting auction begins. There is no reserve price. Feel free to bid. $100,000. $150,000. $300,000. $500,000. Okay. VIP number 17 is bidding $500,000. Is there any higher? Lin Dong looked at the sign in his hand. Number 7. Smoothly, he raised his hand and said, "I'll give you $5 million. Once $5 million was released, many people turned their heads in Lin Dong's direction, wanting to see which big shot it was. 5 million. VIP number 7 is bidding $5 million. Is there any higher? 3, 2, 1. Deal. Please welcome Diva Lungqingqiu with her new song. Lungqingqiu on stage. She also didn't expect her song to fetch a sky-high price of $5 million. Even though she wouldn't get a single penny of this money. And all of it would have to be donated. But she was still happy. After all, it was nice to do a little more for the kids in the video. Diva Lungqingqiu finished a song. The second auction item was a painting by a master. The painting was eventually bought for $800,000. When in fact it was worth at most $100,000. Since everyone is there to donate money, it makes sense that the premiums are somewhat severe. The auction items were bought one by one and Lin Dong did not make another bid. To Yao Shue's time. She is auctioning off a dance. It was similarly auctioned off by Lin Dong for $5 million. Lin Dong's character was like this. A drop of kindness should be repaid by the spring. The two of them should give each other long face since they helped their cousin Wangli tonight. Soon, the auction came to a close. When the last love item was auctioned off, the whole party was coming to an end. That's when Lin Dong raised his card and spoke. Host, I'd like to donate a song. Rao Xiaoqing on stage was about to read the closing remarks when she saw Lin Dong raising a sign saying he would donate a song. Lin Dong spent $10 million today. This face still has to be given. Rao Xiaoqing invited Lin Dong to the stage. Mr. Lin is going to donate a song. Does everyone have any bids? Rao Xiaoqing asked. Is that okay if I want to buy it back myself? Lin Dong asked. Buy yourself back? Right. That's fine. Since Mr. Lin bought his own song back, let's all listen to Mr. Lin sing one last time. How much is Mr. Lin prepared to offer to buy his song back? 100 million. How much? Rao Xiaoqing stuttered. I'll pay $100 million to buy my own song back. When these words came out, not only Rao Shaoqing on the stage was shocked, but the hundreds of VIPs on the stage. Other than Yi Hong and Wang Chang, everyone else was shocked beyond belief. $100 million to buy back your own song? Wouldn't that be a straight-up donation of $100 million? This Lin Dong didn't seem to have appeared in Lake City before. Not only did he befriend Wang Deshao and Yi Er Shao, but he also directly donated more than $100 million. It's almost too ho-hum to be true. Lyndon walked over to the piano and sat down. Tonight I bring this song called Snail in the hope that the child in the video will one day have a day of his own. Lin Dong finished and started his song. A slow melody floats out from the piano. Should I set aside the heavy shell? Looking for exactly where the blue sky is. Floating gently with the gentle wind. None of the injuries experienced felt pain. I'm going to move up one step at a time. Waiting for the sun to look quietly into its face. Little days have big dreams. A heavy shell wrapped in a gentle look up. I'm going to move up one step at a time. Ride the blades forward at the highest point. Tiny days shed tears and sweat. One day I'll have my own heaven. P.S. again. This is a parallel world. Parallel world. Parallel world. It's important to say it 3 times. A song of Snail was sung. There was thunderous applause from the stage. The children in the video are like the snails in Lin Dong's song, wanting to get out of the mountains and find a piece of heaven of their own. Mr. Lin, did you create this one yourself? An audience member on stage asked. Yes. Lin Dong replied. Mr. Lin, you're so talented and handsome. Yao Shui looked at Lin Dong on the stage with her eyebrows. This was the man she looked up to. Lang Qingqiu was equally amazed as she looked at Lin Dong. This man was indeed somewhat different. The next morning Lin Dong sent Wang Li back to school. Transferred $100 million to her card. Let her spend as she pleases. Not enough to talk to him again. But also let Wang Li appropriately reveal a little to the sister-in-law and sister-in-law. Then it's back to River City in the Bugatti Flying Dragon. Huqing was nearly 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangchang. So Lin Dong drove straight back. A good car is a good car. The price is a little more expensive for a reason. The performance of all aspects is top-notch. Coupled with Lin Dong's proficient level of driving skills. All the way to Bugatti Flying Dragon in the overtaking lane. Lin Dong drove on the road back to Jiangchang. After the last 2 days, he had thought a lot. From his cousin's distress at infinity to being bullied at the charity dinner. It was Wang Chang who helped smooth things over for himself. He himself had money to spend. But he didn't have anything he could get his hands on other than money. Relying on others to solve problems is not a permanent solution. If Yi Hong and Wang Chang know that they do not have any background in the case, will they spy on their own property? There was a good chance that he would. So he now had to improve his strength and form his own forces first. With the support of one's unlimited financial resources, it was easy to form a force. But the difficulty lay in finding people who were absolutely loyal to oneself. It will take time to find it slowly. But the forces must be established as soon as possible. And then it's all about upgrading yourself. Taking a look at the panel. The divine greatness points were still 200 points. Which meant that the 100 million donated last night and the 100 million transferred to his cousin Wang Li today did not increase the divine greatness points. So it looks like giving money away doesn't increase the goddamned points and you have to buy something? But the $11 billion that he donated to SCC was to increase the godly points. And after donating to SCC he also got the status of a premium member. So donating money was actually possible. But only if he got the appropriate things. Physical and mental strength are both at 50 points. Rated as stronger. Ever since his physique was raised from 18 to 50 points. Although he had not gone to test it. Lin Dong felt that his body should not be worse than those who exercised regularly. Then would one increase one's physique to 100? 200? 500 or even 1000 points like Superman? This still needed to be explored slowly by oneself. Mental strength enhancement will sharpen one's senses and sharpen one's mind. And is also a must. Finally, there's the skill bar. Himself now possesses 5 skills: car driving, songwriting, lyrics, singing, piano, and all 10 points rated as proficient. Since I can add as many skills as I want to the skill bar, can I add Dragonfall poem? Try it? So Lin Dong looked for a service area to stop the car and try to see if he could increase the Dragonfall 18 poems. If it really can, that would be awesome. So excited. I want to be the best in the world. Fill in the skill field to add the Dragonfall poem. Panel display under test. I don't think this has happened before when I added a skill bar. Has it? At this time a voice sounded in Lin Dong's mind. After system detection. The host's world doesn't have the skill Dragon subduing 18 poems. The increase fails. Deducting 10 divine magnificence points. Grass. I knew it wouldn't work. Novels are just novels. Lin Dong helplessly accepted the reality. As Lin Dong was preparing to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car move forward a little. Lin Dong froze for a moment. Shit. Is this fucking rear-ended? Rushed to open the car door and get out to see. Sure enough, a BMW sedan behind it was against the rear of the Bugatti Flying Dragon. Lin Dong looked at it. He did park in the service area. This should be the responsibility of the other party. Right? Too unlucky to lose 10 divine points, not to mention the fact that the Bugatti I just bought was rear-ended. After getting closer and checking it out, luckily, it wasn't very serious. And I was slightly relieved. Hey! How did you stop the car? Don't you know that this is the road? A woman in her 30s got out of the car and yelled at Lin Dong. Miss, I'm parked inside the service area. You should take full responsibility for tailgating. Lin Dong said to the woman. I'm solely responsible? Obviously it's you who parked recklessly. It should be you who is fully responsible. Don't think that driving a sports car is a big deal. Maybe it's rented or borrowed. Look what you've done to my baby. I'm telling you. Don't think you can leave today without paying for it. Originally, Lin Dong thought that there was not much of a problem even if it was not that bad. But he did not expect to meet such an arrogant person. Come on. He didn't bother to argue with the other party. Just report it to Jay to deal with it. The woman's high voice drew a crowd of onlookers. It was during the May Day vacation. The road is also a lot of cars. See, Bugatti Flying Dragon supercar was rear-ended. Many people directly parked in the service area to come over to watch. I go. This car is Bugatti Flying Dragon. Right. It's a $30 million car. And a random paint job would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Right? So expensive? Then this BMW code is tailgating should be fully responsible for it. I don't think I can afford to pay even if I sold my BMW. Alas. Luxury cars cannot afford to hurt. In the future, when I see it, I'd better avoid it. Hey. What are you guys talking about? 1 by 1. 2 by 2. You've got nothing better to do. Right? When Lin Dong heard it, this woman disliked the sky and the air. Soon after, Traffic J came to the scene. After an on-site investigation and viewing of the service area video, it was determined that the BMW was solely responsible for the rear-end collision. Now the woman in the BMW wasn't talking. Miss, since the judgment is your full responsibility, then I have to explain to you. My car is a limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon. The world only 8 units. The official price of 60 million. Now has been speculated to 80 million. On the tail of this damage, I estimate that it has to be $1 million to start. How are you prepared to pay? The moment Lin Dong's words left his mouth, the surrounding melon eaters all sucked in a breath of cool air. $80 million? A random scratch is $1 million starting repair price. It simply refreshed their worldview. The world of the rich. They really can't understand. What? $1 million to start? No way. Are you trying to blackmail me? I blackmailed you. Search yourself on your cell phone to see if I blackmailed you. The Bowie Code woman searched on her cell phone and was not impressed when she saw the price. I have no money. If you want money, you don't have any. But if you want a life, you have one. This Nimrod is back to being a scoundrel. That's superb. Miss, it's fine if you don't have any money. But I will apply for enforcement. By then your house and car will be auctioned off. And then you will be arrested and detained for 10 days and half a month. What do you think? You. The POC woman was too stunned to speak. The woman with the treasure code was scared and her face was green for a while. Everyone around us felt great joy. Brother. Brother. Please don't arrest my mom. Please. I apologize to you on behalf of my mother. And I'll make money to pay you back when I grow up. Okay? Lin Dong took a look. And at some point, a 5 or 6-year-old girl grabbed one of his pant legs. Little friend. Is she your mom? Lin Dong pointed at the Pacode lady. Aha! So is she good to you? Yes. So did she hit you? Mommy only hits when Umbra is bad. And mommy doesn't hit when Umbra is good. Your mom owes me a lot of money. Are you scared? Een is not afraid. Een is going to study hard. And when she grows up and works and earns money, she will save a little bit. And then save money to compensate her brother. Do you have any money on you? Bring it on. The little girl took out a $10 one from her own little pocket and handed it to Lin Dong. Umbrellas only have this much. Lin Dong took the $10. Stood up and walked to his car. Saying as he walked, dozens of people really live to be dogs. Opened the door. Got in the car. Ignited the engine. And disappeared from sight with a kick of the gas. Crap. You don't want the $1 million or so? The rich man's world is truly incomprehensible. Go. Hurry back and have a daughter. You don't even have to pay for crashing into a luxury car. River City. Zhao Xian returned to Jiangnan International Mansion from work in her Porsche 911. When he had just arrived in front of the main gate of the Jiangnan International Mansion, he was suddenly stopped by someone. Zhao Xian took a closer look. Isn't that Mom? Dad and brother Zhao Yang? And who are the other three? How did they get here? Zhao Xian got out of the car in a hurry. Dad. Mom. Zhao Yang. What brings you here? Humph. How do we know if we don't come that you're in the big city with luxury cars and mansions while we're at home working our asses off? Zhao Xian's mom, Li Chunying, said, Mom. It's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive your boss's car every day? Why doesn't he drive it for someone else? Mom. Can we find a place to talk? Do you guys have a place to stay? I'll take you to a hotel and get 2 rooms. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to live in this. Don't think I don't know. Your brother has been observing you for a few days now. And you've been living in this every day. Li Chunying said as she pointed at the Jiangnan International Mansion. Mom. My boss owns this house. I can't take you in. Bullshit. What boss? I think it's your boyfriend. Otherwise, what boss would give you a car and a room? You really forget your family when you have a boyfriend. Do you believe that I'm going to punish you right now? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taizhu, said and picked up the wooden stick in his hand to hit Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian didn't expect her dad to make a move all of a sudden. And she received a blow on her arm that hurt so much that she had tears in her eyes. She was aggrieved that she had saved money for her family over the years. And that she had paid for her brother's college tuition and living expenses. Now every month to send home 20,000 out of these years to earn money basically all to the family. And now have to be beaten and scolded. What could she do though? It was her parents and her own brother. In the end, there was no choice but to take their group of 6 into the international house. Zhao Xian thought that Lin Dong had gone home for the May Day vacation and shouldn't come back for a while. Entering the room, several people were stunned. Such a luxurious house, which they had never seen on TV, appeared hard and fast. Feng Miao's family was also shocked beyond words. They thought they were in a good condition and couldn't see that Zhao Yang's family was from the countryside. But it turned out that when they got here, they realized that they were nothing more than frogs in the bottom of a well. Looking at Zhao Yang, he didn't feel annoyed anymore. Even the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. With such a sister, how bad could he be in the future? Sister, your place is too luxurious. Isn't it? This decoration, this scenery, it's simply more luxurious than on TV. Zhao Yang said as he walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows. He wondered what it would be like if he lived here every day in the future. This place was so big that it was completely fine for him and Feng Miao to live here. A few people came back to their senses and were still a bit formal. But once they thought that this was their daughter Zhao Xian's home. Wasn't that their own home? At this time, Zhao Xian said, "Dad. Mom. What did you guys come to see me about? Say it." Zhao Taizhu pointed to Feng Miao and her parents and said, "Her name is Feng Miao. Is your brother's girlfriend?" "They are Feng Miao's parents. Our two families discussed to help your brother to get the marriage done. You take out $5 million to them to buy a house and car on the line." Zhao Xian was simply so infuriated that she wanted to laugh. A father who's been a farmer all his life asking for $5 million? Does he know how much 5 million is? It must have been Zhao Yang's asshole idea. "I don't have that much money," Zhao Xian said. "Then how much are you prepared to offer?" Zhao Taizhu asked. He also felt that mentioning 5 million said it was just too much. And it was all because Zhao Yang told him to mention it. "I won't pay a dime." "What? You want to get beaten again, don't you?" Zhao Taizhu said loudly. "I wouldn't pay a dime even if you beat me to death." You dead girl. You want to be angry with me, don't you? I'm telling you. You have to pay this money." Zhao Taizhu pointed at Zhao Xian and cursed. Zhao Xian was also exasperated and cried loudly. "Since childhood, you guys have been toward him. Just because he is the son. What's good to eat is for him to eat. The money I went to college was all earned by my own part-time job. Have you guys contributed a single penny? He had to go to college and his family didn't have any money. Well, I went and borrowed. Then I saved and paid it back slowly. Do you know how I lived during that time? I fainted at work from malnutrition. Then my job slowly got better. And I sent everything home to you except for a little bit of living expenses every month. So what more do you want? And you, this asshole, you went to college all the way to the dog? Not to mention the lack of gratitude. Now you want $5 million. What do you think I am? What do you think I am? An ATM? I'm clearly telling you now. From today onwards I won't give you a single penny." Zhao Xian had also been held back for too long. Just because she was a daughter. She was not recognized by her family growing up. And no matter how well she behaved, it didn't work. Even if you come first in every test, you don't get the slightest recognition from your parents. And no matter how naughty Zhao Yang was, they would always turn toward him. And as soon as Zhao Yang complained, she was bound to get a beating. When I got to college, I almost dropped out because my family wouldn't pay for it. She said. What's the point of having a daughter who reads so much? Sooner or later, she'll have to get married off. So she might as well go out and work to supplement the family's income. Luckily, her teachers at the time supported her and she was able to finish her studies by working while attending school. Now she's even coming straight to the door to ask for $5 million for her brother's wedding. Where did she get $5 million? Although she's been promoted, Lin Dong hasn't said she'll get a raise. Zhao Xian's outburst also subdued the few people present, especially Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu. The sons and daughters who had always been very obedient in their eyes actually dared to contradict them all of a sudden. That didn't slow them down for a while. Anyway, no matter what, if you don't pay, we'll stay here and not leave, Li Chunhua said in a roguish manner. In that case, I'll tell you honestly too. This house is only letting me live here because my boss sees me as poor. Do you know how much this house is worth? Zhao Xian asked and then continued. $400 million. 400 million? Jesus. They couldn't fathom how much money $400 million really was. It could probably buy a street in their town. When Zhao Yang said that the house his sister lived in was $50 million at the bottom, they didn't believe it at all. Where could there be such an expensive house? But I didn't realize that $50 million was all the way down. Do you guys know how much $400 million is? Just about anything in here could buy a house back home. If you guys don't leave, I'll leave. Don't blame me if the security guards arrest you guys for burglary at that time. Entering this kind of high-class neighborhood and stealing. At the very least, you'll be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. Zhao Xian got up and prepared to leave after he finished speaking. Stand still. You dead girl is going to turn over a new leaf, aren't you? Zhao Taizhu stood up and wanted to go over to hit Zhao Xian, but was pulled back by Li Chunhua. Dad. Ever since I was little you've been calling me a dead girl. A dead girl. I'm your daughter. Not even as good as the beggars outside, Zhao Xian said with tears in her eyes. Zhao Yang was also stunned. Originally he thought that as long as he called his parents here, Zhao Xian would give him whatever he wanted because it had always been like this in the past. But the way things were going now was a bit out of his expectation. Sister. Don't you say a word. I know how you think. Thinking you can get a steady diet of me by calling mom and dad over. How old are you? Won't you earn your own money if you want to get married? Zhao Xian no longer paid attention to a few people and walked straight out. Several people in the house also immediately stood up and followed Zhao Xian. They are after all a small place to come. Really, if they are arrested and locked up for 10 or 8 years on where to reason to go. When Zhao Xian came to the entrance hall, the door opened from the outside all of a sudden. It was already dark when Lin Dong arrived at Zhangcheng. If it hadn't been for a delay on the road, it would have been here long ago. Dragging his tired body back to the Jiangnan International Mansion, he opened the front door. Lin Dong saw Zhao Xian with slightly red eyes and was preparing to go out. Sister Xian. What's wrong with you? Going out? Then he saw the few people behind Zhao Xian. They are? Zhao Xian's heart tightened when she saw Lin Dong. Didn't Lin Dong go home on May 1st? How come he's back so soon? And just in time for this? Lin Dong. I'm sorry. They're my family. They came over from their hometown to visit me. So I'll bring them up for arrest. I'll take them away right away, Zhao Xian said somewhat nervously. She was afraid that Lin Dong would be unhappy. This was a house worth $400 million. Letting random people in while he was away would definitely not be comfortable in his heart. So where are you guys going this late? Isn't there quite a lot of room here? It's not like you can't live here, Lin Dong asked. It was actually Zhao Xian who was overly concerned. A house. It's meant for people to live in. There are several other rooms downstairs here, perfectly adequate for them to stay. Lin Dong didn't feel anything either. No. No. I gave them a room outside. Lin Dong. I will. First. Zhao Xian was interrupted by Zhao Taizhu before she could finish. You are the boyfriend of this dead girl. Right? Since you all have been living together. Then get things done before it's too late. You're a big boss. Our family is a small family. But the etiquette should be the same, cannot be less. Our requirements are not too high. You prepare 10 million dowry. And then buy your brother in this Jiangcheng suite of cars and buy a car on the line. It does not need to be too expensive. Since you can afford to buy such an expensive house. This point of the requirements should not be too much. Right? Lin Dong froze. Dead girl? Are you talking about Zhao Xian? What kind of father calls his daughter that? This is treating herself as Zhao Xian's boyfriend. But thinking about the fact that he was living with Zhao Xian. Doesn't it look like cohabitation to outsiders? I'm afraid this is too much to jump into the Yellow River and wash away. But this $10 million dowry and a house and car in Jiangcheng. Is this selling your daughter? Lin Dong did not speak, glancing at Zhao Xian. Only Zhao Xian's chest rose and fell violently. Her eyes staring at her father with some horror. Tears falling down constantly as she yelled. Dad! What are you babbling about? How am I bullshitting you? You're already living together. Isn't that clear enough? If he doesn't marry you, how will you get married in the future? How will you let us hold our heads up in front of the township people? Zhao Taizhu said back. That? Uncle. I'm just Sister Xian's boss. Not a boyfriend. Lin Dong could not help but say. Boss? Is there a boss who lives with his subordinates? Do you not want to be responsible? Zhao Taizhu asked. Lin Dong was speechless. That's quite a mess to steal and get into. How to explain it was estimated that the other party could not listen to it. And Lin Dong did not speak. Dad. I'm begging you to stop. Okay? Do you really want to force me to die? Zhao Xian cried and said loudly to Zhao Taizhu. Sis. Dad is doing you a favor. Zhao Yang interjected. He's happy now. Since Dad asked his sister and brother-in-law to buy him a house and a car in Jiangcheng. It must be true. There's also the $10 million dowry, which will surely fall into his hands by then. In this way he can be a person with a car, a house and a deposit. What else to work? What to work? Every day driving around in a car is not good? Feng Miao's family of 3 is also very excited. Really want to do it according to Zhao Tiezhu's meaning. Then the daughter of this marriage, they absolutely raised their hands. 10 million plus to buy a car and a house in Jiangcheng. And later go back to feel doubly dignified. Zhao Xian looked at her parents and brother without the slightest hint of guilt because she was in pain. Even to the point of death. They were here for the money. And if Lin Dong was a poor man, they would definitely try to force her to break up. Seeing that Lin Dong had money, he was like selling his daughter and wanted to blackmail Lin Dong ruthlessly. They only had money in their eyes. And as long as they were given money, maybe it didn't matter if they had her as a daughter or not. This instant, Zhao Xian suddenly figured it out. She was destined to be used as a tool by this family from the moment she was born. I only blame myself for being so stupid in the past. Saving up a little money and sending it home. Thinking that's where my roots are. It was at this moment that she realized she was actually a mayfly creature. Rootless. Her heart went cold. Cold too. Zhao Xian didn't say anything else and turned to walk into the elevator. All she wanted to do now was run away from this place. Seeing that something was wrong, Lin Dong hurriedly followed him and squeezed into the elevator the moment the doors were about to close. The remaining few people, Zhao Yang, looked at me and I looked at you, not knowing what to do. In the end, they decided to leave. This was someone else's house after all. And they were still really intimidated by Zhao Xian. afraid that they would be arrested as thieves. In a park in Jiangcheng, Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat next to a river. Zhao Xian told Lin Dong about her experiences over the past 20 years. Lin Dong quietly listened and did not say anything. Dong Lin? Am I stupid? Whatever they want, I'll give it. If I don't have it, I'll borrow it and then make my own efforts to save and slowly pay it back. Zhao Xian asked after speaking. Sister Xian, you're not stupid. You're just too sentimental. The more you give, the more they feel that it is deserved. Lin Dong thought about it and said back. Maybe. But I decided that I lived for them for the first 20 years or so. But these next few decades, I want to live for myself. Sister Xian, tomorrow please ask uncle and aunt to come to the hotel to have a meal together. Coming from so far away, I should mean it anyways. If you need money, Sister Xian, just go to the finance and get it. I will support you no matter what decision you make. Lin Dong said. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian cried as she leaned into Lin Dong's arms. She had thought that Lin Dong would look down on her because she had such a family. But she did not expect that Lin Dong would not mind at all. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong's parents had been gone since she was a child. And her life at her third uncle's house was no better than hers. But he still had his great aunt and sister-in-law who loved him, while Zhao Xian had nothing. And he was actually quite heartbroken for Zhao Xian, thinking of everything for the family, only to realize in the end that the family is just using her as a tool to make money. Sister Xian, cry as hard as you can. It will be comfortable after you cry it out, Lin Dong said as he gently patted Zhao Xian's back. Zhao Xian cried in Lin Dong's arms like this for about half an hour before getting up. Seeing that the clothes on Lin Dong's chest were wet with her tears, she was a little embarrassed. Lin Dong, I'm sorry. Got your clothes wet. It's okay. Sister Xian, let's go. We're going back. The two returned to the Jiangnan International Mansion. It was discovered that Zhao Yang and the others had all left. Lin Dong, I'll go look for them. Zhao Xian was about to go out after saying that, but he was pulled back by Linden. Sister Xian, didn't you say that in the future time you will live for yourself? You should learn to refuse. If you go to them now, it will make them even more reckless. And they are all adults. Nothing will happen to them. Then, well, good night, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian finished and went into her room. She felt that Lin Dong was right. Since she had to live for herself, she had to learn to refuse. Lin Dong was lying on the bed, looking at the system panel in front of him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999686546254665. Physical fitness, 50, stronger, plus. Mental, 50, stronger, plus. Skills, automobile driving, 10 proficiency, plus. Piano technique, 10 proficiency, plus. Singing, 10 proficiency, plus. Lyricist, 10 proficiency, plus. Composer, 10 proficiency, plus. Shenandoah points, 190. 190 God's pride points remain. Thinking about improving his strength quickly. With a ruthless heart, he directly added 50 divine magnificence points to his physique. The original 50 points in the physique column turned into 100 points at once. Instantly, Lin Dong felt that his body was hot and dry, as if there were countless ants crawling in his muscles. It was a sour feeling. The feeling lasted a full 5 minutes before it disappeared. Lin Dong felt as if he had just come out of the water and was already soaked. Without rushing up, Lin Dong added another 50 divine magnificence points to spirit. His mind felt groggy all of a sudden, as if he had drunk himself out of his mind. Lin Dong closed his eyes and quietly lay on the bed. After a few minutes, Lin Dong felt awake. Open your eyes. Eyesight seems to be much enhanced. He used to be a bit slightly nearsighted. But now there is a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling surprisingly can see. Not only can see, and can even see the mosquito which foot is moving. So amazing. Lin Dong hurriedly looked at the panel. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999686546254565. Physical fitness, 100, limit. Spirit, 100, limit. Skills, automobile driving, 10 proficiency, plus. Piano technique, 10 proficiency, plus. Singing, 10 proficiency, plus. Lyricist, 10 proficiency, plus. Composer, 10 proficiency, plus. Shenandoah points, 90. Physique and spirit had reached 100 points. But seemed to have reached their limits. And even the plus sign disappeared after them. That means you can't boost it? It can't be. Can't get promoted so soon? So there's still so much money left to spend on what to do with all the godly points you'll get later on? Increase skills? Can't even add the descending dragon's poem. So what's the point of adding it? Never mind. Let's just leave it for now and work on it later. He always felt that this system should not be so simple. Lin Dong got up and felt sticky on his body. Come to the pool. Xian should be asleep by now. Couldn't care less. Just stripped down and jumped into the pool. So cool. After swimming 2 laps and getting cleaned up, Lin Dong went ashore and observed his body. Nothing has changed. And there are no particularly prominent muscles. However, Lin Dong felt that he possessed explosive power in his body. He felt like he could punch a cow to death right now. The next morning, the office of the chairman of the Golden Leaf Hotel. Sister Xian. I'm going to set up an investment company. The name is Dong Lai International. But I don't have the time. So I need a trustworthy person to help me build my team. And I hope you can help me. Dong Lin. I'm afraid I won't be able to do it well. Zhao Xian returned with some hesitation. She wanted to go, but was afraid that she was not capable enough to delay Lin Dong's big event. Sister Xian. You are capable. You shouldn't be limited to this tiny hotel. You should go out and see the outside world. Then, I'll try. Don't worry to do it boldly. The biggest support I can give you is unlimited financial power. As long as you think whoever can. Let's dig it over. If others offer $1 million, we'll offer 5 million. 10 million. As long as it's a talent. We're not afraid to spend money. Good. So when do I move? The sooner the better. Then I'll leave tomorrow. Okay. Call aunt and uncle over. Let's have dinner with them. After last night's incident, Lin Dong felt that Zhao Xian had changed. She used to be optimistic and cheerful. Instead, she is now transforming into a cold businesswoman. To be honest, Lin Dong still liked the old Zhao Xian, who occasionally gave him a bit of unintentional temptation. But there's no way around it. People go through things and they always change. The other side. An ordinary hotel where Zhao Taizhu and the others stayed. In the morning, everyone gathered together and waited for Zhao Taizhu to decide what to do. Dad, what are we going to do today? Zhao Yang asked. What to do? Go straight to her hotel and find her. But what if my sister doesn't see us? Don't see? I gave birth to her and raised her for so many years. And now that she's having a better time, she wants to disown me as her father? Then I'll make a scene at the place where she works. And make sure she can't hold her head up in front of her co-workers. Yeah. Just do it. This dead girl wants to leave us behind now that she's gotten her wings. It's not that easy. Li Chunhua also helped out from the side. Feng Miao's family of 3 didn't say anything beside them. But they still hoped that Zhao Yang would be able to get Zhao Xian's help. After all, it was related to their daughter's future happiness. The group was about to head to the Golden Leaf Hotel where Zhao Xian worked when Zhao Xian's phone call came, asking them to go to the hotel for dinner. Dad. Looks like sis is compromised. We have a house and car. Zhao Yang said happily. Feng Miao was also happy. Wasn't Zhao Yang's hers? She would also have a luxury car to drive in the future. Zhao Taizhu this time has also revealed a smile. Said, look at you, this point of interest. Your brother-in-law is a big boss. Live a few 100 million of the house. He is so big a hotel themselves certainly cannot manage to come over. You do not say your sister is some kind of manager? Let her arrange a job for you to manage people. Yes. My sister is the general manager. Besides my brother-in-law, she's the biggest. Let him arrange a job for me and let Miao Miao go too. Let your sister arrange a job for you to manage people. And arrange a job for Miao Miao to manage money. So that your brother-in-law doesn't get rich and womanize outside. And you too help your sister a little. Li Chunhua said. The group of people just headed towards the Golden Leaf Hotel in high spirits. When we arrived at the hotel, we were led by the waiter to the number 1 private room. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already sitting inside and the dishes had already been served. Looking at the table full of delicacies, several people gulped a little. It's only on TV that the emperor can eat such good food. Right? I never thought I'd have to eat it one day. Aunts and uncles, you have traveled a long way. So I will do my best to be the host today. So everyone eat openly and let the kitchen make more if there is not enough. Lin Dong said. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang sat down and began to eat. And several people then followed suit. This big lobster is so delicious. Meow meow. Eat some of this. Dad. Mom. You guys have some of this jumbo lobster too. Why is this crab so big? Mom. This is king crab. It's expensive. Thousands of dollars a piece. What's this one? It's black and melts in your mouth. It's so good. This one is caviar. This is more expensive. This one is abalone. I don't recognize this one either. This one is even better. Several people were eating vigorously when Lin Dong stood up and said, Auntie and uncle, you guys take your time to eat, I have to go beforehand. If it is not enough, let Sister Xian inform the kitchen to make it again. Brother-in-law, you go and get busy. Zhao Yang returned with food in his mouth. Lin Dong walked away. He knew that Zhao Xian had something to say to her family. He didn't want to be there to interfere with her decision. No matter what she did, he supported it. After Lin Dong left for another moment, Zhao Xian spoke. Pack up your things and go back when you're done eating. I'll call back on time every month. Sis, I don't want to go back. So you can arrange a job for me here. Zhao Yang said. Zhao Xian thought about it. If Zhao Yang could work here properly, it would be a good thing. So she said. Then give me your university graduation certificate. I'll see which position is suitable for you. Zhao Yang stopped talking all of a sudden. And the scene became quiet. Zhao Xian kept staring at Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang felt a little cautious. Although he used to be afraid of Zhao Xian, it wasn't like today. Zhao Xian's gaze made him feel chilled. Finally, there was no way out before I said that. Sis, actually, I didn't go to college. Oh? You didn't go to college? Then what about the money I saved to send you to college? Zhao Xian asked with a deep breath. That. I lost some money because of gambling at that time. And in the end, I was forced to really have no choice. So I lied to you and said that I got into college. Zhao Yang trembled and said. So your family combined to cheat me? The money I saved up so frugally, even physically, causing me to pass out at work, was taken by you to pay off my gambling debts? Sis, there's nothing we can do. Those debtors said they'd take my hand if I didn't pay them back. Mom and Dad had no choice but to lie to you. Sis. I know it was all my fault. But I've changed. And I haven't gambled since then. Zhao Yang explained. I can testify. Yang Yang has indeed changed. Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian took a few deep breaths and tried to calm the anger in her heart. Zhao Xian took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down the anger in her heart. All right then. You'll start at the bottom as a waitress. Sis. I don't want to be a waitress. You arrange a job for me to manage people. And arrange a job for Meow Meow to manage money. So as to prevent my brother-in-law from having money and womanizing outside. And I promise to truthfully report every move he makes to you. That's what Mom said. So that the two of us can help you a bit. Zhao Yang boldly said. Zhao Xian was really exasperated and laughed. People? Money? And help yourself? This is trying to put Lin Dong on the shelf. Are you still thinking that the hotel will be named Zhao from now on? It's a wonder they could even think of it. Want to manage money? Do you know how much water flows here in a month? Do you know how much you ate for this meal? Let me tell you. You ate $1 million for this meal. And the monthly water flow here is nearly $1 billion. Do you think you have the ability to manage it? Zhao Xian's words just fell. Everyone stopped eating, looking up at her with shocked eyes. $1 million for one meal? This is too much. Sister. You just said. How much money we ate for this meal? Zhao Yang swallowed his food and asked in a small voice. You guys ate $1 million total for the meal. A few people were speechless for a long time. After the shock, Li Chunhua said. This place earns so much money a month? It seems you have a good eye. Then we're not going back. We've worked hard for most of our lives. It's time to enjoy ourselves. Since you guys are so rich, then buy Yang Yang's house and car for him earlier. So that he can get married earlier and settle down. Zhao Taizhu added. Zhao Xian looked at this family speechlessly. All of them were the same. She really felt sad that she was born into such a family. I was thinking that it was always my own family. So I would try to help if I could. But right now, she just wanted to leave early and didn't want to see the gang for a moment. You guys eat first. I'm going out for a while. Zhao Xian got up and left after saying that. She was already disheartened. The family actually worked together to lie to her. It's amazing that the money they saved was taken by them to pay off their gambling debts. Today one has the ability to grant them what they ask for. Tomorrow they will ask for more. Never be satisfied. Never know gratitude. And only ask for what they want. She really didn't want to see these guys again. A few people continued to start eating again. This millions of a table of food. Do not eat is simply a waste. Zhao Xian came to the chairman's office. Lin Dong was playing with his cell phone in boredom. Ha! Sister Xian. How did you get up here so quickly? Lin Dong. I want to leave now. I don't want to see them anymore. Zhao Xian said. Leave now? What about them? Do you want me to give them some money? Lin Dong asked. He felt it should be that Zhao Xian's family had said something else to hurt her that made her react so badly. Since Zhao Xian had already decided. Let's support her. Don't ever. When you give that, it's really endless. They're never satisfied. So just leave them alone? Don't worry about it. If they make trouble at the hotel, just report it to Jay. Arrest them and put them in jail for 2 days and they'll be honest. Alright then. Where is Sister Xian planning to go first? Go to Mordor. It's a world-class metropolis with a relative concentration of talent. And I have a college roommate in Mordor. So I can ask her for help. Okay. Then I wish Sister Xian a safe journey. And I'll give you a celebration banquet when you return. Thank you. Mr. Lin. Zhao Tieju's few people still didn't know that Zhao Xian had already directly left to fly to the Magic City. They were already too full to eat, but just couldn't let go of the $1 million table of delicacies. A meal hard to eat for 3 whole hours. After several people finished eating and exited the private room, they were brought to the chairman's office by the waiter. "Brother-in-law, where's my sister?" Zhao Yang asked. Don't call me brother-in-law. I told you guys. Sister Xian and I are just in a superior/subordinate relationship. Definitely haven't done anything that crosses the line. And I'm still a college student. How can I be your brother-in-law? Lin Dong said. A few people looked at each other and felt something was wrong. It was fine to scream just now during dinner. But not now? That. Lin Dong boss? Where is my sister? Zhao Yang opened his mouth again and asked. Your sister has already left. So you guys should also go home after eating. Lin Dong returned. Left? Then let's go find her. What I mean by leaving is not leaving the hotel, but leaving Jiangchang. This is Sister Xian's resignation letter. Read it yourselves. Lin Dong finished handing Zhao Yang a page of paper. Resigned? A few people were shocked in their hearts, feeling that things were a bit bad. Zhao Yang took a look. It was really a resignation letter written by Zhao Xian. Boss Lin. Why did my sister quit? How can I put it? Sister Xian felt that if she worked here, you guys would definitely keep pestering her and she couldn't fulfill your demands. So she had no choice but to leave. Lin Dong replied. So where did my sister go? Not sure. I think she went to join one of her college roommates. At this time, Li Chunhua hurriedly took out her cell phone and flipped out Zhao Xian's phone number and called it. Sorry. The number you have dialed is off. Sorry. It's over. It's all over. Li Chunhua sat on her butt. Humph. You kid is joining forces with that dead girl to cheat us. Right? I'm telling you. If she doesn't come out, we'll stay here and not leave. Zhao Taizhu said to Lin Dong with an angry face. Senior. Don't get angry here. I didn't force your daughter to leave. She was forced to leave by you guys. What's it got to do with me? It's your fault if you're throwing a fit here. I don't care. If she doesn't come out, I'll stay here all the time. And I'll eat and drink well every day anyway. Zhao Taizhu remained unmoved. Old master. When Sister Xian didn't leave, I look at her face. I invite you to eat the best food in the hotel. This table is $1 million. But now Sister Xian has left. I don't have to be polite to you anymore. If you are here to make a splash, then I can directly report it to the J. When the time comes to arrest you and to be locked up for 1.5 years. You can't blame me for your late days. Lin Dong said slowly and leisurely. As expected. Several people were shocked when Lin Dong said this. Lin Dong was a big shot in their eyes after all. Don't you bluff me. Let me tell you. I've lived a long life. I'm not scared. Zhao Taizhu said. Although his mouth said so, his trembling tone revealed his inner turmoil. Old master. How am I just bluffing you? I know a little bit about Sister Xian's matter. You say they are all born. How can the gap be so big? But were you too a little care about Xian's sister? She will not leave like this today. I see Xian's sister cried a lot when she left. And she said when she left. Your birth and rearing grace. She has finished these years. She does not want to see you again. It is estimated that you are very difficult to find her in this life. When Zhao Taizhu heard Lin Dong's words, he couldn't take a breath and almost fainted. Li Chunhua hurriedly went forward to support Zhao Taizhu. Zhao Yang's brain similarly buzzed. All his fantasies of a better future were shattered. Feng Miao's parents pulled Feng Miao ready to leave. They don't want to accompany Zhao Taizhu to go crazy. What if they really get caught and then? Meow meow. Zhao Yang shouted. Feng meow. On the other hand, turned her head to look at Zhao Yang pitifully. Why are you still looking at this useless thing? Originally such a good opportunity. Have to force Zhao Xian away. Now well. Nothing to gain. With his ability, when can he afford to buy a house? When will he be able to afford a house or a car? Go. Hurry back with me. In the future, not allowed to interact with him. Mom will introduce you to a better one. Feng mother pulled Feng Miao and said fiercely to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang felt like he had fallen from heaven to hell in an instant. As for Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua, their blood was also surging with anger at this time. If Zhao Xian really changed her contact info, where can they find her? And over the years, Zhao Xian had sent money back every month. And they had gotten into the habit of not laboring for a long time. In the village, their family was the envy of everyone. Having raised a good daughter and having money to spend without labor. What if the source is suddenly cut off? Do we have to go back to the old days of going out early and working hard? What would the village think of the family? Thinking about it, the old couple really regretted it. How nice to just stay home. The day passes with a game of cards and a sneak. It's all because of this asshole Zhao Yang. If it wasn't for him, they'd still be living it up at home. Well, now there's nothing. The old couple didn't even review their harshness towards Zhao Xian since they were young. They just regretted that they shouldn't have listened to Zhao Yang and run here from their old home. Of course, they were right in thinking that if they remained at home, the money Zhao Xian sent every month would not be a penny less. Lin Dong quietly sat on the sofa and watched the family's performance. He could actually give money to send Zhao Yang and the others away. Even if they asked for a lot of money, Lin Dong could afford to give it. But this is money Linden doesn't want to give. Under such a family background, Zhao Xian did not fall. Lin Dong really felt that it was a miracle. And he also quite admired Zhao Xian. Someone like Zhao Xian. To have a body with a body. To have a face with a face. Absolutely no worse than what Jiang University's 3 goddesses. And even an extra breath of a mature woman. For men to be more tempting. This he was well aware of. And working in such a high-class place like the Golden Leaf Hotel, she was in contact with some big bosses. So as long as she really wanted to earn money despite everything, it was simply not too easy. Elder. If you still don't believe it, then you can come to the hotel entrance every morning to keep watch and see if Sister Xian will come to work. Of course. The premise is that it can't affect the normal work of the hotel. Or else don't blame me for not giving face to you. That's all I have to say. You guys can leave now. A few people left disoriented. Lin Dong didn't know if they would go back home immediately or if they would continue to wait. But none of that had anything to do with him anymore. Some things are not appreciated until they are lost. After they lost Xian's support and fell on hard times for a while, they might remember Xian's goodness. Lin Dong went to register a company called Donglai International Investment Company Limited in the afternoon, with Zhao Xian acting as the general manager. And the Golden Leaf Hotel was also grouped under the banner. However, it was still an empty shelf now. And it was still necessary to wait for Zhao Xian to recruit various talents in order to grow the company. Day 2. When Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel, he found Zhao Yang's family of 3 hiding in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. Sure enough, they still won't die. Lin Dong also ignored them and directly entered the hotel. The morning just wobbled by. In the middle of the day, Lin Dong received a courier. A senior member badge from the SCC headquarters. It says badge, but it's actually a ring with the SCC logo engraved on it. Just as Lin Dong was about to leave, he received an unexpected call. The call was from Jiang Shan's best friend Zhu Yan. She told Lin Dong that Jiang Shan had suddenly fainted and was now in the hospital. Lin Dong froze when he received the call. What do I have to do with Jiang Shan fainting? I'd been dumped by her alright. Shouldn't we call Toshiro Huang? Lin Dong had the intention to ignore it. But when I think about it, I still can't get over that hurdle in my heart. Better go. After all, it carries 4 years of your own memories. Consider yourself accounted for. Drove to the hospital that Zhu Yan told him about. Stopping to buy some fruit on the way. Driving a limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon to buy fruit naturally caused a buzz. Fruit stalls are almost surrounded. The boss is naturally overjoyed. A moment to sell the usual amount of a day. That's why the portion of fruit that Lin Dong bought today was particularly large. Walking down the corridors of the hospital, Lin Dong suddenly heard 2 voices coming from an infirmary. Doctor. Please, can you save my mom? Please. Hey. Sir. Our hospital is not a charity. How can we treat you if you don't have money? You guys heal first. I'll find a way to get the money. Sir. Let me be honest with you. Your mom's illness is very serious. Even if you operate in our hospital, the success rate is not great. You'd better find a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. The success rate will be higher that way. Doctor. So how long does my mom have to live? There should be 3 months left without surgery. And if the surgery is successful, it won't be a problem to live for 10 years or so. But if it's not successful, maybe not even 3 months. As he walked past the infirmary, Lin Dong casually glanced at it. A man in his late 30s or so was begging a doctor in his 50s to save his mother. Lin Dong didn't bother. This kind of thing happened every day. After a lifetime of hard work, one serious illness and everything is gone. Enter the hospital room that Zhu Yan was talking about. Zhu Yan was sitting by the hospital bed. Zhang Shan was lying on the bed with a pale face and a doctor was examining Zhang Shan. Linden walked in and put the fruit on a chair. Seeing Lin Dong enter, a hint of joy flashed across Zhang Shan's pale face. She knew it must have been Zhu Yan who informed Lin Dong. Lin Dong stood still and did not move. When the doctor finished his examination, he turned around to see Lin Dong behind himself. You are the patient's boyfriend, right? You youngsters are really too. The patient is already 3 weeks pregnant and her body is still so weak. If this continues, it's not good for the development of the fetus. If you don't want this child, you have to wait until your body recovers before you can do the surgery. Pregnant? Lin Dong's brain buzzed when he heard the doctor's words, and a tearing pain hit his heart. 4 years. 4 whole years. How many days and nights had he himself brought food to Zhang Shan under her dormitory building? Rain or shine. How many times have I gotten paid for my own part-time job and felt happy because I was able to buy a gift for Zhang Shan? They've cried together. They've laughed together. Together. They have fantasized about a future where the two of them have a family and a lovely set of children. But never thought it would end up like today. For 4 whole years with Zhang Shan, he himself had never touched her against her will. I didn't realize she just got pregnant with someone else. That's pretty much the greatest irony of all. Is a 4-year relationship really that cheap? Not even compared to a new donkey bag. Lin Dong took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, doctor." Zhang Shan heard the doctor tell Lin Dong that she was pregnant. And the little bit of hope that was left inside her heart was dashed. The already pale face became even paler. Opened his mouth to say something, only to realize that he couldn't make a sound at all. Zhu Yan also didn't expect things to turn out like this. Watching her best friend in tears every day, she wanted to help her get Linden back. She knew that Lin Dong still loved Zhang Shan. She witnessed all the sweetness of their time together. But this was a scene she didn't see coming. The doctor left. The ward was silent. Eventually, Zhang Shan broke the silence and said, "Lin Dong, I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Everyone has a choice. And since you've chosen this path, I'll give you my blessing. Lin Dong, I'm really sorry. If I hadn't been greedy and accepted all sorts of gifts from Huang Junlang, I wouldn't have been unable to refuse his invitation to his party. And even more so, I wouldn't have been taken advantage of by him because I was drunk. And by the time I woke up the next day, everything was already too late. Jiang Shan sobbed. Strangely enough, Lin Dong did not set off a single wave in his heart when he heard Jiang Shan's explanation. He had thought that he would get angry and go after Junlang Huang for revenge. But he didn't. Is it really just drunk? Maybe there's something else. Because his cousin Wang Li had experienced this only 2 days before. But if Jiang Shan's heart is strong, how does Huang Junlang stand a chance? At the end of the day, their 4-year relationship wasn't strong enough. And Jiang Shan already had this mindset that even if there wasn't a Jun Huang, there would be someone else. Okay. Since you're fine, I'll be off. Lin Dong did not want to stay here. He wanted to leave. Jiang Shan froze. Lin Dong's performance was beyond her expectations. There was no anger towards Toshiro Huang. And no heartache for myself. There's just peace. With her 4-year understanding of Lin Dong should not be like this. She realized that at this moment she did not understand the Lin Dong in front of her at all. Lin Dong walked out of the hospital room. Mentally, I said, Jiang Shan, goodbye. Thus bringing an end to his 4-year relationship. From now on, Jiang Shan will be completely in his past. From the room came a painful cry that Jiang Shan could no longer suppress. But none of that mattered to him anymore. Coming out of the hospital, Lin Dong took a few deep breaths. It's all over. When fully letting go of this moment, Lin Dong felt more relaxed than ever. Just pulled out of the front door of the hospital. Thief! Catch the thief! A voice rang in Lin Dong's ears. Linden hurriedly pulled over. Getting out of the car, he saw himself not far from a young man running his way. A wallet in his hand. Followed far behind by an older sister in her 30s. Go away! Get away! Wanna die? The young man shouted as he ran, gesturing to the dagger he held in his other hand. Lin Dong was just about to test the power of raising his physique to its limit. Just as he was about to make his move, he suddenly felt a dark shadow pass by with great speed. When Lin Dong looked at the thief, he realized that he had been pinned to the ground by a hand. The thief lay on the ground and kept struggling, but still couldn't get rid of the big hand that was like an iron clamp. Masters. Absolutely masterful. This was Lin Dong's first feeling. Lin Dong's spirit was now at its limit and his 6 senses were very sharp. Just now when this person passed by him, he was able to sense the strong aura surging out of this person's body. Lin Dong took a closer look. Isn't this the same man who begged the doctor at the hospital to save her mother? Xiao Baojun walked out of the hospital full of anxiety. His mother is very sick and needs a lot of money to have a chance of being cured. But he has no money. He had been working as a mercenary abroad all these years, and had already earned a lot of money, and would soon be able to go back to his country to make his family live a good life. But just as they were about to finish their last order of business, protecting the bigwigs of a small country on their way out to give a speech, they were attacked by unknown people, resulting in a group of 12 of them with only 3 of them ending up surviving. Upon their return, the 3 of them unanimously decided to distribute all the money to the families of their brothers who had remained forever in a foreign land. Because at least they came back alive, while those brothers who had lived and died with them for years stayed in a foreign land forever. I did not expect this time the mother's disease came so quickly. If not do the operation, we'll miss the best treatment time. But all of a sudden let him where to get so much money to go? As the old saying goes, it's hard to beat a penny, let alone so much money now. What to do? In all the years he had been abroad, his best brothers were the 2 who had come back alive with him. But they were poor children like themselves. Who else would have gone abroad to trade their lives for money? And when they came back, everyone hadn't kept a penny. they must be running for their lives now too. Getting them to help would certainly be a drop in the bucket. He had just stepped out of the hospital when he heard someone yelling to catch a thief. And he instinctively rushed over to subdue the thief. One hand pinned the thief to the ground. No matter how much he struggled. Soon the stolen woman caught up and took the stolen purse from Xiao Baojun. "Thank you, big brother." The woman hurriedly thanked. "It's okay. Hurry up and report Jay," Xiao Baojun said. "Aha! Yes, yes." The woman took out her cell phone and dialed the number to report Jay. In about a couple minutes, Inspector Jay came and took the thief away. The woman also thanked Xiao Baojun vigorously and took out a lot of money from her purse to try to thank him. But he refused. He didn't catch thieves for money. And he couldn't take that money even if he needed it now. Just as he was about to leave, a figure blocked his path. He went left and this figure blocked him on the left. He went right. And this figure blocked him on the right. This was repeated several times before he reacted to the fact that the man was simply doing it on purpose. "Little brother, I wonder what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Baojun asked as he looked at Lin Dong in front of him. "This big brother. How about we find a place to talk?" Lin Dong said. "I don't think we know each other. I can pay to save your mother. But don't get me wrong. I was just visiting a friend at the hospital when I happened to see you begging for a doctor." Xiao Baojun carefully observed Lin Dong. Having traveled on the edge of life and death over the years, he was able to feel the hint of threat that Lin Dong brought to him. He wondered how the young man had done it. It was important to realize that even in the foreign mercenary world, there were very few people who could bring him threats. The two found a park nearby. There weren't many people in the park because it was still early. "This big brother. What is your name?" Lin Dong asked. "My name is Xiao Baojun. Brother Xiao. I know that you are in dire need of money to save your mother. I can arrange the best hospital for Auntie. Use the best equipment. And take the best medicine. But no matter what the outcome is, you have to serve me for 10 years. How about that?" Xiao Baojun looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong also looked at Xiao Baojun unwillingly. After a moment, Xiao Baojun said, "Good. But I'm only responsible for protecting your safety. I won't help you do anything illegal. Deal." Lin Dong extended his hand. Xiao Baojun also extended his hand. The two men's hands were clasped together. A legend will also be created. "Brother Xiao. My name is Lin Dong. You can call me Lin Xiao from now on. Lin Xiao. Don't call me Brother Xiao. Just call me Broken Army. Okay? Breaker. I want to spar with you." Lin Dong had long wanted to test his strength. Ever since his physique and spirit had reached their limits. Not only had Lin Dong's six senses enhanced a lot, even his body felt like it had an inexhaustible power. "Young Lin. Please," Xiao Baojun said. He also wanted to see what the strength of this young man who could give him a hint of threat was. The two men stood each at a distance of more than 10 meters from each other. Linden doesn't have any tricks. There's just sharp senses and explosive power in the body. He struggled to mobilize the forces in his body so that they filled his entire body. At this moment, Lin Dong exuded an aura like an ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xiao Baojun felt the extremely strong pressure. And while he was shocked in his heart, he also exuded the bloody aura that he had formed from years of wandering on the edge of life and death. Lin Dong's feet stomped the ground with force as his body instantly shot towards Xiao Baojun and punched his opponent. Since it was just a sparring session and Lin Dong did not have a clear perception of his own strength, he only used 50% of his force for this punch. Xiao Baojun felt an intense pressure come over him as Lin Dong rushed towards him. After a slight lapse of concentration, the opponent's fist had already smashed into him. And he hurriedly clenched his hands into fists and crossed them in front of his chest, blocking the opponent's fist. Touch. Xiao Baojun was smashed back a distance of 7 to 8 meters by Lin Dong's punch before he stopped. Lin Dong stopped at the location where Xiao Baojun had just stood and bared his teeth as he shook off his somewhat painful right hand. Xiao Baojun, on the other hand, was looking at his somewhat red and swollen arm at the moment, his face full of shock. Lin Dong's strength was simply beyond his imagination. At first, although Lin Dong was able to bring him a hint of threat, he did not put much stock in it. After all, Lin Dong was too young and looked just 20 years old. Even if someone of this age had been practicing since they were young, how could they compare to someone like him who had been roaming the battlefield for years? Therefore, it was inevitable that there was some contempt for Lin Dong in his heart. But just now, Lin Dong's punch had actually knocked him 7 or 8 meters away, and his arm had been smashed with some redness and swelling. He had truly underestimated Lin Dong somewhat. It's true that there are people out there. He still did not know that Lin Dong had actually only used 50% of his force. I wonder how I would feel if I knew. Broken army. How was my punch? Lin Dong asked as he flung his right hand, whose pain had not completely dissipated. Young Lin is the first person I've ever seen at your age to have such strength at such a young age. The broken army admires you. The first at my age? That means having seen someone better than me. Just a little older? Lin Dong was somewhat dissatisfied with Xiao Baojun's comment. He was already at the double limit. And there were still those who were more powerful than him? Doesn't that mean he can't surpass his opponent? I can't be invincible when I'm on? Looks like there's still a lot of work to be done on the system. Breaker. Let's go. Go and help Auntie change hospitals. And get the surgery done earlier, so that you can follow me with peace of mind. Thank you, Xiao Lin, Xiao Baojun said excitedly. Lin Dong asked who knew the top management of the first hospital in the SCC group of Jiangnan province. Someone quickly replied. A man named Lu Chen friended Lin Dong and gave him a phone number to the director of the first hospital. Lin Dong telephoned and explained his intention. The other party was very polite and enthusiastic, telling Lin Dong that he could turn over whenever he wanted, and that they would definitely arrange for an expert consultation at the first time. When Lin Dong brought Xiao Baojun as well as his mother to the first hospital in the afternoon, there was already a team of more than 10 experts waiting at the entrance. You must be Mr. Lin. Hello. I'm Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our hospital. We'll definitely do our best to save the patient. Then I thank you. Dean Lu. Mr. Lin is polite. This is our duty. The next step was a team of experts of more than 10 people to conduct a series of examinations on Xiao Baojun's mother. The final conclusion was that the surgery had to be done as soon as possible, and that the condition could not be allowed to continue to deteriorate, with the risk of surgery increasing a little with each additional day that passed. The hospital then arranged for Xiao Baojun's mother to undergo surgery the next day, inside the advanced ward of the first hospital. Breaker. Doesn't such a nice hospital cost a lot of money? Mom. Don't worry. I've already solved the matter of money. You just need to heal in peace. Mom doesn't want to be cured. You keep this money for a daughter-in-law. You're already in your 30s and you don't even have a daughter-in-law. Look at that kid next door who grew up with you. His son is almost in middle school. Mom. You hurry up and get well. I'll marry a daughter-in-law and give you a big fat grandson. Okay? Good. You must do what you say. Mom has been looking forward to having grandchildren all her life. Xiao Baojun exited the hospital room wiping the corners of his already moist eyes. The most sorry thing in his life was his own parents. Mother must not be allowed to leave this world with regrets. The next day, Xiao Baojun's mother's surgery was very successful. The ones who operated on her were the highest-ranking medical professors in Jiangnan province, and the hospital specially sent 2 senior nurses to take care of her. Lin Dong gave the benchy big G to Xiao Baojun. And Xiao Baojun got to work, hiding in the shadows to protect Lin Dong. Zhao Yang's family of 3, on the other hand, was divided into 2 groups. Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua guarded the entrance to the hotel. Zhao Yang guarded the entrance to the Jiangnan International Mansion. I guess they were still not willing to leave in disgrace like this, without Zhao Xian's monetary support. They are confused about the future. Lin Dong also ignored it and saw how many days they could defend. This time, at least, we'll teach them a lesson. Zhao Xian also had good news. With the lure of huge sums of money, there are already people who are interested in Eastleigh International and are in contact. The first thing that Eastleigh International, as an investment company, recruits is a strong team of lawyers, negotiators and valuation teams. Lin Dong told Zhao Xian to get a grip. It's fine to spend more money. He will soon have to carry out cooperation with Wang Chang. Lin Dong hopes that the new recruits will come in handy. Late afternoon. River City Fortune Sands Casino. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng here for the class party. Today's party was organized by those who stayed at school on vacation and didn't go home. Some who came back early also attended. But Sun Si didn't come. Something happened to her family and she was expected to take a few days off. The reason why bring Lu Peng? That is because Lu Peng, how to say, is also a rich second generation. And the long is not bad. The typical high rich handsome. Zhang Min more or less have some show-off mentality. Entering an oversized private room. There were already about 20 or 30 young people in there, both male and female. These young men and women are quite high in face value. After all, they are from the Media University Acting Department. Who would come to study acting without some face value? Zhang Min and Lu Peng's arrival also caught everyone's attention. Zhang Min was, after all, considered to be one of the more outstanding ones in the class. Zhang Min. Who is this? No introduction? A classmate asked. Zhang Min said smoothly, "This is my boyfriend Lu Peng. Studying at Jiangnan University. His family does some small business. Just a few tens of millions of assets." Wow! Zhang Min. You actually found a handsome man, ah. I envy you. Min. I didn't expect you to go ahead of us without a word. You're so nice to graduate and be your rich wife in peace. But we still have to work hard to get in. There were envious voices all around. Zhang Min felt her body float a bit as she listened. She loved this feeling of being envied and hated. Hello everyone. My name is Lu Peng. I'm Minmin's boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of Minmin during the week. I'll toast everyone. Lu Peng said and picked up the beer on the counter table and directly poured a large glass. Lu Peng's performance won another round of praise from the girls present. Boys look at Lu Peng is a little uncomfortable. The flowers of the class was actually picked by another school. The heart can feel good is strange. After brief introductions, everyone went back to singing and dancing. What's it like to go into a karaoke bar with a Media University student? Lu Peng now had a deep understanding. It's almost like a mini party scene. Everyone was extremely expressive. Singing and dancing. There was no chance for Lu Peng to perform. Want to go up to roar 2 voices? And afraid of shame. With these professional then simply not a level. Lu Peng had to sit on the sofa as an audience. It's a good thing that Zhang Min is always by his side. After a while, Zhang Min got up and went to the restroom. Lu Peng was still sitting on the sofa giving this future big star an audience and applauding. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Min entered the private room in a panic. And as she pulled up Lu Peng, she said, "Da Peng. Let's go." "What's wrong?" Min. Lu Peng asked. He could also see that something was wrong with Zhang Min. "Quickly go. Go out and talk about it," Zhang Min said anxiously. "Okay." The two were about to walk out of the booth. The door of the private room was suddenly opened and a group of black-clothed men poured in. Pop! The lights in the booth were then turned on. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the group of uninvited guests. Damn! Who just hit me? A bald man asked as he walked in. The man was in his mid-30s. With a full face. Bare-chested. And many odd tattoos on his body. The booth was quiet and no one spoke. Everyone was shocked. They were still students after all. And the man who came in was not to be messed with at first glance. The bald man quickly spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng, who were preparing to leave. Taking a few steps forward, he walked in front of the two men and grabbed Zhang Min's long hair and pulled hard. Zhang Min screamed and was directly pulled into the bald man's arms. You're the one who just slapped me. Right? Marred. It's the first time I've been slapped in my entire life. So tell me what to do. The bald man said in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng was also startled when he saw the bald man pulling Zhang Min's hair. But quickly reacted and said, What are you doing? Let go of Minmin. Or I'll report Jay. Lu Peng said and took out his cell phone and prepared to make a call. But before the call could be dialed out, it was kicked into the couch by one of the men in black, covering his stomach and sucking in cool air as his cell phone flew into the pile of students. A few timid girls in the room let out screams. The others were dumbfounded. The bald man yanked Zhang Min's hair and looked at the others in the booth and asked, You guys are together, right? Just now this chick slapped me in the face. What do you guys think we should do? You touched me first. Zhang Min cried. I'm fucking touching you because I'm looking up to you. Just ask. How many women want to let you? Black. Touch me. I'm not interested yet. Not a single person in the booth dared to speak. But this time a female student hiding behind the crowd quietly finished picking up Lu Peng's cell phone. Then compiled a few words, Fortune Sans. Room 47 in distress, and sent it out to a randomly selected person. Then the cell phone was quietly tossed back into its original position. Lu Peng slowed down a little at this point. Looking at the bald man, he said, Brother Black. Right. I apologize to you for Minmin. How much do I have to pay to let her go? Name your price. He also saw the current situation clearly. Don't look at their side of the crowd. But most of them are women. Really want to move. Their side is expected to only get beaten. And besides him, it was hard to say if anyone dared to make a move. Looking at them all scared. Their faces were white. Are you this chick's boyfriend? The bald man asked. Yes. Lu Peng replied. Okay. I see that you are quite on the road. Casually take $1 million out. I will let you guys go. Otherwise. See, this girl is also a superb. A little bit of fun is also possible. Ha ha. The bald man said and laughed. Rock. Save me. Zhang Min cried out. She couldn't move at all as she was being dragged by her hair by the bald man, who kept taking advantage of her. Brother Black. 1 million is too much. We are still just students. We can't get that much money. If you let Min go, I am willing to compensate 100,000. $100,000? What the hell are you doing to send out a beggar? The bald man narrowed his eyes at Lu Peng and asked. I only have this much money. I hope Brother Black is generous enough to spare us. Lu Peng is indeed only 100,000. Although he is a rich second generation. But his parents' business is not too big. And he spends more. So he cannot save money at all. This $100,000 is the next month's living expenses. But there is no way. We have to save the people first to see. Okay. 100,000 is 100,000. Transfer the money first. The bald man said. He did not expect that students are now so rich. $1 million just, he casually said. Thought he could knock to 10,000, 8,000 even good. I didn't expect the other party to give him $100,000 directly. That's enough money to make him look good for a while. Lu Peng heard the other party promised. The heart is also relieved. 100,000 just. No time to find an excuse with the parents on the line. Really? If the other party didn't agree, there wasn't really anything he could do. Just when Lu Peng was ready to pick up the phone to the other side of the transfer of funds, heard Zhang Min screamed. Ah! Asshole! Stop it! Lu Peng hastily looked over. This look can be Lu Peng got angry. A moment on the rush of the mind. Directly carrying a bottle of wine rushed over. A bottle of wine smashed in the bald man's head. It turned out that just when Lu Peng was ready to pick up the cell phone, the bald man yanked Zhang Min's hair with one hand. And one hand had already reached into Zhang Min's chest within the clothes and touched it indiscriminately. The bald man was smashed with blood all over his head. His hands let go of Zhang Min and he was howling while holding his head. A few black-clothed men reacted by quickly rushing up and pinning Lu Peng to the ground. And those students from Media University were even too scared to move. When had they ever seen such a scene? Zhang Min was also shocked. She didn't expect Lu Peng to really dare to rush over to save her. And at the same time, there was also some touching in her heart. Watching Lu Peng being pressed down to the ground by several black-clothed men, unable to move, she wanted to go over to help. And just as she started, she was grabbed by the bald man who slowed down. At the moment, the bald man looked terrified, with blood running down his face from his head. Kid, you're really good. I've been in Jiangqing for so long. You're the first one who dared to open my head. If I don't show you some color, how can I go out to see people in the future? Lift his head up. Don't you want your girlfriend to be bullied? Open your dog eyes wide to see how I bullied her. A man in black grabbed Lu Peng's hair and yanked his head up to face the bald man. The bald man hugged Zhang Min, and then started to go up and down on her. Zhang Min struggled hard, ushered in by the bald man's heavy several slaps. Hitting her dizziness, no longer dared to resist, allowing the bald man to do whatever he wanted on him. Soon, Zhang Min's jacket was torn off by the bald man, revealing the underwear inside. Stop. Stop it. I'll give you money. $1 million. Lu Peng looked at the liver and gall, struggling to get up, but was pressed by a few black people dead. Cannot move, only watched the bald man bully Zhang Min. The bald man ignored Lu Peng and continued to touch and nibble on Zhang Min's body. Just now in the toilet, when he saw Zhang Min, he couldn't help but touch 2 handfuls of them with the strength of alcohol. He hadn't done this before. And with his black brother's reputation, the people who were touched also tolerated it. But I didn't expect to be slapped by Zhang Min today. That's why he brought someone to follow Zhang Min here. Looking at the beauty who had already been cleaned up by himself, the bald man directly kissed at Zhang Min's red lips. Lin Dong was half lying on the sofa playing with his cell phone. Suddenly a message was received. Taking a closer look, it's from Lu Peng. Clicking on the message, the content reads, Fuli San's 47 private room in distress. Lin Dong stood up in a flash. Lu Peng wouldn't send him such a message for no reason and wanted to call over to ask. But on second thought, since Lu Peng was sending messages over, it must be inconvenient for him now. So he called Xiao Baojun and told him to come out right away. Lin Dong hurriedly went downstairs and drove his car to Fortune Sands. Rendezvoused with Xiao Baojun at the midway point. The two of them rushed over quickly together. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Fuli Sands and were led by the waiter to the 47th private room. Lin Dong pushed the door in and saw that a bald man with a head full of blood was lightly thinning a woman, while Lu Peng was pressed to the ground by several black-clothed men. One black-clothed man grabbed his hair and pulled his head upward as hard as he could. Lu Peng's eyes reddened as he glared fiercely at the bald man. There were 20 or 30 other young men and women in the corner of the booth. Lin Dong coming in also caused everyone in the private room to freeze. The bald man also stopped flirting with Zhang Min, looked at Lin Dong and cursed. "Who are you? Do you know what this place is? Just barge in." Only then did Lin Dong realize that the lightly colored woman was actually Lu Peng's girlfriend, Zhang Min. This Nima bullying Lu Peng's girlfriend and letting Lu Peng watch with his eyes wide open is simply psychopathic. Lin Dong did not reply to the bald man's words, but instead said, "Broken army. Over to you." "Yes, young master," Xiao Breijin replied. Walked up immediately afterward. "Mud. Looking for death. All of you." The bald man shouted directly and rushed up with a bottle in his hand. Boom! As soon as the bald man touched Xiao Baojun, before he had the chance to smash the bottle in his hand out, his body had already flown back several meters, lying on the ground constantly rolling and wailing. In just less than half a minute's time, all 7 or 8 black-clothed men and the bald man in the private room were lying on the ground, their mouths emitting pig-killing screams. Without the black-clothed man's suppression, Lu Peng hurriedly climbed up and took off his own clothes to put them on Zhang Min. Lin Dong walked forward, patted Lu Peng's shoulder and said, "Is everything all right? Da Peng." "I'm fine. Thank you. Tonko. It's good to be okay." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he walked over to the bald man, stepped on his face, crouched down and said, "Hitting my brother. Molesting my brother's girlfriend. Bald man. What do you say about this?" The bald man was stepped on Lin Dong's face, spitting out words. "Little kid. You are finished. Finished? I tell you. I am Chen. Chen's 6th master's people. You move me. Jiang City no longer have you. Your place to stay. Oh, what a big mouth. Then I really want to meet who the 6th Master Chen is. Get up and call your 6th Master Chen to come." Lin Dong finished speaking and let go of the bald guy. The bald man hurriedly climbed up and looked at Xiao Baojun behind Lin Dong, a little afraid. This man was too strong. "Fight," Lin Dong said. Shivering, Baldy took out his phone and called. The bald guy told the person on the phone that there was a disturbance at the Fully Sands, and he had already been beaten up. So he asked the other party to bring people over. And the people making trouble over here were very strong. Lin Dong did not bother to care that the bald guy lied, as long as the person came. "Kid, Master 6 will be here soon. You're dead." The bald guy was sure that the 6th master would be here soon, and his guts started to grow again. "It's not certain who will die. Let's go. Let's go to the hall and wait." After Lin Dong finished speaking, he took the lead and left for the hall downstairs. Xiao Baojun dragged the bald guy all the way downstairs. Lin Dong was sitting in the middle of the lobby of the Fortune Sands Casino, his feet stepping on the bald guy. Behind him stood Xiao Baojun, and more than a dozen security guards had already laid down around him. The manager of the Fortune Sands was also standing in the crowd, shocked and looking at Xiao Baojun standing behind Lin Dong. Too strong. More than 10 security guards were almost one at a time, falling down and not being able to get up. Many people around the hall were watching. Even the 20 to 30 people from Media University didn't leave. And Lu Peng and Zhang Min were among them. Everyone looked at Lin Dong with curious eyes. Lin Dong put the ring that belonged exclusively to the senior members of the SCC on his hand. He had just called all the SCC members in Jiangqing to come to the Fully Sands as a senior member of the SCC. This is a right exclusive to premium members. Neither intermediate nor lower members have the right to refuse, except for those who are also senior members. How much energy would be generated by all the members of Jiangqing SCC gathered together? No one has tried it yet. I don't know if this sixth master Chen can withstand it. Chen Six Fingers' real name Chen Shang. More than 10 years ago by his own pair of iron fist in Jiangcheng broke out a big name. Because the left hand has 6 fingers. So nicknamed Chen Six Fingers. With the passage of time, Chen Six Fingers became more and more famous. And almost completely integrated the underground forces in Jiangcheng with his iron-blooded methods. People started to call him Master Six when they saw him. And Chen Six Fingers' name was slowly forgotten. And not many people in Jiangcheng dared to address Chen Six Fingers directly anymore. Today, Chen Six Fingers received a call from his little brother, Blackie, asking him to bring people over. Someone was causing trouble at the Fuli Sands. Now there's actually someone who dares to cause trouble in his territory? And beat up Blackie. This man must be new to Jiangcheng. Although Black Skin was not considered his right-hand man. There were so many people under his hand. And he was able to take him down. So his strength was indeed not weak. Chen Six Fingers rushed to Fortune Sands with more than 100 people. He hadn't been out in person for a long time. And his body was going to rust if he didn't move around. To the entrance of the Fali Sands, Chen Six Fingers took the lead and walked to the front. Followed by over 100 people. Enter the lobby of the Fali Sands. Chen Liuji froze. Only a young man sat in the center of the hall. Behind the young man stood a middle-aged man. And at the young man's feet, he was stepping on Blackie, the little brother who had called him. There were a dozen security guards lying on the ground. Hundreds of other Fali Sands guests were watching from around the room. How many years? Chen Six Fingers couldn't remember how many years it had been since he had been insulted like this. It's not as simple as punching him in the face anymore. It's like shitting on his head. With so many people watching. If he doesn't take care of this today, how will he get a foothold in Jiangcheng in the future? Chen Six Fingers walked up a few steps. It was about 7 or 8 meters away from Lindong. Behind them, more than 100 people all followed in and stood behind Chen Liuji. Some of the surrounding people who were eating saw so many people coming at once. And some of them all started to quietly slip away for fear of hurting the innocent later on. There were also a lot of bold ones who remained on the scene, just leaning towards the edge of the hall. 2 people against more than 100 people. Even if Xiao Baojun showed a lot of strength, no one looked favorably on them. At this time, Lu Peng quietly said a few words to Zhang Min before walking into the center of the hall and standing behind Lindong. Zhang Min wanted to pull Lu Peng and tell him not to go. But thinking that Lindong was in such a predicament to save them, she withdrew her hand and looked at them nervously. Lindong had offended the other party in order to save him. So it was naturally impossible for Lu Peng to stand by and watch. Young man, don't be so impulsive in doing things. There are some things that you have to bear the consequences of doing. Chen Six Fingers said as he looked at Lindong. Sixth Master. Save me. The black skin that was stepped on by Lindong shouted. You're his owner? Do you know that your dog goes around biting people? Lindong did not respond to Chen Liuji's words, but instead stepped on the black skin under his feet and asked. Even if my dog bites indiscriminately, then I have to do it myself. If someone else dares to do it, I'll break his hand. Master Six is really Master Six. So domineering. Not even asking for reasons. But I didn't just move my hands today. I also moved my feet. What can you do to me? It doesn't matter what the reason is. What's important is that since you've moved my people, you won't be able to walk out of this hall. See what I can do to you. Chen Six Fingers directly rushed towards Lindong after he finished speaking. His pair of iron fists were not a waste of time. Although he hadn't done anything for a long time, he practiced diligently every day. And although it had slipped from his peak, it wasn't too far off. He had to take down Lindong and the others with a thunderous force today. Or else how could he still have the face to hang around in this Jiangcheng? When Chen Liuji moved, Xiao Baojun, who was standing behind Lin Dong, also moved. He quickly circled around in front of Lin Dong to meet Chen Liuji's iron fist. Chen Six Fingers was not far away from Lin Dong and had wanted to directly take down Lin Dong. But he rushed over only to realize that a figure was blocking Lin Dong's body. And it was none other than Xiao Baojun who was behind Lin Dong. So fast. Chen Six Fingers was shocked in his heart. He was only 7 or 8 meters away from Lin Dong. And in a straight line, coupled with the fact that he had taken him by surprise. It was surprising that the other party had reacted so quickly. This is definitely a masterpiece. Chen Six Fingers was not afraid. Back then he also killed his way through many experts to get the title of the #1 person in the underground world of Jiangcheng. And directly slammed his fist at Xiao Baojun. Xiao Baojun sidestepped into a bowing position and recited in his heart, "Cannon fist." And then a punch was thrown. Bang! Their fists met in the air and crashed together. And then they separated. Xiao Baojun took a small step back and stood still, looking at Chen Liuji with a small amount of surprise in his eyes. Chen Six Fingers, on the other hand, withdrew 7 or 8 consecutive steps backward before stopping. Looking at Xiao Baojun, who had only retreated a small step. His heart was even more shocked. This man is so strong. He, Chen Six Fingers, thought that in this Jiangcheng, except for a few families and mansions that had hidden experts that could outwit him, he didn't give a damn about anyone else in the open. But this man was able to block his iron fist, not to mention blowing him back 6 or 7 meters. And now he felt like he had broken at least 3 fingers on his right hand. These two are definitely not ordinary people. It's likely to be the son of some worldly family. But again, it's not a local force in Jiangcheng. Because as the #1 person in Jiangcheng's explicit underground world, he had some knowledge of Jiangcheng's local families and magnates. And he had come into contact with several family heirs. And there was definitely no such person in front of him. Then it should be an overgrown dragon. But since we're in my territory, even a dragon has to be coiled for me. So what if it's the son of a family? It wasn't as if he didn't have support behind him, or he wouldn't have been able to reach such heights. Chen Six Fingers did not continue to charge up. Because just now with this collision, he knew that he was not Xiao Baojun's opponent. You are very powerful. But as the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Not to mention that you have to protect your master. So I'll see how you can cope next. Just as Chen Six Fingers was preparing to win with the number of people and take down Lin Dong, Xiao Baojun suddenly rushed to his side at an extremely fast speed. And before he could react, a large, iron-clamped hand had already pinched his neck. You. Chen Six Fingers only managed to utter a single word before his neck was pinched by Xiao Baojun. And he could no longer make a sound. And could only stare at the person in front of him with horrified eyes. Master Six. Master Six. The surrounding juniors wanted to step forward. But they were stopped by Chen Liuji with a gesture. Because as long as this person in front of him uses a little bit of strength in his hands, then he, Chen Six Fingers, is going to flip the boat in the gutter today. Lin Dong got up and walked over to Chen Six Fingers and said, Master Six, is it? Your dog has bitten someone outside and you want to break the bitten person's hand. I want to see what your reliance is? The 100 or so minions behind you? Or is it your self-righteous stature? At this time there was suddenly a loud roar of machinery from outside the hall. Fortune Sands, as the largest casino in Jiangcheng, the entire first-floor hall was immense in size. The loud roar of the machine resonated throughout the hall. Immediately after, a customized Aston Martin drove right in. And then the second one. Third car. In the end, the whole lot drove in 12 limited edition sports cars, each of which was at least tens of millions of dollars or more. The arrival of 12 limited edition sports cars also caused the onlookers to marvel. Usually one is hard to see, but today there are 12 of them. Lu Chen got down from the first sports car. As the eldest young master of the Lu family, a local powerful family in Jiangcheng. He is also the leader of the SCC in Jiangcheng, and is also a senior member of the SCC. With his status, he didn't need to be there. But he had received a notification from the headquarters 2 days ago that a second SCC senior member had appeared in Jiangcheng. As the leader of the SCC in Jiangcheng, he was definitely the one to meet. It just so happened that today, Lin Dong had issued another call for senior members. So he came over. 12 cars, 12 people, 10 men and 2 women. Basically all in their 20s and 30s. These few people almost represented half of the Jiangcheng power. Ordinary people might not know who they were. And only those who had reached a certain level would know how much terrifying power these people contained behind them. In the eyes of ordinary people, Chen Six Fingers, the number one person in the underground world of Jiangcheng, was a heavenly figure in their eyes. But unbeknownst to him, Chen Six Fingers is just a pawn introduced by some people to attract attention. The really big guys are hidden behind the scenes and very low-key. Lu Chen led several people towards Lin Dong. Everyone held their breath, as if they could foresee the ensuing clash of sparks. "Brother Lin, can you give Mr. Lu face?" Lu Chen walked up to Lin Dong and said to him. The expected clash of the sparks didn't happen. And everyone is looking forward to where it goes from here. Lin Dong looked at Lu Chen. This should be the only senior member of Jiangcheng SCC. And the boss of Jiangcheng SCC. And it should be the same person who helped himself to contact the first hospital to operate on Broken Army's mother. "Broken Army!" Lin Dong shouted. When Xiao Baojun heard this, he let go of his hand that was pinching Chen Liuji. After Chen Six Fingers was released by Xiao Baojun, he took a few violent breaths and shouted respectfully at Lu Chen. "Xiao Lu! Pop!" A voice resounded throughout the silent hall, catching everyone off guard. "Why don't you apologize to Brother Lin?" Lu Chen gave Chen Six Fingers a slap on the face and said, "Lu Xiao! Pop!" Lu Chen gave Chen Liuji another slap. Chen Liuji, who had received 2 slaps from Lu Chen, reacted at once. Who is Lu Chen? The youngest master of the Lu family. The number one family in Jiangcheng. He Chen Six Fingers can sit on the position of the first person in the underground world of Jiangcheng. But not without the support of the Lu family behind it. To put it bluntly, he was one of the Lu family's dogs, released to attract attention. And someone who could make young Master Lu call him a brother was at least on the same level as him. "Looks like we've offended someone today." Hurrying to Lin Dong, he respectfully said, "Young Lin, I am sorry." It was Six Fingers who had eyes but did not recognize MT. Tai and offended you. Please be generous and do not bother with Six Fingers in general. A great man can bend and stretch. Chen Six Fingers can come to this day is not without some reason. A 40-year-old middle-aged man, in front of so many people, bowing his head and apologizing to a 20-ish-year-old young man. This was not something an ordinary person could do. What's more, this middle-aged man was also the obvious leader of the underground world of Jiangcheng. Lin Dong ignored Chen Six Fingers and instead said to Lu Chen, "Since Brother Lu has opened his mouth, let's call it a day. Brother Lin is open-minded. Don't thank Brother Lin yet." "Thank you. Xiao Lin." "Thank you. Xiao Lin." Chen Six Fingers said hurriedly. "Go. Brother Lin. Let's find a place to have a drink. Brother Lu, please." The two of them headed upstairs to the Fuli Sands together, followed by a group of Jiangcheng SCC members. On his way out, Lin Dong patted Lu Peng's shoulder and told him to go back first. The manager of the Fortune Sands rushed to the front to lead the way. The group left, leaving behind hundreds of bold eaters, as well as more than 100 minions brought by Chen Six Fingers to mess up in the wind. They are still in a dream world at the moment. That's the end of it? What happened to the promised spark? The so-called number one person in the underground world of Jiangcheng, Master Chen 6, was slapped twice in a row and had to bow down and apologize? Many people looked at Chen Six Fingers, who was standing in place, as if to say, "Aren't you the boss of the underground world in Jiangcheng? Why are you such a wimp? You have to apologize after being beaten up." Except for a few people who knew the inside story. The others found it a bit upsetting to their imagination. Hei Pai was directly lying on the ground at the moment, pretending to be dizzy and not getting up. He was afraid that Chen Six Fingers would directly dismantle him. If it wasn't for him, how could Chen Six Fingers lose such a big face today? It is estimated that it won't take long for today's incident to spread in Jiangcheng. Chen Six Fingers, the number one person in the underground world of Jiangcheng, would also become the object of people's pre-dinner and after-dinner jokes. Of course, this can only be said behind the scenes. Zhang Min and other people from one class also felt unreal when they looked at Lin Dong's departing back. And they wanted to ask Lu Peng what Lin Dong was like, but they did not know how to open their mouths. In fact, Lu Peng was also in a state of confusion. He and Lin Dong were roommates in their freshman year. And out of the 4 roommates, the 2 of them had the best relationship. I did not expect Lin Dong to hide such a terrifying identity. It seemed that he had to find a chance to ask him properly. While in the crowd, Zhang Yun and Chen Lan glanced at each other. Both could see the remorse in each other's eyes. In the beginning, if Zhang Min had pulled them and Lu Peng dormitory sorority, slightly better relations with Lin Dong, now will not be able to walk sideways in Jiangcheng. This kind of big shot that only appeared in dreams was even looked down upon by them in the first place. That's the way life is sometimes. Some things you miss won't come back. Inside one of the top private rooms at the Folly Sands, there were 2 young men talking. "Wiley, it's been hard on you these past few years." Young Qin is polite. "It's Wiley's honor to work for young Qin. When you return to Kyoto, I'll take care of you." "Thank you, young Qin," the man known as Wiley said excitedly. There weren't many people who could let young Qin personally receive him, and this was a great honor for him. "By the way, how's Akatsuki doing these days?" Back to young Qin. "MS. Manhwa has been doing quite well lately." Knock knock. The 2 were talking when a knock sounded at the door. "Enter." A middle-aged man in his 40s walked in. "Young master, more than a dozen members of the SCC have just gathered downstairs." "Oh? Any idea what it's about?" "I heard it was a senior member who used the summoning order." "Lu Chen?" "No. River City has another senior member." "Don't pay any attention to it. The SCC is supposed to be a bunch of rabble. Except for a few core as well as individual high-ranking members. Everyone else is not enough to worry about." "Yes, young master." The middle-aged man exited the room. "Wiley, you investigate this newly promoted senior member of the SCC in Jiangcheng." "Yes, young Qin." Lin Dong and Lu Chen's group were led by the manager of the Fortune Sands to the luxurious private room on the topmost floor. As the largest casino in Jiangcheng, there were not only places for guests to be entertained, but also places for guests to quietly talk about business. "Come, Brother Lin. Let me introduce you. These are the members of our Jiangcheng SCC. This is my sister Lu Xiaoxiao. This is Hu Yu. And this is..." Lu Chen introduced the members of the Jiangcheng SCC to Lin Dong one by one. And with Lin Dong's extreme mental strength, he only needed to go through it once and memorized it all. The 12 people here were not all the members of Jiangcheng SCC. There were 3 more who naturally couldn't make it because they weren't in Jiangcheng. Lin Dong swept through the people present. Lu Xiaoxiao was a little too young girl dressed up, aged around 17 or 18. Hu Yu should be about the same age as herself. But she was also heavily made up. Don't these big families go to school? Otherwise, What school would want this outfit? But he doesn't realize that even the school is owned by their Lu family. Who dares to care? I wonder what Brother Lin is doing in Zhangcheng now. I don't seem to have seen Brother Lin before. Lu Chen asked. Hearing Lu Chen ask this, everyone present perked up their ears to hear how Lin Dong would answer. After all, you don't become a premium member overnight. As for spending $10 billion directly to upgrade to the level of a premium member, no one would think so. This rule has no such precedent since the inception of SCC. And even if you spend $1 billion to upgrade to intermediate, there are only so many 2 or 3. There really weren't many people present who could take out $10 billion in cash. What's wrong with $10 billion? Invest in some projects or buy a plot of land and a building. It doesn't smell good? What's the point of buying a premium membership other than to pretend? No one would do that unless they had so much money that they couldn't spend it. If Lin Dong had suddenly arrived in Zhangcheng, then with his status as a senior member, the forces behind him were definitely not bad. In that case, Zhangcheng said not Zhangcheng's various forces are going to reshuffle the cards. So they can't afford not to listen carefully. Zhangcheng's cake is so big. Suddenly a person wants to take a bite. Then it's bound to shrink the share of others. Even Lu Chen would have thought so. Before Lin Dong had not appeared, he was the only senior member of the SCC in Zhangcheng, and the youngest son of the Lu family, the number one powerful family in Zhangcheng, and was almost a one-word existence in Zhangcheng. If Lin Dong really came to Zhangcheng all of a sudden and had the idea of trying to enter Zhangcheng, without knowing Lin Dong's background, he had to pay attention. No one at SCC who is a premium member is a savior. And it's the unknown that's scary. Brother Lu. I'm currently attending university in Zhangcheng. However, I have an investment company. If you all need funds, you can look for me. I will only invest in shares and never participate in management. Lin Dong said back. Only investing in shares and not participating in management or decision-making? Now the crowd in the room was interested. Isn't this a gift of money? Is that really such a good thing? I wonder which aspect of the program Brother Lin is interested in. We might be able to cooperate a bit. Lu Chen also came to be interested. Any program will do. I'm not picky that way. Then let's find some time to talk about it. Lin Dong received several friend requests at once. And since they were here to send money, they naturally would not refuse. No one would doubt that Lin Dong did not have the strength to do so. A senior member of the SCC could not just be promoted. But these people also have a quandary. Could it be that Lin Dong intentionally acted as a money scatterer first to gain their favor before realizing his purpose? In that case, the cooperation or not will have to be considered slowly. In fact, Lin Dong only wanted to spend his money as soon as possible. Save up more divine hero points. And see if the system had any new whatever features. At this time, Lin Dong said, "Don't worry. Lin Dong, have absolutely no idea of entering Zhangcheng. Nor do I want to share this piece of cake of Zhangcheng with you. I just want to simply send some money to all of you. If you don't feel assured, you can write it down on the contract that our side will not participate in the management no matter how many shares we take up." Brother Lin is joking, Lu Chen said with some embarrassment. And he did have that in mind. Lin Dong smiled without answering. Ever since he had reached the limit of his spiritual power, not only had his senses been enhanced, even his IQ had increased. So he was naturally able to sense the scorn of these people. So he simply picked up the words directly, so as to allay their concerns. He didn't believe that sending money to these people didn't want it. Since Brother Lin said so, we won't be pretentious. Zhangcheng has been stable for many years. We don't want to start another trouble. I hope Brother Lin will forgive us. Understood. I still say that. Only investing. Not participating in management. Nor will I enter Zhangcheng. You all can rest assured. If you need funds, you can find me at any time. Good. Since Lin Dong is so painstaking, I welcome you on behalf of all the members of Jiangcheng SCC. I hope we will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future. Naturally. All are happy next. Many people who had projects in their hands and lacked money began to introduce them to Lin Dong. Just like Lin Dong said. Since it was a gift of money to them, naturally no one would refuse. And Lin Dong just wanted to spend money in exchange for divine magnificence points. It was in the middle of everyone's talk. Xiao Brejian knocked on the door and came in, whispering a few words in Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong frowned as he listened. Turning to Lu Chen, he said, "Brother Lu, Broken Army said that there are experts coming in and out of the next private room." "A master? What kind of expert?" Lu Chen asked. "An expert that even the Broken Army isn't sure of taking down. At least not weaker than him." Lin Dong replied. "Oh?" Lu Chen froze and looked at Xiao Baojun behind Lin Dong. The first time he saw this person, he could feel a powerful oppressive force from this person. And being able to easily take down Chen's 6 fingers. His strength should not be below the 2 uncles of the family. Therefore, his first thought was that Lin Dong might be the advance guard sent by the big families to open up the situation in Jiangcheng. But now that Lin Dong had made his words clear, he should not really want to enter Jiangcheng. And now another such master has appeared? When did Jiangcheng become flooded with experts of this level? Lu Chen still felt that he should go and take a look. An expert of this level hiding in Jiangcheng was still a very great deterrent. And he had to figure out the other party's origin before he could do so. After all, Jiangcheng was the land of the Lu family. Go! Brother Lin. Let's go over and get acquainted together. Lu Chen got up and took the lead, giving Lu Xiaoxiao a wink on his way out. The group came to the door of the next private room and was blocked by a middle-aged man. Xiao Baojun, on the other hand, stood directly in front and confronted the middle-aged man. Both of their auras radiated out, giving the crowd of SCC members the feeling of suffocation. Of course, Lu Chen and Lin Dong were excluded. Lu Chen directly shouted from the doorway, "Which brother is visiting Jiangcheng? Please let Mr. Lu do his duty as a landlord." Soon a voice came from inside. "Uncle Shan. Let them in." The man named Uncle Shan pushed the door and walked in. And Lu Chen and the others followed. Only 2 young men were seen sitting inside the booth. Lin Dong looked at it. It was discovered that one of them was actually the president of the Student Union of Jiangnan University. And also the first male god of Jiangnan University, Zhou Huaili. The other person, whom Lin Dong did not recognize, looked like he should be a few years older than Zhou Huaili. Uncle Shan walked to stand behind the man. "I don't know what your name is. And what is your business in Jiangcheng?" Lu Chen asked. "Who am I and where am I going that I need to report to Mr. Lu?" The man did not answer Lu Chen's words, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Brother and sister go to other places, Lu doesn't care. But come to Jiangcheng, Lu really has to take care of it. Young mister, Lu is so powerful. So listen up. The young man stood up and walked across to Lu Chen and said word for word. Kyoto Qin family. Qin Zhang. Qin Zhang of the Qin family in Kyoto? Qin Zhang of the Qin family? The pupils of Lu Chen's eyes shrunk, and he asked out of breath. The 8 heavenly kings of the Kyoto Tea Party. Qin Zhang? As soon as the group of SCC members behind Lu Chen heard about the Kyoto Tea Party's 8 heavenly kings, Qin Zhang, they all looked at the youth opposite Lu Chen in shock. Kyoto Tea Sub-Party and Magic City SCC are old rivals. When the Magic City SCC was first established, it was to resist the southward expansion of power by the Kyoto Tea Subs. The 2 forces are on a collision course. An old power with deep roots, occupying the north. An emerging power front to take over the south. The 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea Party were even more legendary figures. And they didn't expect to appear in front of them. Oh. It turns out that young Master Lu recognizes me. I thought that our Kyoto Tea sub-party could no longer fit into young Master Lu's eyes. Xin Zhang said. Xin Zhang. As one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Tea Party in Kyoto, you came here without telling us. What exactly is your purpose? Lu Chen asked after reacting. He was really surprised too. The 8 heavenly kings of Kyoto's Tea sub-party. That's a level equivalent to a core member of the Magic City SCC. But he wasn't afraid. This was not only the territory of the SCC, but also the territory of his Lu family. Even if the other party was as powerful as he was in the north. This was the south. It was Jiangcheng. And even a dragon had to be coiled for him. Young Master Lu. I don't need to report to you where I, Xin Zhang, want to go. You don't have the qualifications. Moreover, if I really had any purpose, would I have brought only one person with me? Xin Zhang also did not want to start a conflict with Lu Chen. After all, this was the other party's territory. And he had only brought one person with him. So he explained later. Otherwise, with his status as one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Tea sub-party, he wouldn't have said so much to Lu Chen, who wasn't at a high enough level. He had come here because he was on business in Jiangbei province and had stopped by to find Zhou Huili to ask about Shangguan Mingyue. But he hadn't expected to be bumped into by the other party. If he hadn't come across it, he might have even left. Shangguan Mingyue was the 3rd young miss of the hidden family. The Shangguan family. And both the Shangguan family and the Qin family were interested in keeping them together, forming a marriage between the two families. While Shangguan Mingyue came to Jiangnan province to attend university, Zhou Huili was sent by Qin Zheng to help him monitor Shangguan Mingyue, and at the same time help him drive away the suitors around Shangguan Mingyue. His Qin Zheng's woman would not allow anyone to pry into her. Qin Zheng. I don't care what purpose you have. I hope you can leave Jiangcheng as soon as possible. Or else even if you are one of the 8 kings of the TZ party, I, Lu, will have to probe your bottom today. Lu Chen said. Xin Zhang laughed. It had been a long time since he had been threatened like this. And by a senior member of the SCC. If he leaves now, and this gets out, how will he be able to gain a foothold in the Tea sub-party? How can he have the face to continue to serve as one of the 8 heavenly kings of the Tea sub-party? He had thought to give Lu Chen a face and both sides would have a step down. But he hadn't expected that the other party would give him so little face. In that case, there's nothing more to say. Young Lu, I have already given you enough face. If you continue to pester me like this, don't blame me for bullying you. So what about the Lu family? It's only a small family that condescends to a city. I, Xin Zhang, don't put it in my eyes at all. Good. It's true that my Lu family is no match for your Qin family. But today I'm going to try to find out how strong you, the legendary Kyoto Tea sub-party's 8 heavenly kings, really are. Lu Chen said 3 good words in a row as a way to express his inner anger. Xin Zhang had even disregarded his Lu family. So what if he was the 8 heavenly kings of the Tea party? Today, he had to leave a deep lesson for the other party. Or else others would really think that the Lu family was a soft touch. At this time, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 of the Lu family's offerings. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao shouted. Lu Xiao! The 2 confessors shouted back. 2 uncles. Please also make a move to write the name of the Lu family. Lest some people look down on my Lu family and think that there is no one in my Lu family. Yes. Young Lu. The 2 confessors replied at the same time. Uncle Shan. Go play with them. Xin Zhang said to the middle-aged man behind him. Yes. Young master. Uncle Shan finished walking in front of Qin Zhang. Two of the Lu family's confessors also walked forward. Everyone else backed off to the side to give them a large enough space. Boom! The three of them struck out at the same time. Their fists and feet connected. Even the air produced a hint of air explosion sound, which could be seen in the strength of the three of them. Uncle Sean One resisted the attacks of two people from the two offerings of the Lu family. But instead, he seemed to be able to do so with ease. Boo! Boo! The three men exchanged punches, making two loud noises. Uncle Sean stayed put. Instead, the two Lu family confessors retreated a few meters. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Lu Chen was watching from the side and was extremely shocked that the two uncles were not opponents when they struck at the same time. Uncle Sean! Quick battle! Xin Zheng said from behind. Yes. Young master. Uncle Sean returned. The two Lu family confessors glanced at each other and both saw the other's shock as well. The two nodded their heads and simultaneously attacked Uncle Sean from both the left and right directions. One throws a punch to attack the upper disc, while the other sweeps the legs to attack the lower disc. The two of them had been working together for many years, and the attacks that the two of them sent out together were definitely 1+1. Uncle Sean remained where he stood, waiting for the two to attack to his side. Suddenly, his feet powered up to block the leg sweep attack, while his right hand clenched his fist and blasted out with full force to collide with the other man's fist. Touch! Only to see that the person who was fighting Uncle Sean was directly sent flying and crashing into the wall of the private room, a mouthful of blood spurting out. This? A wave of horror went through the onlookers. Both took a few steps back against the punch. How do you just get knocked off your feet now? Is the other side hiding their strength? The remaining one didn't expect his opponent to block his leg sweep and injure the other at the same time. And it was too late when he tried to back away. After Uncle Sean blasted one of them away, he turned back and kicked his other foot directly at his opponent. Boo! There was another loud bang, and the remaining one was kicked right into the corner. If he hadn't just blocked his chest with his hands in time, this kick would have at least seriously injured him, and his hands would have been broken by now. Uncle Lu! Uncle Li! Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao simultaneously ran to both sides over and helped the two men up. You're a tiger list expert? Uncle Lu, who was helped up by Lu Chen, asked. Uncle Sean didn't answer. Instead, they directly retreated back to Qin Zhang's side. Tiger list master? Lin Dong froze. It was the first time he had ever heard that word. The SCC members present, other than Lin Dong, were all shaken when they heard it. This is a level that is inaccessible to ordinary people. Maybe some people have watched too many novels or TV dramas and think that all the heavenly lists and earthly lists are just made up, things that don't exist. But there's really only one list for the global underground. Anyone who can be ranked on this list is one of the top masters in the world. And the Tiger list is one of those lists. How? Young Master Lu, you're Lu family's only expert. Elder Lu is over 70 years old this year. If he were to pass away one day, would your Lu family still be as prosperous as it is now? Xin Zheng teased with a smirk. Xin Zheng, it's not your turn to worry about what will happen to our Lu family. If I don't let you leave something behind today, I still really think that I, Lu Chen, am someone who can be taken by anyone. Lu Chen pulled out a gun and pointed it at the other party when he finished speaking. However, he was pointing his gun at Uncle Sean behind Xin Zhang. Not Qin Zhang. He really didn't dare to do anything to Qin Zhang. The Qin family was an old family in Kyoto, with a deep heritage that was not comparable to the Lu family at all. If Qin Zhang was really seriously injured or even died in this Zheng city, then the Lu family might be annihilated in a matter of moments. He had stopped Qin Zhang only to teach the other party a lesson. Not to do anything to the other party. If he didn't do anything today, and this got out, And the Kyoto T-Sub party executives waved back and forth in front of his Lu Chen's house. And he, Lu Chun, as a senior member of Magic City's SCC, didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Then he would become the laughingstock of the entire SCC. And he would lose the opportunity to promote to the core members of the SCC forever. Xin Zhang was right. His grandfather was in his 70s. The body had begun a gradual slide. And he, the Lu family, had not yet had a single person who could hold up the entire family so far. The only way he can redeem the family's declining disadvantage is to become a core member of the SCC. That's why he would still stiffen up knowing that the other party was the 8 Kings of Kyoto's C party. And this was all done to the core members of the SCC. Failure at least proves that he has the courage to fight hard against the 8 Kings of the T-Sub party and is not a softie who dares not do anything. Success can even add to his promotion to the core members of the SCC. So win or lose, he had to do it. As long as he left Uncle Shan behind Xin Zhang here. Then he had won. Watching Lu Chun aim his gun at Uncle Shan behind him, Xin Zhang's face instantly changed. What had been a smiling face was now full of seriousness. There was a tacit understanding between both the Kyoto T-Subs and the Magic City SCC that hot weapons could not be used in the conflict. Now Lu Chen dared to point his gun at them. Young Mr. Lu, do you know the consequences of what you're doing? Lu Chen didn't answer. Lu Xiao. Don't. Uncle Lu, who was standing beside Lu Chen, also spoke out to stop him. He wanted to tell Lu Chen that Tiger rank experts were no longer afraid of low-end thermal weapons like pistols. But it's late. For the sake of the family, Lu Chen no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. Touch. A gunshot silenced the entire booth. Uncle Shan, who should have been shot and fallen to the ground, was nowhere to be seen. Broken army, Lin Dong suddenly shouted. His mental power had been raised to the limit. And his 6 senses were extremely strong. He saw Uncle Shan easily dodging Lu Chen's bullets and then quickly rushing towards Lu Chen. And he saw the killing intent in the other party's eyes. He's trying to kill Lu Chen. Xiao Baojun stood in front of Lin Dong and was closest to Lu Chen. So Lin Dong shouted out to Baojun, allowing Xiao Baojun to step in and save Lu Chen. Xiao Baojun, on the other hand, also reacted quickly after hearing Lin Dong's voice and instantly shifted in front of Lu Chen and charged towards Uncle Shan. After Uncle Shan dodged Lu Chen's bullets, he didn't hesitate to rush towards Lu Chen with his eyes full of killing energy. If you dare to point a gun at the young master, you will be killed. Boo! Another loud sound resonated throughout the booth. Not knowing how many decibels higher than the gunshots that had just been fired. The sound is because of the vibration generated. The 2 people against the boom generated by the intensity of the vibration. But also in this closed package room. As a result, this loud bang caused all the ordinary people to cover their ears with agonized expressions except for a few people with a base. The 2 figures quickly bounced off after making contact. Uncle Shan withdrew 5 or 6 steps backward before stopping his body. Xiao Baojun similarly withdrew 5 or 6 steps backward, even knocking Lu Chen behind him to the ground. Brother! Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly ran over to help Lu Chen up. And a mouthful of blood spurted out of Lu Chen's mouth after he got up. A duel between 2 Tiger ranking experts. He had already suffered injuries to his internal organs just from being hit by Xiao Baojun's retreating body. It was evident that the strength of the Tiger ranking experts was terrifying. Brother! Why are you spitting blood? Are you alright? Lu Xiaoxiao asked as she looked at Lu Chen with tears in her eyes. Xiao. Brother is fine. Lu Chen was also pale now. Returning to his senses, he looked at Lin Dong with a grateful gaze. Just now. If it was not for Lin Dong timely allowing Xiao Baojun to make a move, he would have been a corpse by now. Calming down, he recalled what had just happened and was indeed too impulsive. It was mainly because Qin Zhang had spoken to his sore spot that he had a brainwave and pulled out his gun. Now that I think about it, Even if I kill Uncle Sean with a gun. So what? He still broke the rules for both sides. Moreover, he did not dare to kill Qin Zhang. But Qin Zhang dared to kill him. And this was the gap between the two sides' identities. Qin Zhang was a little surprised when he watched Uncle Sean withdraw several steps. While the other party, what with the broken army, also withdrew a few steps. Starting to look squarely at Lin Dong. The person who had not lost a fight against Uncle Sean seemed to have been following this person around. Your Excellency? Qin Zhang asked as he looked at Lin Dong. Senior SCC member Lin Dong. Lin Dong replied. You're the newest senior member of the SCC in Zhongcheng? It's me. Are you going to stop me too? If young Master Qin leaves now, I won't stop you. Joke. Lu Qin just violated the rules of the T-Sub party and the SCC and dared to point a gun at me. Since I was a kid. He's the first person who dared to do that. I will kill him. Qin Zheng was indeed angry. As the youngest son of the Qin family in Kyoto, and one of the 8 kings of the T-Sub party, he was actually being held at gunpoint by a high-ranking member of the SCC. And if Lu Qin didn't die, where would this make his face go? Then there's nothing more to say. I'll guarantee Lu Qin. Uncle Sean. Go all out. Qin Zhang said to Uncle Sean. Uncle Sean didn't say anything after hearing this and directly rushed towards Xiao Baojun. Xiao Baojun was not afraid either. The two battled again. Boo! 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 The two men punched each other. The entire private room was filled with the loud sounds generated by the two men's fists and feet exchanging, as well as the sound of air bursts generated by too much power against the air. Apart from Lin Dong, the onlookers, even the two first-class experts, Uncle Lu and Uncle Li, could not see the movements of the two. Not to mention the others, who could only see two figures entangled with each other. The strength of a tiger ranking expert was not something that ordinary people like them could peek at. Boo! The two took another punch from each other and each bounced off. A closer look at the two would reveal that they were both injured, with the slightest bit of blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Qin Zhang was truly shocked. Uncle Shan's strength even in the Qin family that can be ranked. Now unexpectedly in this small Jiangcheng encountered an evenly matched master. Both sides have been fighting for so long and still haven't come up with a winner. And Uncle Sean is actually injured. Lin Dong was also staring closely at the two people fighting. If Xiao Baojun was slightly outmatched, he would immediately step in. The last time he sparred with Xiao Baojun, he only used 5% of his force and knocked Xiao Baojun back several steps. And he didn't know how powerful he would be if he used 10% of his force. Watching the two tiger rank experts fighting so fiercely, at this moment, he was also a bit eager to try. The two tiger rank experts just stood quietly at a distance of a dozen meters or so, seemingly brewing a final blow. Xiao Breijin and Uncle Sean both stood more than 10 meters apart. Both were shocked at the strength of the other. But both could also see the other's wariness. It's not easy to find an evenly matched opponent. And they're all such undefensive offensive types. Uncle Sean grew up in the Shaolin Temple and received the true Shaolin teachings. He later joined the military. But because of his withdrawn personality, he offended the big shots and was finally saved by the old man of the Qin family and joined the Qin family. Now that he was sent to protect the Qin family's youngest, the Qin family was naturally very cognizant of Uncle Shan's strength. And Xiao Baojun had been traveling on the edge of life and death for many years. And to survive for many years in a foreign country under fire and come back alive could be more than just luck. Both of them were known for their fierce fighting style, punching to the flesh and not dodging at all. As a result, both sides suffered some minor injuries. But to them it was nothing at all. Both were now adjusting themselves and preparing to make their best moves. The scene in the booth fell into silence for a moment. Lin Dong had wanted to make a move. But when he saw the look in Xiao Baojun's eyes, he suppressed that thought. With his sharp sixth senses he could feel that Xiao Baojun was in the midst of excitement. his blood boiling. He longed for this battle. And even more so, he longed for a breakthrough. Uncle Lu and Uncle Lee, the Lu clan's providers, were also concentrating on the battle between the two tiger ranking experts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for them. Both of them were peak first-class experts. Only one step away from entering the tiger ranking. But it is this one step away that is like a rift. And perhaps it is not possible to step out of it in this lifetime. If he could gain some enlightenment by watching the battle between the two tiger rank experts, he might have a chance to go further. On the other hand, Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, as well as a group of SCC members, looked in shock at Xiao Baojun, who was standing quietly in the middle of the field. They completely did not expect Xiao Baojun to have such strength. So it seemed that Lin Dong's background was a little scary. And even the way they looked at Lin Dong changed a little. Suddenly, the two who had been standing quietly moved at the same time. Only two residual shadows were seen rushing towards each other at an extremely fast speed, instantly converging in the center. As the two men converged, Uncle Shan sank his breath into his dantian and launched a palm violently along with the impulse of his whole body, shouting, "Powerful Vajra palm," in his heart. Xiao Baojun, on the other hand, clenched his right hand and hit it in front of his chest. And in the split second of contact, he gathered the strength of his entire body and punched out, silently reciting, "Tiger Cannon Fist," in his heart. Boom! The fists and palms connected. And the loud sound was like heavenly thunder ringing in the ears of the crowd, shaking their minds. Not only was there a loud noise, this sparring session between the two men using all their strength also produced a huge wave of air. Even the tables and chairs that Qin Zhang and Zhou Huili had just been sitting against each other were overturned out of the way, making the crowd feel as if they were in the midst of a raging storm. Two muffled grunts came immediately afterward. Xiao Baojun and Uncle Shan were simultaneously pushed out directly by the force of the recoil from both sides. Lin Dong hurriedly stepped forward and put his hand against Xiao Baojun's back to cushion the force of his being jolted back. And over there, Qin Zhang was also catching Uncle Shan's flying back body. Uncle Shan and Xiao Baojun sprayed out a large mouthful of blood at the same time after stabilizing their bodies. And both of their breaths were a little shriveled. This time both of them had caused great damage to each other with their all-out blasts. And it was estimated that it would be difficult to recover without a month or two. "Breaker! How do you feel?" Lin Dong asked as he supported Xiao Baojun. "I'm fine, young master. But there will have to be a period of time where I won't be able to protect you next," Xiao Brejan said. "It's okay. Let's get better first," Lin Dong said. "Opposite, young master." Uncle Shan wanted to speak but was stopped by Qin Zhang. "Uncle Shan, you rest first. Leave the rest to me." Qin Zhang handed Uncle Shan over to Zhou Huili to support him, and walked into the center of the booth himself. "Lu Chun, do you think you can escape today if someone helps you?" As Qin Zhang's words fell, the aura of his body instantly emanated out, followed by a soft sword being drawn from his waist, a cold light appearing. Before Lu Chen could reply, Qin Zhang disappeared into thin air. "Young master, be careful. Young master, be careful." Uncle Lu and Uncle Li shouted at the same time. The two of them together blocked in front of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao. This time Qin Zhang's attack also arrived. Originally, Qin Zhang was only at the peak first-class level. However, both Uncle Lu and Uncle Li had just been seriously injured and their strength was greatly reduced. And in a single glance, they were picked off by both of Qin Zhang's swords, with two bloody flowers appearing on their bodies. After picking off the two men, Qin Zhang did not stop and rushed directly in front of Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao, stabbing Lu Chen with his sword. Seeing that the sword in Qin Zhang's hand was on the verge of stabbing Lu Chen had also closed his eyes and given up resisting. But Lu Xiaoxiao, who was beside him, pushed him away and sent herself under Qin Zhang's sword. No! Lu Chen shouted with glaring eyes. Xiao Xiao actually pushed him away to send herself to Qin Zhang's sword. This was to die for him. How could he accept this? The tip of the sword stopped a centimeter away from Lu Xiaoxiao's body. It was not that Qin Zhang had a clear conscience and was prepared to spare their siblings. Instead, 2 fingers appeared at the tip of the sword. These 2 fingers were naturally Lin Dong's. Just 2 fingers clamped down on the sword of Qin Zhang. A peak first-class expert? Qin Zhang looked at Lin Dong with wide-eyed shock. Not only Qin Zhang. Everyone including Uncle Sean looked at Lin Dong with disbelief. Young Qin. Let's stop here. Lin Dong said indifferently. Before Qin Zhang could speak, Uncle Sean behind him spoke. Young master. Let's go. Uncle Sean. Qin Zhang was still trying to speak. Go. Uncle Sean said another word heavily, and with an expression that did not allow Qin Zhang to refuse. He had just surprisingly sensed an aura from Lin Dong that was somewhat frightening even to him. Qin Zhang had also never seen Uncle Sean speak to him in such a heavy tone of voice. And for a while, he was a bit stunned. Qin Zhang was in a heavenly battle at this time. Go. Then he Qin family young master. T-sub party 8 Heavenly King's face today is considered to lose all the face. No go. He had never seen Uncle Sean speak to him in such a tone. Uncle Sean had been with him for many years. Surely he would not harm him. What to do? To go or not to go? Qin Zhang swept a glance at the crowd in the private room. Other than Lin Dong, who had a bland expression, everyone else was somewhat stunned. The peak showdown of the Tiger ranking experts was indeed a bit thrilling, making him marvel in awe and at the same time, his heart was incomparably yearning for it. Qin Zhang felt that he couldn't leave yet. Even if he couldn't kill Lu Chen today, he would still have to teach him a lesson he would never forget. If he retreated today, face was one aspect. There was also the fact that it would affect his state of mind. He was already at the peak of first-class masters. And if he wanted to step into the ranks of the Tiger List masters, he had to have a determination to go forward. The most important thing was that he felt that no one dared to kill him or even seriously injure him. As the youngest master of the Qin family in Kyoto, he had such confidence and backbone. There was no one in this Jiangcheng who could withstand the wrath of the Qin family in Kyoto. Not the Lu family. And even less so the other families. Can't you see that Lu Chen only dares to point his gun at Uncle Sean when he uses it? But not at him? This was the benefit that came from a strong background. He could kill others. But they didn't dare to kill him. After thinking about the key point, Qin Zhang pushed his sword forward with his right hand with force and vigor, wanting to stab into Lu Xiaoxiao's body. However, even though he had used all his strength, the sword in his hand still didn't move at all. This? How is that possible? How could he use all his strength to be unable to resist the force of his opponent's 2 fingers? Uncle Sean could also see that Qin Zhang did not intend to leave. There was nothing he could do if Qin Zhang didn't want to leave. He was only here to protect him. And now he only hoped that the reputation of the Qin family could serve as a certain deterrent. Hoping that the other party wouldn't come down hard. This young master, please be merciful. My Qin family will be grateful. Uncle Sean hurriedly spoke. Lin Dong ignored Uncle Sean and only said indifferently to Qin Zhang. Young Qin. It seems that you are still not dead in the water. With that, the 2 fingers that held the tip of the sword quickly loosened. And with lightning speed, the 2 fingers overlapped and gently flicked on the tip of the sword. Ding! A crisp voice resounded throughout the booth. It was a sound produced by extremely fast vibrations. Bright and sharp. And it reached the ears of the crowd as if they were being stabbed by countless needles. Qin Zhang's right hand was also shaken by the extremely fast vibrations coming from the tip of the sword, causing his entire arm to go numb as if it did not belong to him. He let go of the hilt in a hurry. The moment he let go of the hilt, The sword couldn't withstand such extreme vibrations and shattered into countless pieces scattered on the ground. Everyone looked at this scene with shock, including the two tiger ranking experts. Lin Dong's figure stood beside Lu Xiaoxiao in a bland manner. Lu Xiaoxiao's eyes were closed and a small face was tangled together. Qin Zhang stood 2 meters away with his left hand holding his right hand full of pain. And in the middle of it there was a piece of soft sword on the ground. Qin Zhang looked at the fragments all over the ground in front of him. The shock in his heart was simply beyond words. This was a super alloy weapon made with the most advanced technology. It was not an exaggeration to say that it sharpened iron like mud. And now it was even being flicked into fragments by a person's finger. The strength of this person was simply unimaginable. He was now really a bit scared. This person had such strength at such a young age. How strong was the family behind him? Uncle Sean hurriedly disregarded his severely injured body and broke away from Zhou Huili's support, quickly stepping forward to block in front of Qin Zhang. Zhou Huili stood still and looked at Lin Dong a little lost in thought. The first time he saw Lin Dong, he felt that this person looked somewhat familiar. But he could not recall where he had seen him before. It was not until the other party introduced himself as Lin Dong that Zhou Huili remembered. Wasn't this the same Lin Dong who was rumored in the school a few days ago to have been dumped by his girlfriend and vomited blood and fell into a coma in the grove by the playground of Jian University? He could still find some pictures and deeds of Lin Dong in all of his cell phones. Although they looked the same, had the same name, and were about the same age, the temperamental quality of their bodies was worlds apart. He suspected that there were simply two people. But where could there be such a coincidence? With the same age, looks, and name? It just wasn't possible. Then the man is his alumnus, Lin Dong, who was dumped by his girlfriend and was so angry that he spat blood. But now that he was standing here, with this bland aura about him, he didn't even put Qin Xiao in his eyes. He found it a little hard to believe. Young Master Qin, do you still want to continue? Lin Dong asked. He didn't continue with his hands. His purpose was just to save Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen had sort of helped him. And the two of them were in the same organization. So he couldn't do it by watching the other person being killed. He also didn't want to offend Qin Zheng to death. Although right now he felt that his strength should be quite strong. But his underlying strength was still far from it. Moreover, there was no deadly enmity between the two sides. And it wasn't like Qin Zhang was trying to kill Lu Chen. If someone really wanted to kill himself, Lin Dong felt that he should not stay his hand. No matter what the background of the other party was, he would slaughter them first. This was the change brought about by strength. Qin Zhang did not say anything and stared at Lin Dong dead in the face through Uncle Sean. He could not figure out why Lin Dong was so strong when he was clearly younger than him. Maybe Qin Zheng thought of a possibility. It's the only way to explain it all. Thinking of this, Qin Zheng released his mind. They are the only ones who can produce such talent. But this has to be reported back to the T-subs as soon as possible. Those people have started to show up and some have already joined the SCC's camp. Which is not good news for their T-subs party. Uncle Sean. Wiley. Let's go. Zhou Huili rushed forward to help Uncle Sean. And the three of them left the private room together. Qin Zheng turned back as he walked to the door of the private room and looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still have such good luck. Then he said to Lin Dong. Lin Dong. We will meet again. The three left. Everyone in the private room, except for Lin Dong and Xiao Baojun, breathed a sigh of relief. Such a legendary figure of the 8 kings of the Kyoto Tea Party is still a lot of pressure on them. Then everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Lin Dong. From disdain when they first met, to being filled with awe now. Stiffly rigid T-sub party, one of the 8 heavenly kings of Xinjiang. But also battle and win. Hard to save from his hands Lu Dishao. This kind of performance spread out. The whole Magic City SCC are going to vibrate. Strong people are admired wherever they go. Brother Lin. The kindness of saving my life today. My brother and sister will never forget it in this life. In the future. But whenever Brother Lin has something to do, just greet him and Lu Chen will definitely not excuse himself. There's still me. I won't push back either. If there's anything in Jiangcheng in the future, directly report my name. Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao instantly reverted back to her little sister nature. Brother Lu is polite. The three of them sat in the car, with Zhou Huili driving in the front and Qin Zhang and Uncle Shan sitting in the back. It was usually Uncle Shan who drove. But now that Uncle Shan was seriously injured, he could only let Zhou Huili drive. Zhou Huili needs to send them back to Zhongbei province. Car. Uncle Shan. What level has that Lin Dong reached? Qin Zhang asked. He was curious to know just how strong Lin Dong, who was even younger than him, was now. Young master. I can't see through it either. He just displayed a tiny bit of his aura and it made me feel terrified. And I can't do what he did to snap my fingers and shatter a sword. So I guess it should be at least the peak of the tiger ranking. Or even higher. Uncle Shan thought about it and replied. Above the tiger list? How is this possible? Qin Zhang asked in shock. Young master, you should know that there are people outside of people. And there is a sky outside of the sky. Some people are extremely talented. Once when I was in Shaolin I had seen a secret disciple who was not weaker than Lin Dong. Uncle Shan patiently explained. Uncle Shan, do you think I have a chance to reach that level? Young master, you have good talent. As long as you're willing to work hard, you'll definitely be able to do it. But by the time I reach their level, how far forward will they have gone? This time Uncle Shan didn't answer. Because he didn't know how to answer. There is a difference between people. Just as some people are born at the beginning of their lives, at the end of the line that others can't get to in their lifetime. Some people are born extremely talented and can reach extremely high levels with just a little effort. Some people simply don't have the talent for it. And even if they try harder, they still languish in the same place. So he didn't know how to answer this question. Qin Zhang was somewhat talented. But there was still a gap compared to those true geniuses. Young Qin. I recognize this Lin Dong. Zhou Huili, who was driving, spoke up. Oh? You recognize? Qin Zhang asked. Yes. He's a student from our Jiangnan University. A student from Gangnam University? Right. Zhou Huili then told Qin Zhang about some of the rumors about Lin Dong. And also showed Qin Zhang the pictures that he had kept in his cell phone. So he's deliberately keeping a low profile in school? Qin Zhang asked. It should be. Zhou Huili returned. Interesting. Interesting. A person who is obviously so strong. But he has to deliberately pretend to be low-key. And even his girlfriend has been robbed. He is indifferent. Lin Dong sent Xiao Baojun to the first hospital. Even though it was nighttime. All the major leaders of the hospital were waiting for them. So they must have been notified in advance by Lu Chen again. A full body checkup was done and it didn't turn out to be anything major. Just some damage to the internal organs that would require some time of rest and recuperation. Lin Dong had the hospitalized Xiao Baojun, which was not very far from his mother's ward. So that Xiao Baojun could also accompany his mother at any time. He could have lived right next to his mother. But Xiao Baojun was afraid that his mother would worry if she knew he was injured. So he stayed away. Xiao Baojun, just take good care of your injuries. If you have nothing to do, just keep your mom company. Don't think about anything else. When you and your mom are discharged from the hospital, just stay in Jiangcheng. I will arrange everything for you. Lin Dong said in the hospital room where Xiao Baojun was staying. Thank you, young master. During this period of hospitalization I can ask my two brothers to come and replace me. He has been abroad with me for many years and his skills are not much worse than mine. Xiao Brejan said. The other two were brothers who had experienced life and death with him. And Xiao Baojun also wanted to help them. When the three came back together to give all the money to the families of the brothers who stayed abroad forever. They must be having a hard time now. It was naturally the best to be able to follow a worldly young man like Lin Dong together and continue to fight together side by side. Oh? You still have such brothers? Hurry up and call me over. Call as many as you can. I will give them the best treatment. Lin Dong hurriedly asked. The more experts like Xiao Baojun, the better naturally. It's not like it's bad anyway. The brothers we went out with back then. We are the only three who came back. And the others stayed abroad forever. Xiao Brejan said in a low voice. Condolences. Lin Dong said as he patted Xiao Baojun's shoulder. Young master. I'm fine. Those of us who have crawled back from the gates of hell. What is there to think about? That's fine. Let's get them over here tomorrow. Yes. Young master. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when Lin Dong returned to the Jiangnan International Mansion. After simply taking a shower, Lin Dong laid down and flipped through his cell phone. Lots of people have sent messages. Sun Si, Lin Dong. When are you free? My parents want to invite you to dinner to thank you. Lin Dong, no need for that. It's not much. Lin Dong had just sent it over for a while when Sun Si came back. Sun Si, it may not mean much to you. But it's a big deal to our family. Lin Dong, okay. But there's not much time in the next 2 days. So wait for next week. Sun Si, good. Then I'll wait for your call. Lin Dong clicked on Lu Peng's message again after chatting with Sun Si. Lu Peng, Dongzi. Are you alright? Thank you for today. If you hadn't shown up, Minmin and I wouldn't have known what would have happened. By the way, how did you know that I was at the Fuli San's 47 private room? Lin Dong, I'm fine. I'm back now and ready to rest. Wasn't it you who sent me the message saying that I was in distress at the Fuli San's 47 private room? Lu Peng, I didn't send it to you. Besides, I didn't know that you were actually hiding so deeply. With your previous behavior, isn't calling you over here sending us to our deaths together? Say it. When are you going to explain with the brothers? Lin Dong froze. Lu Peng did not send him a message to ask for help. Then who in the world used Lu Peng's cell phone to send it to himself? Well, what do you see with this one? Lin Dong took the message sent to him from Lu Peng's cell phone and took a screenshot of it. Lu Peng looked at the time and said, this point in time should be Minmin their class that students sent. That time I was kicked in the face. The phone was kicked flying. So I have to thank her. Not then the fruit is really unthinkable. Lin Dong, Da Peng. You'd better calm Zhang Min down. She is probably scared today. I'll talk to you guys when there's time for a few of us to have dinner together. Lu Peng, there's no need for you to say that. You were just under the same blanket. Now I'm taking a bath. Lin Dong, grass. Animal. Rock, don't envy brother. When will you take down Han Shiyun? You can do it too. Okay. Enough talk. Minmin is back from her bath. Brother is going to plummy you. So I'll thank you some other day. Lin Dong threw his cell phone on the bed and did not bother to go back to the others. Today he was tired enough. Tomorrow he will slowly look at it. It was already noon when Lin Dong woke up the next day. After getting up and washing up, he went to the Golden Leaf Hotel to have a meal. And by the way, he packed some food with high nutritional value for Xiao Baojun and his mother. And then headed to the first hospital. Lin Dong was rushing to the hospital when two Hans around 30 years old came inside Xiao Baojun's ward and were chatting with him. Chief, what's going on with you? Who could have hurt you like that? That is. You've rarely been injured this badly even in the rain of bullets before. With your physical strength you'll have to recuperate for at least a month. What? You guys want to take revenge for me? Xiao Baojun asked. Don't. You can't even beat them. The two of us would just be giving them away. Who the hell said I couldn't beat you? We're both losers. Okay? He's no better. He's probably in bed with me right now. Seriously injured? Then who did you say it was? Where is he? We're going to fuck him up. Fuck off. By the way, how have you guys been doing lately? Xiao Brejan asked. Don't talk about it. I don't have much culture. Just a body of brute strength. In our place is not much use at all. Can only move bricks on the construction site to make a living? But then in foreign countries, at least I can sleep soundly. I'm pretty much the same. The other replied. If we hadn't made the last order in the first place, all 12 of us would still be fine now. Xiao Baojun spoke in a somewhat low voice. Chief, this is all a unanimous decision by all of us. We all want to go home to be able to afford a car, a house, and a daughter-in-law. And we blame God for being unfair to our brothers. All three were a bit silent when it came to this top. It was kind of a piece of their mind. On the eve of what was to be a return home, 9 of the 12 brothers were all of a sudden missing. Only the 3 of them came back alive. So when they came back they gave all the money they had earned over the years to the families. Only after a while did Xiao Baojun say, "Don't go back when you're here. All your skills will be wasted." Then what can we do? The country is not like foreign countries. All aspects are checked very strictly. If we don't pay attention a little, we'll get in. One of them asked. I'm following Yun Lin now. He's attending university in Jiangchang. I'm mainly secretly protecting his safety. You guys can replace me during the time I'm recuperating from my injuries. Young Lin also said that if you guys come, he'll give you the highest treatment. Really? Protecting our employer's safety is our old job. And the situation at home is much safer than abroad. It must be easier. How much can that Lin Xiao offer us a month? I can earn 8,000 a month moving bricks at a construction site. I won't work for less than that. You're overthinking it. You think you're abroad? How can doing this be as tiring as a construction site? It must be less. Another man interjected. That's at least 5,000. That's all you two have? Let me tell you. The car that Lin Xiao assigned to me is worth several $1,000,000. Do you still care about your little salary? At least 10,000 to start. Really? Then I won't go back. When will you introduce young Lin to us? Let's do it in the afternoon. Right now. I guess Lin Xiao is still resting. I'll call him in the afternoon. The three were still chatting when Lin Dong came in. Lin Xiao. What brings you here? Xiao Baojun hurriedly tried to get up, but was stopped by Lin Dong. Breaker. Rest well. I'll bring you some food. These two are the brothers you were talking about. Aren't they? Lin Xiao. Let me introduce these two to you. Xiao Baojun introduced Lin Dong to the two brothers who had returned from abroad with him. One on the higher side is called Yu Guobing. One on the shorter side is called Wei Yong. Neither is the type of person who looks particularly muscular. But they have a lot of power in their hands and feet. That's what explosive power is all about. Those bodybuilders you see on TV look muscular but don't see much strength. Broken army. You rest first. I'll take them to dinner as a sort of pick-me-up for them. Lin Dong said. Young Lin. We can just take care of it ourselves. We don't need to trouble you. Yu Guobing said. Now that we're here, listen to me. The two of you should just follow young Lin. Xiao Baojun also said. Lin Dong drove the two of them to the Fortune Sands in his Mercedes-Benz Big G. Then he gave the big G to the two of them to drive. And Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Flying Dragon in the front. Last night, because Xiao Baojun was injured and couldn't drive, he left the Bugatti Flying Dragon here. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong drove the car steadily behind Lin Dong's car. For them, mercenaries who had worked abroad for many years, driving was the most basic. Not to mention cars, even tanks could be driven. Huabing. It seems that this time the chief is with the right person. Lin Xiao is definitely a rich master. He drives that car which is estimated to be tens of millions of dollars. And he's also nice to people. And he even personally sends food to the chief. Wei Yong, who was driving, said, "Aha! Let's perform well too. We can't disgrace the chief." Yu Guobing said back, "That's for sure." Lin Dong led the two to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Yu Guobing and Wei Yong were both a bit shocked looking at such a luxuriously decorated hotel. Both had been abroad for many years, but in war-torn countries that could never have been so nice. That. Young Lin. We can just find a random place to eat. We don't need to find such a nice place. It's okay. I own this place. In the future, when it's okay, you'll eat and stay here for 3 meals a day. I'll cover food and shelter here. Driven by Lin Xiao? You're going to eat and live here from now on? The two men looked at the 8-star hotel in front of them in a bit of a daze. The meal was a little too much for both of them. In all my years of living, I've never eaten anything so delicious. The first half of my life really sucked. In the evening, Lu Chen called Lin Dong and told him to go to the fortune sands. When Lin Dong arrived, he only saw Blackie and Chen's 6 fingers kneeling in the private room. After seeing Lin Dong arrive, he kowtowed to Lin Dong one after another. "Lin Xiao, I was wrong. Please spare me this time. I won't dare to do it again." Dun 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 dun. The two kept kowtowing, their heads bleeding. "Brother Lin, I'll leave the two of them at your disposal. Whatever you want. I'll give you the aftermath." Lu Chen stood up and said to Lin Dong. After that he exited the booth. Lin Dong looked at the two without saying anything. That's the difference strength makes. If he was still an average college student, what will be the end of Lu Pang and his girlfriend? Lin Dong called the rightful owners, Lu Pang and Zhang Min, over. Zhang Min's first reaction upon arrival was still a little scared. Lu Pang, on the other hand, rushed straight to Blackie's side up to give him a popping hammer. The entire booth was filled with Blackie's screams. He was really suffocating, watching his girlfriend being bullied by others. If not for Lin Dong's arrival, he would have been left with a shadow for the rest of his life. In the end, Blackie was beaten by Lu Pang and sent to the hospital with multiple fractures all over his body before he stopped. No one touched Chen's 6 fingers. Although he was Blackie's backstage, he had no direct relationship with this matter. Coming is also being cleaned up by Xiao Baojun. So much for the May Day vacation. First day of school. Lin Dong was walking on the campus of Zhengde University. Wow! Isn't that the piano prince Lin Dong? I'll be his girlfriend if he sings Boy to Me Alone once. You're pulling it down. It's no wonder that Mr. Lin Dong would fall for someone like you. Just in case he likes me just the way I am. He must like the likes of me. Lin Dong glanced at the two people who had just spoken, and his body could not help but shiver coldly. One weighs 118. A face full of pimples. Lin Dong hurriedly accelerated his pace towards his class. There were quite a lot of people talking about him along the way, but most of them were from that class just now. It's true that the girls at this school are not comparable to the ones at Media University. They're a few notches below. Back in class, the class was already mostly seated. The students all looked at Lin Dong a little differently when they saw him. It was really because of the May Day party. Lin Dong's performance was too amazing. Not only did he compose the lyrics himself, but he also played and sang the songs himself. The key song is still so good. Lin Dong glanced at the class and felt slightly better when he saw Suing Shui. Finally saw one that wasn't scary. Take your seat. The morning went by. In the afternoon, it was an elective class, and Lin Dong was dragged by a few of Lu Peng's roommates to the indoor basketball court to play basketball. Lin Dong used to be dragged around a lot. He also loved playing basketball and hearing his classmates cheering on the court. And of course the most important thing was that Jiang Shan liked to watch at that time. But that was just his fantasy. With his skills in addition to a few with Lu Peng to play wild ball, even class-based games cannot be on the field, because it is really a vegetable. Although his height is close to 1 meter 8. His body is too thin. There is not much strength at all. And he has to take several steps back when he is casually toppled. Plus there is no time to practice his technique. However, that was in the past. Now that Lin Dong's physique had reached its limit, no one was expected to be able to move while standing there on top. The four men started grouping together on the field. 2 against 2. Lu Peng and Lin Dong in a group. Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao in a group. Lu Peng is on the school's basketball team. It's only the nth replacement. But it's no ordinary comparison. Therefore, he could only bring Lin Dong, a rookie, for both sides to fight. Linden basically just serves the ball. After fighting for a while, it was simply Lu Peng picking 2. It was while the 4 were fighting. Toshiro Huang brought a few people over here, because there are a limited number of indoor basketball courts. Everyone is scrambling to take up space. There were a decent number of outdoor basketball courts, but it was afternoon time and the sun was directly overhead, so no one was going to go looking for offense. Generally speaking, as long as someone else occupies the field, no one will take it. Or they will have to fight together in a partnership and have to leave if others don't agree. Of course, this is just the general case. There are so many great young men in the school that whenever they come, someone will give way. For example, the president of the student union is the first male god of Jiangnan University, Zhou Huili Zhou Dishao. As long as he comes, no one dares not allow. Toshiro Huang isn't up to that level yet. Linden had been standing outside the three-point line to serve the ball, when Huang Junlang led a few people to a place not far from him. One of them asked loudly, "Young Huang, I heard that you impregnated Jiang Shanji. Is that true?" "That's not true." "Who made her so unforgiving that she got fucking pregnant after only a few times?" "Ugh. Really?" Huang Junlang replied with a sigh. "Then what is Mr. Huang going to do? It can't be that he's going to marry her. I'm tying the knot. What should I do? Give her $10,000 to get rid of the baby. What else can I do? It's still Huang Dishao who's great. That Lin Dong didn't get pregnant even after being with Jiang Shan for so long. And only after a few days with you. He got pregnant. I'll be honest with you guys. Jiang Shan was still a fledgling when she was with me. And I don't like picking up other people's broken shoes." "What? Still a chick? Is that Lin Dong not good enough?" "That I don't know. But I guess so. Ha ha ha." Then there was a burst of laughter from several people. The loud conversation of Huang Junlang's few people also caused some of the surrounding people to talk, again evoking the scene of Lin Dong vomiting blood and passing out not long ago. And Jiang Shan was walking with Zhu Yan not far away. Hearing their conversation, Jiang Shan's face turned white and tears rolled in her eyes. Lin Dong turned his head to glance at Huang Junlang's few people. Huang Junlang naturally stared at Lin Dong unwillingly. Lu Peng's few people also walked over. "Huang Junlang, I don't care what you say, but if you mention my Lin Dong's name one more time today, I will let you go out on your knees. Do you believe me?" Lin Dong looked at Huang Junlang and said indifferently. He is really a bit angry. Huang Junlang said he doesn't care what happens to Jiang Shan. This is Jiang Shan's own choice of path. But this scumbag said he couldn't in front of all these people? It's almost as if an uncle can tolerate it and an aunt can't. I call that respect. Why can't I? Huang Junlang was about to speak when he saw Jiang Shan's face pale and her eyes red as she glared at him. Huang Junlang, are you still a human being? How much has Shan Shan suffered for you? How dare you still talk about her like that in front of outsiders? Zhu Yan said with a face full of anger. Huang Junlang was also a bit embarrassed at this time. He had made Lindong vomit blood and pass out last time in the grove. So just now when he saw Lindong here, he wanted to stimulate him again to see if he could make a fool of himself like last time. And with so many onlookers here, the effect would definitely be better. Lindong had dared to walk together with Han Shiyun, so he had to be prepared to suffer his revenge. But he did not expect Jiang Shan to be behind him. Huang Junlang, tell me, why are you doing this to me? What did you say when we were together? What about a long time in heaven? What about getting married right after graduation? And it's only been a few days? Jiang Shan asked with a sob. Huang Junlang was now in a dilemma. But it would be impossible for him to apologize to Jiang Shan in front of so many people. How will he be able to make a living in Jiangnan University? So he said stiffly, Jiang Shan, I'm already tired of playing with you. Don't you just want more money? Say it. How much do you want? I'll give it to you. In front of so many people. Face cannot be lost. The big deal is that after a little more money to Jiang Shan to buy some clothes and bags and so on to coax a little. You. Jiang Shan did not expect Huang Junlang to say this in front of so many people. For a moment she did not know how to answer. So she turned around and ran away in tears. Huang Junlang, you're nothing but an animal. After Zhu Yan finished speaking, she rushed off to chase after Jiang Shan. Jiang Shan and Zhu Yan are gone. But the scene is still a bit arrogant and domineering. There were 4 people on Lindong's side. There were 5 people on Huang Junlang's side. And one of them was also the starting center of the varsity basketball team. A big guy at 6'9" or so, weighing at least 250 or more. On the bright side, it appeared that Lindong's side was naturally at a disadvantage. The surrounding gourd eaters were also constantly egging the two on. And it was true that the bystanders did not mind. However, group assault was a big deal on a university campus, and had already violated the bottom line of Jiang University. So except for Lindong, who didn't care, no one else dared to touch this red line. Even a rich kid like Huang Junlang wouldn't dare. If he got kicked out of school, his dad would not only cut off his financial resources, but would probably break his legs. The two sides just stood there. At this time someone suggested a basketball 3v3 bullfight between the two sides, which is the best way to resolve conflicts on the basketball court. Huang Junlang immediately agreed, which was just what he wanted. On Lindong's side, just one Lu Peng is okay, the varsity substitute. The rest of the two are of average level. And Lindong, not to mention, is a dishwasher, not counting him in at all. His own side can be a varsity starting center. Starting and replacement is not a level at all. And his own strength is not weaker than Lu Peng. So he is absolutely sure to win. Lindong, how about it? Do you dare to come? If you are a man, don't be a wimp. If you really don't dare, we'll go for 3. And the 4 of you can go together. Huang Junlang arrogantly said to Lindong. Dongzi, don't fall for it. He's provoking you. With the gorilla around, we don't stand a chance. Lu Peng quietly said to Lindong from the side. Lu Peng didn't think he was an easy person to admit defeat either. But he had to admit defeat when he met the varsity's starting center, Gorilla Yang Shu. Since they were both members of the varsity team and they often practiced together, He knew Yang Shu's strength too well. Playing a half-court pit bull is almost unbeatable. And the full court may still have something to play for. After all, the blocks are big and stamina is limited. When Huang Junlang saw Lu Peng persuading Lin Dong from the side, he directly said to him, "Lu Peng, don't chirp there. Gutless goon. Huang Junlang, if you're capable, don't let Yang Shu on. Let's do it." "You won't let Yang Shu on? Then why don't I just fight you without using my hands? A wimp is a wimp. Get lost if you don't have the guts." Lu Peng was about to dislike him when Lin Dong spoke. "All right. Then let's do it." "Tuko." Lu Peng, who was next to him, hurriedly shouted, "Rock. I know what I'm doing." Just because Lin Dong wasn't good at basketball in the past doesn't mean he's not good at it now. Silently, he added the basketball technique to the skill bar, spending 10 divine hero points to raise it to the proficient level, coupled with an extreme physique to back it up. It was no exaggeration to say that Lin Dong was now a bug-level existence when it came to playing basketball. Huang Junlang hurriedly picked up. "Lin Dong, this is what you said. A gentleman's word is a promise." "I'm the one who said it." "Junlang Huang, how do you want to compare?" Lin Dong asked. "Since it's a competition, how can we do it without some colorful prizes? How about this? Whoever of us loses will go to the school's broadcasting room during lunch break tomorrow and yell 3 times to the entire school, 'I'm a vegetable pussy.' Then we'll have a reparation banquet at the Golden Leaf Hotel. How about that?" "Okay. Just do as you say," Lin Dong replied indifferently. "Tuko. We." Lu Peng wanted to speak but was interrupted by Lin Dong. "It's all right. Da Peng. Just do your best." "That's fine. The rules are 3v3 bullfighting. Whoever gets to 10 first wins. 3-pointers count as 2. No problem. Right? No problem. By the way, are you guys on 3 or 4? Huang Junlang asked somewhat flirtatiously. 3. It's your choice. Don't blame us for bullying you. The fact that Lin Dong and Huang Junlang were going to have a 3v3 bullfighting match was also quickly spread by some good people. If you lose, you will not only have to shout "I'm a vegetable pussy" 3 times in the broadcasting room of Jiangnan University, but also have to hold a table at the Golden Leaf Hotel to make amends. Which is not a big bet. Not to mention the humiliation, but also the bleeding. A table at the Golden Leaf Hotel must cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Soon, more and more students gathered in the JNU gymnasium. Some students even skipped class and came straight over to join in the fun. When the students who were in Lin Dong's class heard the news, they naturally followed over to watch. There were those who came over to cheer for Lin Dong and the others who came over to see Lin Dong make a fool of himself. Wow! Isn't that Han Shiyun? One of the 3 great goddesses? I didn't expect her to come too. That's something you don't know. I heard that Han Shiyun is having an affair with Lin Dong. No way. Why not? I saw them walk out of school together. Hasn't Huang Junlang been chasing after Han Shiyun? I didn't realize that Lin Dong had gotten the jump on him. So it's no wonder that the two of them looked like sparks hitting the earth when they met. I heard that it was Huang Junlang who first pried Lin Dong's girlfriend Jiang Shan. And Lin Dong then took down Huang Junlang's hard-pressed goddess. Crap. This is bull. Quick look. Isn't that Suing Xue? Another person shouted. I'll be damned. Now the 3 major goddesses of Jiang University are just one short of Shangguan Mingyue. Do you guys think that she will come? I don't think so. Shangguan Mingyue isn't someone who likes to have a good time. Both sides on the field are ready to go. On Lin Dong's side were Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua. Lin Dong didn't get on. He wanted to see what kind of fight they could put up first. On the side of Toshiro Wong were Toshiro Wong, Gorilla Yang Shu, and a heel minion of Toshiro Wong. The referee was another varsity player. With a whistle from the referee. Game on. The first to kick off was Liu Peng. Liu Peng skillfully dribbled the ball and catapulted his body, the basketball weaving back and forth in his hips. And the one opposite him was none other than Huang Junlang. With an acceleration, Liu Peng dribbled the ball with his right hand and went to the right side with extreme speed. Huang Junlang hurriedly followed, blocking Liu Peng's way. Then Liu Peng made a sharp break and switched to dribble with his left hand to burst to the left. Huang Junlang did not follow. Let Liu Peng burst into the penalty area. Just when Liu Peng crossed, Huang Junlang to the penalty area jumped, ready to put the basketball into the basket. A figure that covered the sky appeared in front of him. Gorilla Yang Shu jumped directly in front of Liu Peng. With his height as well as his bouncing power, Liu Peng's shot will definitely be blocked down. Liu Peng was in a hurry and passed the ball in the air to Fan Biao, who was open on the wing. Fan Biao catches the ball. There is no one in front of him to defend, and he goes vertical to the basket. The basketball easily into the net. Team Lindong 1 o'clock, Team Huang Junlang. There was thunderous applause. Nice shot. Nice shot. Beautiful. For his part, Huang Junlang's face darkened. The second ball starts. Huang Junlang holds the ball against Liu Peng. A fancy dribble that drew screams from the crowd. However, his left and right dashes were all blocked by Liu Peng. Huang Junlang stepped in and jumped directly at Liu Peng to hit a center shot. Bam! The basketball hit the top of the basket and rebounded. Just as everyone was getting ready to grab a rebound, one hand pressed the freshly bounced basketball directly into the basket. Gorilla Poplar's starting varsity center is no slouch. Straight to a mulligan. Crap. Bull. Go Gorillas. One more deduction. There was all sorts of screaming. Lindong 1:1 Toshiro Huang. The next gorilla, Yang Shu, learned his lesson from the first time and was no longer moved by Liu Peng. It's basically in the box and doesn't get up easily. This time, Liu Peng's trio couldn't do anything about him and didn't dare to enter the restricted area at all. Can only throw from the outside. It's just that all three had poor outside hands today. Took several separate shots, none of which went in. With the gorilla guarding the box, Huang Junlang can say that he has unlimited fire, even though his hitting rate is low. But there are people grabbing rebounds. Whether it was offensive or defensive rebounds, it was basically taken by Gorilla Poplar alone. So Toshiro Huang is pitching with no pressure at all. The score soon came to 2-8. Lindong's team had only scored 2 points, and Junlang Huang's team was already at 8. So if he could just score 2 more, he'd win. This is the time for Linden to come on. If we don't get on the court again, if Toshiro Huang gets a 3, the game is over. Lindong signaled the referee to call a timeout. During the timeout, Liu Peng's trio returned to the rest area. Sorry about that, Dongzi. I had a bad hand today, and I couldn't get many outside shots in, Liu Peng said somewhat apologetically. We don't have much of a hand in it either, Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua also said. It's okay. I'm the one who took this on. So just do your best. I'll go on first next. And any of you who are tired should take a break first. I'll get off, Zhou Wenhua said. That's good. Wenhua, you take a rest first. Time out. Lindong led Liu Peng and Fan Biao into the venue. Holy shit. A change? Isn't that the guy who sang Boys at the May 1st party? Called something like Lindong, I think. Does he play basketball? He can play a gross basketball. A rookie. Next to him, Mr. Ding replied in a loud voice. Since the May 1st party, Ding Wei is how to look at Lindong. an obscure loser in the class. But all of a sudden became some kind of piano prince. It was supposed to be him and Suing Xue who should be in the limelight. But it turned out to be Lin Dong who accomplished it. Ding Wei's answer also aroused the discontent of many students in the class. Ding Wei. Even if you don't help cheer for your own classmates, you're still throwing cold water here. You're still the class president. It is. You're just envious and jealous. Lin Dong is much more talented than you. He not only composes his own lyrics and music, but also plays and sings by himself. How can you compare with him? Several female students in the class disliked Ding Wei. Now Lin Dong was the idol of many female students in the class. They hadn't noticed it before. But since the May 1st party, they were the ones who realized that Lin Dong was getting more and more handsome. Nowadays, Lin Dong had a certain number of fans in Jiangde. Suing Xue also stared at Lin Dong, who walked into the stadium with some curiosity. She wanted to see what else Lin Dong would do. Han Shiyun was also looking at Lin Dong with an amorous brow. Huang Junlang watched as Lin Dong came up. Lin Dong. Tomorrow at 12 noon. Don't forget. I'll be listening to Lin de Cuisine's self-evaluation. It's not even a fight yet. We don't know who's listening to whose self-evaluation yet. What? You think you still have a chance to win? You don't think you can come up here and turn the tide? Do you? Aren't you too out of your depth? Lin Big Vegetable Pussy. Huang Junlang said sarcastically. We won't know until after the fight. All right. Let's get started. Lin Dong did not retort. He generally liked to use strength to hit his face. There was no point in talking with his mouth. The more you say, the more your face gets slapped. The game continues. The ball is on Linden's side. Lin Dong stood outside the three-point line and sent the ball to Lu Peng. Then signaled Lu Peng to pass the ball back. Lu Peng was about to attack with the ball. Saw Lin Dong's gesture. Thought about it and gave the ball back to Lin Dong. Lin Dong received the ball and held it above his head with one hand on his right hand. And opposite him was that follower of Huang Junlang, who obviously didn't put Lin Dong in their eyes. The hundreds of people present were staring at Lin Dong with unblinking eyes to see how he was going to attack. Only to see Lin Dong's right hand pushing the ball in a smooth manner. He actually pushed the ball out directly. What the hell? Can you play ball? That's a vote? That's what's on everyone's mind. Including a couple of guys on the court who are already rushing to the basket ready to grab a rebound. But 3 seconds passed. Everyone was confused. Only to see the basketball empty into the net. Team Linden 4:18 to Shiro Huang. It actually went in? How dare you believe that? Crap. Monstrosity. Although many people are a bit disbelieving. Getting in is getting in. Lin Dong. Go for it. Lin Dong. So handsome. One more. Some of Lin Dong's fans started shouting for Lin Dong. Moving on to the next ball. Toshiro Huang holds the ball. Lin Dong took the initiative to go up on defense, while Lu Peng ran to the penalty area to face off with Gorilla Yang Shu. Lin Dong. Don't think you can change the ending just because you scored a lucky goal. Brother will show you what real basketball is. Huang Junlang said and started to show off his fancy dribbling. All kinds of fancy moves all together. Lin Dong remained standing casually in front of Huang Junlang and did not make a defensive stance. Lin Dong. You are provoking me. I will let you know the consequences. Huang Junlang suddenly made an acceleration and drove past Lin Dong's right side without Lin Dong having the slightest reaction. Huang Junlang was so happy that he came to the penalty area and was about to make a jumping layup. Where's the ball? Where's my ball? Why is the ball gone? Huang Junlang turned around and saw Lin Dong standing outside the three-point line with the ball in his right hand, still pushing the basketball in the same position he had just used. Another hollow into the net. Team Linden 6:18 to Shiro Huang. The first time was luck. What about this second time? The whole place was abuzz with this one. Crap. Expert. How did that ball break just now? Did any of you see it clearly? Didn't see it clearly. It just felt like a flash in front of my eyes. And the ball was cut off for Jun Huang. That's nifty fast. Isn't it? Who was it that just said Lin Dong couldn't play? This Nima is definitely an expert. Huang Junlang blackface continue to hold the ball. This time he also do not talk. And not so much fancy dribbling. Steady. Casually dribbled 2 times is ready to put the ball a collection. And then pass to the gorilla. Let the gorilla strong eat the basket. However, before the ball could be retrieved it felt like a breeze had whipped through his hands and he was empty. The ball is broken again. After Lin Dong broke off Huang Junlang's ball, he crossed the 3-point line, turned around and casually threw the ball. It continues to empty into the net. Team Linden 8:8 to Shiro Huang. At this moment, the whole room was silent. Everyone was shocked. 3 consecutive 3-pointers airballed into the net. It's not luck anymore. This Lin Dong was definitely an expert at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Toshiro Huang asked for a timeout. There was no way. One more 3-pointer from Lin Dong and he would be done for. And it was necessary to discuss how to limit Lin Dong. Toshiro Huang called a timeout. It was discussing how to restrict Lin Dong. Team Linden's rest area. Okay. Dongzi. You kid is hiding too much. That's right. You weren't even serious when you played with us. What? Looking down on us? Lu Peng and a few others were also flirting with Lin Dong. They did not expect Lin Dong to be so powerful. Although Lu Peng knew that Lin Dong's identity was somewhat mysterious, he did not expect that he was still so good at playing basketball. Nope. Brothers. I've mostly just gotten the hang of it lately. Lin Dong said with a bitter smile. How does that explain it? That I got a particularly awesome system? Just add whatever you want to learn. How can you believe that? Han Shiyun was sitting in the audience seat, looking at Lin Dong taking a break, and was about to go down and hand Lin Dong the water in his hand. Before he even started to move, he realized that several girls had already gone to pass water to Lin Dong. All that could be done was to sit in place with puffed up cheeks and a raging temper. Lin Dong, you're so handsome. Come and drink some water. A girl ran onto the field and handed the mineral water in her hand to Lin Dong. Drink me. Drink me. Before Lin Dong could react, another bottle was handed over. Lin Dong, I adore you so much. Can you write me a song too? I've thought of the name. It's called Girl. Several girls surrounded Lin Dong's side at once. On Huang Junlang's side, there were still a few big men there. Not even one to pass the water. Although Huang Junlang was rich and a true second-generation rich man, his reputation was not so good. Flighty and a playboy. When Huang Junlang saw how popular Lin Dong was, his entire body became bad. And he hurriedly brought his 2 teammates to the center of the ring and signaled the referee to start the match. The game continues. Toshiro Huang stands at the 3-point line and serves the ball. Gorilla Yangshu didn't guard the basket anymore and came straight out to receive a pass from Huang Junlang. Then groveled, dribbling with his right hand, ready to push straight to the basket. Where with his height plus weight, it was basically a solid hold when he got there. Lu Peng was pushed step by step towards the basket by Yangshu. There was nothing much he could do. His physical quality and strength were too different. He could only resist desperately. But it was of little use. He was soon pushed to the basket by Yangshu. Yangshu forced himself to jump, grabbed the ball with his right hand and dunked it directly toward the basket. He's trying to isolate Lu Peng. Good shot. Toshiro Huang shouted. This ball is definitely a stable eat. On the dominant position under the basket, the entire Jiangnan University, Gorilla Yang Shu is definitely second to none. While Yang Shu was in the air preparing to slam the basketball into the basket, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and slapped one hand on the basketball in his hand. Pop! The basketball was slapped out of the air. This figure that suddenly appeared was naturally Lin Dong. He had long been on the side, always paying attention to Yang Shu's movements, just to wait for this last-minute cover. Yang Shu, the starting center of the JNU varsity team and nicknamed the Gorilla, was actually capped? This time all the students in the room who knew something about basketball were not calm. Except for those who came purely for the fun. They don't understand basketball or what it means for Gorilla Poplar to have this dunk covered. Crap! Yang Shu's violent dunk was even covered by Lin Dong? Am I blind? It's so awesome. It's too incredible. This is Gorilla Yang Shu. Close to 2 meters tall. And I can't believe that Lin Dong, who's 6'8", sealed the deal. Countless murmurs resounded throughout the dugout. Lin Dong had just scored 3 consecutive threes that didn't surprise people so much. And at most, it only got a rise out of those who were watching. But this cover is really shocking. He dared to fight hard with Yang Shu and even blocked his opponent down. This Lin Dong is too bullish. A huge cheer rang out now. Lin Dong, go for it. Lin Dong, I love you. All sorts of shouts were heard. Huang Junlang was as hard as if he had eaten shit. Yang Shu landed on the ground still standing frozen. He hadn't come back to his senses until now. How could you be capped yourself? Or on the campus of JNU? Not to mention at JNU. Even when he represented his school and went to play against those colleges out there, he had never been blocked like that under the basket himself. It was a disgrace to his basketball career. Yang Shu looked at Lin Dong, who stood in front of him and was almost a head shorter than himself, and uttered his first words when he came to the stadium. Lin Dong, you can. But it was clear that his words were spoken with unbridled anger. Lin Dong goated his shoulders and replied, "You're not bad either." Then ran to the three-point line to catch the ball, leaving Yang Shu with a green and white face. The basketball was slapped and fell just short of Fan Biao. Lin Dong took the ball from Fan Biao. Huang Junlang immediately came up and tightened his grip on Lin Dong, not giving him a single chance to shoot. Lin Dong shifted from side to side, and Huang Junlang remained close. In fact, Lin Dong could have just shot the ball, and Huang Junlang's close defense created little obstacle for him. But he didn't think it was exciting or shocking enough to win. Isn't it just a dunk? I'll be fine. 2. Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Peng, and then quickly went around Huang Junlang with a backbody. Lu Peng passed the ball back to Lin Dong again at this time, without Huang Junlang in front of him to block the way. Lin Dong took the ball and charged straight into the box. Holy shit! What is Lin Dong doing? Isn't he a god at three-point shooting? Why is he charging into the lane when he can win with one more three-point shot? Who knows? Maybe he wanted to snap one too. Just kidding. Yang Shu is still in the penalty box. Who can dunk on his head? Just now, Yang Shu was even capped by Lin Dong. What's not to like about that? That was just an accident. The murmurs from the audience did not affect Lin Dong. He was seen sprinting into the 3-second zone, then leaping high like an eagle, holding the ball in his right hand and swinging it desperately behind him from above his head. That's a nifty axe chop. Everyone in the entire dugout was staring at Lin Dong with unblinking eyes. Yang Shu watched as Lin Dong rushed in and jumped straight up, trying to finish the splits above his head. How can he be as Lin Dong's wish? Just be Lin Dong cover once. Already let him lose face. Now let him in his head to complete this axe cleave. Then he jumped off first center's face still want? When Lin Dong leaped up to slash over, Yang Shu directly jumped in place. And just like when Lin Dong just blocked him, he slapped one hand to the basketball in Lin Dong's hand. Pop! The basketball wasn't tapped out like it had just been. Instead, two hands are in the air holding the basketball between them. The scene was captured on cell phones by many of those present. It's simply the pinnacle of the game. Lin Dong looked at the poplar tree in front of him. He actually did not exert much force at all. Otherwise 10 more poplars would not be enough for him to hit. The right hand that holds the ball adds slightly more force. The poplar is just a little too much to hold up. Lin Dong's right hand carried the basketball, which in turn carried Yang Shu's right hand toward the basket. Boo! The basketball slammed hard into the basket. Yang Shu retracted the back of his hand as it was about to touch the basket. He knew that he could no longer stop this slash by Lin Dong with his own strength. And if he didn't retract his hand, he would definitely break it with Lin Dong's force slamming his hand on the basket. He did not expect Lin Dong's power to be so great. At this time, Lin Dong's body also came into contact with his. Yang Shu only felt a huge force coming from him, and his body involuntarily flew backward. And after landing, he was unsteady on his feet and fell directly to the ground. Lin Dong landed firmly on the ground. The whole room rocked. The whole room rocked. Yang Shu was actually snapped off by Lin Dong? Everyone was in disbelief. Just Lin Dong's 1 meter 8 height and more than 100 pounds of weight. He actually snapped the close to 2 meters tall and 260 to 70 pounds of Yang Shu directly flying? This is literally turning everyone's imagination upside down. Yang Shu was also a bit confused as he lay on the ground. Not to mention getting capped, but getting snapped flying. He doesn't have the face to get up anymore. Huang Junlang's eyes also widened with dismay beside him. Deafening cheers rang out across the room. After Prince of Piano, Lin Dong has a new title: the Prince of Basketball. The next goal was no longer in doubt. Lin Dong broke the ball and then made a dashing back to the basket back throw. The basketball went into the net empty. Team Linden 11:18 Wang Chunlang. Does Linden shoot without even looking in the basket? This is just some really over the top. Total 4 3-pointers and a tomahawk slam in the last game, all of which went in. What's hardest to understand is that shooting a 3 on the last shot doesn't look at the basket? The game is over. Once again, Lin Dong's great name resounded through Jiangdi. In the evening, Huang Junlang set up a table at the Golden Leaf Hotel at the lowest price as promised. Lin Dong's few people didn't bother with it, as long as they had something to eat. The next day at noon in the radio room shouted 3 times, "I am a vegetable," but also caused the whole school to laugh. Huang Junlang's face is considered to be lost. Of course. Also more hate Lin Dong. All the time thinking about how to get back at Lin Dong. The rest of the day was uneventful. And 2 more days passed before I knew it. This weekend Lin Dong promised Sun Si that he would accompany her back. Since he had promised something, Lin Dong would not go back on his word. Thursday. Linden is taking classes. Received a text message from Han Shiyun. Han Shiyun, Lin Dong. Do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Lin Dong thought about it. There was nothing going on around him, so he went. The goddess's invitation was too embarrassing to refuse. So back came. Good. Tell me what location and I'll be there tomorrow. Han Shiyun, it's a deal. No backing out. I'll give you the location tomorrow. Linden, okay. The next day Lin Dong received a call from Han Shiyun asking him to go to a restaurant next to Fuli Sands. Fortune Sands, as the largest entertainment venue in Jiangcheng, has a handful of restaurants surrounding it. How nice to be able to go straight to entertainment after dinner. Lin Dong drove his Bugatti to Fuli Sands and parked the car in front of Fuli Sands. I realized when I got to the eating place that it was a bit crowded. 3 whole big tables. At least 2 dozen of them. Even Huang Junlang, a couple of flamboyant young men, were there. Lin Dong, I only treated you to a nice meal 2 days ago. Why are you here to dally again today? Huang Junlang would not let go of any opportunity to dislike Lin Dong. Huang Junlang, did you damn well lose 2 days ago and not accept it? Why don't you take some time and let's fight again? Lin Dong, this isn't a school. Who else is going to compete with you in basketball? Besides, today is Shiyun's birthday. You didn't even bring a gift. What are you doing here if not dawdling? Lin Dong had not really thought that today was actually Han Shiyun's birthday. If he had known ahead of time, he really wouldn't have come. Mainly because he didn't like getting together with people like Huang Junlang. And he basically didn't know any of these people. Okay. You two stop talking. It's my birthday and you should listen to me. All sit down and eat properly. Han Shiyun had spoken. And Huang Junlang did not continue to dislike Lin Dong. Thank you all for coming to my birthday banquet today. All of you sitting here are my Han Shiyun's best friends. Thank you for taking care of me all these days in Jiangda University. I'll drink to that first. After Han Shiyun finished speaking, she picked up her glass and drank all of a glass of beer. Those present also each took a drink from their glasses. Everyone, eat your food. Eat your fill and we'll have a program tonight. But the meal was one that set Huang Junlang on fire. Lin Dong, as the recently popular rising male god of Jiang University, naturally had a lot of girls taking care of him. Frequently, girls came over to give him a toast. And naturally, Lin Dong was too embarrassed to refuse and accepted it as it was. But it was strange. In the past, Lin Dong's alcohol consumption was very poor. 2 bottles of beer were poured out. Not to mention liquor, which was almost impossible to dip. But today he drank so much surprisingly did not feel anything at all. Could it be the benefits of an improved physique? Already alcohol immunity? After dinner, Huang Junlang and Zhang Yang, the 2 major Han Shiyun's protectors, led the crowd to a private room at the Fuli Sands. It's something they pre-ordered. Lin Dong had wanted to slip away, but he had been specially cared for by Han Shiyun, so he did not have a chance at all. Entering the private room, what caught his eye was a large cake more than 1 person high, with a whole 20 layers. Because today happens to be Han Shiyun's 21st birthday. Wow! This is the first time I've seen such a big birthday cake. So romantic. Numerous girls let out a gasp. Well, Shiyun, I went and customized this cake myself. Huang Junlang asked. Thank you, Junlang, Han Shiyun said gratefully. And me? This private room is something I went through a lot of trouble to book. Fuli Sands is the best entertainment center in Jiangcheng. You can't book such a large private room without some connections. The other protector, Zhang Yang, claimed credit. Thank you too, Brother Yang. Han Shiyun also thanked him in a hurry. Hurry up and make a wish. Han Shiyun closed her eyes and began to make a wish. Because everyone had just eaten. After making a wish, the cake was pushed aside until everyone was hungry from playing. At this time, Huang Junlang took out a box from his body and handed it to Han Shiyun and said, Shiyun, today is your birthday. I've prepared a simple gift for you. I hope you can accept it. Han Shiyun took the box. Shiyun, open it up and see what kind of gift from Mr. Huang? Yes. Open it and take a look. We also want to be very curious as to what we would be giving away given Huang Dishao's status. Encouraged by a few girls, Han Shiyun opened the box. Only a string of crystal necklaces lay quietly in the box. Shiyun, I carefully selected this crystal necklace. See if you like it? Huang Junlang said. Han Shiyun took the crystal necklace out and an invoice fell out of the box. This was deliberate on Huang Junlang's part. He just wanted everyone to see the value of this crystal necklace and make them envious and jealous. Wow! This crystal necklace actually costs $280,000? That's too expensive. Isn't it? Let's see. Let's see. Wow. Really, yeah. Mr. Huang is too generous. Most of the people in the room were stunned when a random necklace was given away for over $200,000. Toshiro Huang was a bit smug. This time he is a blood money. The past 2 days Zhang Shan did not care about him. Bought a lot of things cannot be coaxed. In the end, Huang Junlang was also a bit angry. Directly threw 50,000 yuan to Zhang Shan. Let her go to get rid of the child by herself. And the two of them bye-bye. Anyway, I've had almost enough fun. And once the novelty has worn off, it's time to find a new target. No. He turned his eyes to Han Shiryun again. Han Shiryun. A flower that anyone could smell but no one could pick. Making him a little itchy. And he had spent millions on Han Shiryun before and after. It was definitely not willing to give up just like that. How could he take Han Shiryun down for once? A few million was not a small amount for a rich second generation like him. So much so that he was a bit strapped for cash during this period of time. And it took him several excuses to ask for money from his parents' side. At this time Zhang Yang said, Huang de Xian. Are you low to send a necklace? Shiryun. Come. Look at the gift I gave you. Zhang Yang also handed Han Shiryun an exquisite box after he finished speaking. Han Shiryun opened the box. Only to see a BMW key lying inside. This? Straight to the car? Han Shiryun's roommate as well as her classmates were simply going crazy with envy. If I gave them this car, I guess they could all just roll in bed at night. Shiryun. You didn't like the one I gave you last time. Now I've replaced it with a better one. A convertible BMW Z4? Definitely much better looking than the last one. Huang Junlang, who was covered by Zhang Yang, said angrily. Zhang Laoer. What did you say last time? Received my $3 million will never compete with me, Han Shiryun. You talk like a farda? Huang Junlang directly shook out the agreement between the two regarding the competition for the list that day. What? Zhang Yang took $3 million from Huang Junlang? And then promised not to pursue Han Shiryun? There's such a thing? Isn't he a rich kid? Why are you still taking money from Jun Lo Wang in this way? It seems like it should just be a pseudo-rich kid. It's still Toshiro Huang who's a bit more bullish. A burst of chatter around him caused Zhang Yang's face to turn green for a while. He didn't expect Huang Junlang to bring this up, making him a bit embarrassed. Huang de Xian. How dare you say the same thing about the last time you played the list? It was you yourself who was afraid of not being able to defeat me and took the initiative to give me $3 million. And in the end you didn't even contend for the first place on the list even after I quit. It's simply too humiliating. Zhang Yang shot back. Then you were paid for it too. And a man should keep his word unless you admit you're not a man. I did promise not to compete with you for Han Shiryun. But now if I don't make a move, Han Shiryun is going to be taken down by this loser Lin Dong. Can't you see that the two of them have gone out to eat together? This can only be blamed on your own lack of competitiveness. I am competing with Lin Dong. Not with you. I don't even consider you as a rival. You. Huang Junlang was choked for a moment and could not speak. Lin Dong was a bit confused. What's it got to do with me? Isn't this a lie? He sort of saw it. Both of these two doppelgangers are a deus ex machina. Alright. You guys stop arguing. Today is my birthday. Can you give me some face? Han Shiryun said. Han Shiryun snapped. And the two stopped arguing. Then Han Shiryun added. First of all, I'll thank you guys first. But the gifts you both gave are too expensive for me to take. You guys take them back. I'm sorry. Shiryun. I gave it to you from the bottom of my heart. So don't be burdened. Shiryun. Me too. The two replied in a hurry. You two listen to me. I didn't invite you here today to receive gifts. I just want to thank you for taking care of me. And at the same time, I also want to make it clear to you that I actually already have someone I like. So please don't send me any more things in the future and let's just be normal friends. Okay? Han Shuryun gathered her courage and said. It was the result of her deep thought. The last time she hit the charts, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang together had swiped over 10 million gifts for her. She received a share of all $7 million, which she took home. Bought a new house for her family, another car for her mom and dad, and $1 million for her parents. She still had $3 million left. Her original wish was for her parents to have a better life. And she didn't expect it to come true so soon. So she didn't have much desire for money now. And she didn't want to circulate between Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong. There was no such thing as walking by the river all the time without wetting your shoes. And she was afraid that one day they would come back to her and settle the score. After all, she was just a girl from an ordinary family. And if the other party really came at her hard, she wouldn't be able to resist. So today, taking advantage of his birthday, he will directly make things clear. And in the meantime, he will also do it to show Lin Dong. The person she said she liked was Lin Dong. Shuryun. You're kidding. Right? Junra Huang asked frostily. Shuryun. Don't joke about this. My little heart can't take such a blow. Zhang Yong also said. Obviously the two of them can't accept that reality right now. The surrounding people were also shocked that Han Shuryun had refused hundreds of thousands of dollars of gifts from Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong, and had to draw a line in the sand with them. Is this Han Shuryun out of her mind? With such two big protectors by their side. The school didn't know how many girls were envious. I'm not kidding you guys. What I said is true. Let's just be normal friends. Okay? Han Shuryun said softly. Huang Junlang and Zhang Yong glanced at each other, both seeing the unwillingness in the other's eyes. Since Han Shuryun said it in front of so many people, it was definitely not a joke. Now they kind of get it. They're just two spare tires. Two licking dogs who licked Han Shuryun for so long that they were shortchanged by someone else. Zhang Yong was a little better. After all, he had been the underdog in the competition with Huang Junlang and hadn't spent much money. Huang Junlang was different. He had spent millions of dollars. And the money was about to go down the drain. Huang Junlang was a bit enraged for a while. And even his face was a bit twisted. Han Shuryun. Say. Who is that man? I'm going to kill him. Huang Junlang asked angrily. Toshiro. Will you stop it? We can be good friends. Han Shuryun said pleadingly. She was afraid that Huang Junlang would pester her like this. And she also knew that she was at a disadvantage. Someone else had spent so much money for her. And now she was trying to kick someone else out of the way. Han Shuryun. Don't give me the slipshod look. I'm telling you. I spent so much money for you. And you want to kick me away now? No way. Then what will you do to let me go? Han Shuryun asked. If you want me to let you go, you can. I'll let you go if you stay with me for a month. No way. Han Shuryun replied without even thinking. Then there's nothing more to say. I'll tell you. Han Shuryun. In this Jiangcheng, you can't think of escaping me. I will definitely get you. The woman I. Huang Junlang. One hasn't missed a beat yet. Huang Junlang's face twisted as he ruthlessly said to Han Shuryun. Since he had already torn his face, Huang Junlang was no longer in disguise and showed his original true colors. And me. Han Shuryun. Since you're being so desperate, don't blame us. I've also spent a lot on you these days. If you want to completely get rid of me, you have to stay with me for at least half a month. Or else I'll team up with Huang Dexian and there'll be no more place for you in this Jiang city. Zheng Yang also interjected. Han Shiyun stood in place somewhat helplessly. She had also thought that things wouldn't be resolved so simply. But she hadn't expected Huang Junlang and Zheng Yang to say something like this. The people around them were starting to feel like something was wrong. They were all Han Shiyun's close friends. So naturally they were still toward Han Shiyun. Huang Junlang. Zheng Yang. What do you want? I'm telling you guys. Don't mess around. Or else we'll report you to J. One of Han Shiyun's roommates said. Yeah. You guys don't mess around. We'll also report it to the school and expel you then. Someone from the side helped. Roll. It's none of your business. Or else I'll clean up even you guys. Huang Junlang yelled at the girl who had just spoken. That girl was also taken aback. Not expecting Huang Junlang to suddenly act like a different person. She was also a little afraid to speak again. Huang Junlang and Zheng Yang were the local rich second generation of Jiangcheng. Han Shiyun began to sob at this time. She was a girl after all. And when she was threatened like this, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Han Shiyun. It's useless for you to cry. If you want to settle this matter, you must stay with us for a month and a half. And in the future, the two of us will promise not to pester you anymore. Or else you won't be able to move an inch in this Jiangcheng. Think about it. Huang Junlang continued to threaten. Han Shiyun looked at Lindong with tearful eyes. Only Lindong could save her now. She knew something about Lindong. The boss behind the Golden Leaf Hotel was no ordinary person. At least the families behind Huang Junlang and Zheng Yang definitely don't compare. Lindong was also really a bit unable to look at it. Both of you. Isn't it a bit too much for you to threaten a woman like this? Lindong said indifferently from the side. What these two rich kids did made him think of what happened to his cousin Wanli in Lake City. If no one had helped Han Shiyun today, it would have been hard to tell where she would have ended up. Lindong. It's none of your business here. You'd better keep quiet. Wanting to heroically save a beauty. You don't have the ability to do so yet. Huang Junlang said to Lindong. I can't talk about a hero saving the day. But I do look at it a little bit. What can you do if you can't see past it? Huang Junlang said sarcastically. Lindong was about to speak. The door to the booth was pushed open a crack. A small head poked in and looked at the situation in the private room. And only after seeing Lindong did he push open the door and walk in. Brother Lindong. So you're here. I just saw your car outside and knew that you must be there. And I searched many private rooms before I found you. A little Taiyukai with an exploding hairstyle, big earrings, and a face full of makeup walked in and said. They were followed by 5 or 6 other people similarly dressed. All aged 16 or 17. Xiao Xiao. Who is this? Letting you search for so half a day. A fellow traveler behind Lu Xiaoxiao asked. This is my brother. Lu Xiaoxiao said. Your brother? How come I didn't know you had such a brother? You don't recognize. It's almost like a real brother anyway. The two are still talking here. Huang Junlang quit. He is in the middle of this anger. A couple of little girls came out of nowhere. Where did you come from, stinky girl? Who let you in? Get the hell out. Huang Junlang roared. Lu Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded. And with the index finger of her small hand, she pointed at her nose and asked. Are you talking about me? If not you, then who? Get the hell out of here. Or I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your lord. You don't recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao asked curiously. Who are you? I'm about to get to know you. If I knew someone like you, I'd have gotten rid of you a long time ago. Look at your age. What kind of outfit is this? You're dressed like a gangster. How did your parents raise you? Or is it that you were born and raised by no one? Huang Jun said with a face full of sarcasm. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Lin Dong and asked. Brother Lin Dong. Is this your friend? No. Lin Dong simply returned 2 words. That's good. Lu Xiaoxia said. Then she turned to Huang Junlang and asked. You are quite a bull. Si. What's your name? Lu Xiaoxia wanted to say that you are quite bullish, but thought that Lin Dong was here. So she changed her words. You don't deserve to know what my name is. I haven't even asked you what your name is. What's my name? Come on, tell him. Lu Xiaoxiao said. From behind Lu Xiaoxiao came out a person pointing at Lu Xiaoxiao and said, her name is Lu Xiaoxiao. The second miss of the Jiangcheng Lu family. Do you know the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Well, there should be only one Lu family in Jiangcheng. The man returned to his original position after he finished speaking and looked at Huang Junlang with a teasing face along with a few others. How dare you scold the second Miss Lu family? This is going to be a good show. Luck Shu Shu? The second miss of the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Zheng Yang's brain buzzed. He was the first to react. Originally standing with Huang Junlang, and hurriedly took a few steps back to stand in the pile. Huang Junlang wants to die. But he doesn't want to. What kind of existence is the Lu family in Jiangcheng? That's the top mansion in Jiangcheng. A family background like his is nothing in front of the Lu family. I heard that the Lu family in Jiangcheng has a second young lady who is a mongrel. So it should be the little sister in front of me. Now he was still feeling a little heart-stopping. Just now he almost spoke out to give Huang Junlang a helping hand. If this was set out, he would die without knowing how to die. Toshiro Huang was a little confused at first. Slowly a look of shock, horror, and fear appeared on the calm face. The second miss of the Lu family in Jiangcheng? Isn't that the legendary king of misfits in Jiangcheng? What did he just say? You're going to teach her a lesson for her parents? And that she has a life and no one to raise it? Huang Junlang immediately felt a little high blood pressure and dizzy. Why don't you say anything? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson for my parents? And said that I have a life and no one to raise it? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. Huang Junlang was scared and knelt to the ground, kowtowing while shivering. Lu Air. Second miss. I am sorry to. You. I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai. Risking offending you. You adults don't count the small person over. Just spare me this. This time. Wasn't he pretty good just now? Why can't you speak clearly now? This scene left all the uninformed people in the room a little confused. Just now Huang Junlang was imposing. How come he fell to his knees in fear in the twinkling of an eye? Who is this little girl in front of me? A name that scares Junko Huang like that? The key just now this little girl actually called Lin Dong brother? The people present were all a bit shocked when they looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, the strangely dressed little sister. The person who scared Huang Junlang like this with just a name was definitely not a simple character. Brother Lin Dong. What is his name? Lu Xiaoxiao asked Lin Dong. His name is Huang Junlang. His family seems to be from this Jiangcheng. It should be quite powerful. A veritable rich second generation. Lin Dong replied with a smile. If he offended Lu Xiaoxiao, there was no need for him to take action. Huang Junlang was absolutely finished. Richie Rich? Lu Xiaoxia asked suspiciously. Then she turned her head to look at a few sisters behind herself and asked, do you guys know that there is someone named Huang in the circle? I don't know. I don't know. No recognition. Never heard of it. A few of the little Teiyukai shook their heads at the same time and said. Lu Xiaoxiao looked at Huang Junlang and said. You haven't even entered the Jiangcheng circle. What kind of rich second generation are you? Huang Junlang knelt on the ground and hurriedly replied. Right. Right. Second Miss Lu is right. I'm not a rich second generation. I'm just an ordinary person. Please be generous and let me go. Want me to spare you? Do you know? I, Lu Xiao, have never been scolded like this since I was a child. And you want to teach me a lesson for my parents? And you want to teach me a lesson for my parents? And you want me to leave? My grandfather, my parents, and my brother have never said this to me. Lu Xiao said furiously. It's my fault. I was mouthy. I apologize to you. Huang Junlang said and started slapping himself on the mouth. He was really scared at this time. If the Lu family targeted him in this Jiang city, his good days would come to an end. Definitely bankrupt his family in minutes. And then everything he was so proud of would go up in smoke. Han Shiyun also stopped crying and looked at the scene in amazement. Looking at Lu Xiao and Lin Dong in passing. She knows that today's crisis is considered to be lifted. Huang Junlang has messed with the big man. Is already a clay bodhisattva? Difficult to protect himself. Where there is still time to pay attention to her. But there is some regret that Zhang Yang escaped. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, quietly wiped a few cold sweats on his forehead. It was too thrilling. He almost followed Huang Junlang and planted himself together. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Although Huang Junlang knelt on the ground and slapped himself on the mouth, his doing so did not alleviate Lu Xiao's anger. Sisters, give it to me. Hit him. Lu Xiao rushed up with a few of her little sisters and punched and kicked Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang can only be passively beaten. Not to mention fighting back. Not even dare to hide. However, Lu Xiao and the others were girls after all. And they were all on the younger side of the age scale. And their strength was also small. So hitting on Huang Junlang didn't do any substantial damage. However, Huang Junlang was screaming as miserably as he could. And he wanted to make these several big ladies, after the beating, see him as pitiful and be able to let him go. Lu Xiaoxia hit a few times. Her hands hurt. But she still wasn't relieved and looked around. Walking directly to the tea table in the center of the private room, he picked up a bottle of wine and walked back. Just about to smash a bottle on Huang Junlang's head. Stop! Lu Xiao. What are you doing? Lin Dong shouted. The bottle is full of wine. And the bottle is very thick. If this bottle is smashed down, Huang Junlang is expected to lose half of his life. This Lu Xiao is so young to do this. What's going to happen in the future? I'll just hit her a few times to relieve my anger. It's too much to want to see blood. Lu Xiao was just about to do it. Hearing Lin Dong's shouts, he also had to stop and turned his head to look at Lin Dong and said, Brother Lin Dong. He just scolded me. I want to hit him. I scolded you twice. And you just threw a bottle at his head? Do you know what the consequences of your bottle will be? There are times when you can't just use violence to solve a problem. So quickly put the bottle down. Oh. Lu Xiao reluctantly put the bottle down. And no more coming to places like this during reading time. Look at you. What kind of student are you? Next time I see you like this, I'm going to teach you a lesson for your brother. Lin Dong was uncomfortable looking at Lu Xiao's outfit. A good student. Dressed up like this every day. Simply spicy eyes. If his sister was like this every day, she would have already been cleaned up by him. And I don't know why Lu Chen didn't care. The moment Lin Dong's words came out, everyone present looked at him in shock. Just now, Huang Junlang said that he would teach Lu Xiao's parents a lesson for him. And now he was still kneeling on the ground. Lin Dong had just said that he would teach Lu Xiao's brother a lesson for her again? Even Lu Xiao's several little sisters teasingly looked at Lin Dong. Why do so many people want to teach Lu Xiao a lesson today? They were waiting for Lu Xiao's wild storm. However, Lu Xiao just lowered her head and said in a somewhat aggrieved tone, Oh. I know. Brother Lin Dong. This time their expressions instantly changed from teasing to shock. When did Lu Xiaoxiao, the mixed-up devil of the Lu family, become a good girl? Even in the Lu family, Lu Xiaoxiao had never listened to anyone like this. Right? Although Lu Xiaoxiao's tone was a bit aggrieved at this time, her heart was still very happy. Ever since the last time when Lin Dong suddenly appeared beside her and used 2 fingers to hold Qin Zhang's sword that was stabbing at her chest, Lin Dong's figure was then infinitely elevated in her mind, even surpassing her brother Lu Chen. The figure that suddenly appears in the midst of such despair is often the most easily remembered. Moreover, as a member of the SCC, she naturally knew the weight of the 8 heavenly kings of the T-sub party. Even his brother was not an opponent. And since Lin Dong was able to defeat Qin Zhang, he was a strong man. She, Lu Xiaoxiao, just worshipped the strong. Not to mention a powerful man who had saved her life. She was actually happy when Lin Dong said this about her because it proved that Lin Dong still cared about her. Immediately after that, Lu Xiaoxiao asked, "That, Brother Lin Dong, then can I come when I'm on vacation?" "You can come on vacation. But you have to take off your exploding head, your big earrings, and the heavy makeup on your face. A student should look like a student." "Alright then. By the way, Brother Lin Dong, when do you have time? My grandpa said he wants to meet you and thank you on the way." Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, "I shouldn't be able to this week. I'll contact your brother when I have time. The face of the Lu family still has to be given. But it will have to wait until next week." "Well then, Brother Lin Dong, we'll leave first." Lu Xiaoxiao greeted a few sisters and prepared to leave. But on his way out, he said to Huang Junlang, "Huang Junlang, right. I'll remember you. I hope you can continue to be your rich second generation tomorrow." Huang Junlang was directly paralyzed with fear. It's over. Everything is over. Successfully aroused the anger of the Lu family. How can his family still mix in Jiangcheng? He didn't dare to imagine what kind of life would await him once his family went bankrupt. Lu Xiaoxiao left with her people. The only people left in the booth were those who had just eaten together. Toshiro Huang sat paralyzed on the ground, his eyes lifeless. Zhang Yong, on the other hand, was secretly glad. Han Shiyun looked at Lin Dong with her beautiful eyes glowing. It's not just Han Shiyun. The girls in the private room were looking at Lin Dong with glowing eyes. I did not expect Lin Dong to be such a big shot. That's just deep. Lin Dong was somewhat embarrassed by these eyes that wanted to eat him. That, Mr. Han, I have something to do, so I'll leave first. You guys keep playing, Lin Dong said. Han Shiyun naturally disagreed when she heard Lin Dong say that he wanted to leave. She walked over and hugged Lin Dong's arm, saying, "Lin Dong, you're not allowed to leave. Today is my birthday. You haven't given me a present yet." Lin Dong was a little embarrassed as he was held by Han Shiyun's arm. He could feel Han Shiyun's softness and wanted to break free. But it was not possible as Han Shiyun was holding him very tightly and did not give him a chance at all. That, Han, can you make up the gift next time? I really didn't know it was your birthday today. No way. It has to be delivered today, Han Shiyun said as she tightly hugged Lin Dong's arm. Saying so, he also deliberately hugged Lin Dong's arm and rubbed it against his majestic chest twice, causing Lin Dong's face to turn red. Although he had been in a relationship with Jiang Shan for a few years, he was still a fledgling after all. So how could he stand being picked on by a girl like Han Shiyun? A few bold girls also ran over and surrounded Lin Dong, pulling and tugging at him, all wanting to lean on Lin Dong a bit. In the end, Lin Dong had no choice but to agree to stay put for the time being, since Huang Junlang was in the private room. A few people switched to another private room and continued to play. Zheng Yang and a few other boys did not dare to go. He was a little afraid of seeing Lin Dong now, and just wanted to leave quickly, lest he would end up like Huang Junlang when the time came. It didn't end until almost 12 o'clock at night. Han Shiyun was told when she went to check out that all of Lin Dong's purchases at Fortune Sands were completely free. It drew another gasp from the crowd. This Lin Dong's identity was too mysterious. Why hadn't he realized such a big shot before? Where do you live? Lin Dong? Han Shiyun asked as she walked to the entrance of Fuli Sands. I live in the suburbs. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong? Didn't you drive here? Then why don't you give us a ride? A girl said. Yeah. Right. Give us a ride to school. It's not safe for us to take a cab this late. Another girl chimed in helpfully. That. My car can't seat so many people. Lin Dong said. There were still about 10 girls left here. And Lin Dong's car really couldn't fit so many. Only one. We'll squeeze. You run twice. How else are we going to get back this late? That's it. When he walked up to Lin Dong's Bugatti Flying Dragon, Lin Dong patted the car and said, This is my car. I'll have to run it 10 times if I want to give you guys a ride. Looking at such a cool Bugatti Flying Dragon in front of them, the crowd was in a bit of a trance. It was just too beautiful. Sure enough, women still have little resistance to such super luxury cars. Wow! Lin Dong? Is this your car? It's so beautiful. This is a god car. What Huang Junlang, Zheng Yang and the like? The cars they drive are low explosive. What's the name of this car? Check it out. A limited edition global sports car like the Bugatti Flying Dragon still packs a punch. Everyone is pulling out their cell phones and searching. Wow! This is the Bugatti Flying Dragon Global Limited Edition. Officially priced at $60 million? A girl who searched said with some stuttering. $60 million is an astronomical amount for them students. Even Zhang Yang and Huang Junlang such rich second generation. For $60 million of sports car they can only hope and sigh. Sorry. I won't be able to take you guys today. Take a taxi back by yourselves. I can reimburse the fare. Bye. Lin Dong finished unlocking the car, opened the door and got into the car, ready to leave this place. This night was surrounded by a group of warbling beauties. He had long been a bit overwhelmed. After all, he was a normal guy. And being rubbed against by these girls on their own accord once in a while messed him up. He had just sat down when the passenger door opened and Han Shiyun sat in. Now was not the time to be polite. If they wanted to take down Lin Dong, they had to fight for every minute they could get alone. Looking at Han Shiyun getting directly into the passenger side, the girls outside were furious for a moment. Why didn't they think of getting into the passenger side themselves? What a great opportunity to not only ride in such a nice car, but also to be alone with Lin Dong. Lin Dong froze and said, Han, I'm not going back to school. Lin Dong, you can take me anywhere you want. I'll go with you tonight. Han Shiyun said, Take it anywhere? These words made Lin Dong think a little blindly. Can I take you to a room? Lin Dong looked at Han Shiyun, only to see her looking at him with a slightly red face. Seriously? It would be a complete lie to say that Lin Dong was indifferent to a goddess like Han Shiyun. As one of the 3 major goddesses of Jian University, Han Shiyun had her own money. Whether it was her face, her body was top in every aspect. And the key was also as passionate as fire. If she took the initiative, I don't think many men would be able to carry it off. However, Lin Dong was different. He had his bottom line and was different from the kind of animal like Huang Junlang who only knew how to think with his lower body. Otherwise he wouldn't have been with Jiang Shan for 4 years. All of which he completely respected by not touching her. Han. This is not good. There's nothing bad about it. Last time you snatched my top one. I should be yours. And I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape if I had been snatched by Jun Huang. So I have you to thank for that. This was said so bluntly that Lin Dong did not even know how to reply. That. Han students. In fact, I think that if two people are that, like that, they still need to cultivate their feelings first. Otherwise, what's the difference with animals? Don't you think so? Aren't men just animals? You men are animals that think from the bottom. Mr. Han. I don't agree with you. I'm not the same as those men, alright. Lin Dong said with righteousness. Han Shuryun looked at Lin Dong with a smirk and said, is it different? Or is it really not working? This Nima. It's simply intolerable. MS. Han Shuryun. You are insulting my character. Take back what you just said and I will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise I will definitely make you regret tonight. Lin Dong's tone of voice changed. This was simply too insulting. Lin Dong student. I just want to see if you really can't. Or are you being wrongly accused? I'm using my body to write you. Han Shuryun still insisted. Her purpose tonight was to irritate Lin Dong. So she naturally would not back down. That's what you said. Don't regret it. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he ignited the fire and disappeared in front of the crowd with a kick of the gas. The $60 million sports car's soundproofing was also surprisingly good. And the people outside didn't hear a word of their conversation just now. Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Flying Dragon and drove Han Shuryun to the Jiangnan International Mansion. Lin Dong parked his car at the gate, turned his head to Han Shuryun, and said, Han, it's not too late for you to regret. I'll send you back to school. Who regrets it? Han Shuryun said stiffly. She did have no regrets. But the heart is nervous. After all, it's kind of a first-class life event for a girl. She grew up as a clean girl. And although she used some means to change her family's living conditions with her own ingenuity, she was still very self-loving when it came to her body. She also often has teenage dreams of finding her Prince Charming and giving herself to him in full. Now Lin Dong was the Prince Charming in her heart. The first time I knew the name Lin Dong was when he, Jiang Shan, broke up with him and was so angry that he vomited blood, which was sent by Huang Junlang to various groups in Jiang University as well as on social networking sites. Then he steals his own top one in order to discuss Jun Lo Wang. And they meet together at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was only then that she realized that Lin Dong was actually a super rich second generation. Not knowing how many times more advanced than Huang Junlang's stream. But what really attracted her was not entirely Lin Dong's status as a super rich second generation. And although she yearned for money, she merely wanted to change her family's life only. And was not that kind of pure gold-digging woman. Rather, it was the fact that Lin Dong was surprisingly enough to be able to stay with Jiang Shan for 4 years without touching her. The fact that he was able to use his heartfelt love to write such an excellent song as Boys. And his bland demeanor that he displayed whenever he was together that attracted her the most. She often traveled among the rich kids and had her own understanding of men. Men like Huang Junlang pursued her solely because of the novelty, as well as conquering her, one of the 3 major goddesses of Jiangda University, to manifest their own sense of accomplishment and make themselves the envy of everyone. Maybe after getting his hands on them, when time passes and the freshness passes, he will want to conquer Suing Shui and Shangguan Mingyu. This kind of man will never be satisfied. But a man like Lin Dong would not. As long as there was a substantial relationship with him, he would definitely be responsible to the end. Moreover, as Lin Dong's identity and talents slowly began to come to light, there would definitely be more and more girls pursuing him. So she had to get her hands on him as soon as possible. Hence the scene where she fell on her face tonight. Lin Dong stopped talking and drove the car slowly into the neighborhood. He was nervous, too, and his hands were getting a little sweaty as he gripped the steering wheel. The two parked the car and went upstairs together. Neither side spoke on the way. You can tell both sides are actually nervous. Entering the room, Han Sher-yoon wasn't even in the mood to appreciate the room's luxury. If it were normal, she would be absolutely shocked beyond words. Of course, now she couldn't say anything. But she was too nervous to say anything. Han Sher-yoon froze on the couch. Lin Dong stood by the side and didn't know what to say. That, Mr. Han, why don't you take a shower first? Lin Dong asked cautiously. Ha? Oh. Good. Han Sher-yoon nervously stood up and prepared to take a shower. But it was her first time here and she didn't know where the shower was. And she was even more embarrassed to ask. So she could only stand where she was. That. The bathroom is over there. Lin Dong finished pointing a direction with his finger. With a red face, Han Sher-yoon rushed over and opened the bathroom door before deadbolting it from the inside. Lin Dong sat on the sofa after Han Sher-yoon went to take a shower. His nervousness still unrelieved. So got my phone out and was going to play with it and slow down a bit. Opening his cell phone, a series of 7 or 8 missed calls imprinted into his eyes. Lin Dong hurriedly checked and found that since 8 o'clock, cousin Wang Li has been calling himself. And his own phone did not know when it became muted. And it was in a noisy environment like the Fuli Sands. So he did not even notice. Lin Dong's heart tightened. Shouldn't he be in danger like last time? Rushed to call back. Soon Wang Li's voice came on the phone. Hey. Ring Dongo. Lin Dong's heart was slightly relieved when he heard Wang Li's voice. Little sister Wang. You keep calling me. What's up? I didn't hear it when my cell phone was muted. Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin Dong. My mom was beaten up. What? Sister-in-law was beaten up? If we were to rank the people that Lin Dong cared about the most in this world, his parents were gone. So if you don't count them, his sister-in-law Lu Yenmei was definitely in first place, alongside his great-aunt Lin Guiying. Since his parents had left in an accident, he had only felt at home at his sister-in-law's house and his great-aunt's house. Now my sister-in-law has been beaten up? Lin Dong got his anger burning all of a sudden. With his knowledge of his sister-in-law, she would never take the initiative to mess with others. Beaten by who? Are the injuries serious? Lin Dong hurriedly asked. It was just beaten by that cousin of yours. Lin Quan. The injury isn't very serious. The doctor said it should be fine after a few days of rest. Wang Li replied. How could Lin Quan hit sister-in-law? Did auntie go to ask for that compensation money for me again? Oops. Brother Lin Dong. I can't say it all in one sentence over the phone. So come back and take a look. My brother is preparing to take revenge tomorrow. Lin Dong was furious. Although Wang Li didn't say anything on the phone, he could guess what happened. It must have been that his sister-in-law went to help him ask for his parents' casualty compensation money again. The second aunt didn't give it to him. The two sides got into an argument. And Lin Quan must have helped his own mom beat up his sister-in-law. That little brat. Let's see how I'll clean you up when I get back. Even if you don't pay. How dare you hit someone? This family? What kind of people are they? He wasn't going to ask for this money anymore. He couldn't spend all his own money. But now he still has to have it. That is, throwing to the roadside beggars is also better than giving them. Little sister Wang. Didn't I give you so much money? Didn't I tell you to reveal a little to your sister-in-law? Why would she still go for that money? Brother. If you don't even say it, how can I say it? Wang Li asked accusingly. Wasn't I afraid my sister-in-law would worry about me doing something bad outside? Then I'm a girl and I have so much money all of a sudden. I'm still afraid that my mom will suspect that I'm not studying well outside and have fallen for big money. Lin Dong was dumbfounded by Wang Li's words. Alright. I'll be right back. I'll definitely be there before dawn. So you have to keep an eye on Wang Chao. Don't let him mess around. Cousin Wang Chao was a naughty master. If he really wanted to let him go to Lin Quan, he really didn't know what the two would do. Aha! Hurry up then. Lin Dong hung up Wang Li's phone. So he directly called Wei Yong and the others and asked them to drive to pick him up. Bugatti Flying Dragon in their small county cannot work well. The chassis is too low. Can only take the Big Ben back. After making the call and looking at Han Shiyun, who was still bathing in the bathroom, Lin Dong did not bother to inform her and directly went downstairs. In the middle of the journey, he sent a message to Han Shiyun, saying that he had something temporary to do and had to go home. So he asked her to stay here by herself for the night. After sending the message, Lin Dong thought about adding another one. Mr. Han, I really have something. Definitely not on the verge of running away. And definitely not unable to. I'll prove it to you when I come back. If this was really misunderstood by Han Shiyun to mean that she couldn't work in that area, it would simply be the greatest insult to her personality. But can she believe it? Guess that's bad enough. If I were myself, I wouldn't believe it myself. It's over. This life is ruined. But now is not the time to think about that. It's better to go back and take care of things first. Lin Dong did not wait long at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion before Wei Yong and Li Guobing came in their Big Ben. After getting into the car, Lin Dong gave Wei Yong a coordinate and told Wei Yong to navigate directly there. Lin Dong's family was also in Jiangnan province. But it was a remote county, about 500 or 600 kilometers away from Jiangnan. If we leave now, we should be there in the morning. Han Shiyun had been in the bathroom for more than half an hour before she wriggled out, knowing that she was about to face the number one event in her life. From the bathroom out, Han Shiyun just wrapped a bath towel. Hair wet. The figure revealed to the fullest. A picture of a beauty out of the bath. Very seductive. Simply can make all the blood of men spurt blood. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already left, and he could not see this picture of a beauty bathing. Han Shiyun came out and did not see Lin Dong. She thought that Lin Dong had gone upstairs. So she sat on the sofa and waited for Lin Dong. After waiting for a while and not seeing Lin Dong come out, she was really bored. So she picked up her cell phone and found 2 messages from Lin Dong. After reading Lin Dong's message, Han Shiyun was a bit stunned, and then let out a laugh. Lin Dong even fled from the battlefield? Something's going on at home? The hell with it. What time is it? Sure enough, he's not that kind of casual guy. Yuck. Talking as if she is a random woman. She is now a perfect woman. One is just a brave pursuit of one's own happiness by the person one meets that one likes. Since Lin Dong had left, Han Shiyun relaxed and began to walk around casually, observing the house she was in. Just now, he hadn't paid attention to it because he was so nervous. And only now, after relaxing, did he see how luxurious the house he was in was? She had never seen such a luxurious house, even on the internet. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the night view of the entire Linjiang River, Han Shiyun simply felt like she was in a dream. After looking at the night view for a while, Han Shiyun took several pictures of the view with her cell phone, then went upstairs to the 28th floor. There's even a private pool here? Above the pool is clear glass that allows you to see the starry sky overhead. Imagine yourself lying in the pool, looking at the stars. What a treat! Think it and do it. Han Shiyun picked up an air mattress by the side of the pool and put it into the water. Then lay herself down in it. letting the air mattress slowly drift into the center of the pool and laying herself down on it to look at the stars in the sky. It would be perfect if Lin Dong was around to hug himself. And he could have 2 glasses of red wine. Han Shuryun looked down at her body wrapped in a bath towel and simply removed it straight away. With such a tantalizing body, how could Lin Dong be willing to leave? What an unemotional guy. On this side, Lin Dong was rushing towards his sister-in-law's house in a hurry. Auntie's injury is a big deal. Even though it's not that serious, he feels bad about it. Not to mention the fact that it's for his own compensation money. By the time Lin Dong arrived at Syracuse, it was already past 6 in the morning. He slept a little during the second half of the night while Wei Yong and Li Guobing switched driving. When he arrived in Syracuse, Lin Dong drove himself. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were unfamiliar with the road, and it was much faster for him to drive by himself. When he arrived downstairs at his sister-in-law's house, Lin Dong asked Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car. And he went up himself. The person who opened the door was his cousin Wang Li. Lin Dong had called Wang Li when he arrived in Syracuse. "Brother, come on in. How's it going? Where's Auntie? Where is Wang Chao?" Lin Dong asked. "It's all at home. My dad is watching Xiao Chao at home. Just afraid he'll go to that Lin Quan thing." When Lin Dong entered the door, he saw his sister-in-law Wang Yongfu sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Little auntie," Lin Dong shouted. "Xiao Dong is here. Go and see your sister-in-law quickly. Such a big person. Still going to mess with others. Now it's a good thing that you've made yourself unable to get out of bed," Wang Yongfu said. Lin Dong's sister-in-law Wang Yongfu is a small section. Is also considered to be a public meal. Things are quite reliable. In case of trouble is also very calm. Although it was not much good to Lin Dong. At least Lin Dong did not have a cold eye during the 2 years he lived here. Can't get out of bed? Didn't cousin Wang Li say a few days rest would be enough? That's a little serious about not coming out of bed. Lin Dong hurried to his sister-in-law's room, only to see that she was lying on the bed sleeping. Without disturbing his sister-in-law's sleep, Lin Dong gently closed the door and retreated again. He came to the living room and sat with his sister-in-law and his cousin Wang Li. "Junior auntie's husband. What's going on?" Lin Dong asked. Wang Yongfu gave Lin Dong a rundown of the matter. It was basically close to what Lin Dong wanted. Lin Dong had almost $2 million in compensation for his parents' accident back then. At that time, Lin Dong was still under 10 years old. So this money definitely needed to be given to Lin Dong's new guardian to watch over. In the end, Lin Dong chose to follow his second uncle, Lin Guobang. But there was a disagreement on this compensation. Lin Guobang repeatedly emphasized that this money would be given to Lin Dong when he became an adult at the age of 18. However, Lin Dong's sister-in-law and great-aunt didn't really believe in it. So they finally wrote an agreement, which has been kept here in the sister-in-law. Later, after Lin Guobang got the money, Lin Dong's life was not good until Lin Dong went to high school and moved to his sister-in-law's house. He had a better life. Now that Lin Dong is 21 and about to graduate from college, Lin Guobang has no intention whatsoever of taking the money out. Yesterday, Lin Dong's sister-in-law Lu Yanmei took the agreement to Lin Dong's second uncle Lin Guobang, wanting to get the money back for Lin Dong, or else she would have to sue him. As a result, he got into an argument with Lin Dong's second aunt Zhang Guifang. And when Lin Quan came back and saw it, he helped Zhang Guifang push Lu Yanmei twice, pushing Lu Yanmei to the ground and hurting her back. Lu Yanmei originally waist is not good, and then pushed by Lin Quan twisted the waist. The result is like this. It is estimated to have to recuperate for half a month. "Where is Wang Chao?" Lin Dong asked again. He got up in the morning and yelled that he wanted to go to Lin Quan to avenge his mom. I stopped him from going. And now he's locked in the house angry. Wang Yongfu replied. "Little auntie's father. I'll take care of this matter. Don't worry. I'll definitely give little auntie an explanation. Xiao Dong ah. We must be reasonable in all matters. If it's not possible, let's use the weapons of the law to protect ourselves. Don't be impulsive. I know. Sister-in-law. I'll go check on Chao. Lin Dong walked to Wang Chao's bedroom. This used to be his bedroom too. Because the sister-in-law's house is a 3-room house. He has been here for 2 years and has been living in a room with Wang Chao. And his relationship is still very good. Lin Dong came to his cousin Wang Chao's bedroom. Pushed the door hard. No response. And unlocked it from the inside. Knock knock. Knocking twice on the door. He said, "Chao. It's me. Open the door." Within moments the unlocked door was heard to be unlocked. But the door did not open. Lin Dong pushed the door into the house and was seeing Wang Chao sitting on the bed furiously. Wang Chao is 16 years old this year. In Syracuse on the first year of high school. In order for him to go to a better high school. His father Wang Yangfu did not run a lot of road. At his age, he was a rebel. And when he learned that his mom had been beaten, he must have been hell-bent on revenge. Now that he's been stopped at home by his dad, he's naturally in a foul mood. "Chao. What's wrong? Talk to brother." Lin Dong asked as he walked over and patted Wang Chao's shoulder. "Brother Lin Dong. That bastard Lin Quan dared to beat up my mom. I'm going to fuck him up. But my dad won't let me. He's a wimp himself and wants me to follow him," Wang Chao said furiously. Lin Dong slapped the back of Wang Chao's head and said, "What are you talking about, this kid? Have you ever talked about your own father like that?" "It was meant to be," Wang Chao said gamely. "Your father is not called a coward. That's sensible. If something happens to him and he goes in. What about you and your sister and your mom? Auntie's back is not good. She can't do heavy work. This family has always been supported by your father. He is already tired enough. And you still talk about him like this. So he can't go. I can go. Right? He won't let me go either. You kid, don't die this day. Die that day. If something happens to you, your mom must be more difficult than death. How to say that this matter is also because of my thing to get like this? Just leave it to me. Guaranteed to let you out of anger." "Really?" Wang Chao asked. "Of course it's true. You brats just watch. After curing Auntie's back, we'll go together to help Auntie out with this." "Good. Brother Lin Dong. I'll listen to you then." Lin Dong brought Wang Chao over and sat together in the living room while Wang Li went to get breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong told his sister-in-law's father, Wang Yangfu, that he wanted to bring his sister-in-law to Jiangqing for treatment. Wang Yangfu thought about it and agreed. And called the leader to ask for a vacation. He had also long wanted to take Lu Yanmei to a big hospital in Jiangqing to have a look. But Lu Yanmei had been dragging her feet. In fact, it is Lu Yanmei does not want to spend too much money. After all, this family is only Wang Yangfu, one person at work. The expenses are also very big. It didn't take long for Lu Yanmei to wake up. Lin Dong hurriedly walked in and asked, "Auntie, how are you doing?" "Xiaodong? Why are you back?" Lu Yanmei asked. "Auntie, you're in such a big trouble. How could I not come back?" Lin Dong replied. "It's not much really. This back of mine is old. It'll be fine after a few days of rest." "Auntie, why are you going to ask Lin Guobang for money again? Don't you understand what kind of person he is? That is, your parents left the compensation money. See, you are about to graduate from college. This money is left for you to get married. How can you do not want to come back? Besides, we have the agreement signed at the beginning of the hand. If not, we will go to sue him," Wang Yanmei said. "Okay. Let's talk about this later. Right now the most important thing is to cure your back injury first. I've already contacted the hospital in Zhengchang. We'll leave later. To Zhengchang? I'm not going. I don't really have any major problems. I'll be fine after a few days of rest. And it's an old problem. So going will be for nothing. Lu Yenmei refused. At this time Lu Yenmei's mind was thinking. How much will it cost to go to River City for treatment? The family was not rich. And the family basically relied on the husband, Wang Yangfu, to work alone to support them. Right now there are 2 children. One in college and one in high school. And Lindong's tuition is paid for by both her and Lindong's great aunt. The family has very little savings at all. And if they spend any more money on themselves for treatment, it will only make it more difficult for the family. In the past, her husband Wang Yangfu also advised her several times to go to the big city hospital to see. She did not agree. Naturally, this time around, I wouldn't agree. Auntie, I know that you are afraid of spending money. Don't worry. I am already earning money now. Let's cure the disease first. And you can wait to enjoy your happiness in the future. Lindong advised. You're a college student. What kind of money are you making? Let me tell you. Xiaodong. You must study hard and find a job after graduation. But don't engage in those crooked ways. Otherwise, how can you face your parents? How can you stand up to your parents? How can you stand up to me and your big aunt? Lu Yenmei said to Lindong with a serious expression. Auntie, I really didn't do anything bad. Since I was a child. Don't you understand me? Lindong said with a bitter smile. The reason he hadn't told his sister-in-law that he was rich was because he was afraid she would think nonsense. Originally intended to slowly reveal a little through cousin Wang Li there. Did not expect cousin Wang Li also dare not say. There's no choice but to come clean now. However, Lu Yenmei obviously does not believe it. Lindong said good and bad. Just not willing to go to Zhengcheng treatment. Even Wang Yangfu and Wang Li came in together to persuade them to no avail. Lindong really had no choice. He could only say to Lu Yenmei, Auntie, my car is downstairs. If you don't believe me, go down and take a look. In the end, Lu Yenmei came downstairs with the help of a few people and saw the Benchi Big G driven by Lindong. Lu Yenmei and Wang Yangfu as well as Wang Chao were all wide-eyed, looking at the luxury Grand Ben in front of them, shocked and speechless. Wang Li has even seen Lindong's $80 million car. And this $3 million Big Ben naturally could not get into her eyes. Moreover, she now has $100 million lying in her bank card that Lindong gave her last time. If she said it out, it would probably scare the 3 of them into fainting. Wang Yangfu, as a person who eats public food, naturally also has some insights. This Big Ben at first glance is not cheap. At least it should be $1 million. Where did Lindong get so much money to buy such a nice car? Looks like this kid has made a name for himself. He was also happy that Lindong could make a name for himself. After all, he was also considered half of his son. In the 2 years that Lindong had lived in his house, he thought that he had not treated Lindong half-heartedly. An enduring model of the Benz. The Big G is definitely most men's dream. Wang Chao looked dumbfounded. He dreamed of owning one of these luxury cars. It's so overbearing. It's so drawn out. If this is driven to the school, how many students must be envied to death? But it's his Lindong's, so he'll definitely have a chance to drive it in the future. Kodo, is this your car? Lu Yenmei asked back. Yeah. Auntie, this is my car. I promise that I have definitely not done anything illegal myself. I earned this all by myself. Lindong said. You're a college student. What can you do to earn so much money? Lu Yenmei was still a bit unconvinced. Auntie, I'll slowly explain this to you later. Get in the car first. Let's go and get cured first. Since Lin Dong said so, Lu Yenmei also no longer insist. Lin Dong, in her opinion, is her eldest son. Son has a good fortune. She should enjoy the blessings. Lu Yenmei was helped into the car by Lin Dong and Wang Yangfu. Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Lin Dong called in advance to let them find a hotel to rest to go. After all, the two did not sleep much in the night. Lin Dong planned to drive his sister-in-law and the others to Jiangqing by himself. Let's get cured first. Then come back and settle the score with Lin Guobang and that Lin Quan kid. Lin Dong drove the car. Wang Chao looked extraordinarily excited as he sat on the passenger side. Lu Yenmei and the three of them were sitting in the back seat. More than $3 million of luxury cars are indeed expensive for a reason. If the general car, like Lu Yenmei, has a back injury, I guess it is very difficult to sit. But sitting on this big G, she didn't feel any bumps at all. It was smooth and comfortable. Halfway through, Lin Dong called and contacted Lu Chen, asking him to give a shout out to the Jiangcheng First Hospital. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Dong and the others arrived in front of the Jiangcheng First Hospital. Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital, had been waiting for a long time, and he didn't dare to neglect the orders of the Lu family's youngest. Mr. Lin, we meet again. Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital, saw Lin Dong getting off the bus and hurriedly went forward. Prof. Lu, I have to trouble you again this time. Lin Dong also politely said. Mr. Lin is not saying anything. This is our duty. The two men were polite. Then came the expert consultation. Surgery was performed straight away at 4 p.m. In the middle of the journey, Lin Dong went to see Xiao Baojun again and instructed him to recuperate properly. It was almost 5 o'clock after the operation. Originally, the hospital arranged the best ward for Lu Yenmei. But Lu Yenmei did not want to continue to stay in the hospital. So Lin Dong could only take her back to the Jiangnan International Mansion. Han Shihyun should be gone. Right? If it hadn't gone, it really wouldn't have been clear. Back at the Jiangnan International Mansion, Han Shihyun had already left. Lin Dong breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He also called the Golden Leaf Hotel to send some food to the Jiangnan International Mansion. The sister-in-law is still injured. It is not suitable for tossing. Simply sent directly to the place of residence. An 8-star hotel like the Golden Leaf Hotel doesn't deliver takeout. But the chairman's request is to deliver even if you don't. Unless you don't want to do it. Lu Yenmei's family entered the Jiangnan International Mansion in another moment of awe. They couldn't figure out where Lin Dong, a junior in college, had gotten so much money. How much does a house like this cost in a big city like Jiangcheng? Millions? Or tens of millions? They didn't even dare to think that they could actually live in such a luxurious house one day. Wang Chao, on the other hand, was jumping up and down with excitement. He had no problem with Lin Dong's home. He had lived in the same room as Lin Dong for 2 years. And when he went upstairs, he jumped straight into the swimming pool and took a bath. Little auntie father, you guys just stay here and recuperate well. Treat this place like your own home. Lin Dong said to Lu Yenmei and Wang Yangfu. Xiaodong, is this the house you bought? Lu Yenmei asked. Aha! Tell my sister-in-law honestly. Where did you get so much money? Auntie, I set up a company with my classmates and made some money. Lin Dong replied. Really? Auntie, I really didn't do anything illegal. Believe me. Lin Dong also said helplessly. But Lu Yenmei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Wang Yangfu. All right. Xiaodong is not a child. He is already an adult and has his own judgment. I believe in Xiaodong. Wang Yangfu interjected. Hearing her husband's words, Lu Yanmei didn't pursue the matter further. Auntie. Uncle. Since you already know about my situation, I hope that you can move to Jiangcheng, so that Xiao Xiao can also get a better education when he goes to school here. Mr. and Mrs. Lu Yanmei looked at each other and were both a bit moved. Wang Xiao often hangs out with some triads in Syracuse. He can't control it and doesn't have the heart to study. To be able to go to high school is also the result of Wang Yangfu running up and down to make a few days. Not only owed favors not to mention, but also spent a lot of money. If he moved to Jiangcheng and got a new environment, it might be able to get him centered. And the educational environment here is not comparable to a small place like Syracuse. It was this youngest son they were most worried about now. Xiaodong. Auntie knows that you've made a name for yourself now. But after all, we've lived in Syracuse for decades. And your aunt's job is there. So we won't be able to do anything by moving here. Auntie. You guys can just come over. You don't need to do anything. If you really can't be idle, I can arrange a little bit of easy work for you, so that you can conveniently take care of Xiao Xiao. What do you think? Lin Dong asked. Mom. Dad. You guys just listen to brother Lin Dong. If Xiao Xiao continues to stay at home like this, he's going to be completely brought down by those people. Even if you guys don't think about yourselves, you should think about Xiao Xiao. Wang Li helped out on the side. Let us discuss this. Again. Lu Yanmei said hesitantly. That's fine. But I really want you guys to come over. You've done so much for me. It's about time I repaid you. And I have a hotel right now that I don't have anyone I trust yet. And I'd like you guys to go and keep an eye on it for me. And you have a hotel? It's all being run by people hired outside. And I have school and no time to manage it. So I was hoping you guys could come and watch it for me. Lest those people do something. Lin Dong actually did not care if the hotel made money or not. He couldn't wait to lose as much as possible so that he could still obtain some more divine greatness points. This is only said in the hope that my sister-in-law and sister-in-law's husband will move in together. He also tried to convince his great-aunt's family to come along as well. Lin Dong would not begrudge anyone who treated him well. He's just as unlikely to be soft on those who treat him badly. Just like his second uncle, Lin Guobang. The current him wouldn't care even if it was 20 billion. Not to mention 2 million. But he just didn't want Lin Guobang's family to dash off with his parents' hard-earned money. So this money, he must have it back. At this time, Lin Dong's phone rang. It's the food delivery from the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong called the property and asked them to let go and bring it in for a bit. For this kind of landlord, the purpose of the property is to satisfy and try to satisfy as much as possible. And never to offend. Soon the doorbell rang. Linden went to open the door. A dozen or so good-looking waitresses came in, one carrying a tray. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu were both a bit confused when they saw such a scene. Today gave them too much excitement. This is how rich people turn out to enjoy life. A large table full of top-notch food was placed in front of them, stimulating their senses of sight and smell. Lin Dong went upstairs to call Wang Chao to come down for dinner. And the kid was still playing in the pool. Brother Lin Dong, can I come here to swim more often from now on? Wang Chao asked as he climbed up from the pool. If you can convince your parents to move to Jiangcheng, you can even live here. Lin Dong said with a smile. Really? Wang Chao said in surprise. When have I ever lied to you? Okay. I'll convince them. Then I can swim here every day. A meal is eaten by Lu Yanmei's family is not yet finished. It's so good. In half a lifetime, I've never eaten anything so delicious. Auntie, this is the food made by my hotel. From now on, you guys can eat these every day if you keep an eye on it for me there. Lin Dong seduced. Mom! Let's move over here. I want to go to school over here. Wang Chao also said. The thought of being able to eat such delicious food and swim every day made him really not want to go back. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu looked at each other. Alright then. We'll move in. Good. I'll go and contact a school for Xiao Chao tomorrow. Brother! Can you be a few days late? Wang Chao asked. No. Lu Yanmei. Wang Yangfu as well as Wang Li replied at the same time. The next day Lin Dong called Lu Xiaoxiao and asked her to arrange for Wang Chao's enrollment in the same high school she attended. It couldn't be helped. Right now. Although Lin Dong was rich, his power had yet to be established. And his name was only being circulated within the SCC as well as the T-sub party. The average person doesn't even know him. So naturally they won't buy him. As the second miss of the Lu family, this little matter was still easy. In just a few minutes, Lin Dong was informed that he could take Wang Chao to enroll in school. Lin Dong drove Wang Chao straight to Jiangcheng First High School. Jiangcheng First High School is a famous aristocratic college in Jiangnan province. Although it is a private school, but the teachers are strong. And behind the back of the Lu family, the support of this powerful family in the whole Jiangnan province is famous. Students who are able to attend here are either top achievers, with tuition, housing, and living expenses waived, or even a substantial scholarship. Either that, or they're rich and have mines at home. Lin Dong and Wang Chao arrived in front of the gate of Jiangcheng First High School, where Lu Xiaoxiao was already waiting. When Lin Dong got off the bus and saw Lu Xiaoxiao for the first time, he directly froze. And he somewhat could not believe his eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao, who was still dressed as a little too young girl the night before, was simply transformed today. The exploded hair was replaced with 2 ponytails. The big earrings were removed. The eyeliner was removed. And the thick makeup was removed. A short skirt school uniform. Standing in front of Lin Dong is alive and well a superb little loli. Lu Xiaoxiao this year 17. Is Jiangcheng First High School in the second year of high school? But because of the more petite, it looks like a 15 or 16-year-old loli. In fact, not to mention that Lin Dong did not recognize him. Lu Xiaoxiao in this outfit was almost unrecognizable even to her parents. Grandfather, including his brother Lu Chen. They even once wondered if Lu Xiaoxiao had been stimulated by something. Not only did she change her dress, even her usual habit of dirtying her mouth slowly began to change. Lu Chen asked Lu Xiaoxiao after him several times, but he didn't get any answers. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao would not tell them that it was Lin Dong who had told her to change. And not to mention the students and faculty of the school. The Lu family's mixed-up demon king suddenly turned into a good girl, simply shocking off the jaws of all the teachers and students in the school. Brother Lin Dong? What? Don't recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao said as she stretched out a hand and waved it in front of Lin Dong. Only then did Lin Dong come back to his senses and said, Not bad. Not bad. It has indeed changed a lot. It's a bit unrecognizable. But it's quite good. That's what makes you look like a student. That's good. I'll listen to Brother Lin Dong and do this from now on. Lu Xiaoxiao walked forward and hugged Lin Dong's arm smilingly. Lu Xiaoxiao's actions caused Lin Dong a moment of embarrassment. After all, she was a 16 or 17-year-old girl. Hugging him like this, it was inevitable that some sensitive parts would be touched. Maybe she really thought of herself as her brother. Lin Dong comforted himself with this in his heart. Lin Dong does not know Lu Xiaoxiao in addition to the childhood so sticky over her brother Lu Chen. Junior high school after the understanding has never done so. He was the first to have such enjoyment. Luckily, it was already class time. Or else if the students who were going to school saw that the mixed devil king Lu Xiaoxiao was holding a man's arm so intimately, I don't know how many people's eyes would have to be shocked away again. And the moment Wang Chao Who was on the side? Saw Lu Xiaoxiao. It was as if his entire soul was struck. Heartbeat accelerated. Blood acceleration. Every organ in the body felt like it was speeding up. It was something he had never encountered in his 16 years of career. Being in a state of ignorance. He was suddenly shocked to see a girl like Lu Xiaoxiao who was about the same age and so outstanding. In this mere moment, he was captured by Lu Xiaoxiao. However, when he saw Lu Xiaoxiao acting in such an intimate manner with Lin Dong, he hurriedly hid such thoughts. Xiaoxiao. Let me introduce you. This is my cousin Wang Chao. Wang Chao. This is Lu Xiaoxiao. Well, is the sister of a good friend of mine. Lin Dong introduced both parties. Hello. My name is Lu Xiaoxiao. Lu Xiaoxiao hugged Lin Dong's arm with one hand, while the other hand reached out to Wang Chao. Ah. You. Hello. My name is Wang. Wang Chao. Wang Chao stumbled a bit. Then he hastily stretched out his hand and shook Lu Xiaoxiao's hand. Just the touch of the palm of his hand also made Wang Chao redden his face. Lu Xiaoxia did not notice anything wrong with Wang Chao. She just shook hands with him and let go. Her mind was basically on Lin Dong. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Wang Chao when he heard his stuttering voice. Noticed that something was wrong with the kid. His face was flushed and he was stuttering. Is he in love? Another look at Lu Xiaoxiao. A short skirt school uniform. Exquisite face. The whole person overflowing with youthful and lively atmosphere. And the night before the Fuli Sands that Lu Xiaoxiao is simply a different person. Indeed. It had a fatal attraction to Wang Chao at this stage of ignorance. Better find some time to have a good talk with this kid. Lu Xiaoxiao is not something that ordinary people can handle. It is better to advise him to put his heart away earlier, so as not to end up with a bruise all over himself. Hey! First love. Didn't he hold on to his first love for 4 years and end up getting himself all bruised up? Brother Lin Dong. I have already greeted the school. Just bring your cousin in directly to go through the enrollment procedures. Lu Xiaoxiao said. Thank you then. Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong said politely. Brother Lin Dong. Don't be so polite to me in the future. Lu Xiaoxiao puffed out her cheeks and said somewhat angrily. Ah. All right. Lin Dong said as he stroked Lu Xiaoxiao's head with his other hand. Aha. Let's go. Brother Lin Dong. Lu Xiaoxiao pulled Lin Dong to walk in front of her. She enjoyed Lin Dong's pampering gestures like this. Wang Chao silently followed behind. Lu Xiaoxiao brought Lin Dong directly to the logistics office of Jiangchengno. One high school and finished all the formalities in less than 10 minutes. Wang Chao was taken to his class by the staff of the logistics office. And Lu Xiaoxiao followed Lin Dong all the way to the school entrance. Dash. Go to school now. Brother Lin Dong. When are you going to my house? Lu Xiaoxiao asked with some reluctance. It'll be a while. I'm a little busy right now. I'll go when I'm done. Lin Dong said after some thought. That's good. You must come when you're done. Aha. Definitely. Then I'll go to class first. Bye brother Lin Dong. Bye. Study hard. Got it. Lu Xiaoxiao finished walking inside the school. But she took one step and turned back 3 times. Lin Dong returned to the car thinking about Lu Xiaoxiao's girl's actions just now. And the more he thought about it, the more wrong it was. This girl doesn't like herself. Does she? Quite possibly. Why else would she have told her to change her attire herself? And she did so quite consciously. You know she doesn't even listen to her own family. How can this be? Although he is not only good looking, but also strong, rich and classy. Well, it should be that he himself saved her that day when she was in the most danger and despair, leaving her with a deep memory. It should get better after a while. Right? It's better to minimize some contact in the future. Kyoto. Inside a secluded courtyard. An old man and a young man are playing chess. The old man was about 70 or 80 years old. Although he was already very old, he was crane-haired and energetic, without the slightest hint of decay that he had already reached his twilight years. Teenagers are called teenagers, but they are at least 30 years old. Just compared to the old man's age, they can only be called teenagers. Sure Dao. Your chess skills are getting better and better, the old man said smilingly. Grandpa Zhou. This bit of chess skill of Sherdao is not even close to yours, Zhao Sherdao humbly replied. The young man was none other than Zhao Sherdao, the T-sub of the Kyoto T-sub party. The name of Zhao Sherdao. Not to mention that it was like a thunderclap in the younger generation. Even in the eyes of the older generation, it was an outstanding existence. Sherdao. This chess game is just like life. It needs to enter and retreat properly. When it's time to enter. When it's time to retreat. Lately I see that you seem to be a bit hesitant, the old man said. Grandpa Zhou's understanding. Recently, Sherdao has indeed been a bit confused. I know. The 10-year contract between the three of you back then seems to be coming to an end. Doesn't it? That little girl from the Morong family has been away for 10 years. And she's also coming back soon. Grandpa Zhou. Back in the day, we brothers were like brothers. But for a woman to the present day incompatibility. The division of the road also do not know whether it is right or wrong. My fair lady. Gentlemen, good martial arts. The ancients still have spring night as short day high rise. From the king does not early morning. Besides Morong family, that girl really worthy of the 4 words of the magnificent. You do not have to get entangled in this. Comply with the heart is the most important. Yes. Grandpa Zhou. Sherdao remembered. At this time Zhao Sherdao's phone rang. It's Qin Zhang calling to see him. Qin Zhang had just returned to Kyoto after taking care of things in Jiangbei province. Zhao Sherdao had also heard about Qin Zhang's deeds in Jiangchang. But rumors were rumors after all. So it was better to hear what Qin Zhang had to say. It just so happened that now that Qin Zhang had returned from taking care of things in Jiangbei, Zhao Sherdao also wanted to know exactly what had happened to him in Jiangcheng. Seeing that the 10-year appointment with Morong Chinga was coming up, he had to pay attention when such a powerful character appeared in the SCC. They arranged to meet at their usual place. The Great Wall Club. The Great Wall Club is one of the 3 major clubs in Kyoto. The gathering place of the top circles in Kyoto. And the home base of the Tsi party. Grandpa Zhou. Sherdao has something else to do, so he'll leave first and see you next time. Go! Go! It's the right time for you little guys to run ahead. There's no need to waste time on an old man like me. When Zhao Sherdao came to the Great Wall Club, all those who saw him bowed and saluted. Pushing open the topmost private room, Qin Zhan was already waiting inside. Ti-chan. After Qin Zhang saw Zhao Sherdao enter, he hurriedly rose to greet him. Qin Zhang. Tell us what's going on, Zhao Sherdao asked as he sat down. Ti-son. I went to Jiangbei province to do business. By the way, I went to Jiangcheng, looking for Zhou Huili to understand the situation of Mingyue, but also want to see Mingyue. I did not expect to be found by Lu Chen. Qin Zhang told Zhao Sherdao the original story. Oh? Are you saying that Lin Dong has someone by his side who can fight Zhou Shan to a standstill and is extremely strong himself? To be able to hold my sword with 2 fingers and still be able to snap his fingers to shatter the sword. Uncle Shan said he couldn't do it either. Uncle Shan suspects that he is at least at the peak of the tiger ranking. Or even higher. Pop. The cup in Zhao Sherdao's hand was crushed into pieces by him. Peak tiger ranking. Or even higher? He naturally knew what it meant. According to Qin Zhang, that Lin Dong was able to achieve this at the age of around 20. and his talent was so strong that it was truly rare. According to this, that Lin Dong was definitely the heir of the hidden family. And definitely one of those first-order heirs. Zhuget Sangdao had gotten such a powerful helper at the last moment of the 10-year contract? River City. After sending Wang Chao to school at Zhengcheng No. 1 High School, Lin Dong arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Make a call to Wei Yong and Li Guobing in Syracuse to come back by themselves. He is not returning to Syracuse yet. He has to wait for his sister-in-law Lu Yanmei's injuries to recuperate before he goes back to deal with the move. And in the meantime, he will get his parents' compensation money back from Lin Guobang. Still have to see if I can convince my great-aunt's family to move to Zhengcheng as well. Lin Dong had just taken a small nap in his office when he was awakened by his own phone call. The phone connected and Yi Hong's voice came from inside. Elder brother Lin. You really are a nobleman who forgets things. Not contacting you for so long, brother Yi. Brother Yi is not saying anything. I've been quite busy lately too. I haven't had any time to spare yet. When I have time, I'm prepared to make a trip to Lake City. Lin Dong replied. Brother Yi knows that you're busy. Recently your deeds have been spread throughout the entire SCC. I didn't expect that old brother Lin is really deep in hiding. Surprisingly, he hardened Qin Zhang, the 8 heavenly kings of the TZ party, and chucked him out of Zhengcheng in disgrace. Yi Hong said. He was truly surprised that Lin Dong was so powerful. Although when selling the Golden Leaf Hotel to Lin Dong, Li Bin had said that Lin Dong was the heir to the hidden family. But there is also a hierarchy of hidden family heirs. And some large families have 3 or 4 types of heirs. From the first heir to the third heir and even the fourth heir. There can be a difference in treatment at each level. Originally, they had thought that Lin Dong would at most be at the level of the second heir. But the strength that Lin Dong had shown today was definitely something that only the first heir possessed. And it was still that kind of super family. This status is already no weaker than the 3 big bosses of the SCC. He was now also extremely glad that he maintained a good relationship with Lin Dong. With Lin Dong's current exposed strength, it was definitely very wise for him to introduce Lin Dong into the SCC. After Lin Dong's deeds had spread, he had been recognized by the boss. And this would be the final piece of the puzzle for him to take over the entire Yi family. Don't flatter me, brother Yi, Lin Dong said modestly. This is not to lift you up. There are not many in the entire SCC who can harden Qin Zhang, let alone whisk him back to the north in disgrace. Right. Are you in Zhengcheng now? Someone wants to meet you. Who? Lin Dong asked. I'll know when I see you. Well then, I'll be in Zhengcheng for the rest of the time. I'll get back to you when we've finalized the time. Lin Dong hung up the phone and began to contemplate. As his strength was slowly exposed, he also gradually began to contact some really big people. But he felt that he wasn't strong enough. His power hadn't been established and he wasn't strong enough. Still have to find a way to spend more money to do that. Why hasn't Xian moved after being gone for so long? Can't you spend money yet? Hey! Lin Dong also did not expect that one day he would be troubled by how to spend his money. Afternoon. Lin Dong contacted Cui Jia, the salesperson of Jiangnan International Mansion. Ask if there are any houses left in Gangnam International Mansion. He is ready to buy a set for his sister-in-law and great-aunt. And then settle them in the Golden Leaf Hotel to work. Even if they do not know anything. Arrange a casual job. A year to give a few 100,000 million is also enough for them to spend. So that it is also considered to let them in Jiangcheng to stand still. Cui Jia was naturally overjoyed. Having earned several $1 million from Lin Dong only a short while ago. This was a figure she could not have imagined before. And now you're actually buying a house? Sure enough. It's the big boss. It's so rich. Lin Dong came to the sales department to look at the house with Cui Jia. With this, he managed to evoke a few more painful memories for the other house sales ladies. Thinking back to the last time Lin Dong stood in the sales hall for a few minutes, no one came up to pay attention to him. And as a result, he was picked up by Cui Jia, the newcomer. That's millions of dollars in commission. The thought made them feel like they couldn't breathe with the heartache. This time, as soon as they saw Lin Dong, several real estate sales ladies scrambled to gather around. "Sir, may I help you? Sir, may I ask if you were looking to buy a house? I can accompany you to see it any time. Sir, this is my business card. You can contact me anytime you need anything. Anytime. Oh, that. I'm sorry. Guys, I already have an appointment with MS. Shui," Lin Dong said and squeezed out of the crowd. Trisha came over with her keys at this time as well. "Mr. Lin, I've got the key. Let's go see the room. After you." The two left together. The hall began to talk again. This little ninny Trisha must have slept with someone else. Exactly. Otherwise, someone else could buy such an expensive house from him? Usually I see this girl as quite innocent. But it turns out to be a little slut. Yuck. But anyone could hear the envy and jealousy laced in their tone. There were no more houses in the first building. So Lin Dong casually looked around and bought a set of similar type of household in the second and third building each. Both worth around $100 million. Back in the hall, Lin Dong directly paid the 10% deposit and left, saying that he would come over later to do the formalities. Another $200 million in sales, together with the $400 million sold last time. Cui Jia's commission earned from Lin Dong's hands alone was as high as $6 million. This record, not to mention the other few house sales ladies, even the manager was red in the eyes. A couple of sales were even more chest-thumping and regretful. Lin Dong returned to building No. 1 and took his sister-in-law and father-in-law as well as his cousin Wang Li to look at the house. Although my sister-in-law just had surgery yesterday, it's not a big deal. The doctor said to walk around a lot and she'll be almost fine in a week. Lin Dong brought the three of them together to the second building. Although this house was not as good as Lin Dong's King of House, the decoration was also extremely luxurious. "Xiaodong, what did you bring us here for?" After casually looking around, Lu Yanmei asked. "Auntie, uncle, what do you think of this house?" Lin Dong did not answer Lu Yanmei's question, but instead asked a rhetorical question. "Xiaodong, this house is good, but we can't afford one like this," Lu Yanmei said. "I don't know the price of the house, but at first glance it wasn't cheap. And their family had just barely lived all these years. So where did they get the money to buy a house?" "Auntie, I've already bought this house, but it hasn't done the formalities yet. Later on you guys take your ID cards to do the formalities, and this house will be yours." Lu Yanmei and Wang Yangfu heard that Lin Dong actually wanted to give them this house, although they had this premonition when Lin Dong brought them to see the house. It was a shock to them when Lin Dong actually did so. Lu Yanmei quickly said, "How can this be? Xiaodong, it's not easy for you to earn some money. We can't have this house." Right. This house is too expensive. We can't have it," Wang Yangfu also said from the side. Only Wang Li stood by the window to enjoy the scenery. This would be her home from now on, not expecting that she would be able to live in such a mansion one day. Since it's from brother Lin Dong, then just take it. There's nothing to push back. And even if you do, you won't be able to push back. Now she has $100 million on her card, and she hasn't dared to tell her parents. "Auntie, Uncle Junior, this is my filial honor to you. If I hadn't stayed at your house in the first place, and had been following Lin Guobang and being abused by him, I don't know what kind of twisted personality I'd have by now. I remember when I first arrived at your house, I was still the kind of silent and extremely cold character inside. It was you guys who made me feel the warmth of a home. And only then did you slowly make me into what I am now. Now that I have the ability, I want to repay you. If you don't accept this house, I will never be able to get over it in my heart. Lin Dong said in a low voice. Indeed. If not to sister-in-law Lu Yenmei's home to live for 2 years, so that he re-experienced the warmth of the family, perhaps he would have dropped out of school now on a path of no return. When Lu Yenmei heard Lin Dong say this, she actually started to sob in a small voice. Xiao Dong. You've made a name for yourself now. It's a pity that sister, brother-in-law can't see it. If they were there, they would be happy for you. Wang Yangfu also felt some emotions in his heart as he looked at Lin Dong. When his wife Lu Yenmei first brought Lin Dong home, he was actually not very welcoming. After all, he has children and his family is not very rich. One more person to eat and drink even if, but also to bear his tuition living expenses. But his wife insisted, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Although there was some dislike in his heart, since he was already living in the house, he did not look at Lin Dong differently. His thought was that since he was living in the house, why should he treat him like second uncle Lin Dong did? And wouldn't that be more than one enemy? Either he should not be allowed to enter the house, and now that he is in the house, he should be treated equally. I have to say that Wang Yangfu, this person is still very open-minded. Or else in general, if you have your own children and daughters, and your family is not rich, it is simply impossible to let Lin Dong such a foreign nephew to live in. Since Lin Dong had spoken to this point, Lu Yenmei and her husband and wife could no longer refuse. Lin Dong took Wang Yangfu to the sales hall to complete the formalities. Lu Yenmei and Wang Li stayed in the newly purchased house, which is a luxury hardcover house. Everything is complete. Belongs to the turnkey. Hereafter is their home. After completing the formalities and successfully paying $100 million, the system God point was added by 1 point, coming to 81 points. After settling his sister-in-law Lu Yenmei's family, Lin Dong went to Jiangchang one high school to pick up Wang Chao and send him to his new home before returning to his own home. The next day was Sunday. Lin Dong had thought that Yi Hong would contact him, but after waiting for a day, he did not. In the evening, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Si, asking him why he had agreed to go to her house this week, but ended up waiting for his call for 2 days without waiting. It was only then that Lin Dong remembered that he had promised Sun Si to go to her house this week. But because of his sister-in-law's delay, he could only wait until the next time he had the time to go. Linden received good news in the afternoon. Zhao Shen called to say that the team base had basically been built. And with the lure of money, Zhao Shen still scooped up a lot of talent. Lin Dong told her to invest in any good project she saw, not to care about the money, and also told her to contact Wang Chang, where there was still $5 billion of investment. Well, at least there were 50 divine magnitude points. So get them first. He was now in dire need of spending money to gain divine magnificence points. More divine magnificence points to see if he could upgrade his system. He always felt that his extreme physical and spiritual strength shouldn't have reached the top. The current him according to Xiao Baojun. There should still be some people, hermit and high-ranking people, who could defeat him. I'm all turned on. And I can't be invincible. How can I stand it? Hurry up and upgrade me. Otherwise, what's the point of having this system? Since God has given him such a great opportunity, then you can't live up to it. You have to take advantage of it. So much for 1 week. A new one is upon us. Monday. Linden morning classes. In the afternoon he arrived at the school's Budo club. He's here to steal a lesson. The current him relied on his physical and mental strength that he had boosted to the limit, which was what he understood as strength and reflexes, and had absolutely no moves to speak of. He wanted to learn a bit of power generation techniques, or various punches and such, to see if he could improve his combat power. Ever since he had failed to add dragon falling 18 palms in a haphazard manner and was deducted 10 divine greatness points, Lin Dong no longer dared to add skills randomly. Especially this kind of martial arts skill. Does anyone know if there is such a name? If you didn't, you'd have to deduct another 10 divine mastery points. And there would have been only a couple dozen left. Hey! Poor! Come to a building at the college that is dedicated to the college community. Of course it's for rent. It's basically where all the larger clubs of the college are. Lin Dong arrived at the floor belonging to the martial arts club and entered the club to find a huge hall filled with people. At least several hundred. Both men and women. Although men were in the absolute majority. All of them were sitting on their knees. Lin Dong froze. Is this practicing? Doesn't the Budokai practice Kung Fu? Why are you practicing internal martial arts? However, when Lin Dong took a closer look, it should not be practicing, as most of the people were still chatting with each other. Lin Dong found the last seat and sat down. Nudging his buddy beside him, he asked, "Class, what are you guys doing?" The student glanced at Lin Dong and asked, "You are not from our martial arts club?" That. I just got here today and was just about to join." "Then you've caught a good time. Today is the day of the lecture by the president of our martial arts club. One of the academy's 3 great goddesses. Shangguan Mingyue." Shangguan Mingyue? Isn't that the most mysterious of the academy's 3 goddesses? She's actually the president of the Budo Club? A woman. As president of the Budo Club? You're kidding. What are all these men for? I can't believe I let a female ride over my head. That. Classmate. Shangguan Mingyue is the president of the martial arts club? Is she very good? That's for sure. Anyway, no one in our Jiangde Budo Club has been able to catch her in 3 moves yet. So fierce? Will she be able to marry in the future then? Brother, you're kidding. President Shangguan is the first of the 3 goddesses of the college. And the people chasing after her can line up at the Communication University. Row to Media University? This is no joke. The entire male population of JNU combined to see if they can rank up to Media University. Lin Dong did not inquire further. Sitting in silence, he wanted to see what this president of the Budokai Club could speak about. Soon a young girl with a ponytail, wearing a set of white practicing clothes, refreshing and capable, walked out from the backstage. Then walked to the podium. Also sitting on the ground with her knees crossed like everyone else. This should be Shangguan Mingyue. Although Lin Dong had already been enrolled in Jiangnan University for 3 years, he had basically been doing part-time jobs whenever he had time during those 3 years. Because he knew that his sister-in-laws and great-aunts' families weren't easy. This would lighten their burdens. And he could also buy some small gifts for Jiang Shan and take her out for some good food once in a while. So for this most mysterious Shangguan Mingyue among the 3 goddesses, he really didn't know. And the most familiar one was Su Yingxue, because she had been in a class. Although Lin Dong was sitting at the end and was a bit far away from Shangguan Mingyue, his eyesight was extremely strong now. And he was able to see clearly as soon as Shangguan Mingyue appeared. Lin Dong visually estimated that this Shangguan Mingyue was at least 1.75 meters. Almost catching up with him. Which definitely belonged to the top level amongst the girls. A delicate melon face. A pair of big eyes. Slender eyebrows. High nose. The 5 features also look like a perfect match. Did not put on a little bit of makeup. Absolutely pure natural beauty. The skin is also surprisingly good. Almost glowing. Worthy of being the first of the 3 goddesses. The most mysterious existence. As if there is an aura in her body. Lin Dong looked around at these male homosexuals who had their harumps coming out. He suspected that these people were running to learn martial arts. Or were they running to this beautiful woman? Shangguan Mingyue? At this time Shangguan Mingyue on the podium spoke. Hello? Students. The voice was clean and crisp. Hello, President. Several hundred people shouted together. It startled Lin Dong. It's fucking catching up with the leader's speech. Today I'm going to give you a lecture on what Budo is. Martial arts can strengthen your body and prolong your life. I've just seen a 100-year-old man who can still walk. This is the increased longevity that practicing martial arts adds to our physical bodies. Cultivate your heart before you cultivate your martial arts. Only by setting your mind right first can you achieve anything in martial arts. Of course, talent is the most important thing if you want to go farther above the martial arts path. Some people are so gifted that after 3 years of cultivation, they can reach heights that ordinary people can't even reach in a lifetime of cultivation. Of course, I'm not knocking you guys, even if you don't accomplish much. But at least you'll be able to strengthen your bodies. The spirit of Wudo is to use martial arts to stop and pacify conflicts, and to find the ultimate goal of mutual assistance and unity from contradictory struggles. Force is not violence. It is not killing for the sake of killing, nor is it fighting for the sake of fighting. But in order to quickly stop the killing and fighting, in order to protect and guard all beings, the compulsion that has to be issued is to push oneself to others with the heart, to turn a sword into a confidant, and to unite heaven and earth in one breath. Then came a crackle of various statements. Lin Dong was unable to understand a single word. What the fuck does that say? I'm here to learn the tricks, to learn the punches, to learn the stunts. Not here to listen to your braggadocio. Saying Nima half the time is not going to help him in any substantial way. Shangguan Mingyue spoke for close to half an hour before she finished. The audience under the stage was basically in a state of confusion, just like Lin Dong. These human male livestock definitely came for the fame of being the head of the Academy's 3 goddesses. As for learning martial arts, it was still more reliable to earn money these days. Lin Dong was really somewhat admiring Shangguan Mingyue. It was obvious that he was talking to a cow, but he could still speak for so long and so seriously. This was not an ordinary person. Next is question time for everyone. If you have any questions you can raise them and I'll solve them on the spot. Shangguan Mingyue said as she sat cross-legged on the podium. President Shangguan, may I ask, are there still martial arts masters in this day and age? Isn't this all something that only appears on TV and in novels? A male student stood up and asked. There is still a difference between the martial arts masters in reality and the martial arts masters in novels or TV dramas. This can only be accessed after you have cultivated a certain level in martial arts. You won't be able to understand it even if I tell you now. Shangguan Mingyue replied. President Shangguan, can those of us still cultivate martial arts to a high level? Difficult. Martial arts are not achieved overnight. They need to be practiced from a young age. And even if a person with high talent misses the best time to cultivate, the achievements they make will be limited. President Shangguan, I heard that you and the Academy's #1 male god, President Zhou, are a couple. And that President Zhou has let the word out that he won't allow any man to get close to you. So may I ask, do you recognize your relationship? A boy asked boldly. The moment his words came out, the entire scene was silent. And everyone was waiting to hear how Shangguan Mingyue would reply. Obviously everyone is concerned about this. I'm sorry. I don't want to answer anything other than questions about martial arts. If there are no other questions, then I'll give a demonstration of actual combat next. The scene was noisy. Obviously not satisfied with this answer from Shangguan Mingyue. At this time from outside the hall came in 2 individuals. A man and a woman. After hastily scanning the scene, walked to Lin Dong. The man bent his legs and knelt on Lin Dong's side. Lin Xiao. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. I hope you can be a big man and let me pass me, will you? Can you help me plead with the Lu family for mercy? Huang Junlang knelt down on Lin Dong's side and said to Lin Dong in a pleading manner. ever since he offended Lu Xiaoxiao that night on Friday. All of his parents' properties were severely hit by the Lu family the next day. With the strength of the Lu family in Jiangcheng, his family's little industry was almost instantly bankrupted by the Lu family. In the past 2 days, his parents had searched for many connections to no avail. And they still didn't know that it was because their son had offended the second young lady of the Lu family. He didn't dare tell his parents either. Or he didn't know what they would do to him. But everything he had was gone. The parents went bankrupt. The bank called in the debt. And now almost everything of value in the family has been sold. Even the house. Now his family's days are simply worse than the beggars on the street. His parents are even overnight whitehead. And even want to use death to solve the problem. When he thought about it, with Lu Xiaoxiao's respectful attitude towards Lindong that night, only Lindong could save his family. As long as Lindong helped him plead with the Lu family, then his family would be relieved of the crisis. So he dragged Jiang Shan along to find Lindong, and promised Jiang Shan that as long as he could get Lindong to intercede for his family and lift the family's crisis, he would marry Jiang Shan right away. Now face is no longer important to him. As long as he can lift the crisis at home. The big deal is to change schools. He is still Huang Dishao. If the crisis is not resolved, then his family faces the possibility of a life that is worse than that of a beggar. The scene of Huang Junlang directly coming in and kneeling down to Lindong also aroused the curiosity of many people. And everyone gathered around to see what was going on. Ha! Isn't this young Master Huang? Someone in the hall recognized Jun Huang. Huang Junlang still has some fame in Jiangda University. The second generation of the rich. Not the most powerful, but definitely the most arrogant. Wow! It's really Huang Dishao. He actually knelt down to someone in front of so many people? Who is this person? All of them fell their eyes on Lindong again, wanting to see what kind of person was this person who could make Mr. Huang kneel down in public. Huang Junlang was recognized by everyone and also felt his face burning. He had never made such a fool of himself since he was a child. But there was no way. The fate of their family could be in Lindong's hands. Toshiro Huang. I didn't do anything to you. Did I? What's the point of you kneeling down to me and pleading for mercy? Lindong stood up and said slowly. Now that everyone had gathered around, Lindong could only stand up. Lin Xiao. I hope you can help me plead with the Lu family to let my family off the hook. Okay? Huang Junlang said. The Lu family is dealing with you because you offended Lu Xiaoxiao. What does it have to do with me? Besides, are we on good terms? Why should I plead for you? Lindong asked in return. Huang Junlang did not know how to answer for a moment when asked by Lindong. Are they close? He stole Lindong's girlfriend and humiliated Lindong, making him vomit blood, and even sent the photos to the school's internet and groups, making Lindong the joke of the academy. How can it be good? I guess it's close enough to say there's an unholy grudge. Jiang Shan looked at Lindong in front of her. Since she had broken up with him, Lindong seemed to have changed into a different person. If one were to say who knew Lindong the most in the past, that person was definitely her. But now, she realized that she actually did not understand Lindong at all. How can a person's personality change so quickly? And Lindong actually had the ability to help Huang Junlang's family? Making Huang Junlang go so far as to kneel down and apologize? Is he the one who's been hiding? Was he the one who had been testing their relationship? I've heard that some rich kids just like to disguise themselves as a poor kid to find true love. If that's true, so what the hell did she do? How can you miss out on a super rich kid who hides his true identity for a few designer clothes and bags? And this super rich kid is so loving, caring, accommodating and tolerant of her. In this instant, Jiang Shan only felt her head spinning. I can't believe I gave up a whole forest in front of me for a small plant. Huang Junlang pulled Jiang Shan beside him with his hand to bring her back to her senses. Lin Dong. I. Jiang Shan was about to speak when she was interrupted by Lin Dong. Jiang Shan. You also want to plead for his family? Lin Dong looked at Jiang Shan and asked. Lin Dong. I hope you can help Junlang. Jiang Shan gathered her courage and said. There was nothing more she could do. The forest had left her. If she couldn't catch this little blade of grass, Huang Junlang, then she would really be left with nothing. You hope? In what capacity do you hope? An ex-girlfriend? High school classmate? Or Junlang Huan's current girlfriend? Lin Dong sneered. That's when the onlookers reacted. Lin Dong turned out to be the one who was robbed of his girlfriend by Huang Junlang. Then was so angry that he vomited blood. And had his picture posted to the group and the school website by Huang Junlang. It's only been a few days? Now Huang Junlang was actually kneeling to Lin Dong? Ask him for a favor? This plot reversal is too fast. Isn't it? TV shows don't even dare to act like that. Lin Dong. Can't I just beg you? For the sake of our relationship over the past few years. Can you help me one more time? Jiang Shan suddenly begged in a low voice. Now she could only beg for Lin Dong's help. As long as the crisis in Huang Junlang's family was lifted, she would be able to marry Huang Junlang and live the life of a rich wife, which had been her dream for a long time. Even when she was with Lin Dong, she had this dream. It was just that Lin Dong was just too good to her, making her a little reluctant to part with it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked Lin Dong away as soon as Huang Junlang came to pursue her. Jiang Shan. You are not qualified to beg me. Everyone is qualified to beg me. But not you. All these years I've worked so hard. And it's nothing compared to a few pieces of clothing and a few handbags? I counted me. Lin Dong. As the wrong person in these years. I can't help you guys with your favor. Goodbye. Lin Dong stepped away after he finished speaking. But Toshiro Huang has hold of a leg. Lin Xiao. It's my fault. Everything is my fault. Please help me for once. Only you can help me now. If you don't help me, my family will really be finished. Huang Junlang hugged Lin Dong's feet and said with a sniffle and a tear. Lin Dong was already his last hope. Linden was about to kick off Huang Junlang. There was another commotion at the entrance to the hall. Immediately afterward, a man walked in front, followed by a large wave of people into the hall. The person walking at the front was none other than the president of Jiangnan University's student union. Jiangnan University's #1 male god Zhou Huili. And also recognized by everyone. Shangguan Mingyue's boyfriend. Wow! President Zhou is here. He must be here to see President Shangguan. The golden couple of the academy. Move. Move it. Go check it out. The crowd that had surrounded Lin Dong and the others dispersed at once and ran over to surround Zhou Huili and Shangguan Mingyue. With a casual force, Lin Dong shook Huang Junlang away. Ignoring the two of them, Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan, Lin Dong followed suit and walked over, wanting to see how Shangguan Mingyue practiced combat. What just happened between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang did not affect Shangguan Mingyue. There were several hundred people in the hall, and those who gathered around Lin Dong Huang Junlang were estimated to be just a few dozen. And more people were still gathered around the podium to watch Shangguan Mingyue perform a real battle. On stage, Shangguan Mingyue was having a practical exercise with an old member of the martial arts club. In fact, that's what everyone is waiting for. Because you can get up close and personal with the goddess. But at this time, Zhou Huili went up to the podium and said to that member of the community, "What did I say? Don't let any man get close to Mingyue. Do you take my words as fart? I'm sorry to President Zhou. I'll be right down." The community member shivered. Just now, when Shangguan Mingyue wanted a rival, he was the first one to rush up, just to get up close and personal with the goddess. It's a real battle. Inevitably, there will be physical contact. His mind is not pure. In fact, in the past, it was always the female members of the society who were on the stage. But today, he didn't know what to think. But he wanted to go up and take advantage of the situation. It was really because Shangwan Mingyue was too beautiful. He couldn't control himself a little bit. Now that Zhou Huili was here, he was naturally a bit weak. Moreover, Zhou Huili was also the president of the student union. And I heard that his family was also very powerful. So he couldn't afford to mess with him. Stand still. Who told you to leave? The members of the community who were about to leave were called back by Zhou Huili. President Zhou. Zhou. Pop. Before that member of the community could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Zhou Huili's slap. Pop. Followed by another slap. Snap. Pop. Pop. Zhou Huili continuously slapped 4 or 5 times. He was going to continue hitting, but was stopped by Shangwan Mingyue. Zhou Huili. Stop it. Shangwan Mingyue shouted. MS. Mingyue. Young Qin asked me to protect you and not let any man get close to you. And he actually dared to disobey my words. Deserves a beating. Zhou Huili said. With that said, he kicked the community member as hard as he could. That member of the community only felt a sharp pain in his stomach. And then his body flew towards the stage with a lightness. There was a height of more than a meter between the stage and the bottom. So if he fell, he would at least be seriously injured. When the people on the stage saw someone flying over, they immediately dispersed quickly, all afraid of hurting innocent people, leaving Lin Dong standing alone. Seeing that the club member was about to crash into Lin Dong, Lin Dong reached out his hand to catch him before placing him firmly on the ground. Zhou Huili didn't hear the screams and turned his head to look at the stage, and saw that the man had been saved. As he was about to ask who was so bold, when he saw Lin Dong's face, the pupils of his eyes shrank and his heart was shocked. Isn't this Lin Dong? That night at the Folly Sands was an experience he would never forget for the rest of his life. In his heart belonged to the heavenly figure, one of the 8 heavenly kings of the TZ party. Xin Zheng, Xin Dishao, was even easily defeated and returned to Kyoto in ashes. And so far, after so many days had passed, he didn't even dare to put a fart in his mouth. And that person was none other than his own alumni from Jiangnan University. That is, Lin Dong, who was now standing on the stage to save his life. Even young Qin, who had suffered a big loss, didn't dare to come back to seek revenge now. So wouldn't a small player like him be crushed like an ant by others? What now? Apologize to him? But there are so many people here. If he apologized, wouldn't the persona that he had built up in JNU collapse? Where would you put your face? But if you don't apologize and the other person takes it out on you, what are you going to do? Even young Master Qin can't afford to mess with him. Not to mention him. It's just. So what if face is more important? Compared to your own little life? Not to mention that this is still the other side's territory. As long as he apologized, this kind of big man shouldn't be bothered with a small person like himself. After thinking it through, Zhou Huili took a few steps forward before jumping off the podium and walking over to Lin Dong. The member of the community who had just been kicked off by Zhou Huili was taken by Lin Dong's smooth hand and went to the crowd next to him. Now it was Lin Dong who was facing Zhou Huili directly. Just when everyone was ready for a good show. Let's see how Zhou Huili handles Lin Dong's time. Zhou Huili. Stop it or don't blame me for being impolite to you. Don't think that just because you're Qin Zhang's man that I wouldn't dare to beat you up. After Shangwan Mingyue finished speaking, she also took a few steps forward, ready to get off the stage to stop Zhou Huili. At this time, Zhou Huili said something that made everyone present their eyes about to fall to the ground. Only Zhou Huili clasped his hands and bowed to Lin Dong, saying, "Young Lin, I'm sorry. It was my fault just now. I didn't see you here. I also ask that you be magnanimous and not bother with a little person like me. Zhou Huili is here to apologize to you. I'm sorry." "What? Nanny? What?" All the people around them who were waiting for a good show were confused, including Shangguan Mingyue, who froze in place for a moment. Who's Chao Weilai? President of the JNU Student Union. The first male god of JNU. The family background is said to be even stronger and more frightening. Rich kids like Huang Junlang are not even worthy of lifting other people's shoes. In JNU, it could be said that his words were taken seriously even by the school. How could such a character meet Lin Dong and have to bow and apologize to him? What kind of identity did this Lin Dong have? It's just as well that Huang Junlang knelt to him. He can't even afford to mess with a big shot of Zhou Huili's caliber. It's almost a little scary. When did JNU produce such a big shot? Shangguan Mingyue was also a bit stunned. Zhou Huili was Qin Zhang's man. Qin Zhang, one of the 8 kings of the TZ party. Qin de Shao. Even in the Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons of Kyoto, they were all big shots. Zhou Huili was naturally not an ordinary person if he could be seen by him and taken under his command. It seemed that in the years that Qin Zhang had sent him to spy on him, he had never been so respectful to anyone other than Qin Zhang. So it seems that the man in front of him is on the same level as Qin Zhang? Shangguan Mingyue actually didn't care too much about the internal affairs of the T-sub party. Or else she would have heard that Qin Zhang had been driven away in disgrace from Jiangqing not long ago. By linking it to this image in front of him, one could basically determine that Lin Dong was the one who had driven away Qin Zhang. The Shangguan family, as a hidden family, was now planning to come out of hiding to find a powerful family to work with. And the Qin family in Kyoto was their target. The Qin family's current development had also reached a bottleneck and was in dire need of external assistance. So the two parties had hit it off. And the strongest relationship for cooperation was a marriage. So both of their families were interested in keeping this strong partnership by having Shangguan Mingyue and Qin Zhang, the eldest young man of the Qin family, together. Shangguan Mingyue was disgusted with this kind of marriage built on interests. But there was no way around it. She was just a girl with no choice but to accept the family's arrangement. Qin Zhang was amazed by Shangguan Mingyue the first time he saw her. And with the matchmaking of both families, he directly internalized Shangguan Mingyue as his wife. Fortunately, Shangguan Mingyue had chosen to come to Jiangqing to attend university when she was still young, with the aim of escaping Qin Zhang. But she did not expect Qin Zhang to send someone to spy on her. Lin Dong also did not expect Zhou Huili to bow and apologize to him. He had thought that Zhou Huili would strike out at him. He was all ready to control his power so that he wouldn't get hurt too badly then. After all, the two of them, one of them being the SCC and the other being the T-subs, were kind of belonging to two rival camps. And they had just punched his master in the face a few days ago. He felt that even if Zhou Huili didn't dare to make a move against himself, he should at least put in a few harsh words. Right? Isn't that what happens on TV? What kind of hostile party comes up and bows and apologizes? How else was he supposed to answer that? In fact, Lin Dong was underestimating his own strength. He had always felt that he was not strong enough. But as far as the strength that he was displaying now, it definitely gave many people chills. Otherwise, Qin Zhang wouldn't have been so inactive for so long after suffering such a big loss, which was not in line with his identity as the 8 heavenly kings of the T-sub party. It's because I don't think I'll be able to get it back if I come. So I haven't been coming. Although the T-sub party and the SCC are somewhat hostile, it doesn't mean that people from the T-sub party can't go to areas under the control of the SCC, or that people from the SCC can't go to the T-sub party's range. This is a face-saving issue limited to the top brass of both parties. Or at least between the 8 kings of the T-sub party and the core members of the SCC. When the top brass of one side goes out, the other side sends the appropriate people to meet them. Regular members go wherever they please and no one cares at all. Last time, if Lu Chen hadn't desperately wanted to be promoted to core member and reverse the family's declining situation, he could have pretended not to see it. After all, the status of Qin Zheng T-sub party's 8 heavenly kings was not something that he, a senior member of the SCC, could compare to. What he wanted was to get the attention of the 3 bosses of the SCC. So it is said that those who know the time are wise. Zhou Huili does not feel that there is anything wrong with what he is doing. Even if it is spread out, no one will laugh at him. At best. In the eyes of those at school who did not know Lin Dong's identity, they felt that he was a bit of a wimp. And he's also graduating soon. And these ordinary people at school will never be exposed to him at that level in their lives. Zhou Huili bowed 90 degrees to Lin Dong. Not hearing Lin Dong make a sound and not daring to get up, he could only maintain this position. At this time, Lin Dong also came back to his senses and said, "Senior Zhou, it is better to keep a low profile. That student didn't offend you much. Why did you hit him so hard? If I hadn't caught him just now, he would have been seriously injured if he hadn't fallen down like that. This is Jiang University. Jiang City, not Kyoto. As the saying goes, reach out and don't hit a smiling person." This Zhou Huili does not follow the rules. Came up to bow and apologize, making Lin Dong still a little embarrassed. The 2 sides also do not have any deep grudges. Yes. Shaolin. I'll remember. Only then did Zhou Huili straighten up and say, but his tone was still respectful. Feeling somewhat bored, Lin Dong turned around and left. I wanted to learn some kind of skillful moves and master my force. But in the end, I didn't learn anything. And I even made myself like a monkey to be surrounded by people. The surrounding people automatically made a path for Lin Dong. I thought I was in for a good show. But it ended so peacefully. Everyone looked at Lin Dong's departing figure with some curiosity, but more respect. It seems that from today onwards, the position of the first person of Jiangda University will change its owner. Lin Dong, from a little person of no reputation, all of a sudden became the first person of Jiangda University. Only with more than half a month's time. The speed is so fast that it is simply unimaginable. Shangguan Mingyue looked at Lin Dong's departing back and did not know what she was thinking. As Lin Dong walked past Huang Junlang and Zhang Shan, Zhang Shan wanted to open her mouth to say something, but realized that she no longer had any relationship with Lin Dong. And it seemed that whatever she said was a bit pale. Zhou Huili finally felt relieved in his heart when he saw that Lin Dong left and did not make things difficult for him. Ever since that night when he had seen Lin Dong's strength, Zhou Huili's mental pressure to face Lin Dong directly was quite high. Those who did not have a little foundation in martial arts could not understand this kind of pressure. Just like the pressure of an ordinary person facing a higher power, which made one's heart tremble. Ms. Mingyu, young Qin arranged for me to watch over you. I hope you can respect yourself. Or else when young Qin himself comes, he won't be as nice as I am. Zhou Huili also left the hall after saying that. Zhou Huili, who are you to talk about me? You go back and tell Qin Zhang that I haven't married him yet. He is not qualified to control me now. Shangguan Mingyue said angrily behind Zhou Huili. Chao Wai Lai is gone. However, his last conversation with Shangguan Mingyue caused some speculation amongst the hall. Amongst all the onlooker students. What do you mean? It seemed that Zhou Huili was only sent by that young Qin he spoke of to spy on Shangguan Mingyue? So Shangguan Mingyue really has a wife? The one who could make Zhou Huili call Qin Xiao was a remarkable person at first sight. I don't know who's better compared to Lin Dong. Now what most of them were thinking in their hearts was that if this Lin Dong had an affair with Shangguan Mingyue, it would be wonderful if that Qin Xiao came to Jiangda to touch base with Lin Dong. However, judging from Lin Dong's behavior just now. It seemed that he did not have much interest in Shangguan Mingyue, the head of the three great goddesses of Jian University. Lin Dong went out of the building. There was nothing to go to and he didn't want to go back to the classroom. So he came to the grove by the playground and looked at the sweaty underclassmen on the playground and froze. Just thinking about what I've been through in the last half dozen or so months. It does seem like a dream. Originally a loser. But because of a system, everything became different. I don't know how long it's been. A clear and bright voice rang in Lin Dong's ears. Your name is Lin Dong? Lin Dong inclined his head to take a look. Isn't this Shangguan Mingyue? What's she doing here? Still. He replied. Yes. You know Qin Zhang? Shangguan Mingyue asked again. Count on recognizing. You guys are friends? Enemy. Oh. To be able to become enemies with Qin Zhang. You don't seem to be an ordinary person. No wonder Zhou Huili is so afraid of you. That's where you're wrong. I'm actually just average. Shangguan Mingyue didn't dwell on the issue and asked. You want to join the martial arts club? I wanted to join it first. But now I don't want to. Why? Because there's nothing to learn. What's the point of adding it in? Lin Dong asked rhetorically after finishing. Shangguan Mingyue was a little angry when she heard Lin Dong reply in this manner. When Lin Dong looked down on the martial arts club, wasn't he looking down on her as the president? You think the Budo club is all fancy? Is there any real talent left? Didn't you say it's too late to start practicing martial arts? Lin Dong, since Zhou Huili is so afraid of you and you can be treated as an enemy by Qin Zhang, you should be pretty strong. Right? How about coming to the martial arts club as the vice president? Shangguan Mingyue invited. Sorry. Not interested. You find someone else. Lin Dong replied. Lin Dong, I am Qin Zhang's internal wife. Since you are enemies with him, don't you want to disgust him? Make him lose face? Lin Dong turned his head to look at Shangguan Mingyue. This chick is sick. What's it to me if you don't want to marry him? Trying to use me as a gun and a shield for you? I'm not that stupid. Instead of getting any benefits, we'll be in a mess. It was just a fluke win for myself. If he really wanted to fight Qin Zhang for his background, he was thrown out by 100,000 miles. Lin Dong did not reply. Instead, they just got up and left. Shangguan Mingyue was somewhat stunned by Lin Dong's actions. Aren't you enemies? She had thought that by saying this, she would definitely be able to pull Lin Dong into the martial arts club. She'd like to see if you, Zhou Huili, still dares to interfere. Moreover, given Zhou Huili's attitude just now, Lin Dong's background was at least not second to Qin Zhang. Right? Even if Qin Zhang came, it would still be a battle between the dragons and the tigers. And at that time, it might be perfect to fight a losing battle. Seeing that Lin Dong was about to leave from her side, in the heat of the moment, Shangguan Mingyue directly attacked Lin Dong. In her opinion, Lin Dong must be somewhat strong. And since she did not use her full strength, Lin Dong should be able to block it. On the one hand, he wanted to probe Lin Dong's strength. On the one hand, he also wanted to prove to Lin Dong that the martial arts club was not all flowery fists, but still had real material. Lin Dong had just walked past Shangguan Mingyue when he felt a strong wind blowing behind him. Is this someone attacking him? How sharp his senses were now. Because of the suddenness of the incident, Lin Dong's control of his own power was not very skillful in the first place. So all of a sudden the power in his body, uncontrolled by himself, completely exploded out, which was completely out of instinctive reaction. With his current strength, how terrifying he was under full outburst. Shangguan Mingyue only felt that the aura on Lin Dong's body was suddenly attacking her as if it was a raging storm. And she herself seemed like a flatboat in the sea, as if she might be swallowed by a big wave at any time. Under the great shock, Shangguan Mingyue could not react in time. A big hand was like an iron pincer, pinching her snow-white and slender neck. A feeling of suffocation hit her, and Shangguan Mingyue wanted to cry. Lin Dong also reacted quickly at this time, and seeing that he was choking Shangguan Mingyue's neck, he hurriedly let go. Shangguan Mingyue covered her neck with both hands and crouched on the ground coughing violently. And her tears were like a dike. Linden stood somewhat awkwardly. He reacted completely instinctively in that moment just now. Alright. Who let this chick attack him without even saying hello? Can you blame me? I don't think so. After standing for a while, Lin Dong still squatted down and gently patted Shangguan Mingyue's back, trying to make her slightly more comfortable. After a minute or two, Shangguan Mingyue finally slowed down and finally stopped coughing. Turning her head to look at Lin Dong, her pretty melon face and a pair of big beautiful eyes were red. That MS. Shangguan. I didn't do it on purpose either. Who let you sneak up on me from behind? It was also an instinctive reaction on my part, Lin Dong said with some embarrassment. You mean it's all my fault? Even if you just killed me? I was also asking for it? Shangguan Mingyue asked with a somewhat hoarse voice that was no longer as crisp and bright as it was just now. But isn't that the way it is? However, Lin Dong did not dare to say this. No. It wasn't. It's me who reacted too much. My fault. My fault. Lin Dong said back. Since it's your fault, what do you think about this? You could have killed me just now with a little force in your hand. And I was just trying to show you that the Budokai isn't all fancy and didn't mean to hurt you. What do you want to do then? Lin Dong asked. Join the martial arts club as the vice president. And also promise me one condition, Shangguan Mingyue said. Lin Dong thought for a moment and said, it's fine to join the martial arts society, but promise you a condition free of negotiation. When the time comes, if you want me to die, I'll go too? Don't worry. It won't be against your own will. When the time comes you can choose to do it or not. Even if you don't, I won't say anything. Really? Aha. Okay then. First of all, declare when the time comes, I'll do it if I want to. And if I don't, I won't. Good. Deal. Shangguan Mingyue said with a smile. Lin Dong looked at Shangguan Mingyue's smile and felt that he might have been fooled. But it was true that just now, as long as he used a little bit of force, such a beautiful beauty was going to perish. Looks like it's better to get your power under control as soon as possible. Lin Dong walked away as the situation here had already received attention from some of his classmates. And he did not want to be treated like a monkey once again. Shangguan Mingyue watched Lin Dong leave. There was a charming smile on his face, though he was still a little stunned. Lin Dong left, but Shangguan Mingyue stood still, a charming smile on her shocked face. It seemed that if he wanted to get rid of the fate arranged by his family, he would have to rely on Lin Dong. Do you want to just change your family's arranged destiny? Maybe you can fight for it yourself? Think about it. Shangguan Mingyue breathed a little sharply for a moment. How many years has it been since I gave up such impractical ideas myself long ago? Even being arranged by the family to marry outside the family does not resist. And in her reluctance, she wants to leave the family. Wants to get away from the shadow that the man has brought to her since she was a child. But just at this critical moment when she was about to graduate and was about to complete the union, it actually allowed her to meet Lin Dong. Lin Dong's sudden outburst of strength just now made her feel suffocated. Even she had not felt such a strong aura on the family elders. The Jedi. A word came to Shangguan Mingyue's mind. At the same age. But the difference in strength was like a rift in the sky. Lin Dong was definitely a successor groomed by a superpower. And although she was the heir to the second rung of the Shangguan family, it might not be impossible to take a shot if she had the help of the first heir of a superpower. Shangguan Weiwei. Do you think you're going to win? Not necessarily. I will prepare a big gift for you. Shangguan Mingyue silently chanted in her heart. 2 more days passed. Lin Dong became the vice president of the Budo Club. However, regarding this person, Shangguan Mingyue, Lin Dong still respected him. He naturally knew Shangguan Mingyue's mind, wanting to borrow his hand to rebel against Qin Zhang. This was fine with him. He and Qin Zhang were enemies anyway, and might have to come after him for revenge one day. Being this vice president was solely because of a trace of guilt in his heart. After all, although Shangguan Mingyue was the one who attacked him first, she didn't mean to hurt him. And he did almost kill his opponent because he couldn't control the force. Killing is still hard to accept for a young man like him who was a good member of society. So be this vice president as an apology. As for which request depends on his mood. On this day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong. A core member of the SCC wanted to see him. They've arrived at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Lin Dong directly took leave in the afternoon and came to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Coming outside the top-class presidential suite that Yi Hong resided in at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Knock knock. Lin Dong knocked on the door twice. Soon Yi Hong opened the door. Elder brother Lin. Please come in. Yi Hong said politely. There was no way to not be polite. Lin Dong's reputation was now resounding throughout the entire SCC. And Lin Dong was also considered to be his honorable man. Inviting Lin Dong into the SCC was definitely the best decision he had ever made in his life. For him to inherit the Yi family in the future is another layer of security. Brother Yi is polite, Lin Dong said. Then into the room. A man was sitting on the living room couch. Upon seeing Lin Dong enter, he also rose to greet him. Brother Lin Dong. I have heard a lot about you. My name is Li Bin, a core member of SCC. And I am also a very good friend with Brother Yi. This Golden Leaf Hotel you bought had some of my shares in the beginning, Li Bin said with a smile. At the same time, he was looking Lin Dong up and down. Young. Too young. It was completely unexpected that it was this young man in front of him who was able to whisk Qin Zhang out of Zhangcheng in disgrace. Moreover, the fact that Qin Zhang, who had suffered a great loss, had not moved until now was enough to see how terrifying this young man was. You're welcome, brotherly, Lin Dong said as he also sized up Li Bin. About early 30s. Warmth and elegance. A look of modesty. Definitely a young lady killer type of guy. Lin Dong did not feel the oppressive aura of a higher power from him, but rather it was like a fresh breeze on his face. A very comfortable feeling. The three were seated. Li Bin poured a cup of tea for Lin Dong and said, Brother Lin Dong, how about savoring this tea? Lin Dong was also embarrassed to refuse. End up gently sip. Feel the tea in the mouth, some back to sweet. And some fragrance. Not bad, Lin Dong said in a pretentious manner. He can sip a shitload of tea. He learned it all on TV. He was a loser who spent his vacations in part-time jobs. Where had he ever had such high-class tea? Black tea. Green tea. Such drinks are drunk. Feel similar. Not much difference. If this were to let those tea ceremony masters know what was in his heart, they would probably vomit blood in anger. This tea is not ordinary tea. The country's annual production is not much. Can drink to the absolutely are big shots. Not bad. Right. Speaking of which, it is also thanks to Brother Lin's light that I can drink this tea today. Otherwise I would rarely have the opportunity to drink it. This is something that Big Boss knew that I was coming to see Brother Lin Dong and specially asked me to bring it for you to savor, Li Bin said with a smile. Big boss? Who? The founder of SCC? Lin Dong had some questions in his heart. But he didn't ask. Since the other party was able to bring such an expensive tea for him to taste, surely it wouldn't be as simple as just mentioning a sentence. Very nice indeed. Lin Dong pretended to take 2 more small sips. Elder brother Lin. Can you tell us about that day? We're all curious as to how elder brother Lin made Qin Zheng suffer. Yi Hong interjected from the side. Li Bin also stopped to sip his tea and looked at Lin Dong. He did want to hear about that day. 2. There's really not much to say. Lin Dong then briefly talked about the events of that day, but omitted his final snap of his fingers to shatter the sword. He always felt a little embarrassed to praise himself like that. Brother Lin Dong didn't tell the truth. How did you leave out the most exciting part? I did hear that you caught Qin Zhang's sword with just 2 fingers. And with a snap of your fingers, you disintegrated the alloy soft sword that he had been carrying around for years. That's something that no ordinary person can do. Li Bin said. What do I have to say when I know what's going on? Can't figure these big shots out. Brother Li misunderstood. The most exciting thing should be the battle between Broken Army and that Uncle Shan. Between the 2 of them, I'm just adding some color at the end. Lin Dong said modestly. Li Bin didn't say anything. Johann he knows. Tiger List veteran. However, he had not heard of the Tiger ranking expert Broken Army beside Lin Dong before. The battle between the 2 Tiger Lists was truly exciting. But if he wanted to snap his fingers and shatter Qin Zhang's alloy soft sword, could Zhou Shan do it? Probably not. That's a material developed by the most advanced technology. This was the reason why they valued Lin Dong. If it was merely the entourage of a Tiger ranking expert, they would not have been so vocal and had him, a core member, personally come over to meet Lin Dong. Qin Zhang wouldn't have made no moves until now. Being so young, but with a strength that was frighteningly powerful, the background would naturally not be bad. This world didn't have any miraculous encounters in martial arts novels and TV dramas, where one could suddenly get a gongfu and practice a supreme martial art, or getting a transmission from some senior and instantly having decades of kung fu. That's all bullshit. Strength was practiced one step at a time. And to be able to cultivate a supreme pride like Lin Dong, it was none other than those superpowers. The 3 of them chatted about many irrelevant topics together, all trying to strike a good relationship with Lin Dong. With the strength that Lin Dong was now displaying, even Li Bin, a core member of the SCC, was a bit shocked. And he thought to himself that he did not have much of a chance of winning if he hardened himself against Qin Zhang. And he's kind of at the front of the line in the core members of the SCC. Most of the core members can't compare to the 8 heavenly kings of the T-sub party. Lin Dong felt a little bored. He wasn't very comfortable talking and laughing with these big shots. He didn't see himself as a big shot yet, though others had. Feeling that the time was almost up, Li Bin said to Lin Dong, Brother Lin Dong, this time I have come not only to meet you, but also with Big Boss's orders. Sure enough it came. Lin Dong knew that at the beginning, Li Bin must have had a purpose for mentioning a big boss. Oh, I wonder who the big boss is. And what's the matter? Ye know. I just joined the SCC and I don't know much about this. Lin Dong asked. Big boss's real name is Zhuget Sundao, one of the 3 founders of the SCC, and the one with the strongest strength and highest prestige. Li Bin then slowly told Lin Dong about Zhuget Sangdao's meaning. Simply put, Zhuget Sangdao wanted Lin Dong to do him a favor. But the exact content of the favor was also undecided. And the time was also undecided. It should be right after half a year. Zhuget Sangdao used to be a brother who grew up in the same courtyard with Si-party Si Zhao Sherdao. Both were top figures in their circles, like brothers. And together they established the T-sub party, which was a moment of great popularity. But the appearance of a woman completely breaks the relationship between the two. Morong Chinga. A magnificent woman. A woman who stunned an era. A woman who could make Zhuge Sangdao and Zhao Sherdao the two pinnacle figures of the younger generation. Both fall for her at the same time. Morong Chinga was the youngest daughter of the Morong family in Kyoto. But at birth, because of congenital deficiencies, it was concluded that she would not live to be 18 years old, and was later taken away by a high-ranking person. Returning to Kyoto at the age of 22, he aroused the admiration of the younger generation in Kyoto as soon as he appeared. Even Zhuge Sangdao and Zhao Sherdao, who were as popular as ever at the time, were no exception. The two agreed to compete fairly, and no matter who Morong Chinga chose in the end, the other would willingly admit defeat. If Morong Chinga had chosen one of them, or neither, it wouldn't have caused the two to turn against each other so much. But on the contrary, Morong Chinga had set a 10-year pact with the two. She would be gone for another 10 years. And when she returned 10 years later, the man she would marry would surely be the first of the younger generation. After that, Zhuge Sangxiong failed to compete for the position of T-Sun, far away to the Magic City. And the Magic City with the two heroes together to establish SCC and T-Sun Party to form a two-part world situation. Zhuge Sangdao didn't know how Morong Chinga's so-called first person of the younger generation was judged. But nowadays, the T-Sub Party is in the hands of Zhao Sherdao alone, while the SCC is in the hands of 3 people. So he's already lost a step in this regard. As the 10-year appointment arrived, Zhuge Sangdao hoped that Lin Dong would be able to help him. With the strength that Lin Dong had shown nowadays, as well as the hidden forces behind him, he was definitely able to become his right-hand man. Lin Dong was also stunned for a moment after understanding the circumstances of the matter. Zhuge Sangdao is not only the founder of SCC but also the founder of the T-Sub Party? And the two big shots turned against each other over a woman? How can such a dogged plot actually exist in reality? He thought it was only in TV shows. What kind of woman can make two top bigwigs fight for her without turning against each other? Lin Dong was truly a little curious as to what this Morong Chinga looked like. Is it really comparable to a heavenly fairy? Brother Li, have you seen Morong Chinga? Just what kind of woman is she? To be able to make two peak figures of the younger generation fall for her and even go so far as to turn against each other? Lin Dong asked with some curiosity. Shame on me. Back then I was in the Magic City. Morong Chinga appeared in Kyoto, did not stay long in total. So it is a great pity that I have not seen it. Not to mention Lin Dong. Even Li Bin was curious about what kind of woman Morong Chinga was. Then how exactly do I help? And there is no statute out on what I should do? Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin Dong does not need to be nervous. Competing for the first person of the younger generation is nothing more than comparing power and comparing one's own strength. Maybe at that time Morong Chinga will ask for a fight between the two of them. At that time it will be the big boss's own businesses. There is no need for Brother Lin Dong to make a move. Calling Brother Lin Dong to help is also in case of any eventuality. This one's good. At that time, he didn't need to make a move. And he could still see Morong Chinga as well as the two pinnacle figures dueling against each other. That's fine. I'll take on this matter. Just let me know when the time comes. Lin Dong replied. As a senior member of the SCC, Big Boss's face still had to be given. And he still needed this status to expand his power now. Brother Lin Dong is really quick. From now on, you are already a core member of the SCC. This is the decision of the Big Boss. Later on I will send you some of the powers as well as obligations of a nuclear member. Core members are different from senior members. They are already the top echelons of the SCC and can participate in the decision-making of some major decisions. Huh? Is this a promotion to core membership? That fast? Doesn't it cost anything? Lin Dong actually wanted to spend some money. The God Hawk points aren't going up. Zhou Xian spends money and doesn't give a damn about it. And next to him, Yi Hong looked at Lin Dong with some envy. Core members? How many senior SCC members are stuck at this step? He wasn't really that interested in promoting senior members. As a businessman, going through the trouble of promoting senior members, such a disproportionate amount of effort and reward. But promotion to core member was definitely something he had dreamed of. Why did Lu Chen rush up to fight hard when he knew he was no match for Qin Zhang? Isn't it just for the 3 bosses? Don't you just want to be promoted to core member? Even if you can't fight it or risk being seriously injured or even dying, you still have to go on. That's the attraction of being a core member. As long as he's promoted to core member, he can utilize some of the power of SCC, which is the right of a core member. Then his family's crisis would be lifted. And even if his grandfather was gone, no one would touch the Lu family or Jiangcheng. Because once you move, you're making an enemy of the entire SCC. And no one dares to do that. And senior members don't have that. Even if they're also members of the SCC and your house isn't working, someone will fall in line to grab a piece of the cake. The SCC doesn't prohibit such infighting. It's been a truth since the beginning of time that the weak are the strongest. And it's the same within the T-sub party. It's not like everyone in SCC is a brother. There are plenty of people who want to stab you in the back. The only time everyone would be on the same page was when they were facing the T-subs. And this was a rule set by the 3 bosses. How long had Lin Dong only entered the SCC? He was promoted to a core member. And when word got out, he did not know how many senior members who were stuck at this step would be envied. Before Li Bin left, he pulled Lin Dong into a group of only 15 people. That was the core member group of SCC. There were 15 members in it, 3 of which were the founders of SCC, 12 core members, and Lin Dong added in to make 13 core members. The core members are already at the absolute top of the SCC. And a lot of big things require a vote from the core members. The biggest difference between the SCC and the T-sub party is that the T-sub party is Zhao Shidao's word alone. And the 8 heavenly kings don't dare to refute what he says. But SCC, because there are 3 bosses, requires a core member vote when there are 2 voices for a decision. With this you can see the value of the core members. And it's not all harmony within SCC. Linden just entered the group. Someone in the group just asked. Lu Mang, a native of Mordor, one of the 12 core members of the SCC, and the right-hand man of the Mordor twins. Lu Mang, Li Bin. There's a new member? How come we haven't heard anything at all? Because it was Li Bin who pulled it in. Lu Mang asked Li Bin directly. Li Bin, this is the decision of the big boss. Still need to notify you in advance? Lu Mang. How old are you? Lu Mang, oh? Big boss's decision? What kind of person? How could you let big boss exercise his privilege? Li Bin, Jiangcheng Lindong. Lu Mang, Jiangcheng Lindong? The one who hardened Qin Zhang and threw him out of Jiangcheng? Li Bin, or what? Lu Mang, bull. Lindong also sent a message. Lindong, my name is Lindong. Please take care of me. Lu Mang, Lindong is it? We can't take care of you. Your reputation is now resounding in the ring. This Nima. What did I do? It doesn't look like there's a lot of harmony within this SCC. Sure enough, where there are people, there is a jungle. Lindong wondered if he had gotten involved in the internal strife within the SCC. Come in and post the first sentence and someone dislikes it. Li Bin, Lindong. Don't mind him. He's just a mad dog, biting anyone he catches. Lu Mang, Li Bin. Say one more word you're stepping on? Li Bin, mad dog. Lu Mang, you. Seeing that the two were about to get into a fight, someone finally came out to intervene. All right. We're all family. What for? Don't let the newcomers make jokes. Lin Dong. Welcome to our family. Then many people also spoke out to welcome Lin Dong, although it was unknown whether they were sincere or not. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Neither of them knew each other, and Lin Dong did not know what to say. So he simply stopped caring, lest he would be disliked again at that time. Li Bin also does not inform a word about the internal situation of SCC. Before you know it, it's the weekend again. It just so happens that there's nothing going on this weekend. And my sister-in-law is still injured, so I don't think she'll be back in Syracuse until next week. Last week I had promised Sun Si to go to her house, but I was delayed by my sister-in-law's business. So I'll go there this week if there's nothing else. Although he did not want to go, since he had promised something, Lin Dong would still do it. If this kind of thing went, it would definitely be misunderstood by Sun Si's family. And Sun Si knew that it wasn't very appropriate for her to go like this. But she still invited herself. So I guess she had that much in mind as well. Hey! There are troubles with men who are too good. Lin Dong felt that he should learn to reject it. Even though he was exposing more and more of his strength and there were more and more women surrounding him. Han Shiyun counts as 1. Lu Xiaoxiao counts as 1. Zhao Xian counts as 1. And Sun Si counts as 1. This calculation startled Lin Dong. For extremely beautiful women were all interested in him. How could he choose? This kind of multiple choice question. Children only make choices, right? Hey! We can only take one step at a time. His biggest flaw right now is that he doesn't know how to say no. For example, at Shangguan Mingyue's place. Obviously it wasn't all his fault. Obviously it was the other party who attacked him first. Obviously he was just reacting instinctively. And in the end, he apologized. Lin Dong thought for a moment. This character seems to have originated from his time with Zhang Shan, who used to try to satisfy whenever she asked for it and never refused. It's a gradual development after 4 years of being a dog licker. And it's going to take a while to change slowly. For women, especially beautiful women, Lin Dong felt that he just couldn't be ruthless. Could it be that he has slag potential? Temporarily putting aside the doubts in his heart, Lin Dong dialed Sun Si's phone. Tell her to go back with her tomorrow. Saturday. Sun Si was naturally overjoyed. The next day Lin Dong received a call from Sun Si while he was still sleeping, asking him what time he was leaving. Lin Dong glanced at the time. It was not even 6 o'clock. This chick wouldn't have stayed up all night. Right? He had really guessed correctly. Sun Si had been excited all night since receiving Lin Dong's call. Lin Dong was like the purple cloud fairy's intended lover in her heart. A gaijin hero who had come to save her entire family by stepping on the 7 colored clouds. Like Lu Xiaoxiao. The man who suddenly appeared by her side and saved her when a girl was at her most desperate was definitely the most impressive. Not to mention that Lin Dong was so good in all aspects. He had a fatal attraction to clueless girls. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Lin Dong got up and drove his car to the entrance of the Media University. Sun Si had been waiting there for a long time. Because today is Saturday. Driving a luxury car to Media University to pick up a lot of people. In front of the Jiangnan Media University, students in and out is endless. Basically, the people who drove to pick up were middle-aged men. Very few young ones. And most of them had big bellies. They should all be the dads of these students. And whether they are real dads or godfathers, only the people involved will know. Sun Si standing in front of the entrance of Media University waiting for the car. Even in the goddesses all over the Media University, is a beautiful scenery. Tall. Beautiful looks. Good figure. Simply white skin and long legs. And wearing a white dress. Want not to attract the surrounding eyes cannot. Today, Sun Si was well dressed and even wore a bit of light makeup, just to leave a good impression on Lin Dong. Many of the bosses who drove their luxury cars to pick up people, when they saw Sun Si, they suddenly felt that the people they picked up didn't smell good. And there were several others who drove big cars who went up to Sun Si and asked her where she was going, so that they could take her for a ride. As for where to take it when you get in the car, you're on your own. But they were all rejected by Sun Si. Sun Si looked at many of the alumni around her and got into the cars of these bosses. So she naturally knew what these people were doing. She felt a wave of nausea at the thought of the old men with big bellies and even balding heads who had just come to question her. The more she saw these alumni getting into the cars of these so-called big bosses for a little bit of resources, a little bit of money, to do those dirty deals, the more Sun Si felt good about Lin Dong. If it wasn't for Lin Dong's $100 million of help, she might have taken the same path as these alumni for the sake of her family. And even if she did, all she would get would be a drop in the bucket. That was why Lin Dong was destined to become a man that she would never be able to forget in her entire life. While Sun Si was lost in thought about Lin Dong, a voice sounded behind her and tapped her shoulder. "Si. Who are you waiting for here?" As soon as Sun Si heard the voice, she knew that it was Yumu Jun, her best friend from the same department. Together with Sun Si, they are known as the four little flower girls of the acting department. Yumu Jun was a good half a head shorter than Sun Si, but she was very cute, and she completely explained the concept of what it meant to be petite and delicate. The kind of woman that could provoke a man's desire for protection at a glance. "Not waiting for anyone. June. Where are you going?" Sun Si asked. "I'll wait for my dad to pick me up." "Are you ready to go home?" Yumu Jun replied. "Aha! I'll wait for one of my friends to pick me up." "Boyfriend?" "No. Not really. Just very good friends." Sun Si replied a little nervously. "See how nervous you are. It's not like I'm stealing your boyfriend," Yumu Jun said with a smile. Lin Dong's arrival at the entrance of the media university naturally caused a large commotion. "Quick look! What kind of sports car is that? So cool? Crap! Bugatti Flying Dragon? I don't know. Jianqing actually has this kind of car? It's so awesome. Who's this to pick up? So happy. I wish I was here to pick me up. I would love to sit in the passenger seat and be the one in the spotlight for once." "Did you come to pick up Sun Si and Yumu Jun? The two of them are waiting for someone there." "It's over. It's finished. My heart is going to break. Another goddess has been arched by a pig." "How do you know it's a pig?" "I think it's supposed to be a very handsome male god." Bugatti Flying Dragon's power is not ordinary. Compared with the Bugatti Flying Dragon, those gates parked in the Big Ben and so on the car is similar to a bicycle. The difference between a multi-million-dollar car compared to a car worth nearly $1 billion is readily apparent. Lin Dong directly parked his car in front of Sun Si and Yumu Jun. The car window fell down. "Mr. Sun. Let's go!" Lin Dong shouted from the car. When Sun Si saw such a cool sports car parked in front of her, she thought that it was another one of the bosses who came to hit on her. And she did not react to the fact that it was Lin Dong until he called her. Lin Dong was able to casually take out $100 million to help her family through a difficult time. And driving a car like this was the right thing to do. "Oh. Here comes." Sun Si was about to get into the car when she was pulled by Yumu Jun's hand. And then Yumu Jun herself plopped down in front of the passenger window. "What's your name? Are you CE's boyfriend? Why haven't I heard CE talk about you before? How long have you been together?" Yumu Jun asked curiously at Lin Dong. Lin Dong took a look at a cute-looking girl lying on the passenger window and asked him several questions in a row. "This student. I'm good friends with Sun. And I'm going home for the weekend. So I'll take her on the way." "A good friend? I know what you rich kids are thinking. Let me tell you. CE is my Moo Jun's best friend. If you dare to bully her, I won't spare you. Moo Jun said and even took out her cat paw-sized fist and raised it. June. We're really just very good friends. Sun Ce said as she pulled Moo Jun behind her. Alright. I won't bother you guys anymore. But CE. As a girl you still need to learn to protect yourself. Before you get to know each other. You must hold the bottom line, okay? Moo Jun said to Sun Ce. There was something a little awkward about how that came out of a petite, cute girl's mouth. Sun Ce made a big red face at Moo Jun's words. I know. June. I'll go first. Bye. Sun Ce hurriedly got into Lin Dong's car. She was afraid that Moo Jun would say something else strange and weird. Lin Dong kicked the gas. And the Bugatti Flying Dragon raised a cloud of dust and disappeared in front of the Media University. It's over. The Sun Goddess has been picked up by the Bugatti Flying Dragon. Did you guys see who was driving on the Bugatti Flying Dragon? How old is he? Looks like a middle-aged man. Or a bald one. It's over. The goddess has really been arched by a pig. Bullshit. I clearly saw a handsome young man driving the car. Moo Jun was a little mesmerized as she looked in the direction Sun Ce had left. That's when a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of her. The appearance of the Rolls-Royce Phantom didn't attract much attention from students. And few recognized the car except for some of the more car-savvy ones. Although this car is also a 10 million starting price. But the looks are too low-key. Not as Bugatti Flying Dragon came to dazzle. With the appearance of the Bugatti just now, the Phantom Demon naturally couldn't cause much of a stir. Moo Jun opened the car door and sat in. Inside the car sat a middle-aged man in his 40s. Dad! Moo Jun shouted. Aha! Jun! Do you know the owner of the car just in front of you? Moo Jun's father, Chuan Xiong, asked. I don't know. But my bestie does. I think it's her new boyfriend. What's going on? Dad! Do you know him? Is he a scum? If so, I can't let CE jump into the fire pit. Moo Jun said. Not recognizable. But I would like to get acquainted. When will you invite your best friend and his boyfriend out for a meal together? Chuan Xiong said. What's the point of knowing him? Isn't he just a rich second generation? Moo Jun asked with some doubt. Jun. You can't just look at the surface of everything. That car is not simple. Limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon. Only 8 units sold worldwide. And the price is now over $80 million. How much? $80 million? That expensive? Moo Jun was also surprised for a while. Even though her family was also a famous rich family in Zhangchang, the price of $80 million for a car was still a bit hard to accept. So there's no harm in getting to know each other. Doing business. Multiple friends have multiple paths. And there may be opportunities for cooperation in the future. Dad! Can you stop talking about business all day? It's not easy to come and pick me up once and you can talk about business on my classmates. Don't care about me at all. Moo Jun said with some unhappiness. Good. Daddy doesn't talk business. Let's see if you're thin. The Rolls-Royce Phantom Demon slowly left. I just saw a middle-aged man sitting in that car the Moon Goddess was on. Really? It's absolutely true. I can vouch for my character. Forget it. You still have character? Really? I'd swear by the lamp. It's over. All of a sudden the 4 little flower girls of the acting department have been vaulted by 2. How can people live with this? So, make an effort. Now that you put in the effort. Maybe your girlfriend is still in kindergarten. Bugatti Flying Dragon. Lin Dong. Don't mind her. She's my best friend called Moo Jun. She usually likes to joke around. What do I mean? Do I look like that kind of narrow-minded person? Lin Dong smiled back. Lin Dong, thank you for accompanying me home today. And thank you for lending me that $100 million. Without that money, I really don't know what would have become of my family. Sun Si said and started to sob in a small voice. Hey, Mr. Sun, don't cry. Lin Dong did not know why. But he was most afraid of women crying. Especially this kind of beautiful woman. He really could not stand it. Lin Dong, what if I can't pay back that money? Sun Si suddenly asked. Mr. Sun, in fact, that money is nothing to me. If you really can't pay it back, why don't you give your body to me? Lin Dong felt that the atmosphere was a bit dull. So he flirted. Really? Sun Si asked with a serious expression as she raised her head. Linden. Then neither spoke again. Sun Si's cheeks were flushed and she looked out the window not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Dong had wanted to liven up the atmosphere. But it turned out to be even more dull instead. How do you answer that? There's no way to pick it up. Anything more than that is going to be a problem. Yangchang was a municipal city. Although it was not comparable to provincial-level cities like Zhangchang, it was much more prosperous than county-level cities like Saiking, Lin Dong's hometown. In a little more than 2 hours, Lin Dong arrived in Yangchang. But because it was the first time he had visited the door, he felt that it was really a little bad to be empty-handed. Lin Dong drove around and bought many more things in Yangchang before following Sun Si's guidance to her neighborhood. Sun Si's family lived in an upscale neighborhood in Yangchang. And because of Lin Dong's injection of $100 million, Sun Weicheng had paid back all the money he owed. So he lived back in his original house. Entering the neighborhood, Lin Dong's car also caught the attention of the 2 security guards in the security room. Although they had not seen Lin Dong's car before, they did not stop Lin Dong, but simply let him pass. Brother Zhang, this car doesn't seem to be from our neighborhood. Right? Aren't we going to inquire and register it? A young security guard asked. Xiao Chen, you're new here. You need to have eyesight in this business. I'd also like to ask Brother Zhang for guidance. Come on. Brother Zhang. Smoke. The young security guard was obviously new to the area. The older security guard took the cigarette, inhaled a mouthful and said, I'll tell you today. In order to do a good job of this job, Zhang, I have specialized in learning to recognize the car. We are a high-grade district. More than 500,000 of the car I am directly released. Only 500,000 of the following car I will go up to register. What's this about? The young security guard asked. You're silly. This is a high-class neighborhood. Buy a set of several million or even tens of millions. Who would buy a set of several million houses? Driving a car of 1 or 200,000? And 500,000 or more is different. If you accidentally mess with those bad-tempered rich second generation, do you still want to do it? I get it. That car was so beautiful just now. It must be over $500,000. That's why Zhang just let it go. $500,000 or more. Do you boys know what make that car was just now? I don't know. But it feels so cool. Is it worth millions? I've seen it online. It's a world-famous car. The Bugatti Flying Dragon. Do you know how much it costs to start? How much? $30 million. The older security guard stretched out 3 fingers and gestured. How? Much more? The young security guard asked with his mouth wide open. He was obviously shocked by the price. $30 million for a car? It was beyond his imagination. $30 million. That's just the starting price. Some limited edition models are at least $50 million. How's that? Scared? Who dares to stop this kind of car? If you meet a good-tempered person, you'll be scolded lightly. And if you're given 2 slaps, you'll have to endure it. And you might even lose your job. Yes, yes, yes. Brother Zhang is right. Little brother has been taught. I'll ask for more care from Brother Zhang in the future. Come on. Brother Zhang, smoke. The young security guard said and handed over the whole pack of cigarettes together. After parking the car, Sun Si led Lin Dong into one of the buildings and then took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Sun Si had called back yesterday after receiving Lin Dong's call. So her parents should be at home now. Walking to the door of her house, she took out her key and opened the door. After entering the door, Sun Si froze. What's going on here? What's with all the people? Lin Dong followed behind Sun Si and froze even as he entered the door. I only saw about 10 people sitting in the living room of Sun Si's house chatting. And there were also some in the kitchen that were also emanating voices. These people are the Sun family better relatives. What uncle, aunt, aunts and uncles and so on all gathered today. CE is back. Sun Wei Chang, Sun Si's father, stood up from the sofa to welcome Sun Si and Lin Dong when he saw them. And the place where he was sitting happened to be facing the entrance hall. Dad, what are you doing? Sun Si asked. Sun Weichang did not answer his daughter's question, but said, This is Lin Dong. Right? Come in and sit down. Just come. What's the point of buying so many things? There is no shortage at home. Hello, uncle. Lin Dong shouted. Sun Weicheng casually sized up Lin Dong. Very nice chap. Polite. Not bad looking. And his family's condition is even better. And he doesn't have the arrogance of those rich kids. Lin Dong carried the gifts and followed Sun Weicheng to the living room, leaving only Sun Si standing in the entrance hall. Her thoughts a little messy. She probably guessed what her parents meant. Definitely thought that Lin Dong was his boyfriend. And of course he said so himself. Knowing that he had brought Lin Dong back today and called these close relatives over. On one hand, he wanted them to meet his daughter's boyfriend. And on the other hand, there was no lack of showing off. After all, for Lin Dong to be able to take out $100 million so readily to help their family was not something that an ordinary person could do. Sun Si walked into the hall in a mute manner. She was still wondering how to explain to Lin Dong. Originally, he had thought that it was just his parents and his sister having a meal with Lin Dong to show their appreciation. But now so many people had come. Will Lin Dong be upset? Will he get mad and leave? Sun Si was a little nervous. After all, she had not been in contact with Lin Dong for too long and did not quite understand the habits of this super-rich second generation. I don't think so. He usually seems to be quite polite. What if he's not used to this and leaves in anger? How am I going to get down with all these relatives? Sun Si thought a lot at once. I was afraid that Lin Dong would be unhappy. Lin Dong was receiving rounds of questioning from Sun Si's 7 aunts at this time. Where do you go to school? How many people are in your family? What do your parents do? How many brothers and sisters are there? These people obviously did not know that it was Lin Dong's loan of $100 million that allowed Sun Weicheng to get out of his predicament. Otherwise they would not have dared to ask Lin Dong about this and that. Is a young man who can casually take out $100 million an ordinary person? The family may have a lot of strength. They only think that it is Sun Weicheng who was capable of making a comeback after being cheated of so much money. Lin Dong felt that he was about to be overwhelmed. These people should really consider himself as Sun Si's boyfriend. He couldn't be direct about the real situation, but just said that his family runs a small business. Hearing that Lin Dong's family is a small business, these people are a little bit lack of interest and somewhat look down on Lin Dong. Their Sun family is a big business. Small business in their view is just some fruit stall, a kiosk or something. There is no way to compare with their Sun family. Lin Dong was trying to climb the big tree that was the Sun family. Lin Dong took the time to glance at Sun Si and realized that Sun Si was also looking at him. But her eyes were somewhat pleading. Lin Dong laughed bitterly in his heart for a moment, but continued to be interrogated. At this time Sun Si's younger sister Sun Si Ying's room door opened. And one after another, 5 or 6 young people came out from inside. The older ones were 17 or 18 years old, and the younger ones were only 12 or 13 years old. These are Sun Si's cousins. And cousins. Sis. Sun Si Ying shouted. Sister Si. Sister Si. Several others shouted back. Sun Si also responded to them one by one. These people came out and looked at Lin Dong with curious eyes. Fortunately, Sun Si's house was big enough. The living room was 50 to 60 square feet. Even if close to 20 people gathered in the living room, they didn't feel crowded. Sun Weiqing nodded secretly as he watched Lin Dong face the inquiries of so many people without the slightest hint of impatience. Although Lin Dong had lent their family $100 million to tide their family over. If Lin Dong was an uneducated, arrogant and ignorant second-generation rich man, Sun Weiqing really did not want to give his daughter to him. After all, this is related to the happiness of his daughter's life. But he has no way to quickly return this 100 million to Lin Dong. And his heart is also very torn in case Lin Dong is really an uneducated rich second generation. What to do? Fortunately, seeing Lin Dong's performance now was still very satisfying. A super rich second generation being able to face so many people's inquiries and still be able to answer them one by one in such a modest and decent manner. It proved that Lin Dong's character was still very good. And he was relieved. Linden said he was tired. Very tired. If he had known it was going to be like this, he wouldn't have come at all. Those who had not been exposed to it did not know the power of these 7 great ants. And Lin Dong felt that he was not this tired even if he fought with Qin Zheng again. Each of them had 1 sentence for you and 1 for me. And Lin Dong only felt his head buzzing. The key, these people also worded some of them to look down on him, making him a bit helpless. I wish I could tell them I'm actually the richest man in the world. But no one would believe it if they said that. After having easily survived the rounds of bombardment from these people in the living room, 4 or 5 middle-aged women came out from the kitchen and began to greet everyone in preparation for dinner before starting a new round of bombardment at Lin Dong. A meal was eaten as if Lin Dong was sitting on pins and needles. And everyone was taking care of this grand aunt of the Sun family. A toast to the toast. Clip the dish for the clip. Sun Si could not help but be a little smitten as she watched Lin Dong smile in the face of her own relative siege at the other table. How great would this scene be if it were real? She really wanted this to be true. Lin Dong is really her boyfriend. Then she would be the happiest woman in the world for the rest of her life. Finally finished a meal. Lin Dong did not feel drunk at all even though he had been toasted a lot because his physique had improved. On the contrary, the people on the table who had given Lin Dong a toast had been drunk by Lin Dong for most of the time. In the afternoon, Lin Dong was originally ready to leave. But because of the wine, the Sun family was adamant that Lin Dong would not be allowed to leave. Having no choice but to pretend to be somewhat drunk again, Lin Dong was finally taken to Sun Si's room to sleep for the afternoon. He was genuinely afraid that these people would do it all again in the afternoon. And then he was really going crazy. In the evening, Lin Dong was called up by Sun Si and said that it was time for dinner. Lin Dong got up and realized that there was no one left in the house except for him and Sun Si. I've booked dinner at the hotel tonight. They've already gone over. It's just the 2 of us left, Sun Si said. Then let's go as well, Lin Dong said as he was about to go out. Lin Dong, Sun Si suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Sun Si. Thank you for today, Sun Si whispered. Thank me for what? I should be thanking you. Your family is very warm. And it's a home-cooked meal that I rarely get, Lin Dong said with a smile. I know you are comforting me. A rich kid like you should be very unaccustomed to being surrounded by people asking questions like this. Right? And they also look down on you. But you put up with it all for me. I really thank you. Hearing Sun Si say this, Lin Dong was also a little embarrassed. That is actually nothing. Mr. Sun. We are friends. Friends should help each other. Sun Si hugged Lin Dong from behind. As she was also 5 feet 2 inches. She leaned her head on Lin Dong's shoulder and sobbed. Lin Dong. Why are you so nice to me? What if I really like you? Lin Dong felt Sun Si's softness and was a little distracted. Sun. Students. Don't be like this. Lin Dong hurriedly said, fearing that he would not be able to control it. Han Shiyun had ruffled his feathers last time. Delayed by his sister-in-law's affairs. And now Sun Si? I'm not a willow. Okay? Why do you all like to play with fire like that? Lin Dong. Let me give you a good hug. Okay? Don't say a word. Just let me hold you quietly like this. Hearing Sun Si say this, Lin Dong's fire also began to slowly drop. He did not say anything and just quietly felt the heat that Sun Si's body brought to him. After about 10 minutes, Sun Si let go of Lin Dong and wiped the marks on her face. Thank you. Linden. Let's go. My dad and the others should be waiting anxiously in a while. Sun Si walked to the front after saying that. Lin Dong, on the other hand, bitterly laughed as he followed behind. After getting downstairs, Lin Dong drove Sun Si to the hotel, which was the only 5-star hotel in Yangcheng. The people who can eat inside are all the dignitaries of Yangcheng. And the inside represents the highest level of treatment in Yangcheng. The two came all the way to the Sun Weicheng book room, which is a pretty big room. Sitting the whole 3 tables are not crowded at all. Everyone was already seated, waiting for Lin Dong and Sun Si. See? What's taking so long? Everyone is waiting for you too. Sun Si's second aunt said. This was because although Lin Dong had performed well, his family's condition was too poor, making many people somewhat look down on Lin Dong. So naturally, there was a lot of grumbling about the two of them being late. And with this son-in-law, Sun Weicheng's help to their relatives might be limited in the future. This was the most unwelcome reason for them to welcome Lin Dong. Good-looking, and a famous university, which if Sun Weicheng recruited as a door-to-door son-in-law back, their interests must be greatly weakened. Auntie too. I'm sorry. We were delayed in traffic for a bit. Just sit down. I'll ask the waiter to serve the food. Chen Shuilian said. Lin Dong and Sun Si sat down next to each other. Soon the waiters began to serve the food one after another. No one finally toasted Lin Dong anymore during this meal. It seemed that Lin Dong's drinking capacity at noon had scared them all. And everyone had a great time eating. Halfway through the meal, Sun Weicheng stood up with his hold on the wine glass and said, This cup of wine today. I want to toast Lin Dong. Lin Dong also hurriedly stood up with his wine glass and said, Uncle is polite. I will toast you with this glass of wine. Lin Dong, sit down first and wait for me to finish my sentence. I think we all know about my son Weicheng being cheated some days ago. And I was able to rise again so quickly thanks to Lin Dong's help. If it wasn't for Lin Dong's $100 million, I don't think that Sun Weicheng, would have had the chance to get up again in my life. So I have to toast you with this glass of wine. Lin Dong, it was you who saved our family. Thank you. As soon as Sun Weicheng's words fell out of his mouth, the room was silent. Everyone looked at Lin Dong in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. How could they not believe that it was Lin Dong who had offered money to help Sun Weicheng tide over his difficulties? And it's up to $100 million? These relatives of theirs, they have been relying on Sun Weicheng for a small amount of money over the years. The more resourceful ones already have 3 to 5 million. And even the worse ones have a couple million. But $100 million is astronomical to them. Does Sun Weicheng's entire fortune amount to $100 million? Guess that's bad enough.
Some days ago Sun Weicheng was partners to cheat the matter. They also have some understanding, but also actively trying to find ways to help.
After all,
Sun Weicheng collapsed.
Their days are not good. We are all glory. Loss. Loss. And this handsome-looking, courteous college student Lin Dong in front of him was able to take out $100 million to help Sun Weicheng? How old is he? It looked like 21 or 22. I think.
To be so young and to have $100 million in your hand is basically impossible to earn on your own.
It can only be from your family.
The family can take out $100 million of funds to their own children at any time,
without even asking for the use of it. Then this family. How thick is the family background in the end?
Is this what Lin Dong's mouth says?
That the family runs a small business?
If you call this a small business.
What are these people? Scavengers?
There were a few people who had sneered at Lin Dong at noon.
Their faces reddened in embarrassment.
They were even worried that if Lin Dong became the Sun family's son-in-law,
their own interests would be caught. It's simply ridiculous. A rich kid with a family like that would come to be a son-in-law? Moreover,
if the Sun family can marry with such a super family,
their relatives will also be benefited. Won't they? Maybe they might. One day. Be worth millions of dollars by relying on Lin Dong and Sun Si. At this instant, everyone's gaze towards Lin Dong changed. It's gone from disdain and mockery to pandering. That's the power of money.
Lin Dong had changed in their eyes from a loser who wanted to lean on the big tree of the Sun family to a big tree that even the Sun family wanted to lean on. The status changed naturally.
At this time,
Lin Dong also said in a very pretentious manner,
"Uncle, you don't have to be polite. CE and I are very good friends. And $100 million is actually nothing to me." The scene was a little numb.
To be able to talk about the feeling of $100 million as $10,000.
It was probably only a super rich second generation like Lin Dong. This $100 million. It may not mean much to you,
but it means a lot to our Sun family.
Without this $100 million, our Sun family would have fallen from a sinking ship. And everyone here should be grateful to you.
Sun Weicheng swept a glance at some of the people sitting here and said. He had seen all of these people's attitudes towards Lin Dong today. And the reason why he had not spoken out to dissuade them was to see how these people would react when he told them the truth.
How dare you look down on Lin Dong? They didn't even think about it. If it wasn't for Lin Dong's help, would they still be able to sit here and eat so happily? Go home and cry. Right. 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 Young Lin.
Thank you for saving our large family. I'll toast you with this glass of wine.
I'll drink up. Make yourself at home.
Sun Si's second aunt hurriedly stood up and said to Lin Dong with her wine cup.
Since noon.
She was the one who danced the most happily. And she was also all kinds of prickly towards Lin Dong. Sun Weicheng does not have a son and cannot inherit the Sun family's fragrance, while she has a son and is able to inherit the Sun family's fragrance. So even though Sun Weicheng was the most promising person in the Sun family, the Sun family's old man still always preferred Sun Laoer. Just because he had given the Sun family a son. Sun Weicheng is also a relatively filial person.
And there is Sun Laozi in the middle.
So among these relatives,
Sun Laoji's family is the one that benefits the most.
They even secretly mentioned to elder Sun that if all of Sun Weicheng's so much family property is given to his two daughters in the future, it will have nothing to do with the Sun family.
Trying to get the old man to ask for a share of the family fortune for them. Now that Lin Dong's identity as a super rich second generation was exposed,
she was the one who was the happiest. Lin Dong is definitely not looking at the Sun Weicheng family fortune,
and will help the Sun family to become bigger. And then he will be able to share even more.
Maybe one day her family could have hundreds of millions of dollars in assets.
And then she wouldn't have to work so hard. How nice to be a rich wife.
Thinking of this, she also looked at Lindong with a smile on her face. Just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more delighted she became. Shaolin. Thanks to your generosity, it's only possible for our Sun family to rise again. I'll toast you with this glass of wine as well. I'll drink. Make yourself at home. The adults at the two main tables basically toasted Lindong one by one. The most basic is the change of address. At noon, they were still calling Lindong or Shaolin, but now they were all called Lin Xiao. Moreover, at noon, each person toasted Lindong with a glass of wine, and Lindong all had to finish it before they would give up. But now, basically, they were all drying themselves, and they did not dare to say anything if Lindong casually drank a little or did not drink. This is a shift in status. The meal continues. Lindong had become the centerpiece of the meal. Everyone was respecting Lindong consciously or unconsciously. And as long as he liked to eat something, the dish would stay in front of Lindong for a long time. The meal was well received by the guests, and towards the end, the door was pushed open and everyone had thought it was the waiter. But a gruff voice rang out, clearly not in tune with the waiter. Mr. Sun. So you're here? I've really looked for you. When Sun Weicheng heard this voice, his face turned ugly for a while. The visitor had a fierce look and was followed by a few minions. Obviously not a good person. After coming in, he slapped on Sun Weicheng's shoulder with such force that the chopsticks in Sun Weicheng's right hand fell to the ground. Lu Cheng, what are you doing? Today is our family gathering. Don't mess up here. Sun Weicheng said angrily. Me messing with you? You finished our business long ago. Why would I still trouble you? You're rich now. You've risen again. And you're known far and wide as Mr. Sun again. What? Can you not put me in your eyes like this? Lu Cheng narrowed his small eyes and said. Lu Yong. This is between you and Yang Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with me or the company. Sun Weicheng said. Yang Xiaoming is Sun Weicheng's former partner. Rolled up all the company's property. And even borrowed a lot of foreign debt in the name of the company. These money Sun Weicheng Cheng is already paid off. After all, is borrowed in the name of the company. He is now still the company's legal representative. So this money should be his return. Only to blame him for not knowing people. But the dispute with Lu Cheng is alone between Yang Xiaoming's private and him, which is not to be found on Sun Weicheng's head. According to reason. And Lu Cheng now cannot find Yang Xiaoming. Can only find his former company? Find Sun Weicheng. He is also a famous local snake. There are many minions below. These days, every day, there are people in Sun Weicheng's company to make trouble. To Sun Weicheng to pay back the money. Sun Weicheng called the police. They left. The police left and came back. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a villain. This is what it means. Lu Cheng is not tired of pestering. And Sun Weicheng is helpless. He also thought about paying back the money. But Lu Cheng not only wanted $500,000 of principal, but also lionized $1 million of interest, totaling $1.5 million. Sun Weicheng then extinguished the mine to give money to the matter. Lu Yong, such a person, once he gets the benefits, will be like a cat that smells fishy. Stick up and do not want to get rid of. Mr. Sun. It's meaningless for you to talk like that. Yang Xiaoming and you are brothers and shareholders of your company. And now that you've risen again, who knows if the two of you are working together to trap me? Lu Cheng said. Lu Cheng is actually aware of the fact that Yang Xiaoming rolled away the company's money, which is basically impossible to be false. But he's got to find a scapegoat. What else would he do with his money? It just so happens that Sun Weicheng's company has suddenly made a comeback. So he aims at Sun Weicheng.
Lu Cheng. Don't be a scoundrel here. Yang Xiaoming rolled up all of the company's property.
I've already called the police. The police have already filed a case.
You can go and ask to see if we're screwing you over?
I don't care about this.
I just want the money. If you don't pay, I'll go to your company every day and see if you have more time or I have more time?
Lu Cheng said as his eyes swept the people present.
The moment he saw Sun Si, Lu Cheng's tiny eyes could no longer stay away. Too beautiful. The body is also good to the explosion. Although sitting, but also can see the height is definitely not less than 1.7 meters.
He had played with many women over the years,
but none of them could catch up with Sun Si. Not even a third of them.
His greatest passion in life was women.
All kinds of women.
The moment he saw Sun Si,
Lu Cheng decided that he must have this woman. Lu Cheng, don't go too far.
Lu Cheng didn't pay any more attention to Sun Weicheng, but left him behind and walked around the table to Sun Si's side.
This young lady. I wonder what's your name? My name is Lu Cheng. And I would like to make friends with you. Sun Si didn't say anything,
but it could be seen that she was still a bit nervous.
The crowd present also dared to be angry.
Lu Yong is a famous snake in Yangcheng. Anyone who offended him did not have a good ending.
Sun Weicheng couldn't do anything with him, let alone the rest of them. Pop.
Sun Weicheng shot up at this time,
pointing at Lu Cheng and said, Lu Cheng, don't go too far. If you dare to touch my family, I will definitely die with you.
Sun Weicheng was also furious.
How did he not know Lu Cheng's habits?
The other party actually tried to get their hands on his daughter. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate.
If he can't even protect his own family, what's the point of him being a man?
And future son-in-law Lin Dong is still watching. As for letting Lin Dong help,
he hadn't thought about it.
Even if Lin Dong was a son of a great family, that was still beyond his reach.
This wasn't his family's territory, so his family's hand couldn't reach over.
Or this was a bad rule. Lu Cheng ignored Sun Weicheng's threat and narrowed his small eyes with a faint smile.
Oh? Family member? So she's your daughter? Mr. Sun.
I didn't expect you to have such a beautiful daughter.
Why didn't you say so earlier? Why would we have gotten to this point if we had said it earlier?
As for the threat in Lu Cheng's mouth,
he didn't take it to heart at all. A fish out of water? Who are you? Sun Weicheng? To fight me to the death?
You're nothing more than a small business owner with a small fortune.
There are a lot of people like that in Sheepshead. But how many people like him? Lu Cheng? Are there in the whole of Yangcheng? Yangcheng underground world. He Lu Cheng does not say one hand, but at least can be ranked in the top 5.
Sun Weicheng such a person he is not even in the eyes. He had ways to put the other side in their place.
Unless they didn't want to hang out in Goat Town anymore and moved their families. Sun Weicheng took 2 deep breaths and said, Lu Cheng, I'll give you the money. Just the amount you said. Please leave immediately. However,
Lu Cheng was unmoved and said with a smile,
Mr. Sun, now I don't want money. If you pledge your daughter to me,
I guarantee that I will make your company run smoothly in Yangcheng and sing all the way up.
How about it? You.
Sun Weicheng was speechless with anger.
You keep this up, we're going to call the police. Sun Si's mom, Chen Suelian, said. After that,
he took out his cell phone and was ready to call the police.
If you dare to call the police,
I'll make sure your company will never be able to open in Yangcheng.
Do you believe me? And not only will your company not be able to continue, even your place of residence will be affected. I believe you don't want to wake up and open the door every day to find a pile of feces in front of your door. Right? Walking on the road also by strangers throw shit?
Lu Chong said in a morose tone.
Now Chen Suilian was also shocked.
The hand that was dialing the phone stopped moving. She was afraid that her decision would affect her husband's big event. The surrounding people were also stunned.
For Lu Chong,
such things were not done too often. Lu Chong is very smart.
He will not put you people how.
As much as to make these underhanded means.
Surprisingly,
also let him stand firm in Yangchang.
That's right,
Lu Chong said as his smile returned.
Lu Chong, go ahead. How much money do you want?
Sun Weicheng asked as he sat down disheveledly in his seat. Lu Chong threatening him with his family is what he fears the most. His family is his soft underbelly.
And what Lu Chong just said. He is really doing this to start. Even if the police cannot do anything. And did not hurt. At most.
Just detained for a period of time. His little brother and more.
One by one cycle to come. Is not a person to stand. Today, Lu Chong picked too good a time. Otherwise, even if Lu Chong put a knife on his neck, he wouldn't frown because he didn't believe that Lu Chong would dare to do so.
But now he has no choice but to concede for the sake of his family. I just hope that Lu Chong will not ask for too much.
Mr. Son, I just said, I don't want money now. How about you pledge your daughter to me and I'll be your son-in-law? Guarantee that you will have smooth sailing in the future. Just tell me if there is any hostile company. I will help you get him. No way. Don't even think about it. It's absolutely impossible.
Sun Weicheng roared loudly.
Oh? Impossible? Mr. Son,
I hope you'll still be able to talk so tough 3 days later. Then Lu Chong reached out to touch Sun Si's face.
MS. Son, if you wait for me for 2 days,
I'm sure your father will change his mind. Just as his hand was about to touch Sun Si's face, a strong hand squeezed his hand so that he could no longer move an inch. Lu Chong was about to try Sun Si's smooth face. But he didn't want to be pinched by a hand to death.
He tried as hard as he could to move.
But the hand had a death grip on him so that he couldn't move even if he wanted to. After inclining his head, he realized that it was a young man next to Sun Si who grabbed him.
Kid,
you'd better mind your own business. Or I'll make you eat your words,
Lu Chong said fiercely to Lin Dong. Lin Dong did not say anything.
But his grip on Lu Chang's hand was getting harder and harder. Lu Chong also slowly sensed that something was wrong. The hand that was being pinched by Lin Dong was becoming more and more painful. And his forehead also began to gradually sweat.
Ah! Stop! 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 Lu Chong couldn't take it anymore.
The pain made him scream out.
Brother Chung! Brother Chung! Brother Chung!
A few juniors at the doorway saw Lu Chong being pinched by Lin Dong and screamed out,
wanting to go up and help,
but was called back by Lu Chong.
Don't! Stay away! Several people immediately stood still. Little brother. You are still young. 1,000 million don't do anything stupid. Put your hand down. Today
I'll pretend that nothing has been sent
to happen. How about it?
Lu Chong stumbled and said. It was really too painful in his hand. So painful that he could not even speak clearly.
He had to concede.
He even felt that the bones in his hand were going to be pinched and fractured by Lin Dong. Lin Dong glanced at Lu Chong and remained silent.
Do we need to be merciful to an evil person like Lu Chong? Naturally. It's not necessary. Hands continue to increase their efforts. Lu Chong was pinched by Lin Dong and screamed miserably. Ah! It hurts so much.
Big brother.
Please. Please. Let go.
Then the only thing the crowd in the room heard was a chilling sound.
Ka! Is this Lu Chun's hand being pinched and fractured? The eyes of the crowd were filled with fear as they looked at Lin Dong. This teenager, who just seemed so polite, is actually so ruthless? He pinched and fractured Lu Yon's hand? And where did he get that much strength? What does it feel like to have your hand pinched and broken straight away? Lu Chong was now completely speechless from the pain. Sweat had drenched his clothes. A few of the junior brothers also looked at Lin Dong with some trepidation. It's too hard. This young man is actually so ruthless? They are also intimidated. Some people are not for your claws to touch, Lin Dong said in a light tone. After saying that, he shook off Lu Chang's hand. Lu Chong clutched his broken hand and crouched on the ground wailing breathlessly. A few juniors also rushed over at this time to help Lu Chong up. Everyone in the room looked at Lin Dong with heart-stopping shock, while Lin Dong acted incomparably calm. It was as if what he had just done was just a small, insignificant thing. A few minutes later, Lu Chong slowed down. Hands still hurt though. But it's so much better than just now. He stared at Lin Dong with a morose expression on his face. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In this goat city, from now on, none of your whole family will have a good time. Lu Chung, right? I'm sitting here right now, and I want to see how I'm finished. As for Uncle Sun's family, you can finish today before saying such harsh words. Lin Dong's tone was still incomparably bland, not taking Lu Chang's threat to heart in the slightest. Good. You wait for me, Lu Chong said and took out the phone with his other hand and started dialing. He was going to call someone over. And from the way he had just acted, it was clear that the young man in front of him wasn't something that could be handled by just a few of them. But even if you're good, what can you do? As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Call 30 to 50 people. Don't believe you can still beat it. Lin Dong also took out his cell phone at this time. Sent a message in the SCC group. Is there anyone in the group from Yangchang, Jiangnan province? Because Lin Dong was already a core member of the SCC. The shift in identity would also be apparent in the groups. As one of the few cores of the entire SCC, his words naturally attracted the attention of many people. Many low-level, mid-level and even high-level members wanted to lean on such a big brother, but suffered from a lack of opportunity. And now that the opportunity had come, they naturally flocked to it. Several people soon replied. Big brother, I'm in Lu City, very close to Yangchang. What are your orders? I'll rush over right away. Big brother, I'm in Yuan City, and I'm also neighbors with Yangchang, so I can also come right away. There were many messages from such people. At least 7 or 8. Basically close to Sheepshead, indicating that they could come immediately. This was enough to prove the status of the core members in SCC. If the senior members had sent out a message like this, everyone would have responded. But they would never have been so attached to it. At this time a message caught Lin Dong's attention. Big brother. Big brother. I'm from Sheep City. And I'm in Sheep City right now. Where are you? I'll rush over right away. Lin Dong directly chatted privately with the other party. I'm Lin Dong. I'm currently in the 36th private room of the holiday in Yangchang. And I've encountered a bit of trouble here. Can you solve it? Can. Don't worry, big brother. There's nothing I can't solve in Yangchang. Wait a moment. I'll be there in 20 minutes. No. 15 minutes. Good. Then hurry up. I'll wait here. Wait a moment, big brother. I'll be on my way. Linden put the phone down. Next to her, Sun Si looked at Lin Dong, her beautiful eyes flashing. And the other side of the phone, Yen Hong was with a few friends in a foot bath city, enjoying the foot washing service of young female technicians. Bored and flipping through his phone, he saw that a big man in the group was asking who was in Yangchang, Jiangnan Province. Yangchang? Jiangnan Province? Isn't he himself a native of Yangchang? Jiangnan Province? There's actually a core member of the SCC showing up in Goat Town? Yen Hong immediately replied in the group. Soon the other party was chatting with him privately. After talking to Lin Dong, Yen Hong's entire body was in a state of exuberance. He was originally a hegemon in Yangchang, but is a thug. Although more than 60% of the city's entertainment venues are controlled by him. But the bottom line is somewhat insufficient. He wanted to get out of Yangcheng, to climb higher, melting into the upper circles of Jiangnan Province. In the end, it took a lot of effort and connections and money to finally join the SCC, an organization that was a behemoth to him. The lowest level members in here were people of his caliber, while the intermediate and high level members were even the bigwigs of provincial cities. He wanted to lean on these people, but basically no one gave a damn about him. And gradually he lost patience. It is better to come back to keep his own acreage faster. But just now there was actually a core bigwig from SCC who needed his help in Goat City? What is the level of the core bigwigs? There are only about a dozen in the entire SCC. He never expected to come into contact with such a great man. Now it was simply a chance given to him by the heavens. A chance for him to soar. And he had to make the most of it. As for Lin Dong's comment about trouble, he didn't give it a second thought. There really wasn't anything that Goat Town couldn't fix for him. He was already thinking now that after helping Lin Dong, a core member of the SCC, to solve his troubles, he should be considered as an acquaintance. A little more exposure and contact and slowly you'll be able to lean on the tree. Yen Hong hurriedly stood up and said to several friends who came together, "You several first play. I temporarily have some urgent matters. Have to go out first." "Hero. What's so urgent? Can you leave your brothers behind?" "Yes. It's hard to get together." "What's the point of you leaving?" Yen Hong is also a little embarrassed. This party was organized by him. These three people are friends who have a better relationship with him. However, Lin Dong's side was something that he had to go to right away. There was absolutely no delay. So he said, "It's an SCC core bigwig who's in a bit of trouble at the holiday in Yangchang. And I have to go over there right away for a bit." SCC core bigwigs? The three people in the room were all a little surprised. They weren't members of the SCC though. Which certainly wasn't that they didn't want to join. But they didn't have a door. But Yen Hong had often flaunted it in front of them ever since he joined SCC. They also have some basic understanding of SCC as a result. Yen Hong was considered the lowest level member. And there were intermediate and high level members above him. And the core members are already in the SCC leadership. Such bigwigs are definitely super awesome. According to Yen Hong said, the core members in the whole SCC are only a dozen. Each one is a top-notch bigwig. They also quickly got up, wanting to follow Yen Hong to see the style of the core big brother of the SCC. "Hero, how about we also join you to meet the SCC core bigwigs?" one of them asked. Yen Hong thought about it and said, "That's fine. We have to set off quickly. We can't keep Big Brother waiting and anxious." The four of them changed together and quickly drove to the Holiday Inn. Holiday Inn. Room 36. The people called by Lu Chong have entered the room one after another. More than 20 people entered at once. And some people outside the door. The Sun family's large family was squeezed into the corner of the private room. Two of the younger kids were so scared they were on the verge of crying. The others were also filled with worry. When had they ever seen such a battle? Sun Si's family looked at Lin Dong and were all worried about him. Right now. The entire private room was just Lin Dong sitting on the chair without moving. Lu Chong had a heartbeat after the person he had called in came in. Kid. Weren't you great just now? Why don't you say anything now? Come on. Show me another one of your bullishness? I'm telling you. You're finished. I'll fucking kill you today. Lu Chong said while pointing his good one finger at Lin Dong's nose. That expression. As arrogant as it could be. The spittle from his mouth was about to spray onto Lin Dong's face. Lu Chong. How much money do you want? I'll give you the money and you take the people away immediately.
Sun Weicheng stood in front of a large family and said to Lu Chong.
Money? Sun Weicheng. You think that money can settle today's matter? I'm telling you. Stay out of this. I'll settle the score with you later. Right now I have to get this kid first. Lu Chong said with his index finger already touching Lin Dong's nose.
Lin Dong did not say anything and directly reached out and grabbed Lu Chang's finger that was pointing at him and quickly wrenched it back with force.
Ka!
Another voice shook the room.
Ah!
Lu Chong screamed in pain instantly. Lin Dong was too fast.
Before anyone could react, Lu Chang's index finger was broken again.
It was at this time that more than 20 of Lu Chang's juniors around him reacted and were about to rush up to surround Lin Dong. A voice came in through the door.
I'll see who dares to move. Hearing this voice,
all those who were about to act stopped moving. Yen Hong walked in through the door with his 3 friends.
Lu Chong was still wailing on the ground. Both of his hands were now fractured. Tears were coming out of his eyes from the pain. And because he was covered by the sound of his own wailing, he didn't seem to hear Yen Hong's voice.
The surrounding Lu Chang's minions consciously lowered their heads. They did not expect Yen Hong to suddenly appear here.
Who is Yen Hong? Goat City 1. Nicknamed Master Hero. A person like Lu Chong is not worthy of Yen Hong's shoes. Let alone these little brothers of theirs. Offend Yen Hong in Yangchang. Die without knowing how to die. You are Mr. Lin. Right?
Yen Hong bowed to Lin Dong and asked.
I am Lin Dong. You are Yen Hong? Lin Dong asked. Because the names in the SCC group are using their real names. He saw Yen Hong's name when he chatted privately. He looked up and sized up Yen Hong. About 40 years old. Quite imposing. In this Yangcheng status should not be low. Yes. I am none other than Yen Hong.
Yen Hong hurriedly replied. He did not dare to show the slightest disrespect to Lin Dong, the core bigwig of the SCC. Even if Lin Dong looked young, he did not dare to take him lightly. To be able to enter the core of the SCC at such a young age. Didn't it just show that Lin Dong had an extremely deep background? He dreamed of leaning on these super families. Look at the guy on the ground. Do you recognize him? Just said he wanted to get me killed. Lin Dong said as he pointed at Lu Chong, who was still wailing on the ground.
Yen Hong looked at the person on the ground. Isn't that Lu Chong?
Those who have gotten their start by underhanded means over the years are said to have dozens of people under their hands.
Yen Hong walked over and kicked Lu Chong and said, Don't scream. If you're not dead, hurry up. Or else you'll really be dead in a while. Yen Hong spoke in a flat voice. But it made all of Lu Chang's juniors present feel a chill. If you're not dead, get up quickly or you'll be really dead in a while. How does it feel so scary to say this from Yen Hong's mouth? Lu Chong endured the severe pain and looked up at Yen Hong. The glance almost didn't make him faint. Hero. Master Hero? Roll up. Yen Hong had said. I. The little one will get up at once. Lu Chong hurriedly endured the severe pain and got up from the ground. Kneel down and apologized to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao? Lu Chong asked hesitantly as he looked at Lin Dong. Yen Hong kicked at the bend of Lu Chong's foot. Lu Chong was kicked directly to his knees in front of Lin Dong by Yen Hong's sudden kick. Apologize to Xiao Lin. If Xiao Lin forgives you, today's matter will be settled. If you don't get Xiao Lin's forgiveness, you know the consequences.
Yan Hong said to Lu Cheng, who was kneeling in front of Lin Dong. Lu Cheng heard Yan Hong said so. Even if more stupid also know that he offended today. He cannot afford to offend people. Even Mr. Hong, one of the Yangcheng hegemons, had to be called Lin Xiao. So how powerful was this Lin Xiao's background? Lin Xiao. I'm sorry. It's me. Lu Cheng. Who has no eyes and has offended you? Please spare me. Lu Cheng kowtowed to Lin Dong as he spoke. Dun 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 dun. He didn't dare to knock gently. He knocked hard. And his head hit the floor with a thud. If he could not obtain Lin Dong's forgiveness today, it would be questionable if he could even walk out of Yangcheng. Yan Hong watched as Lu Cheng knelt in front of Lin Dong and kowtowed with a thud, casually glancing at the others in the room. This glance could scare those 20 or so of Lu Yong's minions enough to hastily kneel down one after another and start kowtowing to Lin Dong. Knock. 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 There were no end of such voices in the booth. The large family of the Sun family was also dumbfounded by the sudden change. Lu Cheng, who had just been fierce and vicious, was now kneeling on the ground like a dog, begging for Lin Dong's forgiveness. Simply stunned. Their jaws dropped to the floor. Uncle Sun, what do you think about how to deal with this Lu Cheng? Lin Dong turned his head to look at Sun Weicheng and asked. Lin Xiao. You just decide. Sun Weicheng said somewhat unnaturally. He had wanted to call Lin Dong, but when he thought that even Yan Hong had to call Lin Xiao, he didn't dare to call him anything. Yan Hong is not Lu Cheng can be compared. In Yangcheng, offended Yan Hong basically is to cut off their own back. Even the opportunity to struggle a little bit. Wouldn't he be above Yan Hong if he called himself Lin Dong? What if Lin Dong left and Yan Hong found himself to settle the score? But calling Lin Xiao also seemed a bit inappropriate. He, Lin Dong, was his daughter's boyfriend? What old father-in-law called his son-in-law Lin Xiao? Uncle Sun, don't be so formal. CE and I are good friends. You can just call me Lin Dong. Yan Hong's three friends were observing Lin Dong from the back. They had originally come to see the top young man in style, but now they felt that this top young man seemed to be just SOSO. It wasn't that different compared to them. Could it be that he hadn't seen such a character and had gone back to basics? Lin Dong casually stood up and stepped on Lu Cheng's already fractured hand as his extreme spiritual power was instantly released. In that instant, everyone in the room felt a cool breeze blowing through their bodies, and their bodies involuntarily shivered. Lu Cheng even fainted without even uttering a scream under the double torture of body and spirit. Yan Hong and the three friends behind him also stiffened their bodies as they glanced at each other, all of them able to detect the horror in each other's eyes. In this instant, what Lin Dong displayed was the elegance possessed by a top-tier youngster. And without someone who had been in a high position for a long time, he could not release such pressure. As if a mountain was pressed on his body. Lin Dong withdrew his spiritual energy in just a split second. His main purpose was to deter. He was afraid that his position as a core member of the SCC could not shock Yan Hong. So he came to such a show. After all, Sun Ci's family still has to live in Yangcheng. Since they want to help, then help to the end. In fact, this was entirely due to the fact that Lin Dong had just joined SCC not long ago and did not know enough about SCC to think this way. The identity of the core members of the SCC can be different from the middle and senior members. For Yan Hong, this low-level members, completely enough to deter. He simply cannot give birth to even a little bit of other minds. Yan Hong, that one is my uncle's son. My good friend's father. I still need you to take care of me in Yangcheng in the future. Lin Dong pointed at Sun Weicheng and Yan Hong and said. With now seems, Yan Hong in Yangcheng should not be low status. Have him take care of Sun Weicheng family?
should also be able to let them live a good life. Lin Xiao, don't worry. In the future, this uncle's son of yours is my business. I don't dare to guarantee it in other places. But in Yangchang, Yan Mao definitely guarantees him smooth sailing. Yan Hong patted his chest and assured. Being able to get on good terms with Lin Dong was more than he could ask for. And in a place like Yangchang, whoever he wanted to take care of was just a matter of words. That's good. Yan Hong, I'll remember you. You can contact me at any time in the future if anything happens. Lin Dong patted Yan Hong's shoulder and said. Yes. Lin Xiao. Yan Hong replied excitedly. Uncle Son. Let's go first. Leave this place to Yan Hong. Lin Dong shouted at Sun Weiqing's family. After saying this, Lin Dong took the lead and walked out. And Sun Weiqing's large family hurriedly followed. Once out of the corridor, only to see that the corridor is also kneeling in a row of people. All of them are the juniors that Lu Chong called over, and are now kneeling on the ground shivering. They were not afraid of Lin Dong. Lin Dong was still too distant for them. What they were afraid of was Yan Hong. The reputation of the first hegemon of Yangchang is not called out. It is done in real life. Walking out of the Holiday Inn, Lin Dong said that he wanted to go back to Jiangcheng. This place is not too far away from Jiangchang. It is only more than 2 hours. And it is still early to leave now and reach Jiangcheng. Sun Weiqing's family all wanted Lin Dong to stay for a night, wanting to get in touch with this Lin Xiao in the mouth of the Yangcheng Yiba more. While striking a good relationship, they also wanted to eliminate the effects of disrespecting Lin Dong at noon. Especially a few people who had been somewhat cynical towards Lin Dong at noon. If they had known that Lin Dong had such great energy, they would have been too busy to flatter him. So how would they dare to look down on Lin Dong? However, after what had just happened, the strength of Lin Dong's ruthlessness, they were all a little scared again. So they did not dare to go forward and pull, and could only turn their gaze towards Sun Si. Sun Weiqing also quietly pulled on Sun Si's clothes, signaling her to retain Lin Dong. Linden was ready to open the door and get in the car. Lin Dong! Sun Si shouted. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Sun Si. Can you stay for a night? Sun Si said as she looked at Lin Dong with an expectant gaze. Lin Dong originally wanted to refuse, but looked at Sun Si's delicate expression and eyes full of expectation. His old habits are back. For this kind of beautiful woman who has a better relationship and treats him better, is really embarrassed to refuse. Of course, this did not mean that he, Lin Dong, was a philandering, promiscuous person. On the contrary, up to now, although after breaking up with Zhang Shan, he had surrounded himself with so many extremely beautiful women. But up to now, not a single substantial relationship had taken place. The most recent one was with Han Shiyun. And if it hadn't been for his sister-in-law that night, I guess something really would have happened. But that was also because Han Shiyun had insulted his dignity as a man, which was why he would still be provoked even though he knew that Han Shiyun was using a provocative method. Lin Dong thinks that he should be hard-hearted to his enemies. But to his friends, it doesn't matter if he is a little soft. It doesn't matter if you are a little soft. That will do. But I have to leave early tomorrow morning. I have things to do back there. Lin Dong hesitated and said. Aha! Sun Si happily ran over and took Lin Dong's arm. When Lin Dong was able to stay, Sun Weiqing's entire family was quite happy. A few younger children wanted to sit in Lin Dong's car when they saw it. The temptation of a top-of-the-line supercar was still quite strong for youngsters like them. But they were stopped by their parents. They were not the least bit surprised that Lin Dong could drive such a supercar, which was worthy of Lin Dong, the identity of a top-tier youngster. But what they regretted was why they didn't realize it earlier. If Lin Dong had realized that he drove such a car as soon as he arrived,
Why would everyone have looked down on him somewhat? Just like that. Lin Dong still drove Sun Si and the group returned to Sun Si's home again.
Lin Dong and Sun Weicheng's family left.
Holiday Inn's 36th private room is still left with Yin Hong and his 3 friends, as well as the unconscious Lu Chong on the ground and his dozens of kneeling minions.
How does it feel? Yin Hong asked to the 3.
I didn't feel much at first.
But just now, the moment he got up,
there was a feeling of facing a mountain.
The pressure was intense.
Me too. I just felt a cool wind blowing through me at that moment.
This great young man seems to be very uncomplicated. No one who can become a core member of the SCC is a simple character. Let's not speculate. Let's just clean up this mess. Brother hero. Don't forget about us brothers if you really get on this big guy's good side. Don't worry. If you really get hitched, you definitely won't be forgotten. Yin Hong said.
Judging from the pressure that Lin Dong had just released all of a sudden, he had called himself in purely because he was afraid that people like Lu Chong would dirty his hands.
Right?
The next day Lin Dong got up in the morning and ate breakfast before heading back to Jiangchang.
Sun Si still had to rest at home for a day before going back. So he was alone on the way.
There was no drama of a beautiful woman falling on her face last night. And other than the fact that some of Sun Si's relatives all complimented Lin Dong and did not leave until late at night, there was nothing else that happened.
Time is passing day by day. 3 days later,
Lin Dong finally received a phone call from Zhao Xian, saying that she was optimistic about a project that, according to the team she had formed to examine it, was very valuable to invest in. But the other party was asking for a somewhat high price and wanted to seek Lin Dong's opinion.
Lin Dong did not say anything. Directly hit the money. He has a shit opinion. Cannot wait for the other party to ask for a higher price. He felt that he didn't have much to spend at all. Usually spending a little bit of money didn't add any godly points at all. Preparing 2 sets of houses for his sister-in-law and great-aunt only took $200 million. Of which $100 million hadn't been paid yet. And now that he could no longer see eye to eye about 1 or 2 divine greatness points. If he wanted the divine greatness points to go up faster, he would have to invest like crazy. But the vote can't be messed up. If he doesn't follow the rules and make a mess of it, he will probably soon attract the attention of some people who are interested in it. He feels that he is not yet capable of protecting the assets he owns. So he has been keeping a relatively low profile. In terms of power, he had only just started and was still in the process of establishing himself. And he was still far behind people like Xi Party, Xi Zhao Sherdao and Zhu Gatsangdao. Even compared to Qin Zhang as well as Lu Chen, these people were no match at all. In terms of strength, Broken Army had said that he was only the most powerful person Broken Army had ever seen in the younger generation. Which meant that there were still a lot of the older generation that could defeat him. That's why he wants to cultivate his own power. His ideal is when one day, the world's top 1,000 companies, there are 800 of them, he has not low shares on the line. When the time comes to throw up your arms, the global economy will shake 3 times. How awesome! How bossy! As for why Zhao Xian was chosen for such an important position, one reason is because he was originally a loser. There is simply no one around who can have this kind of ability. And from the contact, Zhao Xian he still values. Competent. There's the bottom line again. The other reason was because after Zhou Xian's family came looking for her, he learned something about Zhou Xian as a result. She's definitely a person who knows how to return the favor. Even though her parents were so hard on her growing up, she still thinks of her family when she earns money. And has barely saved a penny in all the years she's been working. Except for sustaining herself. For Lin Dong, ability was secondary because it didn't matter to him if he made money or not. He already had an inexhaustible amount of money anyway. Character is the most important thing. Bad character, even if it is capable, Lin Dong absolutely do not want. So what he ended up looking at was actually Zhao Xian's character. With a person like Zhao Xian, Lin Dong could guarantee that as long as the anger was almost gone, she would still continue to help the family. As to what kind of way, it was up to her. When he had just obtained the system, Lin Dong had secretly decided that he should never reveal his full strength before he himself thought that he could defend himself. Low profile is the way to go. It's what makes him a surprise winner. All he had to do now was to try to save up God's magnificent points and see if the system would upgrade. Extreme physical and mental strength is definitely not enough. After giving Zhao Xian $2 billion, the Divine Magnificence points didn't increase immediately. And it was only on the second day that 20 points were added, bringing the total to 101. This also verified Lin Dong's idea that the money in the Super Godly Hero system would only increase the Godly Hero points if it was spent. And neither donating it nor this left-handed priming would increase it. Otherwise, wouldn't it be nice for Lin Dong to directly transfer $1 trillion in his company account? This system was also very simple to say. It was to allow Lin Dong to spend money and then increase the Divine Hero points to improve himself. On this side, Lin Dong had set up another security department and asked Xiao Breijin to contact some mercenaries he used to know abroad. Whether domestic or foreign, as long as you are willing to come, everything is treated favorably. But the prerequisite is that the character must pass. Like the kind of people who were so evil that they were forced to flee to foreign countries to work as mercenaries. Lin Dong was determined not to have them. Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Lin Dong also asked them to help Xiao Baojun get the security department up first. Anyway, with his current strength, there shouldn't be many people who could threaten him. And if he couldn't even fuck with him, Wei Yong and Li Guobing would be just sending food. In the past few days, because he was busy with things, Lin Dong didn't go to school. And his homeroom teacher called him to tell him to go back to class. Lin Dong also wondered. Didn't he say that at the last May 1st party, he could just take a vacation after going on stage? As a result, when I asked, I realized that it was someone who directly approached the school leadership, saying that Lin Dong did not come to class for 3 days. Did not look like a student at all. Simply affecting the reputation of such a prestigious school as Jiangda. And finally, even the class teacher was reprimanded by the school leadership. After Lin Dong received a call from the class teacher, he came directly to the school principal's office. Knock, knock. Lin Dong knocked on the door twice. Come in. A dignified voice came from inside the door. Lin Dong pushed the door in and Principal Zhou Limin was sitting in his seat flipping through the information on his desk. After Lin Dong came in, Zhou Limin looked up at Lin Dong and said, "This student. What is it?" "Hello, Principal Zhou. I am a junior student of the Department of Business Administration. My name is Lin Dong," Lin Dong said as he directly sat on the chair opposite Zhou Huimin. "Aha! Got it. Then what?" Zhou Limin asked. He felt that there was something different about Lin Dong as a student. Which of those students in the past were not scared to death when they saw him? And Lin Dong acted too casually, making him feel some contrast. Communication code 7 6 2 1 4 1 9 4 9. Principal Zhou. I may take a leave of absence at any time because I have some business outside the school. So I hope you can grant me this privilege. Lin Dong said. Oh? You want the privilege of taking time off whenever you want? Can you tell me why? Zhou Limin asked with a smile. He was a little curious as to why Lin Dong dared to come to him, the principal, and make such a request. And it seemed like he looked like he would definitely agree. Because I've got some business outside of school. So I might be busy. Doing business? Mr. Lin Dong. Our school supports college students' entrepreneurship. As long as you report the relevant materials to the school. After the school's inspection, if there is no problem, it can give you the green light. But I didn't want to declare it. So I came directly to you. Lin Dong said. Oh. Then. Mr. Lin Dong. Do you think I'll agree? I'm sure you won't refuse. Principal Zhou. Reason. Zhou Limin said. Because I am prepared to donate 100 million to Zheng University. 50 million of which will be used to set up an award fund for needy students. Specifically for those children of the humble family who have good academic performance. And the other 50 million will be used to improve the various facilities of the school. What do you think about it? Principal Zhou? Lin Dong said with a smile. Zhou Limin was obviously taken aback when he heard Lin Dong's words. Donate $100 million to JNU? This is something that has never been done before in all the years of JNU's existence. Not to mention JNU. There has never been such a precedent even for the nation's leading universities. JNU is at least in the top 10 of the nation's leading universities. Established for so many years. It has also produced many celebrities from all walks of life. And donations are frequent. But most of them are in the amount ranging from a few $1,000,000. Jiangnan University was established so many years. The largest amount of donations or a student who graduated from Jiangnan University many years ago is now a big shot in the business world. Worth billions of dollars. But he only donated 20 million only. Now a current junior is talking about donating $100 million to the school? Who believes it? Honestly. Zhou Limin himself didn't feel convinced. In his opinion, Lin Dong was probably here to amuse him. The principal. Mr. Lin Dong. Are you sure you want to donate $100 million to the school? Not to amuse me? Zhou Limin asked as he sat up straight. Of course. Why else would I come to see you? Mr. Principal? To chat? If you want to chat, you have to look for schoolmates to chat with. Don't you? Lin Dong still said with a smile on his face. Zhou Limin carefully sized up Lin Dong. There wasn't a hint of the formality that the other students felt when they saw themselves. Instead, they were displaying a cynical attitude that proved that they certainly weren't afraid of themselves. Is it the son of a family? Quite possibly. A junior in college can start a business and earn $100 million? He definitely doesn't believe it. Moreover, Lin Dong was donating $100 million. If that was true, then how much money did he have in his hands? $1 billion? Or 10 billion? If Lin Dong was not here to amuse him, then Lin Dong must be some posh kid without a doubt. And the school was able to get an extra $100 million extra dollars. That can do a lot of things again. Maybe you can heavily grab a few provincial champions over. It would also be helpful for the promotion of their school. And his lifelong dream was to elevate JNU to one of the top 3 schools in the country. That's good. Student Lin Dong. If you really donate $100 million to the school as you said, then I'll grant you this privilege. And I'll also thank you for your contribution to JNU. But if you're here to amuse me, then don't blame me for being official. Yes. Principal Zhou. We have a deal. But I hope I'm donating anonymously. I don't want to be mobbed like a monkey everywhere I go in school. No problem. In this way, Lin Dong was taken to the school's finance by Principal Zhou Limin and called a group of leaders from Jiangda University. Until the end of the donation. 100 million after the arrival of the account. A cadre of school leaders of Jiangda University still feel like a dream. Previously. Which time to donate a few million shall not make a big fanfare to organize a general meeting. To promote a bit. Now donate 100 million even so simple to complete? Lin Dong's name is also on the list of these school leaders of theirs. This is definitely a wealthy man. Try not to offend if you can. Mr. Lin Dong. Thank you for your contribution to the construction of Jiangnan University. On behalf of all the teachers and students of the school, I sincerely thank you. Principal Zhou Limin said as he held Lin Dong's hand tightly with both hands. A donation of $100 million. This definitely breaks through history.
Lin Dong is still a school student and does not want to be famous and surrounded by people.
When he graduates, he can publicize this.
And then the school's reputation will rise again. How strong a sense of belonging does it take for a current junior to start a business out there?
Make money. And donate $100 million directly to the school?
And the fact that you can make so much money in your junior year of college just shows that the school's educational philosophy is very good.
Zhou Lining's heart was bursting with joy. Not only does this benefit the school,
but it also raises a wave of awareness and attracts more students to the area.
Which is a double whammy. You are too kind. President Zhou. Zhengde is also my alma mater.
It is the place where I was educated to become a success.
To be able to contribute my part to Zhengde, I believe it is what every student would do.
Lin Dong also politely returned. Then there were handshakes and thanks from various school leaders.
And Lin Dong responded politely one by one. Because Lin Dong did not want to publicize it. The school did not hold any donation ceremony.
After donating the money, Lin Dong left the school and continued to take his vacation.
School was not very important to him now.
And with extreme mental power. Learning anything was super fast. He felt like he shouldn't fail his classes.
Just go to the important ones. Even if he flunked,
he was sure the school would let him pass.
Before you know it, it's the weekend again. Lu Yanmei's body was almost well after half a month of conditioning. This weekend,
they are going to take a trip back to Syracuse together to move some of the things they need. Lin Dong was also going to pick up his great-aunt's family to see how he could convince them to move to Jiangcheng.
And by the way, he was also going to get his parents' compensation money back.
After arranging his family first, Lin Dong felt that only then could he let go and do his own thing. Wang Li has already returned to school half a month ago.
Lu Yanmei's family of 3 plus Lin Dong,
plus Wei Yong and Li Guobing, 2 drivers.
A line of 6 people Friday evening rushed to Syracuse. Lin Dong bought another Mercedes-Benz Big G. Wei Yong and Li Guobing drove one each. For them, former mercenaries,
not sleeping for 3 or 2 days was no problem at all.
Let alone driving for just a few hours. We left at 6 o'clock in the evening. And it was 12 o'clock midnight when we reached Syracuse.
After Lin Dong sent his sister-in-law's family home, he and Li Guobing and their group of 3 found a hotel in the county to check in. Lu Yanmei had wanted to let Lin Dong live at home.
After all,
he had also lived here for 2 years. But now Lin Dong feels that now both he and Wang Chao are older. Both should have their own privacy. It is better to live alone comfortably. And then feel a little awkward to sleep with Wang Chao. It didn't seem appropriate to stay in Wang Li's room. It was better to go to the hotel and get a room himself.
So he insisted on leaving with Wei Yong and the 2 of them. When he left, Lin Dong asked for the agreement that was signed with the name of his second uncle Lin Guobang. Xiao Dong. In fact, according to your ability, that compensation payment is already nothing to you. But Auntie knows that you have anger in your heart. And some of the things Lin Guobang has done are indeed unethical. But in the end,
he is also your own second uncle. And has raised you for several years.
So Auntie hopes that you won't go too far.
Lu Yanmei said in a serious tone as she gave the agreement to Lin Dong.
I know. Auntie. I just want to get back what belongs to me. Lin Dong said. Aha! Auntie trusts you. Go on. The next day,
Lin Dong took Wei Yong and Li Guobing with him to the residence of his second uncle,
Lin Guobang. With Lin Dong's understanding of his second uncle, Lin Guobang, as well as his second aunt, Zhang Guifeng,
there was no way they would obediently hand over the compensation money.
So last night,
Lin Dong had already contacted the best lawyer in Jiangcheng and sent the agreement to the other party.
Because of the agreement in hand,
the other side said that the lawsuit was hardly in doubt. The lawyer should be on his way to Syracuse by now. And through some connections, he got in touch with the people from the F hospital. And the other party said that as long as the evidence was solid, it would be dealt with as fast as possible.
Second Uncle Lin Guobang's residence is located in the suburbs of Syracuse.
A self-built house with 3 floors,
which was built by the joint efforts of Lin Dong's father and his second uncle Lin Guobang back then.
This means that this house is actually half owned by Lin Dong. But after Lin Dong's custody was awarded to Lin Guobang in the first place,
the house naturally belonged to Lin Guobang.
Lin Dong and his group of 3 arrived at Lin Guobang's residence.
When he entered the yard, his second aunt, Zhang Guifeng,
was watering the flowers in the yard. And when she saw Lin Dong coming, she grunted and turned around to go back inside.
Obviously,
Lin Dong's arrival was not welcome. Lin Dong brought Wei Yong and Li Guobing into the house with him.
Since it happened to be Saturday, all 4 members of the Lim Kokpong family were there. Second Uncle Lim Kokpong, second Aunt Zhang Guifeng, cousin Fei Lin, cousin Lin Quan. However, after seeing Lin Dong arrive, none of them were willing to pay attention to him.
And they were all watching the television to themselves. Lin Dong smiled indifferently and walked to the middle of the living room, placing the agreement in his hand on the coffee table and said,
Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed back then. Hurry up and give me my parents' compensation.
I won't make things difficult for you either. I don't want this house either. Just consider it the cost of living here for a few years.
Lin Dong didn't even call his second uncle anymore.
He directly called Lin Guobang.
For this second uncle of his,
he had a shadow over the years he had lived here.
What agreement? What compensation payment? I don't know. Lin Dong,
don't listen to your sister-in-law and their nonsense. There is no such thing. Lin Guobang flatly denied it.
Lin Guobang, do you think it makes sense for you to deny it like this? It's written in black and white.
And there was a record in the court.
So you can rely on it? Lin Guobang didn't say anything. But Zhang Guifeng could shout. Lin Dong, you heartless little brat. Haven't you spent any money in the years you've lived here? Eat our food. Wear our food. Use our food. I'm telling you. Your parents' compensation money was spent on you. There's not a penny left.
Lin Dong found a stool and sat down and said,
Come. You help me calculate. How can I spend these $2 million as a teenager? If you can figure it out for me. I don't want this money. Doesn't it cost anything to eat? Wear? Or use?
Zhang Guifeng said loudly. I remember the years I lived here. I ate from your leftovers and wore clothes that Lin Fei had worn. And you had the nerve to ask me, a boy, to go to school in girls' clothes. As for use? Did you give me any money while I was studying? It was all subsidized by my sister-in-law and great-aunt.
Okay. Zhang Guifeng was dumbfounded. And said somewhat rascally, anyway, your parents' money had already been spent on you some years ago. And if you come to ask for it now, you won't get a single cent.
Lin Dong picked up the agreement on the coffee table and said,
the 2 of you can see it clearly. This agreement is clearly written. And Lin Guobang is signed. The F court also has a record. If you don't fulfill it, I will go directly to the court to sue. Go ahead and sue if you want. We're not afraid. The money is already spent anyway. Zhang Guifeng said as if she wasn't afraid at all. Then you should think carefully. With this evidence and the court filing, the result is basically not suspenseful. When the time comes, you will carry the reputation of being a scoundrel. Not only will you freeze the property in your name, but it will also affect Lin Fei's job.
Lin Dong said with a smile.
As far as Lin Dong knew, cousin Lin Fei was supposed to be working at a bank in Syracuse.
And it was still Lin Guobang who had gone through a lot of trouble to get his connections in. if they both carry the reputation of being old scoundrels.
For an organization like a bank,
where both parents are old scoundrels,
it will inevitably affect Lin Fei's job problems.
That's why he said so.
As expected,
Lin Dong's words could scare Lin Guobang's family.
Daughter Lin Fei's work as they are not easy to trust the implementation of the relationship. The daughter of the bank work cannot give them a long face.
It is because of this matter affects the work of the problem can be serious. Lin Fei was also panicked in her heart. The banking unit valued credibility the most.
If her parents were both old scoundrels, it would really affect her. And she might find an opportunity to quit her. To be able to work in a bank is still very popular in their small county. She has not been able to brag about it in her circle of friends and classmates.
Really?
How can she live without it? Thinking of this,
Lin Fei looked at her parents with some complaint.
Lin Dong, don't mess around. I'm telling you.
If you dare to affect Fei Fei's work,
I won't spare you. Lin Guobang threatened.
Lin Dong had been beaten by him since he was a child.
So much so that even after he went to high school,
Lin Dong was a little afraid of seeing him. Although he did not know why Lin Dong dared to come and ask for money today.
He had a psychological advantage over Lin Dong. Lin Guobang, how do you want to spare me? I'd love to know a little bit. Or beat me all over the yard like when I was a kid? You can try now.
Even Lin Dong's face, which was originally smiling, instantly turned serious after he finished speaking. Lin Guobang's words reminded him of his miserable childhood.
At that time Lin Guobang would push him whenever he made a mistake.
And he was naturally given a severe beating.
Even they take it out on him when they're in a bad mood.
It was all done with those very thin strips.
And beatings all over the body were commonplace and particularly painful.
It didn't get better until after he volunteered to live in school and middle school. And then he rarely came back once he was on vacation. Basically switching between his sister-in-law's house and his great-aunt's house. It wasn't until high school that he moved in with his sister-in-law completely, leaving a home that had become a shadow for him. Lin Dong's smiling expression started to become serious as he spoke out,
instantly making Lin Guobang's family feel a huge pressure as they all looked at Lin Dong with some consternation.
Although it had been a long time since they had seen Lin Dong
was an obsequious person in their eyes.
Seeing Lin Guobang and his wife was even more like a rat meeting a cat. Even when they saw Lin Fei Lin Quan's siblings, they were still cautious. This was the psychological shadow that their years of mistreating Lin Dong had created.
In the past,
Lin Dong did not dare to refute the words of Lin Guobang and his wife.
And as long as he dared to talk back, he would be given a severe beating.
When they first met Lin Dong today, they naturally substituted him into their previous impressions.
Even if Lin Dong had brought two people with him, they did not put it in their eyes at all. They did not believe that someone as timid as Lin Dong would dare to do anything to them. However,
now Lin Dong not only dared to retort, but also spoke with sarcasm, which made Lin Guobang unable to accept this strong contrast. And his face was even more difficult to hang on to. So he forcefully slapped the coffee table in front of him and stood up,
pointing at Lin Dong. Lin Dong,
don't think that I wouldn't dare to beat you up now that you have hardened your wings.
Is Lin Guobang what you call yourself? I am your second uncle, your guardian. I dared to beat you all over the yard when you were a child. And it's the same now.
Lin Quan also looked at Lin Dong at this time.
His face was not good. He grew up with Lin Dong,
only 1 year younger than Lin Dong, with the help of his parents.
When he was young, he often bullied Lin Dong. No matter what happens, he pushes it onto Lin Dong. No matter how many times he lets Lin Dong be a scapegoat for him and take a beating for him. And he has an innate psychological advantage over Lin Dong.
Now he was 20 years old.
After graduating from high school and not going to college,
he had been hanging around in society, coming into contact with some of the triads, which made him feel even more bullish. Now Lin Dong actually dared to come up to his house to ask for money. And also dared to sneer at them. That money is his mother said. To give him the future to get a daughter-in-law to buy a house with. And Lin Dong did not have half a penny to do with.
Lin Dong. If you ever disrespect my father again by calling Lingua Bang, don't blame me for being rude to you. Lin Quan also interjected.
Lin Dong inclined his head to look at Lin Quan and said in a flat voice.
Lin Quan. You brat. Don't say anything first.
I'll settle the score with you later.
Crap. How dare you talk to me like that? I think you have itchy skin.
Lin Quan finished speaking and stood up from the sofa in a flash, wanting to rush over and hit Lin Dong.
However, Lin Quan, who had just gotten up, was pressed directly onto the sofa by a large hand. Unable to move. Who the hell are you? If you don't let go,
I'll make sure you don't leave Syracuse. Lin Quan struggled desperately.
But no matter how hard he tried,
he still couldn't shake the force of this large hand. In response to Lin Quan's tirade,
Li Guobing didn't say anything and only pressed Lin Quan's hand with slightly more force. At once let Lin Quan feel a bit suffocated.
Cursing also cannot curse the voice.
Can only reach out in the air waving randomly.
Li Guobing was someone who had been a mercenary abroad. So naturally he didn't need to exert much effort on a punk like Lin Quan.
Seeing Lin Quan being pressed onto the sofa and unable to move,
Zhang Guifang sat next to him and immediately got up and wanted to help. But being pushed by Wei Yong,
who suddenly appeared in front of her, she was also pushed down by a huge force and fell on the sofa.
Lin Guobang saw such a situation, stood up and wanted to find tools. His wife and son were actually bullied. This let his face where to put it.
Lin Guobang, you'd better sit still. These two have been mercenaries abroad. People who have experienced the baptism of war.
People whose hands have been truly stained with blood.
Do you think that you alone can beat them?
Lin Dong looked at Lin Guobang and said. Lin Guobang was about to go look for tools when he heard Lin Dong's voice. His body gave a start and turned his head to look at the two of them.
Wei Yong and Li Guobing.
Wei Yong and Li Guobing also appropriately released some of the bloodshed they had cultivated on the battlefield at this time. It instantly made Lin Guobang's family of four feel a chill all over their bodies. And their gazes towards the two were filled with fear.
Lin Guobang's family of four were all ordinary people. And naturally,
they were completely unable to resist the aura released by a battlefield-baptized expert like Wei Yong Li Guobing. Lin Guobang sat down disheveledly and said,
Lin Dong, what exactly do you want? I just want to get back what belongs to me and take out my parents' compensation. As for this house, just consider it as a bit of thanks for not beating me to death when you guys were in your house for a few years. Otherwise, if you guys had been a little more ruthless back then, there might not be the current Lin Dong.
Lin Dong said sarcastically.
I don't have any money. There's one for life. I don't believe you dare to do anything to us. Zhang Guifang roared.
This money was intended for her son Lin Quan to get married and buy a house. If she gave it to Lin Dong,
Lin Quan is still unemployed. What will he do in the future?
And this compensation has a lot of interest every year.
Without this money, their family will have a hard time.
Therefore, the money was firmly not to be given to Lin Dong.
Lin Guobang had already wanted to agree. After all,
the other party was now powerful.
And the two people who had followed Lin Dong along did not seem to be good.
But when he heard Zhang Guifang's words,
he also immediately reacted. That's right. Even if they don't pay Lin Dong, what would Lin Dong dare to do to them? Even if the other party had been a mercenary abroad. So what? This is the country. Not a foreign country. Do they still dare to kill? Lin Dong, the money has indeed been spent. You don't have it even if you want it. And since I am your second uncle and your guardian, I have the right to handle this money. Lin Guobang said.
Lin Dong all wanted to laugh a little.
Uncle? And a guardian? Lin Guobang. Do you know what a guardian is? Do you know what a guardian is? And even if you are a guardian. Now that I'm an adult.
Your guardianship is long gone.
As for whether you have money or not, I don't care.
It's clearly written in black and white on this agreement.
You've also signed it.
You should give this money to me when I'm an adult at the age of 18.
And I don't want the interest from you. I don't have any money. Lin Guobang said with a bite.
That's good. I have hired the best lawyer in Jiangchang. He should be on his way here now.
I guess you will receive the summons from the F court in the afternoon.
So think carefully.
Lin Dong said.
You.
Lin Guobang didn't know what to do for a moment. Give the money.
There will be no guarantee for my son Lin Quan's future life.
Not paying the money.
If they were really sued by Lin Dong to the F court, with the evidence in Lin Dong's hand, they were bound to lose. And then it would be troublesome if it really affected Lin Fei's work.
On the one hand, my son's future life is secured. On the one hand,
there was the job that my daughter had worked so hard to secure. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifan were both having some difficulty deciding. The living room fell silent for a moment. Lin Dong also did not rush. Still leisurely getting to sit on the chair, seemingly waiting for the other party to make a decision.
Lin Dong, there's no money to be had. You can sue wherever you like. We don't have any money even if we are sentenced. Or you can beat me to death. In the end, it was Zhang Guifan who made the decision.
Saying this was basically like choosing money and giving up on his daughter Lin Fei's future. Lin Guobang breathed a sigh of relief,
since Zhang Guifan had chosen to do so. Mom! How could you?
Lin Fei shouted as she looked at Zhang Guifan with tearful eyes.
But Zhang Guifan didn't respond to her. Daughters are daughters after all. And they will definitely be married off in the future. And their sons are the ones who will give the couple their old age. So definitely go with the money.
Since you've decided not to pay this,
wait for the summons from the F court this afternoon. I am also too lazy to bother with you.
Lin Dong said indifferently. The fact that Lin Guobang and his wife had made such a decision was actually expected by Lin Dong. So he was not very surprised. He had already expected this to be the case before he contacted his lawyer first and told him to come over as soon as possible.
The next thing is another matter,
Lin Dong said as he stood up and walked over to Lin Quan and Li Guobing.
Li Guobing's hand,
which was originally pressing down on Lin Quan's chest,
directly grabbed his clothes and lifted him up from the sofa.
Lin Quan had been paralyzed with fear long ago, and most of Li Guobing's bloody breath had just been directed at him. A small punk in a small county-level city had fought some fights. But how could he withstand the aura of an expert like Li Guobing?
Lin Quan,
I don't want to get into it with you for what happened when I was a kid. But how dare you touch my sister-in-law? I'm going to settle this score with you.
Lin Dong, if you have the ability, you let me call people. I guarantee to let you walk out of Syracuse.
Lin Quan said breathlessly.
By this time, he was still threatening Lin Dong,
thinking that he could do whatever he wanted just because he knew a few people from the 3 religions in Syracuse.
Pop!
Lin Dong slapped Lin Quan's face, although he did not exert much force.
Lin Dong's current physique was far too powerful compared to an ordinary person. And Lin Quan's face instantly swelled up.
Even the corners of his mouth had the slightest trace of blood coming out.
Lin Dong, don't mess around. What you're doing is against the law.
Lin Guobang shouted from the side.
Oh? You also know that it's against the law? Then aren't you breaking the law by withholding my parents' compensation? Lin Dong disliked back.
Watching her son get half of his face swollen by Lin Dong's slap, Zhang Guifan took out her cell phone and was ready to report Jay. But it was snatched by Wei Yong and thrown to the ground.
Pop!
Lin Dong ignored the others and backhanded another slap on Lin Quan's face. This time both sides of his face swelled up like a pig's head. Lin Quan's eyes were tearing up from Lin Dong's 2 slaps.
It hurt too much.
Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang both watched with immense heartache as well. But there was nothing they could do about it. They were now under the control of others.
Come on. Let out 2 more harsh words for me. Lin Dong said.
Lin Quan looked at Lin Dong with tears in his eyes without saying anything.
What? Don't dare anymore? Then tell me why you hit my sister-in-law? Lin Dong went on to ask. Lin Quan remained silent. Say. Lin Dong roared. The 4 members of Lin Guobang's family shivered in fear. I didn't hit her. Only. Just gently pushed her twice.
Lin Quan said with a trembling voice. He was now truly afraid. After not seeing him for 2 or 3 years,
Lin Dong was like a different person. It became a little scary and intimidating to him. Just 2 gentle pushes? Then how did she injure her back to the point where she couldn't get out of bed for half a month?
Lin Dong asked as he looked at Lin Quan with a cold light flashing in his eyes.
I don't. No. No?
Lin Dong reached out and cupped Lin Quan's chin.
I really don't. No. Lin Dong. I am wrong. You let me off. Lin Quan cried.
Lin Quan begged for mercy. He really had no choice. The current Lin Dong was giving him too much pressure. Lin Dong smiled and released Lin Quan.
Li Guobing also put him down.
Lin Quan sat back down on the couch in a flash,
breathing heavily.
Lin Dong turned his head to look at Lin Guobang and said,
Lin Guobang. To be honest, I actually don't really see this amount of money for me. I was already not going to ask for it.
But Lin Quan actually dared to injure my sister-in-law.
So you guys can blame him if you want. Remember to transfer the money early. If you can. At the most. In the afternoon. The F court will freeze all the property in your family's name. I'll see you in the F court.
Lin Dong turned around and left the living room after he finished speaking.
Li Guobing and Wei Yong also followed Lin Dong and left.
The Lin Guobang family in the living room.
You look at me. I look at you.
Both saw the shock in the other's eyes. After not seeing him for more than 2 years, the previously obsequious Lin Dong had actually become so powerful and strong now.
In the past, Lin Dong used to get up earlier than a chicken, sleep later than a dog, eat worse than a pig, do more than a cow,
and take a severe beating from time to time in their house. Today's sudden shift in status made it a little difficult for them to accept for a while.
What to do? Zhang Guifang asked.
She was also frightened by Lin Dong.
Go. Quickly go to your parents to borrow a card. Let's quickly transfer the money. Otherwise it will really be frozen by then. Lin Guobang said in a hurry.
The family rushed to Zhang Guifang's mother's house.
And Lin Quan didn't even care about the injury on his face.
As long as the money is still there.
This injury is nothing. Over the years,
Lin Guobang's family had been living quite daintily because of Lin Dong's parents' $2 million in compensation. They also rented out the former house of Lin Dong's family.
The annual interest plus rent would be perfectly adequate for their family. So they didn't work. That's all the family has right now.
And if it does get frozen,
it's going to be a tough time for their family. As a result, when they got the card and went to the bank to transfer the money, they realized that their bank card was abnormal and could not be used for the time being. This was naturally Lin Dong's trick to give Lin Guobang and the others a little bit of hope, which would then slowly turn into despair. Lin Guobang family made a scene at the bank to go. This is the last family of their family. Naturally will not easily give up. Although the original does not belong to them. However, is the bank not a place where they can spill their guts? Eventually the bank reported them to the J and the family was taken to the J Bureau. Bureau J was again prepared to punish them with 5 days of administrative detention for disturbing public order.
The Lim Kok Pong family, still at the J Bureau, received another subpoena from the court,
along with a freeze on all property in their name. Now the family knew it was over.
After Lin Dong left Lin Guobang's house,
Wei Yong and Li Guobang,
Lin Dong asked them to drive a car to his sister-in-law's house and help them move things. He drove himself alone to his great-aunt Lin Guoying's house.
He has to find a way to let the great-aunt family with her sister-in-law to move to Jiangcheng. The house has been prepared. Casually in the Golden Leaf Hotel to hang a job. Receive money to enjoy the blessings on the line.
Lin Guobang's matter he has fully handed over to the lawyer to deal with.
And through the relationship to greet, there is no need for him to pay attention to it. And is not really lack of that little bit of money.
Great-aunt Lin Guoying is considered to be another ray of light in Lin Dong's life,
in addition to his sister-in-law Lu Yanmei, and is also very good to him. Basically, since middle school,
Lin Guobang had stopped spending a penny for Lin Dong, and some of Lin Dong's living expenses for books were paid by both of them.
And that year of senior high school, because the school is heavier. In the sister-in-law's home can only be crowded with Wang Chao. Study is very inconvenient.
So moved to the great-aunt Lin Guoying home to live for a year,
sprinting college entrance exams.
Since he was now capable of doing so, he definitely had to settle both of their families first to have some comfort in his heart.
Great-aunt Lin Guoying's family is in an old neighborhood in Syracuse. And the couple are both employees of a nearby factory. With only one daughter, 4 years older than Lin Dong.
Lin Dong's cousin,
named Zhu Zhu.
Lin Dong directly drove the Big G to the familiar neighborhood,
because it is already a very old neighborhood. And now there is not even a gatekeeper. Parked the car under the big aunt's house.
Lin Dong went up the stairs, walking through the hallways of the building where he had once lived for a year.
Lin Dong was a little emotional.
He had rarely come here since he had gone to college.
It's not that he's ungrateful, but he basically goes to work part-time during the summer and winter vacations. He also wanted to make more money himself and try to relieve some of the burden on his sister-in-law and great-aunt. So he came less often. The situation at my great-aunt's house is slightly different from my sister-in-law's. Something went wrong when her great-aunt gave birth to her cousin Juju, causing her to never conceive a child afterward. Because of this matter, the couple's relationship was not too good in those years. And they even had a divorce until later. Also because the couple did not have a son. After Lin Dong's parents left, they were desperately trying to get custody of Lin Dong. However, Lin Dong did not choose them at that time, leading to the fact that later on, after Lin Dong lived in their house, his great-aunt Zhu Huague had never liked Lin Dong very much. Lin Dong came to the 4th floor and knocked on the door of his great-aunt's house. Knock, knock. Soon the old security door opened from the inside. A familiar face was reflected in Lin Dong's eyes. It was none other than his great-aunt Lin Guoying. Xiaodong, didn't you go to college in Jiangcheng? Why are you back? Come in quickly, Lin Guoying asked. But apparently there was a hint of glee in her tone. Lin Guoying, because she didn't have a son herself, really treated Lin Dong as her own son. Big aunt, isn't today the weekend? I came back to see you, Lin Dong replied. Come on in. Come on in. Don't stand outside. Lin Guoying took Lin Dong's hand and pulled him into the house. Only after entering the house did Lin Dong realize that there were actually 7 or 8 people sitting on the sofa in the living room. In addition to his great-aunt Zhu Huague and cousin Zhu Zhu, 4th uncle Lin Guowei was also there. And a few others Lin Dong did not recognize. Great-aunt, 4th uncle, sister. Lin Dong walked over and greeted them one by one. The 3 of them also nodded in response to Lin Dong. 4th uncle Lin Guowei had an average relationship with Lin Dong. And although he did not help him much, he did not have any grudges either. The relationship between the great aunt's family and the fourth uncle's family was still very good. As for with the second uncle, Lin Guobang, because of Lin Dong's matter, they hadn't interacted with each other for many years. Xiaodong, come and let me introduce you. This is your sister's boyfriend, called Chen Hui. These are his parents. And this is Chen Hui's sister-in-law. This is his cousin. The eldest aunt came over and pointed at the 5 people that Lin Dong did not recognize and introduced them. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle. Hello, 2 aunts. Hello, cousin. Lin Dong greeted the few people. However, several people did not pay attention to Lin Dong. Only then did Lin Dong realize that there was something wrong with the atmosphere of the scene. Cousin Zhu eyes were slightly red, as if she had just cried. Great Aunt Zhu Huague also sat there somewhat angrily. In-laws, this is my nephew, the son of my 3rd brother's family. He is now attending university in Jiangcheng. Lin Guoying introduced Lin Dong to a few people. After the introductions, Lin Dong followed his great aunt into the kitchen to prepare to help. The atmosphere in the living room was too serious and he did not want to stay there. But he was kicked out by his great aunt Lin Guoying. And his 4th aunt Yu Lian was also in the kitchen and didn't need his help. Lin Dong had no choice but to sit in the living room and pretend to watch TV. Originally wanted to directly showdown with the great aunt. Let them go back to Jiangcheng with him. Now there are more people. But instead, it is not good to say, can only slowly find another opportunity. At this point, my cousin's future father-in-law began to speak. In-laws, what about the offer we just made? Not good, Zhu Huague said in a muffled voice. Then what do you want? Do you really want my son to come to my door and live in this shabby house? How many years have you lived in this house? There's not even a good school nearby. How will their children go to school in the future? How can they solve their education problems? If it wasn't for the fact that their young couple is really good in their relationship, I would have made them break up a long time ago. Chen Hui's mother interjected. Mom! What are you talking about? Chen Hui shouted. Little Hui. Don't say anything. Do you really want to live in a place like this for the rest of your life? We can only have one son like you. The door-to-door thing. Absolutely impossible. Chen Hui's mother spoke firmly. Chen Hui stopped talking. He really didn't want to live here all the time. Zhu Huague was infuriated and wanted to retort, but couldn't find the words to say. It's true that their family's conditions are much worse than Chen Hui's. It was indeed a bit of an imposition to ask Chen Hui to come and be a door-to-door son-in-law for their family. But he only had this one daughter. What could he do? Who doesn't want to be able to entertain little kids when they're old and retired? If their daughters get married off, how poor will they be when they are old and retired and all alone in the future? Lin Guoying walked out at this time and said, In-laws, we've actually planned to buy a house and are recently looking at properties. So you don't have to worry about the children's education. Buy a house? Don't think I don't understand your family's situation. You and your wife are both ordinary workers. What kind of house can you afford? How expensive are the prices now? Don't buy a second-hand house again. How can a second-hand house be used for marriage? Now Lin Guoying didn't say anything either. They were really just going to buy a school district used house. Or the very old kind. New homes they simply can't afford. Cousin Zhu started to sob in a small voice again at this time. The parents want their boyfriend, Chen Hui, to live in the house after they get married. And in-laws firmly disagree. The key is their own family conditions are not as good as the other side. She also want to give the child a good educational environment in the future, but do not want to apologize to parents. And now that she was pregnant, marriage had to be on the agenda soon. No more delays. Chen Hui could only pat her shoulder silently from the side. And he didn't have any good ways to have the best of both worlds. Lin Dong sat in the living room and listened for half a day. finally hearing the whole story. It's the cousin who is now pregnant and needs a wedding right away.
But the great-aunt wanted her cousin to move in with the family when they got married. The other family disagreed, saying that the conditions here were too poor and would affect the child's future education. Now the two sides had been at a standstill for almost a month. And seeing the baby in cousin Juju's belly growing day by day,
the wedding can't be delayed any longer.
But there is nothing that can be done to make both families happy.
When Lin Dong thought about it, this was simply heavenly help.
He was worried about how to convince his great-aunt's family to move to Jiangcheng.
After all,
they had lived here for decades. The sister-in-law's family would probably have a hard enough time agreeing to it if it wasn't for cousin Wang Chao.
Isn't this a good time? The other family says a second-hand house can't be a wedding house? What about the first-hand house in Zhongnan International Mansion worth $100 million? It's good enough for a wedding house. Right?
The other party is afraid of a bad educational environment for the child?
Just kidding.
There are the best schools in all of Gangnam Province right near the Gangnam International Mansion. From kindergarten to college.
Let's see what they have to say now.
Lin Dong's mood became beautiful all of a sudden.
At lunch,
he was basically the only one who ate a lot.
In a good mood.
Coupled with the fact that it had been a long time since he had eaten the dishes made by his great-aunt, and that his food intake had increased after his physique had improved.
Lin Dong ate a little too much.
His appearance made Chen Hui's family look at him and shake their heads. This kid has been starving for many days and has come to dabble in food and drink.
Right? Other than Lin Dong, no one else had eaten much. Because things haven't worked out yet. Who's in the mood to eat? The great-aunt's family, in particular, had little appetite. Cousin Juju didn't even take a bite. After lunch and cleaning up, everyone sat down again to discuss it. But the discussion went on,
and no good result could be reached. Seeing that the time was almost up,
Lin Dong stood up and said, "I have a solution that will ensure that both of your families are satisfied."
When Lin Dong's words came out,
everyone looked at him,
and his cousin Juju's eyes showed hope.
"What way?" Lin Guiying asked. "They can't. Why don't you and your family move to Jiangcheng? Not only is the environment there good,
but the level of education is also good.
There are also great opportunities for development," Lin Dong said. Before Lin Guiying could speak, Chen Hui's mother called out, "Moving to River City? How? Do you know how expensive the housing prices in Jiangcheng are? You can't even afford to buy a new house in the school district of Syracuse. And you still want to move to Jiangcheng? Are you out of your mind?"
Lin Guiying had thought that Lin Dong really had some good ideas.
But as soon as he said it,
Lin Guiying felt that it was not reliable.
If they really have the ability to move to Jiangcheng, do they still need to argue here?
The hope in Juju's eyes was also instantly dashed.
"Great-aunt. Actually, I came here this time to discuss something with you. I hope that you guys can move to Jiangcheng, so that I can fulfill a bit of filial piety and thank you for taking care of me over the years. I have already prepared a house for you in Jiangcheng," Lin Dong said seriously. Lin Dong was serious about what he said. But none of the people who were there listening took it seriously.
Lin Guiying and Zhu Huagui just felt that Lin Dong's bragging was a bit too big and that he was a bit embarrassed in front of his in-laws.
Chen Hui's family was directly facing ridicule. "Your name is Lin Dong, right? Some bulls can't be bragged about. You can buy a house in Jiangcheng? And you're going to give one to your sister-in-law? You're a college student. Where did you get the money to buy a house in Jiangcheng? You don't have a bad head from school, do you?"
Chen Hui's mother said sarcastically.
"That is. Do you know how expensive the houses in Jiangcheng are? You want to buy a house in Jiangcheng? You're a college student. And you're bragging about it. But you don't feel ashamed. I don't know how you got into college. I don't know how you got into college. But you must have gone to a pheasant university. Chen Hui's sister-in-law also chimed in. Whether it's bragging or not.
You guys don't care about it first.
If a university like Jiangnan University,
which is ranked in the top 10 in the country,
is also considered a pheasant university, then you tell me. What can be considered a regular school? Lin Dong asked rhetorically. What? Gangnam University? As people from Jiangnan province, they were naturally aware of the status of Jiangnan University. It was just that he did not expect Lin Dong to go to Jiangnan University. None of the people from their extended family could get into Jiangnan University. So what if it's Jiangnan University? Can students from Jiangnan University brag about nonsense? Chen Hui's sister-in-law disliked back. Whether it is really bragging or not. Let's put it aside first. If I really prepare a house for my great-aunt and them in Zhangcheng, how about you guys let my sister and brother-in-law and the two of them follow my great-aunt and them after they get married? And how about the first child follows their surname as well? Lin Dong returned. Okay. As long as you can really give them a home in Zhangcheng, I'll agree to your request, Chen Hui's mother said. Then she thought for a moment and added. But even if it's in Zhangcheng, it can't be a very remote place. There should be a school around it. And the house can't be less than 200 square feet. She naturally did not believe that Lin Dong, a college student, really had the ability to buy a house in Jiangcheng. Not to mention giving it away. But what if Lin Dong bought a shabby house in the most remote place to fool her? That's why after thinking about it, she added those latter words. Could be. You guys drove here, right? Lin Dong asked. That's natural. What era is it now? A car is naturally standard. How can you not have one? That's good. Come with me later, Lin Dong said. Then he turned his head to Lin Guiying and said, Big aunt. Go. Come back to Jiangcheng with me to look at houses. Xiaodong. Lin Guiying shouted. Great aunt. Trust me, Lin Dong said sincerely as he looked at Lin Guiying. Lin Guiying looked at Lin Dong for a while before saying, All right. She believed that Lin Dong would not lie to her. Great aunt. Sister Zhu Zhu. You guys can come along too, Lin Dong added to Zhu Huague and Zhu Zhu. A group of about 10 people went down the stairs. Chen Hui's family walked behind. They would like to see how Lin Dong could bring this lie back. After this time, I'm sure they won't ask their son to come to the door. However, when they finally exited the building and saw Lin Dong open the door of Benchi Big G's car, the family was instantly petrified. Their family is also considered a well-off family in Syracuse, with a car and a house. But the car is just a 100,000 plus mobility scooter. A luxury car like a Mercedes-Benz is an unattainable dream for them. And this Big G in front of me is the ultimate luxury car among Mercedes-Benz. Just now, he had laughed at Lin Dong for bragging. But now he was simply slapped in the face. The faces of the Chen clan's group all turned a little red. Not to mention Chen Hui's family feeling surprised. Even Lin Dong's great-aunt's family and fourth uncle's family felt surprised. A car like the Benchi is in the luxury class in a small county like Syracuse. You want them to recognize what Porsche Ferrari. Maybe they do not recognize. But Benchi BMW absolutely recognize. This is already deep into their bones of the luxury car brand. They did not expect Lin Dong to actually come back in such a car. In that case, Lin Dong's purchase of a house in Zhangcheng was not so unbelievable. Big auntie. Come. Get in the car. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Lin Guiying. Kodo. Is this your car? Lin Guiying asked. She still had some disbelief that Lin Dong had returned in such a luxury car. Aha! Lin Dong replied. Where did you get the money? Big aunt. Don't worry about this for now. Get on the car first. I'll explain it to you when the time comes.
Little Aunt and her family have also agreed to move to Jiangchang. The houses prepared for you are all in one neighborhood. Don't worry. I definitely did not do anything illegal. Lin Dong said. Lin Guoying didn't ask any more questions and got into the co-pilot of Benji Big G. Since Lin Dong said that he would explain it to her later. Then let's talk about it later. He did worry just now that Lin Dong was messing around outside. Zhu Huagui and his daughter Zhu Zhu as well as Chen Hui sat in the back, while Chen Hui and their parents drove the car themselves. Lin Dong's fourth uncle, Lin Guowei, and his fourth aunt, Yu Lian, stood by the side somewhat at a loss. They also wanted to take a ride in Lin Dong's limousine to see the house that Lin Dong had prepared for Lin Guoying. But Lin Dong had not called them and they were too embarrassed to go up and squeeze. Their relationship with Lin Dong was nowhere near as good as Lin Guoying's relationship with Lin Dong. And in the end, it was still the reason why they did not get a share of Lin Dong's parents' $2 million in compensation. Lin Dong got into the driver's side and ignored Mr. and Mrs. Lin Guowei. To him, Mr. and Mrs. Lin Guowei were just strangers who ran into each other and shouted a word. When he was down and out, only his sister-in-law and great-aunt reached out and pulled him up. So he's only recognized their two families in his life. Fire up the car and get ready to leave, Lin Guoying said to Lin Guowei, who was standing outside the car. Guowei, you guys go back first. Before Lin Guowei could reply, Lin Dong left with a kick of the gas, leaving the couple standing awkwardly where they were. Originally they should have been eligible to sit in the car. Lin Guoying opened his mouth to say something for Lin Guowei, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Xiaodong has grown up. He has his own mind. Who is good or bad for him? He can already tell by himself. It's useless for her to say more. Lin Dong called his sister-in-law on the way and said that he and his great-aunt's family would go first. He drove in front. Chen Hui's parents drove behind. And the two cars drove together towards Jiangchang. It was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon when they departed from Syracuse. And it was after 7 when they arrived in Jiangchang. Lin Dong directly brought them to the Golden Leaf Hotel. And on the way, he had already had a large meal prepared in advance waiting for them. After the crowd entered the hotel, the 4 beautiful and tall welcoming ladies at the entrance bowed in unison to welcome them, causing everyone else except Lin Dong to be very uncomfortable. Upon entering the hotel, everyone was shocked by the gilded decoration. They were all from a small county. When had they ever been in such an 8-star hotel? In a small city like Syracuse. There wasn't even a 3-star one. Kodo, what are we doing here? Lin Guoying asked. The others also looked at Lin Dong. Didn't you come to River City to look at houses? What's with the luxury hotel? Big auntie. We're all tired and hungry after a few hours of sitting in the car. So let's eat first. We'll go look at the house after eating, Lin Dong said. It's expensive to eat here. Isn't it? Why don't we go to another place? Lin Guoying suggested. Great aunt. Don't worry. Just listen to my arrangements, Lin Dong comforted. Lin Guoying also stopped talking when he heard Lin Dong say that. This time when she met Lin Dong, she realized that Lin Dong had changed a lot, and was no longer the coy and unassertive person he used to be. Xiaodong had grown up and become a man, and she felt relieved. Not long after Lin Dong and the others entered the lobby of the Golden Leaf Hotel, the newly appointed beautiful lobby manager hurriedly came down from upstairs to greet them. She had just sent a wave of distinguished guests upstairs when she received the news that Lin Dong had already arrived. And that's when she hurried down. Mr. Lin, welcome to the Golden Leaf Hotel. Your dinner reservation has been prepared. Please follow me, the beautiful manager said to Lin Dong. Originally, he was just about to call Lin Dong, but he was stopped by Lin Dong's eyes. So he changed it to Mr. Lin.
Lin Dong and his group followed the manager to exclusively
his number 1 private room. The manager opened the door of the private room for them,
and Lin Dong led the way into the room,
while the others followed.
Upon entering the private room, Lin Guoying's family and Chen Hui's family were simply stunned by the scene in front of them.
Only a large table of the finest cuisine was set before them, and the smoke lingered like a dream.
Huge lobsters, huge king crabs most prominently, and all sorts of unrecognizable,
but at first glance,
delicious food.
Much more advanced than what you see on TV.
Both families, who were already hungry, couldn't help but secretly swallow a few mouthfuls of saliva.
Lin Dong pulled out a chair and allowed Lin Guoying to be seated first before greeting the others to sit down and eat as well.
Everyone was seated, but they were all a bit formal and didn't dare to make a move.
Until Lin Dong gave Lin Guoying a dish and started to eat on his own.
Then they slowly started to make a move. The 3 young people, Chen Hui and Chen Hui's cousin as well as Zhu Zhu, were not busy eating,
but took out their cell phones and started taking pictures and sending them to their friends.
For such a good opportunity to show off, they naturally wouldn't miss it. Soon,
the photos they posted caused a wave of amazement in their respective circles of friends,
with all kinds of messages,
but all of them were envious and jealous.
Such delicacies,
which none but those who have anorexia are expected to be able to resist,
give a great satisfaction to the vanity of their young people.
Zhu Zhu posted a circle of friends with the caption,
in addition to a few pictures, "Thank you for your cousin's hospitality. Lin Guowei's house. Mr. and Mrs. Lin Guowei are sitting in the living room watching TV."
Lin Su didn't go to his great-aunt Lin Guoying's house because he had an appointment to play soccer with his classmates this weekend. Now he was playing with his cell phone when he suddenly swiped to his cousin Zhu Zhu's friend circle.
He was instantly stunned. Most of the food in this picture he had never even seen. This big lobster. This big king crab. At first glance, it was delicious. And rushed to the living room. "Dad. Mom. Didn't you guys go to your great-aunt's house today? Didn't you say that cousin Zhu's boyfriend's family would be here today to discuss the wedding? You guys actually didn't even call me when you were eating such delicious food?"
Lin Su said in a somewhat savory manner. He thought it was what his parents and his great-aunt's family ate for lunch.
When he finished,
he gave his cell phone to Lin Guowei and Yu Lian. Lin Guowei husband and wife took a look and were a little nonplussed. These delicacies, they had only seen some of them on TV.
This big table was estimated to cost quite a lot of money. Coupled with the words sent by Zhu Zhu,
it must have been Lin Dong who had invited them to eat when he arrived in Jiangcheng. It seemed that Lin Dong had really made something of himself.
And according to him,
he was also going to buy a house for Lin Guoying and his family in Jiangcheng.
But unfortunately, none of this had anything to do with their family. Originally, as Lin Dong's 4th uncle,
he could have been on good terms with Lin Dong as well as Lin Guoying.
In which case,
now that Lin Dong had developed, their family would also have a share.
Unfortunately,
after losing the fight for Lin Dong's custody,
that is, the $2 million of compensation,
Lin Guowei never cared about Lin Dong again. Lin Guowei threw his cell phone aside with some interest and said, "These aren't what we ate for lunch. We just had some random home-cooked meals at your great-aunt's house for lunch."
"So this is what they eat at night? Aren't you guys very close to your great-aunt's family? Why don't you call us when you have good food? I've never eaten anything so good in my life. I don't care. I want to go too,"
Lin Su said with some anger. Lin Guowei was already in an irritable mood because of Lin Dong's matter. And Lin Su was now playing a petty game here.
When he was annoyed, he yelled at Lin Su, "Eat, eat, eat. Just know how to eat. Hurry back to the house and do your homework. If you don't get into college, you'll eat dirt." Lin Su froze.
Did not expect Lin Guowei will suddenly throw such a big temper.
Crying. Turned around and ran into the bedroom.
The room door closed. Bang, a loud bang.
Look at you. You decided things for yourself back then.
What does it have to do with the child?
You just know how to take it out on the child. Long ago.
I told you to be nicer and better to Xiaodong.
After all, he's your own nephew. You didn't listen.
And you said something about whoever takes the money is in charge.
Now what?
Yu Lian also complained from the side.
Lin Guowei didn't answer and slumped down on the sofa.
It was true that he had never cared about Lin Dong since he chose to follow his second brother,
Lin Guobang.
It was just that he had heard from his elder sister,
Lin Guiying,
that Lin Dong was having a bad time at Lin Guobang's place,
showing signs of abuse,
and he hoped that they could manage it together.
As a result,
he said that it had nothing to do with him and that it was all Lin Dong's own fault. Now that Lin Dong was developed, he had a luxury car, and he had to buy a house for his big sister and her family.
And he even took the family to eat this kind of high-class food.
In his heart, he was also envious and jealous at the same time. He also felt regretful. Had he known that if he had cared about Lin Dong a little bit,
he would not be as bad as he was now. But it's too late to say anything now. Oi! I'm sorry.
Yu Lian also stopped stimulating her husband from the side, although she had persuaded her husband to be nicer to Lin Dong.
But there was no actual action.
Just words. Just now see Lin Dong developed. Originally the worst family conditions of the eldest sister, suddenly have to become the most rich.
The heart is a little tasteless. Human potential is truly unlimited. Such a large table of food. Dozens of dishes were hard to be eaten by the 9 of them for 2 whole hours.
Lin Dong ate the most. But this had something to do with his physique. He had always eaten a lot after his physique had been upgraded. What surprised him was that these ordinary people in the audience actually ate so much.
It simply opened his eyes.
What he didn't realize was that these people had never eaten anything so good in their lives.
So naturally they couldn't afford to waste it. And even when they were full, they couldn't leave.
Take a break and rest and then continue eating again until they are all almost done. And then they put down their chopsticks.
Chen Hui, the 3 young men,
took out their cell phones and searched the internet for these dishes when they took a break in the middle, calculating the price of these dishes and adding them up at the end.
If the internet is not wrong, the table adds up to be worth $1 million.
That's all the more reason they can't afford to waste it.
Finished eating and rested for a few moments,
Lin Dong asked the hotel manager to open a few top-class suites for them so that they could just rest here for the night.
It's too late to see the house now. The sales department is already closed. And the procedure can't be done. So I can only go tomorrow. After having breakfast the next morning, Lin Dong brought the crowd together to the Jiangnan International Mansion.
Lin Dong drove the big G in front of the front is directly in.
Chen Hui family drove more than 100,000 yuan car. Just to the door was stopped by the security guard.
Because the security guard has been here for 2 or 3 years.
Never seen more than 100,000
garbage cars in and out of the international mansion.
That is,
Lin Dong drove the big G in this inside the owners. Also belongs to the lowest level of the car.
Which is certainly to stop down to ask. Hey! What are you guys doing? Hurry up and leave. Is this a place for you to come? A security guard stepped forward and yelled at Chen Hui's parents.
He didn't have to be polite at all about this 100,000 plus junker.
Even though he couldn't afford it.
After a couple years of classes here, I haven't saved much money.
But my vision has really improved. Bro! Come on. Have a cigarette.
We're with the car in front of us,
Father Chen said politely,
handing the security guard a cigarette as he spoke. He still seemed a bit formal for such a big city and unfamiliar place.
After the guard took the cigarette, He shouted into the intercom. Number 6. Number 6. A benchy Big G just came in.
Tell the owner to bring the owner's license to the doorman to pick him up.
Copy that. Roger. The voice came over the intercom.
Then the security guard said to Chen's father in a condescending manner, "You guys park your cars to the side first and wait.
Don't run around. This is not a place where people like you can just come and go."
Now Chun Hui's mother and sister-in-law quit.
Where have they been so angry in Syracuse? Not just a security guard? What's the big deal? What are you talking about? What do you mean it's not for the likes of us to just enter? Isn't it just a broken security guard? What's the big deal? When we become the owners of this place, we'll definitely have the property company fire you.
Mother Chen sprayed at the security guard.
That's it. What's the point of being a shitty security guard? Sooner or later, I'll tell you to get lost. Chen Hui's sister-in-law also chimed in. Yo! You guys? Still want to be the owners of this place? You want me to get the fuck out of here? Do you know what this place is? This is the most expensive neighborhood in Jiangnan province.
Each house costs $50 million to start.
The most expensive $400 million. And you still want to be the owners here? Dream on?
The security guard sneered without mercy. His words startled a few people in the car.
Starting at $50 million per house? The most expensive $400 million? It completely turned their imaginations upside down. Their houses in Syracuse are only 400. 000 to 500. $000 each. And in terms of a little more area and a better location, they are not more than $1 million. That's nothing compared to a house with a $50 million bottom line.
The guard saw that his words had shocked them and thought to himself that they were really from the countryside.
And said triumphantly,
"Hurry up and drive the car to the side.
Don't block the doorway. Those who can go in and out of here are all big shots. When it comes to delaying others, are you responsible for it?"
Chen's father hurriedly drove the car to the side and waited for Lin Dong and the others to come out to pick him up. Sitting in the car, they thought again at the same time.
That in-law's nephew, Lin Dong. Didn't he say he would bring them to see the house? Could it be here? This? A $50 million bottom house for their in-laws? That is, for their son's wedding room?
The three of them glanced at each other, all seeing shock as well as surprise in each other's eyes.
It's like pie in the sky.
Smashed them out of their minds. The Chen family did not wait long at the entrance before Lin Dong came out to receive them. Lin Dong also did not expect that they would actually be stopped outside. He had been in and out countless times without being stopped. After picking up a few people from the Chen family and meeting up with Lin Guoying and the others,
Lin Dong took them along to the third building.
Cui Jia was already waiting in front of the third building with her key, which Lin Dong had informed her in advance.
"Mr. Lin, please," Cui Jia politely said to Lin Dong.
Lin Dong was her big moneymaker.
And by selling 3 suites to Lin Dong,
she had made $6 million. The group was led by Cui Jia to the billion-dollar large flat mansion that Lin Dong had already paid a deposit on.
Entering the room,
both families were shocked. Such a luxurious house really deserves a starting price of $50 million.
The decor, the furnishings, the view are all one of a kind. Although they don't understand the decorations, it doesn't stop them from appreciating the beauty.
"I heard that this house is worth 100 million. Lin Guoying was dead set on not wanting this house.
But Lin Dong said,
"The deposit has been paid.
Don't want it can't be returned." And he already had a set in building one now.
But Lin Guoying still didn't believe it.
In the end,
Lin Dong brought them to the house on the first floor. Then Lin Dong did some more persuasion before Lin Guoying accepted. Next, Lin Dong took them to follow Cui Jia to the sales department,
paid the rest of the money,
and then used Lin Guoying's ID card to apply for a real estate license.
And this house will belong to Lin Guoying's family in the future.
Lin Dong then took them to the Golden Leaf Hotel again and arranged relatively free positions for all 3 members of Lin Guoying's family plus Chen Hui,
who were just sitting around collecting money anyway. When the 2 families realized that the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province belonged to Lin Dong, they were numb. It was really because Lin Dong had shocked them too many times in the past 2 days. First, it was a $1 million luxury car. Then a $1 billion mansion.
And now it is a $10 billion 8-star hotel.
Lin Dong was raising their eyes again and again.
Lin Dong was relieved in his heart after arranging his great-aunt and her family.
When sister-in-law Lu Yanmei and the others come back, Lin Dong will arrange them in. Even if they are allowed to stand firm in Jiangchang, this is also considered to be a piece of his mind. Next, he would have to start preparing his forces. Although he had inexhaustible money, he couldn't expand blindly. He needed to do it in a planned manner. It was better to try to keep a low profile until one had the strength to ignore any power. Lin Dong still wanted to follow the old generation's philosophy of not revealing one's wealth. In the afternoon, Lin Dong went to the Jiangcheng First Hospital. Xiao Baojun was almost ready to be discharged from the hospital. And Lin Dong wanted to ask how the preparations for the security department were going. And how many people had been recruited now. Jiangcheng First Hospital. Inside Xiao Baojun's ward. When Lin Dong arrived, Xiao Baojun and Li Guobing as well as Wei Yong were there. The 3 of them seemed to be studying something, presumably related to Lin Dong's newly established security department. Young Lin, you're here. Xiao Baojun saw Lin Dong walk in as soon as he looked up. Li Guobing and Wei Yong also turned their heads to look at Lin Dong. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Both shouted at the same time. Breaker! How's the injury? When will you be discharged from the hospital? Lin Dong walked up and asked. The doctor said that I can be discharged in 2 or 3 days. If there's anything that young Lin has to do, just order me. I can be discharged now. I'm already completely fine. Xiao Baojun said back. No need. It's better to listen to the doctor. It's not that bad for 2 or 3 days. How's the security department I asked you to set up? How many people can you get? There are about a dozen who are sure they can come. And there are still some who are in the middle of hesitating. It's probably because they don't believe in such a good deal. And if this group of people come first and can pass the situation back, there will definitely be a lot of people joining. Okay. Then let's recruit those 10 or so people first. But make sure to control the character barrier. I don't want some 10 evil people to appear in my security department in the future. Don't worry, Lin Xiao. The people I've found are all very reliable. Although these of us are mercenaries, we're all people who focus on protecting the safety of our employers. We're not the type of mercenaries that are killers. In the end, we're still sworn enemies with them, because the targets of their assassinations are often employers that we need to protect. That's good. You must control this aspect of character. This is the country. When the time comes, in case we recruit some international wanted criminals to come, we can't be accountable. After they come, they are all under your control. You are the head of the security department. I know. Thank you. Xiao Lin. The initial treatment I have set for you is, you are the minister. Annual salary of $10 million. Bonuses for a good job will be counted separately. The others will start with an annual salary of $1 million, depending on their ability to raise their salary. What do you think? Lin Dong asked. The moment Lin Dong's words came out, all 3 of Xiao Baojun's eyes widened in disbelief. Starting at $1 million a year? Xiao Baojun, the minister, is even in the tens of millions. When they were 12 people together in foreign countries for so many years, it has almost earned more than $10 million, which is still many times risked life and death crisis to earn. Now Xiao Brejan alone can actually earn so much in a year? Moreover, This environment at home can be so much better than abroad. In foreign countries, sometimes on a mission,
it is common to not sleep for 2 or 3 days.
It is simply licking blood from the mouth of a knife.
And maybe at some point we will have to say goodbye to the world.
And the country is total heaven. Lin Xiao. Isn't this too much? Xiao Breaker asked. The treatment does seem a little too good for them. It's not much. As long as you guys follow me well. It will go up later. Then I'll thank Xiao Lin in advance for my brothers,
Xiao Breijin said gratefully. Lin Dong then turned to Wei Yong and Li Guobing and said,
You too. I have a task for you. Please speak. Young Lin,
Wei Yong and Li Guobing said at the same time.
You two will give me the account number later. I will give you one person $5 million. Counting it as this year's annual salary. You first go home to get your family settled. Then go to Magic City to protect Zhao Shen, the general manager of our Dong Lai International. She will make a big move next. I'm worried that someone else is eyeing her again. Yes. Lin Xiao. But 5 million is too much. Just give us a base salary of 1 million. Keep it if you're told to. When there are more people in the security department in the future, you two will be considered patriarchs. And you'll naturally be treated better. Thank you. Xiao Lin. The two no longer excused themselves. Lin Dong left after transferring the money to Wei Yong and Li Guobing. And before leaving, he asked Xiao Baojun to grab the people and pull them over first. With more and more investment from Eastleigh International,
there are bound to be some potential crises.
So the security department must be established as soon as possible. After Lin Dong left,
the three Xiao Breijins looked at each other and could feel each other's emotions.
How good it would have been if the 12 of them did not take the last mission and returned home together to encounter Lin Dong. That way they can fight and eat and drink together again. Lin Guiying sighed. The two families sat together in the billion-dollar mansion that Lin Dong had just given away.
Lin Guiying was telling the Chen family about some of Lin Dong's past.
The misfortune of his parents leaving when he was a child. Then working hard to get into Jiangnan University, one of the top 10 schools in the country. And now becoming an adult with countless riches. Lin Guiying was very proud that Lin Dong was able to achieve what he was doing now. Zhu Zhu and Shen Hui still can't believe that the house will belong to them in the future. Now not only was the wedding house in place, even the job had been arranged by Lin Dong. Shen Hui's parents were also very happy that their son could find such a dependable wife. And they naturally had the opportunity to shine as well. It's such a big house that it's no problem to come and stay whenever you want and for as long as you want. Of course, there are those who are not particularly happy. That would be Chen Hui's sister-in-law and cousin. The house belonged to her sister's in-laws, and her sister and her family could take advantage of it. But it didn't have anything to do with her. It was fine if she hadn't seen it before. But now that she had seen it, she also wanted to live in such a mansion every day and eat all that top-notch food every day. From what Lin Guiying had just told her about Lin Dong, she learned that Lin Dong's parents had died when he was very young. And that Lin Guiying had always been very good to Lin Dong. And had always contributed money to support his schooling. Judging from Lin Dong's behavior over the past 2 days, Lin Dong did respect Lin Guiying very much. Therefore, she had an idea in mind. His own daughter is also in college. About the same age as Lin Dong. Although the school is not good. But good looking At least that's what she thought. Is it possible to set up his daughter with Lin Dong through Lin Guiying? If this came to fruition, she would become Lin Dong's mother-in-law. And then she would not be able to have all the wind and all the rain. Luxury cars. Luxury houses. Gourmet food can have everything. By then she is definitely the premier tycoon in Syracuse. How scenic it is. When she thought of this, her heart also beat a few times extremely fast. And she quietly chatted with her daughter on her cell phone. Ask your daughter what she thinks of Linden. any interest in getting in touch with Lyndon more? If so, she'd find a way to go through her sister and Lin Guiying, so that both sides could be close to each other. Looking at her daughter's buried low head and somewhat slightly red face, she knew for sure that her daughter would not refuse. It was also true that there were a few girls who were not moved by such an outstanding man like Lin Dong. But there's another problem. Is Lin Dong so good that he can look at his own daughter? It's still a matter of pulling strings through Lin Guiying. Then she used her cell phone to send a message to Chen Hui's mother. Her own sister. Expressed his thoughts and wanted her to probe Lin Guiying. If this does come to fruition, their family will have untold benefits. Today, Lin Dong had only arranged for Lin Guiying's family to come into the hotel. And none of their Chen family members had a part in it other than Chen Hui. If this came to fruition and Lin Dong was still attending university, and they people entered the hotel, by then perhaps the entire Golden Leaf Hotel would be under their control. This is a $10 billion hotel. Just a little bit out of the cracks would be enough for them to squander for the rest of their lives. She also told Chen mother, don't look at the fact that Chen Hui and the others are getting quite a lot of benefits now. Just in case Lin Dong finds a powerful wife in the future and manages Lin Dong to the death, they're going to have a hard time then. And they might kick Lin Guiying's family out of the hotel. Only by setting up Lin Dong and his own daughter together could the Chen family's interests be maximized. Mother Chen saw her sister's message, and after weighing the pros and cons, she felt that her sister was right. Now in reality, apart from their son Chen Hui, their Chen family members had not actually received any substantial benefits. If they could really bring Lin Dong and their niece together and add kisses to each other, their Chen family would be considered to be truly relying on Lin Dong. By the time they each had a luxury car to drive back to Syracuse, they would be absolutely magnificent. Thinking of this, she said to Lin Guiying, in-laws, how old is Lin Dong now? 21. Soon to be 22. And there's still a year to go before I graduate from college. Hey! Time flies really quite fast. Lin Guiying replied. Then does he have a girlfriend? Mother Chen asked again. I'm not sure about this one. Since going to college, he's been busy with his part-time job during the holidays and rarely comes back. He didn't tell us anything about this even when he called back occasionally. In-laws? Look. This niece of mine is about the same age as Lin Dong. And she's also good-looking and well-read. And we know her well. So why don't we set them both up? Add to the marriage? Mother Chen pointed at her niece and said. Lin Guiying froze, looking at the somewhat shy girl across from him. For a moment, he was a little unsure of how to answer. In-laws? That. I think it's better to let the young people make their own decisions about things. We people shouldn't get involved. They've all already met. And if both sides have feelings for each other, there's definitely no need for us to step in. Lin Guiying hesitated and said. In-laws? How is this participation? We are just letting them try it out. Doesn't Lin Dong listen to you the most? You talk to him? Let them get along and see for themselves. If it doesn't work, forget it. We won't force it. What do you think? Mother Chen added. Then, I'll find some time to talk to Xiao Dong about it. But it's up to them whether it'll work or not. When Lin Guiying heard his in-laws say this, he had to promise to talk to Lin Dong. After all, he is his own daughter's mother-in-law. And it is not good to give too little face. Okay. 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 You just need to tell Lin Dong to let them add a friend to chat on their own. We won't say anything if it doesn't work out. Let the young people handle their own affairs. Mother Chen said happily. Next to Chen Hui's sister-in-law was also happy to see Lin Guiying agree. And secretly gave her daughter a wink, telling her to seize the opportunity. Zhu Zhu and Chen Hui's young couple were wandering around the house. The living room, the bedroom, the kitchen, The toilet. The view from the window. The luxurious decoration of the room. All kinds of photos to upload to the circle of friends. And with the text, "This is going to be my home now. It feels like a dream." It ends with the address of the Jungnan International Mansion. It shook both of their friend circles 3 times. The messages are full of envy and jealousy. There was no shortage of compliments either from those who wanted to come and see it. After Lin Guowei's family saw it, they asked Lin Su to search the internet to find out where Jungnan International Mansion is. What are the prices? It turned out to be better not to search. But when they did, the family was speechless with shock. The most expensive mansion in the entire Jiangnan province. Designed by famous foreign teachers themselves. With luxury decoration. The average price per unit starts at $50 million. After Lin Guowei saw it, his heart felt like it had been hit hard and bloody by a hammer a few times. With a grimace on his face, he didn't say a word. Shut himself up in his room. And didn't go out for 3 days. Probably couldn't take the fallout. Both were equally Lin Dong's own aunt and uncle. And to put it more finely, he was even closer to Lin Dong's bloodline. Now after Lin Dong is developed, they are treated very differently. It was all a thought back then. He's got it right now. Lin Dong returned to his residence a little tired. So he slept for a while. And when he woke up, it was already nighttime. And there was still no news from Zhao Xian's side. Lin Dong thought about it and directly dialed Zhao Xian's phone. Zhao Xian's side was too slow to spend money. It took so long to negotiate an investment. He needed to rush Zhao Xian's progress. The god's whole point is now only 102. Far from standard. Soon the phone was connected and Zhao Xian's delighted voice came from the phone. "Hey! Lin Dong. Hello? Sister Xian. How is the situation recently?" Lin Dong asked. "Lin Dong? Recently there are 2 companies that need financing being negotiated. The team is inspecting them. And as far as the current situation is concerned, it's not bad. I'll report back to you after the inspection." Zhao Xian replied. "What about Wang Chang? No contact yet?" "Mr. Wang there has been contacted. These 2 companies will go there after the inspection. Sister Xian. The progress on your side is a bit slow. Since the team is pretty much established, finalize some investments as soon as possible. As long as it's suitable, a premium is fine. Try to choose some companies that have already made a mark. And don't spend any more time on those small companies. Dong Lin. If you choose such a company, you might not be able to maximize your benefits. I think it's better to invest in some small companies with prospects," Zhao Xian said. Lin Dong was a little depressed listening to Zhao Xian's reply. "I don't want to maximize the profit in my horse. What I want is to maximize the money spent. If it were not for the fact that his power is not big enough, not strong enough, for fear of suddenly spending too much money, acquiring too many companies, causing the attention of some big forces, causing unnecessary trouble, he directly is to buy. No matter what the world's top 500 or 1000. Directly buy. Do not sell directly to acquire shares. Strength. Everything is based on strength. Without strength, even spending money is a bit too much." He still didn't know if the system could be upgraded or not. Currently, the physical and mental strength had reached their limits and could not be improved. But the strength was definitely still not enough. So it needs to be determined as soon as possible if there is any upside left in the system before we can determine where to go from here. Right now, his goal was to save up his divine magnificence points to 1000 points first. And then see if the system would react in any way. And if his physique and spiritual strength would continue to improve. If he couldn't, then he would have to change his plans and silently find a place to hide and develop his power. If you can't have strength,
You have to have power. If there was still room for further advancement, there was nothing to say. Let's make ourselves invincible first. When the time comes, you don't have to be afraid of this or that to do things. Sister Xian. What I need now is achievement. Not saving money. If I invest in a small company, it will take too long to wait for him to grow. I don't have so much time to wait. This month, no matter what, you have to spend more than $50 billion for me. But it can't be too conspicuous. Lin Dong said. Ha? Dong Lin? What did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Zhao Xian asked with some hesitation. She actually heard it clearly. She just couldn't believe it a little bit. So she had to confirm it again. I said. Spend out at least $50 billion for me to invest this month. But it's better if you can spend $100 billion. But keep a low profile. Not too conspicuous. Understand? Zhao Xian on the other side of the phone was directly confused. Lin Dong had actually told her that she had to spend more than $50 billion this month? Are you out of your mind? What boss doesn't want their employees to save them money? Minimum cost for maximum benefit. Doing the most and best with the least. Is this a case of too much money burning a hole in your pocket? Or do you have a grudge against money? It's pretty hard to understand what these super rich kids think. Or did Lyndon have other reasons? Lin Dong. Are you sure you want to do this? It's spending $50 billion. Not $5 billion. Not $500 million? Zhao Xian asked again. Sister Xian. I'm telling you clearly and unequivocally right now. It is indeed $50 billion. And it's not capped. But it's better to try to keep a low profile. Avoid some unnecessary trouble. Good. I've got it. But it's a little hard to invest so much money in such a short period of time and not draw attention to yourself. Try your best. Don't invest so much in one place. Come to another place. Just these 2 days I'll send you 2 people to protect you. Too much money will inevitably be noticed by some ill-intentioned people. Money is trivial. Safety is most important. Okay. Thanks Lin Dong. Then I'll go and get busy. The task is a bit heavy. I still have to go and rush them. That's good. I'll celebrate you when you come back. Also, there's no need to visit Wang Chang's place. I trust him. I'll contact him directly. Got it. Dong Lin. Hang up the phone. Lin Dong called Wang Chang another. Casually chat a few sentences. Wang Chang urged Lin Dong to hurry to let people come over to complete the inspection. Finalize the investment plan. After the implementation of the funds, so that he can continue to promote the implementation of the project. He had already received a call from the person in charge of this project at Lin Dong Company. That is Zhao Xian. But the other party said that there were still 2 other companies that had finished their inspection first before they could come over. Probably trying to hang him out to dry so he could counteroffer. A tactic he'd seen plenty of. But hadn't he and Lin Dong already agreed? $5 billion. 30% of the shares. And he did not know why Lin Dong was doing this. How does he know that this is Zhao Xian's own decision? And has nothing to do with Lin Dong? Who can't wait to spend more money? The price of returning the hair. Zhao Xian is now as the head of investment of Donglai International. Naturally, she can save as much as she can. And the smallest cost in exchange for the greatest benefit can reflect her value. In order to obtain the favor of the boss. It was just that she did not expect Lin Dong to be a master who did not lack money at all and did not need her to save money at all. Lin Dong immediately stated that there was no need for an inspection and then directly transferred $5 billion to Wang Chang. Wang Chang's side was also a bit confused. Completely unable to understand what Lin Dong meant. A little while later it's time for an inspection. An assessment. A little while later it wasn't needed. Saying something about trusting him and the funds coming straight to him. But now that the funding is in place, nothing else matters and he can move forward with the project. After Lin Dong transferred $5 billion to Wang Chang, the Divine Magnificence points came to 152 points, which was a small comfort to him.
Magic City. In an upscale apartment,
Zhao Xian was sitting on the sofa in his pajamas, having just hung up Lin Dong's phone and was about to call and urge the people below to speed up the progress. Lin Dong said on the phone that as long as the results,
do not be afraid to spend money. Should be wanting to do something out to the family in a hurry? Didn't they say on TV that some of the big family's sons would fight to the death when they were vying for the position of the head of the family? Maybe Lin Dong is now fighting for a position in the family as well? Facing such dangers as well? Then she would really have to speed up.
She and Lin Dong were now grasshoppers on the same line.
All for one and one for all.
If Lin Dong failed to seize the throne,
it would not be easy for her. Besides,
she still had a trace of unspoken feelings towards Lin Dong.
So she did not want Lin Dong to fail.
Then she would have to step up her efforts herself.
Since they are not afraid of spending money,
they naturally get things done with half the effort.
I just finished calling the people below,
urging them to quickly finalize the investment, and contacted a few more large companies that are interested in financing.
Ready to meet tomorrow. This time,
a woman with a marvelous figure wrapped in a towel came out of the bathroom with a delicate face, her hands reaching up to the top of her head to work on her hair and her snow-white skin,
as if she could pinch out the water. If a man saw this scene, he probably wouldn't have enough blood in his body to spray. Xian. Calling your man? You can't stand it after only a few days? Did I not serve you well?
The woman opened her mouth and said flirtatiously.
After saying that, she walked over to Zhao Xian,
hooked up Zhao Xian's chin with one hand, and stretched her head to kiss him. Zhao Xian's head tilted and she used her hand to knock away the other person's outstretched hand and said,
Luo. Can you be decent?
The person that Zhao Xian called Luo was none other than Zhao Xian's college roommate and best friend,
Luo Qianru.
The two have been roommates since freshman year and are very close, and have remained completely unchanged until they graduated from college. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few years after graduation, the two of them still didn't feel the slightest bit rusty when they met.
Zhao Xian looked at Luo Qianlu's peak and then looked down at her own with some envy.
Although his own wasn't exactly small, it was clearly a smaller model compared to Luo Qianru. Both of them were school flower-level beauties back in college.
But Luo Qianru was obviously much more popular.
It was because her body was simply perfect.
Not a single flaw could be found.
Coupled with her delicate face and her flirtatious voice when she spoke.
Simply the man killer in the school. No matter the freshman or senior.
Even some teachers in the school were mesmerized by her.
However,
after getting along for a few years,
Zhao Xian realized that this girl didn't seem to like men very much. The people who pursued her took up almost a third of the men in the school.
From losers to male gods.
The loser just sends love letters, flowers and love breakfasts every day. Men just give designer clothes, bags,
and perfumes,
and all sorts of luxury ones. It all ended up in the trash.
Hardly a man succeeds after 4 years of college.
This ninny wasn't interested in men,
but she was constantly mooching off of her. Even his first kiss was taken by force by this dead girl.
I'm very decent now. Okay. When I told you to stay in Magic City with me during graduation, you insisted on going back to your hometown.
And now you're still back in my arms. The woman that this young lady has her eye on
can't escape the palm of my hand,
Luo Qianru said and took out her slender palm to gesture.
Lolo, it's been years. How come you still haven't changed? It's a waste to not show your good body to men.
After Zhao Xian finished speaking, he reached out and unwrapped the bath towel from Luo Qianru's body. And a body that could be described as perfect appeared in front of her eyes.
Luo Qianlu bath towel was unraveled also did not care at all.
The two of them went to college long ago to see each other naked. Even where the other person has moles on their body and where they are sensitive.
How are those stinky men as good as Xian? I'll look like they want to eat people up. It's just disgusting. Luo Qianro said as she just sat naked next to Zhao Xian. Say, Lolo, are you really not going to find a man? Just live your life alone?
Zhao Xian inclined her head and asked.
What's so good about men? Don't you feel comfortable living alone? Why do you need to find a sin? And to serve them? Xian, why don't you accompany me for the rest of my life? Luo Qianru said somewhat flirtatiously. Don't. Lolo. I don't want to live my life like this. You'd better find someone else.
Zhao Xian hurriedly refused.
Xian. You've changed your mind. It's only been a few years since I've seen you. Do you have a man? You must have been on the phone with your man just now. Come on. Tell me. Who is your man? What does he look like? How tall is he? How much does he weigh? And what did it feel like when you did it? Is it comfortable? Luo Qianru asked with a smile.
Zhao Xian blushed a little at Luo Qianru's barrage of questions.
This ninny. She really has the guts to ask any question. She's simply not shy. How does she know if it's comfortable to do that? She hasn't tried it. Luo. You dead ninny. You really ask everything. How do I know?
Zhao Xian said with a red face.
You don't? Don't you have a man? He's no good? Why do you need such a useless man? I was going to say lend me your man if it's comfortable. You are really shameless. Can a boyfriend just borrow?
Zhao Xian said with a red face.
Why can't I? With our relationship. What can't we share? How about we serve a man together? That way we'll never be separated. You. I'm not talking to you. I'm going to my room.
Zhao Xian stood up with a red face and prepared to walk back to his room. But he was pulled by Luo Qianru's hand.
Luo Qianlu pulled Zhao Xian back with a gentle tug. Then sat in Luo Qianlu's arms. Luo Qianlu just hugged Zhao Xian naked. Xian. Don't go. Come tell me if the one just now is your boyfriend? No. It's my boss.
Zhao Xian said with a bit of a squirm.
Your boss? Male or female? Men. How old? 20-something. So young? Right. He's still in college. A college student as a boss? Not bad.
Not bad for someone who can get my Xian's big beautiful girl's heart.
Lolo. Don't talk nonsense. By the way. Luo. The boss just gave me a very heavy task. And I need your help. What mission? He wants me to spend at least $50 billion on top of my investments this month. How much? Luo Qianro asked, raising her syllables. 50 billion. What kind of boss are you? Got a lot of money to burn or something? This I don't know. You have to help me this time. You know Magic City better than me. Are there any bigger projects that need financing? I'll really ask about that one. Don't worry. It's only $50 billion. I'm sure I'll finish the job for you. All right then. I'll go to bed first. Good night.
Zhao Xian stood up and walked back to her room after she finished speaking.
This time Luo Qianlu didn't pull her.
Luo Qianro saw Zhao Xian leave before picking up the bath towel and covering her marvelous body.
Sitting on the sofa without moving. Not knowing what she was thinking. Day 2.
Lin Dong received a call from Lu Chun early in the morning,
asking him if he had anything to do today, and that the old man of the Lu family wanted to see him.
Lin Dong thought about it and agreed. The Lu Chen siblings had invited him several times,
all delayed due to other matters. And now they happened to be fine. So they went to meet him. After all,
Lu Chen had also helped him several times, and the two were considered good friends. Ever since Lin Dong donated $100 million to the school, the teacher never called him to urge him to return to school again. Such was the power of money. Lin Dong followed Lu Chen's guidance to another wealthy area in Zhangcheng, the Nanshan Villa area. Although the price per square foot of the villas here is not as high as that of the Jiangnan International Mansion, they are large in size. Any villa starts at 3,000 square feet, with private gardens and swimming pools. And it's a beautiful, airy place. And it's not as loud and noisy as the city center. If Jiangnan International Mansion is the most expensive house per unit in Jiangnan Province, then Nanshan Villa area is the most expensive house per unit in Jiangnan Province. Moreover, the Nanshan Villa area has already been ordered before the construction is finished, which is enough to see its popularity among the rich class in Zhangcheng, which is higher than the Jiangnan International Mansion. The name of Nanshan Villa area is naturally borrowed from the meaning of picking chrysanthemums under the east fence, leisurely seeing the South Mountain. The entire villa area built according to the South Mountain. The foot of the mountain is the entrance to the villa area. In turn up the construction, the location of the more to the South Mountain on the go, the more expensive villa prices. The top of the set is said to be able to see a small half of the city of Zhangcheng. And now by the villa area developers Zhangcheng Lu family owns. Lin Dong drove his car and just arrived at the Nanshan Villa area. The Lu family siblings were already waiting there. Lin Dong parked his car in front of the Lu family siblings and lowered the car window. "Brother Lin, you've come at last. Our old man has been wanting to meet you for a long time." Lu Chen stepped forward and said. Because Lin Dong drove a Bugatti Flying Dragon. The Lu family siblings knew from a long distance that Lin Dong had arrived. "Brother Lu, I'm really sorry. I've been a bit busy lately and I was only free today." Lin Dong replied. "We're already happy that Brother Lin is here. Let's go. I'll lead the way in front. The old master is already waiting." After Lu Chen finished speaking, he headed towards a supercar parked in front of him. Lu Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, pulled open the co-pilot of Lin Dong's Bugatti Flying Dragon as soon as she could and sat in it. "Brother Lin Dong, I'll take your car," Lu Xiaoxiao said. Lin Dong also did not expect Lu Xiaoxiao to sit in. Ever since he realized that this little girl was interested in him, he was a little unsure of how to handle this relationship. "Xiaoxiao, why didn't you go to school today?" Lin Dong asked. "Because you're coming to our house today. So I didn't go to school," Lu Xiaoxiao answered as a matter of course. She didn't feel anything wrong. Lin Dong instead didn't know how to answer. Simply stopped talking, drove the car and followed Lu Chen all the way to the mountains. About 10 minutes later, Lin Dong followed Lu Chen and drove the car into a huge manor. Here is the most luxurious and top place in the South Mountain Villa area, which can no longer be considered a villa. This is a manor. The entire top of South Mountain is occupied by this one manor. This manor alone could show how strong the Lu family was in this Jiang city. After Lu Chen took Lin Dong and parked the car in the garage, he led Lin Dong towards the main hall. By this time, Lu Rui, the oldest member of the Lu family, was already waiting in the main hall. The second generation of the Lu family, that is, Lu Chen's father's generation, were basically out there minding their own mess. The Lu family's power is not only limited to Zhangcheng. Zhangcheng is only their home base. Many other cities have their companies, but they are all within the scope of Jiangnan province. Once they are out of Jiangnan province, the influence of the Lu family drops drastically. Except for Chinese New Year festivals and Master Lu's birthday. These second and third generations of the Lu family seldom came back. So this manor was basically the two siblings, Elder Lu and Lu Chen, living there, along with a few Lu family offerings. Lu Chen was the designated heir of the Lu family's old man. Although the others were a bit unconvinced,
There was no way around it. In the Lu family, Old Man Lu was the sky. No one dared to object to what he said. And even if they were not convinced, they could not say it, but could only bury it in their hearts. Lin Dong followed the Lu Chen siblings into the main hall. He saw a gully-faced, aged old man sitting on a sofa with a steaming pot of tea on the coffee table in front of him. And behind him stood 4 middle-aged men. 2 of whom were the 2 men who had been seriously injured by Uncle Shan beside Qin Zhang the last time they were at the Fuli Sands. Grandpa! Grandpa! Lu Chen's siblings shouted as they sat in front of the old man on the left and right. The old man smiled and nodded before looking at Lin Dong. Good day, Elder Lu. Lin Dong greeted politely. Lu Rui did not say anything, but was only sizing up Lin Dong carefully. This process lasted about a minute or 2 before Lu Rui spoke. Not bad. Not bad. As expected of someone who can defeat Qin Zhang. He is indeed a handsome young man. Elder Lu is overpraising. Lin Dong is a little sweaty. Lin Dong said modestly. Little friend Lin. You don't have to be modest. Qin Zhang is also considered a man of honor among the younger generation. And with the Qin family behind him, it's not something an ordinary person can do for you to drive him out of Jiang City in disgrace. Just luck. Luck is also a form of strength. Please sit down. Young friend Lin. Come and taste how this tea tastes. Lu Rui invited Lin Dong to sit down before slowly picking up the purple sand teapot in front of him and pouring a cup for Lin Dong. Lin Dong picked up the teacup and took a sip. He still did not feel anything. It was almost the same as the last time he accompanied the core member of SCC, Li Bin. There was no difference. He didn't know how all these big shots like tea. He was completely uninterested in this aspect of tea. Tea. For him it was just to quench his thirst. As for how to savor it, he really wasn't interested. But since the other party was so solemn, pretending still needed to be done. Not bad. Lin Dong only replied with 2 words. Lu Rui could see Lin Dong's perfunctory behavior, but he did not say anything. Everyone had their own way of life. And since the other party did not like tea, he would not force it. Talking about tea ceremonies to people who don't know what they're talking about is a complete buzzkill. I invited little friend Lin here today. Firstly, to thank you. If it wasn't for you, it's hard to say whether Chen Chen and Xiaoxiao would still be able to sit here or not. And secondly, I also want to meet you. Lu Rui said. Elder Lu doesn't have to be polite. Brother Lu and I are both part of the same SCC and very good friends. And Brother Lu often helps me. So this is all what I should do. Lu Xiaoxiao watched the 2 men politely going back and forth with some impatience. Suddenly interjecting, he said, Grandpa. Brother Lin Dong. Can you not be so polite? In the future, maybe we'll all be family. At those words, all 3 of them froze. Lu Chen and Lu Rui both looked at Lu Xiaoxiao with inexplicable eyes. Lu Xiaoxiao also felt that there was something wrong with what she said, and wanted to explain, but didn't know what to say. He could only say with a red face, I'll go back to the house and do my homework first. You guys take your time. Then he got up and left. After Lu Xiaoxiao left, Lin Dong chatted with Elder Lu for a few more moments before Elder Lu asked Lu Chen to keep Lin Dong company and got up to go upstairs himself. During lunch, Lu Xiaoxiao was always red-faced, and had been avoiding Lin Dong, not daring to look at him. After having lunch, Lin Dong wanted to leave, but he was called to the study room alone by Elder Lu. Please sit down. Young friend Lin, Lu Rui said to Lin Dong as he sat on the sofa in the study. Lin Dong found a seat and sat down, and did not reply, waiting for the other party to speak. Elder Lu should have called him for something else. Little friend Lin, what do you think of my Lu family situation right now? Lu Rui asked. The scenery is infinite, Lin Dong said thoughtfully. He didn't know why Lu Rui would ask this. But as far as he knew, the Lu family was indeed in the limelight in Jiangcheng and even the entire Jiangnan province. The scenery is just a superficial phenomenon. If I am suddenly gone,
and there is no one in the Lu family who can shoulder such a burden.
The Lu family is a piece of fat meat, and anyone would want to take a bite kind of thing. Lu Rui sighed.
Lin Dong froze and said,
"That's impossible. I think brother Lu Chen should have such an ability. Morn is indeed outstanding among the 3 generations of the Lu family.
But it's not enough to carry the burden of the entire Lu family. And it needs to be honed and sharpened again." Lin Dong did not know what to say. He did not understand what Elder Lu was telling him about this. It was not like he was a member of the Lu family.
"Little friend Lin,
I hope that you can shelter my Lu family until Chen Chen can stand alone and pick up the burden of the Lu family,"
Lu Rui suddenly said solemnly. "Ha? Elder Lu. Aren't you overestimating me? The Lu family is in the midst of a boom right now. How could I possibly have the ability to shelter the Lu family? You are joking with me, right?" Lin Dong said. Lu Rui even asked him to shelter the Lu family? Isn't this a joke? Where did he get the power? If he was capable of sheltering the Lu family now, would he still need to be so fearful? It's long since turned on the bye feature. So the godly points aren't rubbing off on you. Little friend Lin doesn't have to be busy refusing. I naturally won't let you shelter the Lu family for nothing. I'll give you a big gift next, Lu Rui said unhurriedly. Lin Dong was already speechless. Is this a big fucking gift or not? It's simply incapable. Okay. If he had the ability, he really wouldn't mind helping the Lu family when they were in trouble. Without that ability, though, it was all for naught. And he was still a bit of a self-starter himself. Elder Lu, it's really not that I'm refusing. I really don't have the ability. If I have the ability, I still don't mind helping the Lu family. After all, Lu Chen and I are considered very good friends. Provided of course that the Lu family needs it. Lu Rui ignored what Lin Dong said and continued. Little friend Lin, do you know why when I am around, the Lu family is around, while when I am not around, the Lu family dies? The Lu family, which is as strong as ever today, was completely built on me? And I am nothing but an old man who has already half buried his body in the earth. This Lin Dong really didn't know. He had thought that Elder Lu was a powerful expert. But after meeting him, he realized that he was just a dying old man. How powerful was Lin Dong's spiritual power? He truly could not sense even a tiny bit of threat from Elder Lu right now. Perhaps at one time, Elder Lu was very strong. But now, if he was clearly an ordinary old man. It was hard to imagine that a family that was as prosperous as the sky and the scenery was boundless was built on this old man in front of him. If the old man was suddenly gone, the building that was the Lu family would topple. Lin Dong doesn't know. Please also ask Elder Lu to explain, Lin Dong asked. It wasn't that he was curious or anything. But since Lu Rui brought it up, he would definitely continue. He was just asking in passing. Sure enough, Lu Rui continued. That's because I have another identity. What identity? Lin Dong asked cooperatively. Retired member of National Special Operations Group B. Retired members of National Special Action Group B? What kind of organization is this? Lin Dong asked curiously. To talk about this organization, we must first talk about the group of martial artists. From ancient times to the present day, the group of martial artists has never disappeared. It is just that it is very difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with them. And this should be most clear to little friend Lin Dong. For this Lin Dong did know. Because in the previous 21 years of his career, he had never seen a single martial artist. Nor was he aware that there was a group of martial artists.
But since having this system, he realized that just because there were things he didn't know didn't mean they weren't there. It was just that his level was too low. It had never occurred to him before that someone could actually be as unafraid of guns as they were on TV. Ever since he had fought with Qin Zhang at the Fuli Sands, he had realized that there was a group of people in this world that possessed abilities that were only possessed in TV dramas. And he had accidentally entered this group. Lu Rui continued. The killing power of the group of martial artists is so strong that some of them are already unafraid of the threat of ordinary hot weapons. And not everyone in this group can resist temptation. So once some people make a mistake, they can cause great harm to society. Against this kind of people, the state sending out ordinary people can no longer pose a threat to them. Therefore, the National Special Action Group came into being. And they are the law enforcers, the supervisors, that the state arranges in the group of martial artists. And I, at one time, was one of them, but I became a retired member when I was seriously injured during a mission. And as long as you enter this organization, as long as you don't commit treason or make a big mistake, you'll always be protected by the entire Special Operations Group, including your family. And it's the country that's represented behind the Special Operations Group. Again, I retired because I was injured during the mission. So as long as I don't die, no one will dare to do anything to the Lu family. But if I die, without this thread of connection, the Lu family will become an incomparably tasty piece of fat meat. After listening to Lu Rui's words, Lin Dong had some more questions in his heart. Since Elder Lu was not dead, then it meant that the entire Lu family was protected. Then how did Qin Zhang dare to kill Lu Chen at that time? So he asked, Elder Lu, since you're still around, why did Qin Zhang dare to kill Lu Chen in Xiao Xiao? That's because it was Qin Chen who flashed his gun first. Otherwise Len Qin Zhang ten guts. He wouldn't dare to kill Chen Chen and Xiaoxia. The Special Action Group will only protect your family from harm. But if you are trying to harm someone else first, and then get killed by someone else in return, then they won't care. So it is. No wonder Qin Zhang, who had originally wanted to put the matter to rest, went straight for the kill after Lu Chen pulled out his gun. Turns out it was just a case of being afraid to start. After Lu Rui finished speaking, Lin Dong also understood. The National Task Force is supposed to be a kick-ass organization. Elder Lu used to be a member of this organization, but he retired because of his injuries. But before he died, the organization would still keep his Lu family safe. However, there was a prerequisite for this. And that was that the Lu family had to be the reasonable party. And if the Lu family made a fool of themselves by trying to violate others, then this organization would not care. Simply put, you have a backer when you are justified. And you carry your own weight when you are not. Lu Chen took out a hot weapon to try to take out Qin Zhang's men. That was just irrational. Dying for nothing. But why is this old man telling himself so much? And you said you were going to give yourself a big present? Do you want me to join the National Task Force? It'd be nice if we could join. Then we'd be considered someone with status and backing. So at least we wouldn't have to shy away from spending money. Right? I didn't steal or rob. I spent my own money. So if people get jealous and come looking for trouble, I should be considered justified. Right? Thinking about it this way, Lin Dong felt good. I just wonder if there are any constraints? Will you be working 9 to 5 every day? I'm not even out of college yet here. Elder Lu is trying to get me to join the National Special Operations Group? Lin Dong asked. Little friend Lin thinks this organization is good to join? Lu Rui asked rhetorically. It should be hard. Lin Dong replied. It's not hard. It's very difficult. You can only be recommended by insiders if you want to join the National Special Operations Group. They won't openly recruit either. And even if you're recommended in,
The strictest of tests and audits will be waiting for you. And as a retired member of Special Action Group B, I am allowed to recommend someone to go in.
Originally I was going to leave this spot for Chuncheon.
But unfortunately his talent isn't high. So if he goes, he'll only be eliminated. So I'd like to recommend you to go in. And I believe that with the strength of young friend Lin, you'll surely be able to pass the examination. Elder Lu wants to recommend me to shelter your Lu family after entering the Special Operations Group? Lin Dong asked.
That's just one of the things. To be able to have such strength at such an age. I'm more optimistic about young friend Lin's future accomplishments. So I'd like to invest in you with this one recommendation slot.
Lu Rui said. How can Elder Lu be sure that I'll definitely join the Special Operations Group? What if I don't want to? Because I know you need this identity right now. Little friend Lin was able to hold back for 20 years and never exposed his strength even after being humiliated. So I guess it's because your master didn't let you expose it. Isn't it? Maybe he has some enemies. Or maybe there are other reasons. But no matter why, you need such an identity. You investigated me?
The aura of Lin Dong's body exploded out in this instant. It caused the various bookshelves and chairs in the study to give a shake. His greatest fear now was that someone would investigate his background and discover his secrets.
And he wasn't strong enough to keep his secrets now.
As the saying goes,
a man can't commit a crime without a crime.
And as long as the matter of owning a system was exposed, there would definitely be a large number of forces that would want to find out what was going on.
Maybe just dissect yourself right out. Strength. Strength must be raised as soon as possible. Luckily, though, the other guy just thought he had a master. That's the best explanation. To be able to teach a disciple like himself, this Mojo master should be able to intimidate the other party. Just don't let anyone find out you have a system. A master is a master. Right? Thinking of this, Lin Dong's newly tensed nerves loosened slightly and pulled back his breath. He didn't dare to release his breath towards Lu Rui just now either. He was afraid of sending away the old man who was now unarmed. Lin Dong, however, did not know that what system was not a system. No one would even think in that direction. The strength of this world is practiced one step at a time. There is no quick fix. And there will be no talk of strange encounters. Even those who are gifted need to start practicing from a young age. And once they are past their optimal period, they can only live a mediocre life. So even if someone investigated his identity and background, it would only be similar to what Lu Rui guessed. Little friend Lin, there is no need to be alarmed. We are friends, not enemies. As for the matter of me investigating you, you should be even more thankful to me. Because after I finished my investigation, I hid your identity. And the time that followed, there were at least 3 waves of people who had investigated the background of your identity and nothing came out of it. Lu Rui explained. The aura that Lin Dong had just released was very strong. Although the breath was not sent at him. As a former tiger rank expert, even if his strength was gone now, the perception belonging to a tiger rank expert was still there. Lin Dong was strong. Stronger than even at his peak. This reinforced his idea that he must tie the Lu family and Lin Dong together. This will ensure that the Lu family continues to be brilliant. And even further out of Jiangnan province is not impossible. Jiangnan province, among the dozens of provinces and cities in the country, can only be regarded as the lower middle level. There is a wider sky outside. Moreover, after his investigation, Lin Dong's character was also very good. At least for those who had helped him. He did return the favor. And his own body is not as good as a day. Originally for the Tiger List experts, his age is actually not high. If not once suffered serious injuries, late properly maintained, live another 20 or 30 years is no problem. But now he felt that his big day was approaching and he had to find a partner for the Lu family. Lin Dong was the most suitable in his opinion. And Lin Dong, who was already somewhat relaxed, instantly tensed up again after hearing Lu Rui's words. And at least 3 more waves have investigated themselves? Who is it? Xin Zhang should be counted as one. Who are the others? Lin Dong couldn't have imagined it. It's the unknown that's scary. It seemed that he had attracted the attention of some forces. Elder Lu. I am sorry. I was a bit nervous just now. It is indeed a difficult order from my master. I do need such an identity. Lin Dong followed Lu Rui's words. Since the other party said he had a master, then he had a master. Just the thing to explain his sudden transformation. There's no need to be polite. Young friend Lin. The reason I'm telling you so much is that I want the Lu family to establish a close partnership with you. Elder Lu. What do you mean by Special Operations Group B? Lin Dong asked. The Special Action Group is divided into a total of 4 groups. A, B, C, D. Group C and Group D are only responsible for incidents triggered by first-class martial artists, while Group B is the watershed group, responsible for incidents triggered by tiger ranking experts. Lu Rui explained. What about Group A? Isn't there another Group A? Lin Dong pursued. Team A is a bunch of gods and goddesses. The guys only show up when Team B can't get it right. But that's rare. So I know very little about them. Little friend Lin. Recommending you to the Special Operations Group is just one of the 2 great gifts I'm giving you. And what's the other copy? Lu Rui continued. The Special Action Group is a law enforcement department established by the state for the domestic martial artist community. And since there is an internal one, there is naturally an external one. Foreign? Targeting foreign martial artists? Lin Dong asked. Not bad. It's not as calm as it seems between countries. But everyone agreed not to use weapons of mass destruction to avoid the destruction of life. So they just have to use their weapons to probe each other's bottom. And the organization targeting foreign martial artists is called Falcon. If you can join both organizations, then your information will be the highest grade in the country. And no one will be able to look through it except for a few people. And as long as you don't betray the country, then you'll be equal to having 2 amulets. It is possible to join both organizations at the same time? Lin Dong asked again. Yes. But there are certain conditions. Lin Dong came out of Elder Lu's study, greeted Lu Chen and Lu Xiaoxiao's siblings and left the Lu family. He needed to go back and digest what Elder Lu had told him today. In addition to the National Special Action Group, there was also an organization called the Falcon, which was an organization that specialized in targeting foreign martial artists. Elder Lu told him that there were 2 options. One was to enter one of the organizations and become a full member after taking the exam. But in that case he would need to follow the organization and not have much free time. There is another option is to take the test at the same time the supernumerary staff of the 2 organizations. In which case it is also considered to enter the organization. And usually do not have to follow the organization. Only when the organization needs to be notified to participate in the organization's mission. The supernumeraries sounded like they were a step below the regular members. But in reality, the supernumeraries were more difficult to enter than the regular members. And the assessment was more strict and required the members to be stronger. However, Lu Rui felt that with strength like Lin Dong's, there was no problem at all in passing the examination. At 20 years old, the peak of the tiger ranking, even among the heirs of the great families and the heirs of the secret lands, they definitely belonged to outstanding figures. There's no way a character like that can't get in. Lin Dong also wanted to take the supernumerary exam because he didn't want to be tied down and he had his own things to do. For him, spending money improves his strength. And he's not like other people. So his time must be free and not tied down. Or else he has no place to spend his money. However, at this time, Elder Lu gave Lin Dong another problem. He wanted Lin Dong to marry Lu Xiaoxiao in the future. This was because in Elder Lu's opinion,
If he wanted to tie the Lu family to Lin Dong, a marriage was the best way to do so. And he was able to tell that Lu Xiaoxiao liked Lin Dong. Since this was the case, he would just go with the flow. As long as Lu Xiaoxiao married Lin Dong, then they would be considered truly tied together. This was difficult for Lin Dong. To be honest, he was disgusted by this kind of marriage of interest. But it was not good to refuse directly. As of now, his overall impression of the Lu family was still good. No matter whether it was the two Luchan siblings or elder Lu, they were all still good to him. And they had also helped him with many favors. In the end, he could only shrug off the fact that Lu Xiaoxiao was still young, and that he would talk about this later when he was a bit older. Seeing that Lin Dong was somewhat averse to the idea, elder Lu did not insist any further. He believed that as long as Lin Dong accepted this favor from the Lu family, then he would definitely do what he said to shelter the Lu family. As for whether or not they can get together with Dash, it's up to their own destiny. After all, it was now that he was begging the other party. And although he had leverage in his hands, he couldn't do too much. After Lin Dong left, Lu Rui dialed a phone number. "Hey! Old Lu Ah! You finally thought to call me. I thought you would never contact me again in your life." A loud voice rang in Lu Rui's ears. Hearing his familiar voice again, Lu Rui was also a little emotional. "Gov. I am not ashamed to call you. I didn't fulfill the mission you gave me back then," Lu Rui said. "Bullshit. What happened back then? That was because the intelligence was wrong. That's why the mission failed. It wasn't your fault. And you paid a heavy price. In the end, it's still the organization that owes you. Gov. It's been so many years since then. So let's not bring it up again. I'm calling you this time because I want to recommend someone to you who wants to take the supernumerary exam." "Who?" "A peak tiger ranking expert around 20 years old." "What? Are you sure? What about the identity background? Which big family's son? Or which secret land heir? Not a family descendant. The body is clean. But there should be a master. Who exactly is yet to be found out. I will send you the information later." "Okay. Since you recommended me, I definitely trust you. When will you come to the capital? We haven't seen each other for many years. If we don't get together again, we'll all be in the ground." "Gov. I'll come when I can." "Okay. I'll wait for you then." Lu Rui hung up the phone and then made another call. The other party was also an old man. But instead of special ops, it was Falcons. He got a Falcon exam slot from the other side. Back then, the two organizations collaborated to complete a mission. But because of faulty intelligence, they were ambushed by the enemy. And Lu Rui was seriously injured as a result of saving the other party. And the other side is now very influential in the Falcon organization. Now he had used up his two most important favors for the Lu family to be able to rely on Lin Dong. A favor is owed to him by special ops. A favor is owed to him by the Falcon hierarchy. These two favors were originally prepared for the descendants of the Lu family. As long as one of the Lu family could be used, even if it could not allow the Lu family to move forward, but at least it would not go backward. And it would allow the Lu family to maintain its splendor for many more years. But over the past 30 years, the second generation of the Lu family was full of mediocre people. And the third generation managed to produce a Lu Qin, who had an outstanding mind but a mediocre talent. Lu Qin still needed to hone if he wanted to become the top pillar of the Lu family. But he didn't have time to wait. Lately my body has been failing more and more. And the injuries from back then are starting to come back. Lu Rui felt that this time should be the last time. And his big day was coming. That's why he was in a hurry to find someone to trade the two favors in his hand for the stability of the Lu family. Lin Dong was the most suitable one he had searched for. So young, So strong. And with a mysterious master.
The most important thing is to be a good person and to be grateful. If it was only strong, Lu Rui wouldn't dare to tell the whole story like this, lest he be beaten backwards at that time. He was able to predict that after he left, the Lu family would become fat meat in the eyes of the neighboring forces. Only Lin Dong could help their Lu family drive away the wolves and tigers. As long as another 10 years passed, Lu Chen should be able to hold his own. And only then would the Lu family be considered completely stable. Lu Rui in his dying days can think for the Lu family to do all the arrangements, and finally whether to continue the splendor or even further depends on God's will. Kyoto. Inside an old courtyard. An old man was sitting in the courtyard, flipping through the information that Lu Rui had just passed over. The information was very thick. There were 7 or 8 pages of paper, basically recapitulating Lin Dong's previous 21 years of experience completely. The old man was reading very slowly. 2 imposing middle-aged men stood behind the old man. This old man didn't seem to be too young. At least it shouldn't be too far from Lu Rui. However, he was different from Lu Rui, who was full of grooves and depressed, and seemed to be at the end of his days. Instead, he was childlike and full of spirit. And even if he lived for another 20 or 30 years, he would have no problem at all. This old man was Tang Hai, the leader of the National Special Action Group B. He had been in this position as the leader of Group B for more than 30 years. But he was still going strong. It's not that he's greedy for power and doesn't give young people a chance. In fact, he's already made several reports to apply for retirement. But none of them have been approved. This is because so far Team B has not been able to find a character to replace him who can shock the whole group and coordinate the whole situation. As an important department of the country to maintain order in the domestic martial arts community, Group B has a heavy task that requires a strong and big-picture-minded person to sit in. After 10 minutes or so, the old man finished flipping through it, smoothly handing the information to the 2 middle-aged men behind him. Then, somewhat out of breath, Tang Hai's heart was unsettled at this time. If the information Lu Rui had given him was true, then this young man called Lin Dong was definitely a demonic-level character. Genius no longer adequately describes him as brilliant. Would Lu Rui lie to him? This situation is almost non-existent. Then that means Lin Dong's information is true. A 21-year-old still in his junior year of college. The previous 21 years had been mediocre, if not a little miserable. Suddenly the strength of a peak tiger ranking expert had erupted. And there was also a huge amount of money from an unknown source. It was reasonably impossible. A person could instantly become rich. But it was impossible to instantly become a tiger ranking expert from an ordinary person. So just like Lu Rui's last analysis, this kid had a teacher secretly teaching him since he was young. And the fact that he hadn't been exposed in the slightest for these 21 years even after all the humiliation should also be his master's decision, which had been confirmed during Lu Rui's meeting with him. What's most remarkable is the kid's heart. Judging by the series of actions he's taken since being exposed, he didn't let his tragic childhood make him a twisted mind and vengeful of society. He still has a very positive outlook on things. And those who have bullied me, while I will retaliate, I still have a bottom line. Those who have helped me, I will absolutely return the favor in dripping water. So it seemed that his master wouldn't be an evil person. Perhaps there was some reason for him to hold back. For this kind of talent with extremely strong natural strength, a clean background and a positive outlook, the country is naturally very welcome. For Lin Dong to be able to secretly become a peak tiger ranking expert at the age of 21, it seemed a bit condescending to join Team B. Such a talent joining Group B would only cause him to slack off, as he was a top-tier presence even in Group B. A bunch of tens of years olds who weren't as strong as himself would slowly cause him to lose his motivation to move forward. At the age of 21, it was the time of youthfulness. And the only way to keep him improving was to let him join Group A. meet some people who were better than him,
and stir up his competitive spirit.
This is a good seedling that must be properly cultivated.
And in the future it may be another weapon of the state. It wasn't for nothing that Tang Hai had been able to sit in the position of Group B leader for over 30 years. After discovering that Lin Dong was a good seed, the first thing he thought of was not to hurry up and take in Group B. But the first thing he did was to put Lin Dong's growth as well as the country's interests first.
And his strong sense of the big picture was admirable.
The two middle-aged men standing behind Tang Hai had also finished reading the information.
Team leader, if the information is true,
we should take Lin Dong into the group as soon as possible.
Right. We mustn't miss out on such a good seedling.
Tang Hai reclined on the chair and said with his eyes closed.
Take in the group? Then how will you two split it? An elite like that has to be in my first division. I'm sure I can coach him up. What do you mean the elite have to be in your first division? You can condition them. And I can't? They have to be in my second unit. And there are already more of you than us. You're second. I'm first.
And you'll see who he'll pick when the time comes.
It's not a matter of him picking. Your first division already had one more man than us. And that man should have just been assigned to us.
The two of them directly started to fight over Lin Dong. One of them was the leader of the first subunit of Special Operations Group B.
And one was the leader of the second subunit.
There are a total of 4 squads in Special Operations Group B. The other 2 squads are out on a mission.
You two brats want to kill me?
Just because you two are always calculating your own acreage.
I still can't retire now.
Those old buddies who used to be with me.
Which one of them is not drinking tea and fishing every day now? I still have to listen to your nagging every day. Tang Hai was cursing at the two. Team leader, you're still young. You'll have no problem working for a few more decades. Right. 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 We don't have it in us to take your place. Then you guys tell me. Lin Dong is now at the peak of the Tiger ranking. What progress can he make in your hands? Tang Hai asked. Although this Lin Dong is the peak of the Tiger ranking. He is after all only 21 years old. Still a college student. And he definitely has less practical combat experience.
We can teach him practical combat experience.
Don't you think so? Old you. Right.
We can teach him practical combat experience.
Old you said smoothly.
The two of them now unanimously decided to ask for the man first and then talk about distribution. This was because the two of them had heard from the tone of the group leader that this matter of recruiting Lin Dong into the group might have to be yellowed.
Fuck off. Can't you two brats grow up? I told you long ago. You have to keep the big picture in mind in everything. What is the big picture?
For our Special Operations Group, domestic stability is the big picture. I've already decided to recommend Lin Dong into the A group as a reserve officer.
Sure enough. Both of them sighed to each other.
After reading the information, they knew that it was hard enough for Lin Dong to be left behind by them. At the peak of the Tiger ranking at the age of 21.
They definitely couldn't keep it.
Because their own strength was just like that. At most they had more practical combat experience than Lin Dong. They were simply unable to teach Lin Dong and motivate him to move on. The only way for Lin Dong to move on was to enter Group A and get whipped by those perverts.
Tang Hai no longer paid any attention to the two after that.
Calling his guards and dialing over an encrypted phone number.
Old Don. What's the matter? Is there a problem you can't handle? Where is it? I'll send someone over right away.
A cheerful voice came from the phone.
Old Sue. There's something good about finding you this time. Tang Hai said. Good things? What good can come from you looking for me when a member of Team B has been promoted? Who is it? Su Wanli asked. Nope. It's to recommend someone to you. Recommend someone to me? Who? A 21-year-old peak Tiger ranking. Grass. Are you sure you're not kidding? Crap. Am I having fun joking with you? Quickly tell me who it is? Such an achievement at such a young age. What's the background? Could it be the son of some great family? Or an heir to some secret land? Su Wanli asked. If it was a big family or a secret land heir, then the value would be greatly reduced. And such a person would only put the family's interests first. Even if the country had taken the trouble to train him, he would not work for the country. It's not some big family or secret land heir. The background is clean. There are traces of it from birth to now. But there should be a master secretly teaching him. Tang Hai asked. A master? That's right. It's impossible to have such an achievement without someone to teach him. Who is his master? Can you find out? Not found out for now. But from what this kid has been doing since he was exposed, his master shouldn't be some kind of 10 evil person. Otherwise, he couldn't have taught such a disciple. That's fine. You send me the information you found out and take a look. If it's really like what you said, then old Tang, I'll have to thank you this time. It's been a long time since a young man with this kind of talent joined Group A. Good. I'll send it to you later. Thank you is not necessary. We are all fighting for the same goal. After the two hung up, Tang Hai had someone send the information to Su Wanli. Su Wanli's entire body was agitated after reading the information Tang Hai had sent. Lin Dong has a clean background, a positive outlook, and a demonic talent. So he is simply the best seedling. He was confident that he would train Lin Dong to become a pillar of the country and another sharp sword. It just so happened that there was a member of Group A near Jiangnan province right now. So let him go directly to Jiangcheng and meet Lin Dong. And if what Tang Hai said was true, then he would be directly absorbed to become a Group A reserve member. A tiny town on the border of Jiangnan province. Chaizhou is eating at a roadside stand. As a member of Team A of the National Special Action Group, he had come to track down the whereabouts of an S-class wanted criminal. This person was a peak tiger ranking expert. Because he couldn't stand the temptation of the world, he hid in the world and used his peak tiger ranking strength to break into a world. However, as he develops his power, any enemy who goes against him dies inexplicably, gradually attracting the attention of the Special Operations Group. 2 members of Team B were initially deployed, but both were injured by it. After determining that the other party was the peak of the tiger ranking, it was directly handed over to Team A to deal with. But up to now, Chaizhou didn't have any clues. These people would hide once they were exposed and wouldn't show up easily again. After all, Special Operations Group A was an organization that made the entire martial arts community scared. Once they were on their radar, they would have to hide underground, or they wouldn't know how to die when the time came. Of course, even if you were a martial arts expert, hidden in the world, as long as you were peaceful and disciplined, no one would find trouble with you. The members of Group A seldom gathered together and had no fixed place. They were basically dispersed all over the country. And once there was a problem that could not be solved by Group B, the nearest members of Group A would quickly arrive to take over. That's why in the eyes of the other members of the group, they were a group of perverts who were highly powerful and godlike. They will masquerade as all sorts of people. Perhaps a successful businessman or an ordinary laborer. It's up to them. Chaizhou was eating his meal when the cell phone encrypted in his pocket rang. He put down his chopsticks and stood up, walked out of the restaurant and went to a secluded area to answer the phone. Chaizhou. Group leader Su Wanli's voice came from the phone. It's me. Gov. What's the arrangement? Chaizhou said. Where are you now? Su Wanli asked. I'm at the border of Jiangnan and Jiangbei provinces. Now go to Jiangcheng and look for Lu Rue, a retired member of Group B. He recommended one person to be in Group A's reserve members, and needs you to go for an examination. Into the A-team reserve members? Is there any specific information? Chaizhou asked curiously. Lu Rue will tell you everything when you get there. Get there as soon as you can. Roger that. Chief. After hanging up the phone, Chai Zhou rushed towards Jiangcheng.
Lin Dong was listening to the lessons in school and was a bit drowsy.
It's been a few days since I've been to school.
Although I have the principal's imperial sword to take a vacation anytime I want.
But after all, you're still a student.
And you still have to visit the school regularly. But the experience of coming to school today dissuaded him from coming more often. The class was staring at him curiously. Now Lin Dong was a real school celebrity. Toshiro Huang kneeled down and apologized. The school's #1 male god. Student Council President Zhou Huili called him Lin Xiao. These have been spread throughout the school. Now he's rumored to be the heir to a super large family who just used to deliberately keep a low profile to experience life and find love.
After being abandoned by Jiang Shan,
a woman with no eyes, the tiger completely exposes himself.
It made everyone's jaws drop.
Now it's more like the school doesn't even dare to care about him.
He comes when he wants to come. He doesn't come when he wants to come. And the school is like his own home.
The boys looked at him with envy and jealousy in their eyes. They also wanted to be like Lin Dong.
A big family heir. But unfortunately, reality slapped them in the face.
The girls were looking at Lin Dong with stars in their eyes.
Too handsome. Too dashing. Too rich. Too mesmerizing. Today, Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Flying Dragon into the school,
which simply left the entire school in awe.
The entire school network and class groups were discussing how much Lin Dong's car was worth.
Finally, someone who knows about cars came up with a report.
Limited edition Bugatti Flying Dragon worldwide. Only 8 units available.
Officially priced at $60 million. It's speculated at $80 million or more on the used car trade market. This was a shock to the entire campus. For them college students, a car worth $80 million is like a dream. And now it's literally in front of their eyes.
Nowadays,
whenever Lin Dong appeared on campus, he was definitely causing the girls around him to scream wildly.
Even now, sitting in the classroom, not only were the girls in the class staring at him, but even outside the classroom window was filled with girls who wanted to catch a glimpse of Lin Dong. In less than a day's time, a Lin Dong's fan club had even been organized in the school.
It caused a headache for Lin Dong. He decided it would be better to come to school less often in the future.
There wasn't much he could do in the face of these unbelievably enthusiastic female classmates. Can't just do it. Hey! People who are too handsome are also troublesome.
Lin Dong sat in the classroom receiving the fiery gazes of many of his classmates.
To be honest, he didn't really like the feeling. Too much attention. He still likes to sulk. When it is time to be exposed, it must be done without a bang. That's what fits his character.
Now he felt that it was not yet the right time.
He could only shock the school now. He could not yet do it to shock the world. He had already been exposed too early.
It seemed that he had to think of a way to make his heat diminish. At this time Lin Dong's cell phone rang. Lin Dong looked at the teacher on the podium who was lecturing vigorously.
But the teacher continued to lecture to himself as if he did not notice.
If this had been in the past, he would probably have used his lion's roar to deter the curmudgeons. Lin Dong took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was Lu Chen calling. He stood up and walked out of the classroom through the back door under the gaze of the crowd.
Coming to the stairway,
Lin Dong picked up the phone. It was not Lu Chen's voice that came from the phone,
but the voice of Lu Rue,
the oldest member of the Lu family.
Little friend Lin? Are you free now?
The person in charge of the examination has already arrived. Lin Dong was shocked in his heart.
Examiner? Special ops? Or a falcon?
It was his first contact with someone in state law enforcement.
I wonder what the strength is. How does it compare to Xiao Yuan Shan?
I hope I don't disappoint myself too much. Since both his physical and mental strength had been raised to their limits, Lin Dong had yet to meet anyone who could pose a threat to him. The most powerful ones were Xiao Yuanshan and Uncle Shan beside Qin Zhang. However, Lin Dong felt that if he exploded into full strength, these two together would probably not be enough for him to beat. Although he didn't have a concrete perception of his own strength yet. With his strong spiritual power, he was definitely able to sense those who could pose a threat to him. There were definitely people who were stronger than himself. But without having encountered them, Lin Dong did not know the gap between him and those people. He was looking forward to meeting with what Lu Rui said. The Special Operations Group and the Falcons. If the other party was stronger than them, then at least they could find the gap and then find a way to make up for it. It wasn't like they were enemies and they wouldn't be in danger. If you meet an enemy stronger than you later and then realize the gap, it will be too late by then. Elder Lu. I will be right there. Lin Dong said. Okay. As soon as you can. Don't let people wait for a long time. The people who came this time are somewhat out of my expectation. Lu Rui said with some hesitation. Out of your expectation? Lin Dong asked suspiciously. You'll know when you come. Lu Rui also didn't want to say more over the phone. Good. I'm leaving now. Although Lin Dong was a bit puzzled by Lu Rui's words, he did not ask any further questions. He would naturally know when he arrived. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong did not return to the classroom and directly went downstairs. Got into his Bugatti Flying Dragon and drove out of the school with one foot on the gas. Only the loud roar of the engine was left to resonate through most of the campus. Lin Dong did not notice that on a school building not far from him, a figure looked at the place where he had left and froze. Suddenly a hand tapped on the figure's shoulder. Shan Shan. Since you've chosen, don't look back. Someone as dazzling as him is not destined to belong to you. Zhu Yan said as she walked to Jiang Shan's side. At this time, Zhu Yan's heart was also very emotional. She was considered a witness to Lin Dong and Jiang Shan's love. The years they spent together through thick and thin were poor, but full of joy and warmth. She also completely failed to see that Lin Dong was actually a hidden super-rich second generation. She, who thought she possessed fiery eyes, actually looked away. But a super-rich second generation like Lin Dong would actually work part-time jobs every vacation as well as on Saturdays and Sundays? And it was done for years. Who dares to believe that? Not to mention that she couldn't tell. But none of the students or teachers in the entire school could probably tell. These rich second-generation mind is really difficult to figure out. Obviously the identity of the background of the big scary. But they want to pretend to be low profile. Obviously has been with the people who love each other for several years. But still do not want to expose their identity. Want to test love. She even wondered if Lin Dong was a bit of a pervert. Waiting for his girlfriend to change her mind and then quickly exposing his identity so that he would make the other party regret it as a way to find pleasure. However, in her opinion, Lin Dong used to really love Jiang Shan to the bone. Which was impossible to pretend. Who else would deliver a midnight snack to the dormitory floor in the middle of the night when it's pouring rain? The only one to blame is Jiang Shan herself for not standing the test. Now well, Huang Junlang is said to have offended some big shot. The family was beaten back overnight. The family was sent in for economic crimes. Toshiro Huang didn't get away with it either because he was a shareholder in the company. Jiang Shan also became the laughingstock of the school, letting go of the goal to pick up a stone from a latrine, and eventually staining herself. Moreover, Jiang Shan had not said a word in the last few days. She was really afraid that something might be wrong with her. But she didn't know how to comfort her. It would probably be hard for anyone to accept that this happened. She could only follow Jiang Shan at all times now to prevent her from doing anything stupid. Jiang Shan was still looking at the distance with empty eyes, not reacting at all to her best friend Zhu Yan's words. The Lu family. Lu Rui was receiving a middle-aged man with a full beard. Elder Lu. Show me the examiner's information. Chai-jo said to Lu Rui. The respect that should be shown to the retired seniors of the Special Operations Unit is still there. Although the other party was only a member of Group B, their strength and rank was quite a bit worse than their own.
Mr. Chai, please wait a moment. I'll get it right away. Chen. You stay with Mr. Chai. Grandpa. Lu Chen replied. He looked at the unkempt middle-aged man in front of him with some curiosity. It was the first time he had seen his grandfather, who was speaking so respectfully to someone younger than him. This man's identity seems to be very uncomplicated. Mr. Chai. May I ask what you need? I'll go prepare it. Lu Chen said. Just have some random food and drink. Just enough to fill your stomach. I'm not that particular. Chai-jo said. Yes. Mr. Chai. Soon Lu Rui brought over Lin Dong's information. Chai-jo took it and looked at it carefully. Lu Chun, on the other hand, went to order his subordinates to prepare food. Lu Rui looked at Chai-jo. He didn't expect that he originally wanted to recommend Lin Dong into the supernumerary Group B. But in the end, he attracted the official members of Group A. This is Group A. Back in the day, it was a place he dreamed of getting into. Everyone is freaking strong. A random person could have wiped out a squad from Team B. These people are truly the best of the country. If Lin Dong was able to grasp it well this time, his future achievements would be unlimited. The Lu family, which has a close relationship with him, will naturally rise. Chai-jo was also a little alarmed as he looked at Lin Dong's profile and wanted to eagerly meet this young man to see if it was like what was written on the profile. Lin Dong drove his car to Lu's house and walked directly into the living room. As soon as he entered the living room, Lin Dong saw a middle-aged man with a bearded face sitting on the sofa. Lu Rui and Lu Chen, the two grandparents and grandchildren, were chatting with him enthusiastically. But the man didn't seem to be in much of a mood to pay attention to them, and were responding to one sentence without another. Lu Rui's grandparents didn't feel uncomfortable at all because of the man's coldness, and continued to speak enthusiastically. Lin Dong's arrival immediately caught the attention of the three. Little friend Lin. Brother Lin. Lu Rui and Lu Chen greeted together. Lin Dong did not speak and looked at the middle-aged man. Chai-jo also looked at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's spiritual energy could feel the pressure that Chai-jo's body was putting on him. It's strong. Much stronger than any he had seen in the past. You are Lin Dong? Chai-jo asked first. Yes. I'm a member of Team A of the National Special Operations Group. Chai-jo. Your examination will be conducted by me. I hope you won't let me down. Chai-jo said expressionlessly. Group A? Lin Dong asked suspiciously. At this time Lu Rui interjected. Little friend Lin. I recommended you to our Group B leader. But our leader felt that you were a bit of a condescending person to be in Group B. So he recommended you to Group A. This Mr. Chai was sent by the leader of Group A to assess you. And as long as you pass the assessment, you'll be in the reserve members of Group A. Oh? Is there any difference between Group A and Group B? Lin Dong asked. What's the difference? I'll tell you when you pass the test. If you can't pass, there's naturally no need to know. So what is the test? Please? What do I need to do? Elder Lu. Please give me an open field. Chai-jo said to Lu Rui. Both of you. Please follow me. Lu Rui said and walked ahead. Chai-jo followed behind Lu Rui. Lin Dong also hurried up to follow. And Lu Chen walked at the end. Several people came down to the backyard of the manor under Lu Rui's guidance, which was incredibly empty, with a helicopter parked in the middle of the place. Mr. Chai. How is it here? Lu Rui asked. Yes. After Chai-jo finished speaking,
He took the lead and walked to a clearing. Then he said to Lin Dong, "The test is simple. Attack me to the best of your ability and prove to me that you are capable of joining the ranks of the reserve members of Group A." Lin Dong took a few steps forward and came face to face with Chai Zhou, with roughly 20 to 30 meters separating them. "Feel free to attack me anytime you are ready," Chai Zhou said casually as he stood opposite Lin Dong. It did not seem to place Lin Dong in his eyes. In his eyes, Lin Dong truly did not deserve to be taken seriously. A 21-year-old young man was just that. So what if his strength reached the peak of the Tiger ranking? There had been several Tiger ranking peaks that had fallen into his hands over the years. And which of them were not more experienced than Lin Dong? One of them, a man of 10 evils, astonished him with his various means. But in the end, he was not killed by his own hand. In the face of absolute strength, any means are futile. Lin Dong did not say anything either and stared at Chai Zhou with a deadly stare. His body gradually tightened and the muscles of his entire body began to contract. Lin Dong utilized his physical strength to the limit. And his mental strength was always taught. Boom! The aura was steeply liberalized. A wave of air formed around his body, spreading in all directions. Lu Rui and Lu Chen hurriedly withdrew more than 10 meters back. Both of them were shocked as they looked at the aura released by Lin Dong. What a strong aura! Even though Lu Rui already felt that he had overestimated Lin Dong. Under Lin Dong's full-force outburst, it still made him feel that his vision was a bit narrow. Lu Chen was even more so. His strength didn't even reach the level of a second-rate expert. And for the pressure unleashed by an expert of this level, it even felt like he was having some difficulty even breathing. Lin Dong was building up his strength. He needed to adjust himself to his best condition before he could strike. It was really because Chai Boat was putting too much pressure on him. Only someone like Lin Dong, who had reached the limit of his mental power, could sense the power of his opponent. Normally, although experts could sense each other, they could not come as strong as Lin Dong, thanks to the benefits of his mental power in its extreme state. Therefore, Lin Dong had actually gained an advantage in the midst of an expert duel, as he was able to sense his opponent's general strength. But his opponent's sense of him was vague. Even under his deliberate concealment, it was basically difficult for his opponents to sense his strength as long as they weren't too much higher than him. Lin Dong, whose state was adjusted to his best, was ready to strike, only to see his feet slightly bent. Then the power of his feet instantly erupted, only to see a black shadow flash by. Lin Dong had already disappeared in the same place. And at the place where he had just stood, the ground was somewhat cracked. In the blink of an eye, Lin Dong had already crossed a distance of more than 20 meters to arrive in front of Chai Zhou, wielding his most lethal punch so far and smashing into Chai Zhou's body. Boo! An airwave that was several times more powerful than when Lin Dong's aura had just erupted spread out from around Lin Dong and Chai Zhou. Even though Lu Rui and Lu Chen were already far enough away, they could still feel the destructive power contained in this airwave. If they were around them, they would probably be directly lifted 10 meters away by the airwave. This is a showdown between masters. The aftershocks alone could suffocate an ordinary person. While at this moment, Lin Dong's heart set off monstrous waves. His full-force punch at his best condition was actually caught by Chai Zhou with one hand. It was simply a little hard for him to accept. All this time he hadn't had a clear idea of his own strength. But when facing the likes of Xiao Brejan, he only needed 50% of his strength to injure his opponent. It made him a bit inflated in recent times, thinking in his heart that even if someone surpassed him, they shouldn't be too much stronger than him. You can't fight yourself, but you can still run without a problem. But this scene just now had taught him a vivid lesson that he himself might be as good or even worse in some people's eyes as Xiao Baojun was to him. If the opponent wanted to take himself down, it should be so easy that he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. This instantly caused a strong sense of urgency to rise in his heart. He must obtain more divine magnificence points as soon as possible. This was the only path for him to become stronger. Lin Dong's heart set off monstrous waves, giving him a strong sense of urgency. And Chaizhou's heart was not as calm as the surface at this time. Who is he? Member of National Task Force A. A dragon ranking expert was actually smashed by a peak tiger ranking with a punch and took a step back. Yes. Although he caught Lin Dong's punch, he took a step back before dislodging Lin Dong's force. If the rest of the team found out, how could he lose face? The gap between the tiger ranking and the dragon ranking was like a rift in the sky. And to put it plainly, it was like the gap between a 10-year-old child and an adult. Can a 10-year-old knock back a normal adult? Obviously it's not possible. But Lin Dong did it. This showed that Lin Dong's talent was simply terrifyingly strong. No moves or tricks were used. The physical strength alone made him take a step back. Wouldn't it be possible to fight him for a few rounds with the help of some more powerful moves and techniques? Unbelievable. Lin Dong's strength caused Chaizhou to marvel. This was the strongest person he had ever seen amongst the younger generation. Even amongst the reserve members of Group A, it was definitely a top existence. However, despite the marvel in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. As an examiner, he needed to let Lin Dong understand his own shortcomings so that he could continue to work hard and improve, in order to become an official member of Group A at an early date. Therefore, he would not show it, which would only make Lin Dong complacent and lose his motivation. Unbeknownst to him, the current Lin Dong's heart had long been cold. Even if Chaizhou complimented him a few times, he would not have even a hint of happiness. As an opener with a system, Lin Dong's positioning of himself was never that of being the number one of any younger generation. He wanted to be the actual number one. No matter what younger generation or older generation, his goal was number one. It was the only way he felt safe to keep his secret. Retract his fist that was blocked by Chaibot. Lin Dong was a bit disinterested. It was surprising that the gap between himself and the true masters was so wide. It was a little hard for him to accept. It seems like I really need to work on my spending. Spending money to get stronger is probably unique in this world. Is Chaibot the smallest wave of the most powerful? Negatives. There may be more than him. Since he was a member of Team A, the leader of Team A should at least be better than him. He was now in dire need of spending a lot of money to get godly Ho points. Hey! This test is probably cool. He didn't expect this test to be so difficult. With his own strength, he was surprisingly completely powerless to fight back. It's true that there are people out there. Chaizhou also withdrew his hand. The exchange between the two came and went quickly, and was over in just a moment. No one has any intention of doing it again. Lin Dong was feeling that there was no need for it. Just now this punch was already a punch at his best. If he was allowed to throw another punch, he would not necessarily be able to do it again. Since Chaizhou was able to receive his strongest punch, even if he threw another 10 or 8 punches, he would not be able to cause any damage to the other party. So it would be better to save his strength. Chaizhou thinks that with this punch, Lin Dong is fully qualified to become a reserve member of Group A. He is now only 21 years old, and is not only the youngest member of Group A, but also the strongest among them. And in time, his achievements will be unlimited. In fact, this punch that Lin Dong had just thrown had slightly surpassed the peak of the tiger ranking by a little bit. And the extreme physical strength had allowed him to have the strength of the peak of the tiger ranking. The extreme mental power, moreover, allowed him to utilize every bit of his own power, adjusting to the best state and finding the best opportunity to strike. When the two were superimposed, he was already considered to be above the peak of the tiger ranking and that small stage below the dragon ranking, just waiting for the power to increase again and surpass its limits. He would be able to step into a new realm. A realm that the vast majority of martial artists would not even dare to think about. Lin Dong, is it? You have passed the examination. You are welcome to join Group A and become a reserve member of Group A.
Although your strength is good now,
I hope that you will not slacken off and continue to work hard to become a full member of Group A as soon as possible.
Chai-jo still said with an expressionless face. Lin Dong froze. What? Passed the test? His own full force strike didn't even hurt the other party's hair. And he even passed?
Although the opponent's strength was so powerful that Lin Dong was deeply shocked,
he was still very happy to pass the examination.
After passing the test, he was considered to have his back against the wall.
If he passed the Falcon's test again,
he would be able to start the buying mode by himself with the double insurance. Only then could he rapidly increase his strength. Chai-jo's strength gave Lin Dong a strong sense of urgency. This world did not seem to be so simple. Only a strong strength could bring him a sense of security.
Thank you, Mr. Chai-jo,
Lin Dong said respectfully.
Strong people were respected everywhere they went.
Not to mention that the other party had allowed themselves to pass the examination.
Lin Dong,
entering the ranks of the reserve members of Group A can only be regarded as half of Group A. You are very young and there is still a great deal of room for improvement. I hope that you won't be complacent just because of this achievement, and that you will cultivate hard to formally become one of us at an early date.
Thank you, Mr. Chai-jo, for your teachings. Lin Dong will definitely keep it in mind. Add me as a friend. I'll recommend the leader of the group to you.
And he'll pull you into the group of preparatory members, so you can communicate on your own.
See the gaps between each other, and promote the growth of all of you together. Yes, Mr. Shiba-jo. The two friend each other. Lu Rui and Lu Chan also walked over. Congratulations, young friend Lin. Congratulations, brother Lin. I also have to thank Elder Lu for giving me this opportunity. Lin Dong is grateful.
Lin Dong politely returned.
Little friend Lin has outstanding strength. Even without my recommendation, I believe there will be other ways. Lu Rui also said politely. Lin Dong's current achievements had already surpassed his former peak. Group A and Group B. There was a huge difference in status between the two. And even if Lin Dong was only a reserve member of Group A, he was still much higher than Group B in status. Back then, he relied on his identity as a member of Team B to establish the Lu family in Jiangnan province, which developed rapidly and made other families to avoid the front line for a while. Nowadays, as long as Lin Dong was willing, Jiangnan province would soon be his world and no one would be able to stop him. Of course, the development can only be benign, and there can be no malicious competition. The Special Action Group will not allow any member to use the organization's flag to oppress others outside and compete maliciously. Otherwise, there are serious consequences, and these will be clearly stated in the rights and obligations in the organization. After a few polite words, Lu Rui brought the two to the dining room, where a large table of top-quality food had already been prepared. The four of them chatted as they ate. Chai-jo sent a message to Su Wanli. The situation is true. Strength reaches half-step dragon ranking. Extremely strong talent. Highly malleable. Soon Su Wanli replied back. Tell him to add me. Chai-jo recommended Su Wanli to Lin Dong. And after Lin Dong added it, the other party sent him a message. I'm Su Wanli, head of the National Special Operations Group A. Lin Dong was shocked in his heart. A team leader? That's a big one. Even group member Chai-bot is so strong. I wonder how strong this group leader can be. Lin Dong hurriedly replied. Hello? Team leader Su. I am Lin Dong. Lin Dong. Entering the reserve members of Group A is just the beginning. I hope you don't slack off. I think highly of you and wish you to become a full-fledged member of our team soon. I will not fail you. Then Lin Dong was pulled into a small group. When he went in, he realized that there were only 8 people in the group total.
And when he went in it was 9. Su Wanli said in the group. There's a new member. Everyone welcome. Everyone else in the group sent a welcoming picture. 2 people didn't. They should not be there. Otherwise, who would dare to not give face to the group leader? Gov. It's been a long time since we've had any newcomers. Hasn't it? The last time was over a year ago. Su Wanli, it has indeed been a long time since a newcomer joined the team. Lin Dong, introduce yourself.
Hello everyone. My name is Lin Dong, a native of Jiangnan province. I am currently attending university in Jiangcheng.
So I hope that you will all take care of me in the future. Lin Dong made a simple introduction.
Crap. Still in college? How old are you? 21. I'll go. So young?
Gov. Where did you find that pervert? Su Wanli, don't worry about where you found them from. You can communicate more in the future and strive to become a full member as soon as possible. Then Su Wanli sent another document to Lin Dong, which contained the rights as well as obligations of the reserve members, and the rules that needed to be followed.
Let Lin Dong take a good look.
After becoming a reserve member of the National Special Operations Group A, Lin Dong's file was also lifted and no one would be able to investigate Lin Dong's information in the future.
This point Lin Dong was still satisfied.
It was true that it was an important department. The execution speed was just fast. What Lin Dong was afraid of was in case his enemies outside checked into his home, putting his sister-in-law and great-aunt's families in danger. It's much more reassuring now that the file has been lifted.
After joining the National Special Action Group A and becoming a reserve member,
Lin Dong asked Zhao Xian to speed up and ignore the issue of exposure or not for the time being. He was in desperate need of divine magnificence points now.
And since he already had a backer anyway, spending more money shouldn't be a problem.
Wei Yong and Li Guobing were sent by him to the magic capital to protect Zhao Xian and her group. This side of the security department also started to report one after another.
Lin Dong did not ask. Everything was handed over to Xiao Baojun. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was waiting for the Falcon's examiners. However,
a few days later, he received a call from Elder Lu saying that the test had been cancelled and that he should wait patiently for Falcon's call. Lin Dong was still wondering.
How do you say cancel? Are these people reliable or not? Isn't it supposed to be an organization similar to Special Ops?
Everyone else had already finished their assessment for several days,
and they still hadn't moved.
And now they were even saying that they weren't coming to the assessment. It wasn't until he received a call from Falcon that Lin Dong realized. It turned out that Elder Lu had called to inform the other party of Lin Dong's success in joining Special Operations Group A as a reserve member. It wasn't long before I heard from the other side. Lin Dong did not need to take the examination anymore. As long as he agreed, he could directly join the Falcon as a supernumerary member. Anyone who could get into Group A and become a reserve member wouldn't be bad.
And being so young, Falcon naturally wouldn't refuse.
One condition for joining 2 organizations at the same time is that one of them must be supernumerary. Or both. If both are full members, sometimes there are conflicting mission times. So this is not allowed.
Falcon called to ask if Lin Dong would like to join Falcon as a supernumerary member.
Lin Dong naturally would not refuse. With the protection of these 2 identities, it would be much easier for him to do things. With his character, it was certain that he wouldn't go out to actively provoke others.
So he wouldn't be the party that didn't have a point.
Then these 2 organizations are his backers. The other party asked Lin Dong to take some time to go to Kyoto. There were still some formalities that Lin Dong needed to handle personally. It was the same on the side of the Special Operations Group. Although the assessment was passed and the name appeared on the organization's list, it was still necessary for Lin Dong to go to Kyoto to go through some formalities. Lin Dong was also preparing to go to Kyoto to do both of these things at the same time.
In the next few days, Lin Dong prepared to head to Kyoto after arranging things in Jiangcheng. However, at this time,
Wei Yong sent word that they had run into trouble in Mordor and their investment was blocked.
Sure enough, it's still on some people's radar.
This period of time Lin Dong is very happy. Since the call to Zhao Xian, so that she let go after the dry Zhao Xian, this period of time the results of the war is gratifying. Has been in the Magic City, invested $290 billion. I heard that another piece of prime land in Mordor had been auctioned recently. The amount involved was as high as $30 billion. The deposit of $3 billion had already been paid. And there was still $27 billion left to be paid after finalizing the qualifications. This had allowed Lin Dong's Divine Magnificence points to rise from 152 to 442. And if he added 270 more, he would be getting closer and closer to the target of 1,000 points. But now that Zhao Xian's investment had been blocked and the Divine Magnificence points were without a source, this was definitely not going to work. Although it's important to go to Kyoto, but only if there's no fire in the backyard. If the Divine Pride points couldn't go up, his strength couldn't be raised, and then he didn't feel safe. Anyway, now that his name was on the lists of both organizations, going a few days early or a few days late would have little effect. First of all, it was still necessary to settle the matter of Zhao Xian on the Magic Capital side, so that she could provide herself with Divine Magnificence points before she could do so. Therefore, Lin Dong temporarily changed his plan and went to Magic City first to see what was going on. Magic City was the main camp of the SCC. And as one of the 13 core members of the SCC, it wasn't a breeze to deal with this in his thoughts. Not to mention that he still had two weighty identities that hadn't been exposed. While Lin Dong was rushing to the Magic Capital alone.
Magic City Star Hotel. This is one of 5 10-star hotels in the world. Luxury doesn't begin to describe this hotel. The 2 lions at the entrance are said to be made of pure gold, which shows how luxurious this hotel is. It is simply trenchant. At this time, in a luxurious suite on the 18th floor of the hotel, Zhao Xian was looking at the young man in front of her with an ugly face. Behind them stood none other than Wei Yong and Li Guobing. MS. Zhao. Is what I said not clear enough? Or did you simply not take my word seriously? I asked you to come here alone to meet me. What do you mean by bringing 2 people?
The young man said as he sat on the leather couch, crossing his legs and holding a glass of red wine in his hand.
Lu Kuan. What exactly do you want? Zhao Xian asked with some anger. What I want? MS. Zhao should know very well. I'm obsessed with MS. Zhao. It's up to MS. Zhao to appreciate it. Lu Kuan said playfully. Lu Kuan? Don't you dream. I'm just a part-timer. If you continue to make trouble out of this, I'll just have to let my boss come and talk to you. Oh? Who is your boss? I've checked your company. But it's just a new company that was just established. And it's still a backward province like Jiangnan province. So what if it's a newly established company? Since it's an auction, naturally the highest bidder wins. Our company bid the highest. And as long as we can come up with the money, it's ours. No. MS. Zhao. You can't say that.
A newly established company has the strength to develop this piece of land.
Naturally. We need to examine the investigation. As for this time, just 3 years. You.
Zhao Xian was so angry that her chest rose and fell violently and she couldn't say a word.
A 3-year probationary period? How much will this cost the company? An ordinary company would definitely go bankrupt if Lu Kuan messed up like this.
Although she knew that Lin Dong had plenty of money and this amount of money would not hurt him. But as the head of this investment department, this project was led by her and she would not allow herself to cause such a big loss to the company. If Lin Dong gave her this position, she had to do it well. Now that this project has been stopped by Lu Kuan's secret use of relations, she has to find a way to solve it. But there was no way she would agree to Lu Kuan's conditions.
Ms. Zhao. To tell you the truth, in this magic city, as long as I, Lu Kuan, put the word out, no one dares to cooperate with you. Even if they have already cooperated, they will find a way to squeeze you out. Do you believe me? Lu Kuan. You scoundrel.
Zhao Xian's face was red with anger. She hadn't experienced such a big scene after all. In the past, when she was the lobby manager at the Golden Leaf Hotel, she dealt with some moralistic thugs who had designs on her. But at least they wouldn't force her like this. Moreover, at that time, she was backed by the big tree of Golden Leaf Hotel, which was definitely the premier power in terms of Jiangnan province. And no one dared to do anything to her unless she volunteered. But came to the Magic City to face Lu Kuan, such a big young man. She is a little out of her depth. Before to deal with those thugs of the tricks are not good. 2 or 3 meetings down, the other party has been impatient, directly using the relationship to suspend their investment program. Now the project has already put in a deposit of $3 billion. And if it stops for 3 years, who knows if the policy will change. And then maybe the $3 billion will go down the drain. Even if there is no change in the policy after 3 years. What if the other side comes back for another 3 years? Since the other side has the ability to stop for 3 years, they can surely stop for another 3 years as well.
Ms. Zhao.
This piece of land our company has long been regarded as the most important thing in the bag.
You a foreigner, even want to take the tiger's mouth to eat? Not afraid of chipping your big teeth off? Let me tell you, this matter is not only you have to give me an apology and immediately get into my bed. Your company also has to transfer the land to me at half of the price of the auction. Or else all of your investments in Mordor will end up as a failure. Which is a bigger loss? I believe that your boss will make the right decision. Lu Kuan threatened in a gloomy tone. Lu Kuan was indeed a little fired up these days. Originally, all the connections had been made, and that prime piece of land would end up in his hands for $20 billion. When the time comes to hype it up and resell it, it will definitely double the profit. I didn't expect that in the end. A Qingdian was actually killed and bought the land at a price of $30 billion. Where does that leave his face? It was originally thought that some people were deliberately trying to disgust him. At last check, it was actually an outsider. It's simply audacious. An outsider dared to snatch away his Lu Kuan's fat meat in his hands. If he doesn't let the other party spit it out with interest, how will he be able to work in the Magic City in the future? He was going to do it directly. But he changed his mind after seeing Zhao Xian. Not only did he want the other party to pay, he also wanted to get Zhao Xian into bed. Zhao Xian's entire temperament had begun to slowly transform, and since she had been arranged by Lin Dong in the Magic City after the blow of the events at home, has gradually formed some businesswoman's strong temperament. Plus she herself has very good conditions. Indeed very attractive. No wonder even Lu Kuan, such a flower bush veteran, want to take possession of it. In that case, then there's no discussion. I'll inform our boss to come. Zhao Xian said and headed out. After hearing what Lu Kuan had just said, her heart actually relaxed much more. Originally thought it was Lu Kuan wanted to get himself to do so. Then she would be the company's sinner, causing the company to lose so much money. But Lu Kuan's words clearly told her that it was the fact that they had taken someone else's cake that had arrived that caused the other party's series of actions. She was merely incidental. Since this was the case, it could only be reported to Lin Dong, as he was the one who told him to let go and do whatever he wanted without caring about other issues. Believing that Lin Dong, the super rich second generation, would be able to solve these small problems, she did not want to continue to tangle with Lu Kuan. Zhao Xian had just taken 2 steps when a few big men came in outside the door and blocked her way. At this time Lu Kuan's voice also sounded. Ms. Zhao. What kind of place do you think this is? You can come when you want and leave when you want? Into my Lu Kuan's room.
There is no reason to just go out. Today I will collect some interest first. And then collect the principal after your boss comes. Zhao Xian turned to Lu Kuan and said. Lu Kuan? You're breaking the law. I can sue you. Law? Ha ha. MS. Zhao. It seems like you don't understand the situation. In this magic city, I am the law. Take them down and remember to be gentle with MS. Zhao. Don't hurt her. Lu Kuan just finished his words. A few big men shot out to attack Wei Yong and Li Guobing. As long as the two of them are killed. Zhao Xian, a woman, is naturally a handful. Lu Kuan also stared at Zhao Xian's perfectly proportioned body with some interest. This woman was about to become his plaything in bed. As the second youngest member of the Lu family, Lu Kuan had naturally played with countless women. But it was the first time he had seen such a temperamental businesswoman as Zhao Xian. In this magic city, Lu Kuan wants to get the woman has never missed. As long as he reveals a little information, others will automatically send to the door. However, it didn't work on Zhao Xian this time. He had revealed it several times explicitly and implicitly. But Zhao Xian still didn't pay attention to him. This more provoked Lu Kuan's desire to conquer. Zhao Xian. He is bound to get. Even if her boss came is not good. In this magic city, he said. Was thinking about what kind of a businesswoman like Zhao Xian would be in bed. Boo. 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 A few loud bangs pulled Lu Kuan back to reality. Only to see a few of his fighters. Before they even touched each other, they flew out backwards and hit the wall. And were lying on the ground wailing. Basically having lost their fighting strength. What the hell? Lu Kuan was a bit confused. These guys weren't experts. But they were people he'd hand-picked. Each weighing more than 200 pounds and having practiced sparring. Against ordinary people. One would be able to fight at least 5. But now it was surprisingly settled by the other party without any effort. For a moment it took him back a bit. Zhao Xian had just been a little nervous. And Lu Kuan had dared to come on hard. Completely disregarding the rules. For these two bodyguards that Lin Dong had sent over to her by her side. Zhao Xian had not seen them put up a fight. But since they were sent by Lin Dong to protect her, she thought that they should not be too bad. So although she was a little nervous, she did not have much to worry about. And she trusted Lin Dong. Sure enough, a few blows put the other guy down. The people in the way were solved. Zhao Xian ignored Lu Kuan and directly walked out of the room. With Wei Yong and Li Guobing following behind her. The only thing left in the room was Lu Kuan, who hadn't regained his senses. And a few big men lying on the ground. Zhao Xian left. And although she had just gained the upper hand, she didn't do anything to Lu Kuan. It wasn't that she didn't want to. For someone as shameless and rogue as Lu Kuan, she couldn't wait to go up and give him 2 slaps and kick him twice. However, after the project was suspended, she understood Lu Kuan. This person has a very deep background in Mordor. Not ordinary people cannot afford to mess with. Is a famous snake in the ground. And as outsiders, they were already at a disadvantage compared to these local snakes. So she did not want to cause trouble for Lin Dong. In the middle of the room, Lu Kuan quickly came back to his senses. Smiling, he passed the glass in his hand to his mouth and took a sip. Muttering to himself. Interesting. Interesting. Looks like this chick isn't as simple as imagined. It's really getting more and more fun. I'd like to see what kind of surprises this overgrown dragon can bring me. Zhao Xian returned to her apartment and called Lin Dong, giving him a brief explanation of the matter. She still did not know that Lin Dong was already on his way here. After making the call, Zhao Xian lay on the sofa somewhat depressed. Originally, He had thought that if the auction of this project was successful, he would be able to complete the task explained by Lin Dong. But he did not expect that something had still gone wrong. In the end, it was still necessary for Lin Dong to personally resolve the matter. At this time Luo Chanru walked out from the room and saw Zhao Xian lying on the sofa in a bad mood.
What's wrong? Xian. I've seen you in a bad mood the last few days. Who messed with you? Come. Tell me.
Luo Qianlu said as she sat on the other side of the sofa.
It's nothing.
It's just that I've encountered something on the investment. And I've already notified the boss to come and let him fix it.
Zhao Xian said. What is it that requires your boss to come in person? It's that plot of land I told you about last time. It was auctioned off.
But now it's been tampered with and has been stopped.
Oh? Who's so capable? A tens of billions of dollars of projects stopped just like that? Luo Qianru asked curiously.
Zhao Xian recently in the auction of a piece of land. She also heard Zhao Xian mentioned. At that time Zhao Xian was still very happy. Said that the completion of this auction,
the boss accounted for the task even completed.
She had felt at the time that things wouldn't be so simple. And she had reminded Zhao Xian to pay attention. And now something had gone wrong. Zhao Xian would be fine if she invested in something else. But this kind of thing, in the magic, all belongs to the extremely scarce resources. Generally are held by the big families.
Zhao Xian want to interfere in a word, difficult. Even if there is money to be able to auction it off, the series of developments that follow will all encounter difficulties. And in the end, they can only be discounted by half and sold again. This has come up more than once or twice.
Many of the tycoons who come to invest in Mordor with huge sums of money, as long as they touch this aspect of real estate,
they basically lose their money before they leave. It's one called Lu Cohen. Lolo, you're from Magic City. Do you recognize this Lu Cohen? I can only inquire that he has a strong background.
Zhao Xian said as she sat up from the sofa.
Lu Cohen? Rongwo Real Estate's Lu Cohen? Luo Qianru asked in surprise. Right. It's Lu Cohen,
the owner of Rongwo Real Estate.
Luo. You know him? Zhao Xian asked with an expectant face. Don't recognize it. Just heard about it. Luo Qianru said. But in the heart added. Lu Cohen I do not know. But his brother Lu Mang I do know. Fine. Forget it if you don't recognize it.
Zhao Xian said with some disappointment.
Luo Qianlu stared at Zhao Xian looking left and right. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Xian asked. Xian.
You were stared at by Lu Cohen.
Won't be what he did. Right? I heard that Lu Cohen, this person, is extremely horny. As long as he looks on the woman, there is no runaway. You are so beautiful. He certainly will not let you go. Bah! How could I let him have his way? He did prepare to use force today. But the 2 bodyguards sent by my boss knocked out all the dog slaves around him. Zhao Xian said. It's good that it's okay. I was really afraid that you'd get that by him. Then I'd definitely be disgusted when I slept with you. Luo Qianru said with a sigh of relief. Scram!
Zhao Xian said without a trace of anger.
Luo Qianru smiled and didn't reply.
But in her heart, she was thinking about how to give Lu Kunyi a lesson.
How dare you touch my woman? You're really tired of living. Do you really think Mordor is the world of the Lu family? However,
thinking that Xian said that she had already notified her boss,
Luo Qianru was still prepared to wait first.
She wanted to see what kind of person the boss who had been hung up on by Xian was.
Could he hold down Lu Cohen? The snake in the ground.
It wouldn't be too late for her to step in if she failed then.
But it's probably good enough. Lu Cohen is not good though. But his brother Lu Mang is one of the 4 young men of Magic City. If you want to press Lu Cohen, You have to pass Lu Mang.
Lu Mang is not a saving grace. This side. Lin Dong was somewhat speechless when he received Zhao Xian's call.
He thought it was something big. Isn't it just that the program has been stopped and you're afraid you won't get your money back? Other people are afraid. But he's not. The money was never going to run out. So just stop. If he could. He'd like to shoot for 10 or 8 lots. And it's fine if they all stop. As long as the money is spent. But it's not something to talk about. So let's go check it out. Hurry up and get it over with. He's got a trip to Kyoto. After Lin Dong arrived in Magic City, he called Zhao Xian and asked her where she was. Zhao Xian did not expect Lin Dong to arrive so quickly. And after telling Lin Dong the address, she hurriedly notified the team she had recruited and told them that the big boss was here. She also hurriedly packed up and went to an office space she had rented in Mordor. When Luo Qianro heard the news, she naturally followed Zhao Xian. She had long wanted to meet the boss that Xian Xian had been hanging on to. Lin Dong took a cab and followed Zhao Xian's coordinates to the company's rented office space. It's a 60-story office building. Zhao Xian rented the 36th floor. But only half of it. There hadn't been many people on their team. So renting half a floor was more than enough. When Lin Dong arrived, all the personnel assembled to welcome him. They were also curious as to what the big boss was, having not seen the big boss since entering the company. They were all elite personnel from various industries that Zhao Xian had spent a lot of money on and poached from other companies. For this newly established Donglai International Investment Group, they originally didn't bother to come. But the price Zhao Xian opened was too high. Fully 3 times higher than the original company. Many people come in with the idea of earning a fortune. And as a result, just after forming a team, the company lets them examine and invest in several major projects. It's only been half a month. And it's already cost nearly $30 billion. And there's a $30 billion project that has already made a deposit. That worked out to be more than $50 billion they had spent on the company in the past half month. This kind of achievement was a bit staggering even to them, the elites who were used to seeing big scenes. There was only one thought in his mind. The boss was too rich. Following such a boss, in the future the company would grow bigger and bigger. And they would be the patriarchs of the company. This is so much better than being at the old company. Now they can be completely different from when they just arrived. Everyone is full of energy and vigor. Hearing manager Zhao say that the big boss was coming, everyone naturally tidied up properly and prepared to greet the boss in the best possible light. When Lin Dong arrived, Zhao Xian was already waiting in front of the office building's main door with all her employees. Eastleigh International now has 3 divisions in its temporary location in the Magic City. The legal department, which specializes in drafting contracts and dealing with law-related matters, consists of more than a dozen elites in the field of jurisprudence. The minister was a middle-aged man in his 40s, who had been practicing law for more than 20 years, and was little known in the Magic City legal community. The investment department, responsible for inspecting and evaluating companies in need of investment or financing, and finally giving conclusions based on all aspects, consists of an evaluation team of more than 20 people, with Zhao Xian as the minister. Finance department. There are 4 people, also from other companies to dig over the elite. The finance department minister is also by Zhao Xian concurrently. More than 40 people stood in full dress in front of the office building, waiting for the legendary big boss to appear. But when they saw a young man getting out of a cab, Zhao Xian greeted him and called Lin Dong. The 40 or so people present had their jaws about to drop to the ground. The legendary big boss made such an appearance that it simply stunned everyone. Is this the kind of card someone worth hundreds of billions of dollars should have? Unbelievable. In their opinion, the big boss could let them spend tens of billions of dollars for investment in more than half a month. And it was not impossible that he was worth at least $100 billion. Or even hundreds of billions. Shouldn't someone like that be embraced left and right everywhere he goes? Not to mention the helicopter ride. But there should at least be a luxury motorcade escort. The appearance of Lin Dong, the big boss, had completely broken their perception of the top tycoons. Even they wondered for a moment if the people they had been in contact with were of too low a grade. The real top tycoons are supposed to be like Big Boss. The low-down. Luxury. There are connotations. Even Luo Qianru felt incredible. Xuanxuan's boss, who was worth hundreds of billions of dollars or more, even took a cab to come here? Even the well-informed woman had some difficulty believing it for a moment. Seen the lowdown. But I've never seen such a low profile. After Zhao Xian greeted them, the dozens of people behind her hurriedly followed. Lin Xiao! Lin Xiao! Wei Yang and Li Guobing shouted together. Tough luck, guys. Lin Dong said as he patted the shoulders of the two men. Hello, Lin Dong. Welcome to Lin Dong's great visit. Welcome to Lin Dong's great visit. Welcome to Lin Dong's great visit. The others shouted together. Hello, everyone. Everyone has worked hard. I came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts. Everyone do a good job and we'll give everyone double bonuses at the end of the year. Lin Dong said with some embarrassment. He hasn't experienced this either. At the end of the day, he went from being a loser to a tycoon with endless money to spend in just over a month. The mindset hasn't fully shifted yet. Now he's supposed to act all high and mighty. Just feel free to nod your head. That's how a big boss should behave. What are you talking about? Mr. Lin. How can we ask for your gift? Right. 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 It's our greatest honor to follow you. Dong Lin. Lin Dong is the most understated and connotative person I've ever met. As soon as Lin Dong spoke, there was another chorus of compliments from the surroundings. They didn't expect this big boss to be so polite. What kind of boss brings gifts to his employees? It's unheard of. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian walked in front, followed by a group of people. As he walked under the office building, Lin Dong looked up at the towering building and asked Zhao Xian next to him. Sister Xian, is this where you guys work? Yes. Lin Dong. Our office is on the 36th floor. Zhao Xian replied. Rented? Yes. But we only rented half the floor. Renting half a floor? Lin Dong raised his pitch and asked. These words made the hearts of those who followed hear them tighten. The big boss is angry? Are they to blame for being too frugal? But it did seem a bit extravagant to rent half a floor of office space for the 40 or so of them. A half-story office building can accommodate at least 100 people. Some companies can even accommodate nearly 200 people in a squeeze. It's no wonder the big boss is angry. But this big boss is stingy. Even though he seems somewhat polite. Don't seem to be holding out much hope for a double bonus at the end of this year. Sister Xian. Looks like you didn't take my words to heart. Lin Dong said with some anger. Zhao Xian was a bit uncertain. He also thought at first that Lin Dong was blaming her for not knowing how to economize. But with her understanding of Lin Dong, he would definitely not chastise her in front of so many people for such a trivial matter. So for a moment, I didn't know how to answer. Not to mention the people in the back. One or two were gutted. This big boss has just arrived and he's going to give them a hard time. Sure enough, none of these big shots are nice to deal with. Luckily, they had just thought that Lin Dong was a very good boss and it was their honor to follow such a boss. Seems like all these big shots are smirks. Lin Dong saw Zhao Xian didn't say anything. Then continued. Sister Xian. Later go ask the landlord. Is this office building for sale? If it is sold, then buy it. Dong Lai International is going to go global in the future. Renting half a floor for office. Whose face are you trying to lose? Lin Dong's words came out. Everyone following behind was petrified.
including Zhao Xian, who didn't come back to her senses for a while. It's too much of a luxury. Isn't it? 40-odd people working in an office and buying a 60-story office building outright? These people were also considered elites in various industries. Otherwise Zhao Xian wouldn't have spent a lot of money to dig them over. Some of them have been in their respective industries for more than 2 decades and have come into contact with a number of top tycoons. But they had never seen one like Lin Dong. The bosses they've come in contact with don't spend money like that. Even if they have more. And only find ways to squeeze the value out of their employees. Lin Dong. Our current team is just 40 people. Even if we will recruit someone after another. At most 1 floor is more than enough. This office building has 60 floors in total. Let's buy it and rent out the rest? Zhao Xian asked back. If you buy it and rent it out, it's still a good deal. And this office building is in a lot that's not fully developed yet. It's definitely going to go up a bunch when development is done. If you have that kind of spare money, it's still a good idea to make a long-term investment. But buying this building now will definitely command a premium. After all, other people are not stupid. And if you can see that the price will rise in the future, other people will naturally be able to see it as well. Renting isn't necessary. We're in the investment business, not the chartered business. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he thought for a moment and then added. Later on, you will call and ask the landlord to come out. I will talk to him. I'll buy this place and prepare to make a big splash in Magic City. He was afraid of letting Zhao Xian go and stir things up. Let Zhao Xian go to talk. Surely it is another inspection and evaluation. And finally press the price. The sale is almost yellow half. Yes. Lin Dong. Zhao Xian replied. Since Lin Dong had already decided, there was nothing she could say. With her understanding of Lin Dong, once Lin Dong decided on something, it would be useless even if she opposed it. And it's not like it's her money. She's just a part-timer after all. The two of them entered the office building heading for the 36th floor. The crowd following behind them looked at each other and could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. This big boss had just arrived and made their moods go up and down as if they were on a roller coaster. Lin Dong came to the 36th floor of the office and sat in the general manager's office, listening to Zhao Xian tell him the matter in detail. However, Zhao Xian hid the fact that Lu Kuan wanted to get her into bed, and only said that the other party wanted them to sell the land to the other party at a half discount. Lin Dong actually felt that it didn't matter. Just sell it at a half discount. It's not like he wants to make money anyway. It doesn't matter if he loses or makes money. He just wants the goddamned points. As long as you spend the money and get the Godhawk points, everything else is trivial. But doing so seemed to be a bit of a blow to Zhao Xian's confidence in them. And also gave himself an image of a goat. If this spreads, will not everyone want to bite him? Then Zhao Xian in the Magic City, how to carry out the work? How else can Eastleigh Capital continue to thrive? Since he already had the system and was still living in such a lousy way, there was no point in having the system. That's why this thing has to be a strong comeback for the other side. We need to teach each other a lesson. To kill the chicken and honor the wait. It also builds up some prestige for Donglai Capital in the Magic City, so that Zhao Xian's work will be much better next. Sister Xian, you call and ask the landlord out first. Then ask that what's his name Rongwo Real Estate's Lu Kuan. I'll buy the building first before meeting him. Lin Dong said. Okay. Lin Dong. Zhao Xian said back. Then it was time to start calling and making appointments. But the owner of this office building is temporarily unavailable. Lin Dong had to meet that Rongwo Real Estate's Lu Kuan first. Zhao Xian called Lu Kuan's phone again. MS. Zhao. Have you figured it out? If you had known, why would you have done it in the first place? Making everyone unhappy. Aren't you still going to obediently give in now? Lu Kuan said in a lazy voice. He felt that Zhao Xian took the initiative to call him and must have inquired about his identity and background and came to make amends.
Lu Kuan. My boss is here. He wants to see you.
Zhao Xian said bluntly.
Oh? Your boss is here?
That's just right. I've long wanted to meet this mysterious boss of yours. By the time your boss has agreed, I'll see how you can escape me.
Hurry up and wash up and wait for me. Lu Kuan said teasingly on the phone. Zhao Xian didn't respond to Lu Kuan's teasing. The two parties finally arranged to meet at a tea house. Zhao Xian had just hung up Lu Kuan's phone when Luo Qianro pushed the door and walked in. Lolo. What are you doing in here? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? I'm talking business with the boss.
Zhao Xian said to Luo Qianlu, who came in. She didn't expect Luo Qianro to suddenly push the door in. I came in to see what charm my Xuanxuan's longed for man has to charm you to death.
Luo Qianru said with a smile. Lolo. What are you babbling about? This is my boss. You hurry up and get out. We're talking business.
Zhao Xian said as she was about to push Luo Qianru out.
Where am I talking nonsense?
Xian, you often call his name in your dreams.
AI. It's really chilling, nah. Being with me. Yet your mouth is calling out for another man. Luo.
Zhao Shen called out with a red face and slightly red eyes.
Luo had actually said such things in front of Lin Dong.
It simply made her lose all her face.
How could she face Lin Dong in the future?
She couldn't wait to jump from the 36th floor now.
Luo Qianru also felt that the joke was a bit too big, and hurriedly said, "Just kidding. Just kidding. That. You are called Lin Dong, right? I was just joking. Don't take it seriously."
Lin Dong was also crying and laughing a little at this time.
This one. Lolo. He had noticed at first.
There was something unique about this woman. As if she was exuding a magic that was attracting the male gaze.
The body is even better than Zhao Xian. Sister Xian. This one is?
Lin Dong asked. As if he had not even heard the conversation they had just had.
Lin Dong. This is my college classmate and best friend Luo Qianru. My best friend.
Zhao Xian also adjusted her state and replied.
Hello. Miss Luo. Thank you for always taking care of Sister Xian in Magic City.
Lin Dong graciously said to Luo Qianru.
Count on you to still have a bit of conscience. But thanks are not necessary. Xian's relationship with me is more intimate than with you. And we've known each other longer than you. So it's only right for me to take care of her. Luo Qianru said. Anyway. Thank you. Miss Luo, when do you have time? I'll treat you to a meal.
There's no need for dinner.
You'd better hurry up and solve Xian's problem.
She's been so sad these past few days.
If you don't come again, she's going to be forced into bed by that Lu Kuan.
Lin Dong's eyes chilled when he heard Luo Qianru say this and looked at Zhao Xian and asked.
Sister Xian. What's going on? No. It's nothing. Lin Dong. Tell me about it. Sister Xian.
Lin Dong said in a flat tone. This flat tone of Lin Dong's gave Zhao Xian a feeling that she could not refuse. Even Luo Qianlu had noticed Lin Dong's change.
The moment she finished speaking just now,
she clearly felt a cold light sweeping over. This Lin Dong seemed to be somewhat uncomplicated nah. It was only then that she began to seriously look at Lin Dong. Lin Dong's entire body was in a state of violent rage after hearing Zhao Xian's words.
Originally thought that Lu Kuan was only seeking money. Then we can still talk about it. Not just money? He has more than enough. But now that the other party dared to hit Zhao Xian, they were simply looking for death. He was still somewhat glad that he had sent Wei Yong and Li Guobing to Zhao Xian to protect her. Otherwise the consequences would really be unimaginable. Dong Lin. With Brother Wei and Brother Li protecting me, I actually didn't suffer any losses. On the contrary, several of Lu Kuan's bodyguards were even knocked to the ground by Brother Wei and the others. Zhao Xian whispered. Sister Xian. In the future when such a situation arises, I hope you can report to me in time. This time, if Wei Yong and the others come a few days late, can you imagine the consequences? At that time, what can I do even if I dismantle Lu Koan? I know. Lin Dong. So are we still seeing Lu Koan? See? How not to see? Since he dares to do this, be prepared to pay the price. Lin Dong said in a morose tone. Lin Dong. I really didn't suffer. And Lu Koan has a very powerful background. We're not from Mordor after all. So let's forget about it. Lin Dong finished standing up and walked over to the window and said. Powerful? I would like to see just how powerful he is to dare to touch my people. At this instant, Zhao Xian was a little infatuated as she looked at Lin Dong's back. This was the man she looked up to, who dared to make enemies of everyone for her sake. Luo Qianru froze at this time as well. When Lin Dong had just spoken, he had actually given her a feeling of looking out of the corner of her eye. How could someone so young make her feel this way? It's almost a little unbelievable. Lu Kuan rushed to the agreed location with 2 bodyguards. A short, but can be seen to be extremely explosive, is the champion of the underground black boxing ring? Has 27 consecutive victories? And all KO opponents. The other was tall. At least 2 meters tall and weighing over 300 pounds. A foreigner who was said to have been a mercenary at one time as well. Although Lu Koan didn't believe that anyone would dare to do anything to him in Magic City. After experiencing the last time at the Star Hotel, a few bodyguards were casually taken out by the 2 people around Zhao Xian. He then calls his brother, Lu Mang, to go to his black boxing ring and pick 2 powerful men to keep him safe. As it turned out, these 2 were picked. He said that he was protecting his safety. But in fact, he wanted to be able to take out the 2 people around Zhao Xian the next time he used his strength. How else would he have a chance? He had seen these 2 strike in the black boxing ring. They were both very strong. Ordinary people were basically one at a time. And he felt that they were at least no weaker than the 2 beside Zhao Xian. This time he was just going to bring it over to see how it worked. If he could take down the other side. And if not, he would change it again. Lu Koan came to the agreed place and entered the private room. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian as well as Wei Yong and Li Guobing were already waiting. Luo Qianlu didn't come. It's not that she didn't want to come, but she was afraid that Lu Koan would recognize her. And the current her didn't want to expose her identity. After all, she hadn't told Zhao Xian after knowing her for so many years. And now that it was suddenly exposed, she was afraid that it would affect the relationship between her and Zhao Xian. He only saw Lin Dong sitting on a chair. Zhao Xian was making tea for him, while Wei Yong and Li Guobing were standing behind Lin Dong. Lu Koan walked in and sat opposite Lin Dong. Picked up a cup of tea made by Zhao Xian and took a sip. Smilingly looking at Zhao Xian's plump body. His eyes full of lecherous gaze. As if he wanted to see through Zhao Xian's clothes. Not paying the slightest attention to Lin Dong who was sitting opposite him. The 2 bodyguards stood quietly behind him. Zhao Xian was a little uncomfortable being looked at by Lu Koan. And after putting down the teapot, she stood behind Lin Dong and blocked herself with Lin Dong. Then he placed his hands on Lin Dong's shoulders and gently rubbed his shoulders with a red face. Lin Dong also did not expect Zhao Xian to do this. This was the first time they had been in such close contact. But he only froze slightly before easing his mind. Lu Koan saw this scene but his eyes were on fire and jealousy filled his entire body. Zhao Xian was the woman he had his eye on. To actually act so intimately with another man in front of him was like not putting him in his eyes at all. Moreover, Zhao Xian had always shown the posture of a strong businesswoman in front of him. But now she was showing a small woman's posture in front of Lin Dong. How could Lu Koan stand it? He hadn't been this angry in a long time. After Zhao Xian watched the gaze in Lu Koan's eyes turn from lechery to anger.
She gently laughed and suddenly bent down and placed her head on Lin Dong's shoulder, rubbing her blown cheeks against Lin Dong's face.
Lin Dong could even smell Zhao Xian's exhaling breath with a hint of fragrance. He looked at Lu Kuan was on the verge of a violent rage, knowing that this was Xian's sister stimulating Lu Kuan. So he just let her fool around. Anyway, he did not suffer. Right? While Zhao Xian was trying to irritate Lu Kuan and embarrass him, she was also trying to further draw closer to Lin Dong. Ever since the moment when Lin Dong said that he would help her take revenge no matter how big Lu Kuan's background was, the aura that Lin Dong exuded at that moment mesmerized her. And she knew that she had been completely conquered by Lin Dong, since there was no longer room for anyone else in his heart. What was the harm in letting Lin Dong take advantage of it? Lu Kuan had watched as his face twisted and was about to explode. Suddenly a vicious idea appeared in Lu Kuan's mind. He wanted to fuck Zhao Xian in front of Lin Dong. Aren't you guys showing love in front of me? When it falls into my hands, I'll show it to you. So he secretly sent a message under the table to his brother Lu Mang to send some people here. He told Lu Mang that the other party is an outsider. Very strong. Not only robbed his own already through the relationship will soon be able to obtain the project, but also to go out and beat people. After Lu Kuan sent the message, his emotions, which were already on the verge of exposure, calmed down quite a bit. While looking at Lin Dong and Zhao Xian, he was thinking in his heart, come on. Keep showing. Damn it. I'll show you guys later. Let's show you guys what it means to be a real show. Thinking that he would not be able to wait long before he could fuck Zhao Xian in front of Lin Dong, Lu Kuan's somewhat twisted heart was instantly relieved. Lu Kuan entered into the private room in just a few minutes, and both sides have not been talking. At this time, Lin Dong spoke. You are Lu Kuan? I heard that you want to touch Sister Xian? And you also want us to sell you the land that we have captured at half price? You should have misheard me. Lu Kuan said. Oh? What's the truth then? Tell me. Lin Dong asked. The truth is that not only are you going to give me the land for free, but you're also going to wash Miss Zhao behind you and send her to my bed. Lu Kuan said arrogantly. I'm curious. What gives you the confidence to make such a request? Lin Dong asked with some confusion. Just by virtue of the fact that I am the second young master of the Lu family in Mordor. If you outsiders want to gain a foothold in Mordor, you'll have to serve us well, or all your investments in Mordor will end in failure. The Lu family in Mordor? Lin Dong mentally recalled if there was any member of SCC in Mordor with the surname Lu, because his mental power was very strong and almost unforgettable. He quickly recalled that SCC seemed to have a core member called Lu Mang. Moreover, last time when he had just gone in, the other party had spoken out of turn and seemed to have some bad blood with Li Bin. Though the parties are not necessarily related, but both are in Mordor. Both are surnamed Lu. And both are so arrogant. Even if it doesn't matter, they should know each other. Right? The second youngest master of the Lu family in Mordor? Do you know Lu Mang Mang? What is his relationship with you? Lin Dong asked. This question could scare Lu Kuan. Lin Dong actually knew his brother? And called out Lu Mang's name without the slightest fear or respect. Who in general dares to call Lu Mang directly? They are all called Lu Xiao. The person who dares to call Lu Mang directly in the Magic City is either a level or lying in the hospital. Who the hell is this Lin Dong? Couldn't have messed with any big shots. Lu Kuan muttered a little in his heart. These years Lu Kuan in the Magic City can mix like a fish in water. One is relying on the background of the Lu family in the Magic City. There is also his brother is one of the 4 masters of the Magic City. In the Magic City relationship is very wide. Very popular. The other was that although he was arrogant, he never messed with some powerful characters. And he was very self-aware about that. Before making things difficult for Zhao Xian, he had also purposely investigated the background of Donglai International.
and finally found out that it was an investment company that had just been established in Jiangchang,
Jiangnan province.
and although it had strong funds, he didn't find out that it had any powerful background. That's why he was ready to make a fortune on the other party. And he also wanted to get Zhao Xian,
An extremely beautiful woman, into bed.
Donglai International had recently invested heavily in Mordor. And with the addition of this piece of land that had been taken from him, the total investment had exceeded $50 billion. If the other party didn't do what he wanted,
With the Lu family's power in the Magic City, they could definitely make Donglai International lose their money.
this was his base to blackmail Zhao Xian. But now it seems that the boss of this Donglai International is not simple. To be able to recognize his brother Lu Mang,
and dare to call his name and be unharmed. In his opinion, none of them are simple. You know my brother? Lu Kuan asked somewhat unnaturally. Lin Dong froze. He also did not expect Lu Mang and Lu Kuan to actually be brothers. Then there is nothing to say. He and Lu Mang, although the same SCC core members,
but Lu Mang and Li Bin are not against.
he is Li Bin pulled in people.
Naturally, with Lu Mang is not against. Plus, Lu Mang had a strong animosity towards him in itself.
And since he was an enemy, he had to be fucked over in a devastating way.
And even if Lu Mang had no animosity towards him,
With what Lu Kuan had done,
it was impossible for him to reconcile with the other party.
money is a small thing to him. But touching someone close to him can violate his bottom line. Does your brother Lu Mang know about all the things you've done? Should I call and inform him? You can tell him that my name is Lin Dong.
Lin Dong's words made Lu Kuan instinctively feel that he might have gotten into trouble. Anyone who dares to give his name in front of his brother means that his brother knows him as well.
And it's possible that both sides are from the same class. Even if it wasn't,
It shouldn't be too far behind his brother.
I'm afraid there's some trouble with this.
Someone in the same class as his brother was not someone he could afford to mess with. Thinking about the possibility of getting his brother into big trouble,
Lu Kuan shivered a little.
he was a little scared when Lu Mang launched himself into a rage.
Who? Are you in the end? Lu Kuan asked somewhat unnaturally. Didn't I tell you? My name is Lin Dong. As for what it is, you can ask Lu Mang.
Since you and my brother know each other,
Let's forget about today. I still have things to do. Goodbye.
Lu Kuan finished speaking and prepared to leave the place. He needed to go back and ask around about Lin Dong's identity again.
As for calling Lu Mang to ask now, he didn't dare. Let's wait until we find out who Lin Dong is. If you really can't afford to mess with them, then apologize if you have to. A big man can bend but can't break. Han Xian even suffered a crotch humiliation once. Not to mention him. In the end, he wimped out. However, just as he got up and took 2 steps out to leave, he was blocked by Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Lin Dong? What do you mean? Lu Kuan turned his head and asked. What do you mean?
You stopped my project and tried to move my people.
You didn't think this would just go away. Did you? So what do you want? What do I want? Isn't there a square in front of here?
Kneel down and apologize to my sister Xian there.
This matter will be settled. Impossible. Lin Dong. Don't give an inch. It won't do anyone any good if this matter becomes a big deal. Lu Kuan growled. Make him kneel and apologize in public? It's simply not possible. This is not only a loss of his own face,
but also the face of the Magic City Lu family and the face of his elder brother Lu Mang.
If this thing is done, the first one to find him trouble is Lu Mang. Lu Mang, however,
valued face more than anything else. This kneeling of his was not just on behalf of himself,
but the entire Lu family kneeling. Impossible? Then you can't go out today. Call Lu Mang and ask him to come and pick you up. Lin Dong said. Today he was ready to be arrogant for once and go through the motions with Lu Mang,
letting others know that there is a price to pay for trying to touch his people. He and Lu Mang are both core members of the SCC. And it is expected that mediation will only be the main focus internally. And he is still just entering the core.
Lu Mang is the seniors of SCC now. Maybe SCC will also favor Lu Mang. But he wasn't afraid.
He had just joined two of the country's most powerful organizations.
Just to see if it was any good.
It's not his fault this happened.
I followed the normal procedure and someone else tripped me up. We're on the right side.
And according to the rules of the organization
has to help us get back.
It's just the right time to use this opportunity to establish a bit of prestige in Mordor,
so that the next large amount of money can be spent smoothly.
Hey! There's no one else who thinks about how to spend their money as soon as they open their eyes every day.
Lin Dong, don't go too far. Pushing me to the brink will not be beneficial to you either. You are an outsider after all.
And if you want to gain a foothold in Mordor, you still need to utilize us,
the local forces. So it's better to give face so that both sides have a step down. Lu Kuan persuaded. I'm forcing you today. What can you do?
Take down the three of them and have Lu Mang come over to pick them up, Lin Dong said casually. As soon as his words came out,
Wei Yong and Li Guobing simultaneously struck out to attack the two people beside Lu Kuan.
Soon the four people fought together. But although the two people beside Lu Kuan were also good in strength, they were still a bit different than Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who had experienced several years of life and death in a foreign country. Both of them were first-tier, top-tier experts, and were just a step away from the Tiger ranking. And after just a few dozen moves, they knocked the two men Lu Kuan had brought with him to the ground, losing their fighting strength.
Lu Kuan also didn't expect his opponent to be so powerful.
This was someone he had handpicked in Lu Mang's black boxing ring.
Surprisingly,
he was defeated so quickly, which further confirmed Lin Dong's status as somewhat not to be messed with.
In the blink of an eye, only Lu Kuan was left standing alone.
Only then did Lin Dong get up and walk over.
Linden, what do you want? Let me tell you. If you really move me, then our Lu family and you will truly be immortal. I advise you to think about the consequences, Lu Kuan said with some nervousness. Right now.
He was really afraid that Lin Dong would make a move against him regardless.
Immortal or not? From the moment you hit Sister Xian, we've been immortal. Now it's just a matter of collecting some interest first.
Lin Dong finished with a slap on Lu Kuan's face.
Pop. Only Lu Kuan could be heard letting out a miserable scream.
And his person had already flown several meters away. The air was accompanied by several teeth flying off.
Lin Dong's slap could not be described as heavy.
Half of Lu Kuan's face instantly swelled several times larger,
and half of his teeth were almost completely dislodged.
And this scene was just seen by Li Yuanhua, who had just pushed the door in, as Lu Mang's right-hand man beside him.
Li Yuanhua was confident in his own strength. Received a call from Lu Mang to bring someone over to see Lu Kuan.
And he came directly by himself.
In his opinion, if even he couldn't solve it, then bringing more people would be in vain.
The moment he saw Lu Kuan being slapped away, Li Yuanhua didn't need any more reasons and directly rushed to Lin Dong's side to throw a punch. The second youngest member of the Lu family was injured so badly under his eyes.
How could he explain to Lu Mang if he didn't cripple the other party altogether? How powerful Lin Dong's mental power was. The moment Li Yuanhua opened the door,
he had already discovered the other party. The other party rushing over to attack him was also expected by him. But as he was about to make a move to directly waste the other party,
the two of them, Wei Yong and Li Guobing,
quickly blocked in front of him and simultaneously made a move to attack Li Yuanhua. The two of them had been working together for many years, and they naturally had a tacit understanding in this situation.
Li Guobing is poised to block Li Yuanhua's strikes with a punch to the gut.
Wei Yong then swept his lower back and swept a whip kick at his opponent.
Li Yuanhua was prepared to cripple Lin Dong with a punch.
But just as he reached Lin Dong,
two people rushed over to attack him.
In the face of Wei Yong and Li Guobing's unparalleled tacit understanding of their attacks, Li Yuanhua did not panic in the slightest. And while he was sparring with Li Guobing, his right foot was raised to block Wei Yong's sweeping leg.
Boo! Boo! Wei Yong and Li Guobing took 2 steps back at the same time,
and were caught by Lin Dong's outstretched hand to dislodge the force.
Li Yuanhua quickly slid back 5 or 6 meters. Directly hit the wall.
Thud sound on the surface of the wall or knocked off a large piece of skin. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Li Yuanhua's chest and slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth.
Careless. Li Yuanhua looked at Wei Yong and Li Guobing,
his heart shocked beyond measure.
Each of these two were not weaker than him, let alone 2 people joining forces to take him by surprise.
This exchange of hands just now had already caused him to suffer a considerable amount of injuries. I didn't expect the other side to be so strong. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also a bit surprised when they saw that Li Yuanhua was able to stand under the full force of the joint attack of the two of them. It had been a long time since they had encountered an opponent of this same level.
With the cooperation of the two of them, as long as they didn't run into someone on the tiger list, they basically wouldn't be a match for them.
It was already remarkable for Li Yuanhua to be able to stand between the full force of the two men's strikes in haste.
I don't know who you are, brother? Why did you injure my Lu family's second young master?
Li Yuanhua asked as he calmed the qi and blood that was churning in his chest.
Who are you?
Lin Dong asked as he looked at Li Yuanhua.
My name is Li Yuanhua,
and I am now working for the Lu family's young master.
Li Yuanhua replied. Lu Mang? Exactly. Li.
Li brother.
Quickly. Save. Save me.
Lu Kuan struggled to stand up and shouted at Li Yuanhua.
Li Yuanhua ignored him. He was now on his own. If the other two really did strike again, he would only be knocked down. Even before he was injured, he couldn't win against the other two. Not to mention that now that he was injured, he was even less of an opponent. Now he only hoped that young Master Lu's name could subdue the other party. After all, Lu Mang can be ranked as one of the 4 masters of the Magic City.
Is not a name for nothing?
In the territory of the Magic City,
very few people dare not give him face. Who knew that Lin Dong laughed and simply ignored him as he turned towards Lu Kuan.
Wei Yong and Li Guobing would understand. At the same time, he rushed towards Li Yuanhua. Li Yuanhua's heart instantly tightened. And before he could speak, the two men's attacks had already arrived. He could only defend passively. However, after 2 moves he was punched in the abdomen by Wei Yong.
A mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth and his body slowly slid to the ground,
having completely lost his fighting ability.
Lu Kuan watched as Li Yuanhua spurted out a large mouthful of blood and was directly put down on the ground.
His heart was even more terrified. Frightened,
he instantly knelt in front of Lin Dong and shivered.
Lin Xiao. Please. Beg you. Release. Release. Let me go. I was wrong. I shouldn't have offended you. He was really regretting it now. What was the point of messing with this bogeyman for nothing? Even Li Yuanhua, the great general beside Lu Mang, was put down.
Call Lu Mang and tell him to come pick up the people,
Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Lin Xiao. I what I?
If you're told to call you, hurry up.
You don't call him. Then I'll just have to hit you. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he reached out and prepared to slap him over with another slap. Lu Kuan was so scared that he reached out and blocked it, and hurriedly said, Good. 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 I this. This will fight. This will fight. With every word Lu Kuan said,
It hurt so much that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The slap that Lin Dong had just given him was so hard that it had slapped him out of his shadow.
Lu Kuan took out the phone with a trembling hand and dialed Lu Mang. Phone call connected.
Lu Mang's voice came from inside.
What is it? Brother! Quickly! Come and save! Save me! Lu Kuan replied in a trembling voice. It's just that my mouth hurts too much. Half of his teeth were finished being slapped out by Lin Dong. It was strange that it did not hurt. What's wrong with you? Can't even speak clearly? Didn't I ask Yuan Hua to bring someone? He hasn't arrived yet? Lu Mang asked over the phone. Lu Kuan glanced at Lin Dong, not knowing how to reply.
Lin Dong took the phone and said,
Li Yuanhua is already lying on the ground. So hurry over and pick him up. If you don't come, Lu Kuan will be lying down.
Lu Kuan's heart shivered again when he heard Lin Dong's words.
Who are you? Lu Mang's chilly voice came from the phone. You'll know who I am when you come. I'll wait for you.
Lin Dong said flatly.
Yes.
Lu Mang hung up the phone after the other party finished. Lin Dong threw his cell phone to Lu Kuan and walked back to the chair that Zhao Xian was sitting in front of, ready to wait for Lu Mang to arrive.
What just happened was done in a very quick time.
Zhao Xian didn't come back to her senses until now.
Looking at Lu Kuan's miserable appearance, as well as the breathless Li Yuanhua who was vomiting blood all over the wall,
Zhao Xian was also a bit scared in her heart. She was a woman after all. And it was the first time she had seen these bloody scenes.
Lin Dong, why don't we leave first?
Zhao Xian said as she massaged Lin Dong's shoulders. Lin Dong reached out and patted Zhao Xian's hand on his shoulder and comforted.
Don't be afraid. Sister Xian. I'm here. They can't make any waves. At the same time,
Lin Dong also took out his cell phone and sent a message to Li Bin.
Ask Li Bin about Lu Mang.
Li Bin thought that Lin Dong wanted to end Lu Mang because he targeted him in the group last time. He told Lin Dong that the Lu family, which Lu Mang was a member of, was considered a good power in the Magic City. But it was still far from some of the truly powerful families. And Lu Mang behind the back of the backing is SCC, another boss.
With the big boss Zhuge Tsangdao some disagreement.
So led to Lu Mang, and they also do not deal with.
And Lu Mang, this person is ruthless. All with his enemy. He will find a way to get dead and disabled before giving up. Therefore he had offended a lot of people in Magic City. But because of his own strong strength and a powerful backer, he was able to get away with it until today. Lin Dong briefly told Li Bin about today's events. This startled Li Bin.
Tell Lin Dong to hurry up and tell him where the address is. He also told Lin Dong not to be impulsive and wait for him to come over.
In Li Bin's opinion, the Magic City is Lu Mang's base camp.
Lin Dong the river dragon cannot fight over Lu Mang the snake in the ground is still difficult to say.
Lin Dong was the one who had been personally named by the big boss Zhuge Tsangdao.
So he had to report upwards. Otherwise Lin Dong really collide with Lu Mang. It is simply Mars colliding with the Earth.
The result is not really easy to say.
Lin Dong sat on a chair and closed his eyes to enjoy Zhao Xian's massage as he waited for Lu Mang to arrive. As for whether Li Bin came or not,
it didn't matter to him.
Even without Li Bin's help,
he was completely unafraid of Lu Mang.
Now he was no longer the Lin Dong that he was when he had just obtained the system. Back then he was ruthless and needed to be careful in everything he did for fear that he would be noticed by some big powers. And now that he has successfully joined the two most awesome organizations in the country, with them as his backing, as long as he does not go against the rules and regulations of the organization, then he is completely unafraid of Lu Mang and these people.
And even the backing behind Lu Mang, Lin Dong is completely unafraid. Don't look at Lu Mang as what the Magic City forged yet, and his SCC patriarch,
but with the Special Action Group and the Falcon members compared to him, he is still far from it. The two sides are not great at all. It wasn't long before the door to the booth was pushed open again. The first one to come in this time was a big, tall, cross-faced man. followed by a few people who looked like experts. The leader is naturally Lu Mang, the youngest master of the Lu family in Mordor, one of the 4 masters of Mordor, and the core big brother of SCC. At first glance, Lu Mang thought he was the kind of limbs developed, simple-minded people, but can mix on the Magic City 4G as well as the core of the SCC. And how can it be the kind of brainless people? After Lu Mang came in, he swept a glance at the situation in the private room. Li Yuanhua was lying in the corner and had fainted. Half of Lu Kuan's face was swollen like a pig's face, and he was kneeling on the ground not knowing what to do. And across the room, a young man was sitting in a chair with 3 people standing behind him. And one of them, a young woman, was pressing his shoulders. After Lu Mang and the others came in, one of the people behind him went to check on Li Yuanhua's condition and then said, "Young master, brother Yuanhua just fainted. His life is not in danger, but he should be seriously injured. Send him to the hospital." Lu Mang spoke up, his voice a bit gruff. "Yes." Then 2 more people came up and carried Li Yuanhua out of the private room and sent him towards the hospital. After Lu Kuan saw Lu Mang come in, he stood up and walked over to Lu Mang and shouted, "Brother!" Who knew that Lu Mang glanced at Lu Kuan and directly kicked him in the face, cursing, "Waste! The face of the Lu family has been disgraced by you." Lu Kuan was kicked by Lu Mang and took a few steps backward sharply, then sat on his butt on the ground, his face full of confusion. Lu Mang is not really want to Lu Kuan how? Just this foot he did not force. Otherwise a foot can Lu Kuan half-life kicked away. Just coming in and seeing Lu Kuan kneeling on the ground made him a little angry. Even if Lu Kuan was lying on the ground just like Li Yuanhua, he wouldn't say anything. After all, it couldn't be helped that the strength wasn't as good as the others. But at least it didn't disgrace the Lu family. If this spreads out, Lu Kuan is kneeling to others outside. Where does his Lu Mang's face go? Where would his family's face go? Only after Lu Mang had done this did he slowly walk across to Lin Dong and sat down before carefully sizing up Lin Dong. This young man he had not seen before. As far as this magic city was concerned, he would not be unrecognizable to someone who was on the stage and so young. So he could be sure that this young man was not a native of Mordor. An outsider who actually dared to move his Lu family in Mordor. It's really ballsy. And it doesn't know how to die. Even if Lin Dong was a dragon. Since he had arrived in Mordor, he still had to dish it out to him. While Lu Mang was sizing up Lin Dong, Lin Dong was also sizing up Lu Mang. There's not much to it other than being big and mean looking. The legendary youngest member of the Lu family, the core big brother of the SCC, and one of the 4 masters of the Magic City is this bear? Let Lin Dong a little disappointed. In his mind this kind of person should be holding a folding fan, with a graceful, pointing look. "I wonder who your excellency is. Why did you want to touch my Lu family's people? I hope you can give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, the consequences are more serious than you think," Lu Mang said in a rough voice to Lin Dong. Although he spoke in a somewhat coarse voice, he was able to send a chill down one's spine. Lin Dong did not answer Lu Mang's question but said, "You are Lu Mang, right? Lu Kuan stopped my project and used means to try to force action the people around me. Do you know that? Stopping your program means your program should be stopped. And moving those around you, that means those around you should be moved. This is not a reason for you to beat him and force him to kneel," Lu Mang said rightfully. Lin Dong wanted to laugh a little as he listened. It's true that it's useless to reason with such people. My name is Lin Dong. I have beaten and scolded the people of your Lu family. Those who kneel to me are still standing. Those who don't are lying on the ground. So what can you do? Lin Dong said as he looked at Lu Mang with a smirk. Lindo? There's something familiar about that name. Lu Mang made an effort to recall. It seems that one of the cores just added to the SCC a while back was named Lindong. Moreover, this Lindong had also stiff-armed Qin Zhang, who was one of the 8 heavenly kings of the TZ party. This matter was making a lot of noise within the SCC. And many people wanted to see what this Lindong was really like.
Are you the Lindong that Li Bin pulled in? Lu Mang asked. It's me. No wonder you dare to disregard my Lu family so much. My Mordor Lu family is indeed a bit worse than the Qin family in Kyoto. And if you dare to disregard the Qin family, my Lu family naturally won't be able to enter your eyes. But you seem to have forgotten what this place is? I know. This is the Magic City. So what?
Lindong said indifferently.
Good. Lindong. Today, I would like to see what is so great about you. The big shot who dares to call Qin Zhang's bluff.
Lu Mang stood up and said in a loud voice. A loud noise resounded throughout the booth. Lindong saying this was completely disregarding him and the Lu family. Just moved your people on your turf.
What can you do to me? This is simply the greatest insult to him.
Lu Mang hadn't met such an arrogant person for a long time.
Today, no matter what,
he had to probe Lindong to see if he was really as powerful as rumored. If Lindong was only vain, then he would just cripple him. And Lindong remained unmoved. He wanted to see what this Lu Mang was going to do.
Use of force?
He felt like he could knock out all of his opponents.
The people that Lu Mang brought with him. Only one of them,
the old man standing beside him,
was a bit more powerful.
But it was estimated to be about the same as Xiao Baojun, the strength of a beginner in the Tiger ranking. If he really wanted to start a fight, he would be able to knock him down in at most 3 moves if he went all out himself. If Lu Mang used the strength behind him to suppress his Donglai International, then he would have to expose a little bit of his identity and let the organization step in to suppress the Lu family. Several people behind Lu Mang had already prepared to strike at any time.
As long as Lu Mang gave an order,
they would directly take action to take down Lindong. Several people,
Wei Yong and Li Guobing, also stepped forward from behind Lindong.
Their expressions were serious. A few of the opponents were not weak.
There might be a tough battle to fight next. But no matter what,
they had to protect Lindong's safety, which was their duty as bodyguards.
Once,
when they were abroad, they could even risk their lives in the midst of gunfire for the safety of their employers. Not to mention this kind of small scene. Lu Mang stood up and stared at Lindong dead in the face.
Originally there was still some hesitation.
But now he could not care less.
Ready to take down Lindong first.
Even if Lindong had Zhuge Tsangdao behind him. So what if he was not without a backer? The face of the Lu family must be recovered first.
Otherwise, if Lindong was let go today, it would not be so easy to get back in the future.
For Lindong to be able to fight with Qin Zhang,
win or lose,
and ultimately still be able to stand here intact, he was not a simple character. The scene only Lindong still sitting on the chair.
Expression indifferent. He would like to see what Lu Mang to do. As long as the other party out, then he will directly beat them all down. This thing, no matter how to look at it, is their own in the reason.
After joining the 2 major organizations and carefully reading the series of rules and regulations as well as the powers and duties of the organizations, Lindong crafted a motto for himself.
That's justified walking around.
We don't take the initiative to offend people. But if others dare to offend themselves, they are tired of living. Although Zhao Xian was a little nervous, she still continued to press Lindong's shoulders. She believed that Lindong could handle things well.
Just as the 2 sides were sword-wielding and trembling, they were about to make a move.
A voice broke the peace in the booth.
Stop! Lu Mang!
Li Bin walked in quickly,
panting.
It was a relief to see that neither side had made a move yet.
Luckily, I caught up with them.
If they had really fought, it would have ended really badly then. As long as they didn't do it, there's still room for maneuver. Lu Mang didn't need to look back to know who the visitor was.
Zhuget Songdao's lapdog.
Li Bin, who was one of the core of the SCC with him.
Li Bin. Even if you're here, you won't be able to stop me today.
If Lin Dong dares to disregard my Lu family and touch my Lu family's people, he must be prepared to be crippled by me.
But don't worry,
I won't let him die here,
Lu Mang said without looking back.
His tone was arrogant to the extreme, as if Lin Dong was a fish and meat on the board and was at his mercy. When Lin Dong heard Lu Mang's words,
he laughed and said, Lu Mang, are you overconfident?
Just you? I really don't care much about you.
Brother Li, don't worry about this today. I want to see what he can do to me. Both of you,
please also take a step back from each other. We are all core members of the SCC.
If you do this, it will make others look at you as a joke. At that time, no matter who loses or wins, it will be a major loss for SCC.
Li Bin came forward to persuade. He also knows that it is not so easy to make these two people stop on this.
Lu Mang, this person he knows very well. Face is more important to him than anything else.
And people are ruthless and vindictive. Today, Lin Dong had made him and the Lu family lose face.
He would definitely get it back quickly.
In his eyes there was no such thing as a gentleman taking revenge.
10 years is not too late. As for Lin Dong, even though he had little contact with him,
how could someone who dared to fight hard with Qin Zhang be a fearful person?
In the end,
this thing is not Lin Dong's fault.
It is Lu Mang's incompetent younger brother Lu Kuan did a good job. Moreover,
he had long suspected that Lin Dong was most likely an heir of the hidden family.
There's just nothing simple about any of these people.
But there was nothing Li Bin could do. The big boss had just sent word that he must stop these two and never let them make a move now. He had no choice but to tough it out.
Big boss's concerns were clear to Li Bin. Now it was immediately the big boss's tenure appointment with Morong Qingda and Zhao Shidao. The three of them,
which was very important to him. Even this time he was all over this thing. If Lin Dong and Lu Mang clashed at this time, it would definitely trigger a series of reactions. Lin Dong was the person he had named to join into the core of the SCC, and was a great help to his 10-year contract.
So he definitely would not sit back and do nothing.
This will inevitably create a gap with the people behind Lu Mang. And he will also need to use all the power of the SCC to deal with the T-Sub party and deal with Zhao Shidao.
At this critical moment, Big Boss definitely didn't want to start a fire in his own backyard.
Li Bin,
you've heard it too.
Not only did he move my Lu family, he also completely disregarded me.
Do you think you can stop this today?
Lu Mang said in a jarred voice.
He's on the verge of breaking out now.
Seeing that the situation was somewhat out of control, Li Bin hurriedly said,
Lu Mang, how about leaving this matter to boss and the others to decide? We are all SCC executives.
This will affect our internal unity. He hoped that moving a few bosses out would subdue Lu Mang.
Wait until I've crippled him. Then leave it to boss and the others. Do it. As soon as Lu Mang's words fell, two people rushed out behind him. Wei Yong and Li Guobing also met them, and the four of them instantly fought together. Boo! Boo! Boo!
The sound of fists and feet connecting resounded throughout the booth.
You!
Li Bin was furious at Lu Mang's actions for a moment. He rushed here in a bit of a hurry and didn't even bring anyone with him. And for Lu Mang to be so completely unreasonable, he couldn't do anything to stop him and could only watch. Four people fighting together. For a time it is difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. Lu Mang in the Magic City operating an underground black boxing hall netted a lot of experts at home and abroad.
This time to bring is only a part. However, both sides fought back and forth. And even Wei Yong and Li Guobing had a certain advantage.
seeing that his men were slow to take the other side, and that his own men were still at a disadvantage. Lu Mang gave another wink to the men behind him. Immediately 2 more went up to join the fight. Wei Yong and Li Guobing had just had a slight upper hand. But after the other side came up with 2 more people, they were a bit out of their depth. But all of a sudden they changed the way they fought. For themselves to completely let go. No defense. Only focus on attack. This kind of fight with injuries for injuries. So that the other side, even with the addition of 2 people, was still in a bit of a mess. Of course they were both more seriously injured. After all, there was not much difference in strength between everyone. They were all at the peak of the first tier. And the fact that they were able to gain the upper hand was also due to the experience they had accumulated through years of life and death abroad. Lin Dong's face gradually turned gloomy as he watched the 2 sides exchanging blows. Wei Yong and Li Guobing had already started to gradually become unsupportable, even though they were making the other side a bit frazzled with such a desperate fight. But after all, the other party was 4 people. And none of their strength was much worse than them. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. And if this continues, it won't be long before the other party will be taken down. Reaching out, he patted Zhao Xian's hand on his shoulder and said, "Sister Xian, step back." Zhao Xian understood and stopped the massage, taking a few steps back and looking at Lin Dong nervously. "Lin Dong, as I said, this is the Magic City. It is not a place where you can be wild. Obediently kowtow to me and apologize. I will only take your 2 hands. Not your life," Lu Mang said with a smile. "It seems to have one." Lin Dong looked at Lu Mang, who already had a smile on his face, and said, "I hope you can still smile later." As soon as the words fell, the aura on his body instantly erupted. And with an arrow step he crossed the table in front of him, grabbing at Lu Mang with one hand. Lu Mang has not even reacted to the face of Lin Dong's mountain-like aura, only to feel his chest is stuffy. Indescribably difficult. By this time, Lin Dong had already arrived in front of him and grabbed his neck with one hand. The old man standing beside Lu Mang pushed Lu Mang to the side at the first opportunity, then stood himself in the position Lu Mang had just been in, crossing his arms in front of his body, ready to parry this attack from Lin Dong. Lin Dong had wanted to grab Lu Mang first, but now that he was being destroyed by this old man, his direct power erupted once again, and he slammed his fist fiercely on the other party's arm that was crossed in front of his body. Boom! A loud noise rang in the ears of everyone in the booth. Even the 4 Wei Yong who were fighting next to him stopped fighting and turned their heads to look at Lin Dong's side. Lin Dong slammed his fist on the old man's arm, and the tremendous force brought 2 more arms down on the old man's chest. The opponent only felt a burst of vigorous force coming, and the strength of his tiger ranking expert couldn't resist it at all? He could only let this powerful force push his hands to smash on his chest again. And then his body involuntarily flew backward. The old man was directly smashed by Lin Dong's punch and flew out a dozen meters, hitting the wall. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his 2 hands hung down powerlessly. He stared across the table at Lin Dong, who was still lying on the table, with a horrified expression on his face. The force of the punch was so great that it not only broke his hands, but also broke a few ribs in his chest. This young man is too strong. He was a tiger ranking expert who had been famous for many years. And even though he was no longer at his peak over the years due to his age, he was still at the top of the tiger ranking. Like the 4 first-tier peak experts who were fighting next to him. He didn't even need to put out his full strength to easily knock them down. Don't look at the top-tier peak experts who were only 1 step away from the tiger ranking. But when facing a true tiger ranking expert, they didn't even have a chance to fight back. The boundary of a tiger-ranked expert is to be unafraid of normal hot weapons in a normal state, whereas a first-tier peak expert couldn't. This was the gap. Lin Dong shook off his hand, jumped off the table, and sat back in his chair,
regaining his composure again.
It seemed like it wasn't even him who had just made the move. Zhao Xian came back up and continued to press his shoulders.
This look of Lin Dong,
who always had a bashful demeanor no matter what he encountered, caused Zhao Xian to become somewhat mesmerized. That's what a real big shot should look like.
A Tarzan in front of him without changing color.
The surrounding pairs of eyes were shocked as they looked at Lin Dong, who was sitting on the chair.
And the most difficult to accept is naturally Lu Mang.
Chen Lao was a character who had fought alongside his grandfather back then, and had long since crossed the ranks of first-tier martial artists and entered the tiger ranking.
Ordinary guns have trouble hurting him.
He had been beside him for so many years to protect him, and he didn't know how many troubles he had solved for him. And it could be said that Elder Chen had contributed a lot to him becoming one of the 4 masters of the Magic City. But just this old man,
who was invincible in his mind,
was actually seriously injured by Lin Dong's punch.
How could this be acceptable to him?
Li Bin was similarly shocked beyond belief. Although it was rumored that Lin Dong was so powerful that even Qin Zhang had been driven out of Jiang City by him in disgrace. But rumors were after all rumors. And without seeing it with his own eyes, he still held a trifle skeptical. Even when the big boss Zhuge Sangdao asked him to personally go to Jiangqing to meet Lin Dong and draw him in, he still felt that it was a bit trivial.
For a character like Zhuge Sangqiong,
as long as a single voice was sent out, Lin Dong would not be able to come to meet him with his ass.
However,
now that he had truly seen Lin Dong's strength, he had completely changed his mind.
As expected of a big boss, he has a good eye. Chen Lao he knew.
This was the protector that the Lu family had sent to protect Lu Mang,
the first heir apparent.
Every family with heritage would give the first heir
a protector to protect his growth. He didn't have a protector because he wasn't the first heir of the Li family. It's not a good idea. But there's nothing you can do about it.
As for him being able to enter the SCC and become a core,
it was solely because he followed the right Zhuge Sangdao.
All of these Dao protectors were at least at the Tiger ranking or above. Tiger ranking experts were also top-notch fighters in their clans, and were already unafraid of the threat of ordinary firearms.
However,
now that the protector of the Dao beside Lu Mang was actually seriously injured by Lin Dong's punch and looked like he had completely lost his fighting strength, this had simply exceeded his imagination.
How old is Lin Dong? Seems like he's still in college according to him. To be so young and already have more strength than the average Dao protector? Unbelievable. Among the younger generation, Lin Dong was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen. As for the 3 SCC bosses, Li Bin hadn't seen them fight, so he couldn't really comment on it. However,
he was certain that Lin Dong definitely already possessed the capital to compete with them.
Moreover,
Lin Dong was younger than all of them and had more potential.
At one time,
he had suspected that Lin Dong was the heir of those hidden families.
At such a young age,
the money that has flowed out of his hands in recent times has amounted to nearly $100 billion. Coupled with such great strength, it seemed that the family that Lin Dong was from was somewhat frighteningly strong.
Moreover,
with Lin Dong acting in such a high-profile manner,
it seemed that his family was preparing to come out. In the last 2 years,
a number of these hidden families have come out of the woodwork looking for someone to work with. Their family had gained an initial partnership with a hidden family, which was why he knew so much about it. The several people who were just exchanging blows were not prepared to continue,
and each side retreated back.
Lin Dong's erupting aura as well as his strength made them feel what despair was, and they had already lost the courage to fight in the face of such a tiger ranking level expert.
Lu Kuan, not to mention,
had already been paralyzed with fear.
Elder Chen.
Lu Mang reacted and hurriedly went up to support the old man who had just been seriously injured by Lin Dong's punch.
Mang, go! Get out of here!
Elder Chen braced himself and barely managed to squeeze out a sentence as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth again. Lu Mang was the one he had watched grow up since he was a child.
Just like his own grandson. Go. Things haven't been resolved yet. Where to go?
Lin Dong said as he sat on a chair and crossed his legs.
Go. Things haven't been resolved yet. Where to go?
Lin Dong said as he sat on a chair and crossed his legs.
Lin Dong. What do you want? Lu Mang asked, holding his breath.
He also did not expect Lin Dong to be so powerful. Since Elder Chen had been seriously injured by Lin Dong's punch, the people he had brought together would not be enough for Lin Dong to fight alone. Continuing to stay here would serve no purpose other than being humiliated by Lin Dong.
So he's leaving now.
Waiting to mobilize his strength. He would then come back to deal a fatal blow to Lin Dong.
Moreover,
Chen Lao's injuries were very serious and he had to be sent to the hospital as soon as possible.
Didn't you just try to break both my hands? I'd like to return the favor now. It's not too much. Is it? Brother Lin.
Please also. Li Bin was interrupted by Lin Dong before he could finish his words.
Brother Li. Don't say anything for now.
Lin Dong said expressionlessly. Li Bin could only smile helplessly. The current Lin Dong made him feel a great deal of pressure. I did not expect that Lin Dong had changed so much after only a short time from the last time they met. Maybe it's not that he's changed so much,
but that he's hiding it so well. I just didn't see it myself the last time we met.
Lin Dong already possessed the strength to compete with the three bosses.
Leaving all of them, the core, behind by more than a notch.
Lu Mang has kicked the bucket this time. I just don't know if the one behind him will fight with Lin Dong for Lu Mang.
Lin Dong, don't go too far. This is always the Magic City. It is my Lu family's base camp. Even if you are strong, you are ultimately just one person. Can you still fight against our entire family? And there are so many ordinary people around you. Lu Mang said meaningfully.
If Lin Dong was only one person,
perhaps their Lu family could not really do anything against him. After all,
the strength was too strong.
And with ordinary firearms no longer threatening him,
the Lu family could not really find someone who could steadily defeat Lin Dong. But Lin Dong had his company,
his team,
and was going to continue to develop in Mordor. Then he had ways to make Lin Dong compromise.
Are you threatening me?
Lin Dong asked as he narrowed his eyes at Lu Mang. At this moment Lu Mang felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He was uncomfortable and even broke out in a bit of cold sweat. He said with strong composure,
I'm just stating a fact.
Continuing to fight will not be beneficial to either of us. I'm the first heir of the Lu family.
If you break my hands,
you're breaking the future of the Lu family.
Unless you can uproot the Lu family. Otherwise, your company won't be able to develop in the Magic City. Lin Dong thought about it and thought it was right.
Lu Mang's words reminded him. If he only took down the Lu brothers, although it would be effective, he would definitely be subject to a series of retaliation from the Lu family afterwards.
He wasn't afraid.
But Zhao Xian and the others had to stay in Magic City to develop the company and continue to help him spend money.
Why don't we just directly waste the Lu brothers now and have an unending battle with the Lu family? The thing stood on its own anyway.
Since we have to establish authority,
then let's do a big one.
The divine magnificence points were what guaranteed that he would continue to improve his strength.
After this incident, he wanted his company to be unimpeded in Mordor. And even if he spent more money, no one would dare to pry halfway. Yeah. That's it.
After thinking clearly, Lin Dong inclined his head to look at Li Bin and asked,
Brother Li, how are these Lu brothers like in Mordor?
Li Bin froze,
unable to understand why Lin Dong would suddenly ask this question. Hesitated for a moment and replied, Still. Okay. Brother Li, I hope you can answer truthfully. I'm going to do a big job today.
Lin Dong stared at Li Bin and said word for word. Li Bin was staring a little uncomfortably by Lin Dong. He did not know what Lin Dong meant by doing a big job. and what it had to do with the Lu brothers' behavior. However, since Lin Dong wanted him to tell the truth, after considering it for a while, he decided to tell the truth. Lin Dong's strength was strong and his potential was even greater. He hadn't thought about it that way before. But since he had followed Zhu Sangdao, he also wanted to use Zhu Sangdao's power to fight for that position in the Li family. If he could befriend Lin Dong now, when it might be useful in the future, with Zhu Sangdao plus Lin Dong supporting him, then his chances would greatly increase. And Lu Mang was not dealing with him in the first place. And the people behind him and Zhu Sangdao were not dealing with each other very well. So since he had to choose, he definitely had to choose the one that was favorable to him. So he said, Lu Kuan, this person in the business competition above, often used some dishonorable means to force the opponent, by his improper means to screw up the company in the minority. And even someone with a family jumped from the top floor of his company. In addition, he is also extremely colorful. Where he looked at the woman, whether it is a young girl or young woman, he will first check the other side of the background information. As long as it is not much of a background, or the background is not as good as his, will be his various means to get to the bed to go. These people were insulted by him after some people have also committed suicide. He has also put out a sentence. Lu Kuan will never go to bed with a woman more than 3 times. Lu Kuan never went to bed with a woman more than 3 times. But all of these things were suppressed by him with the power of the Lu family. And the man never offended anyone who would cause him trouble. So he has been living free and clear. As for Lu Mang, compared to Lu Kuan, can be said to be even more than ever. His favorite is wealth. Lu Mang using improper means to earn money, most of the money into his pocket. He also opened an underground black boxing gym in Mordor, as well as several casinos. And at the same time, he also lent money to loan sharks privately in the black boxing gym and casinos. And there are even more countless families that have been ruined by him. As soon as Lu Mang heard that Li Bin was actually counting his sins, he was instantly enraged, pointing at Li Bin and cursing. Li Bin, if you talk any more nonsense, believe it or not, I'll get you killed. Don't think that just because you follow Zhu Sangdao that you can leave me out of it. Li Bin ignored Lu Mang's yelling. In that case, these two brothers are considered scum and human scum in the Magic City. And it would not even be an exaggeration to say that they are unforgivable. Lin Dong nodded his head after hearing this and said, pretty much. Li Bin said, is that Lu Mang a martial artist? Lin Dong asked. It should be the peak of the second tier. Li Bin replied. Lin Dong stopped talking. The plan in mind was almost perfect. As a reserve member of Group A of the National Special Action Group himself, he encountered the Lu brothers who were extremely affecting the stability of society and were so unforgiving. Plus the other party was a martial artist. He himself naturally had the right to waste the Lu brothers for the sake of domestic stability. That's the state's right to give a special ops team the right to act before they act. Of course the situation has to be truthful because the organization will certainly check it out afterwards. But the thing stands on its own any way you look at it. As long as what Li Bin said was true. Then once he intervened on behalf of the organization, the Lu family would definitely be finished. Everyone has heard it clearly. Right? The Lu brothers are unforgivable. I am now representing justice to destroy you. Lin Dong stood up and said in a serious tone. Lin Dong, don't mess around. You have already invested so much money in Magic City. Are you really ready to give up? If you really move me, the Lu family won't let you go. And as an SCC core patriarch, I have another boss standing behind me. Lu Mang felt that something was wrong and hurriedly spoke out. However, since Lin Dong had already decided, how could he change his mind because of Lu Mang's 2 words? It was for the sake of being able to better develop in Magic City in the future that he wanted to take the Lu brothers and the Lu family to set an example this time. Plus, these 2 men also happened to be adulterers and unforgivable. And he happens to have just joined the Special Operations Unit for maintaining social stability.
Then it's not his fault. Lu Mang.
What your status is and who is standing behind you has nothing to do with me.
Since you have done so many bad things, I have the right to punish you,
Lin Dong said seriously. Now he was saying this as a reserve member of Special Operations Group A.
But of course others just didn't know. As soon as Lin Dong stood up, Lu Mang and the rest immediately tensed up. It was really Lin Dong's strength that made them feel a great deal of pressure. Lin Dong. This matter is all Lu Kuan's fault. You have something directly find him. It has nothing to do with me.
Lu Mang was also a little afraid. The aura that Lin Dong exuded when he got serious was still somewhat frightening. The good man refused to be forced to do so,
and simply pushed the responsibility directly to Lu Kuan.
Brother! As soon as Lu Kuan heard that Lu Mang was trying to transfer Lin Dong's fire onto him, his body shivered even more.
Even Lu Mang couldn't withstand Lin Dong's anger. How could he? Don't call me brother. You bastard. You've made such a big mess.
Why don't you apologize to Lin Dong?
Lu Mang shouted at Lu Kuan.
All of this was the fault of this asshole Lu Kuan.
If it wasn't for him, how could he have gotten himself into such a passive situation? Lin Dong. No. Lin Xiao. I was wrong.
I shouldn't have offended you.
Please let me go,
Lu Kuan said as he kowtowed to Lin Dong on the ground. Lin Dong ignored them and instead looked at the gang of lapdogs that Lu Mang had brought with him and said,
The Lu brothers are evil. I don't know how many people they have harmed. You accomplices are no better.
All of you will accept my righteous judgment. Just after Lin Dong finished speaking, his figure had already disappeared into place and rushed into the group of doglegs brought by Lu Mang.
These people were all experts from Lu Mang's black boxing gym,
and there were several first-tier peaks.
However,
in front of Lin Dong, a peak tiger ranking and half-step dragon ranking expert,
he was completely dirt cheap and unbeatable.
Miserable screams rose and fell as Lin Dong directly seriously injured one person with each punch and kick.
After a mere 10 seconds,
a dozen or so experts who were at least first tier were all knocked to the ground by Lin Dong, completely losing their fighting strength.
Such battle power even made the onlookers suck in a breath of cold air.
Lin Dong had shown them what complete and utter crushing was. Only after settling these minions did Lin Dong slowly walk towards Lu Mang.
At this time,
Lu Mang has been scared legs and feet soft. These can be his boxing gym highly paid elite. But now it is Lin Dong 3 or 2 times to solve finished. Only after watching Lin Dong walk towards him did Lu Mang ask in a trembling voice.
Lin Dong? What do you want?
Little brother.
Please be merciful. My Lu family will be grateful,
Elder Chen also said from the side. Although he was heavily injured, he was after all a tiger ranking expert, and his physique was not comparable to that of an ordinary person.
Old man, can you speak on behalf of the Lu family? If I release Lu Mang today, can you guarantee that he won't come after me in the future?
Lin Dong said teasingly.
Can. Lin Dong, as long as you release me today, I will definitely not look for trouble from you in the future,
Lu Mang hurriedly interjected. All he was asking for now was to hurry up and get out of here.
And as for the future, he would talk about it later.
As for whether or not to find trouble with Lin Dong, it would have to depend on whether or not he could fuck over Lin Dong.
As long as he had the opportunity to kill Lin Dong with a single blow, he would definitely not hesitate.
Lin Dong did not respond to Lu Mang's words, but continued to look at Old Man Chen playfully. He wanted to see if this tiger list expert would speak with a clear conscience. Those who could become tiger ranking experts were extremely tough inside, and would not bow and grovel to the enemy in order to seek victory. Those who did so had lost their determination to move forward.
But this is not absolute. The world is big. There are no strange things.
There are also people who enter the tiger list and then lose the heart of progress.
only want to enjoy themselves.
These were all told to him by Xiao Baojun. Except for the linden bug, of course.
Sure enough,
Old Man Chen stopped speaking. With his understanding of the Lu family over the years,
he indeed could not guarantee that the Lu family would not retaliate against Lin Dong.
Lin Dong saw that Old Man Chen stop talking before he looked at Lu Mang next to him.
Lu Mang,
you've done all the bad things.
It's your bad luck to fall into my hands today. Lin Dong, you.
Before Lu Mang could finish his sentence, Lin Dong punched him in the stomach.
Ah!
Lu Mang let out a miserable scream and crouched on the ground with his hands holding his stomach, spitting blood mixed with food in his mouth, his eyes about to bulge out. He only felt as if his internal organs had been shattered by Lin Dong at the moment, causing him pain.
After only lasting less than 10 seconds,
Lu Mang was fainted by the pain and slumped to the ground.
However,
Lin Dong did not intend to let him off just like that. Just now that punch Lin Dong had not exerted much force yet. Lu Mang was lying right under the soles of Lin Dong's feet. Lin Dong smoothly lifted his right foot on Lu Mang's arm,
gently exerted a force,
and then quickly placed his foot on the other arm and stepped down.
Ka! Ka!
Two sounds of bones breaking resounded in the booth,
giving everyone goosebumps from hearing them. Lu Mang,
who had already fainted, was woken up again by the intense pain,
and a howl came out of his mouth,
resounding through the entire private room. Trying to move his hands, he realized that he couldn't move them at all,
and that drilling pain was coming from both arms.
It could only stay like that,
face down on the ground,
with howls coming out of his mouth. This one of the four masters of the Magic City, the core patriarch of the SCC, was thus stomped on by Lin Dong to break both of his arms.
After resolving Lu Mang, Lin Dong turned towards Lu Koan,
the instigator of the entire incident.
I heard that you like to force women? Lin Dong asked with a grim expression on his face. When Lu Koan saw Lu Mang's miserable appearance and looked at Lin Dong in front of him,
his lower body was shocked with a puddle of liquid that emitted a foul odor.
Lin Xiao
begs
you to let me go. Lu Koan shivered and pleaded. Lin Dong frowned as he smelled the stench emanating from Lu Koan's lower body fluids and said to Wei Yong and Li Guobing,
"One of you come and waste his third leg,
lest you go back to wreaking havoc on women in the future."
He wanted to move his feet himself,
but seeing Lu Koan's bearish behavior,
he was afraid of getting his shoes dirty. Lin Dong had just turned around and walked over to the chair when he heard another miserable scream.
Wei Yong directly stomped Lu Koan's lower body,
and for the rest of his life,
he could never be a man again.
Lin Dong sat back in his chair again as if nothing had happened. The sound of Lu's brothers' screams echoed in the private room, as well as the sound of more than a dozen first-tier experts lying on the ground grunting. Li Bin also felt a little creeped out when he saw the miserable state of the two brothers,
Lu Mang and Lu Koan.
Lin Dong took out his phone and was about to report the situation to the organization.
Suddenly, Lin Dong's powerful spiritual energy felt a throbbing. There's a master?
Lin Dong quickly looked up in the direction of the entrance of the private room,
but it was empty.
Lin Dong's reaction also brought the others in the private room along with him to look at the doorway,
but they saw nothing. However,
Lin Dong did not withdraw his gaze,
but remained tightly focused on the doorway. Less than a moment,
a man appeared at the door of the booth. A man in his 30s who exuded elegance.
This person seemed to have a unique charm that attracted the attention of the crowd.
It made it seem like wherever he went,
he was kind of the absolute center of attention.
After Li Bin looked at the person who appeared at the doorway, his heart was greatly relieved.
And at the same time,
he quickly greeted him. Although Lin Dong did not have any hostile intent towards him, it still made him feel extraordinarily uncomfortable under the pressure of this aura of Lin Dong.
Young Master Zhuge.
Li Bin greeted the man who suddenly appeared in the doorway.
Zhuge Sundao nodded at Li Bin.
then continued inside the booth. Behind them followed two middle-aged men who were about 40 or 50 years old with serious expressions. Zhuge Sangdao walked to the center of the room and frowned as he looked at the dozen or so people lying on the ground, as well as the Lu brothers who were still wailing loudly. Associating it with what Li Bin had reported to himself, he was roughly able to guess what had happened here. However, he was still slightly surprised when he saw the severely injured Old Man Chen. Old Man Chen, as the protector of the Lu family sent to Lu Mang. Although his strength wasn't much, he was after all a tiger ranking expert. Right now, he was being seriously injured, while it seemed that no one on Lin Dong's side seemed to have been injured yet. That's interesting. To be able to seriously injure a tiger ranking expert unharmed. This person's strength was somewhat terrifying. It was just unknown whether it was Lin Dong who made the move or the two people beside him. He rather hoped that it was Lin Dong, as it would be more favorable to his upcoming 10-year engagement. Zhuge Sangxiong looked at Lin Dong, who was sitting on a chair with a bland demeanor, and asked, "You are Lin Dong?" His voice seemed to be laced with a magnetism that made it hard to resist. Lin Dong guessed the identity of the visitor when Li Bin went up to call the other party. Young Master Zhuge, one of the three founders of SCC. Zhuge Sangdao, who was known as the Big Boss. Lin Dong's powerful spiritual force could sense that Zhuge Sangdong was strong. But the two behind him were even stronger. Is this the bottom of the top tier of giants? It really wasn't comparable to a second-rate family like the Lu family. "It's me," Lin Dong replied dryly. Lin Dong's simple reply, coupled with the fact that he remained seated in his chair and did not rise to greet him, caused Li Bin next to him to sweat for him. This is the big boss of SCC, Zhuge Sangdao. Although Lin Dong was not weak, he was after all only a core member of the SCC. Zhuge Sangdao was one of the three founders of SCC, and had a higher reputation than the other two, and was known as the Big Boss. Although the relationship between superior and subordinate is not as prominent within the SCC, and there is no rule that says subordinates have to greet or salute or anything when they see their superiors, but the respect and politeness that one should have for an existence higher than one's own should still be there. Lin Dong's current behavior was extremely disrespectful to Zhuge Sangdao. Inside the entire SCC, including the other two founders, there was no one who dared to calmly sit and respond while facing Zhuge Sangdao while standing and speaking. Li Bin even wondered if Lin Dong was not clear about the identity of the visitor. So he hurriedly explained, "Brother Lin, this is young Master Zhuge, one of the three founders of SCC." Lin Dong naturally knew the identity of the person in front of him. If he had not joined the Special Operations Group in Falcon before, he would not have been able to treat Zhuge Sangxiong, a legendary figure, so calmly and freely. Even if he was strong enough on his own, his heritage was still far away. And in the face of this kind of family power that had been passed down for a long time and had a deep heritage, it was better for him to keep a low profile when his personal strength wasn't strong enough to ignore all the rules. But it was different now. Since joining the Special Operations Group and the Falcons, especially after seeing the strength of the official members of Group A such as Chai Zhou, as well as understanding the power of these two organizations, he didn't feel the need to keep a low profile or else anyone would try to bully him. I believe that after this incident, whoever still wants to touch his people in Mordor will need to weigh the situation. Lin Dong did not respond to Li Bin and remained seated in his chair. Zhuge Sangdao did not care and walked forward to sit across from Lin Dong. Young people, some arrogance and impulse is normal. When he was young, he was not afraid of the world. However, it had to be equipped with relative strength to do so. And Lin Dong clearly possessed such strength. What is brother Lin Dong going to do with the Lu family brothers? Zhuge Sangdao opened his mouth and asked. Haven't thought about it yet. Let's see how the Lu family reacts first. Lin Dong replied. How about I help brother Lin Dong with this matter? Zhuge Sangdao suddenly asked. Lin Dong froze. Zhuge Sangdao actually said he would help him with the Lu family? then it must be he who has asked for it. Thinking about what Li Bin had said the last time he came to Jiangcheng to see him. The place where Zhuge Sangdao needed himself would be the 10-year contract with T-sub party Zhao Shidao and that what's her name Morongqinga. In that case, let's push it to Zhuge Sangdao first and see how he answers. Oh. If I say that I want to uproot the Lu family, Brother Zhuge can also help me out? Lin Dong asked curiously. Zhuge Sangdao was also stunned. Obviously not expecting Lin Dong to actually say this. Not only did they abolish the Lu brothers, but they even wanted to uproot the Lu family? This thing is not simple to do. The Lu family, no matter how to say, is also the magic city of the old family. Heritage or some. What made Lin Dong, an outsider, so confident that he could uproot the Lu family? Zhuge Sangdong stared at Lin Dong for a long time and realized that Lin Dong was surprisingly not joking with him. Trying to uproot the Lu family can't be simple. Is brother Lin Dong sure he wants to do this? Zhuge Sangxiong's tone also started to become serious. Naturally. If brother Zhuge doesn't want to help, I will do it myself. Lin Dong said as if nothing had happened. It was as if uprooting the Lu family was just a trivial matter to him. This was difficult for Zhuge Sangdao. Uprooting the Lu family wasn't really a big deal to him. But there needs to be a corresponding benefit for that to happen. And uprooting the Lu family would definitely offend Fengxiu. Now he is at the critical moment of accumulating strength to deal with the 10-year contract. Offending Fengxiu. When the time comes, the SCC will not be able to screw together again, and will be at a disadvantage in the face of the TZ party. It is really unwise. However, with the strength that Lin Dong was now displaying, Xin Zheng, the 8 heavenly kings of the Hardkong Tsi party, 1. Abolishing the Lu brothers, and also preparing to uproot the Lu family. Strength should not be underestimated. That was one of the people he had to pull in. Headache. At the moment, this SCC's big boss was given a headache by Lin Dong's sentence. Zhuge Sangdao was in deep thought. Lin Dong did not rush him either and just sat quietly, waiting for the other party's reply. After thinking for a moment, Zhuge Sangdao still decided to stabilize Lin Dong first, and then see if there was any room for maneuver at Fengxiu's place. Brother Lin Dong, wanting to uproot the Lu family cannot be simple. After all, the Lu family has been rooted in Mordor for many years. I still need to go back and prepare for it. How about I give you an answer tomorrow? Zhuge Sangxiong said. Can. Brother Zhuge. Then I will leave this place to you. Sister Xian. Let's go. After Lin Dong finished speaking, he got up and headed out. Zhao Xian followed closely behind, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing walking at the end. After Lin Dong left, Li Bin was still in a state of confusion. He remembered that the last time he met with Lin Dong was still very nice. And he also did not have this arrogance and cockiness today at all. The people are also very kind. How long had it only been? He felt as if Lin Dong had changed into a different person. Li Bin, tell us what just happened, Zhuge Sangdao said. Then Li Bin gave Zhuge Sangdao a detailed account of what he had seen after he arrived. So all these people were defeated by Lin Dong alone? Zhuge Sangdao asked again. Yes. And it was so fast that some people fell before they could even react. Li Bin replied. Zhuge Sangdao walked over to Old Man Chen, who at this point had long since been unable to suppress his injuries and fainted. Check how his injuries are, Zhuge Sangdao said. A middle-aged man behind him immediately stepped forward and began to check Old Man Chen's injuries. Young master, this person is seriously injured. His hands are crushed and fractured, and at least half of his ribs in his chest are broken. This strike is very strong. How strong is it? Zhuge Sangdao asked. It should have reached the peak of the tiger ranking. Got it. Li Bin. Call and send all these people to the hospital. Let's go too.
Zhuget Songdao also left the private room after he finished speaking.
He still had to go to Feng Xiu to see how he could convince him to ignore the Lu family for the time being. Lu Mang was after all his man. At least ignore it at the knucklehead of his 10-year appointment. Even if it costs him something. Lin Dong's strength was somewhat beyond imagination. And he had to pull it over to become a great help to him. And the Lu family is destined to become a victim. Lin Dong took Zhao Xian and the others after he left and returned to the company's temporarily rented office space.
Sister Xian. Contact the landlord again and see if there is any time to meet in the afternoon.
I have to rush to Kyoto after the matter is dealt with. Lin Dong said to Zhao Xian.
Okay. Lin Dong.
Zhao Xian contacted the owner of the office building again. The person said they could make time to come out and meet tomorrow afternoon.
Lin Dong thought it was okay. Zhuget Songdao wouldn't give him an answer until tomorrow anyway. If Zhuget Songdao wasn't prepared to intervene,
he would also have to contact the organization and have it step in. This may be delayed for a few more days.
The Lu family he's destroying for sure. On the one hand, it's a way to make a name for yourself. On the other hand,
the sins of the Lu brothers, coming from Li Bin's mouth,
were simply the scum of society.
So much for condoning your own son's mess and wiping his ass behind him.
So it seems that the Lu family is no good either. And at this time, the Lu family in Magic City,
upon receiving the news that the two brothers,
Lu Mang and Lu Cohen,
were seriously injured and being treated in the hospital.
The entire Lu family was in chaos. Lu Mang was the first successor of the Lu family. One of the four masters of the Magic City. The future head of the Lu family.
And now he was even having his hands broken.
Although Lu Cohen is quite a bit worse than Lu Mang. He is also a direct descendant of the Lu family.
And now he is even being deprived of the ability to pass on the family name. This was simply a slap in the face of the Lu family.
The current Lu family head, Lu Tong,
was even more furious and furious. His two sons had been wasted under his nose. This was provoking the Lu family.
What kind of person sent the message? Lu Tong asked, holding back his anger. Family master. It's a message from the hospital. And who took them to the hospital? Unclear. Not clear? If you're not clear, then go and investigate for me. I'd like to see who is so bold as to dare to touch my Lu family's people in Magic City. Simply don't know how to die. Yes. House Master. After instructing his subordinates to investigate Lu Mang's abolition,
then Lu Tong walked to a small house in the villa's backyard.
This was the place where his father, Elder Lu, had retreated.
Although his father had abdicated for many years, his residual power was still there.
And any major decisions in the Lu family were made by Elder Lu.
Elder Lu was even more enraged after hearing that his two grandsons had actually been wasted.
Immediately using some of his former connections,
he began to investigate the whole thing in Magic City. It was at this time that the various industries of the Lu family encountered various problems. There are projects that have been contracted and the other party starts looking for various issues to terminate the contract. Some of the work that had already been accepted and completed was also turned over and retested,
and ended up with a direct fail. The projects under negotiation, not to mention, outright refused to cooperate. None of this was actually enough for the Lu family to break their bones.
What scared them the most was the bank's debt collection and the fact that the Lu family's companies involved in the gray industry were suddenly seized.
Those responsible were taken away directly. The break in the capital chain, the debt collection by the banks, the stoppage of various projects, and the closure of the gray industry.
That's what they're most afraid of. Every item in here is drilled down when scrutinized. A discerning person can tell at a glance that this is someone trying to mess with the Lu family. And the amount of energy of the person who did it is frightening.
Just for one night, the Lu family then fell from heaven to hell. From a large and honorable family, it has become a street rat.
Anyone in Mordor who had cooperated with the Lu family was trembling with fear that they would be implicated.
This all came so fast that it didn't even give the Lu family the slightest chance to react. Early the next morning,
the Lu family's living room was filled with people. These were the heads of the Lu family's various companies or projects.
They're all here to report on the Lu family.
Now all companies and projects related to everything in the Lu family have stopped functioning.
Lu Tong, the head of the Lu family, and Elder Lu,
as well as a bunch of people from the Lu family's direct or collateral line, were all sitting in the living room. Each face was filled with doubt and fear at the same time.
The entire hall was silent, all waiting for Lu Tong, the family head, to explain.
Lu Tong also couldn't stand the pressure and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground.
"Pop! Who is it? Who in the world is trying to harm my Lu family?" Lu Tong roared. "It's me!"
A voice came from the doorway.
Everyone in the living room followed the voice to the door.
Zhuge Sangdao brought two middle-aged men with him as he slowly walked into the hall. Everyone in the hall looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared.
They basically didn't recognize Zhuge Sangdao. Only Lu Tong, the head of the Lu family. And Elder Lu's eyes shrank when they saw Zhuge Sangdao. Apparently they know each other. Lu Mang, as one of the core patriarchs of SCC, was already at the absolute top of SCC. And Zhuge Sangdao was one of the three founders of SCC. Lu Mang's father, Lu Tong, as well as his grandfather, Elder Lu, definitely knew Zhuge Sangdao. "Zhuge Sangqiang, why did you waste my son? Why did you harm my Lu family? Isn't Manga a core patriarch of your SCC? Even if your Zhuge family and the Feng family don't get along, you should go directly to the Feng family. Why are you targeting us?" Lu Tong pointed at Zhuge Sangdao and questioned. "Zhuge Sangdao? The Zhuge family?" Everyone sitting inside the living room felt their heads buzzing. Blood pressure spiked instantly. The Zhuge family was the top luxury family in Magic City. And it was said that more than 10 years ago they were still the top powerhouse in Kyoto before they came to Magic City. As soon as he came to Magic City, he showed an unrivaled family heritage. Hard-rooted in Magic City and became one of the top luxury families in Magic City. A second-rate family like the Lu family, in front of the Zhuge family, was just like a dirt chicken or a dog. There was no room for resistance at all. "Lu family master, I think you're mistaken. The person who wasted your sons wasn't me. As for targeting your Lu family, the blame is only on your two sons for offending someone they shouldn't have offended. And I was only entrusted with the task." Zhuge Sangdao faintly returned. "Who is it? You tell me. Who did this?" Lu Tong asked loudly. If it were usual, he wouldn't dare to talk to the Zhuge family's first heir like this. But at this moment, he was on the verge of collapse. Two sons were abolished. And the Lu family is now on the verge of collapsing at any time. So he couldn't care less about the Zhuge family or the Zhuge family. "Master Lu, you don't need to care who it is. The Lu family should just disperse. You won't be able to keep it. If you demobilize the Lu family now, I'll leave a trace of flavor for your Lu family. If you are recalcitrant to the end and end up breaking your inheritance, don't blame me for being ruthless." Zhuge Sangdao spoke in a flat tone, seemingly not threatening at all. But Lu informed that since Zhuge Sangqiang had said it, he would definitely do it. At this moment, Lu Tong was like a deflated leather ball, paralyzed on the sofa. What to do? Giving up still leaves a trace of the fragrance to be passed on. If we continue to resist, perhaps the Lu family will really be broken here. It's these two animals. Losers. Yesterday he was trying to find the murderer who wasted his sons and avenge them. Now he couldn't wait to strangle these two losers. What the hell do we do? By the way, although the Zhuge family is powerful, they can't cover the world with one hand in Mordor. Isn't Manga close to the Feng family's young master? Getting help from the Feng family?
The big deal was that in the future, they would completely rely on the Feng family, work for the Feng family, and be the Feng family's dog. Which was better than having the family completely disbanded.
Yeah. That's it? Lu Tong was really unwilling to demobilize the Lu family just like that. Enjoyed decades of glory and prosperity.
Now it was about to return to the primitive because of Zhuge Sangdao's words.
Zhuge Sangdao.
Your Zhuge family wants to cover the sky with one hand in Magic City.
Dream on.
I'll contact the Feng family.
Manga is close to the Feng family's eldest young master. They will definitely help.
Lu Tong shivered and took out his cell phone to try to contact the Feng family.
But suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have the Feng family's youngest master's phone number. Alas! Lu family master. You should stop struggling unnecessarily. Why don't you understand? Since I, Zhuge Sangqiong, have promised someone to do something, I will naturally do it beautifully. And do you think that your Lu family is worth the Feng family to turn against my Zhuge family for your sake? These words from Zhuge Sangdao were once again like a hammer, hitting Lu Tong's heart hard. At this point he was lying on the couch no longer having an ounce of strength. His Lu family was only a second-rate family in the end. And in the eyes of top-tier magnates like the Zhuge family and the Feng family, they were only a little bit better than ordinary people. Elder Lu next to Lu Tong was now on the verge of an outbreak. Seeing that the Lu family, which he had painstakingly built up decades ago, was about to become a thing of the past, it was a little hard for him, a former lord, to accept. I think that when the Lu family was established, there was no Zhuge family in the Magic City. In his opinion, although the Zhuge family was deep and powerful, it was always an outsider. But it was this outsider who was now trying to wipe out his Lu family. A native family. There was a time when he was the only one who exterminated others. And there was no one who came to exterminate him. Zhuge Sangqiong, it seems like you're definitely not giving my Lu family a way out? Elder Lu gritted his teeth. Elder Lu. Since I, Zhuge Sangqiong, promised someone else, I will naturally do it. If he wants your Lu family to be uprooted, I can only do the same. Then you'll die. Elder Lu finished his body instantly bounced up from the sofa and rushed towards Zhuge Sangdao. Since Zhuge Sangdao did not give his Lu family a way out, then even if he died, he would still have to pull a cushion. Anyway, even if they didn't resist, the Lu family couldn't be saved by being targeted by a top-tier powerhouse like the Zhuge family. In that case, let Zhuge Sangqiong, the youngest master of the Zhuge family and the first heir apparent, give the Lu family a burial. As a former tiger ranking expert, Elder Lu was much stronger than a first-time tiger ranking entrant. And he was confident that he could injure or even kill Zhuge Sangdao by surprise. It had to be said that Elder Lu, as the lord who had once established the Lu family, was still very bloodthirsty. Unlike people like Lu Tong who had enjoyed all the glory and riches, they had lost the bloodthirstiness that martial artists should have. But bloodthirsty is bloodthirsty. And in front of strength, any more bloodthirsty is just giving away food. It was only when Elder Lu was still a step away from Zhuge Sangdao that his body had stopped. And the body was slowly rising. And soon the feet had left the ground as well. At some point, a large hand was around Master Lu's neck and was slowly lifting him up. Elder Lu, as a tiger ranking expert, surprisingly did not even have any room to resist, and could only allow his body to leave the ground. He placed his hands on the tiger's mouth of this big hand and tried to break it apart. But it was completely useless. The big hand didn't move at all. If Elder Lu was at his peak, their gap wasn't really that big. But after all, Elder Lu was already old. Long gone from his peak. He was already over 80 this year.
and his body muscles had begun to atrophy. His strength was not as strong as before. The most intuitive feeling is that the previous peak of the old man Lu was nearly 1 meter 8. And now he is not even 1 meter 7. As humans age, their bodily functions will continue to decline, and their strength will naturally be greatly reduced. This was what caused him to not have the slightest ability to resist in front of such an expert.
Ka-ching!
A slight thud that sent chills down the spine of everyone in the living room. Everyone started sweating profusely on their foreheads. Some even covered their necks with their hands and gulped. After this sound, Elder Lu, who was still struggling, stopped moving all of a sudden, and his limbs hung down helplessly. This all happened extremely fast, and by the time the Lu family reacted, Elder Lu had already had his neck pinched and broken.
Dad! Elder Lu! Zhuge Tsangqiong! You actually dared to kill my father? Lu Tong asked with red eyes. How? Lu family master. You want to make a move against me as well? Do you really want the Lu family to be severed in your hands? Zhuge Tsangqiong returned with an expressionless face. It was as if killing Elder Lu was a trivial matter to him. But it was true. A second-rate family like the Lu family was something he really didn't place in his eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Mang was Feng Xiu's man, and he was afraid of causing Feng Xiu's displeasure and affecting his 10-year contract, destroying the Lu family would just be a matter of raising his hand. You! Poof! Lu Tong was so angry that a mouthful of blood spurted out. He nearly fainted. Make a move against Zhuge Tsang now? He wouldn't dare. And even if you do it, you'll just end up like the old man, asking for death. But if he didn't do it, Zhuge Tsangdao killed his father in front of him. The hatred of killing one's father and exterminating one's family is not shared. Zhuge Tsangdao didn't have much patience at this point. Lu family master. What I just said is still valid. I'll give you 1 day to demobilize the Lu family so that your Lu family can still save a trace of the flame. Otherwise the Lu family will be extinct. Don't try to fight back or run away. In the Magic City, what I, Zhuge Tsangqiong, want to do, I've never failed. Of course, you can also try. After saying that, Zhuge Tsangqiong turned around and left the Lu family, leaving behind only a pair of fear-filled eyes and an aged corpse. After Zhuge Tsangdao left, Lu Tong lay on his back on the sofa, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly, while those companies and project leaders quietly left the Lu family. The Lu family was finished. They had to clear their relationship with the Lu family as soon as possible. Although working for the Lu family over the years had made them a lot of money. But you have to have a life to spend money, don't you? And those collateral relatives of the Lu family also detached themselves from the Lu family, taking their savings with them and leaving Mordor. Since then, the entire Lu family has gone up in smoke overnight. This family, which was also considered a little famous in the Magic City and held hundreds of billions of dollars in assets, just fell apart and disappeared in people's eyes. As for taking revenge on the Zhuge family, no one thought about it. Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to go and get yourself killed? The originator of this matter, Lin Dong, was still huffing and puffing inside the 10-star hotel. He had a top deluxe suite at the Star Hotel last night, and he came in with some emotion. A 10-star hotel was a 10-star hotel, and it was indeed too much more advanced than his 8-star hotel. He even wanted to buy the hotel. He just didn't know if the owner was selling it. Lin Dong, who was sleeping, was woken up by a ringing phone. Taking the phone and looking at it, it was Zhao Xian calling. Hey! Sister Xian! What's up? Lin Dong asked. Lin Dong, our project that was stopped by Lu Cohen has been resumed. And I heard that the Lu family has gone up in smoke overnight and has withdrawn from the stage of history. Zhao Xian said excitedly over the phone. Oh? So soon? Didn't Zhuge Sangdao only give me an answer today? I didn't expect him to be efficient or good. Since that's the case, then you should hurry up. Identify a few more projects and make more investments. No one should dare to mess up now. Okay. Lin Dong. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xian began to arrange the team's work. After the land project was stopped by Lu Kuan, they stopped all negotiations. Because Lu Kuan gave them the word that no one would dare to work with them again if they didn't do what he wanted. Now that the Lu family had collapsed, naturally no one would threaten them anymore. And they could continue to work without fear. The other side. A big boss is a big boss. It's only been here for a day and everything has been fixed. There is a future in working with such a boss. Lin Dong had just hung up Zhao Xian's phone not long before the phone rang again. Took the phone and looked at the number. Didn't recognize it. It was an unknown number. Hello? Who is it? Lin Dong asked. Brother Lin Dong. The Lu family has been uprooted as per your request. I wonder if you are satisfied. Zhuge Sangdong's voice came from the phone. So it's Brother Zhuge. Satisfaction. Especially satisfied. Brother Zhuge is really quick to do things. Don't worry. I won't forget what I promised you last time. Brother Zhuge can contact me anytime when needed. Lin Dong replied. Brother Lin Dong is indeed refreshing. Since that's the case, I won't bother you anymore. You can always find me if there's anything in Mordor. Zhuge Sangdao said. What he wanted was this promise from Lin Dong. After hanging up Zhuge Sangdao's phone call, Lin Dong laid on his bed and thought about it. After this incident with the Lu family, Lin Dong deeply understood the importance of strength. Are the Lu brothers weak? Not weak. It's just that they've encountered the more powerful Zhuge family. They didn't even have a chance to resist. And they are also in the same SCC hierarchy. One is one of the core patriarchs. One is one of the three founders. But driven by profit. The founders took out the core patriarchs. The other founder, as Lu Mang's backer, should have stepped in to stop it. But he didn't make a move. That says something about what was agreed upon between the two founders. At the end of the day, it's still an exchange of some kind of benefit. Would Zhuge Sangdao have helped himself if he hadn't shown such great strength? Definitely not. It was because Zhuge Sangdao needed the strength he had shown today that he would help himself to the Lu family. It's all about the changes that strength brings. That's why he needs to continue to improve his strength. That's what matters. The other side. Inside the high-class apartment where Zhao Xian and Luo Qianruo lived. Luo Qianruo was topping a body that would make a man spurt blood when he saw it. Lying on the bed and answering the phone. After a few moments, she put the phone down a little out of breath. She had just learned of the news of the Lu family's destruction. It seemed that she had underestimated this young big boss of Xian's. It only took one day. Not only did it cripple the Lu brothers and kill Elder Lu, even the Lu family disappeared completely. And what was most unexpected to her was that the one who made the move was Zhuge Sangdao, the founder of the SCC? How on earth did Lin Dong make Zhuge Sangdao go out of his way to help him out even though he had to kill off his organization's patriarch? Isn't Lu Mang Fengxiu's lackey? Lu's family fell and Fengxiu didn't even show up? Puzzling. Luo Qianru had too many questions about this matter. A lot of it doesn't make sense. But then it happens. It seems like we still need to find some time and ask Xian. What happened when they went to see Lu Kuan yesterday? What exactly was the origin of this Lin Dong again? The destruction of the Lu family was only a small wave for the cosmopolitan city of Mordor. And coupled with the deliberate blockade of the Zhuge family, it did not attract much attention. Donglai International's team also began to function normally. The inspection period that should be inspected. The negotiation that should be negotiated. All of which were trying to help Lin Dong spend money. Lin Dong did not have the heart to go back to sleep after being woken up by the phone call. and directly came to the temporary office of Donglai International. He has an appointment with the owner of this office building this afternoon to see if he can buy the office building. And then he is ready to go to Kyoto. After this incident with the Liu family, there shouldn't be any more ungrateful guys looking for trouble with Donglai International. When he left, he could also greet Jugat Sando and ask him to help watch over him. Anyway, now he still has a request. So it's not necessary to use it for nothing. But everyone in the company had gone out, leaving only a couple of finance engineering ladies busy. Lin Dong's arrival also caught the attention of several young ladies. For this big boss, they are worshipful, handsome, rich, no rack, and with a super powerful background. I've been here for only 1 day and I've solved all the problems that have been plaguing the company for a long time. This is simply a perfect man. The man of their hearts. Hello Lin Dong. Hello Lin Dong. Seeing Lin Dong enter, several young ladies immediately put down their hands and greeted Lin Dong. Both wanted to make a good impression on the young and handsome boss. Hello everyone. Everyone's been working hard. Where are the people in the company? Lin Dong asked as he saw the empty company. Lin Dong. They've all gone out to run errands. A few days ago, because of the Manhwa real estate boss, many projects were at a standstill. Now that there's no more Manhwa real estate to get in the way, all the projects have already started. And it's definitely going to be busy for some days. Okay. You guys have worked hard. After you are busy for a while, let Sister Xian take you on a paid travel trip. Wherever you want to go is fine. The cost is all covered by the company. Lin Dong encouraged. Then I'll thank Dong Lin on behalf of the entire company. A young lady said happily. Right. Has Sister Xian gone out as well? Lin Dong asked again. General Manager Zhao seems to have contacted another company in need of financing, and went on an inspection trip this morning. Well, you guys go ahead and get busy. I'll just drop by. Lin Dong walked into the general manager's office after he finished speaking. Because this was only a temporary office, Lin Dong was not assigned a chairman's office. Sitting in his office, he casually flipped through the papers, not having much fun. So he started playing with his cell phone. The high school class group seemed particularly lively today. There are several others who have been eyeing themselves. Lin Dong opened the group chat and went inside to see what was going on. Hundreds of messages were quickly read by him. There was some emotion in him at the moment. It turned out to be that in the high school class, there were classmates whose homes were close to Jiang Shan's. It seems like 2 or 3 days ago, Jiang Shan was picked up by her parents and was said to be suffering from depression and committed suicide once at school. Luckily saved by her roommate. The school just notified her family to pick her up. Now after taking her home, she should eat and will do whatever she is told to do. But she just doesn't talk. As if she has become mute. And hasn't said a word since she has been home for 2 or 3 days. But her family was in a hurry. Her family is on their way to the school to get a statement. What happened to a nice guy all of a sudden? The classmate, who was close to Jiang Shan's family, also learned about it from her family. So asked in the group what the hell was going on with Jansen. The result was a natural and lively discussion in the group. In the end, when they asked, they learned that only Lin Dong and Jiang Shan were from the same school in their class, and that they were a couple in high school. So a lot of people just aired out Linden to ask what was going on and what was going on with Jiang Shan. Many other classmates were joking about whether Lin Dong had abandoned Jiang Shan when he had a new goal at the university, which led to Jiang Shan's depression. As a result, several classmates who used to be on better terms with Jiang Shan directly said that Lin Dong was a scum. Of course, there were also classmates who righted Lin Dong's name, saying that Lin Dong was so fond of Jiang Shan at that time. How could he abandon her? There must be some other reason. Because Lin Dong never showed up. Everyone chatted about getting together this summer vacation. After graduating from high school, it seems that the class hasn't organized a reunion.
And it's almost time to graduate from college. This suggestion was naturally supported by most of the students, and they all started to agree on a time. Lin Dong thought about it or felt that he still needed to explain.
Otherwise he would really become a scum. It didn't really affect him. But it's always a bummer to be slapped with a big black pot for something you didn't do. In fact, I have already broken up with Jiang Shan. But not I dumped her. But she dumped me. Because she and a rich second generation in our school good. But now I heard that the rich second generation family bankruptcy. That's the case. People do not believe if you can go to Jiangnan University to inquire. This matter in the school should be spread more widely. After Lin Dong posted this message, it quickly caused a hot debate. So, Jiang Shan had it coming? After dumping you, Dongzi, she didn't expect her rich second-generation boyfriend to become poor again? So all of a sudden you couldn't accept such a blow? It should be so. I still believe Dongzi's words. I told you. Dongzi loved Jiang Shan so much in high school. How could he abandon her? I originally thought that you, Dongzi, were a scumbag. But I didn't realize that Jiang Shan was the scumbag. Hey. But she's quite pitiful now. So what if you're pathetic? It's still self-inflicted? How did Dongzi treat her at first? I don't know how many girls in our school envied her to death. And now she's abandoning Dongzi for a rich second generation. She deserves it. At this time, Lin Dong posted again. Alright. Everyone should stop talking. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. I just need to do it myself with a clear conscience. Lin Dong, the person in question, had spoken. So everyone stopped discussing the matter. Just like what Lin Dong said. Everyone had the right to make their own choices. But since it was their own choice, they had to bear all the consequences themselves. Everyone was discussing the reunion again and asked if Lin Dong would attend. Lyndon said he could attend. Just send him the location when the time comes. That surprised everyone. This was because Lin Dong was under the impression that whenever he had time, he was either doing a part-time job or on his way to do so. He used to miss a lot of parties in high school. And he didn't even come to the party when he graduated. So everyone just called him symbolically. But I didn't expect to agree to it this time. Which was a bit of a surprise to everyone. Kyoto. Inside a mountain-ringed villa. Jun she was resting in her boudoir. Since it's Saturday and I don't have to go to school, I can finally get a good night's sleep. But early in the morning the phone was ringing non-stop. Yunshi picked up his cell phone to take a look. It turned out to be a high school class group discussing a former female classmate. Yunshi was from Kyoto. But her high school was in the small county of Syracuse. And she should have transferred to Syracuse in her sophomore year of high school. Because at that time his dad was transferred to Syracuse to work. And his mom was a businesswoman. Running around the country all year round. And even often going abroad. So she followed her dad to Syracuse. But while her dad finished his gold plating a year later and was transferred back to Kyoto, she insisted on staying in Syracuse to finish high school. She says she's growing up and learning to be independent. And that changing schools frequently isn't good for her learning. Since then, she's been living alone in Syracuse as a 17-year-old flower girl. Going to school alone. Learning to do your own laundry. Cooking and cleaning alone. And enduring loneliness alone at night. Actually, it's all because of one person. Someone who gave her a second life. Someone who, even after several years had passed, was still buried deep in her heart. Impossible to erase. Perhaps impossible to forget in this lifetime. She could never forget that weekend a few years ago, when she had just recently arrived in Syracuse with her father. It was drizzling and she was crossing an intersection when she slipped on her feet and fell in the middle of the road. And at this time, An out-of-control truck was rushing towards her. She had already been shocked. Her body was completely out of control. And when she had already closed her eyes to accept her fate, her body suddenly went into a warm embrace. And she instinctively used her whole body's strength to hold on to this person for dear life. There was a loud bang in her ear and she opened her eyes to find herself being held by a young boy. She looked at the side of his face. It was clean and handsome. She had been carried by the boy to the side of the road by this time. And the out-of-control truck crashed into a building under construction a few dozen meters away from them. It is conceivable that without this young boy saving her, she might have been run over by a truck and gone to the other side. At that time he was delivering fast food on his bicycle. In order to save her, the bike collapsed, and the dozen or so fast food meals sitting in the car could not be eaten. She wanted to make it up to him, but he said nothing and said something about how everyone in this situation would save. But of all the people on the street at that time, he was the only one who rushed over to save her at the risk of his life. It was the next day when she realized that he was actually in the same class as herself. It excited her for a long time. From there, she began to follow him. Maybe he didn't realize that no matter what he did in school, there was a pair of eyes silently watching him. He is strong, motivated, optimistic and cheerful. Even though the family is in a bad situation, there is not the slightest complaint. Whenever I had time, I would take on part-time jobs as a way to ease the burden on my family. Although he had little time to study, he was a good student. Before he came to this school himself, he was always at the top of his grade. She also had several subsequent occasions where she intentionally came in second on the test and gave him first place. And so they became sympathetic best friends, alternating first and second place grades all the time. In fact, it's all a result of her keeping her grades suppressed. After 1 year of this, her father left Syracuse. But she insisted on continuing her schooling here because she didn't want to leave him. But not long after his father left, he had a girlfriend. Another very pretty girl in his class. And they were so well matched that they were even called the golden couple by the class. She gave them her blessing as well. But when she got home, tears flowed out of her eyes uncontrollably. She cried under the covers for a long time. She hated herself for being weak. Hate myself for chickening out. I hate myself for being afraid to confess. Maybe if she'd made her feelings known earlier, she'd be the one standing next to him now. It will also be her who is referred to as the golden girl by her classmates. She thought about it for a long time that night and finally figured it out. As long as he could be truly happy and joyful, she was content. True love may not need to be possessed. She felt her mind rise. She still continued to follow him. With that girl, he was really happy. She didn't realize that he was still a warm person and would do everything for that girl. Prepare a loving breakfast in the morning, fight for lunch, and take her home from school. And so it went on until graduation. Together they got into Gangnam University. And she was no longer humbled by this exam, and went straight back to Aoki University in her hometown of Kyoto with the first place in her grade. The first place in the county. The first place in the city. And the first place in the province. He also became the first ever provincial top student of Syracuse First High School and the first person to be admitted to a prestigious school ranked No. 1 overall in the country. They haven't had much contact since college. Only a message of good wishes is sent on New Year's holidays. She wanted to slowly forget him and start a new life of her own. But 3 years have passed, and he remains dead in the deepest recesses of his heart. And this him was none other than Lin Dong. Having just seen the topics as well as the people being chatted about in the high school class group, Yun-shi instantly jumped out of bed, instantly losing all sleepiness. It was because the female classmate they were discussing, Jiang Shan, was none other than Lin Dong's girlfriend. How is that possible? Why did Jiang Shan become like this? Where's Lin Dong? How's he doing? What's it doing again?
Seeing that the group is again discussing that it might be because Jiang Shan became like this after Lin Dong had a new love and dumped her. Yunshi was instantly furious and her face turned red.
With her 2 years of understanding of Lin Dong,
it was simply impossible for Lin Dong to do so. He's not the kind of guy who likes new things. To say that Jiang Shan had abandoned Lin Dong, she still thought it was possible.
She'd been diving in and out of the group,
though, and she knew that once she spoke, people were sure to steer the conversation back to her.
So he simply watched everyone's chatting silently, also expecting Lin Dong to come out and say something. With many of his classmates eyeing Lin Dong
did not even come out to say a word. She even wondered if something had gone wrong with Lin Dong as well.
Throughout the morning,
Yunshi had been staring at her cell phone for fear of missing Lin Dong's return call.
After waiting until almost noon,
Lin Dong finally spoke in the group.
Seeing Lin Dong's explanation,
Yunshi felt relieved in her heart. It was really similar to what she thought. It was Jiang Shan who abandoned Lin Dong and chose a rich second generation.
She didn't understand why Lin Dong was so good to Jiang Shan. Is money really that important?
Two people who love each other together,
even if they don't have money. So what? Can't they still live happily ever after?
Such things were destined to be incomprehensible to her.
A girl who had been raised with no shortage of money. And so on.
Yunshi seemed to have suddenly thought of something.
Jiang Shan dumped Lin Dong? So Lin Dong is single now? And he's supposed to be upset right now. Right? Should I comfort him?
Yunshi sat on the bed, a beautiful face tangled together. Her heart was doing a fierce struggle.
Should I send a message to Lin Dong to comfort him or not? What if he thinks I like him?
But I liked him in the first place. I should have confessed to him by now.
Otherwise he'll be looking for a girlfriend again by then. Since there is no way to forget, you should try to pursue it.
After making up her mind, Yunshi took out her cell phone and sent a message to Lin Dong with trembling hands. But a simple message was written and deleted by her.
Deleted and written again.
And finally changed more than 10 times before she bit the bullet and sent it to Lin Dong. It also turned out to be just a few words posted.
Lyndon, how have you been?
After sending the message, Yunshi nervously stared at the phone. A pair of big beautiful eyes didn't blink until the acid was too much to bear. It was evident how she was feeling at the moment.
Magic City. Temporary office space at Eastleigh International.
Lin Dong was sitting in the general manager's office,
chatting with everyone in the group.
A message appeared on the phone screen.
Lyndon, how have you been?
Lin Dong opened the message and saw that it was sent by his high school classmate Yunshi. His thoughts instantly went back to that afternoon a few years ago.
The girl I saved at the Syracuse crossroads.
It was a critical situation.
A girl had slipped and fallen in the middle of the road and a heavy truck was careening out of control.
He was making a part-time delivery and didn't really think much of it before dropping his bike and running over to carry her to the curb. And he had just carried the girl to the side of the road when the heavy truck roared past them and moments later crashed into a building being constructed not far away. If he had hesitated just a little bit, the girl would have been hit by the big truck.
A heavy truck like this is almost certain to kill anyone who hits it.
And it was drizzling and there were construction sites underway around the crossroads,
causing the road to be slippery as well.
If he had slipped that much during the rescue,
both men would probably have been taken away by the big truck. So at that time,
even though he saved the person, he was scared to death in his heart. Only after saving him did he realize that this girl was actually his new classmate,
Yunshi.
Because of that rescue, he was knocked out of more than a dozen takeaways and had half a month's pay docked by his boss. I still remember when Yunshi first came to school on the first day. He immediately caused a stir among almost all the male students in the school.
In high school,
it is the time of everyone's budding youth. And Yunshi's appearance almost fulfills the image of the perfect goddess in the hearts of all the boys.
A clean white dress,
a head of dark hair, perfect and delicate features,
as if coming out of a painting.
Lin Dong was also impressed with her. But he did not pay too much attention to her. During his high school years, he was busy every day, wanting to earn more money to ease the burden on his sister-in-law and great-aunt's family. It was only since saving her that the two began to slowly familiarize themselves with each other and became very good friends as well. It wasn't until after he got together with Jiang Shan that he started to slowly distance himself from Yunxi because she was so jealous that she wouldn't let him hang out with her.
In fact, as a man,
Lin Dong was able to feel that Yunxi was different towards him. But he didn't dare to accept it. Yunxi was like a beautiful cloud in the sky to him, visible but never touchable. He grew up without his parents and was constantly abused at his second uncle's house until he was better off after moving to his sister-in-law's house in high school.
Doesn't he have an inferiority complex?
That's impossible. It was just that he tried his best to act as if nothing had happened, so as to cover up the inferiority complex buried deep in his heart. And he was afraid that Yunxi was doing this to him to repay his kindness. He felt it was pitying him. So what little pride and reason he had left told him that a girl like Yunxi was definitely in existence he couldn't touch.
Then after having Jiang Shan,
he slowly forgot about Yunxi. It's now 3 years later, and they're barely in touch except for a word or two during the New Year's Eve when the group sends out well wishes. This time, he didn't expect the other party to contact him with a message out of the blue. I think I saw the group posting the message themselves as well. He also sent a message back to the other man.
I'm fine. How about you?
Yunxi. The other side. Yunxi finally responded as she stared at her cell phone screen. For a moment it made her heart flutter.
Another message was compiled and sent to Lin Dong. I'm fine too.
Lin Dong.
When will you come to Kyoto? I'll show you around this cosmopolitan city. Kyoto is actually quite fun and has many tourist attractions.
Lin Dong, good.
It just so happens that I might be coming to the capital in a few days. I'll have to trouble you then, because I'm not familiar with Kyoto.
Yunxi's entire body froze as soon as she read the message sent by Lin Dong.
Lin Dong was actually really coming to the capital? And in a couple days? This isn't her dream. Is it? Yunxi, really? Didn't lie to me?
Linden, of course.
Yunxi, then let's make a deal. You must contact me when you come to Jingdu.
Linden, yes.
Yunxi, Lin Dong. Linden, huh? Yunxi, I heard you broke up with Jiang Shan?
Linden, well,
you saw it in the group too. But I didn't expect her to turn out like this. Yunxi, don't feel bad. It wasn't your fault. In fact, you're a victim too. Lin Dong, I'm fine. The saddest time is over. I'll welcome the future with a smile. Yunxi, aha. I'll accompany you. After Yunxi sent this sentence, her two cheeks became red and beautiful. At the same time,
she was nervous in her heart and her breathing was rapid as he wondered how Lin Dong would respond to her.
When she says that, the meaning should be obvious, right?
And Lin Dong was clearly a bit stunned when he saw the message.
Frankly speaking,
it would be false to say that Lin Dong was not at all moved by a girl like Yunxi. It's just that he has a lot of self-control.
And what's not meant to be his, he doesn't think about or touch. In the past,
Yunxi and him were two parallel lines that could never intersect.
In the end he chose Jiang Shan.
At least he didn't think the gap between himself and Jiang Shan was that big.
But not anymore. He has the system.
And there is a turning point in the two parallel lines.
Therefore,
Lin Dong decided to go with the flow and stopped deliberately avoiding things. But now that he had just broken up with Jiang Shan not long ago, he wasn't in a position to open his heart to another person and move on to his next relationship. Jiang Shan was too much for him. 4 years of dedication for this kind of result.
What would have been his end if he hadn't obtained the system and changed the trajectory of his life?
Become the laughingstock of Jiangda. Become the object of humiliation for Huang Junlang. and even become the capital for Zhongshan to show off. You can never hold your head up in school.
Zhongshan's ending was a bit pathetic though.
Yet it was not worthy of Lin Dong's sympathy for her. The main reason was that the damage she had given Lin Dong was too great. Two people together,
if they do not love, breakup is actually no excuse.
But Zhongshan and the breakup at the same time,
in order to please Huang Junlang, and even cooperate with Huang Junlang together to humiliate him,
which makes Lin Dong feel too hurt.
So when he hadn't adjusted back,
he decided not to respond to Yunshi's hints for the time being, and waited for some time before saying anything.
So he returned. I'll contact you when I come to the capital.
The other side. Yunshi was waiting anxiously when Lin Dong finally returned the message. The content of the message was a little hard for her to read though.
What the hell does that mean? Did I not express myself clearly enough? Why are you acting like a log? Do I have to say? Lin Dong, I like you. I want to be with you. Be your girlfriend before I can do that? It's hard enough for a girl to say that. Okay. Hey. Oh. My God. What a pig. However,
thinking that Lin Dong would be coming to the capital soon,
and that they would be able to meet then, Yunshi's mood, which had been a little low, had improved again. Aha! If you can't, you can just say so. Anyway, he said he'd contact me if he came to Kyoto. I won't be satisfied until I get a definitive answer. At this time, Yunshi's room door was knocked. Her mother, Guan Meiling's voice came from outside the door. Yunshi, it's almost noon. Why are you still sleeping? Hurry up and get up. There are guests at home. You're such a big girl. Don't feel ashamed. Oops. Mom. It's Saturday. So please let me sleep a little longer. Sleep what sleep? I told you there are guests in the house. Hurry down to receive them. That's your guest. I don't know him. What's the point of going down there? How can you recognize it if you don't come down? Come on. Get up and wash up and come down. Don't make me come and call you a second time. After Guan Meiling finished speaking, she turned around and went downstairs.
Yunshi furiously got up from the bed and then started to wash up.
There was no way around it.
If she let her mom come up a second time, she'd probably have to just lift the covers off her. When Yunshi finished cleaning up and came down from upstairs, she saw a mother and son in the living room talking to her mom.
Her dad, Yun Zhonghai,
was sitting on the side reading the newspaper.
Dad! Mom! Yunshi came into the living room and shouted. Yunshi! Come over here. Mom will introduce you. This is Mom's partner, Auntie Chen. This is her son Hu Yuan.
Hu Yuan is a high achiever who just came back from studying abroad.
You guys communicate more, Guan Meiling said to Yunshi with a smile. Auntie Guan. What kind of high achiever am I?
I heard that Sister Yunshi is studying at Qingmu University,
which is a world-renowned university.
And Sister Yunshi is the real high achiever,
Hu Yuan said modestly. He looked at Yunshi and his eyes were about to fall out.
Yunshi's face was still wet because she had just gotten up and washed up.
And she was completely veiled for the camera.
And she was still wearing loose pajamas.
Hu Yuan is a top-rich second generation. Its own conditions and very good.
1.8 or so big.
Long is not bad.
These years have played a few women.
But in terms of class, none of the women he played with, in terms of vegetarianism, could compare to Yunshi by a tenth. At least that's what he thought. Nowadays,
any woman with a little bit of poise that can reach 60 or 70 points can be turned into an 80 or 90 top-notch beauty after a cosmetic facelift.
And like Yunshi,
it's really rare to have more than 95 points just from a vegetarian face.
Originally,
He was quite repulsed when his mom brought him here today and said she was introducing him to a partner's daughter.
Or some senior at Aoki University. In his opinion, a girl who could attend a top institution like Aoki University must be a nerd with a pair of glasses. For this kind of woman, he didn't have the slightest interest. And he'd like to have a few more years of fun. But there's no way around it. His mom said she'd cut off his finances if he didn't come. This captures his weak point. How can you have fun without money? How do you go clubbing all night with your buddies? How do I trade in my latest sports car? How do you drive around in a sports car to pick up girls? So pressured financially, he came anyway. However, the moment he saw Yunshi, he fell. Once he had crossed the ocean with his brothers and would never give up an entire forest for a single blade of grass. But at this moment, if he could have Yunshi as a little grass, not to mention a piece of forest, 10 pieces of 100 pieces he would choose to give up without hesitation. You're all high achievers. That's why you young people have more to talk about. Guan Miling said smilingly. Auntie Chen. Hello brother, who you on? Yunshi sat down and greeted. Hello Cloud C. Hello sister Yunshi. Seeing Hu Yuan's eyes, Yunshi was a bit disgusted. No different than any other man. All possessive. Only the way Lin Dong looked at her was her favorite. It was a look full of admiration, without a hint of desire. The two families didn't have long to talk before it was time for lunch. After dinner, Yunshi excused herself to go out, saying that she had asked her girlfriends to go shopping with her. She really didn't want to talk with them anymore. Her mother's meaning? How could she not understand? Just want to introduce herself and the other side of the sun together. Strengthening of the partnership between the two parties. Anyway, it's all about profit. That's just right. You take Hu Yuan out for a stroll. Your Auntie Chan and I have business matters to discuss. Guan Miling said to Yunshi. Mom, I was out shopping with my girlfriends. All girls? What's the matter with him going as a guy? Yunshi complained. What's wrong with a man? A man can help you carry things. Otherwise, when you guys buy things, can you carry big bags? Guan Miling retorted. Right. I can help Sister Yunshi fight and carry things. Sister Yunshi, don't worry. My body is very good. Often exercise. Carrying 100 or 80 pounds is no problem at all. You can buy whatever you want. Hu Yuan immediately said. Being able to go out shopping with Yunshi, he naturally begged for it. It would be better if it was separate. But it's nice to have a few girlfriends alone. A beauty of Yunshi's level. A best friend couldn't be any worse. The thought of being in a shopping mall, surrounded by a group of over 90% beautiful women, and looking at the envious and jealous eyes of the surrounding group of males, Hu Yuan felt energized. Yunshi also stopped talking and turned around. She knew that it was useless to say anything else. Hu Yuan hurriedly followed him out. When they arrived outside the villa, Yunshi said she was going to drive and asked Hu Yuan to wait. Hu Yuan naturally stood still and waited excitedly. He had thought that he would have to drive a car each. But he didn't realize that Yunshi had actually asked him to wait and take her car. For a girl to let a guy ride in her favorite car is the same as agreeing to enter her boudoir. It seems that Yunshi is already slowly accepting him. This instantly gave Hu Yuan some self-confidence. Secretly thinking, with my brother's charm, wouldn't a top beauty like Yunshi immediately come to the bull? It didn't take long before Yunshi drove over in her favorite car, a red Ferrari, and stopped in front of Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was about to go open the door to get on the passenger side, which knows that Yunshi pressed down the car window and said to Hu Yuan, Sorry, brother Hu Yuan. My girlfriends and the girls don't like shopping with boys. So you'd better go and have fun on your own. Bye. After saying that, he disappeared in front of Hu Yuan with a kick of the gas.
Only Hu Yuan was left standing in the wind with a dumbfounded look on his face. Now he was really a bit confused. I didn't expect Yun Shi to come up with this trick. Making herself wait here for her was purely an excuse. She pressed on with no intention of taking herself. She wouldn't be able to get rid of it if she went along for the ride. It's obviously too late to go to the car and chase after it. What to do? Going back? He couldn't afford to lose that face. It was clear that the two had come out together. But he was the only one going back. Finally thought better of it and drove my own car to get a drink with my buddies. Shit. Yun Shi. When you fall into my hands. Let's see how I'll fuck you. It wasn't until late afternoon that Yun Shi returned home. Just as she entered the door, she saw her dad, Yun Zhonghai, and her mom, Guan Meiling, sitting together on the living room sofa. It was going to be quiet and go straight upstairs. But she was called back by Guan Meiling. One can only follow obediently and sit down with them. Yun Shi. How's it going? Guan Meiling asked. How about what? Yun Shi asked, pretending not to understand. What are you pretending to be confused about? Hu Yuan ah. It's just like that. Yun Shi replied casually. What do you mean it's just like that? Right? He's a high achiever who returned from studying abroad. Mom. He doesn't even dare to report which school he graduated from. And he's still a senior? This kind of person just can't make it at home anymore and then spends some money to go abroad to get gold-plated. You don't want to be fooled. Then. Even so, the person's parents are not bad. Tall and big. The family condition is also very good. His father is. Mom. What does it matter to me what his father is? How is it okay? Mom was trying to set you guys up. Not interested. You. Yun Zhonghai. This is the good daughter you taught. Guan Meiling turned her head and yelled at Yun Zhonghai. What does this have to do with me? Yun Zhonghai said with an innocent face beside him. How is it okay? Your daughter has been following you for the past few years. How well behaved was Yunchi in the past? Never talked back to me. It's not because you're not at home all day and night that your daughter has become like this. Yun Zhonghai muttered in a low voice. Yun. Zhong. Hi. You're actually blaming me? You think I want to stay home all day long? Do you think I don't get tired of flying all over the country? Even all over the world? All year round? If I didn't, could you afford to live in such a nice villa and hire someone to do the laundry and cleaning? With your measly dead wages, the two of us would have starved to death long ago. Guan Meiling roared angrily. Good, good, good. It's all my fault. Wife, you've worked hard. It's me who didn't educate my daughter well. I will definitely educate her well in the future. Yun Zhonghai hurriedly admitted his mistake. He could take the roof off the house in a minute if he didn't admit he was wrong. Humph. That. Mom. I'll go up first if it's okay. Slow down. Haven't finished asking yet. You really don't have feelings for that Hu Yuan? Guan Meiling asked seriously. It really doesn't feel like it. And I'm still in school. Are you in such a hurry to marry me off? Yun Shi said with some aggravation. Yun Shi? Mom isn't trying to rush you into marriage. But she's looking for some outstanding men for you. Just that Hu Yuan. His height, looks, status and background are at least much better than those students who are still in school. Right? Mom just doesn't want you to waste your time on those poor students. What makes him better than anyone else? Isn't he just a rich second generation who only relies on his parents? Yun Shi retorted. What's wrong with rich kids? What's wrong with the second generation rich? As long as they have good character, know how to make progress, and have parents to help them, they may be better than the blue in the future. Okay. Okay. You are right. But I'm still young now. I really don't want to fall in love that early. Can you stop forcing me? Yun-shi pleaded. Nope. There's a problem. Do you girl have a boyfriend at school? Guan Meiling suddenly asked. Which? I which? Which have any boyfriend? You don't talk nonsense. Yun-shi replied nervously. Look at you, this nervous look is a problem. Your mom I have been in the shopping mall for so many years. You this little mind I still cannot see? Then I still mix what to mix. Say. Exactly who is it? Guan Meiling asked seriously. Yun Zhenghai also put down the newspaper at this time and looked at Yun-shi. He didn't really know that his daughter had a boyfriend. This is a bit of a serious matter if it's true. And it has to be managed. Girls are prone to suffer. Mom. I really didn't. Will you stop guessing? Yun Zhenghai. You taught your daughter well. Yun-shi. Tell Dad. Is there or isn't there? Mom and Dad aren't trying to make things difficult for you. But you're a girl who needs to know how to respect and love herself, understand? Yun Zhenghai also asked. Dad. I really didn't. Why don't you believe me too? Yun-shi aggravated. Was it your high school classmate? Or a college classmate? And so on. Yun Zhenghai suddenly had a flash of electricity in his head. Yun-shi followed herself to high school in Syracuse for a year before she was transferred back. But she was dead set against coming back and continuing to go to school there, saying that she had grown up and had to learn to be independent. He himself still thinks his daughter knows what she's doing. Does it seem like it would be that time to get together now? During that year, we all only visited her occasionally. We couldn't have been living together then. Could we? It's quite possible. This thought made Yun Zhenghai's heart sink. The daughter that he raised like a flower was just gotten by some brat that he didn't know. If he knew who it was, he would have to break his legs. Yun-shi. Tell Dad honestly. When you didn't want to follow me back in your senior year of high school, did you do it to be with him? Yun Zhenghai asked after calming down a bit. What? Yun-shi. So you didn't want to come back during your senior year of high school to be with him? Say. Did you guys live together at that time? You stinky girl. You've got hardened wings. Haven't you? You actually hid from us and lived with someone else. Do you want to be angry with us? Guan Meiling was even more furious when she heard Yun Zhenghai say this. Your daughter is actually living with someone else without your knowledge? That's more like it. The point is that you don't even know who the other person is right now. That's what's so infuriating. Dad. Mom. What are you guys babbling about? Who did I live with me? Yun-shi was on the verge of crying. Yun Zhenghai. You're also good enough. You actually didn't know anything about your daughter having this kind of hint? How on earth did you bring up a child? Guan Meiling turned her head to question Yun Zhenghai again. Yun Zhenghai didn't say anything. He is indeed to blame for this. He also thought about who that person was. Lyndon. A boy who saved his daughter's life and was in her class. He remembers his daughter talking about him a lot during that time. He himself even asked his daughter to invite the other party to his home. But the other party seems to have refused. Plus, during that time, he was really quite busy at work. So he didn't pay attention to the matter anymore. He did not even have time to thank Lin Dong. Now it does seem like a dereliction of duty. Is he Lin Dong? Yun Zhenghai asked. Dad. I really haven't lived with anyone. Who is Lin Dong? Guan Meiling asked. Yun Zhenghai told Guan Meiling the original story of Lin Dong saving Yun-shi. What? It's a delivery boy? Yun-shi. I'm telling you. I'll never agree to you being together. How is a delivery boy worthy of my daughter? Guan Meiling said loudly. Mom. What's wrong with a delivery boy? Besides, Lin Dong.
He's only working part-time. It's not like he's delivering takeaways all the time.
Yunxi also retorted loudly.
Guan Meiling said she could,
but said that Lin Dong couldn't. Her life was saved by Lin Dong risking his life.
So? You admit it? Guan Meiling felt her blood pressure rise a bit. My daughter is actually with a fellow delivery boy? How does that make her take it?
All along Yunxi had been her pride.
From a young age,
she had nurtured Yunxi at all costs. Yunxi was also very competitive.
And knew how to play zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, sing and dance. Almost everything.
And the main thing is to develop Yunxi's temperament.
Walking out now, wherever she went,
she was sure her daughter was the absolute center of attention.
But it's such a wonderful daughter that she's with a delivery boy? Even if he's not a delivery boy. But how much better can a family be if they don't study hard in high school and go to a part-time delivery job? No way.
Definitely could not let his daughter be ruined in Lin Dong's hands.
They must be separated. You must break up immediately. Guan Meiling ordered at Yunxi. I don't. I am going to be with Lin Dong. He risked his life to save my life. So it's just as well that you guys don't appreciate him. But you're actually talking about him like that. Yunxi cried. Yunxi. Lin Dong saved you. We are grateful to him. But you can't put yourself in his hands for the rest of your life just because he saved you. You're not loving.
You're merely trying to repay a favor.
You won't be happy in the future like this.
Yun Zhenghai also persuaded.
Dad. How do you know we won't be happy? Lin Dong, he's strong, progressive, optimistic, cheerful.
100 times better than that what's-his-name Huiyuan that my mom introduced to us.
You're trying to piss me off. Guan Meiling couldn't utter a single word as she was infuriated by Yunxi.
Yun Zhenghai was also a bit headstrong. The daughter looked like she had decided on Lin Dong.
Alas!
He was still careless. When his daughter had just been rescued, he should have enlightened her and then given Lin Dong some money as compensation. With Lin Dong's family situation, he shouldn't have refused.
In which case there wouldn't have been a later incident.
At that time, when my daughter was still young and was rescued at the risk of her life, her heart must have been occupied by this tall figure. Plus the two were in the same class and were together every day. It would be strange if they didn't develop a crush.
How can this be? It didn't really matter to him.
Lin Dong really wanted to be like Yunxi said. And he wasn't against them being together. At first he was thinking that his daughter had always been the image of a good girl. And it was a little hard to accept that she suddenly did something like that without her parents' knowledge. And after a year of living together they actually don't know who the boy is. Now that he knew that it was Lin Dong who had saved his daughter's life, he felt nothing instead. Anyone who can risk his life to save a passerby must not be a bad person.
He doesn't ask for much in the way of money or background. As long as it's really good for your daughter and your daughter likes it. Their family wasn't short of money to spend either. And in his opinion, too much money wasn't much use. But not his wife. Michelle Kwan. After so many years in the mall, I've known all kinds of great guys in abundance.
A person like Lin Dong who came out of a small county was a world away from these people.
And his wife is also a person who loves face.
If she let those business friends, partners know that she found a son-in-law, she'd probably hate to find a hole in the ground.
What a headache. On one side is your own daughter. On one side is your own wife. He didn't know what to do either. Yun Zhenghai. What do you think should be done? This is all because of what you've done. A good daughter. Just a few years ago? You've taught her to be like this. What's the point of me working my ass off outside? Guan Meiling pointed at Yun Zhenghai and cursed. Should we meet Lin Dong first? Yun Zhenghai asked cautiously. See what to see? What's there to see in a person who came out of a broken county? Guan Meiling denied. Mom! I forbid you to talk about Lyndon like that. You really want to piss me off before you're satisfied, don't you? Okay. Okay. You two mothers should stop arguing. I think we'd better meet Lindong. How can we say that we have also saved our daughter's life? If it wasn't for him, our daughter wouldn't be able to sit here right now. So what's the point of us living as a couple? Don't you think so? Wife. Yun Zhenghai said. Guan Meiling stopped talking. She wasn't unreasonable. She was grateful that Lindong was able to risk his life to save her daughter. But you can't save someone and then abduct them without a word. If Lindong had been her daughter's college classmate, studying at the same Aoki University, and her family's condition had been a little better, she would have been able to accept it. But on the contrary, Lindong was a person from that kind of small county. And in that kind of small county were the existence of the bottom, which made it a little difficult for her to accept. How good is your own daughter? Just look at the way Hu Yuan's mother and son acted today. The Hu family is a large family. Assets of at least tens of billions of dollars. Just such a family trained out of the air. To see their own daughter is not the eyes are not willing to leave for a second. Moreover, if Lindong really became her son-in-law and those friends of hers in business knew about it, where would she put her face? This should never happen. It's good to meet Lindong. Let him know the gap between him and Yunxi. Then quietly give him some money to leave Yunxi. A character like Lindong, who belongs to the bottom of all small counties, has probably never even seen $100,000 in his life. Just do it. After thinking about it, Guan Meiling said to Yunxi, Yunxi, you don't blame Mom. Mom is a person. Also want to stay with you in the home to raise children. But who let your father is not good. As a person to eat the country rice? Relatives to find him to do some things have to be official. On his little dead salary. Can only let us not starve? But Mom wants to give you the best. Only their own outside the hard work. Or you think this big house and you drive a car is how to get it? Trust Mommy. Mommy won't hurt you. Guan Meiling's words of being so understanding and reasonable instead made it even harder for Yunxi. She would rather Guan Meiling talk about her and scold her like she did in the beginning. She still felt better. She also knew that her mom had worked very hard out there all these years. Also that she could make a good life for the family. But she really couldn't forget Lindong. Obviously 3 years had passed and they hadn't even met. And she still couldn't get over it. She was still able to recall the sight of Lindong's face that she had seen in Lindong's arms when she was saved by him back then. And it was still as clear as ever. Things like feelings are really out of one's control. Didn't anyone chase her in school the last few years of college? There is. A lot. Very much so. Aoki University, like the world's top institutions, almost gathered the country. Even around the world elite talent. Then what Hu Yuan a few grades higher have? But she just didn't feel it. She had that feeling of her heart beating faster and her blood flowing faster in the morning when she knew that Lindong was coming to the capital. Mom! I know you've worked hard all these years. I also know that you're doing it for my own good. But I really can't forget Lindong. Yunxi cried as she hugged Guan Meiling. It's fine. It's fine. Let's meet Lindong first. Guan Meiling patted Yunxi's back to comfort her. It seemed that the only way to start was to start with Lindong. Letting Lindong know the gap between them and then retreating in the knowledge was the best way. Next to him, Yun Zhenghai looked a bit helpless. Obviously his wife is aggressive. Like to compare. Cannot see his girlfriends and classmates one or two are driving luxury cars and living in luxury homes? Have to go into business. But in the end to blame on his head. His salary is not high. But it's enough for a family to live a modest life here in Kyoto. And there's plenty of room for upward mobility. How come she can't even put food on the table? And she doesn't want to think about it.
Although he hadn't substantially helped her career development.
If he hadn't been in the position he was in,
where would it have been so easy for her to do business?
Do you really think money is found on the street?
LOL. But she did have a bit of a hard time over the years. And while she had her own pride at work, they did benefit from it as father and daughter.
He couldn't afford such a luxury car and mansion with his current salary anyway.
Mother and daughter hugged for a while. Seeing that Yunxi had stabilized a bit,
Guan Meiling asked. Yunxi? What is that Lin Dong doing now? He's studying at Jiangnan University in Jiangnan Province. Yunxi replied. Jiangnan University isn't bad.
At least it's one of the top 10 schools in the country.
So how often do you guys see each other when you're so far away? Guan Meiling asked again.
Yunxi thought in her heart that she couldn't tell the truth now. If her parents found out that she and Lin Dong hadn't started yet, it was estimated that she and Lin Dong would never have another chance in their lives. Since her parents thought that she and Lin Dong were already living together.
They were living together. The raw rice was already cooked. So this would instead force them to agree. Not necessarily. Sometimes Lin Dong will take time to come over to Kyoto on vacation.
I will accompany him for a few days.
Yunxi whispered. Lying to her parents was still not something she was very comfortable with. So you've been seeing each other every vacation for the last few years of college?
Aha!
So it's true that you didn't come back with your dad your senior year of high school because of Linden too?
Yunxi replied with a clench of her teeth.
Aha! You. Guan Meiling was a little speechless with anger. So when's the next time you're scheduled to meet?
Lin Dong said he would come to the capital in a few days.
That's good. When he comes, call him to the house.
We'll meet him and thank him.
Guan Meiling said the word thank you very heavily.
He said he had something to do in Kyoto this time.
What could he possibly have to do with a college student? He just wants to see you. You have to call him over. You hear me?
Oh.
I hear you. All right. There's nothing more for you to do. You go upstairs and rest. Good. Good night. Mom and Dad. Yunxi went upstairs.
She also had to think about how she could get Lin Dong to make a trip to her house to cope with her parents.
The two couples, Yun Zhonghai, were left in the living room. Yun Zhonghai. Tell me what to do about this? Guan Meiling asked, holding back her anger. Wife. Don't get angry yet. Yun Zhonghai said peacefully. Can I not be angry? How good was Yunxi in the past? She never talked back to me. And now she dares to talk back to me over a delivery boy?
I've taken great pains since she was a child to make her learn piano,
chess, calligraphy, painting, singing, dancing, and social etiquette all for nothing. Guan Meiling said angrily. How it's a waste of learning. Didn't she learn quite well? Yun Zhonghai said. How can it not be in vain?
If Yunxi marries that Lin Dong,
she'll live in a small house. Can't even afford a nanny.
And will have to buy groceries,
cook, wash clothes, clean,
and take care of the kids every day.
So won't she have learned all her talents for nothing? In a few years,
she will become a middle-aged woman with a face full of frost.
You say that this girl is so not competitive. Why can't she understand my good intentions? Aren't you still here? You're such a good earner. Why don't you help them out a little? You. Yun Zhonghai. You still really want them to be together? That's what you just said. Why are you blaming me again? Yun Zhonghai innocently said. If I, Yunxi, really marry Lin Dong, I will not give them a single point of this money even if I donate it. Let them suffer on their own. The road you choose. Walk by yourself. Guan Meiling gambled. So you're really going to stand by and watch your daughter live a life of misery?
Buying groceries,
cooking, washing clothes, cleaning, bringing up children every day. And then a few years later a big, blossoming girl looking older than you? Guan Meiling was practically exploding with anger. Alright. There might still be room for maneuver in this matter. Think about it. How old was Yunxi back then? Fell in the middle of the road. A big truck crashed towards her. In her most desperate time, Lin Dong happened to save her. At this time Lin Dong's image must be incomparably tall in her heart. Plus the two of them were classmates again, getting along every day. It would be strange if they didn't develop a love affair. What then? We can't let her continue to be so willful. Such an excellent daughter marrying a poor boy like Lin Dong would really be in vain. We must find a way to separate them. Meet Lin Dong first. Start from Lin Dong. See if you can make him know what to do. If you can't, you can only try to minimize the opportunity for them to meet in the future. As long as a vacation, you will temporarily put down your hands on work. Take your daughter out on a trip and travel. And so on for a long time not to see each other. The feelings naturally slowly fade away. And when she graduates from the society and meets more excellent talents, she will find herself to Lin Dong. In fact, just wanting to repay the favor of saving her life. Not love. Guan Meiling thought about it and said, "Good. Let's do it." Magic City. Lin Dong made an appointment with the owner of the office building for a meeting place and prepared to go. However, the other party said that Lin Dong could only travel alone. Lin Dong had been prepared to bring Zhao Xian along. After all, they knew each other. Acquaintances are good at what they do. As a result, the other party made such a request. Okay. Then go alone. Arriving at the agreed location, Lin Dong explained his intentions and was led by the waiter to a private room. After entering the private room, the waiter told him to wait a moment and then left. Lin Dong then waited in the private room alone. Not long after, the door of the private room was opened and Lin Dong looked up. But he was stunned. The visitor turned out to be Zhao Xian's college classmate and best friend, Luo Qianru. Luo Qianru was wearing a black female professional suit today, with a deep V neckline on top and a short black silk skirt on the bottom, showing off her body to the fullest. Lin Dong thought that he was also considered a man with strong self-control. But he could not help but look at him a few more times. Luo Qianru came in and sat across from Lin Dong with great generosity, looking at Lin Dong without saying anything. "Ms. Luo. I did not expect it to be you," Lin Dong said with some surprise. "What? Boss Lin is surprised?" Luo Qianru smiled back. "Quite a surprise indeed. I don't think Sister Xian knows your identity. Right? Otherwise you wouldn't have asked me to come alone. It's true that Xian doesn't know. But it's not that I don't want to tell her. But I'm afraid of what she might think. And I don't want to lose her as a friend. It shouldn't matter. Should it? Although this girl Xian is nothing on the surface, she has a strong sense of self-esteem. And I'm just in case. Alright. Since you don't want Sister Xian to know, I won't tell her either. But let's not talk about this today. I mainly want to buy your office building." "Are you selling?" Lin Dong asked. "Then you have to answer a question for me first," Luo Qianru said. "What a question? Tell me how you got Zhu Getsangdao to step in and help you destroy the Lu family? I'm curious." In the end, Lin Dong still spent $15 billion to buy the office building. For this price, Lin Dong did not feel much. Mainly because he had too much money. Whether it was a loss or a gain, he was completely indifferent. The Godhawk points were what he really needed. But according to the assessment Zhao Xian's team had given him, it was completely worth it to take this office building for $18 billion. This made Lin Dong somewhat confused. Why would Luo Qianru As a businessman, give him so much concession? Wouldn't it be better for you to just ask for $20 billion? This also gives you an extra 50 Godhawk points. Luo Qianruo would definitely be furious if she knew what he was thinking. Letting the price go so much. But Lin Dong did not appreciate it at all. I've never seen such a person who has too much money. Moreover, Luo Qianruo seemed to have come today not to talk business with him, and was explicitly and implicitly inquiring about his background and his relationship with Zhuge Sangdao. Lin Dong just told her that he was also one of the core members of the SCC and casually dealt with the rest. As for why Zhuge Sangxiang would help him destroy the Lu family, Lin Dong only said that the Lu family brothers were evil and jeopardized society. So he reported the situation to Zhuge Sangxiang. And then the Lu family was destroyed. And he did not know the specifics. Of course, this was something he knew Luo Qianruo would definitely not believe. Because he himself didn't believe it. What harming society and doing evil? He blushed a little when he said it. And it was rare that the other party didn't question it. But this bosom friend of Xian's sister is also somewhat uncomplicated. An office building seems to be dispensable to her feeling. Not so much on her mind at all. I guess the background is not simple. Nay. His previous level was too low. And he didn't know anything about these local forces in the Magic City. After Lin Dong left, Luo Qianruo came to another private room. Inside sat a young man of about 27 or 18. Well, Kairu, did you ask anything? The man asked. Didn't ask anything either. But one can analyze something from what he said. By the way, brother, Lin Dong said that he is a core member of the SCC. Will he be our enemy in the future? Luo Qianlu asked. This man was none other than Luo Qianru's older brother, Luo Dongli, and one of the four great families of the Magic City. The Luo family's third young master. Not necessarily. SCC is not ironclad either. Lin Dong and Lu Mang are still both core. The result is still not you and me? So this issue needs to be seen in the subsequent development. Luo Dongli said. That's okay. Luo Qianruo breathed a sigh of relief. She really did not want to make an enemy of Lin Dong. Zhao Xian and she were very good friends when they were in college. And Lin Dong was Zhao Xian's boss. And looking at Zhao Xian, she seemed to be somewhat dead set against Lin Dong. If she really became an enemy with Lin Dong, Zhao Xian would definitely be in a dilemma when the time came. She didn't want to lose Zhao Xian as her best friend. Tell us what you and Lin Dong have talked about, Luo Dongli asked. Luo Qianruo then picked up the important ones from her conversation with Lin Dong and said them to Luo Dongli. Luo Dongli could not decide what kind of person Lin Dong was and what kind of background he had after hearing this. Don't look at the fact that Zhuge Sangdao's extermination of the Lu family was simple. Letting the Lu family disappear in a day's time. But the price he paid was definitely not small. On the one hand, Lu Mang is also considered one of the core patriarchs of the SCC. How does he make the other core members look like by doing this? This is bound to cause suspicion among other core members. Centrifugal. And could cause a loosening of SCC's current internal structure. On the other hand, Lu Mang was Feng Xiu's man. And it was reasonable to say that if Zhuge Sangdao wanted to move Lu Mang, Feng Xiu would 100% step in. But he was surprisingly silent. Then it must be that Zhuge Sangdao and Feng Xiu had reached some sort of agreement that made Feng Xiu prefer to lose Lu Mang, a great general, and risk being questioned by the outside world, rather than making a move. The price Zhuge Sangdao paid to keep Feng Xiu from making a move was definitely not small. If analyzed in this way, there were only two possibilities for Lin Dong's identity. One, that even Zhuge Sangdao could not afford to offend, causing him to take all sorts of risks to curry favor with Lin Dong. If this was the case, then Lin Dong's identity was somewhat terrifying. At least in this magic capital. It was definitely an existence that no one could afford to mess with. The second was that Zhuge Sangxiang needed Lin Dong's help.
And Lin Dong's significance to him was far greater than the price paid for destroying the Lu family.
This one wasn't as good as the first. But it was scary enough. No matter which one it was. This Lin Dong person was not simple. You said that Lin Dong is the boss of a very good girlfriend of yours? Luo Dongli asked. That's why I don't want to make an enemy out of him. This bosom friend and I were very close during our college days. And she seems to be a dead-set kind of person towards Lin Dong. I don't want to make things difficult for her. Luo Qianro returned. Then find a way to pull Lin Dong over. Become our friend. But he's the centerpiece of SCC. Our opponent was never SCC. It was just that woman. Lin Dong returned to Dong Lai International's temporary office, which would soon become Dong Lai International's asset. Just as he entered the company, Zhao Xian welcomed him out. Lin Dong, how are things talking? Zhao Xian asked. Negotiated. The company bought this building at a price of $15 billion. In the future, this will be the branch of Dong Lai International in Magic City. You immediately organize personnel to find the landlord to sign the contract. Lin Dong said. $15 billion? That cheap? You're not mistaken? Zhao Xian asked. With their team's valuation, this office building is totally worth investing even if they buy it for $18 billion. I didn't expect Lin Dong to buy it for $15 billion. It seems that Lin Dong is still a master negotiator. Aha! It is indeed $15 billion. Lin Dong replied. He also wondered. It's okay for Zhao Xian to help him save money. Luo Qianlu was still helping him save money, which was a bit of a stretch. You're the one who sells things. And you're simply looking down on him by lowering the price instead of saying it's higher. Straight up. He's missing out on a couple dozen Godhawk points. That's good. I'll arrange for someone to handle it. Zhao Xian said and went to arrange for someone to go. Since this matter has taken advantage of, it should be implemented as soon as possible. Otherwise the other party will be a big loss if it backs out at that time. Lin Dong sat in his office and looked at his Divine Greatness system. The Divine Greatness points were still 442. If you add the 150 points for buying a building right away and the 270 points for auctioning off the land, the total would be 862 points. As he was getting closer and closer to 1,000 points, Lin Dong's heart was finally much more solid. As long as the company invests in 2 more bigger projects in the next 2 days, that's almost 1,000 points. Lin Dong always felt that there would be a change in the system when the Divine Magnificence points reached 1,000 points. He was looking forward to it now. 2 more days passed. The contract to buy the building had been signed. The money had been paid. And the money for the auction plot had been paid in advance by Lin Dong. In that case his Divine Magnificence points went straight to 862. Still missing some. Lin Dong continued to urge Zhao Xian to step up her efforts. Do not care about the money. See the right project directly invested. Lin Dong was prepared to wait for the system to be upgraded before traveling to Kyoto to see if he could continue to improve his strength a little bit, so that when he went to the Special Operations Group and Falcon to do the formalities, he would also be more confident. Zhao Xian was a little confused about Lin Dong's thoughts, who had been urging her to spend money during this period of time. This before and after have spent out $50 to $60 billion. Is not enough. Still continue to urge. Is too much money in the heart of the panic? A lot of projects haven't even been examined yet. Let's just throw it in. What if we lose money in the end? That's no way to spend money. Right? But since it was the boss who had given the word, it would be spent. It wasn't her money that would be lost then anyway. Although she looked out for Lin Dong in everything, there was nothing she could do if others did not appreciate it. Another 3 big projects were hastily finalized, spending out a total of $15 billion. Lin Dong sat on the sofa of the Star Hotel's top luxury suite with his eyes firmly fixed on the system panel. He had just transferred out the past $15 billion to Zhao Xian.
Zhao Xian was about to transfer it to the client. As long as the money reached the client, then his divine magnificence points would go up. By that time, the divine magnificence points will have risen to over 1,000 points. Will there be a change in the system? What if it doesn't show up? Then what's the point of him being a god? He was a nervous wreck now. This could be about his next plan. This current strength is not enough to see. Even a random official member of Special Action Group A can't beat it. 5 minutes passed. The Godhawk point of 862 remained unchanged. 10 minutes passed. Still no change. What is this Zhao Xian up to? I guess it's just to whet people's appetites. Isn't it? The heart just loosened up a bit. And the God Ho point immediately moved. It went from 862 to 912. An increase of 50 points. Just 5 minutes later, it rose again from 912 to 962. After another 10 minutes or so, the divine magnificence points finally broke through the 1,000 point mark, coming to 1,012. Lin Dong stared dead center at the system panel. There was no black screen and no changes. Nope. There's been a change. A plus sign appears after both physical and mental. That's the biggest change. Lin Dong was incredibly excited. Physique was directly related to his strength. And if his physique could continue to increase, then that meant that his strength could continue to increase. Lin Dong tapped the plus sign behind his physique. Then the system immediately popped up a window. Host Lin Dong's physique has reached the limit of ordinary people on his planet. Does he choose to continue to upgrade? This enhancement will consume 1,000 divine magnificence points. Holy shit! The moment he saw the pop-up window, Lin Dong could not help but curse out. Continuing to raise his physique actually consumed 1,000 divine magnificence points. He went through a lot of trouble to save this. And all of a sudden it's gone? Lin Dong chose no and then tapped the plus sign behind spirit again. Again a window pops up. Host Lin Dong's mental power has reached the limit of ordinary people on his planet. Does he choose to continue to upgrade? This elevation will consume 1,000 divine magnificence points. Sure enough, it's no different than boosting your physique. All of them need to consume 1,000 Godhawk points to do so. Lin Dong ultimately chose to enhance his physique. It was the improvement of his physique that would lead to the improvement of his strength. And the improvement of his mental strength was the improvement of his perception and reaction speed. It was better to raise his strength first. And spiritual power was certainly important, allowing him to sense the strength of his opponents as well as his own danger. But only when he had divine magnificence points later. It was still most important for him to improve his strength at the moment. So Lin Dong returned to tap the plus sign behind his physique. After the window popped up, Lin Dong did not hesitate and nodded his head. The divine magnificence points instantly disappeared by 1,000 points, leaving only a pitiful 16 points. Lin Dong's originally solid heart hung in the air again. Slowly, Lin Dong felt his body heat up a little and started sweating all over. He ran to the bathroom, filled a large tank with cold water, stripped naked and sat in it. Cozy. Lin Dong sighed. The fever continued. And after 5 minutes, some black sticky substance appeared on the skin and emitted a bad odor. And the muscles in various parts of the body itched like crazy. Is this the legendary cleansing of the marrow? After Lin Dong forced himself to wash it, he changed another tank of water. This was changed several times, for about half an hour or so, when it finally stopped and the fever disappeared. Standing up from the bathtub, Lin Dong looked at his body and there were no obvious changes. But he could feel that his power had increased too much. As for how strong it is, it needs to be verified further. Now he was eager to fight Chai Zhou again to see if he could still catch his full force blow unharmed. Chai Zhou was the strongest person he had seen so far. Lin Dong looked at the system panel. Nothing else has changed.
But the physique column had changed from the original ordinary limit to transcendent first order.
The advancement of the physique was considered to have given Lin Dong a peace of mind.
Strength could finally continue to improve.
If the normal limit was the end result,
then this system was too scummy. Fortunately,
the system didn't let him down in the end.
It's taking more and more shenanigans points. But there's hope. Plus, as he gets stronger,
he spends more and more boldly,
and the godly points will increase.
You have to be careful when you first start out spending $10 or $80 billion.
It's okay to spend $100 billion now. It's a matter of being strong, having a background,
and being naturally bold.
The next will be bigger and bigger. By the time you spend hundreds of billions, trillions,
tens of trillions of that God ho points are still not used up.
Not only did he want to be the person with the strongest strength,
he also wanted to establish the strongest power and control the economic lifelines of the entire world.
When the time comes,
just stomp your foot and the global economy will shake 3 times.
Think of the excitement. Over the top. While Lin Dong was indulging in fantasies.
At this time in the Magic City, the reputation of Donglei International gradually began to rise in fame.
A large company's financing success will naturally hold a press conference, which is to enhance the visibility,
in order to be able to successfully go public in the future to prepare.
Recently,
in the press conferences held by several companies in Magic City,
the figure of an investment company would appear. And that was Donglei International.
Slowly the media began to notice her.
One news outlet did the math for Eastleigh International. It really doesn't count. It's a shock. In less than a month's time,
Donglei International had invested nearly $100 billion in Magic City alone.
What kind of financial power was this? When this news broke,
it instantly dominated the front pages.
A small,
previously unknown company has invested nearly $100 billion in Mordor all of a sudden.
Even in a cosmopolitan city like Mordor. This is unparalleled. Then all kinds of media,
as well as good people,
began to probe what the background of Donglei International was. The result can only be found. Donglei International is a recently established investment company, headquartered in Jiangnan Province, Jiangcheng City. Nowadays,
he owns the Golden Leaf Hotel,
the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan Province,
which is valued at $20 billion. Then there were the dozens of companies that had recently invested in Magic City and an office building that had been bought,
totaling more than $80 billion. As of now,
Eastleigh International already has over $100 billion in assets. The most horrifying thing was that the chairman of this company was named Lin Dong,
aged just 21.
Still a college student. Only other information could not be found at all.
Moreover,
Lin Dong owned 100% of the equity of this company, which meant that this 21-year-old college student was already a veritable 100 billionaire.
A mysterious $100 billionaire at the age of 21?
This has generated a lot of media interest.
If they could get a first-hand account of Lin Dong,
they could definitely burst into flames.
Therefore,
these media outlets were also using all kinds of connections to conduct a human flesh search on Lin Dong. But in the end there was nothing but a name and an age.
Not even a picture. Every time Donglei International attends a financing conference,
it is the general manager Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian had just become Lin Dong's spokesperson. The more mysterious it is, the more curious the melon eaters and all kinds of media are.
And the reputation of Donglei International in the investment world of Magic City is beginning to get louder and louder. At this time, Donglei International released a message under Lin Dong's authorization. Any individual or company that needs investment or financing can come to contact Eastleigh International. And as long as they pass the evaluation of the company's inspection team, they can get the capital injection from Eastleigh International. This is where many people with dreams start contacting Eastleigh International to get an investment to realize their dreams.
These people and companies need capital in the millions to tens of millions.
hundreds of millions and even billions. Lin Dong's intention was naturally to accept it as it was.
He currently had a huge gap in divine greatness points and needed to get more divine greatness points as soon as possible.
But Zhao Xian vetoed.
She, in the spirit of the company's future development considerations,
or need to further inspection before injection of funds.
Lin Dong had no choice at this time. Zhao Xian was thinking of him and helping him save money. And he could not possibly tell the other party the actual situation. So he could only compromise and follow Zhao Xian's method. But he asked Zhao Xian to be able to lower the standards a bit and try to cast a wide net.
At the same time, Eastleigh International also began a major recruitment drive. Donglei International has been very hot in Magic City recently. The company is not only powerful,
but also super good treatment. The recruitment information has attracted the attention of elites from all walks of life as soon as it was released. The people who came to apply for the job are also a lot of people. Just 2 days, Donglei International from the original dozens of team rose to more than 200 people.
Although the company pays well, it only recruits elites from all walks of life, which turns away many freshly graduated college students. It has also caused college students to join together online to denounce Eastleigh International, trying to press Eastleigh International to change its recruitment targets and give their fresh graduates some opportunities. The truth is that the treatment of Donglei International is too good.
Almost more than 3 times the same position in other companies. Some can even reach 5 times. These college students naturally do not want to give up.
But can this affect Eastleigh International? Naturally, you can't.
What Lin Dong means is that I pay high salaries to recruit directly to work,
not to recruit to train. Although he is also a college student. This is really a bit unfair. But there is no way.
The company is now a period of rapid development. There is no time to develop talent. After this period of time has passed and the company has gradually stabilized,
we will consider recruiting college students. An investment company doesn't really need many people.
The most important thing is the legal team. Because as more and more companies are invested in, the more various legal issues are involved. So as long as the lawyer is a little bit famous,
Eastleigh International basically comes to all of them. And all of them are in the bag. Lin Dong at the same time asked Xiao Baojun to rush to Mordor with the security department.
Although Jiangchang was the headquarters of Donglei International, the center of gravity was now in Mordor.
These security personnel are some of those who have been mercenaries abroad,
and will also moonlight as chauffeurs while ensuring the safety of the company's personnel. Now Xiao Brejan's security team had also risen to more than 30 people.
Another week has gone by with all the babbling. It's been a busy week for the company, scouting for new investment companies and hiring new employees.
Zhao Xian was also very busy attending various conferences.
Only Lin Dong was free. No way. Who made him the boss? Every day, he was just inside the top luxury suite of the Starry Sky Hotel, watching his divine magnificence points go up, little by little. As for why you don't go to the office?
The entire media in Magic City was now looking for Lin Dong,
the helmsman of Donglei International.
He doesn't want to show his face just yet.
In a week's time,
the divine magnificence points had risen by more than 300 more points one after another,
coming to a total of 328 points.
Because Donglei International was developing rapidly in Magic City during this period of time,
many things had to be decided by Lin Dong, the boss. Therefore, Lin Dong's trip to Kyoto was pushed back again and again. However, in his opinion,
gaining divine magnificence points was the most important thing for him at the moment.
Everything else can go backwards. Donglei International was gradually emerging in the investment world of Magic City,
attracting the attention of many media and companies,
which was also very favorable for Lin Dong.
You can see it in the rise of the Shenandoah points over the past few days.
So instead of stopping it,
he asked Zhao Xian to spend some money to publicize it and create more heat so that more people who needed money would notice them.
If he had not joined the National Special Operations Group before,
Lin Dong would not have dared to do so. After all, his base was too weak. Even if he had the Jiangchun Lu family to help him hide his identity, he probably wouldn't be able to conceal it for long. There was still a bit of a gap between the strength of the Lu family compared to these big families in the Magic City. But it was different after joining the Special Operations Unit. His file had been lifted by the A-Team. And now neither these media outlets nor the big families would ever want to know the details of his identity. That's why he dares to spend so much money without fear. Otherwise, once his details are exposed, it's hard to explain where so much money comes from. Taking advantage of the fact that he now had the backstage support of the Special Operations Group, rapidly developing his forces to enhance his strength was what he urgently needed to do. By the time both of these aspects were up at a later stage, one would be able to deal with the major powers. And it wouldn't even matter if the identity information was exposed. Lin Dong had spent the past few days staying in his room at the Star Hotel every day. Although he was happy in his heart as he watched the Divine Magnificence points slowly rise upwards. But staying for a week at a time also bored him a bit. The 300 or so Divine Magnificence points caused Lin Dong to start jumping a little bit towards the skill bar again. The last time he failed to add Dragonfall 18 palms, he deducted 10 Divine Greatness points, which made his heart ache for a long time. After all, he had very few Godhawk points at that time. Now that the Godhawk points are increasing, he wants to add skills again. The skill bar was definitely more useful than he thought. And he thought about it carefully over the past few days. Right now, he could be said to have only strength and no martial arts skills to speak of. The sparring was also direct and simple and brutal with absolute power suppression. But that worked for those weaker than him. If he was up against someone stronger than him or similar to him, then he would probably be beaten up by the other party with just his strength alone. In fact, Lin Dong had overlooked one issue. And that was his mental power, which could be said to be stronger than those at the same level, or even one level higher than him. The strength of his mental power coupled with his strength. Even if he hadn't learned any power generation techniques or martial arts moves, he definitely wasn't weak when compared to people of the same level. Of course, it would naturally be stronger if it could be coupled with power generation techniques and martial arts stances. So he still needed to learn some martial arts moves in order to fully utilize his own power and deal maximum damage. Need to be careful this time though. You can't just add it blindly like you did last time. The last time he added Dragonfall 18 palms was a martial art from a martial arts novel that doesn't exist in reality. So he failed. Like the driving skills he added, basketball skills, piano skills, these are all things that someone in reality would know. Therefore, if you do, you must make sure that someone knows this martial art before adding it this time. Lin Dong turned on his computer and began to do a search on the internet to see what modern martial arts had to offer. As a result of the search, what Tai Chi Quan, Wing Chun, Xingyi Iquan, but Jiquan, a whole lot of boxing appeared in front of him. As for why he chose boxing, it was mainly because Lin Dong felt that boxing was fierce and more suitable for him. He did not like soft martial arts. Picking and choosing, Lin Dong felt that Wing Chun, Xingyi Quan, and Baji Quan were all very suitable for him. And Tai Chi Quan was too soft. In the end, Lin Dong researched and was ready to choose Baji Fist to try out. As there was a move in Baji Fist called Sticky Mountain Leaning that Lin Dong felt was completely tailor-made for him. What are his strengths? Naturally, it's the great strength and great physicality that comes with an improved physique. And a killing move like Sticky Mountain Leaning relied on strength and body strength to better utilize the power of the stance. After thinking about it, Lin Dong added a Baji Fist behind his skill bar. I didn't expect the system to pop up another window. Does host Lin Dong add the new skill 8 Extreme Fist? This edition will consume 100 Divine Magnificence points. Holy shit! Lin Dong cursed. Is there a mistake? It's 100 godly points to add a skill? Didn't it used to be 10 goddamned points? This is just sitting on the fence. Lin Dong hesitated for a long time before he finally chose yes. Just use the Divine Magnificence points.
It was much easier to obtain Divine Magnificence points now anyway. Currently learning these martial arts techniques was a way to quickly increase his strength and could not be missed.
100 points are consumed by the Divine Magnificence points.
228 points remain.
Lin Dong felt like he was adding other skills as he had done before. His mind was starting to gain something more and as if he had honed it countless times.
However, in the past, this state only lasted for a few dozen seconds. But this time it lasted for nearly 5 minutes before ending. So it is. After it ended, Lin Dong sighed. No wonder it takes so many god spell points. There's just a little bit more to the Baji.
Divided into 6 major combinations and 8 major moves. Various stances were endless and all of them were quite powerful. 100 godly points still had the value of 100 godly points. Not comparable to those skills that could be increased by 10 godly points.
It's really worth every penny.
Lin Dong looked at the system panel.
An additional skill of Baji Fist. It's in the front of the line, though, and is separate from the first few skills. As for the 8 Extreme Fist, he was only at the introductory level right now. And if he wanted to rise to the very top, he would probably have to spend a lot of Divine Magnificence points. Ignoring that for the moment,
the Divine Magnificence points now had to raise 1,000 points to boost their spiritual power. Once you've raised your spiritual power up,
then you can consider upgrading the 8 Extremes Fist. His physique was raised to the Transcendent Mortal first stage,
and his skills were learned in a rigid fist technique like Baji Quan.
The current Lin Dong could be said to be bursting with self-confidence. And he was eager to try out what level of strength he could achieve nowadays. As per his understanding, with his physique and spirit at the normal double limit,
his strength should be at the peak strength of the Tiger ranking. So now that his physique has broken through the ordinary limit to reach the Transcendent First Order, his strength should be at the top of the Dragon ranking as well. According to the rules of Special Ops Group A, for a reserve member to become a full member, their strength must cross the Tiger ranking to reach the top of the Dragon ranking. That meant that he could be directly promoted to a full member of Group A by exposing his strength now.
However,
Lin Dong was not prepared to expose it for the time being.
As the saying goes,
a sly rabbit has 3 burrows.
Even a rabbit knows to leave a back way for itself, let alone a human being.
Exposing his bottom card too early would do him no good.
And his current identity background was enough. Donglai International's reckless burning of money in Magic City has naturally moved some people's cakes. Originally,
some investors were still in the midst of pressing the price of the favored company,
hoping to get a bigger benefit for a smaller price. But as soon as Donglai International stepped in,
it directly took a stake at a higher price,
which made many investors hold their breath.
They also united a lot of people and used some connections to try to block Donglai International in the Magic City investment community.
This led to some restrictions on the development of Donglai International. After all,
a company is not a person you directly invested in the end.
The boss is not a fool.
It is impossible to let Donglai International hold too many shares,
so that it is not a direct delivery of the company to the hands of others. That's why,
with many investors blocked,
many companies also stopped contacting Eastleigh International.
Zhao Xian also reported the matter to Lin Dong.
When Lin Dong thought about it, this would not do. When Eastleigh International restricts development, he can't spend his money.
And if he can't spend his money,
he can't get Divine Greatness points. And how can he improve his strength without Divine Greatness points? Gotta figure out a way to do that. In the end,
Lin Dong decided to simply spread the news that the Liu family had gone against Donglai International and was then exterminated. In which case he should be able to deter the curmudgeons. This was originally his original intention, to exterminate the Liu family.
But things ended up being blocked by the Zhuge family as well, because Zhuge Tsangdao helped him put things in motion.
Lin Dong was prepared to put this news out,
of course, directly saying that it was done by Donglai International.
But he can't put it out himself. It would be a king's ransom. And the credibility is greatly reduced. Have to find a person with way to help.
Thinking about it, Lin Dong thought of one person. And that was Luo Qianru. In the past few days, he had nothing to do but look up some of the forces in Magic City on the internet. The Luo family was known as one of the 4 great families of the Magic City. While a family like the Lu family was not even ranked in the Magic City. Luo Qianru was most likely someone from the Luo family in Magic City. And her status was not low. He called Luo Qianru directly to explain his intention and hoped that she would do him a favor. Luo Qianru agreed to help Lin Dong with this favor after asking his brother Luo Dongli. In Luo family news circulated out less than an afternoon. The organization to block the Dong Lai International group inside. Originally dozens of people in the group. Less than an afternoon all backed out. And surprisingly, the first one to quit the group was the organizer. The group leader. The Lu family has been destroyed. And they still want to block Dong Lai International? It's simply looking for death. The organizer, in particular, was the first to move his company to another city after he quit the group. Mordor can't be stayed. It might be destroyed one day without knowing. The Lu family is a veteran family in Magic City. And for such a powerful family to disappear in less than a day. These small fish and shrimp of theirs are even more so. Next, Dong Lai International is considered to be completely established in the Magic City. Lin Dong was also ready to leave the Magic City and head to Kyoto to get the formalities for the Special Operations Group and the Falcons completed. At this time, however, Lin Dong received a call from Zhou Limin, the president of Jiangnan University. Principal Zhou. Hello? Lin Dong said as he picked up the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin Dong. Zhou Limin returned politely. He didn't have the slightest bit of a principal's demeanor for this student who had donated $100 million to the school. I wonder what Principal Zhou is looking for me for? Lin Dong asked. He was also curious as to what Zhou Limin was calling him for. It shouldn't be possible to call him back to school. Right? Only then did he donate $100 million to the school. Could it be about Zhang Shan? It shouldn't be on his head either. Should it? Toshiro Huang is the culprit, all right. Mr. Lin Dong. Our school will send a few students to Kyoto Aoki University this week. For an exchange study. In view of the fact that you have performed well during your time at the school, we are prepared to give you a place. Do you have the time? Zhou Limin asked. The quota for academic exchange to Aoki University in Kyoto was decided at a meeting of the school's senior leaders. Those who can go are the absolute elite of Jiangnan University. After all, going out represents the entire Jiangnan University. Although Lin Dong had done well in school, there was still a huge gap between him and those who were truly elite. As for why he got the spot, it was solely because of the $100 million he donated to the school and the mysterious unknown identity. No one in the school's leadership wanted to offend this god of wealth. If you can donate $100 million during the school year, who knows if you will do it again in the future? And if you donate $100 million for the first time, you're sure to start with at least $100 million if you donate in the future. Therefore, Zhou Limin's proposal to give a place to Lin Dong at the meeting was directly a unanimous vote. Lin Dong was also a little surprised to hear that Zhou Limin had asked him to go to Tsinghua University to study on an exchange program. But he was quickly relieved. The current him was no longer the previous Lin Dong. And this kind of exchange learning opportunity is not available to everyone. Those who can go are the elite of the school. And can add a grand piece to their academic career. Lin Dong had heard of it before. But it had nothing to do with him. He was still considered the elite of the school when he was in high school. But when he came to Jiangnan University, which was one of the top 10 institutions in the country, he was directly obliterated from the crowd. If he were to go to a school elsewhere, Lin Dong would definitely not go there as he still had a lot of business to attend to. And they no longer meant anything to him now. But it was still possible to go to Kyoto, where he was supposed to go on business. Could be.
I happen to be making a trip to Kyoto on business,
Lin Dong said. Good then. It's settled. Will student Lin Dong travel by himself or with us? I'm leading the team this time,
Zhou Limin asked.
I'll head out on my own. Alright then. Just contact me when you get to Kyoto. Okay. Trouble Principal Zhou. You're welcome.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian and said that he was ready to leave and to contact him by phone if anything happened. Zhao Xian naturally did not want Lin Dong to leave.
But with all the problems in Magic City already dealt with,
it was not like she had any reason to stop Lin Dong.
I can only wish Linden a safe journey. Lin Dong left Magic City by airplane in the afternoon and headed to Kyoto.
He just made a call to Zhao Xian without alerting anyone else. Zhao Xian was stopped from coming to see him off.
Her current identity was a little sensitive. And she was also considered a little famous in the Magic City. After all,
the wealth that had flowed out of her hands during this period of time had already reached more than $100 billion.
And in that time,
if some of the media found out about it, there was a possibility that his identity would be exposed. This time to the magic capital Lin Dong can be said to be a huge harvest.
Not only the development of Donglei International has made great progress, their own strength is to enhance the huge.
And now that the divine magnificence points were still increasing in a steady stream, I believed that I would soon be able to raise my spiritual power as well.
While Lin Dong was traveling to Kyoto, JNU Principal's office,
Zhou Limin called a few students.
Zhou Huili, Shangguan Mingyu, Suing Shui as well as Han Shiyun.
These are the students who participated in this academic exchange and the elite students who were selected after a meeting with school leaders.
These elite students, of course, do not mean that they are the best academic performers.
In college nowadays,
grades don't tell you everything,
but also a combination of other things.
And participation in academic exchanges is usually selected within the junior and senior years. Freshman and sophomore year is still focused on academics.
As for why the 3 recognized goddesses of the academy were chosen, it was also due to a comprehensive consideration by the school.
First of all, none of these 3 have bad grades and are excellent in every way. Furthermore,
since it was going to another school to do academic exchanges,
it represented the entire Jiangnan University. So it couldn't send a few crooked people.
When the time comes for students from other schools to take a look,
this is the kind of stuff you have in this school.
It will definitely affect the reputation of the school.
It's not high school anymore, where everything is based on grades and all other aspects are important.
The few of you go back and get ready. Tomorrow you will leave for Kyoto to participate in the academic exchange jointly held by the school and Aoki University, Zhou Limin said to a few people.
Yes, Principal.
Zhou Huili,
Suing Shui,
and Han Shiyun replied at the same time.
Only Shangguan Mingyu did not reply. Headmaster, I'm not feeling well these days and don't want to participate, Shangguan Mingyu replied.
The other 3 and Zhou Limin were all looking at Shangguan Mingyu with surprised faces.
How can she say she doesn't want to go to such a good opportunity that no one else can even ask for? That's Aoki University,
the world's leading academic institutions. Being able to attend an academic exchange at such a school would definitely be an invaluable asset to a college career.
Student Shangguan, you have to think clearly. This is a good opportunity to improve yourself. If you don't go outside and look around, you'll never know where the gap between you and them is,
Zhou Limin said.
Headmaster,
I can't go because of my health.
Sorry. Shangguan Mingyu still insisted. She really didn't want to go to Kyoto, because there were 2 people there that she never wanted to see in her life. Shangguan Weiwei, Xin Zhan.
But she knew she couldn't get rid of them in her life.
So for her it was a day's delay if she could. Fine. Since you've decided,
I'll go with a different person, Zhou Limin said.
Although he was surprised by Shangguan Mingyu's decision, Since the other party really didn't want to go, he wouldn't force him. There are plenty of people who want to go. You, Shangguan Mingyue, are not the only outstanding person at Jiangnan University. If Shangguan Mingyue didn't go, Zhou Huili couldn't go either. Although he wanted to take a trip home, there was no way around it. His purpose of coming to Jiangnan University was originally to spy on Shangguan Mingyue. If he went back alone and upset young Master Qin, then his years would have been wasted. It was so hard to get on the Qin family's thighs. And there were still a few months to go before the successful completion of young Qin's mission. So he didn't want anything to go wrong at this time. But he was going to approach the principal in private. And it would be a little too disrespectful to the school if he said it now. Principal, weren't there always 5 people in the previous academic exchanges? Why is it 4 this time? Zhou Huili asked. As far as he knew, previous academic exchanges had been in groups of 5. But here there were only 4 people. Which was why he was curious to ask. 5 this time as well. 1 more will travel to Kyoto on their own and not join us. Zhou Limin said. Who is the other one? Zhou Huili asked. The other 3 were a little curious. Lin Dong. Zhou Limin replied. What? It's Lin Dong? Zhou Huili asked in a loud voice. When she heard that the last person was Lin Dong, Han Shuyuan's heart rejoiced that she was finally going to see Lin Dong again. Ever since the last time Lin Dong escaped from the battlefield, he himself had not seen him for almost half a month. She was also too embarrassed to take the initiative to contact Lin Dong. After all, the 2 of them almost broke through the boundary last time. And it was still her initiative, which still made her a little shy for a girl. However, she did not expect Lin Dong to not contact her for so long, which made her a bit angry. Shangguan Mingyue was also happy in her heart. Lin Dong is actually going to Kyoto as well? Ever since she had known Lin Dong's strength, she had gradually had a plan in her heart. A plan to get rid of her original fate. But in this plan, Lin Dong was the most crucial person. So since Lin Dong was going to Kyoto, she had to go as well. Among the several people, only Suing Shui knew that the last person was Lin Dong did not feel much. Although she and Lin Dong were in the same class, they had spoken no more than 10 sentences in the past 3 years. Even if Lin Dong had performed somewhat eye-catching lately, what did it have to do with her? What? Student Zhou has an opinion? Zhou Limin said with some displeasure. What kind of behavior is that? Yelling in my office? Do you still think I'm the principal? No comment. No comment. Zhou Huili said in a hurry. He did not expect it to be Lin Dong. Lin Dong used to be an obscure and small character. But after exposing his strength at the Fortune Sands last time, he was a little reluctant to see Lin Dong. He was Qin Zhang's man. And since Lin Dong and Qin Zhang did not deal with each other, he and Lin Dong were also enemies. However, he could not afford to mess with Lin Dong. So naturally, he did not want to meet up with Lin Dong. Just because of Lin Dong, the title he had established in school as the #1 male god had become a laughingstock. There's nothing going on, everyone go back and get ready. If Shangguan doesn't go and continue the lesson, Zhou Limin said to a few people. Headmaster, I've given it some thought. This kind of opportunity is rare. And even though I'm in poor health, I still want to go and see it. Shangguan Mingyue suddenly said. Have you thought it over? Shangguan? Can your body handle it? Yes. Principal. I've thought it over and I'm absolutely fine physically. Alright then. You go back and get ready too. We'll leave tomorrow morning. The 4 left the principal's office. However, they all looked at Shangguan Mingyue a bit inexplicably. He had just said that he would not go. But as soon as he heard that Lin Dong was going to go, he immediately changed his mind. And anyone could see that there was something wrong here. The rumors from school a while back can't be true. Can they?
It was not known who had spread the news that Lin Dong had reportedly assumed the position of vice president of the martial arts club and was also having an affair with the president,
Shangguan Mingyue.
However, since Lin Dong had not come to school for the last half a month, this matter did not have much heat.
Han Shiyun got a little uncomfortable.
Lin Dong was the first one she had found to be different.
And as a result, she hadn't been able to take it down fast enough.
And now there were more and more competitors. Zhou Huili also felt that this matter was somewhat serious and needed to be reported to Young Qin.
It just so happens that this time they go to Kyoto together. And when they get to Kyoto, it will be the territory of Young Qin. And then even if you, Lin Dong, are no matter how powerful you are, you will have to be soft. Kyoto,
a city with a long history and culture.
It is also the world's #1 overall cosmopolitan city. Over the years,
Mordor's economy has gradually begun to catch up with Kyoto's due to its geographic location.
But Kyoto's position as the world's #1 overall ranking remains unbreakable. Because it is so deep. Almost all of the capitals of the Chinese dynasties are located here.
This place has become a feng shui treasure.
According to the people concerned, when you look at Kyoto from high in the sky,
you will see a feng shui pattern map of 9 dragons arching over the city.
Of course, this is only visible to professionals.
And many people have therefore tried it exclusively in airplanes.
And while it was shocking, they couldn't see much of it. But that doesn't affect people's faith.
People here have an innate sense of superiority from the moment they are born that is unmatched anywhere else.
When Lin Dong arrived in Kyoto,
he did not directly contact the people from the Special Operations Group and the Falcon as it was almost evening.
Instead, he was going to open a hotel and rest for the night before contacting them the next day. For Kyoto,
Lin Dong had also been longing for a long time. And since he had come here this time, he was also prepared to experience this city with a long history and culture.
Lin Dong left the airport and took a cab. "Master, find the best hotel in the neighborhood,"
Lin Dong said after getting into the car.
The driver was a middle-aged man. As soon as he heard Lin Dong's accent, he knew that he was not a local. Plus, Lin Dong did not dress too elaborately. He was just an ordinary person's outfit. In his heart, he thought to himself,
young people nowadays really don't know the sky in the moment they open their mouths. They want to find the best hotels.
This is Kyoto,
the world's largest metropolis.
Does he understand how expensive the best hotels are here?
It's no exaggeration to say that a one-night stay in the best luxury suite at such a hotel could buy a suite in some small city in a remote area.
This is no joke. However, since the other party requested it, he did not say anything and led Lin Dong straight to the 10-star chain hotel, Starry Sky Hotel.
Lin Dong did not know how many detours the driver had taken. And he did not question the driver when he finally reached the Star Hotel after half an hour.
After all, it's not easy for anyone living at the bottom of the heap. And he's not too bad off anyway. After paying the fare,
Lin Dong entered the Starry Sky Hotel.
The middle-aged driver, however, did not leave, but waited where he was. In his opinion,
it would not take long for Lin Dong to be scared out by the super high prices inside.
And by then,
he would take Lin Dong around a few times and find an average hotel.
And this trip would simply be a profitable one.
Not only did he go around the road several times, but he also pulled 2 trips. And the most crucial thing was that Lin Dong did not even question it at all.
So this kind of person is not easy to find. 5 minutes later. Why isn't this coming out? 10 minutes later. Half an hour later. Shit.
Encountered a person pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger.
Damn. Looked away. Delayed for half an hour. The middle-aged driver cursed and drove away. Lin Dong entered the hotel and went to the service desk. Sir, may I ask what you need? A pretty girl receptionist at the hotel asked politely. Get me a room, Lin Dong said. Yes, sir. Would you like a single or double room? Standard or deluxe room? Get me the most expensive one in your hotel. Sir, the most expensive deluxe suite in our hotel costs $18,888,888 for one night. The price is a bit high, but it will be matched with corresponding high-quality services. Are you sure you want to open it? Open. Okay. How long are you driving for? Please? Let's start with a week. Yes. Please wait. The pretty receptionist girl began to operate skillfully on the computer and finished in less than a minute. Sir, a week's worth of deluxe suites has been opened for you. The total is $1,322,216. Please choose your payment method. Lin Dong pressed his fingerprint and then tapped confirm payment. After opening the room, Lin Dong followed the waitress up the stairs amidst the adoring gaze of the receptionist girl. Follow the attendant to the 68th floor of the hotel. Sir, this is your room. You can call us anytime if you need anything. There's a pager in the room. As soon as you press it, we'll arrive as fast as we can. Got it. Trouble. After Lin Dong entered, he closed the door and took a shower before lying down on the bed to rest. At the same time, he also wondered if he still had any acquaintances in Kyoto. After all, when a person arrives at a strange place, the first thing that comes to mind is whether or not there are any acquaintances. But after thinking about it, it seems that apart from Yunshi, a high school classmate, there really isn't anyone he knows in Kyoto. He was originally from a small county, and because of his childhood experiences he had some low self-esteem, and did not have any particularly good friends. Most of his classmates are in Jiangnan province, and some are in other provinces. But a cosmopolitan city like Kyoto, not everyone can really get in. Except for Yunshi, who is already considered to have the best grades in Syracuse First High School. In the end, he sent a message to Yunshi, since he had promised the other party that he would contact her. Lin Dong would keep his word. Nowadays, he only seeks to do things according to his heart. How he thinks. There is no need to cower. Yunshi, I've already arrived in Kyoto. I'll come to find you when I'm done. You should be at Qingmu University. Right? I was also sent by the school to study on exchange at Qingmu University this time. So we'll be classmates again then. In less than a minute, Yunshi's message replied. Really? That's great. Then hurry up and finish up. I'll be waiting for you. Good. I'll get some rest then. I just got off the plane and I'm a little tired. Good night. Have a good rest. Good night. Yunshi couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of her mouth after sending the message. Just in time for Guan Meiling, who was sitting across from her, to see it. Yunshi, is it that what's-his-name Lin Dong who came to Kyoto? Guan Meiling asked. But Yunshi didn't pay any attention to her. Still staring at her cell phone and smiling. Yunshi. Guan Meiling shouted again. No reaction. Yunshi. The sound was a bit loud, startling Yun Zhonghai next to him. Ha? Mom. Can you keep your voice down? Are you trying to scare me to death? I'm not deaf. Yunshi said with dissatisfaction. I'll keep it down? You wouldn't hear me if I yelled 10 more times. Where did I? Yunshi muttered. Why not? Just now I called you twice but you didn't respond. What's so fascinating? Did Lin Dong come to Kyoto? No. No yet. He said that he would have to wait for a few more days before coming back. And he also said that he was sent over by some school to Qingmu University for an exchange study. Yunshi replied. Oh, Jiangnan University sent to Qingmu University for an exchange program? This is not easy. It seems that Lin Dong is doing quite well at Jiangnan University. This kind of exchange student quota is only available to students who have performed very well in the school. The one who spoke this time was Yun Zhenghai. That's for sure. My vision can't be bad. Yun, she said proudly. Hearing his father praise Lin Dong, she couldn't be happier in her heart. Guan Meiling glared at Yun Zhenghai, thinking to myself, you're the one who talks too much. Even if Lin Dong could continue his graduate studies and doctorate at Jiangnan University, what could he do? His family? His upbringing doomed him to future accomplishments that would never live up to his own standards. That was why it was the best way to make Lin Dong leave Yun Shi of his own accord. Yun Shi? Lin Dong has come to Kyoto. Since he is here to study on an exchange program at Qingmu University. I don't care if you guys meet at school. But I won't allow you to go out alone. Do you hear me? Guan Meiling said. Why? Yun Shi asked. You're a girl. How can you do this? Have you no shame? Mom. What are you talking about? Yun Shi said with a red face. Say what? What can you say when you've been living together for over a year? I'll tell you. In the past, when we weren't around, you could do whatever you wanted. But don't even think about it in the future. I'll keep an eye on you. No more talking to you guys. I'm going upstairs to sleep. Yun Shi went upstairs with a red face. After Yun Shi went upstairs, Guan Meiling spread her anger on Yun Zhenghai again. Yun Zhenghai. What do you mean? What's wrong with me? Yun Zhenghai asked with an innocent face. What's wrong with you? Do you have a crush on Lin Dong? Want to set them up together? I don't think there's anything wrong with Lin Dong. It's just that his family's condition is a bit poor. As long as he knows how to get ahead and graduated from a famous university, he definitely won't let Yun Shi suffer in the future. You want to piss me off too, don't you? Lin Dong, where does he deserve my daughter? A hick from a poor countryside. Wife. Think of it this way. In case Yun Shi marries that who you want as you want, can you guarantee that he will always treat Yun Shi well? The Hu family has so many rules. What if Yun Shi is bullied in the Hu family? Can you go and back her up? How can I? I not? And none of what you said can happen. Didn't you see Hu Yuan's eyes straighten up when he saw Yun Shi? How could he possibly bully Yun Shi? You don't understand men. The easier they get, the less they know how to cherish. Hu Yuan is from a big family. He looks like a playboy type. At first he will definitely be good to Yun Shi. But in time he will inevitably have something else on his mind. And then his daughter will be in deep trouble. Moreover, in order for the big families to prosper, there are not a few 3 wives and 4 concubines. They won't care about Yun Shi's feelings at all. Then tell me what's good about marrying Lin Dong? If you can convince me, I won't object to them being together. In fact, I think we can recruit Lin Dong to our door. Our family already has 1 daughter. We will feel uneasy about marrying anywhere. And if Yun Shi marries out, how lonely will the 2 of us be? What about when we get old? It just so happens that Yun Shi and Lin Dong have such a good relationship. Why don't we just let them live with us after they get married? So that we can watch our daughter every day. And Lin Dong won't dare to bully her. And when we get old we can still hold our grandchildren and enjoy our old age. Yun Zhenghai said. This was the result of Yun Zhenghai's careful consideration. In these years, Guan Meiling has been running outside all the time. And she is still stuck in the impression of Yun Shi as a good girl a few years ago. But he had always accompanied Yun Shi and knew his daughter's character. Although she looked soft and weak, once she decided on something, it was hard to change her mind again. Really forcing her to break up with Lin Dong might have serious consequences. He's only got 1 baby girl. He can't afford to gamble.
So he's been trying to figure out how to convince his wife.
Not his daughter. Guan Meiling surprisingly didn't know what to say for a moment.
She admitted that she had been talked into it by her husband.
The mind is at war with the sky right now. On the one hand, she wanted her daughter, who was so good, to marry someone even better,
so that she would have more face outside.
You can show off in front of your partners, friends and classmates. On the other hand, what if it is true? As my husband said, what if they are bullied when they marry into a big family?
Will they be able to help their daughter get justice?
Moreover,
she didn't want her daughter to leave her. If Lin Dong was really as motivated as her daughter said and graduated from a prestigious university, then he would be recruited to be a son-in-law for their family. And she would hand over the company to him, so that she could bring her grandchildren together with her husband.
How good would it be? I can still see my daughter every day. With that thought, Guan Meiling's fire instantly subsided for the most part.
Let's meet Lin Dong first. If he is really as good as my daughter said,
I will no longer object to them being together. But after the marriage,
they must live with us and be a house son-in-law to our family,
Guan Meiling said after some thought.
Then let's wait until we meet Lin Dong. I don't think he'll refuse.
It's better to stay in Kyoto than for him to go back to Syracuse.
And he'll be able to receive a better education when he has children in the future,
Yun Zhenghai said.
I have to say that Yun Zhenghai is worthy of being a person who eats the country's rice.
Speaking theory is a set.
A few words will make Guan Meiling convinced.
Kyoto. Great Wall Club. Qin Zhang was lying on his back enjoying the massage services of a few wonderful beauties. The phone is ringing.
A beautiful woman picked up the phone and pressed the answer button before placing it by Qin Zhang's ear.
Hello? Who is it? Qin Zhang asked. Young Qin. It's me,
Zhou Huili said over the phone.
So it's Wiley. What is it? Young Qin.
Our school is organizing 5 students to come to Tsinghua University in Jingdu tomorrow for exchange studies.
And both Miss Mingyue and I will be there, Zhou Huili said. Oh? Mingyue will also come to the capital?
That's just right. I haven't seen her for a long time as well.
How has she been these days? Qin Zhang asked. Pretty good. But there's another one coming too. Who? Linden. Lin Dong is also coming to the capital? Are you sure?
Qin Zhang asked as he rolled over and sat up in a flash.
1,000 times over. And I have something else I want to report to you. Say.
Zhou Huili told Qin Zhang in detail about Lin Dong being the vice president of the martial arts club. The rumors in the school that he and Shangguan Mingyue were having an affair,
as well as the fact that Shangguan Mingyue was in the principal's office today and had changed her mind temporarily. I know. Is there anything else?
Qin Zhang listened and said expressionlessly.
No more. Young Qin,
Zhou Huili said carefully. He knew that Qin Zhang must be in a bad mood right now.
That's it then. Contact me again if anything happens.
Qin Zhang hung up the phone directly after he finished speaking, and then slammed the phone directly onto the opposite wall with force.
Pow!
It scared a few of the beautiful women who were massaging him.
Lin Dong, since you dared to come, let's settle old scores together this time. I want you to be unable to leave Kyoto.
Qin Zhang gritted his teeth and said. Not only had Lin Dong made him unable to raise his head in front of the other heavenly kings of the Tsi party during this period of time, he had also dared to touch his fiancée,
which was simply audacious. Since you dare to come to the capital, don't blame me for being ruthless.
Lin Dong was still unaware that his promise to Principal Zhou Limin to participate in the academic exchange at Tsinghua University had already been reported to Qin Zhang by Zhou Huili.
And Qin Zhang, as a native of Kyoto,
was waiting for Lin Dong to throw himself into the net. If it wasn't for the fact that the T-sub party,
Zhao Shidao,
did not allow it and did not want to cause unnecessary trouble when the 10-year appointment arrived, He would have long ago led people to Jiangcheng to seek revenge on Lin Dong.
When had he, Xin Zheng, ever suffered such a loss since he was a child?
During this time he had completely become the laughingstock of the T-sub-party. It was just as well that the 8 heavenly kings mocked him. But some kittens and puppies even dared to talk about him behind his back.
They really didn't know how to die. Lin Dong's trip to Kyoto this time was not destined to be peaceful. Of course, even if he knew about it,
he wouldn't take it to heart. From the time he joined the National Special Operations Group in Falcon, to the other day when his own strength had been greatly improved, Xin Zhang was no longer worthy of being his opponent.
The next day,
Lin Dong sent a message to Su Wanli, the leader of Special Action Group A,
early in the morning, indicating that he had arrived in Kyoto.
Su Wanli asked Lin Dong to tell him the location and then told Lin Dong to wait,
saying that someone would come to pick him up. About an hour later,
Lin Dong received a call that the person who had picked him up had arrived at the Star Hotel.
A pure black SUV.
Lin Dong saw a black SUV parked in front of the entrance when he exited the Starry Sky Hotel's front door. And he directly got into the car. The one who drove the car was a middle-aged man.
And after Lin Dong got on the car, he didn't talk to Lin Dong, not to mention asking Lin Dong, and directly drove away.
The other party had no intention of speaking on the way,
and Lin Dong did not ask. So he drove for about half an hour.
The car turned from the busy street into a quiet hutong, the entrance of which was still guarded by 2 guards.
And after about 5 more minutes of driving,
the car finally stopped.
You go inside. The group leader is waiting for you inside. This was the first time the middle-aged driver spoke. Thank you, big brother,
Lin Dong said as he opened the car door and got out of the car.
In front of him was the gate of a quadrangle.
Lin Dong directly pushed gently and the door opened.
He lifted his foot and walked in. The quadrangle was huge, surrounded by some green trees.
And in the center there was a pond with a huge rockery. As Lin Dong walked past the rockery,
he saw an old man of about 60 years old,
sitting on a rattan chair under a tree and reading a newspaper,
with a young man in his 30s standing behind him.
The old man put down the newspaper in his hands and looked at Lin Dong.
In an instant,
Lin Dong felt an enormous pressure come over him,
and he instinctively erupted his own aura to resist. So strong,
Lin Dong thought in his heart.
Whom it is? Su Wanli realized something was wrong. He didn't ask, though. Instead,
he said to the person behind him,
Xiao Zhang, go and fetch Lin Dong's documents,
as well as the documents that need his signature.
Yes, team leader.
Xiao Zhang left the quadrangle after he finished speaking, giving Lin Dong an inexplicable look as he walked over to him.
You are Lin Dong?
Xiao Zhang left before Su Wanli opened his mouth and asked.
It's me. You are? Lin Dong asked.
Although he knew that the one in front of him was most likely the head of Special Operations Group A,
it was better to ask. My name is Su Wanli.
It's your group leader.
Sure enough, Co Manri replied. Hello, team leader Su. Lin Dong greeted. Lin Dong. Actually, there is no big deal for you to come to the capital this time. It is mainly to give you, on behalf of you,
the documents of a reserve member of Special Operations Group A,
as well as signing a confidentiality agreement. Since you have joined Team A, then you are a member of the state. But due to the special nature of our work, you are generally not allowed to reveal your identity. Yes, team leader, Lin Dong replied.
I believe that you have already read some of the rules and regulations as well as the powers and duties of being a reserve member of Group A.
I won't say any more here. Now, I have a question for you, Su Wanli said as he looked at Lin Dong. Team leader Su. Please.
Su Wanli stared at Lin Dong without speaking. Lin Dong also looked at Su Wanli.
Suddenly, Su Wanli erupted with an intense aura,
instantly arriving in front of Lin Dong and slamming his fist at him.
At this moment,
Lin Dong was still in a state of confusion.
How come you were just fine and suddenly you're doing it? Even if it's a test for him. You don't have to be so cruel. Do you?
Su Wanli's punch was so strong that Lin Dong even felt that if he did not use his full strength,
he would probably end up in a miserable situation. Therefore, he couldn't care less. Utilizing his entire body's force,
he met his opponent with a punch according to the Black Tiger fist stance from the 8 Extremes fist in his mind.
Boom! The loud sound resounded throughout the entire quadrangle,
as if a tiger's roar had been interspersed in the middle. Lin Dong only felt a huge force coming from him. His body involuntarily withdrew backward for more than 10 meters until he leaned against a bull-sized tree. Only then did he dislodge the force, and a soreness hit his hands.
This old man is sick. Crap. Just now, if he hadn't reacted quickly,
or before he had raised his strength,
this punch would have seriously injured him even if he didn't die. It's not a test. It was clearly meant to kill him. But that's not something he'd dare say. Only in your mind.
In case you annoy your opponent and throw another punch.
Aren't you asking for trouble? It was obvious that even though his strength had increased, he was not a match for this old man.
And the good man was not a match for the good man. And he didn't believe that the other party was really trying to kill him.
It was completely unreasonable.
Lin Dong did not know that just now. When he released his breath to resist Su Wanli, Su Wanli already knew that his strength was more than simply the peak of the tiger ranking.
Still, he was a little disbelieving. According to Lin Dong's information,
Lin Dong should only be 21 years old now.
Right? Crossing the peak of the tiger ranking and entering the ranks of the dragon ranking at the age of 21?
Not to mention him. Even if the legendary one knew about it,
he would probably have to drop his jaw. How old was he when he first entered the dragon ranking? I think it was 27. If I remember correctly.
It was unbelievable that one had actually met a talent comparable to the legendary one.
Even looking at the current performance, the talent is higher than that one. This is a blessing for myself and for China. However, this matter could not be leaked out now.
Even though Lin Dong was already a dragon ranking expert,
in his opinion,
he still had not fully grown up yet. The voice had just traveled out when Lin Dong keenly sensed a rattling around the quadrangle.
At this time, Su Wanli's voice rang out. Everyone back off. It's okay here. The sounds around them only faded away. As expected, it is under the foot of the emperor and is heavily guarded.
Lin Dong came back to his senses, only to realize that Su Wanli's eyes were staring at him tightly,
as if he was looking at a stripped beauty. Ahem. Team Leader Su. Am I considered to have passed? Lin Dong said. Are you really only 21 years old? Su Wanli did not answer Lin Dong's question, but asked in return. Indeed. But it's going to be 22 soon. Lin Dong replied. Ha ha. Good boy.
Old Tang has really given me a great gift,
Su Wanli said with a loud laugh. 2 hours later,
Lin Dong returned to the Star Hotel. And the one who sent him back was still the middle-aged driver. He was now a full member of Special Operations Group A.
No longer a reserve member. Originally,
Lin Dong was not prepared to become a full member for the time being because once he became a full member, he would have to accept the organization's arrangement and carry out some missions. And he did not have that time right now.
However,
Su Wanli said that Lin Dong could be given special treatment and enjoy the rights of a full member, and that he did not need to accept missions for the time being. Only then did Lin Dong agree. There was still a big gap between full members and reserve members. The simplest thing is that full members have the right to mobilize local forces,
while reserve members do not. Don't underestimate this one. There's a big gap in between.
The simplest example is that when he was in Mordor, the project of Donglei International was subject to various investigations and delays. If Lin Dong was an official member of Special Action Group A, as long as he found the chief of Mordor and revealed his identity, no one in the entire Mordor would dare to make things difficult for him. Even under special conditions, the chief of Mordor would have to listen to him. And this was the right of a full member of Special Operations Group A. They have the right to ask for the cooperation of local forces in carrying out their tasks, which is also a right given to them by the state. Therefore, if one were to look at his status alone, Lin Dong's status was already higher than that of the general governors of all the provinces in the country as well as the general governors of the two international metropolises of Magic City
and Kyoto. With 66 provinces and 2 cosmopolitan cities in the country, there are only 68 chiefs. And how many official members are there in Special Operations Group A? The official members of Special Operations Group A, no matter which province they went to, as long as they revealed their identities, they would be the guests of the provincial governors. And no one would want to offend them. Because these people of theirs are not only powerful, and under certain specific conditions, it also has the power of preemptive action. It's something no one else can match. Lin Dong proceeded to contact the Falcons people after returning to the hotel. He was ready to quickly identify both before he could do something of his own. The Falcons people were also asking Lin Dong to wait at the hotel. This time, the other party came faster and arrived in less than an hour, telling Lin Dong to go up to the top floor of the hotel. They would be there soon. Before Lin Dong could inquire, the other party hung up the phone. Lin Dong was still wondering in his heart. What's this going up to the top floor for? Still, he did what the other man asked. When Lin Dong arrived at the top floor of the hotel, he realized that it was very large and there were several helicopters parked. Lin Dong did not wait for long as a military helicopter approached from a distance, then slowly descended to a distance of 4 or 5 meters from the top floor of the hotel, lowered a thumb-thin rope, and then did not move. On the co-pilot of the helicopter, a man in military uniform waved at Lin Dong, signaling him to hurry up. Only then did Lin Dong walk forward, grabbed the rope, and with a slight force, crossed his arms a few times to get onto the airplane. After getting into the helicopter, the doors closed automatically and then flew off into the distance. There were only 3 people on the airplane. 2 were in the cockpit, and Lin Dong was the only one in the back. Lin Dong was sitting on the airplane, looking out the window at the beautiful scenery of Kyoto, worthy of being ranked as the world's #1 international metropolis. The degree of prosperity was really not comparable to a provincial city like Zhangcheng. The plane gradually moved away from the hustle and bustle of the city and entered a silent forest. After about a few minutes, a red cross appeared in the forest. The plane slowly landed a few meters above the red cross and the cabin door opened. Knowing that this was another way for him to jump straight down, Lin Dong walked over to the cabin door and looked down at the height of about 2 floors below. He actually felt a little weak, although his strength had increased a lot. To be honest, his knowledge of his own strength was still too little. Like some of the simplest ones. How fast? How much strength? How high can you jump? These he did not have a clear understanding of at all. This was all the result of his strength rising too quickly. In the end, he had only used more than a month's time to go from an ordinary person to the current dragon ranking expert. If this was known by others, they would definitely be able to dissect him. The fastest person to become the dragon ranking before him was said to have used 27 years. This was also known as a once-in-a-century supreme genius. Lin Dong gathered his strength in his feet, and with a single leap, he jumped off the airplane, and after a few seconds, landed steadily on the ground. Lin Dong felt himself without any discomfort. Jumping down from such a high height, the weight of the entire body was acting on top of the legs. If it was an ordinary person,
The legs would definitely not be able to withstand such a large amount of force, and would definitely be fractured. But the palms of his legs and feet were just slightly numb, and it lasted only a few seconds before disappearing. Sure enough, one is no longer in the realm of the ordinary. Lin Dong had just landed on the ground when the airplane closed its hatch and flew away. And he mentally sensed the situation around him. The scent of someone was detected. And there was more than one person. But when he looked around, he couldn't see anyone at all in the lush green meadows and forests around him. Looks like these guys are masters of disguise. Lin Dong also pretended to be unaware of this and just stood still and waited. He had come to go through the formalities to join the Falcon. And the other party definitely could not keep him waiting here. Sure enough, after about 5 minutes had passed, a whistling sound rang out, followed by a commotion on the grass, in the woods, and slowly 7 or 8 people appeared and came out to surround Lin Dong in the center. "You are Lin Dong?" One of them spoke. Lin Dong looked at him. He could not see anything at all. His entire face as well as his body was painted green, similar to the surrounding scenery. He could not see his appearance at all. And the 7 or 8 people around him were all in the same attire. "Yes," Lin Dong replied. "You want to join the Falcons and you're this wary? If we were your enemies just now, you would have died countless times. And you're still stupidly standing in place after getting off the plane, not knowing to find a place to hide? Are you out of your mind?" This person split his head and gave Lin Dong a reprimand, causing Lin Dong to be somewhat confused. Lin Dong very much wanted to say, "I have long since discovered you guys. If you are really enemies, none of you will be able to run away." All of these people gave Lin Dong a feeling that they were too weak. And it was estimated that they were just the strength of the tiger ranking. And none of them were from the dragon ranking. It was useless for Lin Dong to hide even better when he really had to face them. Lin Dong's powerful spiritual perception was not a vegetarian. Still, he didn't say this out loud. After all, it was better to keep a low profile when he first arrived. Moreover, he didn't believe that Falcon didn't have any experts. Even Special Operations Group A had so many that he couldn't defeat. Falcon could be on par with Special Operations Group. There must be quite a few. It's just that these people must be the Falcon's elite and wouldn't just come out. Understood. It won't happen again. Sir, Lin Dong replied. Not later? You're already dead, is there a later? As a member of our Falcons, you have to be on your guard at all times. Failing once not only means that your own life is in jeopardy. Even your teammates will be implicated along with you. Ding Hao continued to reprimand Lin Dong. For people like Lin Dong, who had not been trained by the army and had not gone through the layers of selection, and had been directly recruited into the Falcon by special enrollment, he despised them the most. This kind of person is those so-called big families. Trust relationship and the gold-plated. Although they are only supernumerary, but still buckle the Falcon hat. Falconry is an honor that these people of theirs have fought and killed and exchanged for with a fresh life. But now it is used by these people as a capital to show off outside. So when he received orders from his superiors to come and pick up a specially recruited supernumerary member named Lin Dong, he made up his mind to give Lin Dong a hard time. Even though he knew that he would not be able to change anything or stop Lin Dong by doing so, it would at least allow him to take a breath of fresh air for those fallen brothers. Sir, I'm here to check in, not to be reprimanded. So do it or leave it. I don't have time to listen to you nagging here, Lin Dong said with some anger. He did get a little angry. He hadn't encountered many bosses and customers like this when he used to work part-time, especially when delivering takeaways. He had encountered more tricky ones than this. But at that time he was still a poor loser with nothing to lose. He had to put up with it. And now he is the richest man in the world and still put up with it. And now for him, whether to add or not to join the Falcon was already irrelevant. The identity of a full member of Special Operations Group A was already enough for him to pretend.
Joining the Falcons now is just icing on the cake. Better if you can join. Doesn't matter if you can't.
But now he didn't want to be subjected to this nuisance. He had suffered enough in the previous 21 years. He thought to himself that he respected these people at first, and wondered why they had to target him. When Lin Dong said this,
not only Ding Hao,
but even the surrounding group of falconers were filled with teasing.
How dare this kid talk back to Team Ding? There's a good show.
Who doesn't know that Team Ting despises this kind of special recruiter? They're all family sons coming in to gild the lily.
Not very strong.
Quite a lot of faults.
I guess I'll have to carry him back today. Are you brat provoking me?
Ding Hao said with a cold light in his eyes.
Sir, I'm here to check in. So give me a straight answer if you're going to do it or not. I am not your subordinate. Calling you sir is a sign of respect and I don't have the time to spend with you.
Lin Dong said with an indifferent face. You're already a supernumerary member of the Falcon. So you're my subordinate.
And I have the right to educate you.
Ding Hao said in a serious manner.
Sir, I didn't offend you. Did I? What do you want? If you don't do it, then I will leave first.
Lin Dong said somewhat helplessly.
I want to teach you a lesson. One of you. Teach this kid a lesson.
Let him know that we Falcons aren't a place for family sons like them. Ding Hao said to the group of falconers around him.
I'll do it.
One of the team members stepped forward.
Don't hit him too hard.
Just let him lie down for half a month. Ding Hao said to the team member.
Team Ding.
The team member replied.
You make your move. I'll let you have 3 moves.
The player said to Lin Dong again.
Really want to fight? Lin Dong asked. Waste no words. If you're told to make a move, you make a move. Don't worry. I'll let you lie down for half a month at most. If you really want to fight, you're not enough on your own. You boys look down on me? I am not looking down on you. I am looking down on everyone present.
Lin Dong said after glancing around with his eyes. This one offends everyone. Everyone was prepared to teach Lin Dong a lesson.
Crap.
The player had just uttered 2 words. Lin Dong then instantly arrived in front of him, pressed his hands on his shoulders, and with his right knee going upwards,
he directly put one down.
The surrounding Falcon members also reacted quickly and began to surround Lin Dong.
But how powerful was Lin Dong's mental perception? Deflecting his head to dodge a punch, an elbow strike, and putting down another one. Despite their speed,
none of these Falcon members were able to hit Lin Dong. This was the effect of mental power. Being able to accurately sense the opponent's attack and then skillfully dodge it before giving a counterattack. As long as they were touched by him, almost all of them lost their combat power instantly. But of course he had a measure of hand. And these people would at most lose their combat power temporarily.
Slightly bending his body,
he dodged another punch. Groveling and launching himself with a hint of Bajiquan Iron Mountain Leaning's launching technique, directly crashing into Captain Ding Hao.
Boom!
Ding Hao only felt a burst of great force come upon him. His body flew backward a distance of 7 or 8 meters before he landed on the ground. And his body felt as if it had fallen apart, having been completely unable to exert any strength at all. If not for the fact that he was also a tiger ranking expert with a strong physical quality, Lin Dong's strike would have at least seriously injured or even crippled him.
Up to this point,
the Falcon squad of 8 members and 1 captain was completely wiped out.
None of them could stand up,
and only Lin Dong stood in the center. It had to be said that Falcon's people were indeed well trained. Even though all of them were lying on the ground, their bodies in excruciating pain,
no one made a single sound. However,
the eyes they looked at Lin Dong had a hint of fear as well as admiration in them. People with great strength are respected wherever they go. Lin Dong shook his head slightly as he looked around at the Falcon members lying on the ground. These people were all too weak. Almost all of them were at the beginning of the tiger ranking. The officer who had just reprimanded him was slightly stronger. But not by much. Not even at the peak of the tiger ranking. This time, he himself almost always pressed the power to fight. Afraid of breaking these people with his full strength. Not at all enjoyable. Lin Dong did not know that the image of him fighting with the Falcon Squad was being watched by others in a 360-degree deathless view. Not far from them, inside a secret base, an old man and a middle-aged man were looking at the images of Lin Dong and the others who had just fought. Well? The old man asked. Very strong. The middle-aged man replied. Have one of the Vulture Squad go to one and probe him. Lest you think we Falcons have no one. The old man said. Apparently he had seen Lin Dong's small movement of shaking his head. Yes. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he then took out a walkie-talkie and said. Vulture 9. Copy, please reply. Just as he finished, a voice came over the intercom. Vulture 9 copy. Please advise. Immediately go to landing site number 3. Pick up a newcomer called Lin Dong and test his strength in the meantime. The middle-aged man said. Understood. Thank you for supporting my readers. It's a little slow to be writing a book while working. But I'll do a good job with this one. And I'm sure I'll present a great story to you all.